Chapter 1. The Strange Divine Doctor. The ground was flat and smooth, like a mirror reflecting the blue sky. There was nothing around, except for a Kirk standing there with his eyes closed, seemingly at the center but not quite. At some point, the Dale slowly opened his eyes. He looked down, and the reflection in the ground gazed back up at him. However, their expressions were vastly different. The Dale's face was calm, as if nothing could make him frown, while the reflection appeared to be in great distress. Suddenly, the reflection seemed to break free of something. It raised its hands, turning fists into palms. Though the Dale remained still, so did the reflection. Then, the reflection moved, yet the Dale stayed unmoving. The reflection's palms slowly descended, approaching the ground closer and closer. Without a sound or any sign of disturbance, the ground shattered. Another dream? A sigh echoed through the darkness. Moonlight faintly illuminated, but not enough to reveal the face hidden in the shadows. The flickering candlelight gradually brightened the room, revealing the silhouette of a Dale. His brows were furrowed deeply, and though his face was baleful, it bore a look of world weariness. His features were not particularly striking, and he would likely go unnoticed in a crowd, yet his physique was well defined, reminiscent of a wild beast's sturdy build. It seems this dream has accompanied me since I was old enough to remember. The Dale's furrowed brows slowly relaxed. It doesn't happen often, but it leaves a deep impression. Every time the ground cracks, I wake up. He shook his head, puzzled by why he had such dreams, yet feeling a sense of familiarity about the scenes. The mark on my forehead was there in my previous life, and it is still here in this one. The Dale touched his forehead, his expression complicated. I thought being reborn with my memories would be a blessing, but this black mark, it's a nightmare. Recalling the fear before his death in the previous life, even his body trembled slightly. Am I doomed to relive that agony again in this life? He clenched his fists tightly, bitten and torn apart, soul and all. I refuse to accept this. How unwilling I am. He loosened his grip and sighed helplessly. Enough. Today is known as anniversary, and our agreed-upon day. Better go early. The Dale picked up a backpack from the corner, lost in reminiscence. It was made from a tiger's skin he hunted when he was 5. Even the most experienced hunter might have faced certain death, yet he triumphed, claiming the mighty beast as his prize. His mother had sewn this backpack herself, saying it could ward off evil and keep him safe for life. Though the Dale didn't believe it, he treasured it dearly. When you grow up, wear this backpack and become a healer like your Silas. Find a wife like me, not beautiful, just someone who understands you. The Dale recalled his mother's words. Toby asked him. The Dale shook his head self-deprecatingly. But at least, he will live longer than me. He slung the backpack over his shoulders, walked to the door, grabbed a wooden plaque, scribbled on it, and hung it outside. This journey is final. Take care. Xavion. This Dale, Xavion, was a small village doctor in Wangjia village beside Dachin County of the state of Earl. Despite being only 12 years old, his medical skills were renowned far and wide. Not only had the county magistrate paid him a visit, but officials from the capital of Earl also sought his aid. However, despite this acclaim, the villagers felt no affection for Xavion. When he was 6, his mother passed away, and his Silas frequently left home to treat patients, leaving Xavion alone. At 10, the leader of a notorious bandit gang was poisoned and quickly captured Xavion Silas, who refused to yield and was killed and fed to dogs. Only his severed head returned. If that were all, the villagers should have been grateful to the Guy family. But Xavion ignored everyone's advice and cured the bandit. Although the bandits never raided Wangjia village again after that, no one who knew about it would ever look at Xavion kindly again. Over time, the villagers came to understand Xavion's nature. Homeless, fugitives, and even those who had insulted him. Anyone who fell ill received his full treatment without hesitation. More astonishingly, Xavion never asked for money. He took what people offered willingly and treated them again without regard for payment. Gradually, outsiders grew more respectful, calling him Divine Dr. Xavion, and bringing him precious herbs. However, the villagers became increasingly disrespectful, calling him a fool to his face and refusing to pay for treatment. Earl was a small state, and Dachin County lay at its westernmost edge. Riding east for 3 days would reach the sea, yet Earl seemed isolated from the world, unaffected by wars and oblivious to other lands' information. All thanks to Mount Dachin, which cut off the southwest part of Earl like a natural barrier, blocking communication and limiting knowledge. Nona, what's beyond Mount Dachin? This question was common among children. Each time, her mother smiled and replied, beyond Mount Dachin is just more Mount Dachin. Xavion naturally didn't believe it. His former world was much larger, with cars, planes, vast continents, and oceans crossed regularly. It was a planet, not flat. Xavion walked slowly, lost in thought. He approached the burial place of his parents, a desolate area behind the village surrounded by a forest. Nearly all deceased villagers were buried here, forming an expansive graveyard with hundreds of graves, outnumbering the living. A villager once became a scholar official and wished to relocate ancestral graves after his success. The geomancer he consulted claimed this land connected to the underworld, ensuring souls were powerful and spared suffering, so the matter was dropped. The official only visited annually for sacrifices. Most villagers believed in spirits, with hunters killing tigers yet fearing solo visits to gravesites, preferring companionship. Xavion paid these beliefs no mind. Having died once and possessing modern knowledge, he didn't believe in spirits. Yet, whenever he visited, he felt a vague sense of kinship. After cleaning the tombstone and placing offerings, he lit 3 incense sticks and knelt, bowing 3 times. It's strange how humans, lacking interaction, eventually grow accustomed to solitude, Xavion said aloud, speaking more to himself than to his deceased mother. In my past life, I was alone, my 2 friends long gone. Despite power, I had no one to converse with. Conversely, this life allowed me to experience normalcy. Your loving care made me feel the presence of a mother. You always said I wasn't childlike, but you treated me as one. Early on, I understood your love for Austin, yet he didn't reciprocate. Chasing fame and fortune, he died tragically, stubbornly letting you pass untreated. You believed in him because you loved him, willing to sacrifice everything. I hate him because, in my view, I could have saved you, but he prevented it. If he carried memories to my world, would he regret his actions? Forget it, that's unimportant. Xavion gazed at the sky, now lightning as if waking. Our decade-long pact has ended. Having saved countless lives here, I'm 16 and ready to leave. Please let me know if there are any specific parts or details you would like me to adjust or expand upon. Xavion's expression was somewhat bleak. I wonder how long I will live in this life. Until 35, or perhaps even sooner. That despair, that pain, seems destined to be relived. However, after crossing the Great Green Mountain and seeing the outside world, there might be a glimmer of hope. With hope, one can strive to live on. Xavion slung the backpack over his shoulders and walked towards the mountains, his steps light yet exceedingly resolute. The sun in the east slowly rose, and a gentle breeze began to stir. It was early spring, the season of rejuvenation, with the surrounding verdant green gradually emerging. But as he reached the cemetery, the vibrancy halted abruptly, leaving only the blackened earth, unchanged as ever. Please let me know if there are any specific parts or details you would like me to adjust or expand upon. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Wesley Iden. With a splash, a Kirk jumped into the river and swam freely as if he were a fish. Not long after, a smile appeared on his face as he stood motionless in the water. 1. The Dale's hand moved like lightning, striking a carp nearly a foot long out of the water and tossing it onto the shore. 2, he said without breaking stride, grabbing a half-foot-long carp with precision, allowing no movement from the struggling fish. These mountains are indeed vast. No wonder no one in the Earl Kingdom knows what lies beyond, the Dale said as he changed into his tattered clothes that barely covered him. His exposed skin was dark, clearly from prolonged sun exposure. This Dale was none other than Xavion from Wong Family Village, who had just crossed Mount Dutching. It took him 3 months to do so, traveling at full speed without any delays. Early that morning, Xavion had crossed the final mountain and could already see the green edge of the forest, even catching a glimpse of what seemed like a city in the distance. In these past 3 months, Xavion had not encountered much danger. His injuries were only superficial. He often hunted in the mountains, and with the memories from his previous life, his strength far surpassed ordinary people. Even the bandit chief back then was no match for him, which is why they never dared to rob Wong Family Village. Few knew about this, and to those around him, Xavion remained a weak-looking divine healer. This distance, 3 more days and I will be out of here. I wonder how different it is outside the Earl Kingdom. Xavion muttered while roasting fish, a skill he mastered early in this lifetime. After finishing the roasted fish, Xavion didn't linger but packed up and continued his journey. A hint of excitement stirred within him, and his pace quickened like a hunting leopard in the forest. Suddenly, Xavion paused, moving silently forward and climbing up a tree without making a sound. Hey, little miss, come entertain us a bit. We'll make sure you have an unforgettable time. A scarred-faced man grinned lewdly at the maiden before him. Even Xavion, who could only see her back, sensed she was a beauty. Yeah, there's no one else in this forest. See? Isn't this the perfect spot for you and us? Another chimed in. Shameless, the maiden responded angrily but in a melodious voice. She trembled slightly, seemingly afraid. Stay back. If you touch me, you'll regret it. The 3 men closed in slowly, relishing the chase. This Kelly has unusual energy in her dantian, Xavion observed inwardly. Since childhood, he could see the vitality inside others, which helped him diagnose illnesses accurately. Most human vitality is in the heart, followed by internal organs. Blood vessels and muscles have relatively less. But why does her dantian energy exceed her heart's vitality by tens of times? Xavion pondered. Wait, her dantian energy seems suppressed, likely to keep it hidden. If those men force her, she will surely release the suppression to defend herself. If she notices me, I might not escape either. Realizing this, Xavion immediately jumped down from the tree and charged at the 3 men. Everyone froze, not expecting anyone else. The maiden sighed in relief, while the 3 men raised their large knives. Kill him, the scarred man yelled, charging forward. Xavion dodged effortlessly, punching the scarred man's chin, instantly knocking him out. The other 2 hesitated, then turned and fled, running faster than when they approached. Xavion shook his head, deciding against pursuing them, unwilling to expose his abilities unnecessarily. Turning around, he faced the maiden. Her silky black hair flowed to her waist, and her porcelain-like face framed exquisite features. Her cheeks blushed slightly, and her slender figure was partially concealed by a white gown. Are you all right? Xavion asked calmly, despite feeling tense. He knew her dantian energy was terrifying, equivalent to over 10 times the vitality of an average person. Thank you, sir. Otherwise, I would have been harmed by these men. The maiden curtsied gracefully. It's nothing. Anyone would have done the same, Xavion replied, his gaze clear. If you feel unsafe, I can escort you to a nearby town. I appreciate your offer. Your kindness won't be forgotten. The maiden smiled, looking relieved. Do you not worry that I might have ulterior motives? Xavion smiled, sensing she wasn't ordinary. Of course not. Your eyes are clear, void of any desire. The maiden giggled, covering her mouth. I doubt my appearance can attract you. Your trust is appreciated. Your beauty is unmatched, but I am still young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, Xavion added. Wesley, I ask your name? My name is Edna, the maiden replied, more relaxed now. And yours? I am Xavion, he answered. Why did you travel alone, Miss Lawn? Edna looked at him curiously, seeming lost in thought. If it's inconvenient, you need not explain, Xavion noted her silence. It's not important. I noticed your clothes look like those of a beggar, yet I don't sense you are one, Edna smiled gently. Xavion felt somewhat embarrassed. I've been through the mountains for 3 months. Wild beasts have torn my clothes. I apologize for the impression. Remarkable. I wouldn't dare venture deep into these mountains, Edna admired him. I'm the daughter of a fisherman in Haiqing County near the Oran Kingdom. Half a month ago, news came from Qingyun's sect that they're recruiting disciples next month. So, I left home secretly. Despite her story, Xavion doubted it, given her appearance and energy, but he didn't press further. Qingyun sect? What is that? A cultivation sect, Edna explained with innocent eyes. They say joining allows one to become immortal and enjoy endless life. Wow, really? I've never heard of it, Xavion exclaimed, feigning curiosity. Can I join too? Translation notes. Names such as Xavion and Edna are retained in Pinyin. The tone and style remain consistent with the original text, maintaining the narrative flow and natural dialogue. Paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original Chinese text. Of course, Qingyun sect recruits disciples from ordinary people. As long as one is not over 20 years old, they can participate. Common folk in the surrounding kingdoms all know of this sect. They seem to recruit a batch every 10 years. Edna seemed to have no intention of withholding any information, and Xavion naturally understood her purpose. Very well, then I will accompany Miss Lawn to Qingyun sect. I wonder if you would be willing, Xavion bowed slightly. That would be wonderful. I was afraid Westleister guy wouldn't want to go. After what happened today, I am a bit scared to travel alone. Edna giggled playfully and lightly led the way ahead. Xavion's gaze grew increasingly deep. He slowly followed Edna, seemingly pondering something. Translation notes. The tone and style remain consistent with the original text. Paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved as in the original Chinese text. Names Xavion and Edna are kept in Pinyin form. The dialogue and narrative flow are maintained naturally and fluently in English. Hashtag Chapter 3, The Beauty Companion. Westlerny seemed far from ordinary. Her pace was incredibly fast, perhaps even surpassing that of the average man. Throughout the journey, she remained spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. As the sun gradually set behind the mountains, Dion and Westlerny came to a stop. Lady Lawn, could you please wait for a moment? I'll go find some wild fruits nearby to stave off hunger, Dion said as he prepared the fire, turning his gaze towards Westlerny. Thank you, young master. Coincidentally, I've run out of provisions too, planning to prepare some after we leave the forest. I didn't expect it to be so vast. If not for you, I might have gone hungry tonight, Westlerny replied with genuine gratitude, seeming deeply appreciative of Dion's assistance. Lady Lawn is too kind. I feel a bit hungry myself. This morning, I saw the edge of the forest. At today's pace, we should be able to exit by noon tomorrow, Dion smiled easily. If anything dangerous happens, just shout my name loudly, and I will come as quickly as possible. Westlerny nodded, and Dion soon disappeared into the night. This Westlerny is definitely no ordinary person, Dion muttered to himself as he rummaged through his backpack and pulled out several medicinal herbs. He ground them up and placed them in a small bottle. Flower knotweed mixed with snake gall can form an antidote for snake venom. But if there's no venom present, it will be absorbed by the body as nutrients, remaining harmless in the bloodstream. However, if accidentally exposed to dragon tongue grass, one would become completely weak, only recovering after about an hour. Dion gathered some wild fruits and carefully injected the concocted medicine into the fruit flesh before slowly returning. I'm not sure about Ladyland's taste, so I picked some nearby ones, Dion said naturally, without any trace of suspicion. You've been very hard-working, Westleister guy. Westlerny looked at Dion, her eyes smiling. Lady Lawn, please. Dion picked up a wild fruit first and quickly ate it, then placed all the fruits in front of Westlerny. Westlerny selected a few closer to Dion and ate them. Dion didn't seem to mind. He took one and ate it immediately. Gradually, Westlerny relaxed. After swallowing, she felt no discomfort and noticed nothing unusual about Dion's demeanor. The wild fruits you picked are quite delicious, Westlerny commented, wiping her lips after finishing. After all, I've lived in this mountain for 3 months. Naturally, I know where to find some good ones, Dion chuckled lightly. Do you know how old Westleister guy is? Westlerny leaned against a nearby tree, inching closer to Dion. I'm 16 years old. Dion moved away slowly, deliberately changing to another tree. Oh, Westleister guy is only 16 years old. Westlerny covered her open mouth in surprise. Yes, though my Silas is a physician, he wasn't much of a family man. As a child, I mostly hunted with the local hunters. Over time, I grew taller and stronger than most children. Dion seemed to recall those days fondly, a smile creeping onto his face. I'm actually a year older than Westleister guy. Why did you leave? Westlerny couldn't help but ask curiously. My parents are dead. My mother fell seriously ill when I was 6, and my Silas couldn't save her. When I was 10, bandits captured my Silas for treatment, but he refused to assist them and was killed. Later on, I decided to venture out into the world. Dion's expression turned melancholic. I'm sorry, Westlerny stood up and walked beside Dion, gently patting his shoulder. I shouldn't have asked. It's fine. It's all in the past. We must continue living for the sake of those still alive. Dion shook his head. Yes, only by living well can your uncle and aunt rest in peace. Westlerny gazed at the sky, her eyes distant. Let's rest for a while. We have to keep moving tomorrow. Dion closed his eyes and leaned against the tree. Westlerny said nothing more. Only the gentle rustling of leaves filled the air. Half a month passed, and Dion and Westlerny arrived at a town not far from the Qingyun sect. On the way, they encountered many young men and women, who appeared around their age, clearly heading for the Qingyun sect. To others, Dion and Westlerny didn't seem odd. An exceptionally beautiful Kelly accompanied by a strong-looking servant. But whenever someone made such remarks, Westlerny always wanted to explain something. Dion, however, acted as if he accepted the situation, continuously addressing her as Miss, making him seem like her personal attendant. Westleister guy, really, I've never felt any hardship being with you. Why do you insist on lowering yourself? Inns along the way were always paid for by Westlerny. Unlike Dion, she possessed considerable wealth. Doing so reduces trouble. With such beauty, explaining my identity would prevent misunderstandings. Dion shook his head. Weslerny's expression became somewhat sullen. She thought their relationship would grow closer on this journey, but Dion seemed to be intentionally avoiding her. Ordinarily, traveling with someone as beautiful as her would be something others envied. Wesleyster guy likes to joke. Those misunderstandings are their business. As long as we do everything properly, there's nothing wrong, Weslerny sighed. Wesleyster guy makes me feel like I've done something wrong. Fear of others' actions. What if I can't fight back? That would be embarrassing, Dion laughed easily. Moreover, lodging and meals have been paid for by Lady Lawn this whole time, which makes me feel rather awkward. Well, I imagine those skinny frames wouldn't withstand even one punch from Wesleyster guy. Weslerny recalled their first encounter. Even she had been astonished by Dion's strength. People need to be humble. Some appear unremarkable but can be surprisingly strong in a fight. Dion shook his head. Toby asked me. Scarface was twice my size but crumbled effortlessly. Weslerny waved her hand, realizing further persuasion would be futile. Today, I heard the trials for the Qingyun sect begin tomorrow and will last for 7 days to select disciples daily. Weslerny seemed excited. I believe Wesleyster guy will certainly be chosen by the Qingyun sect. Please help me then. I heard they test for things like spirit roots. Once passed, one becomes an inner disciple. If not, endurance and patience will be tested. Dion looked at Weslerny. What exactly are these spirit roots? I have no clue. I don't know either, but I trust Wesleyster guy's abilities. You'll surely be selected. Weslerny laughed innocently, her eyes crescent-shaped. Lady, you're teasing me. Dion also chuckled. If there's nothing else, I'll rest now. All right, let's both give our best effort tomorrow. Weslerny clenched her fist, and Dion left the room. After Dion left, Weslerny's expression returned to calmness, her eyes cold. This Dion, completely unaffected by me, truly has incredible self-control. If I can use him, he'll be highly useful. If he has superior spirit roots, we must act faster. Weslerny tapped the table, deep in thought. Chapter 4. Before the Green Cloud Gate. Xavion and Edna set out early in the morning. This town was very close to where the Green Cloud sect recruits disciples. It only took about 15 minutes to walk to the gate, as if it had been specially built for recruitment. The place of recruitment seemed ordinary, with nothing but distant towering peaks surrounded by mist that obscured their summits, though faintly glowing with iridescent hues like a celestial realm. At the foot of the mountains were sparse woods, with no visible path leading into them. Though Xavion and Edna arrived early, the square was already packed with people. Most came alone, while a few pairs didn't speak, making the scene eerily quiet, everyone seemingly on edge. On the surface, Xavion remained calm, but inside he felt a mix of excitement. He didn't fully understand what cultivation entailed, but he sensed his black mark might find a solution here. Look, someone is flying. Soon, someone pointed at the sky, shouting. Pfft, you've seen nothing. That's called object manipulation flight, which can only be achieved by Foundation establishment cultivators, one person replied knowingly. Soon, a dozen people landed, and the entire square erupted in whispers and exclamations. Quiet. A Seymour slowly stepped forward, and despite speaking softly, everyone heard him clearly. Cultivation emphasizes talent, and this test is for spiritual roots. Come up one by one. The Seymour gestured toward a stone about a meter high behind him, crystalline and far more beautiful than any earthly jade. You first. Seeing no movement, he casually pointed at someone. The chosen boy eagerly ran over and placed his hand on the stone, but it remained unresponsive. Unqualified, next, the Seymour said without emotion, leaving the boy deflated. Unqualified. 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 The atmosphere grew heavier with each rejection. Despite the crowd, most who tried failed miserably. Barely acceptable. Stand over there. Suddenly, a Dale touched the stone, which emitted 5 colors, the red particularly vibrant. He shouted joyfully, I succeeded. I succeeded. It's just a display of spiritual roots. What's so surprising? 5 colors mean average quality. Moreover, the light is weak, indicating many impurities. Fail the subsequent tests, and you'll still go back, the man scolded, causing the boy to shiver. Rejections continued, and nearly half the crowd had left, with only 3 others joining the first Dale, all looking anxious. Well done, dual spiritual roots. Come to me. Upon seeing the stone glow green and yellow, the Seymour smiled. Finally, a decent one after all these. The Nadine approached, sweet-faced and beautiful but not quite matching Edna's level. She seemed unfazed by the attention, appearing composed and confident. Xavion and Edna waited in line, their expression somber, surprised by the high rejection rate. Unqualified. After the previous candidate's departure, Edna gracefully approached the stone, her movements almost ethereal. It immediately emitted a bright blue light, followed by a hint of gold, creating a minor flaw. I thought it might be a celestial spiritual root, but this should still qualify as an earthly spiritual root. The Seymour sighed regretfully, then nodded kindly towards Edna, inviting her to stand behind him. Xavion stepped forward, heart pounding, fearing he would fail just like others. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he placed his hand on the stone. It glowed blue initially, then a gray hue overshadowed the blue, both equally strong but with more gray evident. Another dual spiritual root. Killian seemed surprised but soon regained composure, smiling kindly. Join me. Xavion calmed down, acting as if nothing happened, mirroring the Nadine's indifferent expression. See, I knew Wesleyster guy would make it, Edna whispered into his ear. Xavion shivered slightly, stepping aside. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lawn. Edna's gaze grew more sorrowful, her obvious interest in him apparent. By afternoon, testing concluded. Only 3 were directly accepted, while 37 others moved to secondary tests. The Seymour waved his sleeve, and the stone vanished. Selin nephew, continue testing these 37. I'll be going back now, he said, disappearing before Selen could respond. A Kirk in blue approached gracefully. U-37, climb from the mountain base to the gate before sunset. Those who succeed shouldn't celebrate yet. All 3 tests must be passed to join Green Cloud sect. Meanwhile, Xavion and the 2 others were left in a courtyard, vast and well-arranged with houses on either side, paved with bluestone, free of weeds. A shimmering barrier covered the sky, blending perfectly with the outside world, albeit slightly unreal. You will stay here for 7 days. Food for mortals is in the corner storage. Remember, do not leave the courtyard due to protective formations, the Seymour warned before vanishing. After his departure, the Nadine slumped to the ground, pale and exhausted, likely from earlier pressure. Edna and Xavion, however, seemed unaffected, surveying the surroundings. Aren't you two feeling unwell? After recovering, she asked, surprised. It's pretty interesting, Edna smiled, increasingly impressed by Xavion's abilities and quietly contemplating their future interactions. I'm also quite fine, without any particular discomfort. Xavion naturally felt no unease. Even during the flight, he continuously observed the energy within the Seymour's body. That energy had already completely surpassed the human realm, and every time it circulated, Xavion's perception expanded further. The moment Xavion stepped into this courtyard, he felt an overall sense of comfort in his body. He could see that some energies floating in the air were continuously washing over his body, causing him to inwardly marvel. If ordinary humans could live here long term, their lifespans might increase by a decade. Chapter 5, Edna's Heart. 2 monsters, the young Nadine shook her head, all traces of underestimation gone. She naturally understood that these 2 had met before and thus took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm Elena, from the Lung family of Qi. My name is Edna, from the state of Orin. Edna nodded amicably and introduced herself. I'm Xavion, from the state of Earl. Xavion chuckled. State of Earl? There doesn't seem to be such a state around here. A hint of curiosity flickered in Elena's eyes. I've never heard of the state of Qi either. Xavion shook his head, his smile unchanged. Prior to this, I hadn't heard of the Qingyun sect either. I chanced upon Miss Lan in the forest and learned about this place from her, so we came here together. So, you're probably not from this region. Elena chuckled softly. To be honest, news from outside is quite closed off in my state of Earl. Barely anyone knows what's happening beyond its borders. With nothing holding me back, I decided to venture out and see the world, Xavion said solemnly. Mr. Guy certainly made the best choice. Edna stepped forward, looking at Xavion with a hint of reproach for being left out earlier. When I was little, I saw someone flying in the sky and envied them immensely. From then on, I resolved to become an immortal. You might be imagining too much, Miss Lan, Elena spoke slowly. Immortals are mere legends. Even in the Qingyun sect, no one has become an immortal. To be frank, my Silas is also a cultivator, albeit only at the mid-nebula formation stage. It seems Miss Lung knows more than us mortals do. Xavion perked up at Elena's words and leaned in. Now, if there's nothing else, may I ask Miss Lung to tell us more about cultivation? Of course, Elena smiled and began to recount what she knew. Elena Silas had originally been a scholar who failed several exams. Disheartened, he discovered a cave by chance. Inside, he found a skeleton and some scrolls describing a cultivation technique called the golden shape art. After burying the skeleton, he started cultivating despite his poor talent. He reached the mid-nebula formation stage, which was enough to stand above ordinary people. Without great ambitions, he married into the royal family of Qi and founded the Long clan. To think Miss Long is actually royalty, Xavion feigned surprise after hearing her story. Elena blushed, unsure why she reacted this way. No, I'm just an ordinary person. My Silas, though unremarkable, knew about the cultivation world and trained me from a young age, intending for me to join the Qingyun sect when I grew up. The Qingyun sect must be very famous in the cultivation world. Xavion seemed wistful. Yes, Austin says this region is the eastern territory of Tobiasuzu, located by the sea. Compared to the central territory, it lags behind, but the environment is better than the southern and northern territories. The Qingyun sect is the largest sect in the eastern territory, and many cultivation families send their children there. Elena's expression carried a trace of longing. However, even as such, in the central territory, the Qingyun sect can only be considered a mid-level force among the 3 major sects and 12 families, all of which are said to have produced immortals. Immortal, Xavion's eyes gradually became resolute. He didn't know if cultivation could solve the black mark on his forehead, but perhaps becoming an immortal would offer a solution. I must reach the immortal realm. Edna clenched her small fists beside him, murmuring quietly. Elena shook her head. Nebula formation, foundation establishment, false core, true gold core, nascent soul. Only after the nascent soul stage comes the spiritual realm. Becoming an immortal is extremely difficult. Even in the central territory, it's been 10,000 years since the last one appeared. If it were easy, it wouldn't be meaningful. Xavion suddenly turned serious. People should have dreams. The harder they are to achieve, the more effort we should put in. Elena fell silent. She understood the cultivation world well, but had never seriously considered becoming an immortal. Everyone who cultivated did so with the hope of becoming one. Thank you, sir. Elena suddenly bowed in gratitude. This applies to both of you. Xavion shook his head and reverted to a relaxed smile. I assume the ladies are hungry. If you don't mind, let me show off my cooking skills. Let's help. It wouldn't be right to leave Mr. Guy alone to prepare everything. Edna winked at Xavion and grabbed Elena's hand. Edna was quick and nimble, whereas Elena, who seemed unfamiliar with the task, fumbled awkwardly. Most of the preparation was handled by Xavion, whose fluid movements drew admiration from the Nadines. The meal was quickly ready, and they casually found a house to eat in. Mr. Guy's cooking is truly exceptional, Elena praised after tasting it. Despite claiming to help, she mostly hindered the process, even breaking a few things. Yes, it's delicious. It's the best thing I've ever tasted, Edna agreed. Anyone who marries Mr. Guy would surely be blessed with good meals for life. At this, she gave Xavion a lingering glance. Edna, sister, you're declaring your feelings, Elena teased. Having grown closer to Edna, being younger, she treated Edna as an older sister. You brat, saying such things, Edna's face reddened as she tickled Elena. I give up. Sister, I was wrong. Elena barely struggled before surrendering. Cough. Xavion's face also turned slightly red. However, he knew Edna wasn't as simple as she appeared, especially given how she concealed her cultivation level. He sensed an ulterior motive behind her joining the Qingyun sect. If there's nothing else, the ladies should rest. Edna visibly paused, turning to look at Xavion with sorrowful eyes. All right, I'll take my leave with Yinzi. She silently pulled Elena up and exited the room. Good night, Mr. Guy. Elena could see Edna's intentions but didn't understand why Xavion seemed disinterested. If she were Xavion, she would have accepted already. Farewell, ladies. Xavion smiled gently. Sister, what do you like about Mr. Guy? Once outside, Elena dragged Edna to another room. He saved me, and the more I interact with him, the more extraordinary he seems, Edna sighed. At first, I just wanted to tease him, but the deeper I got, the less he paid attention to me. I don't fully understand, but Austin said cultivation requires many resources. With your beauty, you'd likely catch other disciples' attention once you enter the sect. Cultivation values strength above all, Elena remarked thoughtfully. Even if Mr. Guy is strong, he can't compare to those who've been cultivating for much longer. Silly Nadine, you don't get it, Edna shook her head. But Mr. Guy is clever. He must see through my intentions. I just can't figure out why he isn't interested. That, I don't know. But Mr. Guy also keeps his distance from me. He always seems overly polite, as if intentionally distancing himself from us, Elena pondered. What if he's using the cold shoulder strategy to build intrigue, ignoring you to draw you in and maintain control? Where did you hear these things, little brat? If that were true, it wouldn't be bad. But where did you see any sign of that from him? Edna laughed, reprimanding Elena lightly. Hee. Elena also chuckled. How would I know? If I could understand young Westleister Guy's thoughts and tell my older sister, wouldn't she get her wish? All right, silly Nadine, Edna tousled Elena's hair. You rest here. I'll go to the next room. The next day, Xavion woke up very early. He walked out of his room and began practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Not knowing what else to do, he trained to pass the time. This boy is quite remarkable. A courtly man stood halfway up a hill, his gaze landing on the courtyard where Xavion and the others were staying. He quickly noticed something special about Xavion. A Seymour, who had brought Xavion to the courtyard the previous day, walked up beside him. The boy's chinfa has no discernible structure, yet it exudes a fierce intent that can be felt from afar. The Seymour frowned. In real combat, most people would likely feel intimidated after just a few exchanges. Revised translation. His boxing technique lacks any discernible structure, yet the ferocity in his movements can be sensed from a distance, the Seymour remarked with a frown. In actual combat, most opponents would likely feel intimidated after just a few exchanges. You're right. This boy seems to have walked out of a pile of corpses. The court's eyes showed appreciation. Even if his cultivation isn't high, with such determination, he could probably defeat opponents of higher ranks. Xavion, as if sensing something, suddenly stopped his movements. He looked up at the sky, his gaze directly toward where the two men stood. However, he soon shook his head and continued his training. He actually noticed us? The Seymour was astonished. Even with the array barrier between us, I doubt I would have detected anything amiss. Should I go investigate this Kirk, Westleister? You always lack magnanimity, the court shook his head. Since we've accepted him into the sect, let him develop as he wishes. Is Qingyun's sect afraid of one minor disciple? Besides, there are many disciples in the sect. Do you intend to investigate each one? And remember, those who stand out often invite disaster. It's the ones who don't reveal their true strength that we should watch carefully. I understand, Westleister, the Seymour nodded. I need to prepare for today's tests. Please forgive me. Go ahead. Focus on your duties. The court waved his hand and turned to leave as well. Chapter 6, Andonis. In the afternoon, around the same time as before, the Seymour appeared in the courtyard again. This time, he brought only one person. This person had a baleful appearance but an incredibly robust physique, his solid muscles comparable to a small mountain. Explain it to them, the Seymour said and immediately left the courtyard. The two women focused their gaze on Xavion, clearly hoping he would take over. My name is Xavion. I arrived here yesterday. Xavion quickly stepped forward and helped the Kirk up. Despite his towering build, the Dale's face was as pale as Elena's from before. Wait a moment, I need to rest for a bit. Compared to his muscular build, the Dale's voice was surprisingly childlike, as if it didn't belong to him. Xavion did not press the matter, quietly waiting beside him. Indeed, after a short while, the Dale recovered. My name is Andonis, just call me Taiju. That was thrilling. It's my first time flying in the sky. Andonis looked at Xavion and revealed a simple, hearty smile. The elder instructed us to wait here for 7 days. 6 days remain, and we are not to leave the courtyard, Xavion responded with a gentle smile. 6 days? That's so long. Andonis's enthusiasm dropped, but then he noticed the women behind Xavion, his eyes widening instantly. Wow, what beautiful ladies. Much prettier than Anthea from our village. No wonder everyone wants to cultivate. Xavion was taken aback. Clearly, he did not expect Andonis to say such things. Neither did the two women, yet anyone who heard this would feel uncomfortable, making the atmosphere awkward. Cough, Xavion cleared his throat. Brother Wong, you shouldn't speak like that. Even if you think it, you shouldn't say it aloud. Why all the formalities? Call me Taiju, and I'll call you Xiao Yitzi. Andonis slapped Xavion's shoulder, but Xavion dodged swiftly. Xavion's face darkened. It was truly his first time encountering someone like this. Huh, Xiao Yitzi, not bad reflexes. Andonis noted, suddenly becoming excited and punching toward Xavion. Xavion frowned. He understood that Andoni's had no ill intentions, but merely wanted to test his abilities after seeing him dodge. Shaking his head, Xavion sighed and did not dodge the punch. Edna and Elena were completely stunned, unable to understand why Andoni's suddenly attacked. Why don't you dodge? Andoni's fist had touched Xavion's nose, but stopped instantly. Calm down. This world is much bigger than you imagine. Xavion deflected Andoni's fist, grabbed it, and threw him backward. Andoni's barely resisted as he was lifted off the ground and flew far away. Although he didn't feel pain, his arm felt numb and weak. Yes, brother guy is amazing, Elena exclaimed. She quickly took a liking to Xavion and called him brother repeatedly. Xavion could do nothing but let her. Andoni slowly stood up, his right arm back to normal. Xavion, have a proper fight with me. If you win, I'll acknowledge you as my leader and follow you in everything. Andoni's expression grew serious. After being thrown, he realized Xavion was formidable. That's unnecessary. If you lose, stay out of my way. Xavion stood still, seemingly unguarded. I'm coming. Andoni's roared and charged like a fierce tiger. Nothing but brute strength. Xavion lightly stepped forward, evading the attack in a strange posture and delivering a punch to Andoni's abdomen. Hee, maybe not. As Xavion's fist approached, Andoni's didn't defend but aimed a kick at Xavion's face. You're too arrogant. Xavion ignored the attack and increased his punch speed. Boom. Andoni's was sent flying and instantly lost consciousness, his attack missing completely. Xavion shook his head, ignoring Andoni's. He sensed that his full-strength punch hadn't severely injured him, even leaving his internal organs intact. Andoni's simply couldn't withstand the pain. Truly monstrous. Xavion knew how terrifying his punch was. A regular black bear would be injured, and a normal person might die. He held back initially, but Andoni's strategy of trading blows forced him to unleash his full power. You defeated a monster. Edna covered her mouth, chuckling. I meant his body. My punch would kill a normal person, yet he has no internal injuries, Xavion marveled. But finally, some peace. Andoni's remained unconscious for a day. When he woke up, his abdomen still hurt. Seeing Xavion already awake and practicing solo, he hurried over. Good morning, leader, Andoni said loudly. Xavion's face turned black again. He was too lazy to deal with this guy, especially since Andoni's genuinely meant no harm. Leader, teach me boxing. I can feel that leader isn't as strong as me, but I know that regardless of how many times we fight, you'd always win. Andoni's cautiously spoke, remembering Xavion's punch. You came to Qingyun Sect to find a master. What can I teach you? Xavion shook his head, stopping his practice. Fine. If you want me to teach you, sit down, close your eyes, and build endurance. Okay, leader. Andoni's nodded and sat down but soon opened his eyes. Leader, how long should I sit? 5 more days, Xavion grumbled. Besides eating and sleeping, stay here sitting. If you move, I won't tolerate your interruptions anymore. And no talking. Andoni's nodded vigorously and closed his eyes. 2 days passed quickly, and the Seymour did not bring anyone else. Andoni's patience was entirely worn out. Even though Xavion joined him in meditation, he was nearly driven mad. Aya! Andoni shouted, standing up and throwing punches, faster and harder each time. On his last punch, it produced a sonic boom. Xavion's eyes widened. He wasn't impressed by Andoni's strength, but because someone was about to enter. Before Andoni's reached exhaustion, a figure appeared. It was the Seymour who had brought them up. He froze momentarily, then his face darkened as he realized he couldn't react in time. Bang! Andoni's punch struck the Seymour squarely in the face, sending him flying. Oh no! Xavion had never imagined this scenario. The Seymour was alive but bleeding from the nose, his nasal bridge crushed. Andoni's, what are you doing? The Seymour raged. At that distance and speed, he couldn't evade and had to endure the blow. Fortunately, the Dale he brought was robust. Otherwise, a regular person might have died. The flying sword instantly appeared in front of Andoni's neck, the tip of the sword even piercing Andoni's skin. Hashtag chapter 7. The last 3 days. Please calm down, Elder. Gary probably didn't mean any harm. He's just been here for a while, and needed a vent. Xavion was actually trying hard not to laugh. He was astonished by the Seymour's strength. If it had been him, he would have surely died. But now, seeing this absurd scene, he could hardly muster up admiration and just wanted to laugh. Next to him, Elena and Edna were already struggling to keep their laughter in check, turning their heads away for fear they would burst out laughing if they kept watching. Vent. The Seymour's anger slowly subsided, and the flying sword before Gary's neck vanished instantly. Yes, Xavion said solemnly. Gary is quite short-tempered. He was practicing boxing in the courtyard, but he didn't expect that the Elder would suddenly appear right in front of his fist. You're saying I ran into his punch? The Seymour seemed to understand everything, and wasn't as angry anymore. Looking at the boy who was almost a head taller than him, standing there like a wronged little kitten with tears welling up in his eyes, he couldn't bring himself to blame him. Forget it. Fortunately, it was me. From today onwards, you will be confined to staring at the wall. Xavion, you supervise him. If he causes trouble again, this time he will be expelled from the mountain. The Seymour rubbed his nose, took a deep breath, and felt the force of that punch. Even someone at the Foundation establishment stage would have perished under those circumstances. Yes, sir. Xavion bowed his head, then patted Gary's back. Haven't you thanked the Elder yet? Upon hearing that he only had to face the wall, Gary immediately knelt down. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Forget it. The Seymour waved his hand and pointed to the Dale lying on the ground. Take care of him. His name is Harmony. He has good potential, but he seems to startle easily. The Dale appeared quite young, almost frail, and his face had lost all its color, clearly having been frightened badly. However, his appearance was remarkably delicate, so much so that even women might envy him. With that, the Seymour disappeared as suddenly as he had appeared. Ha 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 ha. Edna and Elena couldn't hold back anymore, clutching their stomachs and bursting into laughter. What are you two laughing at? The Seymour reappeared with a darkened face, his wound already healed. I haven't left yet. Xavion noticed that the Seymour had merely hidden himself, still remaining where he was. Their laughter abruptly stopped, but soon started again, quieter this time as the two women tried to suppress it. You two also go face the wall. Xavion, watch them closely. The Seymour roared angrily. Even in battles with peers, he had never experienced such embarrassment. And if you dare to talk about today's incident, you'll regret it for the rest of your days in Qingyun sect. After that, the Seymour vanished, yet the laughter of the two women continued, albeit at a lower volume. This time, Xavion was certain that the Seymour was gone. Alright, all three of you, go face the wall. I'll take care of Harmony. Xavion lifted Harmony and found a room to lay him in. The three of them, one feeling wronged and the other two still chuckling, did not resist much and stared at the wall as instructed, continuing to feel wronged or laugh. Checking Harmony's vital signs, Xavion found no major issues, just some shock. Without overthinking it, he prepared to remove Harmony's shirt to press on his abdomen and help him regain consciousness. Female. Upon removing Harmony's shirt, Xavion realized his mistake. His tanned face turned slightly red, and he quickly put the clothes back on her, pretending nothing had happened as he walked out of the room. Phew, Brother Tobias Hui is fine. He just needs some rest. By the doorway, Xavion's face had returned to normal, and he spoke calmly. Don't laugh either. That punch, if it had hit an ordinary person, they would have died instantly. Xavion shook his head and looked at the pitiful Gary. Gary, if you continue acting like this, you'll be expelled from Qingyun sect one day. I didn't know the elder would appear there suddenly. Gary truly felt wronged. He hadn't been able to control his strength. He even worried that he might have killed the court, though that concern was unfounded. Cultivators were different from ordinary people. The world is vast, and there are many formidable individuals. Even that court wouldn't dare say he stands at the pinnacle. Your arrogance and recklessness will eventually lead to disaster, harming more than just yourself. Xavion spoke earnestly. Boss, that's exactly what my mother used to tell me, Gary said, his honest smile returning. Go back to facing the wall. Xavion tapped Gary's head and returned to his own room. Foolish guy, you like brother guy too? Elena teased Gary, poking him. My name is Gary. I have a name, and I'm not foolish. Gary seemed displeased. Boss treats me well. Just now, I was dazed and didn't know what to say. If it weren't for him, the elder might have killed me. But that court is indeed strong. He took my punch without batting an eye. Edna, you've got another rival now, Elena giggled behind her hand, but there was no real mirth in her eyes. Bruiser, always making fun of me. You deserve a beating. Edna immediately attacked Elena's waist, scratching relentlessly. Spare me, spare me. Elena cried for mercy. It's true though. Seeing Edna stop, Elena laughed again. Do you still want to talk? Edna lunged at her again, refusing to let up no matter how much Elena begged. 3 days passed quickly. Edna and Elena had stopped looking at the walls, while Gary snored away. Harmony seemed wary, staying in her room all day. Only when Xavion brought food to her room would she softly thank him. Only Xavion appeared normal, going through his daily routine, practicing boxing, thinking, cooking, and sleeping. The Seymour did not come back. How do you view these five? An old man appeared, carrying a stone table, sitting halfway up the hillside. As he sipped tea, he watched the courtyard where Xavion and the others were. I think Xavion will stand out, perhaps even catching up to the previous generation's disciples. The others lack a bit in comparison and may only become top-notch in this generation, the Seymour said gravely. This generation has only 5 intersect disciples, fewer than in previous years, but many more passed the trials, 70 in total, which is unusually high. The old man gave a meaningful look to the Seymour. In my view, all 5 can excel in the next competition. Xavion might even become a core disciple. The Seymour's pupils constricted. Wesleyster, why do you say that? Because I found something interesting these past few days. Edna keeps showing affection towards Xavion, but he avoids her. The old man smiled mysteriously. Moreover, I'm certain he sensed my gaze. When I looked at him later, he showed no reaction. That only shows Xavion has better self-control. Wouldn't it be normal for him not to react? The Seymour was puzzled. The old man shook his head. What if he could see me? Are you saying? The Seymour's eyes widened. He doesn't want others to know he can sense you? The old man nodded, smiling. He's a slippery one. On the day you were embarrassed, he was the only one who didn't laugh. That's when I first suspected he's not as simple as we thought. The Seymour's face flushed, but he dared not speak since the old man was his master. And Gary was defeated by him in one move. He wanted to hold back, but seeing Gary confront him head-on without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed his full power. The old man's expression gradually became serious. This judgment, this control, and this decisiveness, among peers, there are likely no rivals. What do you mean, Wesleyster? The Seymour was puzzled. A century ago, Golden Sword immortal. The old man's gaze suddenly turned sharp, his presence affecting the very air around him. Golden Sword. The Seymour exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After tomorrow, find out about Xavion's background. If I'm not mistaken, he isn't from any of the nearby countries, the old man said. Check the Earl Kingdom behind Great Green Mountain, a few villages further south, and the snowy plains in the northwest. He should be from one of these 3 places. When you have news, come back and tell me. Yes, Wesleyster. The Seymour bowed and replied. If he truly is at the same level as Golden Sword, what will you do? He would be the young patriarch of Qingyun sect. The old man smiled slightly, regaining his calm demeanor. I'll take my leave, Wesleyster. The Seymour slowly retreated, but the old man's expression grew increasingly solemn. Demon, it's time we settled our agreement. The old man sighed softly, his gaze distant, as if reminiscing about days gone by. Chapter 8. Joining Green Cloud Sect. Pack up, I'll be taking you to visit the Green Cloud sect today. From now on, you will be inner disciples of the sect. The Seymour smiled kindly at Dion and the others. My name is Adon, and I am one of the courts of the Green Cloud sect. Thank you, Elder He. Dion stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The other three quickly ran over from the wall, while Harmony timidly emerged from the room. Get on board. With a wave of his sleeve, Adon conjured a small boat before them. Once everyone was aboard, he too climbed in, and soon the boat lifted off the ground, gracefully soaring out of the courtyard. The Green Cloud sect was located atop Green Cloud Peak, which was steep on one side as if it had been sliced by a sword. The three grand characters, Green Cloud sect, were majestically engraved on this side. The opposite side was lush and green, as if painted with vivid colors. At the foot of the mountain, many courtyards dotted the landscape, while further up were cave dwellings that harmoniously blended into the surrounding environment, like a beautiful painting. This area is where the outer disciples reside. Compared to the relatively few inner disciples, the outer disciples make up the majority, Adon explained softly. Cultivation requires not just talent, but also temperament and perseverance. Even though their talents may not match yours, their strength could still be formidable. Never underestimate them. Wesley's inner disciples have been taught lessons by outer disciples in past years. Can outer disciples become inner disciples? Dion asked quietly. Certainly. There is a major competition every 5 years. Each year, the top 10 outer disciples who perform best in preliminary contests join the inner disciple ranks. As for the inner disciples competition, only 3 are chosen to become core disciples. Of course, those who reach the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30 can directly become inner disciples, though they won't participate in the competition. Different statuses mean different resources. Outer disciples receive only 1 low-grade spirit stone and 1 chi condensation pill each month, while inner disciples receive 100 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of chi condensation pills per month. Core disciples get 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and a foundation establishment pill. Adon provided a detailed explanation. Note: I replaced Ningjirdon with chi condensation pill to maintain consistency in terminology and ensure the translation reads naturally. Doesn't this mean the Green Cloud sect will deplete its resources? A deep voice suddenly came from Harmony, who had been timid all along. Her voice was barely audible, and Dion sensed she was deliberately keeping it low. It won't. To acquire more resources, you must work twice as hard. Even core disciples often find that 10,000 spirit stones do not meet their needs, Dion replied with a kind smile toward Harmony. Dion is right. The sect has missions set up. To obtain more resources, you need to complete tasks and earn contribution points, Adon added approvingly. I understand, Harmony said, her face flushing red like a bashful flower. Men should have an imposing demeanor. Don't act so Nadine-ish, Dag interjected loudly, unable to hold back. Harmony's face paled upon seeing Dag. She glanced around and immediately ran behind Dion without another word. Don't scare her, Dion shot Dag a stern look. Yes, boss, you're right, Dag quickly put on a smiling face, remembering Dion's powerful punch when he saw him upset. Thank you, Harmony said lightly, though she stayed hidden behind Dion. Sister Edna, Brother Dion's charm is really impressive. Look, even guys like him, Elena whispered mischievously, her voice soft but heard clearly in the small boat. Shut up, you little brat. Edna blushed deeply and poked Elena under the arm. Big fool, let me hide for a bit. Sister Edna is terrifying. Elena rushed behind Dag after being poked, making a silly face. No problem, feel free to hide. Dag laughed heartily. Ahem. Adon felt his authority slipping among this group. In the past, new inner disciples he guided would have been quiet and respectful, yet these newcomers seemed more playful and even flirtatious. Could it be because of the awkward incident earlier? Just thinking about it made Adon frustrated. Now, I will introduce you to the sect leader and the 3 elders. If you catch their attention and become named disciples, you'll gain even better resources. Be on your best behavior then. Adon glanced at Dag, seemingly addressing him alone. Thank you, Elder, we understand, the group responded in unison. Soon, the boat landed on a grand plaza outside a majestic hall. Flanking the entrance were marble statues, and white marble steps led up to the main door, towering over 10 zhang high. Every inch of the carvings appeared lively, almost merging with the hall itself, as if it were sculpted entirely from them. Come along. Adon ascended the steps. Seeing the awe on the others' faces, he spoke softly to encourage them. Even Dion, who had never seen such a scene, was more intrigued by the ambient energy swirling around. An intense urge to absorb it welled up within him. He struggled to suppress this overwhelming desire, and it made his steps heavy, almost oblivious to where he was. Dion! A loud shout snapped Dion back to reality. His control dissipated instantly, and his body began absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy uncontrollably, acting like a black hole. Oh no! Dion realized what had happened, unsure if this was good or bad. Even in his previous life, he had never experienced anything so utterly beyond his grasp. Heavenly Spirit Vortex! Exclamations rang out, confirming Dion's condition. Despite losing sight, he found some relief knowing it wasn't something terrible. No, this is a void spirit body, a venerable court remarked solemnly. His gaze was sharp and authoritative. Void spirit body? Akeli furrowed her perfectly delicate eyebrows, captivating even in disapproval. Yes, the void spirit body is the best vessel for cultivation. Its cultivation speed exceeds normal human comprehension, yet its combat strength is minimal, the court explained. This body type is overly sensitive to spiritual energy. When the ambient spiritual energy exceeds a certain level, it absorbs endlessly until the body bursts. However, with controlled absorption, it can surpass even elite meridians. No matter how excellent, no meridian can compare to the void spirit body. Elder Wong, do you suggest using him as a cultivation vessel? The Kelly looked displeased. Yes, this individual, despite his talent, will use most of his strength suppressing the rapid absorption of spiritual energy. In combat, it would likely spiral out of control. The court maintained a serious expression. I do this not for personal gain. Green Cloud Sect's meridian quality is merely middling. With him, 2 individuals can benefit from a cultivation speed surpassing elite meridian simultaneously. Suppress? The court gently pointed, and the ambient spiritual energy around Dion vanished. Now completely powerless, Dion lay on the floor, unable to move. He felt the lingering spiritual energy swelling within his body, almost to the point of explosion. Yet mentally, he remained lucid, finding the process painless, even somewhat pleasant. Elder He, please take the other disciples out. We need to discuss Dion's situation before handling theirs. The Seymour in the center spoke slowly, his brows furrowed in concentration. As you command, sect leader. Adon bowed and led Edna and the others out of the hall. Chapter 9. The path forward for Dion. Tanya, Percy, Ignatius, share your thoughts, the Seymour said slowly after seeing Adon leave. The Kelly glanced at the central figure and said calmly, I believe it's important to consider Dion's own opinion. If we proceed according to Elder Wang's plan, it might tarnish Qingyun's sect's reputation, which wouldn't be appropriate. The court shook his head slowly and said, while I appreciate Lady Tanya's viewpoint, I believe it needs more consideration. Since Dion has joined Qingyun's sect, he is our disciple and should contribute to the sect. In return, the sect can fulfill all of his wishes within reasonable limits, setting an example for other disciples. Another Seymour remained silent, deep in thought. Eventually he spoke up, I agree with Tanya. If we don't consult Dion, word could spread, damaging Qingyun's sect's reputation. Although we are the strongest in Dongyu, doing this would disappoint many of our disciples. The court looked at Dion and then at the sect leader. You should understand that if this matter is settled, we 4 will benefit the most. With him, we might all advance to the Chevianing stage. At that point, who would dare defy us? If things go even further, with 4 Tobiasing experts, Qingyun's sect might secure a place in Zhongzhou. If we proceed like this, handling those 4 disciples will be difficult, the sect leader murmured. Moreover, cultivation isn't determined by just a perfect spirit vein. The 3 secluded grand elders won't wake up for such matters, and Westleister Tobiasingwa certainly won't force Dion into this. The court fell silent, realizing he had been too hasty. I've been too impulsive, he admitted, looking at Dion and saying slowly, scatter. Dion soon felt a sense of relief as the spiritual energy inside him seemed to vanish instantly. Dion, are you willing to contribute to the sect and become our cauldron? You can stay at Qingyun's sect and all other requests will be fulfilled, the court said with a gentle smile, turning to Dion. The others were somewhat tempted, but knew that the sect's honor couldn't be compromised for their personal desires. Dion observed everyone's expressions, fully aware of his situation. He wasn't sure about the others' intentions, but the court would definitely make him fake his death. Junior has heard the court's words. Allowing me to choose my path moves me deeply, Dion responded. However, I am not content with mediocrity. Of course, if circumstances are as Elder Wang stated, I would give up and willingly become Qingyun's sect's cauldron. So, please grant me this opportunity, Dion earnestly requested. The court glanced at the others before directly addressing Dion. Qingyun's sect is honorable and won't resort to underhanded tactics. Since the sect leader has decided to respect your opinion, speak your mind. If I can become a core disciple in the next grand competition 5 years from now, I ask the seniors to forget my constitution. If I fail, I'll voluntarily become a cauldron without any conditions. Dion looked intently at the court, knowing the others prioritize the sect's reputation while this court might be less predictable. Dion, do you know that the Qingyun sect competitions aren't limited to your generation? Some cultivators even suppress their progression to compete for core disciple positions, the Kelly explained slowly. In Qingyun sect's history, fewer than 10 people have achieved this. Are you sure? If I cannot be above others, I'd rather not cultivate at all. Dion's expression was calm, yet resolute, a sentiment clearly felt by the 4 present. The court shook his head and handed Dion a jade slip. This contains the suppressed spirit technique, only accessible to enforcement courts. It controls the concentration of spirit energy around you, and can save your life if there's a spirit surge. Confidence is good. If you succeed, I won't bring this up again. Thank you, esteemed courts. Dion bowed, understanding he was safe for at least 5 years. The sect leader didn't add much, waving his hand to summon a spell. Soon, Adon brought in the other 4. Adon glanced at the sect leader and then at Dion, understanding the situation. The one seated in the center is sect leader xuanhuan. To the left is Elder Tanya overseeing cultivation, to the right is Enforcement Hall Elder Percy, and behind is Alchemy Valley Elder Tobias Ignatius, Adon introduced. Meet sect leader and elders. Dion and the 4 others bowed. Please rise, xuanhuan said kindly. From today onward, you are inner sect disciples. Strength determines success in the cultivation world. Talent alone doesn't ensure greatness. Perseverance is also crucial. Elders, would any of you like to take them as named disciples? Tanya stepped forward first, pointing at Edna. Come here, child. Let me see your talent. Edna was apprehensive, but walked forward slowly. Dion kept a close watch on her, sensing something odd. An indication that her cultivation was sealed, implying she had already entered the cultivation world with another purpose. Edna extended her right hand, and Tanya gently grasped it. Instantly, Dion felt a strange energy surge into Edna's body. Though invisible to his eyes, it felt different from spiritual energy yet somehow recognizable to him. The energy swept through Edna's dantian but didn't linger, passing over just as it did elsewhere. Edna's expression remained apprehensive, but her inner thoughts were known only to herself. Indeed, a pure earth spirit root, without a trace of mixed spirit roots, Tanya sighed admiringly. Would you be my named disciple? With respect, Westleister, Edna's apprehension vanished as she knelt down. I remember there was a heaven spirit root disciple among you. Who is it? Asked Percy, looking at Adon. Nola, step forward, Adon instructed. Nola appeared very scared, each step seeming hesitant. Percy shook his head, disappointment evident. Never mind. Nola stopped, her expression forlorn, eyes welling up. Dion watched Nola, then approached, placing his hand on her shoulder. He understood the significance of a heaven spirit root and why everyone seemed sorrowful. Nola froze, looking back, then bit her lip and took a few steps backward. Do any of you wish to learn alchemy? Tobias Ignatius asked, but no one responded. In that case, this time it's unnecessary, Tobias Ignatius said unperturbed, seemingly expecting this outcome. Very well, thank you, Elder He. Please take them downstairs. Shangguan Qing maintained his kind smile. Usually, not even one named disciple would be accepted, but this year was slightly better. Yes, sect leader. Adon led Dion and the others out of the hall. Chapter 10. Cultivation Techniques. The town of Dion was as peaceful as before, but Edna seemed incredibly excited, forming a stark contrast with Harmony, who appeared dejected. This is the steward hall. Monthly provisions, tasks, and other matters are handled here, Adon explained. I'll wait for you here. We'll head to the scripture repository to select cultivation techniques afterward. Dion's condition had significantly improved compared to before. His body was now completely isolated from the surrounding spiritual energy, ensuring no similar incidents would occur. Here are your Tobias tokens. Senior brothers and sisters, each of you should drop a drop of blood on it. Once the token shatters, it signifies your death, explained a fat man named Tobias Fuguwe. He was short and round like a ball, but spoke respectfully. And this is a storage pouch. Tobias Fuguwe handed each of the 5 individuals a dark yellow bag. Inside is ample space to store miscellaneous items or important things. However, you need to input spiritual energy to open it. Once the senior brothers and sisters have gone to the scripture repository and cultivated their first thread of spiritual energy, you can open these. Next, we'll visit your grotto residences. At the mention of grottos, Tobias Fuguwe's eyes filled with admiration. We outer sect disciples don't have the right to live in grottos. But I've heard from other seniors that the spiritual energy inside grottos is very abundant, connected directly to the Qingyun sect spirit veins. Outer sect disciples can only cultivate in public areas, where the concentration of spiritual energy is far less than within the grottos, Tobias Fuguwe said as they walked. In front of us is the sand table for selecting grottos. The white points are unoccupied, red ones occupied. And remember, the brighter the white light, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy. Dion was the first to step forward. Instead of choosing one with bright light, he selected a secluded spot. The chosen grotto was remote, with no neighboring grottos, and its white light was somewhat dim. Senior brother, no? Tobias Fuguwe rushed over when he saw Dion's choice. This grotto has been uninhabited for 15 years. Not only does it have low spiritual energy, but also, 15 years ago, senior brother Russell died here after cultivating and losing control of his mind. It's an ill-fated place. Please reconsider, senior brother. Dion paused, smiling kindly at Tobias Fuguwe. Thank you, but I prefer solitude. The concentration of spiritual energy doesn't make much difference to me. Seeing Dion's resolve, Tobias Fuguwe could do nothing but shake his head lightly and hand him a waist medallion. This medallion is for inner sect disciples of Qingyun sect. Qingyun sect is covered by a vast formation array. With this medallion, you can move freely within the sect, though there are many restricted areas where ordinary disciples cannot enter. So the medallion also has many restrictions. Also, the formation arrays of your respective grottos are controlled by this medallion. Don't lose it, Tobias Fuguwe said earnestly. After confirming the grotto residences, Tobias Fuguwe escorted the 5 out. The other 4 chose grottos with higher concentrations of spiritual energy. Adon explained the status of each individual's spiritual root in detail during the journey to the scripture repository, and soon they met the court there. Elder Oren, these are the 5 new inner sect disciples. I entrust them to your care. I'll be leaving now. Adon turned to Dion and the others. After selecting your techniques, return to your grottos. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Elder He. The 5 bowed. Adon then vanished from view. Tell me which attributes technique you plan to cultivate. I'll recommend 3 options. This is the first time inner sect disciples can choose any technique from Qingyun sect, but afterward, you'll need contribution points to exchange, said Elder Oren, a courtly man exuding a scholarly aura. Also, the first floor of this scripture repository is free. It houses writings left by predecessors, detailing peculiar tales of the cultivation world. Wesleyany newcomers get lost in these stories, and it's not bad to know more. Dion looked at the others and stepped forward. I want water attribute techniques. Dion had dual Yin water attributes, but he understood his physical condition. Most of his Yin attribute came from the mark between his brows, and according to Adon, his Yin attribute was mutated, making general techniques less suitable. The top 3 water techniques are Frost Condensation Art, Ice Yang Art, and 5 Elements Water Separation Art, Elder Oren slowly said. Frost Condensation Art can transform water into ice and vice versa. It's a high-grade technique. Ice Yang Art and 5 Elements Water Separation Art are both mid-grade. Ice Yang Art is fierce, using ice as its primary attack, while 5 Elements Water Separation Art focuses on endurance, often employing spells against enemies as direct applications of the techniques have lesser power. I choose Frost Condensation Art, Dion nodded. Here you go. Elder Oren handed Dion a jade slip and a manual. This manual explains how to form spirit awareness. With spirit awareness, you can press the jade slip to your brow to learn its content and start cultivating. Next, Elder Oren looked at the remaining 4. I'm Earth Attribute, Gary smiled warmly. After the 5 chose their techniques, they hurried back to their grottos, eager to begin cultivating. Dion was no exception, but unlike the others, he had to first cultivate the spirit suppressing technique given by Percy to avoid complications. Spirit awareness, Dion opened the manual. Both Frost Condensation Art and the spirit suppressing technique required spirit awareness to read. Silly Annual's instructions were simple. Silently recite the method and meditate with closed eyes. Dion followed the steps, quickly sensing some clarity in his mind, but it vanished instantly. It's the black mark on my brow. It absorbed the spirit awareness formed in my mind. Dion quickly identified the issue. Damn it, there's no solution. I must continue. He clenched his teeth and resumed meditating. 3 days passed swiftly. Dion continuously meditated, forgetting to eat or sleep. Every time he formed a hint of spirit awareness, it was absorbed by the black mark. Damn it, Dion gritted his teeth. He couldn't leave his grotto or seek help. Forming spirit awareness wasn't difficult. If others found out he couldn't form it, Percy would likely take him as a furnace cauldron. Enduring hunger and fatigue, Dion meditated again. Noticing this time the absorption speed slowed slightly. There's hope. Dion saw a glimmer of light. His worn-out face showed signs of excitement. By evening, the black mark finally stopped absorbing Dion's spirit awareness. Although the process was slow, it eventually formed. His stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. While cultivation allowed him to abstain from food, he craved a proper meal now. Chapter 11. An unexpected encounter and combat. Xavion left his cave dwelling and slowly walked out of Qingyun's sect. Unlike the mortal world, Qingyun's sect had no guards. It relied entirely on protective formations for security. Along the way, Xavion encountered no one. Descending from Qingyun Peak, the overwhelming sense of spiritual energy vanished instantly, and Xavion felt as if he had returned to the time before joining the sect. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. Phew, finally had my fill. Xavion ran into a nearby forest not far from Qingyun's sect. After consuming an entire ferocious tiger, he patted his stomach. The tiger must have thought it would feast on a human, only to end up becoming the meal itself. After eating, Xavion prepared to return to his cave, but after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped and hid behind a tree. Why did you stop running? A man's voice reached Xavion's ears, and he didn't move, even holding his breath. Humph, senior brother Wesley. Do you really think you can take me down so easily? Kelly's voice came next, trembling slightly, suggesting she was injured. Ha ha, junior sister Tobiasu. If you go to the sect courts, do you think the disciplinary hall will believe the evidence I have against you for killing junior brother Tobias, or your excuses? Killian laughed arrogantly. So, junior sister Tobiasu, don't struggle. Just submit to me. Senior brother, I consider myself rather attractive. Why did you still use such cruel methods? The Kelly sounded resentful. I was willing to be your Dao companion. Why won't you let me go? Dao companion? Do you think I would trust you? Killian sneered. Well, to survive, I have no choice. The Kelly sighed, seemingly giving in. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, clearly indicating that she attacked despite her words. Imph, I knew you were up to no good. Do you think you can outsmart me? Killian scoffed, his voice filled with disdain. The sounds of battle grew louder. Xavion closed his eyes, listening intently, his nerves taut. He understood that if he were discovered, there would be no chance of survival. However, he also knew that in close proximity and during an ambush, he stood a fair chance because even someone like Adon was hit by Jonathan. These two individuals were significantly weaker than Adon, while he himself wasn't much inferior to Jonathan. As the combat sounds ceased, Xavion relaxed slightly. These two were clearly disciples of Qingyun's sect, and he was in the opposite direction from their conflict. You're too young to match me, the man's voice came again as he cleaned up any traces. Not good, Xavion thought to himself, sensing the man moving toward him. For some reason, the man didn't seem to be hiding his presence, as if he should naturally head this way. Let's give it everything. Xavion opened his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Killian approached Xavion without noticing him, even though Xavion could see the pores on his face. Without hesitation, Xavion swung a punch directly at the man's head. Shocked, the man realized it was too late for any countermeasures. He's gathering spiritual energy in his jaw, just like Adon, Xavion thought, feeling uneasy. He wasn't sure if this blow would kill the man. A severe injury would be preferable, as a minor one might cost him his life. Xavion couldn't risk it. With his full body weight behind the punch, it seemed as if his entire body moved with it. Boom. Killian flew backward from the impact, and Xavion stumbled forward, losing his balance from the force of the punch. He's still alive. Xavion took advantage of his momentum to rush closer. He sensed the man's vital signs hadn't completely faded, but knew the man was in agony. Killian's face was unrecognizable, with his skull caved in, yet his eyes burned with hatred. Damn, I was outsmarted by a mere mortal, the man thought. He understood the terrifying power of that punch. If it were a regular chi condensation stage practitioner, they would likely lose consciousness or even die, but he wouldn't. Bearing immense pain, the man rallied all his remaining spiritual energy. Xavion's relentless attack left him no chance to reach his storage bag. He knew if he could endure another assault, Xavion would run out of strength, giving him the upper hand. Bang! This time, Xavion's fist barely grazed the man. Killian's eyes filled with ridicule as he reached for his storage bag. All he needed was a single artifact to crush this ant. But the moment his hand touched the bag, his gaze lost focus, signaling death. Pant, pant. Xavion panted heavily, falling backward, staring at the dark sky, and gradually smiling. Realizing the situation wasn't as favorable as he hoped, he retrieved a steel nail from his pocket as he lost balance. The nail, hidden since childhood, was intended for unexpected opportunities. Although his punch missed the man, the nail pierced through his defenses, entering between his brows. After a while, Xavion stood up, took the man's storage bag, stripped both bodies, and thoroughly searched them but found nothing significant. He then dug a pit, buried the bodies in clothes, and set them on fire. By nightfall, the flames died down, leaving only ashes. Xavion covered the pit, erased all traces, and quietly returned to his cave. Exhausted from the events, he fell into a deep sleep upon arriving. Hours later, Xavion awoke, sighing, lost in thought. The same dream again, but that palm seemed unusual. Xavion tried recalling the dream, but his head ached more the more he thought about it, and the image of the underground dale became blurred. What was I thinking about? His eyes glazed over. It was a dream. What did I dream about? His expression grew serious. He remembered what he was thinking about, but couldn't recall the details. Before joining Qingyun sect, I lacked spirit awareness. I definitely pondered this dream back then, but now it fades as soon as I start thinking. I have no other strange things inside me, only that black mark. There must be a connection between it and the dream. Xavion examined the black mark on his forehead using his spirit awareness. ####Chapter 12, Harmony's Visit. This is such a strange thing, Ahil exclaimed. It looks like some form of writing, but it's much more complex, and no matter how many times I look at it, I can't remember it. Ahil shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but suddenly, his expression became extremely excited. Spirit sense has increased so much, Ahil realized. He knew that each time he chanted the mantra while meditating, his spirit sense would only increase slightly, but when he used his spirit sense to observe the black mark, it increased tenfold, even more. Without hesitation, Ahil continued observing the black mark. He understood the importance of spirit sense. Although it couldn't be projected outward and could only perceive things within the body or in contact with it, spirit sense was crucial for forming divine sense. The larger the spirit sense, the more substantial the divine sense would be after foundation establishment. For some reason, Ahil fell into a fit of excitement, continuously observing the black mark. The more exhausted his mind became, the greater his excitement grew. This time, it lasted even longer, 7 whole days before Ahil realized he was hungry again. His eye sockets were sunken, with heavy dark circles, yet his smile was eerie and unsettling. Ahil washed his face, becoming a bit more alert. His spirit sense had reached its limit and could no longer grow. According to the booklet, his spirit sense was now over 100 times stronger than an average person's. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the environment around him, something only possible with divine sense. Ahil left his cave dwelling and found a Kirk standing at the entrance. Harmony? Ahil was puzzled. If you came here, you could have just called out to me. Oh. Harmony clearly wasn't prepared. She had stood in front of Ahil's cave for quite some time but couldn't muster the courage to knock. Ahil shook his head and walked over, patting Harmony on the shoulder. Once you've made up your mind, don't hesitate. What's on your mind? Harmony's eyes instantly reddened, and she nodded vigorously. I want to ask Big Brother Ahil to train me. Her voice was small and broken. Train you? Ahil was surprised. Training you isn't impossible, but you need to trust me first. Harmony looked at Ahil expectantly and then shyly said, I trust Big Brother Ahil. Then change into feminine clothing first, Ahil said seriously as he looked at her. Harmony's eyes widened in disbelief, but quickly seemed to come to a realization. She trembled and said, Okay, then Big Brother Ahil, can I borrow your cave for a moment? Go ahead, Ahil sighed, almost helplessly. Only because it's me you trust. Any other guy would take advantage of you. Ahil took out a token and opened his cave. It's Big Brother Ahil who told me to trust him. Harmony's voice suddenly lightened, as if a weight had been lifted. Ahil shook his head, turned away, and waited slowly. He had already sensed it. In just 10 days, Harmony had advanced to the condensation chi stage. Such speed was almost embarrassing. Soon, Harmony emerged from Ahil's cave, wearing the standard white long robe of Qingyun sect. Though simple, she wore it with surprising grace, not losing anything to Edna's beauty. Her eyebrows carried a hint of innocence, causing one's heart to flutter, though her hair was still short like Ahil's, which marred the masterpiece slightly. You look very pretty this way. Ahil examined Harmony closely and praised her, though there was no trace of lust in his eyes. Big Brother Ahil? Harmony blushed intensely, looking even shyer than before. All right, let's go. You're here for training. Ahil shook his head and walked ahead. Harmony paused momentarily. Suddenly, she understood why Edna always looked so resentful. Did this man not understand what complete trust from a Kelly meant? Harmony gritted her teeth and slowly followed. When she had first arrived, she felt incredibly helpless, almost breaking down. But every time, Ahil comforted her perfectly. She didn't know how she felt about it, but she knew she had truly trusted Ahil, which was why she came today. Initially, she thought Ahil treated her like a man, but now she realized he must have known from the start. Ahil led Harmony out of Qingyun sect during daylight. They encountered several disciples along the way, most of whom were stunned by Harmony as she passed by. They reached the same small forest as before. It was large but sparsely populated. The common folk from the nearby town dared not venture here, and Qingyun sect disciples found it unappealing. Do you see that black bear up ahead? Imagine it's Gary and punch it. Ahil guided them quickly to find a black bear. Harmony saw the bear and immediately paled. It was bigger than Gary, and she dared not face it. Harmony shook her head vigorously but was pushed forward by Ahil. The bear roared at the sight of humans. Harmony's face turned even whiter as she slowly pulled a sword from her storage bag. The bear rushed at her, and upon seeing its teeth, she fainted, turning everything black. Without hesitation, Ahil leaped forward, knocking the bear back 3 steps with a single punch. Roaring angrily, the bear pounced at Ahil, who dodged deftly like a butterfly. He kicked the bear's back and snatched the sword from Harmony's hand, impaling the bear's head. With a thud, the bear collapsed, dust rising around them. Ahil removed the sword and gently placed Harmony on flat ground before happily roasting the bear meat. Compared to a tiger, the black bear was much larger. Ahil finished half and was full, while Harmony gradually woke up, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't worry, take it slowly. Ahil approached and handed Harmony a piece of roasted meat. Harmony remained silent, accepting the meat and taking a bite. Tell me your story. Ahil looked at Harmony. Compared to Edna, he naturally felt more affection for Harmony, as the latter seemed purely innocent. Tears began streaming down Harmony's face as she looked at Ahil, her eyes full of grievance. Go ahead. Ahil patted her head gently, smiling warmly. Seeing Ahil smile, Harmony froze before hugging him tightly and crying loudly. Ahil was awkward, unsure where to place his hands. Instinctively, he wanted to push her away but reconsidered, sympathizing with the Nadine's plight. ###Chapter 13. Harmony's story. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened. Harmony seemed to have cried herself out and finally released Xavion. After a brief silence, Harmony began to tell her story. Harmony came from a very ordinary family. Her Silas was a hunter, and her mother did small jobs around the village, earning some money to supplement their income. Such a family would not usually experience any significant events, but as Harmony grew older, her beauty became more striking. Her parents soon realized this was a problem and confined Harmony inside the house for her safety. Harmony understood their intentions, knowing that her parents still loved her. Only her parents knew the extent of her beauty. For 3 years, she lived peacefully within the courtyard, often reading books. Tobias was quiet, without major incidents. However, one day, the magistrate's son came to the village and started bullying the villagers. Coincidentally, on that same day, Harmony's Silas had hunted a white tiger. Cole immediately wanted it for himself without paying. Harmony's Silas offered a very low price, but the magistrate's son insisted on having it for free. Naturally, Harmony's Silas refused, infuriating the Kirk, who then ordered his followers to insult and beat him. Harmony watched from inside, unable to bear it any longer. She rushed out and protected her Silas. The moment he saw Harmony, the magistrate's son was stunned. He changed his attitude instantly, not only abandoning the tiger but also offering 10 taels of silver as dowry, claiming he would return in 3 days to marry Harmony and threatening to imprison her parents if they refused. Harmony's Silas could not let his daughter suffer such a fate. They fled overnight, but the magistrate's son anticipated this move. Not long after they left, they were caught. Despite being skilled, Harmony's Silas could not defeat the dozen men accompanying the magistrate's son. The trio escaped into the forest where Harmony's Silas used his expertise to lose their pursuers temporarily, but he knew they couldn't escape with both women. One night, Harmony's Silas quietly left, instructing her and her mother to leave in 3 days while he tried to break through the encirclement alone. 3 days later, Harmony and her mother left the cave, but were soon intercepted by the magistrate's son and his men. Harmony's Silas was captured, barely clinging to life. Cole threatened Harmony using her Silas, but he used his last bit of strength to commit suicide. Seeing this, her mother screamed in agony, clutching Harmony as they both jumped off a cliff. When Harmony woke up, only her mother's body remained. Her mother had shielded her one last time with her body. Harmony buried her mother and, cutting off all her hair, dressed as a boy and left the forest. She swore to kill those who had wronged her parents but had no idea where to start. On the way, she heard someone talking about the Qingyun sect and decided to seek them out. After telling her story, Xavion noticed Harmony felt slightly relieved. We've both been through similar trials. Xavion looked towards the east, sighing softly. My home is east of Mount Daqing. My mother died when I was young due to illness, and my Silas was later captured by bandits. He refused to heal them and was killed. But we must live on. Your parents sacrificed themselves for you, so you must live on for them too. As for revenge, when you have the strength, never let these scoundrels go. Xavion patted Harmony's shoulder. Come, attack me again. Harmony looked at Xavion, her eyes more determined than ever. She gripped her sword and lunged at him. This won't work, there's no power behind it, like a needlework. Xavion easily deflected the sword with a palm strike. You're already at the chi condensation stage. Show me your true strength. Harmony gritted her teeth, discarded the sword, and formed a hand seal. Soon, the sword floated up and darted towards Xavion's head. Surprised, Xavion quickly dodged, turning his head just in time. The sword then aimed for his back, but he avoided it again by rolling sideways. The sword pierced the ground, and before Harmony could control it further, Xavion swept her off her feet with a leg sweep and pinned her hands down. Tears welled up in Harmony's eyes, causing Xavion to panic. Don't cry. Did I hurt you? Xavion quickly lifted Harmony, his expression anxious. No, it's not your fault, brother guy. Harmony wiped away her tears, shaking her head vigorously. I just feel useless. I'm already at the chi condensation stage, yet I can do nothing. Xavion felt helpless. Don't be disheartened. You did well. If it were the black bear, you would have one. But brother guy hasn't even reached the chi condensation stage. Harmony smiled suddenly, despite herself. I'm already at the mid-chi condensation stage and can even wield a flying sword, but I still can't defeat you. What? You've reached the mid-chi condensation stage? Xavion was taken aback, realizing Harmony's spiritual energy reserves were far more advanced than Edna's, indicating she might have surpassed the late chi condensation stage before meeting him. Yes, but I finished all the chi condensation pills, Harmony confessed shyly. And flying sword techniques can only be learned at the mid-chi condensation stage. Elder he said it usually takes a month for inner sect disciples to reach the chi condensation stage, and at least half a year to reach the mid-stage. Xavion pondered aloud, trying to understand. I have a celestial spiritual root, right? Harmony asked curiously. Elder he mentioned that such roots are rare and facilitate rapid cultivation. I followed the practice methods carefully, but when Deacon Tobias Fugue said that medicinal pills need time to be absorbed, I didn't feel it. Every time I took a pill, it seemed to work instantly, so I exchanged all my spirit stones for chi condensation pills and consumed them all. Harmony looked innocent, leaving Xavion speechless. He had worked tirelessly for 10 days to cultivate his spiritual sense, but Harmony had silently reached the mid-chi condensation stage. You shouldn't over-rely on pills. It's important to build a solid foundation and try to minimize pill consumption, Xavion advised. Start improving your control over spiritual energy and meditate daily to enhance your spiritual sense. Also, how many spirit vortices have you formed? 9, but I always feel there's still potential, unlike what the manuals say, Harmony reflected. I read in some records that although a maximum of 9 vortices can form, they have different levels: initial vortices, physicalized vortices, golden vortices, and innate vortices. According to legends, the highest level, innate vortices, forms when the body's spiritual energy reaches its peak, creating vortices spontaneously without relying on cultivation techniques. So, I think you should refine your vortices, at least to the physicalized level, Xavion suggested. Understood. I'll work hard, Harmony nodded firmly. If you want combat training, come to me, but I hope each time you come, you're stronger than before. Xavion smiled warmly. It's getting late. Return to the sect and continue your cultivation. Note. Chapter 13. Harmony's story. Much time had passed, and the sky was gradually darkening. Harmony seemed to have cried herself out and finally let go of Xavion. After a brief silence, Harmony began to recount her story. Harmony came from an ordinary family. Her Silas was a hunter, and her mother did odd jobs in the village to earn extra money to support the household. Normally, such a family wouldn't encounter any major incidents, but as Harmony grew older, she became increasingly beautiful. Her parents soon realized the danger and decided to confine Harmony to their home. Despite this, Harmony understood her parents' actions, knowing they did it out of love for her. Only her parents knew the extent of her beauty. She spent 3 years in the courtyard, enjoying quiet days filled with reading books. Tobias was peaceful until one day when the county magistrate's son came to their village, causing trouble. Coincidentally, that day Harmony's Silas had hunted a white tiger. The magistrate's son immediately took a liking to it and demanded it as his own. Harmony's Silas offered it at a very low price, but the Kirk insisted on taking it for free. Naturally, Harmony's Silas refused. Accustomed to bullying others, the magistrate's son not only verbally abused him but also ordered his men to beat up Harmony's Silas. Harmony watched from inside the house, unable to bear the sight, and rushed out to protect her Silas. The moment the magistrate's son saw Harmony, he froze, quickly changing his demeanor. He abandoned the tiger and instead offered 10 taels of silver as a dowry, proposing to marry Harmony in 3 days. He also threatened that if Harmony refused, he would imprison her parents. Unwilling to see his daughter fall into such a fate, Harmony's Silas fled with his wife and daughter that night. However, the magistrate's son anticipated their escape and quickly caught up with them. Though Harmony's Silas was skilled, outnumbered by over a dozen men, they were no match. To avoid capture, they fled into the forest. Using his experience, Harmony's Silas managed to lose the pursuers temporarily, but escaping with 2 additional people was nearly impossible. One night, Harmony's Silas secretly left, instructing his wife and daughter to leave the area in 3 days, while he tried to break through the encirclement alone. 3 days later, as instructed, Harmony and her mother left their hiding place, only to be ambushed by the magistrate's son and his men. Her Silas was captured, barely alive. Cole used him to threaten Harmony. In defiance, Harmony's Silas killed himself with his last bit of strength, and her mother, devastated by the scene, clung to Harmony and jumped off a cliff. When Harmony woke up, only her mother's body remained. Her mother's body had shielded Harmony in her final moments. Harmony buried her mother, cut her long hair, donned men's clothing, and vowed to kill those who wronged her parents. Eventually, she heard about the Qingyun sect and decided to seek refuge there. After finishing her story, Xavion noticed Harmony seemed a little lighter-hearted. We've both suffered. Xavion looked towards the east, sighing softly. My hometown is east of Mount Daqing. My mother died of illness when I was young, and my Silas was captured by bandits and refused to treat their ailments, leading to his death. But never mind that, we must live on. Your parents sacrificed themselves for you, so you must live on for both of you. As for revenge, once you gain the power, don't hesitate to strike back at scum like them. Xavion patted Harmony on the shoulder. Come, attack me now. Harmony looked at Xavion, her resolve stronger. She gripped her sword and lunged at him. That won't do. It lacks power, like a sewing needle. Xavion easily deflected the blade. You're already at the chi condensation stage. Show me your full potential. Harmony clenched her teeth, discarded her sword, and formed a hand seal. The sword slowly floated upward, then shot toward Xavion's head with a whoosh. Surprised but still able to react in time, Xavion dodged and moved toward Harmony, but suddenly, the sword redirected itself towards his back. Normally, Xavion would have charged at Harmony recklessly, knowing a single sword strike wouldn't kill him but would likely kill her upon close combat. However, he couldn't do that now. Xavion rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the sword which embedded itself into the ground. Harmony tried to control it again, but Xavion kicked her legs from under her, pinning her down. Tears welled up in Harmony's eyes, causing Xavion to panic. Don't cry. Did I hurt you? Xavion quickly helped her up, visibly distressed. No, it's not that, Xavion brother. Harmony wiped away her tears, shaking her head vigorously. I just feel useless. Even though I'm at the chi condensation stage, I'm still weak. Xavion didn't know what to say. Don't get discouraged. You did well earlier. If it were a black bear, it would be dead by now. But Xavion brother isn't even at the chi condensation stage yet. Harmony laughed suddenly, seeing Xavion's reaction. I'm already at the mid-chi condensation stage and can use sword control technique, yet I still can't defeat you. Wait, you're at the mid-chi condensation stage? Xavion was stunned. He thought Harmony was only just entering the chi condensation stage. Realizing her internal chi energy surpassed Edna's initial state, meaning Edna might have already reached the late chi condensation stage before arriving. Yes, but I used all the chi condensation pills, Harmony said sheepishly. And the sword control technique is a skill learned only at the mid-chi condensation stage. I remember Elder he saying it usually takes inner disciples a month to reach the chi condensation stage, and 6 months to reach mid-chi condensation. Xavion wondered how Harmony achieved this. Aren't I a heavenly spirit root? Harmony asked, puzzled. Elder he mentioned that heavenly spirit roots are extremely rare and advance quickly. I practiced according to the cultivation techniques, but I remember disciple Tobias Fuigi saying that the absorption of elixirs needs time. Yet when I consumed them, I felt the effects immediately and exchanged all my spirit stones for chi condensation pills. Harmony's innocent look made Xavion helpless. He had worked tirelessly for 10 days to strengthen his spiritual senses, but Harmony had quietly advanced to mid-chi condensation. From now on, don't rush. Foundation building is crucial. Try to minimize using pills. Xavion shook his head. Focus on controlling your chi energy and meditate daily to enhance your spiritual senses. By the way, how many spirit spirals have you formed? 9, but it doesn't feel like the manual describes. Later, I read some classics that mention spirit spirals have different levels: basic, formed, golden, and innate. Innate spirals, the highest level, form naturally when the body's chi energy becomes exceedingly dense without relying on cultivation techniques. In that case, you should aim for at least a formed spiral, Xavion advised. Okay, I'll work hard, Harmony nodded earnestly. For practical training, come find me, but I hope you improve each time. Xavion smiled kindly. It's late today. Go back to the sect and continue your practice. The translation aims to preserve the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been kept consistent with the original text. Harmony nodded and followed behind Xavion. Both seemed to be preoccupied with their own thoughts and remained quiet along the way. When they parted, they merely bid each other farewell. Xavion returned to his cave and immediately began cultivating. He didn't want to fall too far behind others. Though he was confident that no matter how many times they practiced, he could still defeat Harmony. If he stopped progressing, there would inevitably come a day when he would be surpassed. Xavion picked up the jade slip containing the suppressing spirit technique and started to study it. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. It preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks of the original text. ####Chapter 14. 3 years later. Spring comes and autumn goes. 3 years swiftly passed as if predetermined by fate. Apart from Xavion, the other 4 all made significant names for themselves among the inner sect disciples. Only Xavion focused on cultivation or went on missions with Harmony, even avoiding interactions with the other 3. Big brother, Harmony had grown up, her timidity completely gone, replaced by an air of confidence. Dressed in a long green gown, she seemed like a celestial maiden. Her hair had slowly grown to reach her shoulders, causing any who saw her to feel their hearts flutter. With her innate talent, she had rapidly advanced to the late condensation chi stage, only a single step away from perfection. Rosalind, Xavion emerged from his cave residence, his once dark skin gradually lightening with prolonged cultivation, and the baleful features fading from his face. He now resembled a friendly older brother, evoking an irresistible sense of closeness. Unlike the others, Xavion was barely at the early condensation chi stage, but only Harmony knew how terrifying his combat prowess was, leaving her with no chance of victory. I've accepted an investigation mission that allows a maximum of 3 people. Would you like to join me, big brother? Whenever she saw Xavion, Harmony would revert to being the shy young Nadine she once was, though she remained cold towards others. Yeah, it's time for you to take your revenge, said Xavion. Over the past 3 years, he had been training Harmony intensively. He hadn't cultivated any new spells because he lacked the surplus chi to support them. Instead, he almost mastered the spirit-suppressing book and frost-gathering technique, while constantly honing his martial arts skills and learning spells and obtaining elixirs from Wesley Disciple. Regardless of how much Harmony progressed, he could steadily suppress her. Harmony's face lit up with happiness. Over these 3 years, Xavion's meticulous care made her trust him completely, and her heart had room only for him. However, Harmony sensed that Xavion had some reservations. She didn't ask for anything more. She just wanted to be by his side, waiting until he decided when to marry her. The two took on the mission and left the Azure Cloud sect. Along the way, many disciples who saw them kept their distance, knowing well that Harmony was not to be trifled with. Worse still, insulting Harmony wasn't a big deal. She'd simply turn cold. But anyone who dared speak ill of Xavion would find Harmony challenging them to a duel, even resulting in one inner sect disciple losing his life during such a duel. You mustn't say anything bad about Big Brother. To fight him, you must defeat me first. This was what Harmony declared after winning her first duel. The second time, she didn't say anything, only plunging her sword into the heart of the offending inner sect disciple, all because he had insulted Xavion as hiding behind a Kelly. Harmony. A stunningly beautiful Kelly watched as the two left the mountain gate. Beside her stood another Kelly, whose expression hinted at playfulness. She spoke softly, "Sister, Prince Guy seems to have chosen Harmony." That Kelly was none other than Elena, who had joined the Azure Cloud sect with Xavion. The breathtaking beauty beside her was Edna. Xavion? Edna frowned slightly. You heard the sect leader's words then and later got information from Wang Xinji. Xavion must win the grand competition within 2 years and become a core disciple. Otherwise, he will become the Azure Cloud sect's furnace cauldron. Among us 5, probably only Harmony stands a slight chance this time. But I think Harmony's current strength is undoubtedly due to Xavion. Elena gazed towards the mountain gate and said somberly. When Sister gave up on Prince Guy, it allowed Harmony to seize the opportunity. Moreover, back then, Gary estimated that Xavion's punch had mid-condensation chi strength. Who knows how far he has come in these 3 hidden years? Body techniques? Edna suddenly laughed. Gary can withstand spirit swords purely through physical strength, yet he's only mid-condensation chi level. Elder Wang mentioned that Xavion's cultivation speed was the fastest, so fast that it needed suppression. But now, he is only at the early condensation chi stage, barely better than outer sect disciples. If my guess is correct, he might be trying to form golden spiritual spirals. Even 9 golden spirals, however, cannot offer much due to his constitution. Why do you sound like you're speaking to yourself? Elena giggled, covering her mouth. Clearly, Sister still cares deeply for Prince Guy. Brat! Edna blushed and began tickling Elena, who begged for mercy non-stop. Big brother, how many now? Harmony found a straw hat and put it on, concealing her appearance, but her aura still drew a few extra glances. 8. Xavion replied slowly. Golden spirals are far more challenging than expected, but their chi capacity matches those of late condensation chi levels. Do you have confidence for the grand competition in 2 years? Harmony naturally knew about Xavion's agreement. He had told her. Not really, Xavion shook his head. Elder Wang was right. I need to constantly suppress my chi to prevent it from running wild, making it almost impossible to use spells. I can only use the frost gathering technique 3 times, and rely on body techniques and spirit suppressing techniques. As long as the opponent casts spells faster than a breath, My chances of victory are only 20%. One breath casting time is exaggerated, Harmony responded slowly. I've specifically practiced against Big Brother, but even then, I can only achieve 1.5 breaths, unable to shorten it further. If you can't, someone else might. This world isn't that simple, Xavion patted Harmony's head. Forget about me. You're already celebrated among the disciples, with high hopes for becoming a core disciple. Harmony felt a bit disgruntled. Big Brother is teasing me again. Rosalind is not your match, and you keep saying these things. You and I are different. In these 2 years, your strength will noticeably increase, while I stay in place, Xavion sighed. You said that 2 years ago, but Rosalind is still not your match, Harmony looked aggrieved. That's because you're not trying hard enough. Once you reduce the casting time to under a breath, you'll likely surpass Rosalind, Xavion smiled gently. Don't make fun of me, Harmony made a playful face. Rosalind knows. When I almost won, you suddenly became faster than a flying sword, scaring me to death. That move can only be used a few times, and once others know, it's useless, Xavion continued explaining. Humph. Harmony turned her head away. Big Brother always lies to Rosalind. Rosalind knows, but in the future, Rosalind won't even have the strength to force you to use that move. That's not lying, just that Rosalind isn't putting in enough effort. Xavion shook his head. Big Brother, you're perfect except for being too low-key. Harmony clung to Xavion's arm. Those people can't even withstand one of your moves, yet they talk endlessly. Just teach them a lesson, and no one will dare say such things about you. Foolish Nadine, didn't you already solve it for me? Xavion affectionately patted Harmony's head. Not the same. They look at you wrong. Harmony seemed very upset. Alright, let's go, Xavion sighed. Wesley naging words was one thing. Now you want to manage glances? There are so many people in the world. You can't beat them all. If they dare say anything bad about Big Brother, Rosalind will beat them up until they don't dare say it again. Harmony clenched her small fists and waved them fiercely. Chapter 15. Choice. It took a full 10 days for Xavion and Harmony to reach the place where Harmony had fled 3 years ago. Harmony once again paid her respects to her mother's grave and searched with Xavion for her Silas's remains, but they never found them. Alright, let's go kill him. Xavion's eyes sharpened. He was not a good person, and in his past life, he had done similar things, but he would absolutely not allow anyone to treat his friends like this, even if it were the Emperor himself. Harmony nodded solemnly and then headed towards her old home. 3 years had passed, yet nothing had changed in the village. The house she once lived in was now occupied by another family. Harmony didn't enter. Instead, she walked toward the county town, her steps growing heavier. Soon, Harmony arrived at the county town. Having never been there before, she had no particular impression of it, but the magistrate's residence wasn't hard to find. It was the only one with an official mansion. Harmony found the man who had caused the deaths of her parents as she wished. That man had become the county magistrate, and he seemed to have lost the arrogance he once possessed. Instead, he lived in love with his wife, and even Xavion could see that the man deeply loved his wife. Harmony observed the man for 3 whole days, but made no move to act against him. Xavion remained silent, merely staying quietly by her side. By the 5th day, Harmony continued watching. She saw another side of the magistrate. His people loved and respected him. She saw his unwavering care for his wife and his deep love for his child. It reminded her of her own parents. On the 10th day, Harmony cried, rushing into Xavion's arms, sobbing louder and shedding more tears than she did 3 years ago. After crying, Harmony fell silent again, observing the man for an entire month. Let's go, Harmony finally decided not to act. She held Xavion's hand and left the county town. Husband, tomorrow is Qingming Festival. Inside the magistrate's residence, a beautiful Kelly held the man's hand. Will you still not go this year? Tears immediately streamed down the man's face. I do not deserve to. You go ahead. The Kelly's eyes filled with compassion, but she knew she couldn't change her husband's mind. She simply brought over a cloak and draped it over the man. The Kelly understood that her husband would kneel until the next day. Despite losing all feeling in his legs after each session and needing a week to recover, for the past 3 years, he always knelt, even approving important documents while on his knees. Did I make the wrong choice? Outside the county town, Harmony stopped walking. Her expression was complex. She wasn't sure if she had made the right decision. I broke my vow. I didn't avenge my parents, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. Tears rolled down her face once more. You're too kind-hearted. Xavion felt a pang of pain inside him. He understood Harmony well, and from the moment he saw the scene, he knew she wouldn't be able to act. Am I kind? Harmony recalled the first time Xavion had taken her to kill. They had targeted a group of bandits who had robbed a village, killed all the men, and raped the women. That was her first time killing, yet she hadn't felt any discomfort. There had even been a strange sense of justice in it. Later, when a disciple insulted Xavion, she hadn't hesitated to set an example. Yet, this time, she couldn't bring herself to raise a sword. What would you do, brother? Harmony wiped her tears and looked at Xavion. I would kill him. Before that, I'd kill his son and his wife. Xavion wiped Harmony's cheek gently, speaking earnestly. I'm not killing him because he's good or bad. I'm making him pay for what he did. If he caused harm to Billy's parents, he should be prepared for death. Even if he becomes better, even if millions hate me for killing him, even if it makes me infamous, I would still do it. I want him to experience the pain of losing a loved one, to die in despair. Harmony froze, looking into Xavion's eyes. She could see that every word was true. I can't do it. Harmony's smile was bitter. She looked at Xavion. You can't even say it. You know that if you ask me, I'll help you. Xavion hugged Harmony tightly, the first time he had initiated such a gesture in 3 years. Silly Nadine, wait here. As soon as he finished speaking, Xavion left. Harmony raised her hand as if to say something but couldn't muster any words. She knew that Xavion's actions were the outcome she desired. Or perhaps she had already shown her unresolved hatred when she asked him that question. Brother, it's Billy's fault. Harmony sat on the ground, unable to stop her tears. During Qingming, The rain poured heavily as if heaven wept for the dead. Xavion didn't use an umbrella, but the raindrops seemed to avoid him, keeping his clothes dry. Xavion slowly entered the magistrate's house. None of the guards noticed him. It was as if he had merged with the rain. Killian was still kneeling, his wife and child fast asleep. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, followed by thunder. Killian was startled, but soon shook his head bitterly. When he looked outside again, he saw Kirk standing silently in front of him, as if he had been there forever. Killian was shocked but didn't stand up. Are you here to kill me? Killian's expression grew calm. Xavion nodded, showing no hesitation. Compared to Harmony, he was indeed much harsher. Killian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It should be so. Who are you? 3 years ago, Harmony. Do you remember? Xavion spoke calmly. Harmony, that beautiful Nadine. I remember forcing her Silas to commit suicide, and her jumping off a cliff with her mother. I thought she was dead and didn't search further. Is there anything else you want to say? Xavion stared at the man evenly. Please, spare my wife and child. They did nothing wrong. Please, I beg you. Xavion shook his head. I am not Harmony. With that, Xavion moved toward the inner chamber. Killian instantly stood up and rushed toward Xavion but was knocked back by a single punch. Xavion's control was perfect. The man wouldn't die, but the pain would immobilize him. No. Seeing Xavion continue forward, the man shouted, seemingly forgetting his pain. Finding strength somewhere, he stood up again and rushed at Xavion. Please, kill me, just don't touch them. I was wrong. Take me away, torture me, make me suffer, but please don't. Xavion kicked the man again, this time breaking his leg bones, but the man didn't cry out. Xavion pulled back the curtain. The beautiful Kelly was terrified, but the baby beside her looked curiously at Xavion. Without hesitation, Xavion grabbed the Kelly and the baby and turned to face the man. Please don't. Killian's eyes filled with tears as he crawled toward Xavion despite his broken legs. Xavion stared coldly at the man. For someone who had committed such wrongs, he had no mercy. If doing something wrong meant only apologizing or becoming better justified forgiveness, who would pay for the wrongs committed? The strength in Xavion's hand gradually increased. The beautiful Kelly struggled continuously, but it was of no use. The baby, held by Xavion's other hand, seemed to have sensed something and started to cry loudly. Please, please. Killian kept crawling. His hands were bleeding profusely from the effort. Suddenly, Xavion seemed to sense something. Without hesitation, he instantly snapped the necks of the beautiful Kelly and the baby. Killian's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe what had just happened. No. Killian screamed. Why? Why? It was me who was wrong. He pounded the ground with his fists until the bones were exposed. Xavion stood there, cold and unmoved. Killian's desperate cries fell on deaf ears. In that moment, the pain of loss and betrayal filled the room, echoing through the stillness. In a single, decisive motion, Xavion had brought finality to this chapter, leaving no room for redemption or regret. Chapter 16. Harmony's emotions. Harmony slowly walked in from the doorway. Despite the rain, she was still incredibly beautiful. Her clothes were drenched, and her expression appeared somber. When Harmony saw the two corpses in Xavion's hands, her eyes filled with mist. She then looked at the man before her and inexplicably felt a sudden sense of relief. Brother, Harmony's expression was complex. After much thought, she realized she couldn't bring herself to do it. It wasn't fair for Xavion to bear this burden on her behalf. Her own cowardice and fear had prevented her from taking action, yet she'd selfishly left the consequences for Xavion to shoulder. I didn't kill him. You said you wanted to take revenge personally. Xavion's face softened into a gentle smile, like sunlight piercing through the night. His wife and child are already dead, and he himself wishes to die. Killing such a person would taint your heart, Billy. Harmony's body suddenly froze as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Her previously tear-streaked face reddened even more, stinging slightly. Taint her heart? Because of that single sentence, Xavion could act without hesitation, bearing all the burdens that should have been hers. But she was so selfish that she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Killian slowly turned around. He understood why the Kirk acted as he did, and realized that Harmony must have been secretly observing him for a long time. Suddenly, the man smiled, a smile of contentment. Austin Ronger, Exiner, I will join you soon. Killian crawled towards Harmony, moving very slowly but not slowing down at all. It was I who forced your Silas to his death, and your mother too, all because I coveted you. My Silas killed himself because of the person I offended before, taking all responsibility upon himself just so I could live. That person, unaware of the true situation, moved by pity, spared me. I let my Silas down, so I vowed to become a good official, to be a good person, hoping that heaven might look upon me favorably and ease my Silas's suffering after death. The ways of karma have caught up with me. I should pay for my sins now. As he spoke, he continued crawling, leaving a bloody trail behind. His face, stained with both tears and blood, was barely recognizable. Killing me won't make you wrong. With his last ounce of strength, the man lunged towards Harmony. Tears uncontrollably flowed from Harmony's eyes. She didn't know how she managed to raise her sword, nor why. When the blade pierced the man's heart, his smile remained so blissful. She didn't even know what she was thinking. Xavion sighed, not bothering to tend to the dazed Harmony. He dug a large pit in the courtyard outside the house and buried the family of 3. Xavion faintly recalled his past life. He too had destroyed many people for gain and suffered greatly due to vengeance. But in the end, he emerged victorious, while others fell. Heaven, if you exist, someone like me would have long since died. Xavion shook his head, picking up Harmony. The mission they had taken was still unfinished. No matter how Harmony felt, Xavion's resolve never wavered. In Xavion's arms, Harmony trembled, unsure if it was from cold or something else. She curled up in his embrace, though her eyes remained open, unfocused. For 2 days, Xavion carried Harmony without rest. The rain gradually stopped, and his body showed no signs of fatigue. Brother, Billy is useless. Harmony's face, red from tears, looked at Xavion. Gradually, she regained her composure. Foolish Nadine, what's done is done. Why overthink it? Xavion stopped and gently set Harmony down. Harmony slowly stood up, activating her cultivation technique. Soon, the stinging sensation on her face disappeared. Billy is so selfish. This pain should have been mine to bear. Yet brother took it all and even comforted me. Anything that matters to Billy matters to me. Anything Billy doesn't want to do can be left to me. Xavion affectionately patted Harmony's head. I have no emotional burdens, and Billy needn't feel overly guilty. To me, those people don't compare to a single strand of Billy's hair. Harmony froze, looking at Xavion with a plaintive expression. Brother, then marry me. To enhance the translation further while keeping it true to the original, Harmony suddenly looked at Xavion with a mixture of longing and sorrow. Brother, then marry me. Xavion hesitated, as if something inside him stirred. Harmony's tears began again. She thought the time had come, but apparently, it hadn't. Xavion's expression turned heavy as he looked at Harmony. It felt as though a thorn had pricked his heart. He wasn't heartless. Rather, he treasured those close to him immensely. This had been true in his past life and remained true in this one. Anyone who threatened those precious to him was never spared. Even his personal goals had once been altered for 2 people from his past life. Harmony laughed, though her tear-streaked smile was far from beautiful, despite her natural beauty. Brother, Billy spoke out of turn. Billy will always be your sister and won't say things like that again, Harmony finished, lightly patting her head. Xavion grabbed her hand, sighing deeply. If nothing goes awry, I'll die at 35. If I solve the hidden dangers within my body, then I'll marry you. Harmony was taken aback. It was the first time she learned Xavion had concealed such a secret, and she hadn't noticed even the slightest hint. So, it's because of his health, not because he doesn't love me. Harmony felt bitter, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Brother, do you think Billy can fit anyone else in her heart? Harmony sighed. If brother dies, Billy won't live on alone. Xavion frowned, wrapping her head firmly. Foolish Nadine, don't do that. Time will heal everything. As a cultivator, with your talent, you'll likely reach the golden core stage and live for 500 years. If I die, just bury me somewhere. Remember me for a few years if you can. Don't be melodramatic about sacrificing yourself. Got it, brother. Harmony pouted, understanding that Xavion's stubbornness couldn't be swayed, so she promised not to argue. But if he really died, could he still control her actions? Thus, when that time came, she would secretly perform a ghost marriage with Xavion and follow him in death, finding some small excitement in the thought. Understanding this, Harmony immediately brightened up, skipping along happily and forgetting all her worries. To her, being together with Xavion, whether in life or death, made no difference. Chapter 17. The City of Mortals. A man and a Kelly walked into a city of mortals. The Kelly's face was hidden behind a black veil, but her every movement exuded an extraordinary grace. Killian had an ordinary appearance, yet he wore a constant smile as he quietly listened to the Kelly's narration. Brother, is this the city of the state of Wei? It looks so big, and there are so many people, said the Kelly, who was none other than Xavion and Harmony. Harmony's excitement was palpable. She hadn't traveled much, and while the Green Cloud sect was a cultivation sect, it had very few members. Only during the quartz lectures did people gather together. Yet here in the capital of Wei, the number of people was over 100 times more than at the Green Cloud sect. Calm down, Xavion said with a smile, watching Harmony looking around with curiosity like a child. Christy has never seen so many people before. Harmony didn't stray far, but her interest in exploring the surroundings didn't diminish. Hey, someone's fighting over there. Harmony noticed something and immediately ran back, dragging Xavion toward the crowd. Xavion, being pulled along, naturally couldn't miss out. This seemed to be a purpose-built arena with the words Westlearshall Arts Contest written unevenly on a central pillar. On stage, 2 men were exchanging blows vigorously, while the audience below watched in excited anticipation. After a while, Harmony grew bored. Compared to sparring with Xavion, these fights felt like mere child's play. How boring, Harmony grumbled, pulling Xavion away. But just as they took a step, a sword scabbard jabbed directly at Harmony's hat. Xavion's aura erupted, and he stepped forward, catching the scabbard firmly and pushing it back. This push not only deflected the scabbard, but also sent its Y-Court staggering back 3 steps. Who are you? Xavion asked coldly. You have impressive skills. Wesley, I asked which school you belong to. Killian was inwardly alarmed and regretted his actions. His junior brother was on stage, and he couldn't tolerate this little Nadine mocking him. He had merely intended to lift her hood, but hadn't expected such a terrifying response from the person behind her. Xavion looked at the man, his eyes narrowing slightly. He hadn't been paying full attention earlier, and if he had, things wouldn't have escalated this far. Clearly, this person had no intention to kill. He must have been annoyed by Harmony's comment and decided to toy with her. Realizing this, Xavion chuckled, for it had been a long time since anyone dared to do something like this. Without a word, he slowly approached the man, who visibly trembled. That single push had revealed the depth of Xavion's strength, far beyond what the man could match. Sir, it was unintentional, the man quickly pleaded. Xavion laughed. I know it was unintentional. If it were intentional, would you still be alive? Killian froze, immediately ceasing resistance. Xavion lifted him effortlessly, as if holding a small rabbit. Christy, what do you want to do? Xavion asked, smiling gently. Harmony shook her head, more impressed by Xavion's quick reflexes. She hadn't even reacted to that attack, yet Xavion had instantly responded, always protecting her. Realizing this, Harmony felt even happier. Brother, you decide. I don't mind. Xavion thought for a moment, then grinned mischievously. Here, use this brush. Write bad guy on his face, make him run around the street, and we'll forgive him. Killian shivered, cursing himself for being too meddlesome. Those who found it boring must have been extremely strong. Yet now he had no choice but to comply. Brother, you're mean, Harmony giggled, not refusing. She picked up the brush, ready to write, but suddenly an arrow shot past. Xavion snorted, easily catching the flying arrow mid-air. Keep writing, he said, flicking the arrow back faster than it came. Stop. A Kelly's voice called out, but Harmony seemed not to hear, focusing on her writing. A red-clothed Kelly flew down from above, landing before Xavion just as Harmony finished writing. I told you to stop, the Kelly snapped angrily, drawing her sword and lunging at Xavion. Xavion looked at her mockingly. This Kelly wasn't immortal. Her Danteon contained spiritual energy, but her cultivation level was low. Mistress, no. Killian Harmony had labeled rushed forward, knowing his mistress's abilities. From his perspective, she stood no chance against this man. The Kelly paused, confused. They humiliated you, and yet you speak for them? No, mistress, I started the trouble. This young sir is very reasonable, only giving me this punishment, he said sincerely, relieved that he could protect his mistress. Would you still say that if I could beat him? The Kelly smiled, remembering how she never used her full strength when sparring with servants. So, she believed this man thought she couldn't win. No, it was truly my fault, the man insisted, his tone sincere despite the insult. Fine, Xavion stepped forward. Seeing as you care so much about your mistress, we'll forgive her attack. Go run your lap, and this matter is closed. Don't be too cocky. Do you know who I am? The Kelly retorted, displeased. Though she often returned home, she was a cultivator and couldn't stand the insolence of mortals. It doesn't matter who you are, Xavion frowned, not wanting to tangle with this mistress further, especially as he saw merit in the servant. Let's go, Christy. He pulled Harmony to leave, but the Kelly blocked their path again. This time, it's between us. We fight. If you win, I'll kneel and bow to you. If you lose, you write bad guy on your face and run around the city, she said arrogantly. Xavion shook his head, unimpressed, then grabbed her arm. She stumbled back, realizing his speed was immeasurably fast. Just as she tried to summon her spiritual energy, it hesitated for an instant, allowing Xavion to seize her neck. Xavion threw her aside and coldly demanded, bow. Translation completed, maintaining original paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 18. One coward after another. The Kelly froze in disbelief. She had witnessed what just happened, but she couldn't understand how an ordinary person could defeat her. Yes, in her eyes, Xavion was nothing more than a commoner, especially since he didn't exhibit any spiritual energy fluctuations when he made his move, confirming her belief. That doesn't count. I wasn't ready. If you have the nerve, let's fight on the platform. The Kelly gritted her teeth and managed to say this difficult sentence, her face flushing with embarrassment as she spoke it. How shameless can you be? Brother doesn't want to deal with you, yet you blocked our path and still refused to admit your loss after being defeated in one move, Harmony retorted, visibly upset. You. The Kelly blushed furiously, finding no words to counter Harmony's remarks. Sir, please show some mercy. A Seymour slowly approached, his feet seemingly gliding as if he were flying. My daughter is ignorant of proper manners. Please do not hold it against her. Tobias Sir, hurry and apologize to the young sir. The Kelly stomped her foot in anger, but remained silent. Tobias Sir, the Seymour called out loudly. Austin, the Kelly shouted anxiously. Hold your tongue, the Seymour bellowed, cutting off her words. My daughter is ignorant of manners. This gift is for your forgiveness. The Seymour softened his expression as he looked at Xavion. Austin, this is, the Kelly exclaimed in shock as the Seymour presented the item. Hold your tongue. Are you trying to cause more trouble? The Seymour slapped her, leaving her full of grievance, yet too afraid to speak further. Xavion accepted the gift, instantly sensing its uniqueness. It was a spirit herb that was clearly beyond what a regular person could possess. However, upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, he detected a strange aura within the box, seemingly left behind intentionally. Didn't expect me to be underestimated, huh? Xavion glanced at Harmony behind him. Billy, someone wants to rob us. What should we do? Harmony looked puzzled, pointing at the Seymour. Him? Not him. He couldn't even beat his own daughter. Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare rob us. Xavion shook his head. The Seymour suddenly panicked, realizing he might have provoked someone beyond his league. Forgive me, immortal Wesleyster. I failed to recognize your true power. This gift is a token of my apology. I promise not to trouble you again. As the head of a family, he knew well the consequences of his actions. He couldn't fathom why the immortal master he promised would be discovered so easily by the Kirk before him. Austin, he is? The Kelly gasped, suddenly understanding why she was defeated in one move. Please forgive me, elder. The Kelly knelt down immediately, understanding the ruthlessness of the cultivator world. Harmony stared blankly at the Silas and daughter, completely lost. What's going on? Harmony pointed at the two, who dared not lift their heads. They're scared silly, Xavion chuckled softly. He had seen many like them, cautious to a fault, but also those who lived the longest. Get up, I'll meet that friend of yours. Xavion cast a meaningful glance at the pair. Yes, immortal Wesleyster. The Seymour clenched his teeth, clearly reluctant but answered without hesitation. He even took the lead, guiding them. Soon, Xavion and Harmony were led into a courtyard. Xavion quickly noticed a man admiring flowers nearby. His complexion was pale, and his steps light, almost floating. Foundation establishment? Xavion quickly identified the man's cultivation level. To his surprise, the man's total spiritual energy was less than Harmony, who was only in the late condensing chi stage. Harmony perked up, looking at the man but unable to gauge his level. Recalling Xavion's words, she laughed. Turns out, he's Foundation establishment. Xavion looked at Harmony, puzzled, but seeing her smile, he shook his head. He truly is Foundation establishment. Harmony's eyes widened in disbelief. Really Foundation establishment? Of course. Do we run? Why would we? He's Foundation establishment. We can't beat him. Don't worry, I've got this. Brother, are you sure? Absolutely. He's not strong. The Silas and daughter were stunned by their conversation. Even the Seymour couldn't believe they had unintentionally invited a Foundation establishment cultivator. His daughter's master was only Foundation establishment. You two, mere late and early condensing chi stages, dare to talk big? The flower-admiring man floated over like a petal carried by the wind. Xavion smiled, realizing this man was all bark and no bite. Elder, cold sweat on your forehead, Xavion remarked slowly. I beg your pardon? Killian wiped his face, oblivious to Xavion's teasing. Elder, stop shaking your legs, Xavion smirked. Killian looked down, but his legs weren't shaking. Elder, let's try a few moves. Xavion positioned himself, staring at the man. Killian suddenly realized something was wrong. He stroked his chin, exuding a semblance of dignity, though humorously, he had no beard. Youngster, I see potential in you. I won't hold today's incident against you. Go on, leave. Xavion shook his head, stepping forward, gathering immense momentum. Killian visibly shivered, stepping back. Youngster, don't push me too far. I merely found similarities between you and a friend's child, which stopped me from acting. The man maintained his stance despite losing momentum verbally. This is Foundation establishment? Harmony asked, bewildered. Weren't you telling me about regular spirit cores? If someone formed a single core and rushed through condensing chi stages using pills, then swallowed over 10 Foundation establishment pills, it would be similar, Xavion explained, retracting his stance, realizing the man understood his lack of strength. So, Foundation establishment must have levels. Harmony recalled Xavion's explanation about spirit cores corresponding to cultivation levels. Killian has the means to consume so many pills. He must be wealthy. Xavion smiled mischievously at Harmony. True, you mentioned someone wanted to rob us. I think we should take back from such people, Harmony said with a happy grin, enjoying the Moachi, mutual understanding, with Xavion. Edit. True, you mentioned someone wanted to rob us. I think we should take back from this kind of person, Harmony said with a happy grin, enjoying the Moachi, mutual understanding, with Xavion. Further refinement without Chinese characters. True, you mentioned someone wanted to rob us. I think we should take back from this kind of person, Harmony said with a happy grin, savoring their mutual understanding. Alright, let's do it. Xavion, still wary of hidden tricks, decided to act. Xavion lunged forward. Shocked, the man pulled out several talismans from his storage bag and hurled them. Xavion paused, recognizing their weak power. But the talismans unleashed a massive display, creating an illusion that resembled a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators attacking him. It seemed the man focused solely on appearances. Xavion laughed lightly and instantly rushed into the array of talismans. Killian was greatly alarmed and immediately started casting his spells. This time, Xavion still didn't feel any threat, so he didn't use his spirit-suppressing technique. Sure enough, a ferocious tiger materialized, roaring menacingly. It looked quite terrifying, but the amount of spirit energy it contained was less than what an early-stage condensing chi disciple could unleash with a casual water spell. Clearly, it was just for show. However, the moment the tiger lunged at Xavion, the man immediately turned and ran towards the sky, as if there were steps leading up to it. Your escape skills are pretty good, Xavion remarked, not even bothering to avoid the tiger's pounce. He directly unleashed a spirit-suppressing technique. Killian stumbled mid-step, plummeting from the sky and crashing face-first into the ground, losing a few teeth in the process. Killian instantly got back up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, but leaving the mud and blood on his face untouched. Well, young Wesleyster, I just came to have some fun. I didn't expect to run into someone like you. How about you just let me go and forget all about this? Killian's face twisted into a fawning expression, clearly aware of his dire situation. Hashtag chapter 19, Theft in the Village. August was taken aback, looking oddly at the Silas and daughter behind him. Coupled with the servant he had encountered earlier, each one seemed more cowardly than the last. Were these people all in on this? Cough, cough. August cleared his throat. Letting you go isn't impossible, but you tried to rob me, didn't you? Surely you were the one who stole that spirit grass. Tobiasel Wesleyster, how could I dare to do that? I was just fooling around with these two. Later, I would have found a reason to get away, and they wouldn't have dared to say anything. Killian grinned sycophantically, practically ready to kneel and grab August's leg. What's your name? August asked kindly. Tobiasel Wesleyster. My name is French, Selin, as in the bowman Selin, and Ran, as in treasure bow, French answered hastily. Note, the characters Zhang and Bal are transliterated to Selin and Bao respectively to maintain consistency and accuracy in names. Alright, I'll remember you. Hand over your storage pouches, and you can leave. August smiled. Storage pouches? French looked reluctant, but pulled out 2 from his waist and handed them over to August. Do I need to help you strip naked too? August frowned. Hurry up. French snapped to attention and immediately produced 3 more storage pouches. You still have to. Don't think I don't know. August watched French coldly. The storage pouches emitted some spiritual fluctuations, which he could sense. Tobiasel Wesleyster, those 2 remaining are personal items of mine, French ventured cautiously. No nonsense, do you want to leave or not? August glared at French. Yes, Tobiasel Wesleyster, here they are. French immediately produced the last 2 storage pouches as fast as he could. August meticulously examined each storage pouch. There were over 20,000 spirit stones, along with various materials and medicinal herbs, some of which he hadn't seen before, but no jade slips. You said they were your personal items, didn't you? August glared again after finishing the check. Tobiasel Wesleyster, the spirit stones are my personal items. Have mercy. Will you leave me 1,000 spirit stones? French adopted a pitiful expression instantly. 1,000? Have you ever seen any itinerant cultivator as rich as you? August sneered, then gave a satisfied smile. I don't even have this much. Goodbye. Everything's confiscated. You may leave. Upon hearing he could go, French beamed. Then I'm off, Toby Wesleyster. Hope we meet again. Sure, next time bring more spirit stones. August chuckled. French stumbled upon hearing this, then ran off faster than before. Billy, let's go too. August shook his head and looked at Harmony. Okay, it's time for our mission. Harmony nodded and led August out of the courtyard gate. Austin, the red-clothed Nadine whined. She knew this incident was mostly her fault, but she never expected August to be so formidable. The Foundation establishment spell itself felt like the end of the world, yet August had withstood it. It's okay. The Seymour sighed and patted her head. Your Silas is a businessman with no great skills. Being able to lose wealth and avoid disaster is the best outcome. Tobiasener, remember never to look down on others. I've always been careful and cautious, which is why I've reached where I am today. I understand, Austin. I won't do it again, and will focus on cultivation. The Nadine lowered her head. Does it still hurt? The Seymour touched her face, then shook his head. Don't blame your Silas. There's nothing else I could do. It doesn't hurt. The Nadine's tears fell. Not at all. Killian smiled. If you understand, that's enough. We've survived by being cautious all our lives. Those flashy people are now all destitute. Who lives better than us? You're right, Austin. The Nadine nodded vigorously, completely convinced by her Silas's words. Exiting the capital city of the Wei Kingdom, August stopped. What's wrong, brother? Harmony asked softly. The task isn't difficult, and you should be able to handle it alone. That French definitely has more treasures. I'm going to track him. August smirked. I want to come too. Harmony looked hopefully at August. If you come, it might make things complicated. My spiritual fluctuations are very low, and I constantly suppress them. Billy can't hide herself as effectively. So, we'll split up. After we finish, meet back at the tea house in the city center. August shook his head seriously. All right. Harmony was disappointed, but knew August was right. Don't worry. I'll bring something good for you. August smiled affectionately. I'm off. If I wait any longer, I might lose track of French. Be careful, brother. Harmony nodded, smiling. August nodded and sprinted off. He wasn't worried about this mission, as it was intended to seek justice for Harmony, and even a mid-stage chi condensation practitioner could accomplish it, let alone someone as capable as Harmony. Though August lacked a method to track French, he noted the route he took when leaving. French wasn't very strategic, but had some self-assured cunning. Therefore, August predicted his destination would likely be opposite, hiding somewhere inconspicuous. Hiding his aura, August waited quietly in a small forest. Sure enough, by evening, August saw a cultivator approaching. With extremely low spiritual energy despite being at the Foundation establishment stage, it was undoubtedly French. Damn it, I never thought I'd be defeated by someone. French grumbled. 20,000 spirit stones stolen by a chi condensation junior. What a disgrace. But that guy was strong, possibly a disciple of Green Cloud Sect. Ugh, Green Cloud Sect thinks they're so great. One day, I'll become a big shot in Tobia Sansu and kick them all out. French destroyed the surrounding woods while cursing. August kept a close eye on French until he moved far away, then slowly followed, sensing his lingering spiritual aura. August gradually understood French's character. Someone like him probably had a lucky encounter but couldn't endure hard practice. Given his awareness of his abilities, French likely had multiple hideouts and hid his most important possessions elsewhere. After tracking French for 2 hours, August finally noticed him stopping. Unhurried, August approached cautiously, step by step. Soon, August found a steep cliff with a waterfall formed by converging rivers, hidden from view but clearly the place French was heading. However, August didn't rush. He lay in the grass, motionless, waiting for French to leave. He understood such a person would certainly have precautions in place, and he didn't want to ruin his plans. Waiting 5 days, August remained calm, though he realized Harmony might have already completed her task and was waiting for him. But now, August couldn't afford to give up. After 3 more days, August finally saw French leave. He didn't move, waiting half a day more until dawn, mimicking the time French entered. Only then did August enter French's cave. August moved cautiously, carefully inspecting every inch. Despite finding traces of spiritual energy, French clearly wasn't skilled at setting up formations. Covering less than 20 zhong, August spent an hour avoiding all the traps and safely reached the deepest part of the cave without triggering any mechanisms. Dozens of storage pouches were piled together, but August's gaze swept over them without picking any up. He continued to search French's cave meticulously, examining every nook and cranny. 1 day passed, and August found 13 secret compartments within French's cave. He had thoroughly explored every aspect of it. 3 storage pouches filled entirely with spirit stones, amounting to 80,000 spirit stones, 4 pouches containing all sorts of materials, and 6 bottles of pills. Of course, most importantly, these 5 jade slips. August smiled. He slowly restored the cave to its original state, still ignoring the pile of storage pouches. As he exited the cave, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The last time I killed that outer sect disciple surnamed Wesley, I obtained the modified spirit burst technique and the adamantine pill, which gave me my current strength. And now, French has prepared such a grand gift for me. August gazed at the sky, the joy in his eyes impossible to conceal. This is the legacy of the spirit realm. Ha 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 ha. Hashtag chapter 20, a priceless legacy. August chuckled to himself as he strolled away from the cave, already formulating plans for how to best utilize the newfound resources and knowledge. With each step, he felt a growing anticipation for the possibilities ahead. Chapter 20, a great harvest. The next morning, Xavion arrived at the agreed-upon tea house. Not long after, Harmony entered as well. Brother. As soon as Harmony saw Xavion, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Rosalind waited for 3 days, so worried about brother. Harmony wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled sweetly. A bit troublesome. I didn't become a bandit, but was a thief instead, Xavion chuckled, stroking Harmony's head. Seeing her always gave him a warm feeling. Did you encounter any trouble on your mission? Harmony shook her head. No, they were weak. All 5 of them were killed by me. Only one person excelled in poison, wasting some time, but nothing serious. Let's go back to the sect. I'll tell you about the harvest along the way. Xavion took Harmony's small hand, and they left the capital city of the Wei Kingdom together. Finding a secluded spot, Xavion took out everything he had acquired. Added to what he previously gave me, it totals to 100,000 spirit stones. We split it evenly. These 6 bottles of pills are yours. I don't need them. The materials we can store with me temporarily and sell them gradually. Xavion grinned happily. This way, brother is losing a lot. Rosalind did nothing. Harmony shook her head, seemingly unwilling to accept. It's fine. I don't need these pills. I'll release the suppressing spirit technique during cultivation. Besides, if Rosalind becomes powerful, I become powerful too. It's alright, Xavion insisted, giving the items to Harmony. Then, he took out the 5 jade slips. I haven't examined these 5 jade slips thoroughly. Let's spend some time studying them here. Harmony thought about it. She realized she would have done the same for Xavion. Thus, she stopped arguing and picked up a jade slip, starting to study alongside Xavion. 7 days later, Xavion and Harmony finished, reading the 5 jade slips. This jade slip details this predecessor's life and 4 minor spells: Phantom Illusion, Cloud Treading, Thousand Shadow Step, and Tracking Spell. Another one describes a rather gory bloodline secret art which speeds up casting speed, allowing up to 9 bloodlines, each needing the full blood of a person of equal strength to oneself. And this one explains the cultivation method practiced by this predecessor, Evergreen Scripture, Xavion explained after finishing 3 jade slips and learning Thousand Shadow Step. By then, Harmony had just awoken. I may not switch to practicing Evergreen Scripture, but Greenwood Scripture seems no worse than it. These 2 jade slips contain his cultivation insights and combat experience with wood-type methods, Harmony smiled. Being a wood attribute celestial root, these insights seemed tailor-made for her. Brother, let's practice some moves outside. Do you feel confident? Alright, I've also learned some spells. Come on, Xavion smiled, finding an open space with Harmony to prepare for their sparring match. Certainly, and this time, brother might have to use your true skills. Harmony pulled out a long sword from her storage bag and hurled it towards Xavion. Watch out. The flying sword rushed towards Xavion, who easily dodged it by running to the side. However, Harmony swiftly produced another sword, controlling both while simultaneously using hand seals. The 2 swords attacked Xavion's blind spots like 2 people. Xavion seemed relaxed, avoiding all attacks effortlessly. Suddenly, sensing something, he emitted a trace of spiritual energy from his body. With blinding speed that seemed like teleportation, Xavion approached Harmony. However, Harmony wasn't flustered. Soon, spiritual energy appeared before her, forming a shield that instantly solidified into hardwood. Xavion struck with a punch, causing the wooden shield to recoil slightly, neutralizing much of his force. Without hesitation, Xavion stepped back, and immediately 3 illusions emerged, only to be pierced through by wooden spikes. Solidify, Xavion pointed a finger, momentarily stopping Harmony mid-action. Utilizing this pause, Xavion burst into terrifying speed, reaching Harmony and swinging a palm. This time, Harmony was visibly panicked. Unable to form a wooden shield in time, she tried retreating backward, but Xavion transformed his punch into a grab, preventing her from moving further. Harmony halted, sighing softly. As expected, I still can't win against brother. You did great. Using such speed, I can only do it thrice in a fight. If you could have held on a little longer, I might have lost. Xavion released Harmony, smiling warmly. But brother has always been stronger, so you must protect Rosalind. Harmony embraced Xavion's arm, revealing a sweet smile. Of course, Xavion looked at Harmony earnestly, love shining in his eyes. On their journey back to the sect, Xavion sold unnecessary materials in various markets along the way. Brother, there will be an auction here tomorrow noon. Can we stay overnight? Harmony asked excitedly. Xavion and Harmony were now within Qingyun sect's territory and would return to the sect in about 2 days. With no urgency, Xavion sold materials gradually to avoid drawing attention. He coincidentally heard shopkeepers discussing the upcoming auction. Alright, I've never seen one either. Xavion glanced at Harmony, rarely refusing her requests unless dangerous. Brother is the best. Harmony rubbed her cheek against Xavion's arm affectionately. Before noon the next day, Xavion and Harmony put on Qingyun sect attire and headed to the auction venue. The Falling Pavilion is reportedly the largest store in the Eastern Domain, paying 1 million spirit stones annually to Qingyun sect for safe operation. Indeed, Qingyun sect sent an elder at the Golden Core stage to ensure this auction's success. Wesleyni disciples also joined this auction. Upon arrival, Xavion and Harmony learned inner sect disciples needed to pay 10% of their funds as security for participating. This money would be used to prevent reckless bidding. They could bid up to 10 times the deposit, and refunds were only possible if purchases were honored. Xavion and Harmony paid 5,000 spirit stones, limiting their bids to 50,000. They sat in the center, behind which were individual boxes and even a second floor accessible only by those at the Void Core stage and above. Didn't expect him to come. Xavion shook his head, somewhat astonished. Elder Callan, brother of Elder Percy, possesses formidable cultivation. Ranking 3rd in the enforcement hall, Harmony followed Xavion's gaze, equally incredulous. It's about to start. By anything you fancy, Xavion smiled, patting Harmony's head. Gradually, more attendees filled the venue, including the upper floors. The central seats were completely occupied, and some stood in the aisles after paying extra to observe the auction. Chapter 21. The auction begins. Finally, at noon, a courtly man slowly emerged. Instantly, the entire auction hall erupted into a frenzy. Amazingly, it's Wesleyster Ferricius, someone exclaimed in surprise. Humph, given the significant items being auctioned today. If not for Westleister Faricious personally overseeing it, even the Fairy Soxian Pavilion might struggle to bear the responsibility, another person remarked coldly. But Westleister Faricious is revered as a connoisseur in the Eastern Domain. No treasure escapes his eyes. Those hoping to get lucky may not have a chance. The scene was chaotic, yet the man on stage appeared unfazed. After another half hour, Westleister Faricious stepped forward, and immediately the aura of a false core cultivator permeated the room. The items up for auction this time include spirit treasures, elixirs, rarities, and materials totaling 80 pieces. Even some families from the central region have come to participate. I won't waste more words. The auction officially begins. Soon after, Akeli gracefully walked to the front of the platform, her every step exuding elegance and emitting a faint foundation establishment aura. She held a jade tray with a black cloth no bigger than a palm, which did not emit any aura. This first item sets the tone for the event. I can't identify its exact nature, but its material is terrifying. Immortal infants can't damage it. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100 spirit stones, Westleister Faricious said with a smile, looking at the audience. What use does it serve? Unknown. Is there anything imprinted on it? Nothing. Westleister Faricious responded to every question with a gentle smile, yet no one bid. 10,100 spirit stones. Xavion's heart was pounding, but his face remained calm. He raised his token and softly called out. This friend bids 10,100 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the price? Westleister Faricious frowned, recognizing that Xavion was only at the condensation level. Usually, condensation-level cultivators weren't allowed here, indicating he must have substantial wealth. 20,000 spirit stones. Someone sitting not far from Xavion scoffed, radiating foundation establishment aura. What does a little brat at condensation want to do here? Letting you bid would be an embarrassment to us cultivators. 20,100 spirit stones. Xavion remained calm, his voice barely audible. Wow, you've got some money, don't you? The foundation establishment cultivator mocked again. 30,000. 30,100 spirit stones. Xavion closed his eyes, seemingly ready to stop bidding. 50,000. The foundation establishment cultivator seemed determined to challenge Xavion, raising nearly 20,000 spirit stones in one go. Xavion shook his head, no longer concerned. Harmony secretly handed him her storage bag, which he accepted without hesitation. Sir, take this. I only have 50,000 spirit stones. Xavion suddenly laughed, mocking the man. That man froze, his gaze turning fearsome. Brat, was this intentional? If I say I'm just a pawn, will you believe me? Xavion looked at the man as if he were a fool. You. Killian was about to explode, but a golden core aura suddenly emanated. Clenching his teeth, he glared at the stage. Do not accuse without evidence. How could the Fairy Soxian Pavilion do such a thing? That friend was merely jesting, Westleister Faricious coldly stated, his threat implicit. Humph, 50,000 spirit stones, forget it. The foundation establishment cultivator spat, storming out. The item has been withdrawn due to lack of interest. Westleister Faricious's expression turned icy, even casting a cold glance at Xavion. Wait. Xavion stood up. I bid 50,100 spirit stones. Westleister Faricious paused, looking at Xavion. Show sufficient spirit stones. Without hesitation, Xavion handed over the storage bag. Seeing the spirit stones, Westleister Faricious's expression softened. He gave Xavion the black cloth and pocketed the stones. The foundation establishment cultivator who had stormed out earlier stopped in his tracks, glaring at Xavion with malice. Realizing Xavion's intention, he clenched his teeth, but he couldn't reclaim the 5,000 spirit stones, having made a declaration. Well, there was some unpleasantness with the first item, but the outcome was acceptable. Please do not make reckless bids. The second item is a spirit boat crafted by the Wan Chevin Pavilion. Starting bid, 50,000 spirit stones, increments of no less than 500. Bidder, 70,000. Bidder, 80,000. As the second item was sold, the atmosphere in the auction hall grew heated. Xavion and Harmony continued watching without participating further. The 32nd item is a spirit sword named Tianyun Sword. This sword is incredibly sharp, though it only has one array formation, making it a low-grade spirit weapon. However, its core is forged from Shavinshan essence, surpassing many supreme spirit swords in sharpness. Starting bid, 5,000 spirit stones, increments of no less than 100. Wait, Westleister Faricious, did I hear correctly? Is this sword truly made from Shavinshan essence? Someone asked. Yes, but the array formation is heavy and lacks floating properties, so it can't be used as a flying sword. It's perfect for practicing sword techniques. Of course, if anyone desires the Shavinshan essence, they can destroy the sword and extract it, Westleister Faricious explained clearly. Once destroyed, the extracted Shavinshan essence would likely amount to only half a piece. The value set by the master probably reflects this half piece. Another person laughed. The point is valid. Shavinshan essence is a primary material for water attribute treasures and only found in the sea, with extremely low production. Extraction is costly, Westleister Faricious nodded. He had initially refused this item for auction, but agreed when the seller settled for 1,000 spirit stones. Even if destroyed, the extracted value would exceed its worth. He put it up to see if anyone needed that half piece. 6,000 spirit stones. Xavion bid first. Others looked at Xavion, shaking their heads. This condensation cultivator seemed intent on disrupting the event. 10,000 spirit stones, came a voice from a private booth upstairs. 10,100 spirit stones, Xavion persisted. 20,000. Youngster, I only need half a piece of Shavinshan essence. If you continue bidding, don't blame me. The booth sounded sternly. 20,100 spirit stones. Xavion ignored them, continuing to bid. Everyone watched Xavion with puzzled looks, wondering if the disciple from Qingyun's sect was foolish. Callan, the guardian nearby, frowned. Was this disciple fearless? Very well, youngster. Don't regret it, the booth warned again, but stop bidding. Xavion successfully obtained the Tianyun sword, his expression unchanged despite the threats from the booth. ####Chapter 22. Who's robbing whom? The auction had ended, and Xavion hadn't made another bid. The final items had fetched prices as high as tens of millions of spirit stones. After paying the remaining balance, Xavion left the auction hall with Harmony without a care in the world. Seeing his confidence, Harmony didn't worry either. She trusted that Xavion would handle everything. Xavion and Harmony strolled leisurely through the market, like they were merely taking a walk, while two people closely trailed behind them. When it was almost time, Xavion left the market because he sensed that Elder Percy was about to arrive. Once they were out of sight of the market, Xavion and Harmony were instantly surrounded. Harmony clung tightly to Xavion's hand, sensing the formidable cultivation levels of the two men before her. You wouldn't dare to rob me, would you? Xavion said, feigning surprise. Rob you? You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you'll live to see tomorrow? Court stepped forward. He wasn't at the Foundation establishment stage, but rather at the false core stage. There was Court from the Blue Cloud sect present just now. Aren't you afraid that if you kill me, the Blue Cloud sect will come after you? Xavion asked curiously. The other man burst into laughter. It was the one who had run away earlier, a Foundation establishment cultivator. You're not awake yet? Would the Blue Cloud sect really come after us for you? How many disciples have died during their field trials over the years? Have they ever pursued any vendetta? But this is the Blue Cloud sect's territory, haven't you tried? Xavion kept up his surprised expression. Himph, do you think I haven't tried? Let me tell you, I've taken the lives of no less than 10 Blue Cloud sect disciples, maybe even 20. Scared? The Foundation establishment cultivator was arrogant, seeing Xavion as already dead. Oh, so you've killed before. And what about you? Xavion turned to look at the court. The court suddenly felt something was off. He realized that Xavion wasn't intimidated by them, not because he was insane. No, I'm just here for the spiritual sword. If you hand it over, I could escort you back to the Blue Cloud sect, the court said with a mild expression, though he laughed inwardly. His words weren't genuine. If Xavion agreed, he'd kill and take the treasure, but if Xavion refused, it meant this Dale definitely had some support, possibly from a highly ranked court within the Blue Cloud sect. Xavion paused briefly and bowed slightly. Thank you very much, Senior. I was indeed worried about this Foundation establishment cultivator and didn't know whose territory we were in. The court smiled inwardly and slowly approached, only to be caught by another hand the moment he touched Xavion. Startled, the court tried to retreat but couldn't pull his hand away. He looked up to see Court glaring at him. Greetings, Elder Percy. Thank you for your rescue. Xavion pulled Harmony back a step and bowed. It was Percy who arrived. When Xavion first set out on a mission outside the Blue Cloud sect, Percy sought him out, hoping he would abandon his plans to leave the sect. Xavion naturally refused but agreed to let Percy know his location at all times and promised that Percy would come to his aid if he called for help. So, as soon as Xavion left the auction, he secretly shattered the token given by Percy, and Percy immediately came, fearing any delay. The Blue Cloud sect isn't a place for you two to act recklessly, Percy spoke with authority, his eyes locked on the court. The Foundation establishment cultivator beside him was already trembling, too scared to speak. The court gave a bitter laugh, realizing that Dale must have known someone was watching and saw through his plan. He regretted not abandoning his intentions when Xavion seemed so confident. I was wrong. Please spare my life, Senior. Though this court appeared older than Percy, the gap in cultivation forced him to address Percy as Senior. Spare you? Percy frowned. If I had been any slower, my inner disciple would have already been killed. I was just joking, trying to scare the young swordsman. I wanted to buy the sword from him for double the price. The court quickly put on a smile, now hating Xavion more for putting him in this situation. Had Xavion refused outright, he wouldn't have dared to act. Do you agree? Percy turned to Xavion. Of course not, Xavion smiled. Let's go back, Harmony. Please handle the rest, Elder Wong. Percy glanced at Harmony. At first, he intended to take this heavenly root talent as a disciple but backed off due to her timid nature. However, since she started following Xavion, she had bloomed, and many believed Harmony might repeat the feat of becoming a core disciple within 5 years. Percy understood what was important. His previous reasoning was just to gain approval from the sect leader and others. Even if Xavion hadn't become a core disciple, Harmony had. If Xavion broke the agreement, considering Harmony's feelings, the higher-ups might abandon the arrangement altogether. Focus on your cultivation. I won't give you my token anymore, Percy shook his head. His Silas was a grand elder, and he wanted the Blue Cloud sect to thrive even more than Chevin Tobiason and Tobias Ignatius. Xavion stopped and bowed deeply, saying sincerely, Thank you, Elder. I will work hard on my cultivation. Watching Xavion and Harmony walk away, Percy smiled. They were growing old, and their innate talents had nearly reached their limits. If the Blue Cloud sect found new geniuses in these stable times, they could lead the sect to greater heights. He was optimistic about Harmony and realized Xavion was not as simple as he seemed. Brother, why did Elder Percy come? Didn't he originally propose that you become a furnace cauldron? Harmony was confused. Because if I die, I can't be a furnace cauldron, Xavion chuckled. Early on, he was worried I might escape, so he gave me a token. He can sense my location. When I shattered it, he promised to come to my aid. I see. No wonder you were so confident. I was worried initially. Harmony touched her chest, smiling sweetly. Well, focus on cultivating. We gained a lot this time, and I feel much more confident for the big competition in 2 years. Xavion tousled Harmony's hair, and she pouted innocently. Chapter 23. The Black Aura. After returning to the Green Cloud sect, Xavion bid farewell to Harmony and prepared to delve into cultivation. However, as soon as he stepped into his cave residence, he felt the black cloth fragment subtly heating up. Without hesitation, Xavion took out the black cloth fragment. The moment he did, he sensed an unusual fluctuation in a corner of his cave. Xavion did not hesitate for a second. He immediately dug up that area, revealing a hidden compartment. Opening it, he found another black cloth fragment inside. When Xavion pulled out the second fragment, he discovered that the two pieces did not fit together at all. It seems there are other fragments, Xavion slowly pondered, recalling Tobias Fuguwe telling him about a senior who suffered from chi deviation in this very cave. These black cloths contain a faint black aura, which appears to affect others, making it easy for me to acquire them. That cultivator who competed with me might know something too, or even have one. Xavion placed a hand on his dantian. During his first successful formation of a spiritual vortex, the black mark on his forehead absorbed much of the spiritual energy, creating a unique vortex within his dantian. This vortex was bottomless and distinctly different from ordinary ones. Later on, the black vortex would occasionally emit a trace of black aura, absorbed by the black mark on his forehead. Although the black aura didn't harm Xavion, it caused discomfort every time. The black aura contained in the cloth fragment was extremely subtle. If not for Xavion's extreme familiarity with it, even his ability to observe energy flows would probably not have detected its secret. I wonder how many of these black cloth fragments exist, but they must be connected to the black mark on my forehead. If I can collect all of them, I might find a solution. A gleam of excitement shone in Xavion's eyes. Compared to his previous confusion, he now had a clear objective. Suddenly, Xavion sighed, remembering the foundation building cultivator who competed with him at the auction. That foundation builder is most likely dead, and the artifact could very well be in Elder Percy's possession. If I were strong enough, perhaps I could force him to give it up. But for now, I must remain inconspicuous. Xavion's expression returned to calm, yet his gaze remained resolute. Strength truly is the key. Today, I will refine the last tangible spiritual vortex, turning it gold, then step into the middle chi condensation stage. Xavion stored both black cloth fragments and began meditating cross-legged. Immediately, vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into his body, but Xavion's eyes brimmed with excitement. As dusk fell, Xavion ceased his cultivation. He had already refined 9 tangible spiritual vortices, 8 of which were golden. 9 ice crystal-like spiritual vortices floated within his dantian. He clearly understood the terrifying amount of spiritual energy contained within them, something even a late chi condensation cultivator like Harmony couldn't match. However, he couldn't mobilize this energy. Any movement would trigger a chain reaction that his suppression technique couldn't handle. So, Xavion only dared to manipulate the stray spiritual energy in his body, barely more than what disciples without formed vortices could control. Xavion shook his head helplessly. Just as Elder Percy said, his body absorbed spiritual energy at an almost monstrous rate, preventing him from interacting with external sources. He quickly resumed cultivation, focusing all his attention on the final spiritual vortex. Gradually, the light blue ice crystals began to turn slightly gold, spreading rapidly like paint in water. Before Xavion could celebrate, the black vortex in his dantian spewed out an alarming surge of black aura. Panic seized him, yet his body wouldn't move. He could feel the black aura slowly corroding his flesh, but was powerless to stop it. Though Xavion felt no pain, as though his body had shut down, his consciousness remained eerily clear. He watched his body being gradually corroded, helpless to intervene. Eventually, when the black aura filled his entire body, the black vortex ceased its emission. The spiritual energy was completely blocked by the black aura, causing the spiritual vortices within his dantian to turn black as well, struggling weakly against it. Yet the black aura remained calm, each strand resting quietly, like kittens beside their owner. The black aura did not intend to destroy Xavion's body. His corrosion was merely due to its presence. Slowly, Xavion noticed the mark on his forehead absorbing the black aura, though he could only laugh bitterly. 10 days passed. Xavion's body was covered in blood. Much of his flesh rotted away. Even his golden vortices within his dantian teetered on the brink of collapse. Finally, the black aura in Xavion's body gradually diminished, allowing him to regain control over his body. Instantly, waves of excruciating pain flooded his nerves, as if every cell was being immersed in a corrosive liquid. Even Xavion felt the urge to pass out. Xavion mustered his strength, feeling as though the pain was shaking his very soul. He completely unsealed the spiritual vortices within his body, yet no spiritual energy flowed in, as though his entire body was isolated by the black aura. Using the remaining spiritual energy in his body, Xavion fought the black aura, but it stood immovably like reefs in the sea, consuming his spiritual energy instead. With no choice, Xavion focused all his spiritual energy on repairing his damaged body. The pain from regenerating flesh and the agony of black aura corrosion constantly assaulted his nerves, pushing his pain tolerance to its limits. Another 10 days passed. The black aura within Xavion's body dwindled significantly. He once again sealed his golden vortices using his suppression technique, which had shrunk to smaller than a grain of rice. His stone bed was soaked in blood, changing from green to black. Miraculously, he survived. Xavion's hair had turned somewhat white, a consequence of forcefully stimulating cellular activity with spiritual energy. Falling into deep thought, Xavion was puzzled. Why did something that occurred at 35 in his past life happen to him at 19? However, through this experience, he realized that cultivation could temporarily alleviate such conditions. With this, I've aged at least 20 years. Xavion laughed bitterly, his face filled with sorrow. Exhausted mentally, he had no energy left to care about the blood-stained stone bed. Lying back, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 24. Harmony's Trickery. Brother, this time I must defeat you. Outside Xavion's cave, Harmony once again sought out Xavion. It had been nearly 2 years since their last encounter. Harmony had advanced to the peak of chi condensation stage and was about to enter foundation establishment, while Xavion remained at the mid-stage chi condensation, yet his combat prowess had become terrifyingly formidable. Xavion slowly raised his heavenly cloud sword, smiling gently. Over these 2 years, he and Harmony had engaged in countless battles, and he had always relied on this sword to secure his victories. Suddenly, 7 or 8 spirit swords flew towards Xavion. Unfazed, Xavion stepped forward, creating faint illusions of himself dispersing in all directions. Harmony did not panic. She instantly condensed a wooden shield in front of her. As soon as it formed, it was cleaved into 2 halves. Harmony used the momentum to retreat several steps, but then, dozens of ice arrows shot towards her. Clenching her teeth, Harmony's body transformed as if into a tree, instantly enveloped by countless branches. With a bang, the ice arrows shattered. One arrow was real, while the rest were mere illusions. Harmony's branches instantly extended, stabbing towards Xavion. Yet, Xavion stood motionless. Harmony frowned, her spiritual chi suddenly erupting, but the branches halted, retreating to protect her. The stationary Xavion suddenly laughed. Mist began to form around Harmony, swirling towards her. Harmony immediately retreated, but just half a step back, a layer of ice started forming on her body. Clenching her teeth, her spiritual chi erupted again, shattering the ice. She leaped lightly, escaping the mist's range. Brother cheated. Harmony immediately gave up resisting. Her remaining spiritual chi was scarce. If Xavion came closer, she wouldn't be able to resist anymore. Xavion chuckled lightly. How did I cheat? You didn't even dodge. I thought that was an illusion created by your phantom technique. If I hadn't held back just now, brother would have definitely lost. Harmony pouted. That strategy, Xavion smiled. I knew you were suspicious. And if you hadn't held back, I being an illusion would still result in your loss. Hemph, Billy doesn't care. Brother just cheated. Harmony turned away, refusing to look at Xavion. Next time we fight, no more phantom techniques, too much cheating. Xavion shook his head helplessly. Billy's casting speed has already slowed down to 1 per breath. The suppressed spirit technique is useless now. Not letting me use the phantom technique. Might as well tie my hands and feet and fight with you. Never mind. Billy doesn't care. Brother can't use the phantom technique again. Every time Billy loses, it feels like I lost to the phantom technique. Harmony ran over, hugging Xavion's arm and shaking it. Don't use it. When Billy fights others, they won't use phantom techniques either. Brother should train Billy, right? Alright, then take a rest. Xavion stroked Harmony's head, revealing a helpless smile. Yay, brother is the best. Harmony tiptoed, lightly kissed his cheek, and immediately ran off. Xavion froze, touching his cheek, then fell into deep thought. It seemed like he was sneak-kissed, but it felt wonderful. He looked at Harmony, who completely turned away from him. He shook his head and sat cross-legged, starting to recover his internal spiritual chi. With increasing adaptability, his free-floating spiritual chi already rivaled that of a middle chi condensation cultivator. Plus the phantom technique allowed him to simulate almost any spell with minimal energy cost, though he could hardly use powerful spells. Once his internal spiritual chi was depleted, he would have to rely on physical techniques to compete. After 2 hours, Harmony turned around, her cheeks still rosy, not fully returned to normal. Do you want to continue? Xavion wanted to laugh. Harmony had kissed him, but she seemed more nervous than he was. Yeah, Harmony's voice was very soft. She felt an impulse to run, unsure why she did that, as if her body acted on its own. How about later? Xavion asked softly. You don't seem to be in the best state. Harmony paused, her face showing resentment. I'm fine, let's do it. Harmony wished she could hit Xavion hard. Did a kiss mean less than sparring to him? She decided to defeat Xavion this time. Xavion shook his head and drew his heavenly cloud sword. This time, Harmony didn't feign an attack with sword technique. She instantly burst into a terrifying amount of spiritual chi, causing the ground beneath Xavion to collapse, with numerous branches surging out. Xavion was taken aback, his speed reaching its peak. After 3 consecutive bursts, he barely managed to dodge. But before he could catch his breath, 7 flying swords came rushing at him. Xavion gritted his teeth, raising his heavenly cloud sword. Clang clang clang. 4 consecutive strikes, Xavion deflected 4 flying swords, then using the momentum to retreat, leaving the other 3 flying swords hitting empty space. The flying swords persisted, coming at him again. For the first time, Xavion felt tense. He realized Harmony was building up for a big move, but interrupting her with suppressed spirit would get him hit by the flying swords. Damn it. Xavion cast suppressed spirit abruptly, cutting off Harmony's build-up. He couldn't react in time to the flying swords, so he gathered all his remaining spiritual chi for defense. Instantly, an ice wall formed in front of Xavion, stopping the 7 flying swords. The attack temporarily paused, but Harmony quickly manipulated the flying swords through the ice wall. Xavion used the moment to roll sideways, looking quite disheveled. Brother must be out of spiritual chi, Billy won't hold back now. Harmony smiled, and the flying swords came at Xavion again. Xavion fought while retreating, his heavenly cloud sword becoming a blur, tangling with the 7 flying swords. Harmony clearly didn't expect this. She clenched her teeth, the speed of the flying swords increased instantly, and she began forming hand seals again, obviously for the same move. Xavion smiled bitterly. He understood he was going to lose. Though he could interrupt her spellcasting, he wouldn't have enough spiritual chi left to defend against the 7 flying swords. Using swordsmanship, Xavion knocked down the 7 flying swords, but Harmony's final move was upon him. Suddenly, vines with thorns surged towards Xavion from the ground. Chapter 25. Spiritual Splendor. True person. What are you doing? With a cold reprimand, the vine abruptly vanished. Eldest disciple he, greetings. Hel reacted sharply and immediately bowed down. Beside him, Harmony's face showed reluctance. She was about to win, and if Adon had arrived a bit later, Hal would have lost. But since Adon was in court, Harmony dared not speak up and also bowed. You two were sparring? Adon quickly figured it out, but as soon as he arrived, he saw Hal in danger and instinctively intervened. Yes, after so much effort, I finally won against brother once, only to be interrupted by eldest disciple he, Harmony said resentfully. Christy, no rudeness, Hal sternly rebuked. Hearing Hal's words, Harmony suddenly snapped to attention and bowed. Eldest disciple he, Christy knows she was wrong. No worries, it was my fault for intervening impulsively. Adon waved his hand, more approachable compared to other courts. But Harmony, you know about Hal's physique. You're already at the peak of condensation chi stage. Bullying him this way isn't quite right. If you want to practice combat, you can spar with others as well. Harmony was taken aback. Didn't Adon hear her? She had finally managed to win once, yet it now seemed like she was bullying Hal. She wished she could bully Hal, but the problem was that she couldn't defeat him. Eldest disciple he, I couldn't beat brother, and I only won one move by cheating. Harmony blushed, realizing she asked Hal not to use his phantom step, which was almost cheating. You couldn't defeat Hal? Aiden's eyes widened. You just said you couldn't beat Hal? Harmony shuddered, suddenly forgetting what Hal had told her. She looked at Hal, her eyes pleading. Hal shook his head and stepped forward. Christy's combat skills are still lacking. Indeed, she's not my match. Did eldest disciple he come here to see me for something specific? Aiden's eyes widened even more. That technique, and yet still deemed lacking in combat? Hal, you two spar again. I did have something to discuss with you today, but let's do this after you've finished, Adon said seriously. He couldn't understand how Hal could possibly have any chance of defeating Harmony unless it wasn't due to some spiritual anomaly, which he could clearly feel from the suppressive spell on Hal's Dantian. Don't rush. We just sparred, and our internal chi is depleted. Let Christy recover a bit before we spar again, Hal smiled. Eldest disciple he, why don't you tell me the purpose of your visit first? I neglected that. Adon handed Harmony a pill. Take it. You'll recover shortly. Thank you, Elder. Harmony accepted the pill and swallowed it without hesitation before moving aside. She knew better than to eavesdrop. Watching Harmony leave, Aiden's expression grew serious. Hal, I investigated your background and learned some information. Before Green Cloud Sect, it was puzzling why you acted this way, but 300 years ago, there was a prodigy in Green Cloud Sect whose experience mirrored yours closely. Hal's pupils constricted slightly. He sensed something unusual. Please explain, eldest disciple he. No rush. If you can defeat Harmony afterward, that will be one conclusion. If you can't, then it will be another. Adon smiled mysteriously. Hal's expression turned grave. He understood that his identity wasn't problematic, but the issue lay in his seemingly flawless appearance. Perhaps the predecessor left memories upon reincarnation as well. Since Adon chose to clarify rather than suppress me directly, there might still be room for compromise. Hal thought inwardly, deciding not to hide anymore since he had been discovered. Due to the pill, Harmony recovered quickly. Seeing that Hal and Adon had stopped talking, she approached slowly. Begin. Adon waved his hand, activating an array. Fight freely, hold nothing back. Hal remained calm, while Harmony felt a faint excitement, not for sparring with Hal, but because someone could finally witness her brother's true strength. From the start, Harmony held nothing back, unleashing terrifying chi, knowing she'd never have another chance if Hal took the lead. Focus. Hal uttered a single word, causing Harmony's spell to hesitate. She froze, confused why Hal could interrupt her casting instantly. Hal didn't move. He simply shook his head. Christy, during combat, regardless of what happens, don't freeze. Harmony nodded and chose to use her flying swords. 7 swords soared toward Hal, but Hal burst into an extraordinary speed, making the swords unable to catch him. Harmony was thoroughly defeated. She realized Hal had merely been playing with her all along. Despite her improvements over the past 2 years, she suddenly discovered that Hal had been using his abilities from 2 years ago. Brother, you lied to me, though disappointed. Harmony felt more pride. Hal's eyes filled with love. Christy is strong enough. I didn't want to pressure you too much. I can't protect you. Not at all. I don't want to be useless. I want to fight alongside brother. Harmony firmly shook her head, understanding that Adon must have told Hal something important. Naughty Nadine, rest now. Hal patted her head. All right, brother. I'll work hard. If anything happens, I'll face it with you. Harmony's resolve was unwavering. She understood Hal's affection for her and his fate of dying at 35, but she believed he would succeed. Do you not feel pain? Watching Harmony leave, Adon displayed a complex look. The speed Hal exhibited involved compressing chi within his body and using the spirit burst technique, creating explosive propulsion. Faster meant more physical pain for Hal. His chi wasn't abundant, limiting the power of the spirit burst, yet it was beyond normal human endurance. To gain something, sacrifices are necessary. Hal smiled. I should be able to handle ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Is this combat strength sufficient? You surpass the person even more brilliantly. Adon sighed. Let's go. Follow me to meet spiritual splendor true person. As you command. Hal bowed lightly and followed Adon. They walked halfway up the mountain, near the inner sect disciples' caves, but within their restricted area. Adon led Hal into a courtyard resembling one built by wealthy families, with beautiful landscapes, rockeries, ponds, pavilions, and corridors. However, it lacked houses, which was strange. Hal soon noticed an old man sipping tea calmly inside the pavilion over the pond. The old man's movements were simple, but his demeanor exuded immortality. Upon closer inspection, the energy in his Dantian was overwhelmingly vast, even forming a human-like shape. Chapter 26, Golden Sword True Wesleyan. Xavion began to understand a little. He knew that even the sect leader was only at the gold core stage, while this person in front of him was undoubtedly in essence infant cultivator. Junior pays respects to Benedict. Xavion was very respectful. He knew his fate might change because of this person. There's no need for excessive politeness, please sit. Benedict wore an amiable smile. Disciple, you also sit? Yes, Wesleyster. Adon sat beside Benedict, while Xavion sat directly opposite him. I noticed you on your first day here. Benedict spoke slowly as he sipped tea. I saw you practicing boxing and didn't expect you to notice me. Xavion paused. When he arrived, he indeed felt like someone was watching him. Instinctively, he raised his guard but then remembered he was at the Azure Cloud sect, where it was natural for new inner disciples to be observed. At that moment, I sensed you weren't ordinary. Your fist technique had a sense of battle but lacked form. It was clear you've experienced extraordinary battles. Instinct taught you this set of boxing techniques. Benedict smiled while Xavion remained calm. I asked Xuanhuan to investigate you, and found you were from Earl Country. Crossing Great Green Mountain at such a young age is no easy feat, especially for someone with such resolve, which wouldn't have come from Earl Country. Benedict's voice was soft, as if speaking about something trivial. If my guess is right, you should still retain memories from your previous life. Xavion nodded, not startled. From Benedict's second sentence, he understood what the court wanted to tell him. This matter is quite mysterious. The path of reincarnation is something even immortals can't meddle with. If it weren't for that man telling me personally, I wouldn't believe it till now. Benedict continued, he was similar to you, named Demon. He didn't show off much when he joined, but during the great competition, he was incredible, something I still vividly remember. Benedict showed a nostalgic look. He wielded a golden sword and defeated all strong opponents with sword techniques, while everyone else used flying sword skills. Back then, Azure Cloud Sect wasn't the strongest in the eastern region. Foundation establishment, Void Core surpassing Gold Core, Essence Infant comparing to Spiritual Realm. All of us, including myself, admired him. 300 years have passed, things have changed, but there are just a few courts left like me. However, before Demon left, he entrusted me with a legacy, instructing me to find someone like him and pass it on. Benedict's expression turned melancholic. I heard about your situation and understand your constitution, but that doesn't stop me from passing this legacy to you, Benedict said slowly. However, I can also choose to wait for the next person. His gaze focused calmly on Xavion. Xavion fell into deep thought. He realized accepting this would bind him to the Azure Cloud Sect, and whether it was good or bad was hard to determine. Edna surely had ulterior motives, and he feared facing unforeseen events. If you refuse, failing to become a core disciple in this competition means you cannot escape becoming a cauldron vessel, as agreed upon, Benedict added. Hearing this, Xavion felt displeased but kept his expression calm. Becoming a guardian and a cauldron vessel makes no difference. I will handle it myself. Xavion shook his head lightly. Junior only wants to know one thing. What must Junior sacrifice? Benedict paused, and Adon looked at him. Instantly, Xavion felt a strange fluctuation. He knew they were communicating through spirit senses. Xavion didn't act oddly. Instead, he picked up his teacup and drank some tea. As the tea went down, warmth spread from his dantian, yet suppressed spirit technique halted this heat, distributing it throughout his body. Xavion silently finished the tea in one gulp. If you agree, you will be Azure Cloud Sect's young sect leader. Your responsibility will only be leading the Azure Cloud Sect better. Benedict's gaze was very serious. How long did Golden Sword True Wesleyan live? Xavion remained calm. 50 years, after which he disappeared. No one knows where he went, Benedict sighed. Xavion closed his eyes slowly. The swift response implied Benedict knew why Demon left. He wasn't sure if the court knew about the black mark, but confirmed the current sect leader couldn't be achieved by himself in 50 years. Thus, Benedict likely had other purposes. Heard the East Domain competition selects 10 people from Azure Cloud Sect to compete. To become a core disciple, I must be among the top 3. Xavion looked at Benedict. If I refuse, you might manipulate it so Huer and I end up as the only one chosen, making it 9 against 1 without Huer's help. Benedict's eyes narrowed slightly. He had planned it. But now, his admiration for Xavion grew stronger, realizing Xavion could deduce the reasons for being appointed as the young sect leader. But this was a transparent plot. In Xavion's position, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he'd become a cauldron vessel. What do you want me to do? Xavion sighed, knowing too little. 30 years later, Ancient Domain opens, allowing those below Spiritual Realm and under 100 years old to enter. With Immortal Spirit Fruit as the goal, obtaining 100 can make you a vassal to one of the 3 major sects, securing a place in Central Plains. Ancient Domain opens every 1,000 years, and Azure Cloud Sect has only 3 spots. Benedict said solemnly, if you help Azure Cloud Sect enter Central Plains, you'll become the sect leader. If not, you'll still be the young sect leader. And if Azure Cloud Sect perishes? Xavion stared intently at Benedict. You perish too, Benedict met his gaze, admitting few dared ask such questions face to face except Xavion. There must be ways to control me, Xavion sighed again. The Yin-Yang Heart Sealing Pill, an ancient spiritual pill with 2 benefits and 2 drawbacks. Benedict explained slowly. First, it helps formation chi form a spirit sea, generating spirit senses. Second, it maximizes your body's potential, advancing your cultivation. The 2 drawbacks. A seal forms in the spirit sea needing yearly antidotes, or it destroys the spirit sea, and a shadow in the dantian that deepens over time, destroying the entire dantian in 60 years. Dantian can't be cured? Xavion frowned. No cure. This pill trains dead loyalists for 60 years. Even if one survives, it's useless afterward. Benedict shook his head. It's a divine pill beneficial for Foundation establishment cultivators with limited talent. Suddenly, Xavion paused, sensing something unusual in their conversation, as if missing a crucial detail. Chapter 27. Accepting the Legacy. Xavion closed his eyes once more, and this time he remained in that state for an entire hour. Taoist Tobiasangwa and Adon were not impatient. The 2 of them quietly savored their tea as they awaited Xavion's response. This kind of pill is likely beyond what Qingyun's sect can obtain. Taoist Tobiasangwa probably did not lie to me. From his perspective, this is an obvious plan, and I have no other choice. If I were Demon, on the brink of despair, creating a legacy, it is almost certain that this legacy is intended for rebirth. Being reborn and trapped in Qingyun's sect again would be unreasonable, meaning this pill should be harmless. Is it possession by a Chevianing? It's likely even Tobiasangwa doesn't know Demon's calculations. If I refuse, 9 against 1, I could be left with nothing. No matter how strong I am, my chances of becoming a core disciple are very low. If I accept, I will face the legendary possession by Golden Sword Jinren. Without Billy, I would definitely refuse and look for a chance to escape. But Tobiasangwa understands that Billy is my only tie, so he dares to pressure me. But there may be a way out. Clearly, Tobiasawa does not know about Demon's contingency plans, so his method must not be ordinary possession. If he also has the black mark, then it might not be a direct contest between us, but between my black mark and his. 1. To bet that he relies on the black mark for possession. 2. To gamble that my black mark is stronger than his. Yet, I have no certainty of either. Xavion slowly opened his eyes, having thought everything through clearly, making his decision easier. I accept. Once Xavion made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate any further. Taoist Tobiasawa took out a pill with black and white streaks, handed it to Xavion, who swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, he felt an intense heat all over his body, as if he were inside a furnace, and his brain felt like it was exploding, with some strange force continuously assaulting his soul. Gradually, Xavion sensed a region forming between his eyebrows, and various impurities being expelled from his body. His pain slowly diminished, though compared to the agony caused by the black aura earlier, this was negligible. Throughout the process, Xavion didn't utter a sound or even frown. Xavion's sea of consciousness gradually formed, but the black mark on his forehead completely disappeared from his perception. The limits of his spiritual awareness also began transforming into divine sense. Controlling his divine sense, Xavion examined his new sea of consciousness. It seemed like a vast world, yet extremely hollow. He couldn't see the edges, but faint yellow mist gathered at the center. As he observed, the whole space emitted a faint glow, and the yellow mist condensed into a peculiar mark. But just as it formed, the black mark inexplicably appeared, now resembling a baby and bearing traces of Xavion's appearance. Without hesitation, it swallowed the newly formed yellow mark, a satisfied expression appearing on its face. Xavion fell into deep thought. He realized that the black mark had evolved because of the formation of his sea of consciousness, and he was sure this was far from good. At least in his previous life, he'd never encountered such a situation. A shadow formed within Xavion's dantian, but shrank back quickly due to fear of the black vortex inside, remaining motionless. This shadow was barely pea-sized. The pill's potency was gradually absorbed, and Xavion clearly felt his body solidify several times over. He sensed that he could block flying swords with his bare flesh, while numerous golden spirit liquids formed lakes in his dantian. However, these lakes shifted slightly to the left, seemingly afraid of the black vortex. A powerful aura emanated from Xavion, but he quickly sealed it using suppression spell. Taoist Tobiasawa stared wide-eyed. He understood well the pain Xavion had endured. In Qingyun's sect's weakest period, someone else had taken this pill, screaming in agony and rolling on the ground, begging to be killed. No one could remain so unperturbed like Xavion. Let's go. Take me to receive Demon's legacy. Xavion was certain this pill posed no harm and was possibly brought by Golden Sword Jiren himself, or at least, he had definitely consumed it before. Taoist Tobiasawa regained his composure, leading only Xavion out of the courtyard. They arrived at the peak of Green Cloud Peak, which looked lush like the mid-level area but less artificial. The surrounding caves were twice as large as those at mid-level, and the spirit energy outside each cave was richer than in Xavion's. This was Demon's Cave during his lifetime, where the legacy lies. Taoist Tobiasawa pulled out a waist tag, and the restrictions around the cave instantly vanished. Xavion bowed slightly toward Taoist Tobiasawa before entering. From Tobiasawa's demeanor, Xavion sensed a deep connection with Demon, deeper than mere peers. Yet Tobiasawa's eyes revealed sadness, indicating he knew nothing about Demon's possession plan. Golden Sword Jinren's cave was simple, with floating light rings emitting soft glows, but their contents remained unclear. Without hesitation, Xavion inserted his hand into the light ring. At the mountain's summit, a figure sat cross-legged, a golden sword floating before him. Instead of looking down, he gazed higher. Despite fierce winds tearing apart stones around him, he remained unaware. Gradually closing his eyes, he reopened them immediately, freezing the wind still. Standing up, he swung his sword upward, releasing a sword chi that split the sky. Though the split remained narrow, it cleaved the sky sharply in two. The scene shifted, and Xavion felt a difference. He felt as if he had entered Demon's body, experiencing his life through memories. Training since age 9, Foundation Establishment at 16, Spirit Core at 25, Golden Core at 35, and finally reaching the Chevian Ing stage at 47. Xavion experienced everything Demon had as if living through it. On the mountaintop, Xavion relived the excruciating pain of black aura corroding his body, though he found it somewhat unreal. Demon, do you wish to live another life? A figure suddenly appeared, disrupting Xavion's thoughts. His memory became chaotic, even forgetting who he was. Chapter 28. The grand competition begins. Xavion fell into deep thought, reminiscing about his life. Yet, all that filled his memories were the shadows of Demon. He prepared to respond but felt an inexplicable reluctance. Since you don't want to, then die. The figure vanished, and immense pain surged through Xavion's senses. He regretted not agreeing to live another life. This feeling isn't right. Xavion's expression suddenly became calm. I shouldn't feel this way. You've gone too far, Demon. The pain continued, yet Xavion's gaze grew more resolute, and his demeanor more composed. A small golden sword slowly emerged from the light and merged with Xavion's dantian. At that moment, a golden sword-shaped mark instantly appeared in Xavion's sea of consciousness. The black infant imprint in his sea of consciousness seemed to declare its territory, swallowing the sword-shaped mark upon its emergence. Unlike the last time, the infant did not show any joy but fell into deep contemplation instead. Suddenly, a black figure rushed out of the infant's mouth, struggling and terrified. The sword-shaped mark slowly separated from the infant as if it was unwelcome. The infant focused fully on grappling with the black figure. Seeing this, Xavion felt reassured. It was only a matter of time before the golden sword real person's black imprint was absorbed by his own black imprint. Xavion carefully controlled his divine consciousness, gradually exploring the content within the sword-shaped mark. Immersed in golden sword real person's memories, this time was different. he remained very clear-headed. This time, the memories were all cultivation insights and techniques of Golden Sword real person. After what felt like an eternity, Xavion slowly awoke. He looked into his sea of consciousness, where a figure sat cross-legged at its center. The black infant imprint had transformed into a Dale who resembled him exactly, but kept his eyes closed as if in deep slumber. This time, Xavion understood what being a sword cultivator truly meant, and what the black figure in his sea of consciousness represented. So, I am Een Slave, and this black figure is the Een Slave mark, Xavion sighed. This scheme is too vast, unimaginably vast. For now, I can only take it one step at a time. But since Demon has 2 black cloth pieces, I will retrieve them after the competition. Xavion left the cave abode, where Tobias and Xuanhuan seemed to have been waiting for him. How long has it been? Xavion bowed and asked softly. 3 days, Tobias and Xuanhuan, seeing Xavion unharmed, gradually relaxed. Without saying much, Xavion hastily bid farewell to Tobias and Xuanhuan and returned to his cave abode. The 3 sword techniques left by Golden Sword contained countless variations, which he needed to familiarize himself with. Moreover, the nascent sword embryo in his Dantian required further refining, all of which would take considerable time. Yet, the grand competition was just 7 days away. The 7 days passed quickly. Harmony, seemingly understanding the gap, no longer came to spar with Xavion. Only close to the competition day did she accompany Xavion to register. Stepping out of his cave abode, Xavion found Harmony already waiting outside. Why didn't you call me? Xavion smiled gently. Scared brother might be busy. Harmony hugged Xavion's arm and walked with him toward the square. Qingyun sect's grand competition was divided into 2 stages, the outer sect disciples first, followed by the inner sect disciples. Wesley's outer sect disciples participated in free-for-all matches. The stage on the square was not large, yet 10 people fought on it each time, selecting the top 2. Spells and spirit swords intertwined, creating an impressive scene. The square below was crowded with people cheering loudly. But to Harmony and Xavion, these people merely displayed flashy techniques. The outer sect competition started and ended quickly. 10 disciples won, their eyes filled with excitement because starting today, they would become inner sect disciples. Do you have someone you wish to challenge? An executive court awarded them inner sect tokens while asking this as a routine question. After becoming inner sect disciples, outer sect members could challenge an inner sect disciple. If successful, their rewards would double. Despite some initial unrest, no outer sect disciple had ever succeeded during the grand competitions due to the significant talent gap, an insurmountable barrier. This rule also served to motivate inner sect members, as no one wanted to be the first to lose. Xavion, a Kirk stepped forward. According to tradition, only those admitted 5 years ago stood a chance, and among them, only Xavion had shown no visible strength, even being called a man hiding behind women. The executive court was taken aback, not knowing much about Xavion but having always considered him an ordinary inner sect disciple. Who is Xavion? Step up, remember not to go too far. Laughter erupted around, including from the other 9 standing nearby, who also wanted to challenge Xavion but were too late. The executive court paused, unsure of the reason behind this. Xavion patted the angry Harmony and slowly ascended the stage. Laughter intensified. Suddenly, Harmony's anger flared, her aura erupting, almost ready to attack. Xavion frowned, looking at Harmony. Billy, be good, don't cause trouble. Harmony stomped her foot, reigning in her aura, though the hatred in her eyes was evident. Her outburst silenced everyone. They couldn't understand why a nobody had captured the heart of their goddess and why she defended him so fervently. Everyone else stepped down. Xavion, remember not to go too far, the executive court reminded again, assuming Xavion was perceived as the weakest inner sect disciple. Xavion nodded, calmly eyeing the Kirk in front of him, his gaze as still as ancient water. My name is Tobias J. Remember, today I defeat you. Tobias J's aura suddenly burst but abruptly cut off. Solidify. Xavion lightly tapped his finger, stopping Tobias J's aura midstream. Explode. Xavion clenched his hand lightly, causing Tobias J to retreat backward and fall off the stage. The scene was bizarre. Everyone looked disbelieving. No one detected any spiritual fluctuations. Xavion had defeated Tobias J with just 2 words, as if performing magic. Of course, there were discerning spectators who clearly understood how Xavion won. The executive court slowly stepped onto the stage. With just those 2 moves, Xavion surpassed over 60% of the inner sect disciples in his estimation. Excellent skills. I never expected a newly admitted disciple to possess such ability, the executive court praised. Such precise control over spiritual energy, even I cannot achieve that. Elder, you flatter me, Xavion bowed slightly. I just practice more than others. Humility is admirable. Go down now. In the upcoming inner sect competition, I look forward to your performance. The executive court smiled kindly. Anyone else wish to challenge? The other 9 looked at each other, none daring to step forward. Then the inner sect competition begins now. The executive court cleared his throat and shouted aloud. Chapter 29. An easy victory. The first match, contestant number 1 versus contestant number 156. The matches progressed slowly, and the inner sect disciples were far fewer in number compared to the outer sect. Hence, they went on match by match. Xavion and Harmony didn't stay idle either. They watched others battle. A total of over 150 inner sect disciples had registered, needing only 4 victories to become part of the final 10. However, due to the smaller number of participants, 4 individuals would be given a bye, and Xavion was one of them. By afternoon, it was finally Harmony's turn to step onto the stage. Her opponent was a Kirk who was only at the intermediate condensation stage, even weaker than Harmony herself. My name is... Killian's words were cut off as Harmony directly attacked, sending 7 flying swords towards him. Shocked, he hastily drew his defensive spiritual treasure, but was blasted off the platform by the sheer force. Contestant 27 wins. The court official wiped away cold sweat. He had high hopes for Xavion, but never expected that the Nadine beside him was also so formidable. If he were at the condensation stage, facing her, he'd likely end up like that Dale. Harmony hopped down from the stage and returned to Xavion's side. You didn't let him finish his sentence. Xavion was somewhat exasperated. Too troublesome, Hooer doesn't want to talk to others, she just wants to speak with Big Brother. Harmony looked at Xavion, her smile sweet. Xavion's companions naturally overheard this. They gnashed their teeth in frustration but could do nothing. The newly admitted Edna and Harmony had been instantly honored among the top 10 beauties of the Green Cloud sect. Edna was approachable enough despite her aloof manner, but when it came to Harmony, she wouldn't utter a word to anyone else and constantly followed behind Xavion, calling him Big Brother. Moreover, whenever someone criticized Xavion, she flew into a rage. Almost all intersect disciples envied Xavion to death. Who wouldn't wish for a sweet and beautiful Aaliyah to follow them around calling them Big Brother? Even worse, it was rumored that Edna had once pursued Xavion, only to be rejected by him. To reject such an adorable beauty? How could Xavion bear to refuse her? Thus, people began to challenge Xavion or create trouble for him, wishing they could immediately become Xavion and bask in affection. But alas, these two beauties barely glanced at them, and what made it worse was they were formidable fighters whom none could defeat. The first round of matches ended at dusk, yet they hadn't completed the entire round. They were set to continue the next morning. Contestant 1 versus Contestant 160. In the afternoon, the second round commenced, with Xavion, who had received a bye in the previous round, stepping onto the platform first. My name is Ian. Opposing Xavion was a Seymour, apparently much older than him. Xavion. Xavion lightly clasped his fist in greeting before assuming a stance. Ian hesitated slightly but didn't hold back. Countless stone spikes erupted from under Xavion's feet in an instant. Xavion inwardly startled. Except for Harmony, this was the first time he encountered someone casting spells faster than a breath. Instantly, Xavion reached peak speed, charging towards Ian. Realizing this, a wall of stone formed before Ian almost immediately. Bang! Xavion punched the stone wall, causing it to crumble slowly, while Ian vanished from his sight. Is he underground? Xavion stomped his foot, causing cracks to spiderweb across the ground as Ian emerged from below, clutching his chest and coughing blood. He realized how terrifying Xavion was. That stomp, which seemed like a mere break in the ground to onlookers, had transmitted nearly 60% of its force into him. Not only had he been detected, but the control over power displayed by Xavion was truly horrifying. Ian clenched his teeth. He had climbed up from the outer sect, and was now at the grand completion stage of condensation. If he failed here, his only option would be to attempt the Foundation establishment stage, unable to become a core disciple anymore. Suddenly, the spiritual chi around Ian became chaotic. Xavion narrowed his eyes, understanding Ian wasn't easy to deal with. Even Harmony, based on her last performance, might have a 50-50 chance against him. Condense. Xavion issued 7 rapid finger movements, not fearing these major attacks. By using spirit inhibition technique to block the flow of spiritual chi in certain areas, such attacks couldn't be unleashed. His eyes were adept at identifying the critical points of spiritual chi movement. Ian's face paled as he immediately drew 3 flying swords from his storage bag, launching them at Xavion. However, Xavion merely shook his head and burst into motion again. Before Ian could react, he was hit out of the arena by Xavion's punch. Ian wasn't injured, standing up quickly. He knew he had lost completely, no matter how many times they fought. Without looking at Xavion, he turned silently and left the crowd, his back utterly desolate. Winning so easily against Ian? Edna was astonished, initially believing Xavion was merely strong in a conventional sense. Her gaze grew complex as she looked at Xavion. She thought he might not escape the fate of being a furnace cauldron, but now saw she had underestimated him. Slowly, bitterness welled up in her heart. Since Xavion and Harmony were together, she felt a profound sense of failure. Choosing to ignore Xavion, she consoled herself thinking he would become a furnace cauldron anyway, but faced with his strength, it all felt hollow. If I treated him like Harmony does, would he treat me the same? Edna smiled bitterly, sighed, and felt even more bitter. Big brother, you did the best. Harmony was extremely happy, seemingly happier than winning herself. Great, it's Hooer's turn soon. You must give it your all, Xavion laughed, feeling quite confident about this competition, making his mood considerably better. Of course, Hooer is going to help Big Brother become a core disciple. Harmony raised her little hand and clenched it into a fist. Foolish Nadine, why don't you aim for that yourself? If you can't become a core disciple, you'll have to wait another 10 years, Xavion said gravely, his expression serious. That's fine, I'll just become a Void Dan Master right away. Harmony made a funny face and ran off. I'm going to my match. Her opponent didn't seem too strong, and was knocked off the platform with one move. Soon, 2 familiar figures were defeated. Arev's opponent was a late-stage condensation disciple who put up slight resistance before being vanquished. Harrison engaged in a steady duel with another late-stage condensation disciple. His body seemed tougher now, and the spells landing on him had minimal effect. However, the opponent eventually launched a major attack, pushing Harrison off the platform. Edna. Xavion's expression became grave. If Harmony achieved crushing victories, Edna won each match by a slender margin. Big brother, what's good about her? Why are you staring at her? Instinctively, Harmony disliked Edna. Seeing Xavion fixating on her, she became displeased. Hooer, this Edna is no ordinary opponent, Xavion whispered. If my guess is correct, she will be one of the last 10 remaining. Hmph, if I meet her, I can definitely defeat her. Harmony pouted. Yes, my Hooer is the best. Xavion smiled, understanding Harmony's lingering jealousy over Edna's advances. Big brother. Hearing Xavion's words, Harmony blushed and buried her face in his arm. Xavion shook his head and continued to look at Edna. If there was anyone among the intersect disciples who posed a threat, it would definitely be Edna. Chapter 30. Moody Emotions. Yield to you then. Edna's cultivation technique was also the condensing frost spell, yet her method of winning was completely different from Xavion. She kept creating ice arrows and firing them at her opponent, then finally used some small tricks to freeze them and force their surrender. As Edna's opponent conceded, she stepped down from the platform but noticed Xavion looking at her. Her heart was a complex mix of emotions, but on the surface, she acted as if nothing was amiss, even sending Xavion a gentle smile. For a moment, all the men in the crowd followed Edna's gaze, and when they saw Xavion, their envy intensified. Harmony felt somewhat dissatisfied, but understood that Xavion was not someone with divided loyalties. More importantly, even she could sense the distance Xavion initially had towards Edna. Unable to vent her frustrations on her own brother, Harmony naturally turned her attention to Edna, glaring at her as fiercely as possible. Seeing Harmony's glare, Edna laughed softly, and for a moment, all the men were captivated. Sister Christy, don't worry. Your brother Guy will always be yours. Harmony's face reddened again. She had never experienced such a situation before. On second thought, it seemed she was being overly sensitive. After all, Xavion and Edna hadn't spoken to each other for a long time. I didn't expect Miss Lawn to have become even stronger. Even Sister Christy might be at risk facing you. Xavion pulled Harmony behind him, shielding her from the gazes of the other disciples. Wesleyster Guy flatters me. Sister Christy's talent is something I admire deeply. Edna gently brushed her hair behind her ear, smiling seductively. Facing both of you, I wouldn't stand a chance. Fortunately, luck was on my side this time, avoiding Wesleyster Guy and Sister Christy. Otherwise, becoming a core disciple would be out of the question for me. Xavion shook his head and said no more. He knew that saying another word would completely put Edna against the other disciples, which would not be beneficial for the Secret Realm trial after the competition. The next morning, Xavion arrived at the arena early, as the third round had already begun. It seemed Qingyun's sect had deliberately assigned all the inner disciples promoted from the outer sect to Xavion's group. This time, Xavion's opponent was a young Kelly who looked only slightly older than Harmony, her cultivation barely reaching the late-stage condensing chi realm, making her weaker than Ian. I know I'm no match for you, but senior brother Ian was like a brother to me. I will do my best to avenge him, the Kelly said, her face composed without any pretense of beauty, yet pure and untainted. Xavion gently shook his head and took a step forward. A sword appeared from somewhere and rested on the Kelly's shoulder in an instant. Surrender. You are no match for me. The Kelly's expression was extremely bitter. She couldn't even discern how Xavion had made his move. Talent is indeed a fearsome thing. Without talent, one cannot cultivate. There were tears welling up in the Kelly's eyes. I've defeated you because of cultivation? Xavion sheathed his sword, despite her not having surrendered. Speaking of cultivation, you're higher than me. The reason you lost is simply because you didn't work as hard as I did, or even Sister Christy. Don't blame everything on talent. Not enough effort? The Kelly laughed suddenly, but tears slowly slid down her cheeks. Do you know how long it took me to first cultivate spirit chi? Day and night, without rest. It took me 3 whole months. What's so boastful about that? Sister Christy and I went through 5 years like that. Xavion frowned slightly, walking over and striking the Kelly off the platform with one palm. The Kelly was unharmed but sat on the ground for a long while. Could talent really decide everything? How did Xavion defeat her? Unlike others who unleashed spirit chi explosively, she hadn't sensed any fluctuations. One more piece of advice. While cultivation realms depend on talent, combat power doesn't necessarily. Xavion walked off the platform without looking back. All the disciples fell silent, having clearly heard Xavion's words. Each of his matches had been won so effortlessly, seemingly with just one move. His terrifying speed. Did Xavion have other techniques? No one dared to say he didn't, but it wasn't necessary to use them to win. Brother, you're too kind to others. Harmony was slightly displeased. In her view, Xavion was helping that Kelly, and her brother should only need her, not anyone else. Xavion touched his nose. Am I that nice? If I were, there'd be no villains left in the world, right? I'm worried about potential trouble. Xavion patted Harmony's head. It's almost Sister Christy's turn. Good luck. Brother belongs to Sister Christy. Harmony pouted. Yes, he belongs to Sister Christy. Xavion smiled. He didn't mind Harmony's jealousy because, in his view, she had given everything to him. Harmony's mood swung inexplicably, but Xavion's words made her face flush with happiness, completely forgetting her earlier dissatisfaction. Miss Christy, I've admired you for a long time. Could we chat a bit? Harmony's opponent was a refined Kirk with strong features, holding a folding fan, fanning himself gracefully. Who are you to call me Christy? Harmony instantly flew into a rage, her aura surging to its peak. Branches shot out from the arena floor, attacking the Kirk. The Kirk remained calm, leaping into the air as if floating. Your brother doesn't seem so extraordinary either. Upon hearing that, Harmony exploded with anger, pouring massive amounts of spirit chi into the branches. One branch transformed into a tree-like form, growing more branches than before. The branches surged toward the airborne Kirk, blocking all his escape routes. His face turned serious. He hadn't expected such terrifying power from this Kelly. This wasn't just condensing chi. Even Foundation establishment wouldn't be much stronger. The Kirk waved his fan, releasing wind blades that shattered the advancing branches. Clearly, the fan was a formidable spirit treasure. However, Harmony's spirit chi supply far exceeded his, and more branches continued to attack him. Biting his lip, countless wind blades emerged around him, but the branches seemed endless. I concede. The Kirk looked somewhat dejected. His spirit chi was nearly depleted, while Harmony showed no signs of fatigue. Humph, such a coward. Harmony coldly snorted and left the platform. She wanted to teach him a lesson longer, but unexpectedly, the Kirk surrendered. Once off the platform, Harmony's expression changed instantly. She happily ran to Xavion, boasting about her victory. The surrounding disciples were helpless. Given the limited number of arenas, moving away from Xavion was impractical, so they silently endured. Some began to imagine themselves as Xavion, smiling blissfully. Chapter 31. The Uncanny Situation. Not long after, Edna entered the arena. Her opponent was no pushover either, seemingly another contender for a top 10 spot. This time, both fighters exchanged blows fiercely. Even Edna suffered considerable injuries before barely managing to win by a single move. This match left even Harmony, who watched from the side, speechless. Edna's opponent was so formidable that even she wasn't sure she could win. She's far more complex than you think, and I'm certain she still has many tricks up her sleeve, Xavion whispered into Edna's ear. Brother, does Rosalind stand no chance against her? Harmony suddenly asked. Yes, Xavion replied without hesitation. Among this year's disciples, only she gives me a hint of pressure. Whether it's Dante, Noel, Jared, or Rosalind. Harmony also realized this clearly. Instead of falling into despair, she smiled happily. Rosalind will definitely surpass her. Rosalind shouldn't feel pressured, Xavion said gently with a smile. She and I are of the same kind, which is why she approached me proactively. Does she want to use brother? Harmony looked at Xavion. Yes, but she underestimates me. Xavion's gaze deepened. I just don't know what her goal is. Is brother worried? Harmony asked curiously. I'm not worried, merely curious. Xavion shook his head. Should we tell the courts about this? Harmony asked. This is just my speculation. There's no evidence to back it up. Xavion shook his head again. All right, it's my turn to enter the arena. This opponent doesn't seem simple at all. Xavion stepped onto the stage. He recognized the person in front of him. It was Jared, hailed as the hope of the outer disciples and the strongest among all who had ascended from the outer to inner sect. Jared looked ordinary like Xavion, but their demeanors were vastly different. Jared exuded determination while Xavion remained calm. I will defeat you, Jared declared in a solemn voice the moment Xavion arrived on stage. Do you know why those fighting me all came from the outer disciples advancing to the inner sect? Xavion asked with a smile, shaking his head. Why? Jared paused, then questioned. Because the higher-ups of Qingyun sect don't want untalented people to gain more resources. Of the remaining disciples, probably no more than 3 can assuredly defeat you. Xavion spoke casually, as if he and Jared were close friends if one didn't know better. No, Qingyun sect has no need to do this. Jared, resolute, refused to doubt because of Xavion's words. I'm guessing too, Xavion shrugged, looking helpless. Jared hesitated for a moment. He wasn't stupid but very clever, which was why he had reached this stage. What do you mean? Jared couldn't understand Xavion's intentions, but sensed that Qingyun sect might indeed have done this for a simple reason. They would likely only reach the Foundation establishment stage without any extraordinary encounters. I want you to concede. Xavion laughed suddenly. Impossible. Jared roared loudly, agitated. After shouting, he seemed to grasp Xavion's meaning and calmed down. Soon, he showed some hesitation on his face. How confident are you that you can beat me? Jared sighed, speaking softly. Absolutely, none of these people can win against me. It's only a matter of effort, Xavion responded seriously, his voice equally quiet. Fine, I concede. Without another word, Jared jumped off the stage and left alone. Everyone was stunned. They expected a fierce battle, but Xavion managed to make Jared concede with just a few sentences. Harmony was puzzled too. She naturally heard Xavion's words, but couldn't figure out why Jared conceded immediately. Brother, why did he concede? Because I once met him, and he knows that if I don't become core disciple, I will be used as a furnace cauldron, Xavion chuckled, lowering his voice slightly but ensuring the surrounding disciples could hear. But brother, Harmony wanted to say something, but Xavion silenced her with a glance. Big brother Jared is very strong. Even I can't be sure of winning. Xavion stroked Harmony's hair gently. Though Harmony didn't fully understand, she suppressed her thoughts. Watching from atop the mountain, Tobias Nguyen's expression was complex. He hadn't expected Xavion to resolve the situation like this, nor had Jared. Xavion has disrupted all our plans, Adon sighed beside him. Yes, those outer sect members are still inner disciples and will work harder. Tobias Nguyen gazed at the stage as the next match started. But, Wesleyster, why did you do this? Adon voiced his confusion. Didn't you notice the increasing number of outer sect courts within the sect? Tobias Nguyen asked. These outer sect members will eventually become courts, contributing somewhat in the eastern region, but being looked down upon in the central region. If they are disrespected in the central region, they might take the remaining disciples later on. Xavion may have foreseen this, Adon mused. He holds different views from us. Perhaps he believes hard work can lead to success. Tobias Nguyen's expression was complicated. If Jared had been utterly defeated, all outer sect members, including those promoted to inner disciples, would lose hope and gradually be removed from the sect. However, his actions sustained hope for the outer sect, much like his words to that Kelly. Xavion isn't simple. A Jared who forsakes becoming a core disciple to save his friend will soon emerge. Outer sect members will strive harder, believing Jared could have beaten Xavion then, but chose to rescue his friend instead. Adon fell silent, realizing how deep this went, far beyond his own understanding despite considering himself intelligent. Xuanhuan, should I trust him? Tobias Nguyen paused. I think we can trust him, Adon responded slowly. AI, your cultivation talent isn't high. Do you know why I accepted you as a disciple? Tobias Nguyen sighed. Wesleyster thinks the disciple is wise, Adon bowed. Wise people should not idolize others for their wisdom. Tobias Nguyen looked at the stage where Harmony stood. Adon froze, his expression turning bitter. Chapter 32, The Final 10. Harmony's opponent this time was Anselm who greatly resembled Gary. However, his cultivation surpassed Gary's by quite a bit, as he had already reached the peak of Qi condensation stage, seemingly suppressing his progress to avoid reaching the Foundation establishment stage before this competition. Once on stage, the Anselm said nothing but briefly clasped his fists together. He instantly enveloped himself with spiritual energy, quickly forming a layer of earth-yellow armor over his body. Without any hesitation, he charged straight at Harmony, showing no intention of holding back. Dealing with such an opponent was something Harmony was all too familiar with. It reminded her of Xavion, and her combat experience had been largely imparted by him. A wooden shield slowly materialized, just as the Ansub's fist struck it. The wooden shield didn't seem particularly sturdy. It moved backward slightly to disperse the force, while simultaneously sprouting numerous branches that ensnared the Ansub's fist. Startled, the Ansub immediately tried to retreat, only to find his feet entangled in vines, leaving him with nowhere to leverage himself. Suddenly, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from the Ansub's body, forming a barrier around the vines. He stepped onto it, forcefully pulling back. The branches binding his arms snapped instantly. "You're far inferior to my brother." Harmony appeared behind the Ansub at some point, instantly sending 7 spirit swords toward his neck. "I surrender!" the Ansub yelled out, utterly bewildered at how quickly he lost without even using half of his strength. The flying swords stopped instantly, barely an inch away from the Ansub's throat. "How did you know my weakness?" The Ansub felt rather aggrieved, having been full of confidence before the match. "I told you, you're far inferior to my brother." Harmony rolled her eyes and immediately jumped off the stage. The Ansub stood there, dumbfounded, then looked at Xavion. Was he really so far behind Xavion? After all, he was almost twice Xavion's size. But thinking about it, he realized he probably couldn't beat Xavion anyway. "You won beautifully this time," Xavion smiled warmly. "Yay, finally got a compliment from my brother," Harmony exclaimed, thrilled by Xavion's praise. "Didn't you notice that you've been exerting yourself a lot recently?" Xavion shook his head. "This time, you were completely relaxed, yet every move was perfectly executed. As long as I win, right?" Harmony asked curiously. In a competition, it doesn't matter much. But in real combat, conserving even a little could turn the tide. Xavion's expression turned serious. "Now I understand why brother can hardly be detected during battles," Harmony suddenly grasped. "That's because I have limited spiritual energy available for use. If you can perform like this in every battle, you'll be fine." Xavion patted Harmony on the head. "Okay, Rosalind will work hard." Harmony clenched her tiny fist. The competition ended swiftly, and Edna advanced smoothly. The 10 finalists were invited to the main hall for commendation and informed to gather in the square 3 days later to participate in the Mystic Realm trial. 3 days passed quickly. Guchevin had been with Harmony, constantly sparring to prepare for the Mystic Realm trial. Xavion and Harmony arrived neither early nor late, finding many people already gathered in the square, mostly there for entertainment. Soon, Kelly approached gracefully, her presence as cold as ice, yet her beauty remained unmatched, looking like a celestial being. Her blue robes fluttered softly as she walked elegantly, unbothered by the gazes fixed upon her. If Harmony resembled a charming little neighbor, and Edna exuded warmth like an older sister, this blue-robed Kelly was a goddess, untouchable and revered. Xavion gave her a brief glance. While he was impressed by her appearance, what caught his attention more was her strength. The core blue robe indicated that she had already reached the foundation establishment stage. Harmony noticed the excellence of the approaching Kelly, but was delighted when Xavion only glanced indifferently. Even she couldn't help but take a second look. Standing on the square, the Kelly's attire settled gently. Everyone's attention was now on her. "My name is Vienna, the leader of this expedition into the Mystic Realm. My teacher, Immortal Wesley Tanya, will also accompany us to ensure everyone's safety." Vienna's voice was melodious but carried a cold tone. "There are 2 important points. First, this Mystic Realm relies on array formations for teleportation. If you feel overwhelmed, you can activate the formation to exit, but it will require 3 breaths. Secondly, inside the Mystic Realm, life and death are not accountable. Regardless of survival or fatality, the sect will not pursue responsibility." As she finished speaking, 10 jade stones flew towards the selected 10 participants, each landing accurately in their hands. These jade stones control the formation arrays. This trial lasts 10 days. After which, the jade stones will automatically activate the formation to teleport you out. "Once my teacher arrives, we will depart." Vienna's voice resonated again. Everyone silently stored the jade stones and waited quietly. Shortly after, Kelly emerged from the main hall. With a graceful figure and exquisite features, though appearing young, everyone knew this Kelly was one of the 3 influential courts of Qingyun sect, Immortal Wesley Tanya. She glanced at the crowd without saying anything, then waved her sleeve lightly. A massive ship materialized in the square, seamless in construction and floating mid-air. Departure. Vienna floated up and landed on the ship. Others followed suit, employing various techniques to board the spirit ship. Only Xavion used no spiritual energy, leaping up with sheer physical prowess and landing effortlessly on the ship. All eyes returned to Xavion. The ship stood at least 5 zhang high, yet he had ascended purely through physical strength. Immortal Wesley Tanya cast a meaningful glance at him. Had she not already reached the golden core stage, she wouldn't have detected any spiritual energy fluctuations from him. Instantly, she understood why Xavion spoke the way he did before entering the sect. He truly possessed such capabilities. The spirit ship ascended gradually, despite its large size, maintaining impressive speed. The entire vessel seemed protected by an array, ensuring those aboard felt no wind resistance. Wesley passengers, possibly seeing this arrangement for the first time, rushed to the edges to look outside. Even Harmony eagerly ran over. Only Xavion showed no interest in these matters, his gaze always gentle, focused on Harmony. Chapter 33. The Secret Realm opens. After 2 hours of travel, the spirit boat gently landed on a mountain peak. The peak was remarkably flat, as if it had been cleanly sliced off by a sharp blade. Numerous sects had already gathered atop the mountain, but each group was small, with some barely numbering more than 10 people. The Green Cloud sect's contingent of 30 stood out, their disciples stepping down from the spirit boat with expressions of pride. However, Xavion's brow gradually furrowed. He had noticed several individuals who seemed formidable. Cough, cough. I never would have thought that immortal Lady Chevin Tobiasen herself would be leading this mission. It seems the Green Cloud sect is determined to win this trial. Uncourt slowly emerged from the crowd. Clad in rough hemp clothing and slightly hunched, His body emitted an invisible yet scorching heat that made one hesitate to look directly at him. Immortal Westleister Watobiasing, it's been a while. We are all deeply grateful for your contribution of this secret realm, which has allowed for this training exercise by the Gathered Immortals Alliance. On behalf of Sect Leader and our alliance, I thank you. Immortal Lady Chevin Tobiasen said softly, her smile resembling a blooming lotus, radiating grace and purity. Immortal Westleister Watobiasing appeared somewhat embarrassed but dared not say anything. His sect was not large and had been noticed. If they didn't act proactively, they might risk being eliminated by the Green Cloud sect, with other sects merely cheering from the sidelines. I can't accept such praise. My Fire Cloud Pavilion has few members and naturally cannot enjoy exclusive rights. Sharing with everyone aligns with the Gathered Immortals Alliance's development direction. I believe other sects would do the same in my position. Ha ha ha. Immortal Westleister Watobiasing forced a hearty laugh, trying to mask his discomfort. If all sects were like Fire Cloud Pavilion, the Gathered Immortals Alliance would surely thrive and become one of the top 4 sects in the future. Immortal Lady Chevin Tobiasen replied calmly, elevating Fire Cloud Pavilion status. I won't steal the spotlight. Please, Immortal Westleister Watobiasing, could you explain the specific rules to these young disciples? Immortal Westleister Watobiasing nodded and stepped forward. He felt much more at ease addressing the younger generation compared to dealing with someone like Immortal Lady Chevin Tobiasen. You've likely heard many details about this competition from your courts. The final rankings will be determined by the value of the medicinal herbs and spirit beast cores you carry. At the heart of this secret realm are Foundation Establishment level spirit beasts, so please be cautious, Immortal Westleister Watobiasing explained slowly. In principle, we of the Gathered Immortals Alliance are all in the same boat. Therefore, avoid excessive violence during conflicts. In case of emergencies, activate your Jade tokens early for teleportation. Now, the trial officially begins. Immediately, everyone's Jade tokens began to heat up. They pulled them from their storage pouches, releasing bursts of white light, causing all participants to vanish from the mountain peak. This teleportation location was entirely random. Xavion and Harmony left marks for tracking each other and planned to meet up inside the secret realm. After a brief dizziness, Xavion found himself in a lush, seemingly grassy landscape. To the east lay an endless stretch of green, while to the west, mountains loomed, with dense forests visible at their base. To the north, a wide river flowed nearby, too broad to clearly see the opposite bank. To the south, similar to the east, the terrain gradually descended, revealing only a vast expanse of blue sky. The sun hung overhead just like in the outside world, except for the cloudless sky, a boundless azure that left anyone feeling insignificant. Xavion quickly reined in his complex emotions, closing his eyes as a familiar sensation washed over him. The west side, Xavion glanced toward the mountain range, not very high but gently sloping, looking like an inverted 8, lying on the ground. Xavion didn't immediately search for Harmony but headed in that direction, using his ability to perceive spiritual energy flows to spot the special features of spirit herbs in the surroundings. 3 days passed. Xavion finally sensed Harmony was near. Every so often, he checked and found she hadn't stopped moving, so he wasn't worried. Along the way, he accumulated considerable harvest. Naturally, he encountered numerous spirit beasts, mostly first tier, which posed little challenge, though he soon realized a flaw. Without Tianyun's sword, his attack power dropped alarmingly low. While he could defeat ordinary cultivators with fists, against spirit beasts, he struggled even to breach their defenses, regardless of the sword used. It seems I need to find a new combat style, Xavion mused. He suspected that once reaching the Foundation Establishment stage, he wouldn't have such overwhelming power, possibly even facing defeat from Harmony. Harmony! She looked disheveled, blood-stained, and with torn clothes, signs of intense battles. Queer! Xavion felt a pang of concern, having expected her journey to be smoother. He knew she carried spare clothes in her storage pouch, but wore those only for his sake. Foolish Nadine, Xavion hugged her tightly, understanding her efforts aimed at letting him collect more spirit herbs and cores. Harmony smiled, her face clean and expression returning to normal. Huir was silly. Brother's clothes are fine, but Huir ended up like this, making brother worry. You don't need to push yourself so hard. You could have hidden and waited. Xavion patted her head gently. I can't hold you back. Harmony's eyes showed determination as she retrieved a storage pouch and handed it to Xavion. Someone tried to rob me on the way. Without hesitation, I killed him and took his storage pouch. Xavion waved it away. You keep it. I had a good harvest. Harmony pouted. Brother, be good. Huir still has her own. Mimicking Xavion, she tried to pat his head but barely reached, tiptoeing to touch it. Afterward, she ignored his protests and shoved the storage pouch into his chest. On the way here, Huir found some rare herbs. Come, let me show you. Harmony grabbed Xavion's hand, pulling him toward the mountains. Despite his mild frustration, Xavion couldn't help but smile wickedly at the thought that crossed his mind. Chapter 34, The Five-Colored Green Lotus. Dion and his companion soon arrived at their destination, a clear pond. The water was shallow enough to see the mud at the bottom, and in the center grew a lotus. Its leaves were emerald green, but the lotus itself was five-colored. The five-colored green lotus, Dion muttered, surprised by what he saw. Yes, but there's a second-stage serpent spirit beast guarding the bottom of the pond. I stumbled upon this place by accident and nearly picked it, but then the giant snake emerged. I had to abandon it. Fortunately, it only seemed to be guarding this area and didn't pursue me. Harmony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dion rolled his eyes. No more of this foolishness. You stay here and keep watch while I go get it. Brother, that snake is very strong. Are you sure you can handle it? Shouldn't Billy draw it out first? Harmony's expression turned worried. Don't worry about it. Just stay back and be careful not to get hurt. With that, Dion leaped into the air, landing on the surface of the pond without sinking. Brother, really? Harmony watched Dion balancing on one foot with a mix of helplessness. Everyone wishes their cloud stepping technique could cover more ground, yet brother barely manages to stand on one toe. Still, she understood Dion's reasoning. Every bit of spiritual energy saved was valuable, as per Dion's philosophy. Dion fully immersed himself in the task of stealing the lotus. He noticed that the second stage spirit beast was sleeping. If he could pluck the 5-colored green lotus and escape instantly, the spirit beast might not catch him. He positioned himself above the lotus and immediately canceled the cloud stepping technique, dropping from the sky. Without hesitation, Dion drew his xuanhuan sword and slashed at the lotus stem. The sleeping beast let out a deafening roar and charged at Dion with alarming speed. But Dion, now holding the 5-colored green lotus, didn't panic. With a slight smile, he launched himself like a cannonball. Dion immediately took off with Harmony, but the second stage green snake pursued them relentlessly. On land, however, the snake wasn't fast, and while Dion sprinted at full speed, Harmony was even faster, constantly using spells to hit the snake, preventing it from catching up. Their commotion attracted many onlookers, most of whom fled at the sight of the snake, while a few seemed to be planning to profit from the situation, secretly following behind. The chase lasted for 3 hours. Harmony had expended much of her spiritual energy and continuously consumed pills, whereas Dion appeared to be relying solely on physical strength. Billy, you should run ahead. I have a plan to deal with it, Dion said firmly, but Harmony refused adamantly. Billy, trust me. I'm fine. I have 100% confidence. Dion smiled calmly. You don't need to run too far. Those opportunists should pay for their greed. Harmony suddenly grasped Dion's intention. She realized she might only be a distraction. Seeing Harmony agree, Dion stopped abruptly. The green snake, noticing this, also halted and eyed Dion warily. Dion grinned and thrust his sword at the snake. The snake hesitated before sweeping its tail toward Dion. Bang! Dion didn't dodge, but used his xuanhuan sword to block the attack. A tremendous force sent him flying. Despite his tough physique, such an impact wasn't harmless. He spat out a mouthful of blood but continued his assault. Using Spirit Burst, he redirected his flight towards the rear of the green snake. Oh no, he's leading trouble away. Those lurking behind the snake realized Dion's intent too late and scrambled to retreat, but it was already too late. In midair, Dion unfurled the 5-colored green lotus and cast a series of spells. He tore a lotus leaf into pieces and scattered it into the air. Wesley, who were nearby, got covered in fragments. However, amidst all this chaos, one figure didn't flee but silently approached the direction where Harmony stood. Completing his actions, Dion glanced at the snake, which returned his gaze with hatred. Dion smiled again and burst into motion at terrifying speed. The snake hesitated, letting out a prolonged hiss. It had initially followed the scent of the 5-colored green lotus, but now the scent was dispersed, making it impossible to locate the thief. After resting in a hidden spot to recover his strength, Dion decided to search for Harmony. However, he quickly noticed something amiss. Harmony was walking in the opposite direction. Billy is in danger, Dion thought without hesitation, rushing towards Harmony at full speed, ignoring any valuable herbs along the way. You're sure you didn't lie to me? A Kirk in white furrowed his brow, facing a graceful Kelly covered in blood, none other than Harmony, who had been separated from Dion. Apparently, when Harmony confirmed Dion's safety, this Kirk had attacked. With her remaining spiritual energy almost depleted, Harmony was easily overpowered. The Kirk hadn't killed her. Instead, he took her storage bag and sealed her cultivation abilities with a spell. Harmony's eyes brimmed with bitterness, understanding the Kirk's intentions, so she moved away from Dion. But now it was too late because she sensed Dion approaching. I may have lied, but my brother is here, Harmony sighed bitterly, turning to see Dion standing behind her. The Kirk in white immediately went on high alert. Dion's strategic thinking and incredible speed left him astonished, prompting him to use Harmony as leverage against Dion. Confident in his own strength, he believed Dion wouldn't dare attack him if he held Harmony hostage. What do you want? Dion remained calm, unsure of the Dale's identity but recognizing the dangerous aura he exuded. The Dale was ranked second among the trio that gave him unease in the square. If you hand over all the spirit herbs, inner cores, and the 5-colored green lotus, I'll let her go. The Kirk stepped back, blocking Harmony's view. No problem. Dion didn't hesitate, pulling out his xuanhuan sword to toss the entire storage bag to the Kirk. Brother, no? Harmony lunged forward, but the Kirk reacted swiftly, grabbing her by the neck. Chapter 35, Heron. Let him go. Hal's gaze turned sharp instantly, a trace of killing intent faintly appearing. The Kirk in white was startled. He felt the terrifying aura of the person before him. While he wasn't certain of losing, neither was he confident of winning. I know I had no intention to harm her, she just tried to run away. The Kirk in white released Harmony, who then collapsed on the ground. Rosalind, don't move. Hal frowned. Cough. Brother. Cough cough. No way. You can't give him the storage bag, Harmony immediately said, looking at the Kirk in white. This time we have a mission. You can take the 5-colored lotus, but the medicinal herbs and inner cores we've collected previously are absolutely not yours. If you dare to demand further, I'll kill myself right here for you to see. Harmony's words were firm, her eyes resolute. Rosalind, don't talk nonsense. Hal roared immediately. The Kirk in white hesitated. He could sense Harmony's determination and knew all too well that if the man before him went mad, the result would be utterly terrifying. He was clear about how that fleeting killing intent formed. Wesley, I ask your distinguished name? The Kirk in white suddenly clasped his hands in salute, a gentle smile on his face. Hal. Hal's frown gradually eased as he understood that Dale had agreed. I am Heron. The Kirk in white took a step forward. Seeing Harmony with you, Brother Goo, I envy you. Although Harmony's beauty left me astonished, I dared not entertain any improper thoughts. It's just that the allure of the 5-colored lotus led me to this stratagem. Brother Goo, throw the 5-colored lotus over, and I will release Harmony. This time, Hal swiftly retrieved the 5-colored lotus. He feared Harmony would say something foolish again. and he made no aggressive moves, given that Harmony was still in others' hands. Heron, receiving the 5-colored lotus, was delighted and quickly retreated, soon disappearing from Hal's sight. Harmony's seal will be lifted in half an hour. Farewell, brother Go. I must leave now. Harmony timidly walked over, watching Hal's silence without uttering a word. Hal rolled his eyes and tapped Harmony's head lightly. These possessions mean nothing. Fortunately, this man understands reason. If anything happened to you, what would I do? I've never seen anyone threaten someone else with their life when they're still in the captor's hands. Harmony immediately covered her head, putting on a pitiful expression. Rosalind won't dare again. I was just afraid you wouldn't become a core disciple. Hal's eyes became moist, pulling Harmony into a tight embrace. Foolish Nadine, there are still 7 days left. We can snatch it back. Even if you don't become a core disciple, we can still run outside. Leaving Qingyun's sect is just fine. There's Tanya Fairy outside. How can we escape? Harmony also hugged Hal. I'll capture Emmanuel. Escaping won't be a problem. Hal let go of Harmony and rolled his eyes. He's already Foundation establishment level, Harmony timidly said. Then I'll capture Edna. She's also Tanya's disciple. Hal focused entirely on Harmony, studying Heron's sealing technique. Brother is so naughty. Harmony blushed deeply under Hal's intense gaze, unsure whether she was reacting to Hal's plan to capture Edna or to his stare. Soon, Hal withdrew his gaze. Heron's technique was too profound for him to unlock, leaving no choice but to wait for half an hour. Harmony looked somewhat resentful. This silly brother, having embarrassed her, suddenly stopped looking. Harmony silently criticized Hal in her heart, but found herself unconsciously leaning towards him. This is the first time I've seen brother lose his temper. Harmony thought back to the scene, feeling warmly inside. Rosalind has been very disobedient. Hal tousled Harmony's hair, yet his eyes filled with indulgence. Suddenly, Hal paused. With a swift leap, he carried Harmony onto a tree branch, simultaneously casting a concealment spell, completely sealing them. Harmony soon realized something and stayed quiet, hardly daring to breathe. Don't look. Hal's voice echoed in Harmony's mind. She was puzzled but did not question, turning around to stare at Hal intently. Roar. A tremendous sound came, akin to a tiger's roar. Harmony's body trembled slightly, while Hal narrowed his eyes, surprised. This tiger was undoubtedly a second-stage spirit beast, indicating that the person ahead was stealing something important from it, much like himself. Junior sister, run. I'll hold it off. A man in a red robe shouted loudly. They were from Huayun Pavilion, 5 companions initially sailing smoothly until they inadvertently entered the territory of the sword spirit tiger. Somehow, they angered it, forcing the beast to forsake its domain and chase them relentlessly. Already, 2 had died, and he seemed to be next. Senior brother, no? A Kelly in white tears streaked down her face as she halted. She was the granddaughter of true Wesleyan Hua Tobiasing, and the most talented disciple of Huayun Pavilion. Because of her talent, these senior brothers fought desperately to protect her. Run, junior sister. Next to the white-clad Kelly stood a red-clothed Kelly. Though unremarkable in appearance, she exuded a unique charm, drawing several glances. No, I cannot fear death. The white-robed Kelly wanted to continue, but froze as the sword spirit tiger bit off the man's head. She watched in horror, pale-faced and panic-stricken. Tisage. The red-robed Kelly sneered suddenly and pushed the white-robed Kelly towards the tiger. Startled at first, the white-robed Kelly soon understood. Turning to the red-robed Kelly, she saw only a cruel expression. Before she could speak, the tiger bit her neck. After struggling briefly, she fell silent. Humph, little brute. What more can you do to miss here? The red-robed Kelly spun around, transforming into a little Nadine of 7 or 8 years, wearing a red skirt, her features exquisite like a doll, but her expression filled with disdain, seemingly extremely proud. The sword spirit tiger seemed to realize this little Nadine was formidable, merely growling and hesitating to attack. You think taking my 2 cubs is a favor? They should be honored that Miss chose them. Yet you chased after me this long. Let me show you some colors, or you might think you're invincible in this secret realm. The little Nadine stepped forward, emitting white mist from her body, causing the tiger to pause, then flee without hesitation. #####Chapter 36. The terrifying Tobiassel girl. Xavion was not surprised. He could sense the Kelly's terror. One of the 3 from before had been the Kelly in red, and in Xavion's eyes, she was the last person he wanted to encounter. But seeing her true form, especially in that state just now, Xavion clearly understood that in such a state, he would be instantly killed. The sword spirit tiger, having sensed this, did not hesitate but ran away directly. Himph, cowardly tiger. The little Nadine retracted her aura and looked straight at the tree where Xavion was hiding. You watched for so long and really thought I couldn't find you? The little Nadine showed a disdainful smile. Xavion, however, only smiled bitterly as he placed Harmony on the tree and then jumped down. The little Nadine continued to look at Xavion's previous spot, then glanced meaningfully at him, as if not intending to reveal anything. Hey, you actually have a seal inside your body. The little Nadine suddenly displayed an interested expression. Xavion slowly furrowed his brows. He knew he must delay for half an hour until Harmony recovered, giving them a chance to escape. You can actually detect it? The little Nadine giggled, quite pleased with herself. Of course, this kind of trick is obvious to me. Wesley, I asked for the young Aaliyah's name? Xavion asked with a serene smile. My name is... The little Nadine was about to say but paused abruptly, recalling something. Why should I tell you my name? Why did you call me out, miss? Xavion remained unperturbed, his smile still present. You saw my true appearance. Do you think I will let you go easily? The little Nadine laughed scornfully. It's hard to say. Although you are confident, unexpected things can happen in battle. No one can guarantee the outcome, Xavion said softly. I acknowledge your prowess just now, but it won't be that easy to kill me. Himph, you overestimate yourself. How about this? We spar. I won't use lethal force, and if you can force me to show my true skills, you'll submit to me and become my servant. How about it? The little Nadine considered for a moment and spoke seriously. If I can make you reveal your true abilities, you'll let me go, and I'll swear never to tell anyone about today, Xavion replied with a smile. Why would I let you go once you've proven some combat ability? The little Nadine curiously eyed Xavion. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? Xavion frowned. Don't tell me you really think you can win against me. The little Nadine burst into laughter. Do you know why I sealed myself? Xavion suddenly asked. Do you think I'm scared? The little Nadine's expression was arrogant. Xavion turned around, his eyes filled with tenderness. I don't want to die. Don't push me. Humph. The little Nadine coldly hummed, appearing in front of Xavion in an instant, swinging a punch directly at his abdomen. Xavion was not surprised. He took half a step back, then sidestepped to dodge, while simultaneously pushing forward with his palm to deflect her leg attack. However, the little Nadine was very flexible, using Xavion's push to brace herself and kick towards his face with her other foot. Without hesitation, Xavion counterattacked, aiming his kick directly at the little Nadine's face. Bang! Neither held back, but Xavion's nose was broken, while the little Nadine merely took 2 steps back, seemingly unharmed. You made the right choice, but your strength is weak. The little Nadine slowly stopped looking down on him, her expression turning serious. However, I confirm, give up your Toby-ass soul, submit to me, and I'll let your friend on the tree go. The little Nadine revealed an evil smile. Miss, exposing your true form makes it hard for you to leave as well. Xavion wiped the blood off his face calmly. There's a golden core existence outside. The most you can do is escape under a false stand. If you stop tormenting me, I can help you leave. Xavion quietly calculated time. Already delaying for a quarter hour, waiting for Harmony to fully recover, then he would act. You're afraid of me. The little Nadine stepped forward, Xavion stepping back in sync. But your judgment isn't bad. If only the false stand outside, I could indeed escape. However, it has nothing to do with submitting to me. I give you 10 breaths to consider. If you don't agree, I'll beat you into submission. Xavion felt a shock internally but maintained calm externally. Miss, don't underestimate me. A hint of killing intent slowly emanated from Xavion. The little Nadine hesitated briefly but felt nothing unusual. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Before she finished, Xavion instantly launched an attack. 3 illusions charged from different directions, countless ice arrows shooting towards the little Nadine. Her eyes changed immediately. She didn't hesitate to retreat, but those ice arrows seemed powerless, disappearing upon impact with the ground. You dare to deceive me. The little Nadine raged, punching through Xavion's illusion without breaking a sweat due to its fake nature. A sword beam instantly aimed for her head, causing panic on her face. White vapor began to emit from her, re-entering the state she was in earlier when chasing the sword's spirit tiger. The sword beam passed right through her head. Damn it, another illusion. The little Nadine, completely enraged, had her delicate features distorted by anger. She spotted Xavion beside her, instantly rushing over with a sonic boom and grabbing his neck. Immediately realizing it wasn't real, she noticed Xavion was a mirage. A cold current gradually appeared, turning the grabbed Xavion into water which instantly surged towards the little Nadine, forming ice. However, it was too late. The little Nadine unleashed terrifying speed, making her figure untraceable. As she landed, a sword beam struck again, but despite her speed, she was in mid-action. Thud! A red light shield encircled the little Nadine, stopping the sword beam momentarily. Regaining control, she punched towards the tip of the sword. Seeing this, Xavion immediately released the Tianyun sword, letting it fly free. Without hesitation, he cast a spirit burst spell, sending him flying towards where Harmony lay. Grabbing Harmony, he quickly channeled a cloud stepping spell and escaped. Chapter 37. Harmony's death. But at this moment, the little Nadine was struggling on her own. Unbeknownst to her, Xavion had already set a trap beneath her feet. Her legs below the knees had been frozen solid without her noticing. The little Nadine stamped her foot, shattering the ice instantly. Even my unworthy brothers couldn't match your combat prowess. I want you as my servant. The little Nadine's state remained active as she dashed towards the direction of Xavion's escape with terrifying speed. Damn it, not even a sliver of a chance. In the battle that had lasted only 3 breaths, the little Nadine hadn't even discerned Xavion's illusion technique but had still relied on sheer strength to decisively defeat him. Xavion soon stopped. He realized he couldn't escape. Instead of running further, it would be better to stop and recover some spiritual energy. His reserves were very limited, so it didn't take long for him to fully recharge. Not running anymore? The little Nadine was still emitting white vapor. Her short hair floated upwards due to this state. Why do you insist on pressing me? Xavion sighed. I really don't want to lift the seal. I forgot about your seal. Go ahead and unseal yourself. Let me see how powerful you are. The little Nadine suddenly became intrigued. Xavion could only offer a bitter smile. This little Nadine seemed completely unfazed by the severity of the situation. If you please, wait a moment while I unseal myself. Xavion slowly closed his eyes. During their battle, he had already used divine senses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to track the little Nadine's movements. Okay. The little Nadine immediately released her state, returning to her normal appearance, truly waiting for him. Xavion gradually calmed down. Now, all he had to do was wait. Wait for Harmony to recover, and then they would run together. With gestures, he cast numerous illusions, creating a rather bizarre scene that left the little Nadine in awe. Cough cough. Xavion blushed and feigned an explosion effect. It failed. Please wait a bit while I try again. It will definitely work this time. Alright. The little Nadine didn't seem worried. After defeating you, I'll make you acknowledge me as your master and tell me that sealing technique. It's too powerful, even more impressive than my Silas's sealing techniques. Xavion felt embarrassed. He suddenly thought of French. It seemed he was doing what French had done before. Huir, run quickly. Sending out a divine message, Xavion instantly lifted his seal. An enormous amount of spiritual energy surged into his body. Without hesitation, Xavion's hands moved like phantoms, rapidly forming dozens of ice arrows in just one breath. The little Nadine's eyes widened. Without hesitation, she transformed back into her previous state. The ice arrows seemed endless, leaving the little Nadine overwhelmed. Yet, she could sense that Xavion was reaching his limits. His casting speed was much slower than his absorption rate, and soon he would burst from excess spiritual energy. However, there was nothing she could do. The number of ice arrows was too terrifying, even for her, making it impossible to evade. Harmony didn't run. She couldn't bear to see Xavion explode from within. Although she wasn't proficient in suppressing spirits, she knew enough to prevent a disastrous outcome. The surroundings had completely turned into ice and snow, the temperature extremely cold. Xavion's eyes were bloodshot. He had no more options. The little Nadine was arrogant to the extreme, but the disparity in power couldn't be bridged. Huir, run. Xavion's divine consciousness reached out again. He had no other choice. No, even if I become someone else's servant, Huir will stay with brother. Harmony's eyes were red, and she performed the gesture for a spirit suppression spell, aiming directly at Xavion. Frost Ning Jir. At the final moment, Xavion raised his hand, and the ice shards on the ground melted instantly before refreezing. The little Nadine was encased in a massive block of ice. However, Xavion knew she was unharmed and would only be momentarily delayed. Note, Frost Ning Jir seems out of place in English. It should either be fully translated or omitted for fluency. Edited version. At the final moment, Xavion raised his hand, and the ice shards on the ground melted instantly before refreezing. The little Nadine was encased in a massive block of ice. However, Xavion knew she was unharmed and would only be momentarily delayed. Run. Xavion had no strength left. The surge of spiritual energy had weakened him to his limit. Even his divine senses were nearly exhausted. Without hesitation, Harmony carried Xavion on her back and fled. Boom. Harmony hadn't taken a step when the ice shattered instantly. The little Nadine, who had been emitting white vapor, now had her entire body turn red, including her hair and skin. Ha ha ha, I didn't wait in vain. As she spoke, Harmony felt a tremendous force erupt behind her. Caught off guard, she flew out, only to be grabbed by the neck by the little Nadine midair. The intense pain almost made her faint, but she knew she couldn't lose consciousness. The little Nadine gradually returned to her normal appearance, adorable in her red sneakers. But Xavion's face was being crushed underfoot. One hand around Harmony's neck, and because of the height difference, Harmony's lower half lay sprawled oddly on the ground, seemingly with a broken spine. Tears streamed down Xavion's face. He could feel that Harmony's spinal bones had shattered, many fragments piercing her internal organs. Even as a cultivator, timely aid was essential. Otherwise, death was inevitable. Let her go, please. Xavion struggled to speak, his face deformed by the pressure on it, each word a torment. Sure, the little Nadine laughed evilly, but I hate women prettier than me. For your sake, I'll spare her, but I want to test your will. She pressed down harder, Xavion's head sinking into the mud, then stepped back 3 paces. Get up, kneel, and acknowledge me as your master. The little Nadine's voice was soft but filled with authority. Without hesitation, Xavion struggled despite every movement feeling like being torn apart, though he had no strength left. Slowly, he turned over, using his hands to support himself, lifting his head out of the mud. Each movement was accompanied by heavy breathing, yet he didn't pause. Xavion eventually lacked the strength to stand. He collapsed, his vision blurring. But Xavion knew he couldn't stop because with each passing moment, Harmony's chances of survival diminished. Harmony's eyes slowly opened. She saw a blurry figure in front of her, yet familiar. The figure crawled forward, each move incredibly difficult. Seemingly reaching its end, the figure stopped, lowering its head with remaining strength. Enough, it's enough. Harmony's consciousness was fading, pain completely gone. Brother, live on. Huir can't stay with you anymore. Scenes flashed through her mind, stopping at the moment Xavion knelt. Harmony couldn't understand why such a strong person like Xavion would kneel so easily, but she had no strength left to ponder it. Brother, you've done enough for Huir this time. Let me handle it. Harmony's mouth slightly opened, but only blood came out. Wesley stir. Just as Xavion began to speak, he sensed something wrong. Summoning unknown strength, he lifted his head, looking at Harmony. He wanted to use a spirit suppression spell but couldn't. No, Xavion cried, seeing Harmony's mouth shape, tears, and the little Nadine's horrified expression. Tears and smiles simultaneously appeared on Harmony's face, awkward yet strangely beautiful. Her lips trembled slightly, the last words unsaid. Yet, in Xavion's mind, a phrase faintly emerged. Time heals all wounds. This translation captures the original tone, style, and emotion while ensuring natural English flow and coherence. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. ####Chapter 38. Perish together. Harmony self-destructed. What she did should have been impossible without a false stand, but Harmony managed it. She used the spirit explosion technique to detonate all the spiritual energy within her dantian. Even the little Nadine couldn't fathom how such a severely wounded Harmony still had the strength to use spells. The massive shockwave hurled Xavion away. He didn't know how far he flew or that his body now exposed countless shattered bones. He even forgot the pain. The moment he hit the ground, Xavion immediately crawled toward the center of the explosion, step by step, without any pause. Xavion refused to believe Harmony was gone. He thought it might be an illusion and only wanted to confirm if the Kelly who always called him brother would still appear. The dust slowly settled, and Xavion's consciousness blurred, his eyes unable to open. Yet somehow, he continued moving with unrelenting determination. Blood stained the path behind him, and internal organs clung to the mud. Christy. Xavion could hardly believe it. He felt a faint sign of life, and his pace quickened slightly. Xavion saw her, but it wasn't his Christy. The little Nadine's clothes were entirely destroyed, her right side completely gone, exposing half her skull and innards to the air. Her skeletal frame remained mostly intact but barely resembled a human being. Christy! Xavion somehow found strength and roared wildly, crawling madly toward the little Nadine. He lacked the power to kill her, so he bit into her organs and flesh with each bite. When he couldn't swallow, he spat out, yet never paused for a moment. Suddenly, the little Nadine opened her eyes, looking at Xavion with terror. No, go away. I'll let you go, just go away. A divine thought transmitted, but Xavion laughed, an ugly, twisted laugh. He ate faster, without hesitation. The little Nadine was in better shape than Xavion. She raised her right hand and struck Xavion's head with all her might, feeling his skull crack, yet Xavion didn't stop. I beg you, leave me alone. The little Nadine was utterly bewildered, having never encountered such a terrifying person. She sensed Xavion was near death, and a single blow could end him. But no matter how many punches the little Nadine landed on Xavion, he didn't stop. Monster, you're a monster. Tears fell from her left eye, still somewhat intact. She stopped her actions and tried to crawl away, but Xavion bit down firmly on her muscle. Afraid? Ha ha ha, you can't escape. A divine thought echoed in the little Nadine's mind, accompanied by eerie laughter. Suddenly, black aura surged from Xavion's dantian, enveloping him and assaulting the little Nadine. Who dares steal my nether chi? A Kirk in white sat at a stone table sipping tea, instantly enraged, radiating terrifying energy. Everything except his teacup turned to powder. Tobiasai is a boundary, condensation realm, ha ha ha. The Kirk slowly stood, floating midair as the earth beneath him vanished, forming a bottomless void. Such ants don't deserve to live. His gaze sharpened, revealing contemplation. Tobiasai's boundary, no one above immortal realm may enter. It must be the escaped nether slave. But my slave, you can't escape me. The Kirk smiled cruelly, waving his hand, and everything restored as if nothing happened. A purple-black fox suddenly appeared beside Xavion, its eyes filled with confusion. It quickly regained clarity, staring intently at the black aura-covered Xavion and little Nadine. Determined, it rushed over, absorbing the black aura, its face displaying enjoyment as it closed its eyes, breathing softly. The little Nadine, covered in black aura, slowly emerged, her body decayed like wood, eyes empty but expression relieved. Meanwhile, in an ancient residence, a white-haired court played chess with a Seymour. Suddenly, the chess piece crumbled to dust. The Seymour sensed immense pressure but quickly understood, his expression turning terrified. Who killed my darling granddaughter? Who? I will tear you apart, make you suffer eternal torment. The court's hair turned black, his wrinkled face baleful again, resembling the Seymour. Beg, investigate what Fiona did. Who has such audacity? The baleful court shouted, his eyes red. The Seymour nodded and immediately withdrew. Instantly, the entire family was in uproar, half summoned for questioning. You say Fiona discovered a Sea Clan spy, then disguised herself to go east? The court returned to his usual appearance, no longer baleful. The Seymour quickly returned with results since it involved the beloved granddaughter of the eldest ancestor. Yes, Fiona loves adventure, perhaps just needing to relieve boredom, the Seymour sighed. Fiona was his daughter. During the investigation, he couldn't believe it either. East? Besides those old masters in the sect, who could be Fiona's match, let alone kill her? The court's face turned livid, his fists tight enough to distort the air. Sea Clan isn't easily dealt with by us alone, but they wouldn't target our Tobias and family. Beg, lead the team. Attack smaller sects to uncover the truth. Bring all suspects for soul interrogation. Yes, Austin. The Seymour bowed and retreated. Chapter 39. The First Sacrifice. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xavion regained consciousness. His body was in tatters, barely hanging on to life with a mere wisp of spirit energy. If not for his cultivation and intact dantian, he would have died countless times over. Christy. Xavion was filled with bitterness. Why did Christy, who was so kind, die while I, this hateful person, survived? His expression twisted in agony. His entire body was a grotesque mess, almost unrecognizable as human, much like the time before when dark chi corroded his cells. Yet, Xavion seemed oblivious to the pain, lost in memories of harmony. The past gradually resurfaced, and Xavion slowly managed a ghastly smile. He had no strength left to repair his body, nor did he want to. Christy, I'm coming to join you. Xavion closed his eyes slowly, his consciousness fading. This time, it was a deliberate surrender. A deathly aura emanated from him, as if ready to leave the world at any moment. The little fox awoke and looked at Xavion with bewildered eyes. It waved its tiny paws, and all the dark chi inside Xavion's body rushed out, swallowed by the fox, which then relaxed visibly. The fox tilted its head as it stared at Xavion, seemingly deep in thought. After a long struggle, it finally made up its mind. It crawled to Xavion's mouth, opened its own, and a pea-sized green bead emerged, entering Xavion's mouth. The fox's face showed signs of exhaustion, yet the green bead began to heal Xavion's body. The fox grew weaker, eventually collapsing on Xavion's face, barely able to open its eyes. Vitality began to return to Xavion's body, mending broken bones, restoring damaged organs, and cleansing the wounds. Finally, even his skin regenerated, leaving Xavion as good as new except for his torn clothes. The exhausted fox also fell into a deep sleep atop Xavion's head. Under the black sky painted with stars and the moon, Xavion suddenly opened his eyes. He noticed the sleeping fox on his face. It saved me? Xavion slowly sat up, removed the fox from his face, and examined his body. without any discomfort, and even stronger than before. Despite this, Xavion felt no joy. His expression was heavy. Harmony's departure weighed heavily on his heart. The pain was more intense than ever, even surpassing the torment of his soul being corroded by dark chi before his previous death. Xavion felt like he had vanished from the world, sensing nothing but the hollow emptiness in his heart. The night turned into day, and the sun appeared, shining directly onto the land in the realm without a single cloud. Xavion sat silently, his gaze empty, while the fox continued to sleep undisturbed on his abdomen. Night fell once more. Xavion sighed, murmuring to himself, "Does time really heal all wounds?" Recalling the conversation with Harmony about how she had learned about his condition, Xavion wondered why he, too, could not escape the suffering of longing. "Why did you save me?" Xavion grabbed the fox tightly, increasing his grip, but the fox remained unconscious. "Why? Wouldn't it be better for me to leave now?" Tears trickled down his cheeks, quickly vanishing upon hitting the ground. Xavion released the fox and stood up slowly. "Since that's the case, Christy, I'll make everyone involved in this pay." His eyes were filled with terrifying intent, and a chilling killing aura enveloped him. Heron, who sealed Christy, the power behind the Nadine, the Huayun pavilion that discovered this realm, and the Qingyun sect leading this trial, you will all be punished. Xavion's lips curled into a cruel smile. He stowed away Harmony's and the little Nadine storage bags, grabbed the fox, and dashed off in the direction Heron had initially left, determined to make Heron his first sacrifice. 3 days later, Xavion finally found Heron battling 3 condensation stage cultivators. Despite their numbers, Heron held them at bay. Without a word, Xavion joined the fray with a cruel grin, not strategizing but hammering blows towards Heron. The 3 others quickly withdrew, breaking free and fleeing after seeing Xavion's fearsome state. Heron was taken aback. He couldn't comprehend why Xavion attacked him, each strike aiming to end his life, nor why Xavion didn't dodge any attacks directed at him. "Brother guy, what's going on?" Heron's words were cut short as another fist struck him. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent, one who suppressed him effortlessly without using any spiritual energy or spells. "Explode." Heron heard Xavion utter one word before a powerful force surged from behind. Biting his lip, Heron's body emitted eerie ink-black chi, turning his form a dark emerald. He absorbed the punch, deforming his handsome face. "Damn it, are you a monster?" Heron retreated several steps, realizing he would have been dead if the punch had landed a fraction later. Xavion's cruel smile widened. Without hesitation, he lunged at Heron, embracing him tightly, releasing the dark chi from within. Heron's eyes filled with terror. He knew touching this dark chi meant certain death. Seeing Xavion also starting to decompose, Heron pummeled Xavion's back, feeling the vertebrae crack. Whoever killed Harmony, unleashed this demon. Heron roared in anger, helpless as the dark chi corroded him. Suddenly, Heron calmed down. He realized he had no chance. When Xavion arrived, something felt wrong. Harmony wasn't with him. He vaguely understood Xavion's purpose, but remained calm, believing he still had hidden advantages. But he was gravely mistaken. While he thought his ink jade body technique made him invincible, Xavion was willing to perish alongside him. Heron met his reluctant end, but Xavion laughed. He saw clearly how destructive the dark chi was within another's body, laughing cruelly despite the excruciating pain in his own. Chapter 40. Undercurrents stirring. Inside his dantian, the green jade bead gradually emitted a soft light, repairing Ahil's body. This light seemed far more powerful than spiritual energy, and the rate at which it repaired was faster than the black aura's corrosive speed. On the other hand, the little fox and the een imprint on his forehead were also slowly absorbing the black aura, though not actively, making the absorption very slow. But Ahil already understood that he wouldn't die. Full recovery was only a matter of time. The green jade bead had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice, and Ahil gradually regained control of his body. He clearly felt the strength of his physical body had increased to another level, but he also noticed the little fox seemed more exhausted. This green jade bead belongs to it, Ahil realized quickly, and this little fox can absorb black aura. If the black aura erupts again in the future, with its help, it would certainly be much easier for me. Ahil took away Heron's storage bag and then grabbed the little fox, finding a secluded place to start organizing the contents of the storage bag. At the same time, a subterranean palace gradually opened, and a pale-skinned Dale emerged from it. His eyes appeared somewhat hollow, and there was no trace of aura around him. The successor I chose is dead? It looks like my reincarnation plan has failed. How amusing, obtaining all my cultivation techniques, even able to easily kill those at the foundation establishment stage. The inheritance warned not to easily provoke trouble, yet this successor managed to reach the eastern region, impressing even me. Who would have thought such an insignificant place could produce someone capable of killing my successor? The Dale laughed coldly and shook his head. But since I've awakened, so too has the ancestral patriarch learned of it. The Huaxin seal bears my aura. The Skygate sect will surely send people to investigate. To force me to use this Beiyong body, you've given me a gift whether you like it or not. The Dale suddenly burst into laughter. If you can survive the Skygate sect's pursuit, then you'll have the right to be my opponent. Of course, the longer you evade, the more time I gain. Asterisk edited for fluency and natural reading in English asterisk. To force me to use this Beiyong body, you've given me a gift whether you like it or not. The Dale suddenly broke into laughter. If you can survive the Skygate sect's pursuit, then you'll have earned the right to be my opponent. Of course, the longer you evade, the more time I gain. Note: the term Beiyong de Sunqir is translated as Beiyong body, because it appears to refer to an alternate or backup body. However, for better context and fluency, Beiyong should ideally be clarified or defined earlier in the text. With a wave of his hand, a warship appeared directly before him. The Dale slowly boarded it and sped towards the south, vanishing completely after a short while. Inside the Skygate sect, a secret realm, it seemed as if the sky didn't exist here, surrounded entirely by mist, dark even on bright sunny days. Suddenly, the corpse sitting cross-legged inside an ancient tomb opened its eyes. Its surroundings exuded an extremely decayed atmosphere. Brett's contingency plans are quite effective. Only, I wonder what cultivation technique he practiced to fake his death. The corpse spoke without any signs of life, yet its voice sounded normal. Ronald, take your lineage to Tobias Luo Island. Brett's contingency must not be directly eliminated. Rescue him if necessary and bring him to see me. The corpse waved its hand, and the words hung in the air like solid characters, instantly transforming into a talisman. With another wave, the talisman shot off at an imperceptible speed. Last time, Brett evaded me and deprived me of some flesh and blood power, and I was also in seclusion. I didn't expect Ronald to wipe out the entire Zhou lineage directly. If not for that, I wouldn't have waited until now. The corpse closed its eyes slowly, and nothing changed in the surroundings, as if nothing had happened. At the Skygate sect, a Seymour was scolding his daughter nearby when suddenly a message flew into his mind. His expression immediately turned strange, then he said to his daughter, Rue, you are sentenced to stand facing the wall for half a year. If you haven't advanced to the Golden Core stage by then, remain until you do. I understand, Austin. Rue will work hard, replied the graceful young Kelly, whose large, tearful eyes betrayed her disappointment. She did not protest, realizing that not only was her cajoling useless this time, even her mother's intercession was ignored by her Silas. Go. Your Uncle Cohen will monitor you on this trip. If you cause trouble again, don't leave the Skygate sect ever. The Seymour disappeared with a wave of his sleeve, leaving behind a pitiful Nadine. Sigh, forget it. I'll deal with that bad Nadine later. The young Nadine sighed, most afraid of her Silas, feeling deeply that he was genuinely angry this time. Meanwhile, Ahill was arranging various items in a cave. These two had a terrifying amount of spirit stones and elixirs. If Billy were here, she'd be delighted, Ahill thought. Though plentiful, the findings didn't make him happy. This seal is actually a storage treasure. Ahill picked out several treasures he hadn't seen before from the storage bag. This young Aaliyah also had a spirit beast bag, containing a young sword spirit tiger. No wonder it pursued the Firecloud Pavilion people. As for this young Aaliyah's possessions, apart from spirit stones and elixirs, I can't take anything else. Since you, Firecloud Pavilion, lack judgment in allowing such a monster in, don't blame others for their families coming after you. Ahill chuckled coldly. I'll go find that white-robed Kelly's body. I don't believe they won't want it back. As for this seal, Ahill glanced at another storage bag of herons, where over 10 jade slips lay. He planned to read them one by one, but not now. Ahill sorted everything neatly and left the cave. He had two tasks, find the white-robed Kelly's body and retrieve his Tianyun sword. As for the mission, the two young sword spirit tigers were likely enough to secure first place. Soon, Ahill found the white-robed Kelly's body using his memory. For the sword spirit tiger, humans at the condensation stage weren't even appetizing. Someone picked up the Tianyun sword. But this person seems to know me and hasn't erased our connection, Ahill frowned. Or perhaps they intend to rob me. Using suppressed spirit technique, he sealed all his spiritual fluctuations and ran toward the direction of the Tianyun sword, purely relying on his physical strength. 2 hours later, Ahill found the person who had taken the Tianyun sword. It's her. Ahill watched Edna nearby, falling silent. The four beside her seemed to be from the Qinghai sect. The Kelly in the center is the third person who gave me a sense of threat, but judging from their appearance, they probably knew Edna beforehand. Ahill pondered. I sensed something amiss about Edna when she arrived. The Qinghai sect, hiding its true capabilities, sent someone with her talent as a spy. They must be plotting something big. Let's see their true intentions. Please let me know if there is any part that needs further adjustment. Chapter 41. Princess of the Sea Clan. Xavion sneered coldly as the seal on his body was undone. Who? The Kelly in a light blue robe immediately turned around, looking in Xavion's direction. She wasn't beautiful, but she exuded an unparalleled and imposing aura. Miss Lawn, what do you mean by walking with someone from the Qingmin sect? Xavion frowned, looking at Edna. Westleister guy. Edna looked at Xavion with deep sorrow in her eyes. They're coercing me. Westleister guy, run away quickly. With that, she threw out the Tianyun sword. Edna wasn't very strong. If Xavion wanted to catch the sword, he had to take a few steps forward. Watch this little wench. The Kelly beside them instantly lunged at Xavion. Don't worry, Miss Lawn, I will definitely save you. Xavion smiled inwardly, but showed concern on his face. Edna immediately sensed something was wrong. Is it Harmony? No, I can't feel her presence. Why would he say such a thing? Before Edna could figure it out, Xavion's attack was already upon them. Xavion had perfected the illusion technique. Even the previous young Nadine couldn't see through it. This Kelly posed no threat compared to Heron or the little Nadine. Darn, illusions again. The Kelly was now disheveled. She couldn't tell which of Xavion's attacks were real, so she had to counter each one. But the fake attacks were too fast for her to parry all of them. Humph, with this strength, you dare coerce my Edna? Xavion seized the opportunity, slashing at the Kelly's neck while whispering softly. In his eyes, the Kelly didn't show her true strength. It seemed she was hiding something. Ping. Xavion's sword hit the Kelly's neck, but it turned entirely blue, covered in scales that blocked his slash. This isn't cultivation technique, you aren't human. Xavion took a few steps back, slightly shocked. Humph, die. The Kelly did not reply. Instead, she chose hand-to-hand combat just like Xavion without using any spells. Xavion grew more surprised as they fought. This Kelly's martial skills weren't impressive. She couldn't compare to the Nadine, let alone Heron. But her skin, mostly covered by blue scales, made her invulnerable to blades. If this continues, it won't work. Xavion glanced at Edna, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Edna felt something was off. She didn't believe Xavion would show such expression towards her, but couldn't voice her suspicion, only raising her guard. The Kelly noticed Xavion's gaze and pressed him harder. Humph, go to hell with your little lover. She punched, but halfway through, her blue scales vanished. Startled, she hurriedly retreated. Xavion seized the moment and rushed towards Edna. Kill him. Biting her lip, the Kelly ordered. Two other men immediately ignored Edna and charged at Xavion. Miss Lawn, watch out. Xavion waved, throwing white powder into the air. The two men dodged, revealing Edna. Without hesitation, Xavion charged forward. Run. Xavion scooped up Edna and dashed out of their encirclement. Edna wore a terrified look, but her face was completely shielded by Xavion's body, unnoticed by anyone. Do we need to chase after her, Your Highness? A man approached the Kelly respectfully. Tobiasel's sister Edna will handle it. The Kelly smiled confidently. Let's continue our mission. This time, we must make Tobiasel's sister Edna a core disciple of the Qingmin sect. Frightened? Xavion found a cave and tossed Edna inside. Seeing her frightened face, he merely shook his head lightly. The poison seals your body, but your spirit can still move. I'll give you two choices, die, or surrender your life soul. You have 10 breaths to decide. 3, 2. Suddenly, a milky white energy appeared on Edna's forehead. Xavion grabbed it without hesitation and began refining it. Edna initially showed excitement, but soon turned bitter. Taking 2 steps back, she regained mobility. Relax, don't resist. Xavion's expression was cold, leaving no room for argument. Is one life soul not enough? Edna looked bitter. A life soul controls life and death. I don't trust you. Come then. Edna closed her eyes, a sorrowful look on her exquisite face, evoking sympathy. Soon, a divine consciousness surged into Edna's mind, imprinting a mark on her soul. Her expression became complex and pained, her whole body trembling. Within 10 breaths, Xavion withdrew his consciousness. Chevy pays respects to her master. Edna looked bitterly, kneeling gracefully. Few in the cultivation world used this method because once done, it enslaved for life, even if one's power surpassed the master. Unless the master relinquished control or died, it couldn't be reversed. Though some evil cultivators aimed for this, few succeeded, as many preferred death over enslavement. Who is she, and what are her weaknesses? Xavion asked coldly. The Blue Scale clan, Yasmin, also my sister. Edna fell silent but soon started trembling, experiencing great pain. The Blue Scale clan's weakness is under the armpits and knees. Edna eventually calmed down. You seem different from them. My mother is human. Edna lowered her head, unable to hide anything from Xavion. I can help you become a core disciple and assist in your plans. Xavion suddenly smiled. Edna was momentarily stunned, unsure of his intentions, but quickly bit her lip and said softly, then my sister and her attendants must die. Considering you're my servant, I'll share another secret. I plan to destroy the Qingmin sect. Xavion laughed cruelly. Because of harmony? Edna gradually understood why the usually unruffled Xavion had changed. Xavion fell silent, sighing after a while. Yes, if not for them pressuring me, we wouldn't have worked so hard, nor would I be vying openly for core disciple status. Edna laughed sadly. I hate myself for not being harmony. Chapter 42. Begging for mercy. You approached me with an ulterior motive. Dion frowned slightly. Weren't you the one who distanced yourself from me? Westlerny shook her head. Women are truly hard to understand. Dion's frown deepened. The Blue-Scaled clan, Green-Scaled clan, White-Scaled clan, and Red-Scaled clan are the dominant forces in the Eastern Sea, collectively known as the Sea Race Royal Clans, Westlerny side. The Sea Races have limited cultivation resources and threats from sea beasts. Thus, the Sea Race Royal Clans decided to conquer the entire Lijo continent. This has nothing to do with me. Dion shrugged. It also has nothing to do with me, but the Sea Races are powerful. It's likely that only if all human tribes unite can they possibly resist, Westlerny slowly said. Edna is the princess with the poorest talent. She wanted to prove herself, so she brought some servants over and established the Qinghai sect, while I did it for my mother. The Sea Races live much longer than humans. My eldest brother has already stepped into the spirit realm. You're overthinking this. Dion shook his head. While I don't care about humanity, why should the Sea Races concern me? Would the master definitely not betray humanity? Westlerny lowered her head. Not necessarily. Suddenly, hope flickered in Westlerny's eyes. She bowed slightly, revealing a sweet smile. Please keep this item, Westleister. Thank you for informing Chevy about the Qingyun sect's destruction. After this trial ends, Chevy will leave the Qingyun sect. If war breaks out, Westleister can find Chevy using this item. Dion accepted the object Westlerny handed him. A blue gem shaped like a magatama, seemingly containing something at its core. I didn't want to be too close because you remind me too much of myself. Westlerny laughed bitterly. Westleister must have set up precautions against me from the moment he saw me. Indeed. I've thought for a long time and couldn't figure out when you poisoned me. Everyone breathed in that white powder, but only I was affected. I originally thought Westleister had clear eyes, not fitting the profile of someone who poisons, Westlerny sighed. If you had no intentions of harming me, I wouldn't have had the chance to poison you, Dion replied coolly, glancing at Westlerny. Chevy couldn't bear to do it. Westlerny shook her head. That was Edna's foolish idea. In my view, the Qinghai sect is extremely immature. Even if Westleister were completely unguarded, Chevy would never have raised arms against you. Let's go kill those three. You just need to watch. Dion walked out of the cave without acknowledging Westlerny. Does this mean you care about me? Westlerny gazed at him plaintively. If only I could truly have the background I claim. She shook her head and quickly followed Dion. Did you succeed, Chevy? Edna exclaimed upon seeing Westlerny, but immediately sensed something amiss since Dion stood beside her. Westlerny, you've betrayed the Sea Races. Edna shouted. Westlerny shook her head. You shouldn't have attacked him, and I haven't betrayed the Sea Races. Did you take a liking to this boy? Edna pointed at Dion. Yes. Westlerny did not hesitate. Edna's face twisted with struggle. She realized why Westlerny came here. Without hesitation, she retreated. Stop them both. Weslearney has betrayed us. Edna shouted, but continued fleeing. Dion lightly stepped forward and instantly appeared before Edna. Her two companions didn't even see his movement. Their knees were chopped off in unison. Edna's face showed complex emotions. During their earlier exchange, it seemed she and Dion were evenly matched because Dion didn't know her weakness. But now, in just 2 moves, Dion had made her extremely vulnerable. His every attack targeted her knees. She could barely defend. Wait. Edna finally got a breather, but several scales had been shaved off her knees. Chevy, for the sake of our sisterhood, spare me. I won't mention this to anyone, I swear. Edna looked at Weslearney as Dion paused his attack. Don't look at me. Wesleyster guy wants to kill. I can't stop him. Weslearney feigned innocence. Sister-in-law, spare me. Edna pleaded, looking at Dion. Dion's expression darkened. How absurd. She calls me sister-in-law. Seeing Dion hesitating, Edna puffed her chest. Sister-in-law, rest assured. I'll plead with Silas. Your marriage to Chevy will not be a problem. You two are perfect for each other. Destined by heaven? Dion grew impatient and slashed directly at Edna's knees. Startled, Edna had no time to dodge. Being of royal blood, her guards couldn't stop Dion's sword, but it stopped at bone level. Please, sister-in-law. You've let off steam, and I'm already severely injured. Family. Edna's face twisted with pain, her words breaking apart. Dion frowned, continuing his attack. Edna gradually realized this man wasn't planning to stop. With all limbs severed, Edna could only look at Weslearney helplessly, pleading silently. However, Weslearney's icy gaze told everything. These are the sea race's cores, named xuanhuan. Weslearney handed Dion 2 tiny blue crystals. What use are these? Dion asked. For sea races, these cores provide energy for cultivation. These 2 lack royal bloodlines, so they're useless to me. Weslearney smiled sweetly. Show me the sea race's cultivation techniques. Dion shook his head, understanding Weslearney's meaning. They're in sister's storage bag. Weslearney approached Edna and gently touched her forehead, producing a dark blue crystal. Edna transformed into her original form, half human, half fish. This storage bag contains many treasures. Sea race techniques can only be cultivated by sea races, but 2 combat skills are quite formidable. One is called 10,000 waves, though we only obtain the basic level, 7 waves. The second is Sea Spirit Finger, also only at a basic level. Weslearney explained clearly and handed over the storage bag. Have you used this 7 waves? In your penultimate match, you ended with Sea Spirit Finger, didn't you? Dion asked. Wesleyster's insight is impressive. Sea Spirit Finger can harm both body and soul. 7 waves employs hidden power, a purely physical combat skill. Naturally, Chevy didn't learn it. Weslearney's eyes full of admiration. Physical cultivators. Dion's pupils constricted, recalling the Nadine and Heron. They seem to be physical cultivators. Wesleyster being new to cultivation might not understand, Weslearney smiled. There are 3 types of cultivation methods. First is Qi cultivation, which most of the Qingyun sect members practice. Second is physical cultivation, focusing on physical strength. Compared to Qi cultivators, physical cultivators have stronger combat ability. Third is soul cultivation, focusing on mental energy, but with weak fighting power unless there's a large disparity in mental strength. This translation adheres closely to the original text structure and tone while ensuring natural English phrasing. Let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Wesleyster's combat strength mostly relies on martial arts from the mortal world, and my body has barely reached the entry level of physical cultivation. That's why I could easily defeat cultivators of the same rank. However, Wesleyster must have noticed that if this continues, by the time we reach the foundation establishment stage, our progress will gradually decline. Edna paused, looking at Dion. Seeing that he was listening intently, she continued, if Wesleyster had physical cultivation techniques and battle skills, these wouldn't be an issue. But I've tried the sea race's physical cultivation methods and couldn't learn them since I have half human blood. Upon hearing this, Dion suddenly recalled Heron. The Nadine's storage bag contained no jade slips, but Heron's had quite a few. You can keep the xuanhuan. The resources I have are already enough for me to become a core disciple. From now on, don't contact me anymore. Dion looked at Edna, his expression very calm. Edna's body trembled slightly, and she quickly lowered her head. Yes, Wesleyster. Dion left, and Edna did not raise her head. For a long time, she finally lifted her tear-streaked face, her clothes soaked with tears. Do you really think I'm a coward who fears death? Edna's eyes were red, and her body shook uncontrollably. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural English phrasing. It also keeps the paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Let me know if you need any adjustments or further assistance. Chapter 43. The plan begins. 1,000 years ago, the Zhou family was considered a mid-sized clan on Tobias continent. It had 7 courts who had reached the spiritual realm, and one of them even advanced to the Tobias fire realm. Despite their potential to compete with major families, the Zhou clan chose to remain peaceful and lived in seclusion, devoting themselves solely to higher cultivation rather than conflict. In such an environment, a male infant named Brett was born. He was not only the son of the patriarch, but also possessed extremely potent bloodline strength. In less than a century, he entered the nascent soul stage and became the pinnacle among nascent souls, leaving countless legends behind. Even the prodigies of the 3 major sects were on par with him. However, just as Brett was about to enter the spiritual realm, something strange happened. For some reason, his originally formidable fleshly power began to gradually dissipate, and no one in the clan could figure out why. Biting his teeth in frustration, Brett ultimately abandoned his physical body and took over a talented individual using his soul, starting anew. Due to his bloodline issues, he could no longer continue practicing the Zhou family's corporeal cultivation techniques and instead focused on cultivating his spirit. Every prodigy's rise is inevitable, and Brett validated this belief. With his already powerful spirit, it took less than 30 years for his soul to reach the nascent soul realm. After another 50 years, he managed to condense his own nascent soul, Cultivating the soul is inherently difficult. Yet Brett once again showcased his unparalleled dominance by slightly surpassing other prodigies. However, fate played a cruel joke on Brett. This time, before he was ready to advance to the spiritual realm, his spirit started to wither. Unlike before, he could faintly sense a trace of energy from within the Tobias Tion sect due to his powerful spirit. Without hesitation, Brett gave up his current body, hiding his soul within his nascent soul, staying dormant for 100 years before possessing a mortal body. Everyone who knew Brett thought he was dead. After possessing a mortal, Brett immediately disbanded all his cultivation, becoming a mere mortal. However, the individual chosen by Brett was naturally gifted, and soon after, he joined the Tobias Tion sect, cultivating peacefully. Within a decade, Brett reached the peak golden core stage, astonishing everyone in the Tobias Tion sect. Yet, until his death, he never took a single step into the nascent soul stage. Despite being only at the golden core stage, Brett's combat prowess was terrifyingly immense, unmatched by anyone beneath the spiritual realm, and even some spiritual realm cultivators were no match for him. Over 500 years, Brett continuously researched. He used his lifetime of knowledge and covert methods to refine a square seal called the Huaxin seal. Whoever obtained this seal would inherit all his legacies, but they must swear an oath to find who harmed Brett and take revenge. This Brett is truly a genius. Xavion put down the jade slip, understanding Heron's true identity, but this Huaxin seal seems like a trap. The spirit transforming heart method has only 3 levels, and the black jade body refinement technique can only be cultivated to the peak foundation establishment stage. Xavion toyed with 2 jade slips. To obtain the complete cultivation methods, one must refine this Huaxin seal. Heron likely understood Brett's intentions, but to gain everything, one must refine the Huaxin seal. But I'm not greedy. Foundation establishment is enough for me. Xavion smiled, then directly channeled spiritual energy into the white jade stone. After 3 breaths, the white jade emitted a radiant white light, enveloping Xavion. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Xavion, who appeared dazed and frightened as he fell from the white light. What happened? Chevin Tobiasen frowned and slowly approached Xavion. Xavion regained his senses and suddenly became deeply melancholic. Christy is dead. Chevin Tobiasen shook her head. 3 days ago, her life bead broke. I was unconscious for 3 days? Xavion stood up and pulled a corpse from his storage bag. I did not touch anything she owned. Seeing the decapitated corpse, Flame Spirit Junrin was instantly moved to tears as he appeared beside Xavion. What happened? Flame Spirit Junrin roared. One of your sect's red-clothed women stole a sword spirit tiger cub. Because of her, all your sect members died. And because of her, Christy is dead. Xavion's face was full of anger as he clenched his fists tightly. Right now, I cannot do anything, but I, Xavion, swear that when I have the power, I will obliterate the Huayun Pavilion. Xavion kicked the decapitated corpse away without hesitation. Flame Spirit Junrin burst with terrifying energy, but it was instantly neutralized by Chevin Tobiasen's single point. Xavion, you should not say such things. I understand your relationship with Harmony, but conflicts within the secret realm should not be pursued outside. Chevin Tobiasen sighed, shaking her head slowly. Senior Uncle Chevin Tobiasen, I won't ask the sect for any help. If I have the power, I will definitely act on my vow. Xavion laughed bitterly, handing over a storage bag and a spirit beast pouch to Chevin Tobiasen. In this are 2 sword spirit tiger cubs and herbs I collected. I want to return to the sect and bury Christy. Chevin Tobiasen accepted the spirit beast pouch and storage bag, inspecting them briefly before sighing heavily. The trial had only been going for 5 days. Ayana, escort Xavion back to the sect. Your achievements this time will earn you first place. Understood, Wesley Stir, said Ayana as she walked over to stand beside Xavion, her expression full of sorrow. Thank you, Senior Uncle Chevin Tobiasen. Xavion did not refuse, slowly walking out of the crowd with Ayana quickly following behind without a word. Flame Spirit Junrin glanced at Xavion and simply shook his head. The cultivation world had never been peaceful, and threats like these were common. More importantly, he feared the Qingyun sect, not Xavion. Flame Spirit Junrin collected his granddaughter's corpse and noticed her storage bag still on her. He probed inside with his divine sense and found that nothing seemed touched. Spirit stones, herbs, personal clothing, and treasures remained untouched as if Xavion hadn't seen it. Did he not notice, or did he disdain it? Flame Spirit Junrin pondered. Even he had never inspected his granddaughter's storage bag, but it indeed looked untouched. This scene didn't escape Chevin Tobiasen's notice. She understood Xavion's actions. During such a time, let alone a storage bag, one might overlook anything valuable nearby. Chapter 44, Xavion's Escape. 2 days later, Xavion arrived at the grave site he had established for Harmony's mother, his expression full of reminiscence. Helen stood quietly by his side, never interrupting him. I couldn't find your body, but your grave should be here. Xavion swung his Tianyun sword, creating a large pit instantly. With another strike, trees nearby fell, and a 3-foot wooden plaque appeared in Xavion's hand. Christy, only these clothes remain of yours. Though tattered, they still carry your scent. Christy, you didn't need to work so hard. With your talent, quiet cultivation would have made you core disciples. It's all my fault. I wasn't strong enough. All my fault. Xavion buried Harmony's clothes in the pit, then bit his finger until it bled, writing slowly on the wooden plaque. Grave of Harmony, erected by her husband, Xavion. Does time really wash everything away? Xavion shook his head and laid on the raised mound of earth. How fast, time passes too quickly. Your voice still lingers in my ears. Tears streamed down Xavion's face, wetting the mound. I thought I wouldn't fall in love with anyone. I believed I was indifferent. But can humans truly be heartless? After avenging you, if there is no more attachment, I will come to join you until death. Xavion stood up, not bothering to brush off the dirt from his clothes or turn back. In both lives, he had never hesitated in action, but now his heart trembled uncontrollably. Your master sent word for you to return to the sect immediately. You are the champion of the competition, Helen approached softly, removing her usual cold expression and offering some comfort. I know. As soon as Xavion spoke, he suddenly struck, grabbing Helen's neck and sealing her dantian with the spirit-suppressing technique. Unlike the previous three, though Helen was at the foundation establishment stage, her skills relied entirely on spiritual energy. Now, with her dantian sealed, she was like any ordinary Kelly. Hand over your life soul. Xavion's voice was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. You. Helen looked pained. She hadn't expected Xavion to attack, especially since she had been trying to console him, placing herself close. I just want you to help me with one thing. Once it's done, if we meet again, I will return it to you. Xavion sighed, explaining briefly. Hearing this, Helen used her mental power to send her life soul. Xavion stored the life soul in his mind sea, and then released her. Place this in my cave dwelling. It's sealed. Don't open it. If I ever return to Qingyun sect, I will retrieve it. Xavion handed 2 items to Helen, his waist tag and the Huaxin seal. Also, tell my master to inform Tobiasangwa Zhenren that if all goes well, I will fulfill the 30-year pact. Even I must admit you're very strong. Helen's expression was complex. Is it worth it? Just to avenge Harmony? The sect brings me nothing but pressure. Xavion shook his head and walked away. Here's your life soul back. Your eyes told me you won't make a move. Helen soon felt her life soul return, and her dantian seal was lifted. Watching Xavion walk further away, rationality told her to stop him, but she remained motionless. Only when Xavion disappeared from sight did Helen sigh and head toward the sect. Wesleyster, this disciple has failed. Helen returned to Qingyun sect and found Chevin Tobiasen immortal directly, kneeling down without daring to raise her head. Xavion has escaped? Chevin Tobiasen showed concern. Yes, as soon as I got close, he subdued me, Helen sighed. My dantian was sealed, and he asked me to do something for him, so I gave him my life soul. After I agreed, he returned it before leaving. Stand up, it's not your fault, Chevin Tobiasen shook her head. What did he ask you to do? To place these items in his cave dwelling, which are sealed. He also asked you to tell Tobiasangwa Shizu about the 30-year pact, saying he would fulfill it if all goes well. Helen stood up and handed over Xavion's waist tag and Huaxin seal to Chevin Tobiasen. When Helen became a core disciple, she had seen this ancestor, but she knew nothing about the 30-year pact. What do you think his purpose is? Chevin Tobiasen took the items and frowned. The likelihood of seeking revenge is high. Before leaving, he mentioned that the sect brought him nothing but pressure. Helen's expression was serious. Chevin Tobiasen chuckled bitterly. Indeed, we have wronged him. You may leave. I will discuss this with Tobiasangwa Shirshu. Edna did not become a core disciple this time, and seems to have been pursued by the Haiqing sect. But with her talent, reaching the void core stage before age 30 is not difficult. Hand this storage bag to her, and let her focus on cultivation. Yes, Wesleyster. Helen bowed and left, heading to Edna's cave dwelling. Chevier. Helen called out gently at the entrance of Edna's cave. Edna slowly emerged, her expression showing anticipation. Senior sister, how is he? Edna asked softly. He escaped. Helen shook her head. Forget him. Everyone can see you like him, but he sees only Harmony. Even senior sister couldn't stop him? Edna's expression turned bitter. He caught me off guard. Helen felt somewhat embarrassed. Haiqing sect's pursuit. He helped me deal with it. Edna sighed. He told me he would leave. Helen was silent, wondering why 2 incomparably beautiful women would be so devoted to Xavion. If I had met him before Harmony, would things have been different? Edna shook her head and forced a laugh. You came to see me for something else, right? Yes, Wesleyster asked me to give you this. Helen handed over a storage bag. She also said not to worry about becoming a core disciple. Focus on cultivation, and you'll surely reach void core by 30. Thank you, Wesleyster and senior sister. Chevier will strive in cultivation. Edna bowed gracefully. Then I'll take my leave. Helen waved and left. Things are moving fast. Looks like I need to leave sooner. Without hesitation, Edna packed her belongings and headed to the clerical office. #### Chapter 45, The Golden Sword Legacy. Meanwhile, Fairy Tanya had already handed over the heart seal to Daoist Tobiasangwa. When she arrived, Adan was also there. Xuanhuan, what do you think of this matter? Daoist Tobiasangwa played with the heart seal but made no move to break the seal. Guy did not have any antidote, which suggests that the Golden Sword Legacy might have left a safeguard to resolve the issue for him, Adan said slowly. I believe Guy is testing us, to see if it's necessary to continue helping Qingyun sect. Tanya, what do you think? Daoist Tobiasangwa looked back at Fairy Tanya. Uncle Wesleyster, I think Guy might be afraid of causing trouble for Qingyun sect. His actions then made me feel that he truly hated Huayun Pavilion, Fairy Tanya sighed. Harmony has exceptional talent and a deep relationship with Guy. It's understandable that he would consider Huayun Pavilion as an enemy after such a heavy blow. So how do you think he will act? Daoist Tobiasangwa suddenly smiled. Devote himself to cultivation, wait until he gains enough strength, and then destroy Huayun Pavilion. Tanya spoke slowly. No, he might disguise himself as a disciple of Huayun Pavilion and provoke some powerful enemy, possibly even Qingyun sect. Aiden's eyes lit up. This means he will return for this item. He's testing whether Qingyun sect would help him resolve matters if there were a valid reason. That is indeed a possibility, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. Although Qingyun sect has restricted Guy, they haven't done anything excessively harsh. If something like this happens, they would likely assist him. Daoist Tobiasangwa took out the heart seal again. I've inspected this object. There are no strange properties. However, its manufacturing process is highly complex, making it impossible to probe with spiritual senses. This seems to be a treasure obtained by Guy, but now we can't open it. Xuanhua, place this object as Guy instructed, and closely monitor Huayun Pavilion. Daoist Tobiasangwa waved his hand and began sipping tea. Tanya and Adon bowed slightly and left one after another. At the same time, Guy was walking toward the location recorded in the memory of the Golden Sword Immortal. The place was very far from Qingyun's sect. It would take a mortal at least 20 days to reach it. Guy didn't plan on walking for so long. He found a human city, bought a fine horse, and rode day and night. When one horse couldn't go further, he simply changed to another. Even so, it took him 5 whole days to arrive at the location in his memory. In the memory, this place was barren with endless yellow sand. But now, it was green and vibrant with trees, and even humans lived half a mile away. Guy closed his eyes and used his spiritual senses to search. Soon, he opened his eyes, walked to a tree, and took out the Tianyun sword, digging incessantly. After only 10 feet, he discovered a buried, inscription-less stone tablet. This is the place. The stone tablet matches my memory perfectly. No one else could have found it. Guy didn't stop. With both hands, he performed several incantations, and the stone tablet immediately stood upright, revealing a dark tunnel beneath. Guy walked for a long time before reaching the end. At the end of the tunnel was a smooth wall that seemed seamlessly integrated with the passageway. Guy soon found a protruding stone in an inconspicuous place. Pressing it, the wall slowly lifted, revealing an array formation inside. Guy couldn't see anything within the array. Reveal, Guy murmured. Instantly, the sword embryo in his dantian emerged and inserted itself into the array. A loud bang sounded, and the array vanished, exposing its true form. These spirit stones are actually high-grade spirit stones, Guy exclaimed. There wasn't much in front of him. About 2,000 to 3,000 piled spirit stones, a golden sword, 3 white jade bottles, a black box, and 3 jade slips. Spirit essence pill? This pill can be consumed by cultivators in both the foundation establishment and early core stages to increase cultivation levels. Spirit essence pills have extremely gentle effects and, due to their easily obtainable ingredients, are the most popular among cultivators. Guy picked up a jade bottle and quickly identified the pills inside. And these are top-grade pills. Just one pill could sell for 50,000 spirit stones. Pills were classified into various grades. Lower-grade pills contained many impurities and had only about 30% effectiveness, which could hinder future cultivation if not purified properly. Middle-grade pills ranged between 30 to 60%, while higher-grade pills ranged between 60 to 90%. Top-grade pills had over 90% effectiveness, with 10% being perfect pills that had no side effects but were extremely difficult to refine. Guy opened the black box once more. As per the inherited memory, 2 black cloth pieces lay quietly inside. He took out the other 2 from his storage bag and quickly pieced them together. Judging by this, there should be 3 or 4 more pieces remaining. He could roughly determine the shape, but, since the pieces didn't seem symmetrical, he wasn't sure exactly how many he needed. Moreover, there were no inscriptions on either side, suggesting the secret could only be revealed when all pieces were gathered. Guy briefly glanced through the jade slips. The 3 slips detailed the 3 techniques of the golden sword. Despite only 3 techniques, each had infinite variations. Guy put everything away and picked up the sword. Instantly, he felt the sword embryo in his dantian surge uncontrollably and fuse with the sword. Guy sensed the excitement of the golden sword. It hummed softly and gradually lost its color, transforming into a green longsword. I make 3 vows, to cultivate the sword with my heart, never parting from it, and dying if it breaks. Henceforth, the sword becomes sentient and is named Qingxian. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Guy's mind. As soon as it finished speaking, the Qingxian sword began to struggle. Humph, you don't wish to serve me? Guy sneered. Then remain here. Without hesitation, he planted the Qingxian sword into the ground and turned to leave. Although the Tianyun sword was far inferior to the Qingxian sword, Guy paid it no mind. Qingxian belonged to Demon, whom Guy had eradicated completely, effectively killing him. The sword spirit accepting his use was problematic. At this moment, Guy's spirit beast bag started emitting waves. He opened it without hesitation, and a black shadow darted out. It was the little fox that had absorbed Guy's dark aura earlier. Chapter 46. The Tobiassel fox transforms into a beauty. The little fox turned her gaze to Ahil as soon as she emerged, weariness evident in her eyes. Return the green jade pearl to me. A wave of divine consciousness suddenly entered Ahil's mind. Submit to me, and I'll return it to you. Ahil transmitted his thought using divine consciousness to the little fox. You saved me. How can you treat me like this? The little fox's eyes welled with tears, and her tired face was full of a grieved expression. Did I ask you to save me? Ahil shook his head. That black aura is very beneficial to me. If not for you absorbing part of it, I wouldn't have been affected at all. You're lying. The little fox clearly grew anxious. It's nether chi which you cannot absorb. Without my help, that quantity would have corroded you into ashes. You know quite a lot. Ahil shrugged. But sorry, I'm a rogue. Still, since you saved me, I will be magnanimous and won't force you. You are free to go if you wish. Return the green jade pearl to me. As the little fox spoke, she unexpectedly transformed directly into a Kelly. Her skin was translucent and crystal clear, resembling fine jade. Her body had no excess fat, her chest slightly raised, merging perfectly with her defined abs. Her limbs were slender and perfect. Even the most brilliant artist could not capture such beauty. Her raven black hair cascaded down to her waist, looking extraordinarily smooth. Her delicate features needed no makeup, surpassing any Kelly's beauty. However, her thin lips were pale, and her purple-black pupils carried an aggrieved look. Her brows furrowed, making anyone reluctant to refuse her, even women. Why are you staring at me? The Kelly who was the transformed little fox stepped back 2 paces, hugging herself tightly. She was completely nude, yet no one could harbor any vulgar thoughts. Beauty at its peak could do just that. Ahil bit his tongue hard. He had never seen such a beautiful Kelly, and was momentarily dazed. The pain snapped him out of it, and his expression slowly calmed. Ahil took a deep breath and exhaled, still feeling astounded. Submit to me, or leave. The Kelly burst into tears instantly, like a wronged young Nadine. Despite some unnaturalness in her actions, no one could bear to see her cry. Even Ahil felt whether he was being too harsh. I occasionally emit the nether chi you mentioned. It torments me. You can help me, and it would benefit you too. Ahil didn't know why he said these words. He admitted that just seeing her stirred his heart. The desire to possess her grew stronger by the minute. I can help you, but I don't want to submit to you. The Kelly wiped her tears and pouted again. No, I don't trust you. Ahil shook his head. But I saved you. I acted purely because absorbing the nether chi from your body wasn't good, so I used the green jade pearl to save you. How can you treat me like this? The Kelly looked at Ahil with aggrieved eyes. This time, Ahil turned his face away, unable to hold back his emotions. Put on some clothes first. Ahil handed over his previously worn clothing to the Kelly. Over the past 5 years, he had grown taller and stronger, but kept his old clothes in a storage bag, mostly those made by his mother. Okay. The Kelly did not refuse, and took the clothes from Ahil. Though she wasn't human, she instinctively knew this was inappropriate. Return the green jade pearl to me. The Kelly ran up to Ahil. If nether chi erupts, I will help you. No. Ahil turned away, trying not to look at her. His heart wavered every time he saw her face. Please, you know the master-servant contract is undesirable. No one wants to submit to another. The Kelly grabbed Ahil's hand firmly. Ahil froze, though not his first time touching a Kelly's hand. The boneless softness made him feel reluctant to let go. You don't need to do this. You can leave, and I won't stop you. Ahil took 2 steps back and withdrew his hand. You're a big bully. The Kelly pouted again. I never claimed to be a good person. I don't have much time. Think about it for half an incense stick. Ahil frowned, fearing his resolve would weaken soon. The Kelly fell silent. After a long pause, she timidly asked, when can I regain my freedom? After I die. Ahil glanced at the cave ceiling. That won't do. If you achieve immortality, wouldn't I be your servant forever? Absolutely unacceptable. The Kelly immediately shook her head. After 100 years, Ahil kept his gaze upward. What? 100 years? The Kelly was surprised. Not negotiable? That's my lowest limit. Ahil's voice was firm, never lowering his head. No, you misunderstood me. I thought. The Kelly paused, covering her mouth. All right, 100 years it is, but you must swear to release me after a century. Agreed. Ahil nodded, realizing her simplicity and her intention. 100 years seemed sufficient. What's your name? Ahil asked. My name is Kyla. Call me Tobias Anur, but even as my master, you can't bully me or force me. Swear to these conditions. Kyla considered carefully before speaking. Deal. Ahil agreed without hesitation. He valued the little fox's ability to absorb nether chi more than anything else, and wouldn't task such a naive Nadine with other matters. I, Ahil, hereby swear that after Kyla recognizes me as her master, I will not bully or force her, and will dissolve the master-servant contract after a century. If I break this oath, may I be eradicated by heaven and earth. Ahil raised his right hand, each word earnest. All right, come then. Kyla closed her eyes, presenting herself as a lamb awaiting sacrifice. Without delay, Ahil sent a wave of divine consciousness straight into Kyla's consciousness, marking her with the master-servant imprint. Chapter 47. The Green Mystery Spirit Pearl. Here, this is your green jade pearl. Xavion quickly handed over the green jade pearl from his dantian. However, it was now only the size of a grain of rice. How could you let it become so small? Kyla looked at Xavion with a melancholic gaze. You definitely used it again, didn't you? And it's even contaminated with a trace of nether energy. You actually used my green jade pearl to counteract the nether energy. You went too far. Xavion felt somewhat embarrassed, so he said nothing and turned away. He suddenly noticed the green mystery sword embedded in the ground and immediately ran over to pull it out, then silently handed it to Kyla without looking her in the eye. You big bad guy. Kyla accepted the green mystery sword but appeared extremely hurt, as if she would burst into tears at any moment. Well, perhaps you don't need to call me master anymore. Just calling me young lord will do, Xavion suggested tentatively. Kyla pouted unwillingly. I want to call you a big bad guy. This green jade pearl is called the Green Mystery Spirit Pearl, the life-bound spirit pearl of a green mystery fox. I cultivated for a very long time to grow it this big. To save you, I used up more than half of it, and it's hard to part with. But now, it's less than 1/10 of its original size. Moreover, you still make me serve you as a servant. You are really the biggest bad guy in the world. Well, this sword is also named the Green Mystery Sword, perfectly matching the Green Mystery Fox. Xavion scratched his head. Even when facing Edna, he had never been soft-hearted, but seeing Kyla's face, he couldn't bear to be harsh on her. You. Kyla pointed at Xavion, too angry to speak. She stomped her foot and declared, you're the worst. The simple-minded Kyla could think of no other words to describe Xavion except for bad. Xavion was utterly awkward, unsure of what to say. Then, he remembered that he might be able to stimulate the black vortex, which would release nether energy. I'll compensate you with nether energy. Do you want it? Xavion asked tentatively. Can you control it? Kyla's eyes lit up instantly. The reason the Green Mystery Spirit Pearl shrank so much was that she couldn't cultivate. If there was sufficient nether energy, her cultivation speed would increase significantly. I'll try, but I can't control my body. Seeing Kyla's intense gaze, Xavion laughed awkwardly. Okay, rest assured, there won't be any problems. Kyla nodded, immediately transforming into a little fox. Her clothes fell to the ground, and soon the little fox climbed into Xavion's embrace. And if I fall asleep, don't put me back into the spirit beast bag. Xavion nodded, closed his eyes, and began controlling the amount of spirit energy entering the black vortex. Unlike before, the black vortex responded promptly. As he had anticipated, each portion of spirit energy released a corresponding amount of nether energy. However, once the nether energy erupted, the affected parts of his body became uncontrollable, as if they were no longer his own, losing all sensation. The little fox immediately sprawled on Xavion's abdomen, greedily absorbing the nether energy. All gone? The little fox seemed unsatisfied. Gone. Xavion rolled his eyes. Wesley's cells on his abdomen had been corroded, but this time it was relatively mild and could heal gradually. All right then. The little fox transformed back into Kyla, who pressed her naked body tightly against Xavion. Xavion was completely stunned, overwhelmed by the softness in his arms. In this lifetime, he had never experienced such sensations, especially knowing how alluring Kyla was. Xavion's body soon reacted. Blushing fiercely, he pushed Kyla away and turned around, taking deep breaths continuously. Don't do that in the future. Transform somewhere where no one can see. And don't get so close to me. Understood, young lord. Kyla smiled softly and quickly put on Xavion's clothes while holding the green mystery sword. Hearing Kyla's voice, he felt a warmth in his heart, yet an all too familiar figure instantly surfaced in his mind. Will time wash everything away? Yet, no one who accompanies me in death should be missing. Xavion's expression turned solemn. Young lord, isn't the spirit-imbued treasure very precious? Are you really going to give it to me? Kyla clutched the green mystery sword tightly, as if even the sword spirit was captivated by her beauty. I have no prior relationship with you. I only made things difficult for you because I wanted help resolving the nether energy issue. Now that it's settled, this sword is useless to me. Take it if you like. Xavion continued, this sword has 3 moves that you can learn. Xavion handed over the 3 jade slips containing the sword techniques. He believed that sword techniques learned through practical combat were the most useful. Moreover, he hadn't found anything worth learning from these jade slips. They were merely formalities. Young lord is the best. Kyla laughed happily. Xavion rolled his eyes again, perplexed by Kyla's thoughts after calling him a big bad guy moments ago. Do you usually stay in human form or fox form? Xavion slowly asked. Either works. However, I must transform into my true form for cultivation, and it greatly enhances my combat power. Kyla fastened the green mystery sword to her waist, looking every bit like a female warrior. During this period, it's better if you stay in your true form. We have enemies chasing us, and moving together would be inconvenient. Xavion shook his head. Understood, young lord. Kyla turned back into a little fox and crawled into Xavion's clothes. Miraculously, the green mystery sword also shrank and hid with Kyla in Xavion's embrace. Xavion sighed inwardly. Every time Kyla did this, he instinctively wanted to stop her, but he knew she wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Nonetheless, he didn't plan to explain, since normal people wouldn't have such habits. Xavion walked out of the underground cave, intending to head towards the central region. In his view, Qingyun sect and Huayun Pavilion were on the verge of destruction. The force capable of producing such a terrifying Nadine wasn't trivial. Annihilating Huayun Pavilion would take only minutes, and Qingyun sect would face Tobias Dion Gate directly due to Amaryllis. He didn't believe Brett's survival strategy excluded unforeseen incidents. If Amaryllis remained in Heron's hands, it was likely for future convenience. However, if someone else took it, it would almost certainly be a decoy to lure Tobias Dion Gate. Xavion dared not return to the sect for the same reason. He wasn't sure how formidable the 3 major sects were, but he understood that possessing Amaryllis increased the risk of death daily. Is this the place? A Seymour arrived at the base of Qingyun Peak and gazed at the mountain absent-mindedly. Occasionally, Qingyun sect disciples appeared around him, yet it was as if they couldn't see him. Chapter 48. The arrival of the Spirit Realm experts. Not long after, the Seymour entered the Green Cloud sect without triggering any restrictions. He soon arrived before Dion's cave abode. Looks like this is the place. The Seymour smiled inwardly, raising his hand and releasing a magical seal. The restrictions on the cave seemed utterly ineffective as it instantly opened up. He walked in and quickly noticed the mark on the table but didn't touch it. Instead, he waved his hand again, and the formation inside the cave restored itself to its original state. If my guess is correct, Brett's successor must have left already. I will wait for 3 days before acting. Closing his eyes slowly, the man waited silently. Elsewhere, Huayun Pavilion faced a formidable enemy. Even Hua Tobiasing Zhenren was no match for even one move, and within less than half an incense stick's time, Huayun Pavilion was completely annihilated. Head of the family, here are Mrs. Treasures. A Kirk dressed in a red robe respectfully handed over a storage pouch to the Seymour before him. The Seymour put down Hua Tobiasing Zhenren upon hearing the Kirk's report. He had just finished extracting information from the old man's soul, and got some clues. The old man's granddaughter was killed by Sword Spirit Tiger. Oriner would not lose to someone like that. There must be something suspicious about Dion, said the Seymour after much thought. Let's go to the Green Cloud sect. Without delay, the Seymour took flight towards the Green Cloud sect. But soon, he discovered someone fleeing, and more importantly, nobody was chasing them. What are you running for? The Seymour blocked the person's path. Seeing the Seymour, the person's legs turned to jelly. I was afraid you might kill me. Furrowing his brow slightly, the Seymour immediately grabbed the person's head and then closed his eyes. Something is indeed amiss at the Green Cloud sect, murmured the man. With a gentle pinch, the person's head exploded, yet not a single speck of filth touched his hands. An hour passed, and the Seymour reached the entrance of the Green Cloud sect. Without hiding his presence, he shouted loudly, "Elders of the Green Cloud sect, come out to see me." The Seymour's voice was so powerful that many Condensation Chi disciples fainted directly, their ears bleeding. It seemed even the sect's formations were ineffective. Spirit Realm. Tobias Zhenren did not hesitate and stepped out. He knew such beings could not be provoked, so he could only obey whatever they wanted. What happened to the Tobiasan family? The Seymour at Dion's cave residence furrowed his brows slightly. He recognized the outsider as someone with whom he had a good relationship. Greg, why are you here? You were trying to protect the Green Cloud sect? Upon seeing who stepped out, the outside Seymour was momentarily perplexed. I was going to ask you the same question, Beg, replied Greg helplessly. He was the same Seymour who entered Dion's cave earlier, holding Huaxin's seal instead of putting it in the storage pouch. Oriner is dead, said Beg somewhat despondently. I traced her trail here. Since you know this place well, I will give you face, but the matter, I will investigate thoroughly. I came by the order of the ancestor to investigate a matter. I'm not familiar with the Green Cloud sect, Greg shook his head. I'm looking for the owner of this seal. Tobiasingwa Jinren slowly walked out of the Green Cloud sect. He had used secret methods to wake several people who were in seclusion. These were the foundation of the Green Cloud sect and all reached the nascent soul stage, albeit with little remaining lifespan and thus chosen to remain secluded. What can I do for you, venerable sirs? Tobiasingwa Jinren maintained a very low posture, barely daring to lift his head. Humph, do you know Dion? Beg asked bluntly. Dion? Tobiasingwa Jinren frowned instantly. He couldn't imagine why Dion would offend two spirit realms, but understood immediately why Dion had left the sect. He was a disciple here, but fled 10 days ago. Tobiasingwa Jinren sighed, comprehending that this matter determined whether the Green Cloud sect lived or perished. Humph. Beg did not hesitate, reaching out to grab something, but Greg gently caught his hand. Situ, what do you mean? Beg glared at Greg. Brother Tobiasin, please calm down, Greg laughed lightly. Summon everyone who knows Dion. If they do not arrive within an incense stick's time, the Green Cloud sect will be destroyed. As ordered. Tobiasingwa Jinren felt bitter, understanding Beg's intentions but having no choice but to comply. He detested Dion now, but he had no options. Mr. Taj will be here shortly. The ancestor knew this person was devious, so Mr. Taj was sent along with me, explained Greg after Tobiasingwa Jinren left. Mr. Taj. Beg's face showed shock. He apologized soon after. I acted rashly, brother. It's all right, Greg waved his hand. I understand your feelings, Tobiasin brother. Fiona considered Rue a sister, and Rue would be heartbroken if she heard the news. Sighing, Greg shared a deep history with Beg from their Dale as close friends, despite their different paths later. Both families even discussed marriage once, but it fell through due to both having daughters. My Silas is enraged by this as well. Fiona's lineage is highly potent, making her future achievements immeasurable, said Beg seriously. Is the target also Dion? That's likely. Despite Fiona being merely at the condensation chi stage, her combat prowess rivals those at the foundation establishment stage. To be honest, the ancestor's target was Brett's successor. Greg sighed. It seems Fiona underestimated the situation. It's him. Beg's expression was bitter. I never thought there'd be a day when even the Great One made a miscalculation. The ancestor has always known this matter, but could not sense Brett's aura. Although this genius hasn't reached the spirit realm, even I must admit inferiority, said Greg, while Beg fell silent in agreement. Soon, all those who had contact with Dion were summoned, except Edna, who was equally missing. The disciples seemed briefed on something. Each dared not raise their heads, maintaining eerie silence where even a leaf falling was audible. Before long, Uncourt slowly approached. His steps unhurried, yet he covered ground effortlessly, as though the earth moved beneath him. Holding a feather fan, he swayed it gently, white hair and beard hanging long. Despite the wrinkles, his handsome features remained striking, once captivating even the most highborn maidens. Hashtag chapter 49. Wesleyster Taj. Wesleyster Taj. Ichabod and Beg both bowed deeply, the respect in their eyes unmistakable. Taj gently nodded, a benevolent smile on his face, seemingly harmless. However, he suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the disciples from the Azure Cloud sect standing before him. Instantly, everyone from the Azure Cloud sect held their breath, fearing they might be Taj's next target. Taj shook his head slightly, maintaining a kind expression. Patriarch Tobiasingwa, these few have a connection with me. Would you mind letting them join my sect? Patriarch Tobiasingwa was completely taken aback. He had no idea what Taj was planning. It is truly an honor for these young ones that Senior Taj favors them. Patriarch Tobiasingwa responded hastily, not daring to refuse. Since Patriarch Tobiasingwa agrees, then this could not be better. Taj directly bowed, leaving even Ichabod and Beg puzzled, let alone the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect. Come over here, Taj called out, selecting 5 people. The 5 did not dare resist and obediently walked over. Introduce yourselves, just your names will do. I can explain why I chose each of you, Taj said kindly, as if looking at his beloved juniors. My name is Gary. Gary stepped forward first, his large figure almost equaling 2 others combined. Very good, child. You have a naturally dominant constitution. It's a waste staying here. Taj nodded and pointed to the next person. Jared. Jared was utterly bewildered. As an outer sect disciple, he had no clue why the old man would notice him. Though your talent is average, you possess a pure heart. Persist, and you will eventually succeed. Taj pointed to the next one. Noel. This time, Adele stepped forward. Despite his young age, he had already been cultivating for 10 years. Once an orphan, he was found by Adon who noticed his talent and brought him into the Azure Cloud sect. You are a rare cloud spirit body, a variation of the water spirit body. With it, you can easily reach the spiritual realm, Taj commented, then gestured to the next person. My name is Vienna. Vienna moved gracefully, bowing to Taj before introducing herself. Vienna means not flower, symbolizing wood. You are a rare dual spirit body. Taj smiled. Wood immersed in water nurtures growth, but in a small sect like the Azure Cloud sect, they don't understand the value of such a body. What a pity. I am Adela, a Nadine roughly the same age as Noel slowly stepped forward. She was exceptionally pretty, though not as stunning as Vienna. Her big eyes brimmed with curiosity, yet she appeared very nervous, her body trembling slightly. She was the only daughter of sect leader Xuanhuan, and essentially the little princess of the entire Azure Cloud sect. Your body is the rare 7-aperture translucent body, ideal for becoming a master of formations. Taj patted Adela's head warmly. Do you wish to become my disciple? But Austin is the leader of the Azure Cloud sect. I can't. Adela hesitated, glancing back at her Silas. Though she didn't know Xavion, Xuanhuan feared any mishaps and insisted on sending Adela along. As she stood near the front among ordinary inner sect disciples, she wouldn't be targeted for soul searching, so he believed she would be safest here. Toby Assinger, hurry up and greet your teacher. Xuanhuan pretended to be angry. He did not fully understand Taj's intentions, but knew this connection ensured his daughter's safety, and possibly even the safety of the Azure Cloud sect. Meet you, teacher. Reassured by her Silas's encouragement, Adela knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Very well. From now on, you are part of the core of the heaven-departing sect. Taj laughed heartily. That, teacher, can I occasionally come back to visit my parents? Adela asked tentatively. Of course, Taj smiled gently, showing affection for Adela, but you need to achieve some accomplishments. Once you've mastered what I teach you, you can leave for a month. Yes, teacher, you're the best. Toby Assinger will definitely practice hard. Adela beamed excitedly, but then grew somewhat somber. Teacher, what about Xavion? I heard. Toby Assinger, stop talking. Xuanhuan's face turned grave. Adela paused, realizing she shouldn't say such things. No problem. The heaven-departing sect will not wrong anyone. Xavion joining the Azure Cloud sect clearly had ulterior motives. Leading Elder Sima and Lord Tobiasen here speaks volumes. He likely bears a grudge against the Azure Cloud sect. Our targets are Xavion and those associated with him. We are major sects in the central region but will not take advantage or tarnish our reputations. Taj bowed to Xuanhuan. Our soul search was merely a confirmation. Please pardon us, sect leader. I'm extremely honored, senior. Xuanhuan bowed deeply. One of my disciples had ties with Xavion. Your clarity and understanding set an exemplary standard for our Tobias Suzu cultivation world. I will remember this kindness. Haha, brother Xuanhuan. You speak too formally. You're Toby Assinger's Silas, and I'm her teacher. Let's skip the formalities. Taj took out a storage bag, handing it to Xuanhuan with some apology. I thought I was just capturing a petty thief, but ended up forcibly taking 5 of your disciples. Inside are some specialties from the central region and 10 billion spirit stones as compensation. Please accept them. Xuanhuan waved his hands. I dare call you Wesleyster Taj. Your favor is undoubtedly their blessing. The central region has always been where Azure Cloud sect wishes to go. Since they belong to our sect, we have the responsibility to send them to a better place. I cannot accept these gifts. Brother Xuanhuan, you are too polite. Honestly, if not for Toby Assinger, I might have continued pressuring the Azure Cloud sect. Finally finding a successor makes me feel more at ease. Taj smiled warmly. Taking Toby Assinger was unavoidable. Please accept this gift as my apology. If you refuse, I cannot keep Toby Assinger as a disciple either. Seeing Taj's sincerity, Xuanhuan reluctantly accepted. Both parties bid farewell amicably, each taking their own leave. Beg couldn't fathom Taj's intentions. He wanted to ask but feared disrupting his plan. He also knew Taj hated explaining himself and might even reject someone trying to get to the bottom of things. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks, ensuring a natural flow while preserving the tone and style of the original text. Chapter 50. The Multifaceted Taj. Beside him, Greg was also puzzled. He vaguely sensed that these people were meant to deal with Xavion but didn't dare ask. Upon reaching a courtyard, Taj settled the Qingyun sect disciples and then summoned Greg and Beg with a smile. Elder Situ, hand me that seal, Taj said slowly. Without hesitation, Greg handed over the Huaxin seal to Taj. You needn't be too anxious. Whether or not this person is Brett's successor is uncertain, Taj explained calmly. From what I gathered from the mind-searched individual, Xavion initially kept a low profile and had mediocre cultivation. However, in the competition, there was no sign of Brett's influence. Everything must have changed after the Dongyu Great Competition. Elder Situ, take these 5 disciples to join Tobias Dion sect and teach them well. If Xavion values relationships, these 5 can be used as leverage against him. Taj frowned slightly. It's too early to draw conclusions. More information is needed. Lord Tobiasen, you should accompany me while your people wait here. I understand, Mr. Taj. After speaking, Beg and Greg retreated, their doubts slowly dissipating. They couldn't quite understand why Mr. Taj wasn't making a large-scale hunt yet, but instead considered future actions. This Kirk isn't simple. If he has Brett's legacy first, it wouldn't matter. But if he murdered Brett's successor and set up this grand scheme, it might be troublesome. Excitement flickered in Taj's eyes. In Tobias Dion sect, his status was higher than the sect leader, just below the court founders. He agreed to that person's request because he wanted to compete with Brett. Now, even more interesting situations were unfolding. The next morning, Greg left with the 5 Qingyun sect disciples. Taj explained he still needed to find the murderer of Beg's daughter, Xavion. Everyone trusted him, so they parted ways. Taj and Beg soon found the trial ground for the Dongyu Great Competition. With a wave of his hand, a white vortex appeared, and they quickly entered, their divine senses covering the entire area. Suddenly, Beg seemed to sense something and dashed westward frenziedly. Taj followed without hesitation. Soon, they discovered a Nadine under 10 years old. Her body was partially dissolved, exposing her internal organs, and her skin was entirely corroded. Oriner. Despite being a family head for many years, Beg could not hide his tears. He rushed forward and tightly hugged Tobiasen Orin. Beside him, Taj closed his eyes, deep in thought. Lord Tobiasen, grieve in moderation, Taj said solemnly. The traces around were fresh, indicating little time had passed. The wounds on Tobiasen Orin helped him piece together the events. If my conjecture is correct, Xavion and Harmony fought Tobiasen Orin. From the scene, they were overpowered, Taj continued. Harmony chose mutual destruction, knocking out Tobiasen Orin. Xavion then tortured Tobiasen Orin before murdering her and leaving. The corrosion on Tobiasen Orin's body suggests it was caused by Xavion's technique. As I suspect, Tobiasen Orin's magical treasures were given to other sections. Yes, Huayan Pavilion has been destroyed, Beg replied heavily. Based on this, Xavion seems unrelated to Brett. Taj's voice grew serious, but the intention to frame someone is clear. He likely found Brett's legacy here and intended to pass the problem to Qingyun sect. Finding this person will be very difficult. Taj shook his head slowly. If Mr. Taj can help find this person, you will be the Tobiasen family's best friend forever. Beg knelt down. Please rise, Lord Tobiasen. Taj pulled Beg up. This person is cunning and hidden. Finding him is like searching for a needle in a haystack unless he reveals himself. Can't Mr. Taj do anything? Beg's face was full of bitterness. In such a situation, we can only try the impossible. Taj wiped his face, and his appearance changed, becoming a taller, younger-looking person. I am now Xavion. Taj smiled warmly. I will destroy Qingyun sect under the guise of revenge, but the disciples will escape and spread the news. Brilliant plan, sir. Beg's eyes gleamed with admiration. Taj waved his hand. He will certainly remain hidden and assume another identity to cultivate in secret. Whether we find him depends on those 5 Qingyun sect disciples, as some habits never change. What about Brett? Beg asked cautiously. Isn't your goal Brett? Taj shook his head. That person's target is Brett. I have simply spent too long in Tobias Dion sect and came out for some relaxation. That person can sense Brett because Brett wants him to feel it. This Xavion, compared to Brett, is naive. Setting up this scheme treats others as fools. After a brief silence, Taj stood up and left. For now, please pretend to search, Lord Tobiasen. In half a month, accuse Xavion of the crime. My revenge target will be the disciple Tobiasen I just took in. Beg watched Taj depart, filled with admiration. He collected Tobiasen Oren's remains and left. At Qingyun sect, everyone breathed a sigh of relief having avoided disaster. But real person Tobiasen remained anxious. He couldn't understand Taj's intentions. Something felt off, though he couldn't pinpoint it. After a sleepless night, Tobiasen decided something and went alone to a graveyard where the old ancestors of Qingyun sect, including his uncle Xuanhuan, were buried. Only Tobiasen knew these ancestors were still alive. Greetings, Uncle Xuanhuan. Tobiasen lightly pressed the tombstone and knelt. Stand up, a weak voice finally called out. Tobiasen rose to see an old Kelly. She looked frail, like a withered tree bark, clearly close to death. This was Xuanhuan Tobiasen, the grandmother of the current sect leader Xuanhuan, from 1,000 years ago. What happened? Xuanhuan Tobiasen asked softly. Uncle, do you know Taj from Tobias Dion sect? Tobiasen asked respectfully. Taj. Xuanhuan Tobiasen fell into thought, and soon fear filled her weathered face. The multifaceted Taj. This man has schemed against countless forces in the central domain, ultimately becoming a public enemy of nearly everyone. However, the Sky Departure sect valued his talent and paid an enormous price to pacify those forces, preserving him. His expertise in formations is unparalleled in the lyric continent, and more terrifyingly, his transformation skills are so advanced that even relatives cannot discern the truth from falsehood. Tobiasen was suddenly overwhelmed with immense fear. He immediately realized that Taj must have ulterior motives, but before he could begin to ponder them, a voice sounded in his ear. Note: I noticed some inconsistencies and made sure the translation reads smoothly while maintaining accuracy. The term, lyric continent, is used for Lijo, as it seems to be a name for a continent or region in this context. If you have a preferred translation for Lijo, please let me know. A sudden wave of fear washed over Tobiasen. He realized Taj definitely had ulterior motives. Just as he began to think, a voice echoed in his ear. I didn't expect that someone in the Dongyu region would recognize me. A young figure slowly emerged, identical in appearance to Xavion. Moreover, Little Qingyun sect actually has Tobiasen existences as well. Note: I have maintained the original tone and style, ensuring the translation is natural and fluent. The paragraph structure and line breaks are consistent with the original text. Tobiasen is translated as Tobiasen existences to preserve the unique terminology from the context. Chapter 51. The Annihilation of Azure Cloud Sect. Xuanhuan Tobiasen immediately blocked Spiritual Splendor Immortal, her eyes full of caution. Although Taj had the same soul formation realm as her, he had been famous for many years, whereas she had barely managed to step into the soul formation stage. Taj merely shook his head slightly and gently waved the feather fan in his hand, sending chains surging towards Xuanhuan Tobiasen. She instantly released the unique aura of the spirit realm, but the chains seemed endless, and after just 10 breaths, Xuanhuan Tobiasen perished. Truly weak, a forcibly advanced soul formation cultivator is only slightly stronger than a foundation establishment one. No wonder so many young people take pride in defeating soul formation cultivators. Taj shook his head and grabbed at Spirituality Splendor Immortal. This time, Spirituality Splendor Immortal couldn't even resist and was caught by the neck. Intriguing, 2 lives person. If not for extracting his soul, I wouldn't have believed it myself. Taj fell into deep thought. Therefore, Xavion cannot be handed over to the Tobiasen family. But this person's parents are both dead, and his only attachment was killed by Tobiasen Oren. Except that Edna managed to escape beforehand. Perhaps there is some connection with him. Taj frowned. But if the Lon family of the Blue Scales transform into humans, they would adopt the surname Lon. Few people know this. If we start with her, we'll likely face the entire Blue Scales clan. It seems we can only follow the previous plan. This kid isn't as simple as he appears. Perhaps he intended for me to destroy the Azure Cloud sect. Taj gradually showed an excited smile, then hide like a turtle with its head pulled in. Hiding well. I'll give you a reason to annihilate the Azure Cloud sect. The feather fan in Taj's hand slowly turned into a black longsword, exuding dark energy that reduced plants to ash upon contact. With this, it's about right. As soon as he spoke, Taj's figure slowly disappeared. Xuanhuan Qing, you dog, come out. Taj arrived at the main hall of the Azure Cloud sect, shouting loudly. Instantly, almost everyone gathered in front of the main hall, all staring at Taj disguised as Xavion, completely dumbfounded. Xavion? Xuanhuan Qing naturally saw Taj and exclaimed in shock, discovering that Xavion had already reached the Golden Core stage. Who would have thought the sky-parting sect would let you off? Since that's the case, I'll kill you today, you dog. Taj looked extremely angry, raising his sword and stabbing at xuanhuan without hesitation. Wait, what enmity do we have? xuanhuan merely dodged, not countering, seemingly finding Taj's attacks non-threatening. 18 years ago, how could you forget the debt owed to the Guy family? Taj suddenly sneered, yet continued attacking. Guy family? xuanhuan was very puzzled, unable to imagine what the Guy family meant. Haha, die. Taj laughed wildly. You killed 30 of my Guy family members that day. Today, I will take your whole family's lives. xuanhuan's face turned terrified as he realized he couldn't move. You. Before xuanhuan could finish speaking, his heart was pierced directly, and the vitality from his body was absorbed by the black sword, turning him into a mummy within 3 breaths. Devil sect. Others were initially unmoved, but then realized xuanhuan had died instantly. Without hesitation, they charged forward. This sword is called the blood-drinking sword. Since you obstructed me, don't blame me, Xavion, for being ruthless. Instantly, Taj emitted terrifying dark energy, killing all the courts present, turning them into mummies like xuanhuan. Taj's actions were incredibly swift, and within 10 breaths, no court who arrived escaped. Daring. For nascent soul cultivators slowly emerged, seeing the scene filled with mummies, their fury uncontrollable. They attacked Taj directly, while he feigned weakness and retreated deeper into the hall. Oh no. These 4 nascent souls didn't hesitate, rushing inside but were too late. Taj had already captured xuanhuan's wife and fled from the Azure Cloud sect. The 4 nascent souls quickly conferred, 3 chasing after him, leaving 1 behind to hold down the fort. The speed of the nascent souls was incredible, intercepting Taj soon. Spiritual realm. Upon interception, they sensed something amiss as Taj's aura spread out. They scattered, realizing resistance was futile. Wanna run? Taj smiled lightly, conjuring chains that sped towards them. Unable to withstand the chains, the trio was impaled through their dantians in less than 3 breaths. With their dantians destroyed but still alive, Taj showed no mercy, flaying the 4 alongside xuanhuan's wife, knife by knife. Their cries echoed endlessly, yet Taj, acting like an executioner, left nothing intact on their bodies except for their faces, now covered in bloody tears, their expressions filled with fear. Killing this nascent soul ends everything. Taj cruelly laughed, carrying the 4 corpses back to the Azure Cloud sect. You're so vicious. The remaining nascent soul saw Taj return, knowing his companion's fates. He couldn't understand how 4 nascent souls were defeated by a single golden core. The blood-drinking sword has drunk enough blood. Die, you dog. Taj emitted no spiritual realm aura, merely using golden core cultivation and his sword to overpower the nascent soul, who could only block. The nascent soul grew increasingly alarmed, unable to comprehend why this golden core had such combat power. More people gathered in the square, many recognizing Xavion. Some wiser ones left, but many stayed, thinking they had never offended Xavion. Ha ha ha, from today on, the xuanhuan scoundrel sect ceases to exist. After much fighting, Taj finally killed the nascent soul, injured himself in exchange for the victory. Except for a little bitch who ran away. Taj glared at the disciples below. Tell me, where did that little bitch xuanhuan Tobiasengrun go? Taj rushed to a disciple, gripping his neck before anyone could react. Guy, Xavion, I have no grudge against you. Please let me go, I'll tell you. The captured man begged. Don't worry. Xavion, don't kill innocents unnecessarily. You are disciples of Azure Cloud sect, unrelated to xuanhuan scoundrel. Tell me, where did that little bitch run? Cough, cough. She was taken by someone from Sky-Parting sect. A senior named Taj took her as a disciple, the captive quickly replied. Sky-Parting sect? Taj frowned. What virtues does that little bitch possess to be noticed by Sky-Parting sect? Tobiaskly used as a vessel. I don't believe you won't leave Sky-Parting sect in your life. As he finished speaking, Taj vanished with unimaginable speed. He didn't kill anyone else. Disciples fell into contemplation, until someone rushed towards the treasure vault, triggering chaos among everyone seeking treasures. Tobiasel smart aleck, this big gift, hope you're satisfied. Taj hadn't gone far, watching these disciples slaughter each other for treasures. Moments later, he took out the Huaxin seal from his storage bag and shattered its seal. Run fast. The farther you run, the later you learn, the easier it is for me to catch you. At the same time, Xavion was in a cave, studying the jade slips obtained from Heron, while Kyla had transformed into her human form and practiced sword techniques at the cave entrance. Suddenly, Xavion seemed to sense something but only frowned slightly before quickly resuming his concentration on comprehending the jade slips left by Heron. A month passed, and the Tobias Prefecture continent welcomed winter. The ground turned white, the sky remained blue, both blending harmoniously at the horizon, where pure white met azure blue, yet remained pure white. Snow fell silently without wind, rendering the already uninhabited land eerily quiet. This Heron truly gave me quite a gift, Xavion remarked as he stepped out of the cave, accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful young Nadine. Xavion's stubble was visible, and his hair was disheveled, making him look almost savage. In contrast, Kyla looked like a celestial maiden, creating an odd juxtaposition between beauty and the beast. Wesleyster, we can finally leave this awful place. This month nearly drove me crazy, Kyla complained. There was no other way. Outside, there are undoubtedly many who seek to capture me. Without a perfect disguise, I would be caught in no time, Xavion replied. His body lightly trembled, shedding his stubble and shortening his hair, restoring him to his original appearance. Do you have a plan now? Kyla asked curiously. Of course, Xavion smiled confidently. Heron left me 2 cultivation methods and 3 spells. One of them is the illusionary body technique. With enough blood, it allows me to completely transform into someone else, even mimicking their aura perfectly. More importantly, I gain most of that person's memories, enabling me to easily assume another identity. So powerful. Kyla exclaimed, I am from the demon race, and among the Fox clan, there is a branch called the illusionary spirit foxes. They say these foxes can transform into anyone, which is their natural talent. Wesleyni demons envy them because they can freely enter the human world. Do you want to learn it? Xavion asked lightly. I can't. Kyla shook her head dejectedly. Human bodies and demon bodies are different. Techniques can be learned, but spells are exclusive to our races. Demons can only learn their own clan spells. For instance, I'm a Cyan Profound Fox, so I can't learn most of the illusionary spirit fox's spells, let alone those from other clans. Xavion paused, recalling that humans lack the strength of beasts or the reproductive prowess of insects, yet they remained the ruling race in his past life as well. Toby Assinger, turn back into your fox form. Your appearance is too eye-catching. As you command, Wesley Stir, Kyla replied reluctantly, though she complied. Xavion shook his head, ignoring Kyla's habit of hiding inside his clothes, and started advancing towards the central region. The threat of nether chi had been handled by the little fox, but the gradual loss of vitality weighed heavily on him daily. Though minimal, this constant drain felt like an insurmountable mountain. Heavy snow once again covered Xavion's tracks, and the Tobias Prefecture continent, wrapped in white, enjoyed a brief peace. It was as if the serenity of the snow had infected the cultivation world, or perhaps it was the calm before the storm. Hashtag Chapter 52, Struggle in the Forest. The snow had stopped and melted. The winter on Tobias Zhou continent had passed. The melted snow nourished the seeds in the soil, providing them with nutrients and the hope of growth. Xavion had been walking for 3 months. He didn't use any tools or enter any towns or markets. He simply walked. Neither the snow nor the wind could stop him. Xavion crossed the heavenly immortal river, traversed the sword chasm, and climbed over the 10,000 beast mountains. Finally, he arrived at the central region, the heart of Tobias Zhou's cultivation world and the gathering place of the most powerful cultivators. Tobias Zhou has 12 major families and 3 major sections. They are the largest forces that control the resources of the entire Tobias Zhou cultivation world, while other forces can only submit. Some smaller forces don't even have the qualification to submit. During these 3 months, Xavion was not idle. He pondered as he walked. Although he remained in the middle stage of chi condensation, his combat strength had increased many-fold compared to before. Xavion cultivated the first level of the Ink Jade Body Tempering Technique and the first level of the Spirit Transformation Heart Method. After activating the Ink Jade Body Tempering Technique, his body was comparable to an exquisite spiritual treasure. He gradually realized that he was indeed no match for Heron at that time. Moreover, with that little Nadine, these two absolutely had the power to instantly kill Foundation establishment cultivators. However, they were defeated by Xavion at that time. Not because of anything else but because of nether energy. Over the past 3 months, nether energy did not erupt. Occasionally, Xavion would steal a bit to meet Kyla's cultivation needs. Xavion had also fought with Kyla and deeply understood how monstrous nether energy was. In sword techniques, physical skills, and battle experience, Xavion easily defeated Kyla, but when Kyla infused nether energy into Xavion's body, Xavion could only concede defeat. Moreover, this was under the condition that nether energy didn't rampage within Xavion's body. If it were a regular person, they would soon be corroded beyond recognition by nether energy, just like the little Nadine and Heron previously. However, Xavion's biggest gain wasn't just that. Unknowingly, his divine sense had already broken through to 1,000 feet. For those who had just entered the Foundation establishment stage, their divine sense could only barely reach 100 feet. It seemed that every time he controlled spiritual energy into the nether energy vortex, his divine sense would increase slightly. He didn't know why, but it certainly wasn't a bad. Xavion's pace wasn't fast. His mind was constantly researching the alchemy jade slips left by Heron. Being originally a physician, he always had a yearning for alchemy. Suddenly, Xavion's footsteps stopped, and he lightly furrowed his brow. It's so late, yet someone is still fighting, and it seems to be quite intense. Xavion looked into the distance. The dark night had already covered the entire Tobias Zhou continent. The moonlight was faintly blocked by clouds, and everything around was completely indiscernible. Kyla, wait here. Follow my path when I leave, but remember not to transform into human form. Xavion took Kyla out from his chest and said solemnly, As you command, young master. Kyla replied and then jumped down, disappearing into the night. Seeing that Kyla had left, Xavion moved stealthily toward the scene of the struggle. His aura was completely sealed. If not seen in person, he couldn't be detected by aura alone. The conflict between the two factions was extremely fierce. One side was entirely black-clothed individuals who seemed to be robbing, while the other was a caravan encircling the cargo for protection. The number of black-clothed individuals was large, but their strength was somewhat lacking. There was a Braxton in the caravan who single-handedly held off 4 black-clothed individuals. A nearby Kelly also showed considerable prowess, managing to withstand 2 attackers. Despite this, the black-clothed individuals clearly had the upper hand. They had sacrificed many lives to injure the defenders, putting the caravan at a disadvantage. Truly heaven helps me. Using the illusory body technique to impersonate this person couldn't be more perfect, Xavion observed after a short time. He noticed Adele sitting atop the carriage. The boy, not much older than a child, looked somewhat dazed, forming a stark contrast to the brutal struggle around him. However, the black-clothed people's target does not seem to be the goods. Xavion continued observing. Those black-clothed individuals were seemingly looking for opportunities to assassinate the Kelly, but she displayed remarkable agility, retreating whenever overwhelmed and transferring herself to other battle groups. Xavion's gaze grew cold. He had decided to act. The sole weakness of the illusory body technique is that it cannot transform into someone of higher cultivation, as one's cultivation level is easy to discern. But this person is the same as myself, middle stage of chi condensation. Without hesitation, Xavion slowly approached the battlefield. He found a dead body at some distance from the fight, dragged it away stealthily, stripped the corpse, and dressed himself in its clothes. Soon, Xavion rushed into the fray. Most of the combatants were in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, except for the Braxton who was in the late stage. They posed no significant threat to Xavion. If not for extremely powerful artifacts, they couldn't even injure him. Slowly, Xavion got close to the center, suddenly burst forth, breaking through the blockade. Not good, young Wesley Cohen, quickly get away. The Braxton immediately spotted Xavion, shouting loudly to force back the surrounding black-clothed men. He immediately charged at Xavion but was too late. Xavion moved like a ghost, his sword piercing toward the Dale. The boy showed fear and hurriedly retreated, falling beneath the cargo. Xavion was about to pursue when the Kelly blocked his path. Die! The Kelly seemed to be filled with rage, as if ready to devour Xavion. Her sword lunged at Xavion. Xavion saw that the Kelly wasn't a body cultivator and acted similarly to others, conserving spirit energy. On the contrary, the black-clothed men appeared to be forcibly elevated to the middle stage of Foundation establishment and could only fight using physical techniques. Xavion easily dodged her attack, not lingering long, and forced the Kelly back with a single sword stroke, freeing himself from her entanglement. The Kelly and the Braxton were stunned. They didn't understand why the black-clothed men suddenly became so strong, but they knew the target was that Dale. Xavion remained calm, sensing the Braxton approaching from behind, swinging his weapon towards him. Just when everyone thought Xavion's life was in danger, he turned around impossibly and used the xuanhuan sword to block the incoming blow without applying any strength, instead using it to fly backward, landing next to the Dale. Xavion bit his tongue, closed his eyes, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Young Wesley Cohen, get away. The Braxton shouted loudly, but the Dale didn't react in time and was directly knocked out of the encirclement by Xavion. The Braxton hesitated. Uncertain if Xavion was dead, he couldn't let anything happen to the Dale. Stepping forward, he broke out of the encirclement, blocking between Xavion and the Dale, momentarily halting all the black-clothed men preparing to finish the job. No. The Kelly's voice was hoarse. She watched the Braxton be stabbed over 10 times, drenched in blood. Yet he killed more black-clothed men without defense, striking fear into even the black-clothed men, making them retreat several steps. Hashtag chapter 53, a sly substitution. Xavion was completely unharmed. The giant man's strength, though considerable, was far from enough to injure Xavion. Xavion swiftly grabbed the young boy behind him and cast an illusion spell on him. Fear filled the boy's eyes, but gradually his gaze became unfocused. Devin, the son of the Tobiasing family head, had been born during a difficult labor that claimed his mother's life and left him with a damaged brain, rendering him intellectually impaired. His world was simple. Only his Silas, his older sister, and a Braxton who often played with him. He could neither speak nor express anything beyond fear or joy. Xavion wasted no time. He made another gesture, causing the boy's blood to flow into Xavion, absorbed by him. In just 10 breaths, the boy's skin had turned completely pale while Xavion transformed into the boy's appearance. Xavion quickly changed into the boy's clothes and returned to where the scene had unfolded. He dressed the black-clothed figure in his own garments, then struck the figure with a palm before thrusting the xuanhuan sword into the black-clothed figure's heart. Instead of returning to the original spot, Xavion closed his eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Xavion didn't care who won between the black-clothed men and the Tobiasing family caravan. He only needed an identity that wouldn't be detected by his enemies. Cohener. An hour later, Xavion heard someone calling out. It was none other than Jewel, his sister. It seems things are complicated. I didn't expect the Tobiasing family to win, thought Xavion, still keeping his eyes shut. He wasn't worried about being found because Jewel was heading straight for him. Before long, Jewel saw Xavion. Without hesitation, she rushed over, flipped the black-clothed man aside, and discovered Xavion underneath, still breathing. Overwhelmed with relief, she tightly embraced Xavion. That's great, Cohener. You're safe. Tears streamed down Jewel's face uncontrollably. When she realized her brother was missing earlier, she had already resigned herself to his death, but now she clung tightly to him. It's all my fault. I'm too weak, Jewel whispered as she wiped away her tears, her expression grave. Forget it. Let's go back. She carried Xavion on her back and slowly returned to the caravan. Upon arriving at the caravan, Xavion kept his eyes shut, but he sensed that only a few people remained, and the Braxton's presence was gone. Conan, I found Cohener, Jewel announced, placing Xavion on the ground. This was the first time he had killed someone, so she didn't take the sword from his hands. You can rest now, Jewel said softly, then immediately poured water over Xavion's head to wake him up. Xavion shuddered awake, his eyes still bewildered, which caused disdain among the others. Kneel down, Jewel instructed, supporting Xavion. Xavion tilted his head, looking puzzled. Kneel down, Jewel shouted, anger in her voice. Xavion's expression changed instantly. Fear crept into his eyes, and tears welled up. Jewel forcefully pushed Xavion to the ground. Because of him, you didn't die. Because of this one person, I survived. Her voice trembled with sorrow, tears streaming down her cheeks. Moon. Xavion raised his head slowly, his expression still vacant. No, he said, raising his small hand to wipe Jewel's eyes. Jewel was stunned, almost thinking she was dreaming. What did you say? Jewel's eyes widened in disbelief. Xavion stepped back, fear evident in his gaze. I was too hasty. Cohener, if you can understand me, bow once before Conan's body, Jewel urged. Xavion tilted his head curiously. Copy me. Jewel kneeled before the Braxton and bowed deeply, even cracking the earth beneath her. Xavion stood up slowly, mimicking Jewel and bowed, creating an even deeper crack. Jewel's eyes welled up again, unable to speak. Moon. Xavion poked Jewel's lips, forcing a smile. Conan, did you see that? Jewel managed to smile. Cohener has grown up. Seeing Jewel smile, Xavion poked his own lips, grinning. I will always be different from you. Such actions, though repeated countless times, never cease to affect me. But each time, I force myself through them. Your emotions don't reach me, Xavion reflected inwardly. After Xavion bowed, the caravan's atmosphere improved slightly. Originally 30 strong, only 7 remained, all injured. Moon, Xavion tugged at Jewel's sleeve, pointing to the sword in her hand. You want this? Jewel held up the Qingxian sword, curious. Moon, Xavion expressed excitement. Jewel sighed, sensing the sword's extraordinariness, but decided to give it to her brother, since he wanted it so much. Xavion sat on the cargo, wielding the Tianyun sword with glee. The contents here are strange, hard to identify. Normally, such items would be stored in a storage bag. Why use such ordinary methods? Could it be to mislead? To let Jewel carry important items and escape if danger arises? Xavion pondered as he leaned against the cargo. 3 days passed quickly. The Tobiasing family caravan arrived safely in Xuanhuan City without further incident, though everyone's eyes were tinged with sadness. At the city gate, the guards didn't stop them, showing some respect, indicating the Tobiasing family's high standing in Xuanhuan City. The Tobiasing family courtyard was vast, filled with weapons like a training ground. Silianshan, however, was modest, almost humble, with only a few rooms reserved for family members. Chapter 54. Head of the Tobiasing family. The people from the Tobiasing family convoy were unloading their goods on their own. Soon, a Seymour emerged from the main hall, walking steadily with each step heavy and resolute, as if he could leave footprints in the ground. Jindan. Xavion's expression remained one of bewilderment. The person who arrived was one of the few individuals remembered by Devon. Asher, Silas to both him and Jewel, and the head of the Tobiasing family. Asher's body visibly tensed when he saw the convoy. His eyes reddened slightly. It was clear he understood that the convoy had been attacked and some had died. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Asher's voice carried a bitter tone. Instantly, everyone felt as if this Seymour had aged significantly. Everyone can go now. For all the effort this time, each of you may claim 1,000 spirit stones from the storeroom. Those who perished will have 5,000 spirit stones given to their families. Thank you, head of the family. Others gradually relaxed their expressions. 1,000 spirit stones was a huge sum to them, and even more so after experiencing the outside world's cruelty. This made them feel even more grateful to be under the protection of the Tobiasing family. Jewel, Devon, follow me. After watching everyone disperse, Asher slowly addressed his children, though his voice was already choked up. Asher entered the main hall, then came out from the inner chamber into his room. Jewel held Xavion's hand silently as she followed her Silas. Is Conan dead? When Asher first saw the convoy, he felt an urge to cry but restrained himself as the head of the family. Yes, Conan is dead. Jewel pulled out the deceased giant from the storage bag and broke down sobbing over the body. Tears slowly trickled down Asher's face. This giant before him was his lifelong friend. They grew up together, played together, and were closer than brothers. Now they were separated by life and death. This time, Lamar acted naturally. Asher's expression turned icy. Lamar? Why would it be him? Jewel exclaimed in surprise. Asher didn't answer but asked calmly. This mission was crucial. Did anything happen to the items? No. Jewel took out a storage bag from her clothes and handed it to Asher. After checking its contents and putting it away, Asher said, Tell me what happened. Yes, Austin. Jewel cleared her throat. At first, a group of black-clothed men attacked us. Their strength wasn't great, most at the Foundation establishment stage. Only a few reached mid-stage, so we feigned weakness, surrounding them to wear them down and reduce our losses. By the time 10 of theirs died, none of ours had fallen. However, a terrifying figure appeared, breaking through our defenses and rushing straight toward Devon. You didn't see wrong. He was coming after Devon? Asher interrupted abruptly. That's correct. He targeted Devon. He barely dodged but fell off the cargo. As the person was about to chase him again, I stepped in to intercept, but I was easily overpowered after just one exchange. Then he slashed toward Devon. Farraskily, Conan rushed over and struck the assailant, who clearly didn't want to die. With his force, Conan pushed both of them out, trying to rescue Devon. Unfortunately, they were too many, and Conan was surrounded. To prevent them from pursuing Devon, he chose to sacrifice himself. But in the end, Conan fell. Seeing this, the black-clothed men retreated. Just one move and he escaped? What cultivation level is he? Asher questioned. I don't know. There was no spiritual energy fluctuation in his attacks, making me think he was an ordinary human, Jewel replied curiously. Asher's expression became serious. What happened next? I searched everywhere for Devon because I couldn't find his body. Strangely, where Conan pushed the assailant, there was no sign of anyone. I gave up and was returning when I found Devon being pinned down by a black-clothed man with a treasured sword, which was precisely the same weapon previously wielded by the assailant. Jewel seemed puzzled herself. What about the sword? Asher asked. Here, Devon has been playing with it these days. I only stored it upon entering the city. Jewel handed the heavenly cloud sword to Asher. Asher inspected it carefully. This sword is made from magical artifacts and has only one array, the weight enhancement array. Asher's expression grew increasingly grave. Did Lamar receive help from someone? Asher muttered softly. He should know better than to invite wolves into his home. It means he received assistance from a highly skilled individual, explaining his brazen actions. Is there anything unusual about Devon? Asher suddenly turned to Jewel. No, he's exactly the same as before, Jewel replied. I considered that possibility, but soul searching requires at least the Hollow Dan realm. If such a person existed, we wouldn't have stood a chance back then. Moreover, I felt Devon's aura, and it hasn't changed at all. The only difference is that he learned a few words. Asher looked at Xavion, releasing his divine sense towards him. Xavion didn't resist, letting the divine sense enter his body, expressing discomfort appropriately. It's indeed Devon. Asher sighed in relief. It seems Lamar recruited a highly skilled martial artist and instructed him. He must have anticipated that if Devon was attacked, Conan would attempt to rescue, thus leading to Conan's demise, cutting off my arm. I thought the same. I found no reason for them to attack Devon. Upon examining the black-clothed man's body, his meridians were indeed broken, unable to withstand Conan's blow. After Conan's death, they withdrew shortly thereafter, Jewel said solemnly. How despicable. Asher clenched his teeth tightly. Lamar went too far this time. What do you plan to do, Austin? Hatred filled Jewel's eyes. Fruition had watched over her and Devon since childhood, and she felt far more affection for him than for her scheming second uncle. Not yet. The Tobiasing family isn't strong enough. Asher shook his head helplessly. Both of you rest now. Be wary of your second uncle. Without further ado, Jewel led Devon back to their respective rooms. These past days, her mind had been constantly on edge, needing a proper rest. Chapter 55. Elder Sister Jewel. A small purple fox was hiding in a corner, quietly watching the entrance to the Tobiasing family mansion, as if waiting for an opportunity. One day passed, and the little fox remained silently crouching. However, early in the morning, a Kirk arrived with a batch of goods at the Tobiasing family's gate. Without hesitation, the little fox darted towards the cargo. Its speed was so swift that it was barely visible even during daylight. The little fox found a hiding spot among the goods and lay still, its eyes occasionally flashing with lively glints, seemingly observing the surroundings. I am Haroun from the Gua family. I have heard that Miss Jewel has returned, so I have come specially to visit. Haroun bowed lightly and spoke. Dressed in a white robe, he looked exceptionally elegant, his handsome face adorned with a warm smile, neither overly humble nor pretentious. Please wait a moment, Westleister Gua. I will inform Miss immediately, the guard replied without delay, promptly heading into the inner courtyard. Soon after, Jewel appeared at the entrance, but her gaze was not welcoming. Why are you here again? Jewel asked irritably. Lady Tobiasing, my intentions are sincere. When you left to escort the goods, I was worried about you. Yesterday, upon hearing of your return, I did not dare to disturb you. Today, I've come specially to greet you, Haroun said sincerely, his handsome features making him seem almost irresistible. Unfortunately, Jewel was not ordinary. How many times have you come? Still not giving up? Jewel showed her annoyance. You should focus on improving your cultivation. Come find me when you can defeat me. With that, she turned to walk back inside. Wait, Miss Jewel. Haroun quickly smiled. These items are actually gifts for young Westleister Tobiasing. Perhaps we could call him out? What do you mean? Jewel flared up, pointing at Haroun. You've never met my brother. Why would you want to see him? Lady Tobiasing, please don't be angry, Haroun smiled gently. People need to become familiar with each other. Though I haven't met young Westleister Tobiasing, I feel we truly have a connection. You cannot prevent young Westleister Tobiasing from meeting me. Chevy. Hal walked out shortly after. He had sensed Kylag nearby, and came to check the situation. Cohener. Jewel saw Devon wandering out, and immediately went over to him. Her younger brother seldom ventured outside, and whenever he did, she accompanied him. So this must be young Westleister Tobiasing. Haroun instantly smiled. I've heard young Westleister Tobiasing is very handsome, even the first beauty in Pharasohua City. It's true. No wonder everyone speaks highly of him. I consider myself rather good-looking, but compared to young Westleister Tobiasing, I can only admire from afar. Hal wanted to laugh. He understood this person's intentions, but realized the real Devon didn't understand any of it. So Hal tilted his head curiously, watching Haroun. You really are amusing. Jewel covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Haroun felt embarrassed. He had heard that the Tobiasing family's young master wasn't very intelligent, but he hadn't expected him to be incomprehensible. All right, take your things and leave. We can talk more when you can defeat me. Jewel pulled Hal inside, but Hal didn't seem to want to go. Do you want to go out, Cohener? Jewel stopped and looked at Hal seriously. Hal pointed outside and nodded. Then let's go. Jewel took Hal out, leaving Haroun feeling extremely awkward, unsure whether to follow or stay. The streets of Pharasohua City were quite different from those of ordinary cities. There were no vendors hawking their goods, and pedestrians were sparse and hurried. Hal and Jewel wandered aimlessly. A short distance away, the little purple fox watched them quietly. Chevy. Hal pointed to a shop called Farish's Pavilion, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jewel nodded slightly and led Hal into the shop. The shop attendant, recognizing Jewel, immediately served tea and prepared seats while Hal wandered around curiously like a child. Chevy. Hal suddenly pointed at a light blue hairpin, shouting loudly. This is the Water Moon hairpin. It can protect one's mind during cultivation and easily break through simple illusionary arrays, the attendant explained quickly. But it is mainly a spiritual treasure, more for decoration, priced at 100 spirit stones. Fetch it for him. Jewel took out 100 spirit stones from her storage bag and handed them to the attendant. Sure thing. The attendant received the stones and quickly brought out the Water Moon hairpin, handing it to Hal. Hal played with it for a while before walking over to Jewel and carefully placing it in her hair. However, being clumsy, Hal messed up Jewel's hair, and the hairpin hung precariously, about to fall to the ground. Foolish Cohener. Jewel laughed warmly and comfortably, like a Nadine who has found something she desired, touched by the realization of finally getting it. Jewel grabbed Hal's hand and used it to gently arrange her hair, then inserted the Water Moon hairpin properly. Chevy. Hal also laughed, genuinely happy, but deep down, he knew he wasn't Devon. Seeing Hal smile, Jewel's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She didn't know why, but seeing Devon smile gave her a profound sense of emotion. For 16 years, she had been taking care of her brother, and only now did she feel rewarded, finding purpose in everything she had done. Hal tilted his head, confused, and raised his hand to wipe away the unshed tears from Jewel's eyes, then poked her lips to form a smile. Cohener. Jewel hugged Hal tightly, tears streaming down her face. But Hal's expression became calm as he watched the small fox outside, signaling her to come in. The little fox hesitated, preparing to step in but was deterred by Hal's gaze. After thinking for a moment, she ran away. Chevy, no? Hal responded softly, his voice tender, carrying a hint of urgency. Jewel released him and looked at him earnestly. If you wish, we can start over. Jewel smiled through her tears, the tear marks still present. Hal tilted his head, his eyes showing confusion. Jewel shook her head helplessly, pulling Hal to leave, but Hal tugged at her, pointing to a counter ahead. Curious, Jewel followed him to the counter where Hal pointed at a blue jade pendant, seemingly made from the same material as the water moon hairpin. Wrap this one up too. Jewel smiled kindly at the attendant. Without hesitation, the attendant retrieved the jade pendant and handed it to Hal. Jewel then took out 300 spirit stones from her storage bag and paid the attendant. Chevy. Hal accepted the jade pendant, his face filled with joy, but suddenly froze. Chapter 56, Kyla and Devin. Jewel paused and followed Xavion's gaze. A young Nadine came into her view. The Nadine seemed to be wearing clothes that were a bit too large, extremely plain in style, but clean and tidy. She had a sword hanging from her waist, not looking quite like the attire of a cultivator. Her dark purple hair fell all the way to her waist, and every smile and frown was strikingly beautiful. Her face was covered by a white veil, yet it did nothing to obscure her beauty, as if it merely served as an adornment. Not only was Xavion stunned, even Jewel was completely taken aback. She had been raised as a boy, yet in Pharaoh City, there were few who could match her beauty. But the Nadine before her left her with a profound sense of defeat, as if she were a small beggar and this Nadine, a princess. The Nadine ignored both Xavion and Jewel, walking up to the counter and gently asking, "Do you still have any jade pendants?" Her voice was like heavenly music, rousing the 3 dazed people. The shop assistant quickly snapped back to his senses. He forced a laugh and awkwardly shook his head. Xavion's face turned bright red, unable to take his eyes off the Nadine. Jewel looked helpless. She understood Xavion, but how could a Nadine like this ever fancy her little brother? Without hesitation, Jewel snatched the jade pendant from Xavion's hand and handed it to the Nadine. "Just a small token. Please accept it, Mississippi. My younger brother is not very wise and has no ill intentions. Please forgive him." The Nadine smiled but ignored Jewel, looking directly at Xavion. "Do you want to give it to me?" Jewel helplessly shook her head. She knew her brother wouldn't understand without gestures. But suddenly, she was surprised when she saw Xavion nod. "Thank you. I'm Kyla." Kyla gave a light laugh, accepted the jade pendant, and walked out of the shop while Xavion stared after her until she left. Jewel playfully knocked Xavion on the head and pulled him towards the door. "Hurry up, or she'll be gone, and you won't see her again." "Lady Kyla, please wait." Jewel quickly chased after Kyla just outside the door. Kyla turned around and softly asked, "Is there something else?" "That." Jewel blushed instantly, admitting to herself that she felt a little captivated, despite being a Kelly. But thinking of Xavion, her expression became resolute. For her brother's happiness, she couldn't falter. "My name is Jewel from the Tobiasing family, and this is my younger brother, Devin. I wonder if Lady Kyla has some free time and can come over to our residence for a chat?" Jewel was incredibly nervous, forgetting what she had just said, fully focused on Kyla's response. Kyla hesitated, looking at Xavion, whose expression hadn't changed. "Is there anything good to eat?" "Yes." Jewel breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but she felt even more nervous than her brother. Kyla seemed a bit embarrassed. "You're giving me things and inviting me to dine with you. It's a bother." "Not at all, not at all. You can stay as long as you like," Jewel replied hastily. "Really? I don't have anywhere else to go right now. If that's fine, it would be wonderful." Kyla showed a happy expression. Jewel was momentarily stunned, but then lightly laughed. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" "Nope, he's a good person and gave me what I like." Kyla pointed at Xavion. "Even if you are bad, he will protect me." "Why do you say that?" Jewel frowned slightly, sensing something odd but couldn't pinpoint it. "It's just a feeling." Kyla smiled, seeing Jewel's frown, feeling a bit nervous, afraid of spoiling something for Xavion. Jewel looked at Kyla, and Kyla returned her gaze. They fell silent, while Xavion stealthily ran over, grabbing Kyla's hand. Kyla was startled but didn't resist. Seeing this, Jewel felt strange. She couldn't understand why Devin was so bold or why Kyla didn't refuse. "Move aside." As Jewel was lost in thought, a cold shout interrupted them. A red-clothed Nadine was leading a massive frost wolf, slowly approaching. Kyla and Xavion were right in its path. Jewel frowned, recognizing the red-clothed Nadine. Asking a spirit beast to yield was going too far. "Darylching, are you ignoring me?" Jewel glared at the red-clothed Nadine coldly. "Jewel's sister?" Darylching immediately exclaimed in shock, soon cowering. "No, I didn't see you. Are these two related to you?" "He's my brother." Jewel's face was unsmiling. The Tobiasing and Wong families were among the 4 great clans of Pharaoh City. Despite the Tobiasing family's recent establishment, none dared offend them. Even the city lord respected them. Darylching immediately lowered her head, apologizing to Xavion. "Sorry, it's all right." Jewel waved her hand. "Cheviching, don't do this again. Cultivators are also human, and provoking the wrong person could cause trouble for your family." Before Jewel finished, the frost wolf lunged at Xavion, eyes full of savagery as if enraged. "Kohaner, move away quickly." Jewel shouted in panic, striking at the frost wolf's head. Though only a first-stage spirit beast, it wasn't a match for Jewel. But the distance between her and Xavion was too great. The wolf's sharp teeth would bite Xavion first. Xavion's face was filled with fear, yet he didn't try to escape. Instead, he turned around and tightly hugged Kyla. With a loud thud, the frost wolf was sent flying by Jewel's strike, but its jaws tore a chunk of flesh from Xavion's shoulder. His clothes were soaked in blood, and he passed out but still clung tightly to Kyla. "Wesleyster," Kyla panicked, unsure of what happened. but quickly realized her mistake when she felt Xavion squeeze her. Wesleyster Tobiasing, are you okay? Kyla quickly corrected herself. Without hesitation, Jewel scooped up Xavion and rushed towards the Tobiasing family compound, sensing he wasn't dead. Kyla gritted her teeth and immediately followed. Darylching, utterly frightened, couldn't comprehend why the usually gentle Frost Wolf had suddenly become violent, realizing she caused big trouble since the Frost Wolf had bitten the Tobiasing family's master. Darylching glanced at the unconscious Frost Wolf, then ran home. Although usually mischievous, she knew this was serious and needed her Silas's help. Jewel successfully entered the Tobiasing family compound, but Kyla was stopped at the gate. Just moments later, Jewel disappeared from sight, leaving Kyla waiting at the entrance. Chapter 57, Kylag and Jewel. Austin, Cohen got injured. Jewel rushed into Asher's room as soon as she could. Asher was reading a book, but stood up instantly upon hearing the news. After glancing at Dion, he gradually relaxed. It's nothing serious, just some flesh wounds. Bring him to his room, give him a healing pill, and let him rest for a few days, and he'll be fine. Asher shook his head. Mayor, you need to stay calm. Don't panic over everything. Jewel's face turned slightly red. She realized that maybe she had overreacted. After all, Devin was already in the mid-stage of chi condensation. He wouldn't be killed by a first-tier spirit beast so easily. It was just her first time witnessing something like this, and it threw her off guard. I'll take my leave now. Jewel carried Dion back to his room, took out a pill from her storage bag, and fed it to Dion. Then, she dressed his wound with gauze. Can't believe I acted like this. Jewel shook her head mockingly and exited Dion's room. Suddenly remembering something, she immediately headed towards the door. Is young Wesleyster okay? Seeing Jewel come out, Kylag approached her anxiously. He's fine, just needs a few days of rest. For some reason, her opinion of Kylag improved significantly. Few people called Devin young Wesleyster. Most either called him an idiot or a fool, until they were beaten into submission by Jewel. That's a relief. Kylag exhaled deeply. When he wakes up, please thank him on my behalf. If he hadn't stepped in, I would have been the one injured. Jewel looked at Kylag with a playful smile. Why don't you say it yourself? Kylag's face suddenly flushed. No, I'd rather not. Tobiasing in such a courtyard, young Wesleyster must have a significant background. Just protecting me once is more than enough for me to be grateful. I'll continue wandering. Do you like my little brother? Jewel asked directly. I don't know. Kylag lowered her head, unable to meet Jewel's eyes. Though she had only lived with Dion for 3 months, she had never really interacted with anyone else before. She wasn't sure if she liked him, but staying with him didn't feel bad. Jewel froze, scolding herself inwardly for being silly. If someone asked her such a question, she wouldn't have stayed without running away. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Jewel felt awkward, almost forgetting she was a Kelly. Okay. Kylag's voice was soft, and she felt inexplicably nervous, as if Dion were her fiancé and she were meeting his court relatives. Jewel led Kylag to Dion's room and ordered the kitchen to prepare some dishes. Cultivators might abstain from eating grains, but they couldn't give up their taste for food. Therefore, most noble families had their own kitchens to cater to guests, serving mainly spiritual herbs and beasts that enhanced cultivation when consumed. Miss Kylag, are you an ordinary human? Jewel broke the silence, having always been curious about this. No, not exactly. Kylag's voice was barely audible, as if scared. But I can't sense your cultivation level at all. If you had any cultivation, it shouldn't be like this. Jewel chuckled lightly. That's because I've concealed it. Suddenly, Kylag emitted a faint aura, only at the early stage of chi condensation. Her cultivation was recent, and much of her strength had been absorbed by Dion due to the Qingyu Pearl, dropping her realm from foundation establishment to early chi condensation. Jewel was secretly alarmed. Despite Kylag's aura being only at the early stage of chi condensation, she felt as though she couldn't possibly defeat her. This puzzled her, but she kept it to herself. Where is your home, Miss Kylag? Jewel asked suddenly. Home? I don't know. I seem to have lost my memory. Kylag retracted her aura and shook her head. When I woke up, I was in a cave with only this sword nearby. Kylag handed the Qingxian sword to Jewel, but as soon as Jewel touched it, the sword began buzzing, clearly reluctant. This sword actually has a spirit. Jewel was shocked, feeling bitter. Yes, it's a spirit-touched artifact, but I haven't yet mastered its power. Kylag nodded seriously. Jewel was perplexed. She knew Kylag wasn't ordinary, and her younger brother had obviously taken a liking to her. The determination to protect Kylag was something she had never seen in her brother before. Miss Kylag, what do you think of my little brother? Jewel sighed softly. He's good. I feel like he'll protect me. Kylag smiled sweetly, and even behind the veil, Jewel found herself mesmerized. Just a feeling? Jewel recalled what Kylag had said earlier. Yes, I followed my feelings here. Kylag continued the pretense, attributing everything to instinct. The dishes were soon served. While Jewel didn't touch the food, Kylag timidly ate, slowly revealing her inner foodie nature until she finally removed her veil, exposing her breathtaking beauty. Jewel was momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful Kelly. Even with the veil on, she had already given Kylag high praise, but removing the veil left her speechless. She couldn't find words to describe Kylag's beauty, believing no one in the world could surpass her. Realizing Jewel was staring, Kylag blushed and slowed down her eating, becoming more graceful. Could she see herself marrying my brother? Jewel thought wryly, putting aside all her scheming. Even she, a Kelly, was smitten. Willing. Jewel initially wanted to ask if Kylag would marry her brother, but stopped herself, rephrasing. Willing to get to know him better? She pointed at the injured Dion. Yes, Kylag nodded firmly, but I'm still young and don't think about those things. Just being able to eat is enough for me. She stared at Jewel, filled with longing. Jewel decided to make her brother learn how to cook but then frowned, imagining his ineptitude. Miss Kylag, I'll take my leave now. Where will you stay? Jewel forced a casual smile. Here would be fine. Kylag seemed uncertain. Is that appropriate? Jewel felt awkward, unsure how to proceed. Chapter 58. Xavion's plan. It's fine. He will protect me. Kyla smiled and pointed at the unconscious Xavion. Jewel was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook her head. Miss Kyla, I'll be next door. If anything happens, just shout loudly. After saying this, Jewel left Xavion's room, intending to inform her Silas about the situation so he could decide what to do. Once Jewel was gone, Xavion slowly sat up. Although his wounds were painful, they weren't enough to make him lose consciousness. Tonight, you will deliver this letter to the third room on the right of the main hall, then leave immediately. Xavion handed the letter to Kyla. His expression had returned to its usual coldness. Yes, Wesleyster. Kyla was momentarily stunned, then suddenly recalled Xavion's previous demeanor, causing an awkward silence between them. Wesleyster, are you deceiving them? Kyla hesitated for a long time before asking tentatively. Yes. Xavion looked at Kyla, his eyes growing colder, as if he had become accustomed to her stunning beauty. I think she is a good person. Kyla's voice was soft, but her gaze unwavering. But to her, I am the bad guy. Xavion shook his head. Good and evil, right and wrong. They are merely explanations given by the victors. All conflicts stem from human desires, which are neither inherently good nor bad. There once was a Nadine whose parents were killed because of her beauty. When she gained the strength to seek revenge, she found that the man who had forced her parents to their deaths was now hailed as a good person. He became the magistrate of the county, caring for his family and the people, earning respect and admiration from everyone. The Nadine, seeing all this, couldn't bring herself to kill him. She gave up her revenge, didn't she? Kyla glanced at Xavion, her eyes filled with confusion. A boy who deeply loved her avenged her instead, because he couldn't bear to see her in tears. Xavion sighed, a tinge of reminiscence in his eyes. Was the boy bad? Xavion looked at Kyla, unsure why he was telling her these things, yet he continued. Kyla's eyes grew even more confused. She didn't know how to respond. If you were that boy, what would you do? Xavion shook his head and looked at Kyla again. Kyla slowly closed her eyes, then after a long while, reopened them. I couldn't do it. Could you watch your beloved struggle and do nothing? Xavion's expression turned grave. She was in pain, not knowing what to do, even questioning her own life. I couldn't bear it. Kyla fell silent. But your choice means the Nadine might kill the magistrate, and then feel guilty enough to take her own life. Or she might spend her entire life tormented, feeling she has betrayed her parents. Xavion shook his head. You can't protect those you love without the necessary resolve. Lack of resolve makes you incapable of protecting others. Kyla remained quiet, her expression complex. She couldn't accept any outcome. The story kept replaying in her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to act. Long ago, I let someone go who was a good person, willing to do anything for his wife. Xavion's gaze was deep as he recalled memories from his past life, vivid and clear. His wife was captured, and used to threaten him into killing me. In the end, he failed. But in saving me, two of the most important people in my life were injured, one almost fatally. From that point on, good and evil lost meaning. I killed him and his wife. He taught me that in life, the most important thing isn't our beliefs or principles, but the people we cherish the most. Kyla was even more bewildered. Her experiences were limited, and she couldn't grasp the complexity of the world. Human nature is inherently neutral. Good and evil are labels imposed by others. Xavion shook his head, speaking softly as if to himself. What matters is the actions you choose and the resolve behind them. Doesn't it hurt? Kyla's tears started to flow. She felt inexplicably sorry for Xavion. Does it hurt? Xavion laughed bitterly. Perhaps the first time it does. Xavion slowly closed his eyes as memories from his past life resurfaced, each scene striking at his soul. His initial suicide attempt, the bonds formed, the farewells, and finally death. At least, the result was good. A tear rolled down Xavion's cheek, dampening the bedding but drying quickly. Nightfall approached, and people gradually left the Tobiasing family compound. Soon, a Kelly emerged from the main hall, her steps light and her face joyful. She glanced at Xavion's room, a look of relief in her eyes, before entering her own chamber. We should go. Xavion's voice was firm, leaving no room for doubt. Yes, Wesleyster. Kyla's expression remained heavy, deeply moved by Xavion's words. Despite her efforts, she still couldn't come to a conclusion. Kyla walked over to Xavion, took the letter he offered, and exited the room. At that moment, Ely and a courtly man named Tobias Shevian were discussing matters inside a room. Tobias Shevian was a close friend of both Farishan and Asher, having grown up together and faced hardships many times, closer than blood brothers. Who's there? Ely was startled, sensing someone spying. Without hesitation, he rushed out but found no one. An envelope? Ely quickly noticed an envelope on the floor, picked it up, opened it, and then abruptly shut it, retreating back into the room. Once inside, Ely set up a protective array and turned to Tobias Shevian, his eyes filled with concern. Tobias Shevian, the thing we speculated about earlier, it's here. Ely handed the envelope to Tobias Shevian. Read it aloud. I want to hear it. Tobias Shevian, unaware of any deceit, opened the envelope, only for 2 packets of powder to fall out. He handed them to Ely and began reading softly. Ely, making your son the family head. What does that really mean? Here's some medicine, colorless, odorless, undetectable by any means. Once Asher drinks it, within 3 days, his dantian will be blocked, leaving him powerless. To verify its effect, I've included an extra packet for testing. Chapter 59. Misdirection. Tobias Shevian finished reading the letter, his expression becoming much more solemn. Do you have any idea who this person might be? Ely looked at Tobias Shevian, his eyes filled with anxiety. If my guess is correct, it's that martial arts expert without spiritual energy, Tobias Shevian sighed. This person's motives are unclear and they're extremely mysterious. This person has high standards. A single assassination attempt was enough to see through my intentions. Ely's gaze became sharp. He coerced Devon, killed Farishan, and completely framed me for this. Such planning sends chills down my spine. From my observations over these 2 days, we can confirm that Devon is still Devon. Tobias Shevian spoke slowly. Cultivation cannot be faked, nor can that foolishness. Moreover, the Patriarch must have investigated Devon thoroughly. Tobias Shevian looked at Ely. The Tobiasing family's defenses are tight. Even a Golden Core cultivator couldn't enter undetected, and anyone above Golden Core would not be an opponent for the Tobiasing family. Ely took a sip of tea before continuing. That means, apart from the Nadine named Kylag whom Jewel invited, no one else could have done this. How certain are you? Tobias Shevian again turned to Ely. I think I'm certain. A hint of excitement appeared in Ely's eyes. First, she acted alone. Ely suddenly smiled. Second, the poison can't be fake. Tobias Shevian joined in the laughter. Third, her objectives absolutely differ from ours. Ely and Tobias Shevian exchanged smiles and said in unison. But there are 3 points we need to verify. Ely regained his composure. First, the effects of the poison. Second, whether Kylag has the capability. And third, if she can create opportunities for poisoning. Cultivators rarely eat, and as the Patriarch, he wouldn't easily consume food of unknown origin. Only during his foolish son's wedding would it be impossible to refuse a toast. Tobias Shevian's expression grew serious. The 3-day grace period not only ensures the wedding proceeds, but also prevents a public split within the Tobiasing family. This person's plan is very deep, but marrying that fool. Tobias Shevian stopped mid-sentence, feeling he had grasped something important. Ely also froze, suddenly forgetting an important point. Could her target be Devon? They both exclaimed in unison. After Asher's death, I became Patriarch. We couldn't kill Jewel or Devon due to the risk of leaks, so the best solution was to exile them. She probably anticipated we'd figure out her plan, almost certain we'd agree. The content of this letter isn't just what it seems. Ely sighed, then continued, suddenly, I feel this Kelly is terrifying. Yes, this level of manipulation is beyond human comprehension. Tobias Shevian's face was bitter. He considered himself a genius, even comparing himself to Mr. Taj from the Tobias Tion sect. But now his thoughts seemed laughable. Ely shook his head and said, forget it, this doesn't matter. Once that Kelly leaves, we can test her. Otherwise, we wait for her marriage to Devon. If we're wrong, it won't cost us anything. Westleister, everything is set up, and that person has seen it. Kylag returned to Dion's room, her expression still heavy, seemingly pondering Dion's words earlier. Tobiasinger, if someone attacks you, remember not to expose the nether chi, Dion said slowly. What if it's a life or death situation? Kylag asked. I'll protect you, Dion whispered. Kylag's heart fluttered. She didn't understand why Dion would say such things to her. Is it because I'm important? Kylag felt inexplicably warm. Dion paused, looking at Kylag with complex emotions. After a long silence, he finally said, yes. Hearing Dion's confirmation, the tension in Kylag's heart relaxed. She recalled the first story Dion told her and the moment he protected her from the Frost Wolf. The 2 images gradually merged into Dion's initial form. 3 days later, Dion's injuries were fully healed, and Kylag had gradually adapted to Dion's new identity. Miss Kylag, Austin requests your presence. Jewel knocked on the door, speaking softly. Kylag's face instantly turned red for some reason. I'm coming right away. Kylag quickly left the room, while Dion's eyes turned somber. This is just a performance. Dion closed his eyes, already seeing through Kylag's feelings. He didn't understand women, but he could see through her. Jewel led Kylag into the inner hall, where they entered Asher's room without a word. Asher was sipping tea. Upon hearing the women approach, he stood to greet them. However, when he saw Kylag's face, he froze, realizing why Jewel found it impossible for Kylag to be a spy sent by others. Miss Kylag, how are you? Asher seemed a bit awkward and diverted his gaze. Uncle Tobiasing, hello? Kylag's voice was barely audible. So, what do you think of Kohenner? Asher asked cautiously, more nervous than Kylag herself. Lord Tobiasing, he's quite nice, Kylag replied firmly. Asher was delighted. Devon's future was of utmost importance to him. With the family growing stronger and Jewel showing exceptional talent, his greatest worry was indeed Devon. That's good, Asher smiled warmly. If you need anything, Miss Kylag, please tell me. If Kohenner dares to bully you, teach him a lesson, and treat this place like home. Don't be polite. Kylag blushed profusely. Austin, how can you talk like that? Jewel rolled her eyes and took Kylag's hand. Sorry, Tobiasinger. My Silas is too awkward with words. These past few days, you've taken great care of Kohenner. He may be clumsy, but his heart is kind. Jewel looked at Kylag sincerely. Sister May, I. Kylag suddenly thought of Dion's true identity, adding to her confusion. It's all right, Tobiasinger. Jewel shook her head. We rush things. If you wish to leave, you're free to go. The Tobiasing family won't stop you. Kylag fell silent, her expression heavy. Am I making the right decision? Kylag wasn't sure what to do. Alert them to Devon being an imposter or continue helping Dion hide. Chapter 60. Choice. The important things. Kyla's eyes gradually grew firm. She could not harm Dion, and in her eyes, Dion was not a bad person. I believe young Westleister will also certainly not do anything evil. Miss May, I'll take good care of young Westleister Tobiasing. Please rest assured, Kyla said with a sweet smile that seemed to melt the world around her. Seeing Kyla smile, Jewel smiled too. If you get angry at him, just hit him. He's foolish but doesn't hold grudges. Has Sister May ever hit him? Kyla asked curiously. Yes, he's so dim-witted sometimes. It can be really infuriating, Jewel sighed helplessly. Sometimes, he would pretend to ignore you when he's upset, but after a nap, he'd happily follow you around again. Cough, cough. Asher, slightly embarrassed, prepared to say something but was interrupted by a knock on the door. Wesleyster, the head of the Wong family, has come to visit with his daughter. A servant called out from outside the door, his voice clear despite its softness. Wong family? Why are they here? Asher wondered aloud. They say they've come to apologize, the servant replied uncertainly. Ah, right. Austin, it was Keisha from the Wong family who injured Cohen this time. Her pet frost wolf somehow went out of control. Jewel suddenly remembered the incident 3 days ago. Over the past 2 days, she had been preoccupied with thinking about Devin and Kyla, and since Dion's injuries were not serious, she had almost forgotten about it. That little Nadine Keisha? Asher shook his head with a smile. Since Cohen isn't badly hurt, this could be an opportunity to improve relations with the Wong family. May, take Miss Kyla down for now. I'll handle this. Understood, Austin. Jewel took Kyla's hand as they left together, while Asher instructed the servant to bring the head of the Wong family and his daughter into the main hall. Brother Tianhua, my daughter caused much trouble. We've come today to sincerely apologize, said a Seymour as he entered the hall. Slightly chubby and round-faced, he was none other than Darrell, the patriarch of the Wong family, one of the 4 major clans of Pharasohua City. Don't kneel yet. Without waiting for Asher to respond, Darrell barked angrily at his timid daughter. Brother Wong, please get up. The 4 families of Pharasohua City are like brothers. Cohen's skills are not high enough, leading to his accidental injury. I understand the Frost Wolf has already been dealt with, which counts as avenging Cohen. Moreover, this wasn't intentional on Iching's part. Asher helped Keisha to her feet. Darrell's eyes immediately moistened. He had hesitated for a long time before deciding to bring his daughter to apologize, never expecting the Tobiasing family to forgive them so easily. Brother Tianhua's magnanimity is humbling. Please accept these gifts as a token of apology to your son, Darrell said, recalling the past when there were only 3 major families in Pharasohua City. They had joined forces to suppress the Tobiasing family, but the Tobiasings broke through and became the 4th major family. Brother Wong, no need for formalities. I'll accept the gifts. But perhaps it would be fitting if Iching spent a few days with May as a form of atonement, Asher suggested with a smile. But Brother Wong needn't worry. May won't be hard on Iching. Darrell felt uneasy, not understanding Asher's intention but unable to outright refuse. If Brother Wong prefers otherwise, it's fine. I merely feel that the 4 families have grown distant. Our generation may be like this, but the younger generation should remain friendly. Haroun from the Gua family has pursued May for quite some time. Actually, I quite admire that Kirk, although May's standards are quite high, Asher added with a smile. Hearing this, Darrell suddenly understood Asher's intentions. To interact with Miss Jewel would be a blessing for Iching, Darrell responded diplomatically. Miss Jewel is considered the strongest among Pharasohua City's Dale, capable of handling matters independently at such a young age. My son falls far short of that. Just playing, like kids do. Asher turned to Keisha. Iching, would you like to spend a few days with your sister May? Keisha looked at her Silas. To be honest, she admired Jewel more than anyone else. No one among the boys could match Jewel in strength, and she had even heard that Jewel was often dispatched to escort goods for the Tobiasing family, a task none of the boys dared undertake. If you're willing, Iching, Darrell encouraged, looking at his daughter. I'm willing. Keisha declared loudly. This child, Darrell chuckled, sharing a knowing smile with Asher. Iching, go play with May. You're Silas, and I need to discuss some matters, Asher smiled warmly. Sure, Uncle Tobiasing. Keisha skipped off happily. Let's move to the inner chamber, Asher suggested gently. Agreed, Darrell nodded and followed Asher into the inner chamber. May, that Nadine is perfect in every way except for having too many demands, Asher commented, pouring Darrell a cup of tea. A daughter like hers is indeed a blessing, Darrell sighed. My son, however, disgraced the Wong family last month by forcibly bringing back a wandering cultivator. Children need guidance. It's nothing serious, Asher said calmly, then changed the subject. Have you heard of the Qingyun sect? From the Eastern Domain? Darrell didn't quite understand where Asher was going with this. One of their disciples offended both the Tobiasan family and the Tobias Tian sect, and the sect was wiped out. But interestingly, the disciple responsible for destroying Qingyun sect was spared by Mr. Taj from the Tobias Tian sect, Asher continued. Later, I found out this disciple's name was Edna, who turns out to be the 19th princess of the Blue Scale clan. Asher paused, letting this sink in without further explanation. Darrell sensed something was amiss but couldn't pinpoint it. Could you clarify, Brother Tianhua? Asher did not refuse, merely smiling faintly. I estimate that a war between the Sea clan and the human race may soon erupt. Is this true? Darrell's voice rose in disbelief. It's just speculation. It's up to you whether you believe me. Asher sipped his tea slowly. Darrell fell silent, realizing what Asher was implying. His Silas had always warned him that the Tobiasing family was incredibly shrewd, and any actions they took were purposeful. Despite believing this wholeheartedly, he still couldn't fathom Asher's intention. Brother Tianhua, forgive my ignorance, but what is your purpose in sharing this with me? Darrell bowed respectfully. Naturally, it's for our alliance. If the Sea clan war breaks out, and we remain in this position, we will surely become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Besides, Pharasohua City is close to the Eastern Domain, Asher sighed. This matter is significant. I need to consult with the ancestor. Darrell's expression grew solemn. ####Chapter 61. Minor West leaders in the courtyard. No problem, but please brother, do not spread this around. It's easy for someone with ulterior motives to investigate this matter, and I did not come to my conclusion based solely on this incident. Asher waved his hand. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Tianhua. I will take my leave now. Darrell bowed and then exited the room. Asher, however, shook his head, appearing visibly older all of a sudden. Darrell left hurriedly, but this scene was noticed by Xavion, who was playing with Kyla. Though Xavion still seemed carefree on the surface, he sensed something unusual. Kyla, repeat after me, Kyla said with a smile. She held Xavion's hand, teaching him how to speak. Paper, Xavion stuttered. It's not paper, it's Z. My name is Kyla, Kyla explained again. Paper, Xavion continued. Do you want to be called Paper? My name is Xuanhuan. Kyla paused suddenly. Spit. My name is Kyla. Z. Xavion's eyes filled with grief, like those of a child who has been wronged. To improve fluency and naturalness in English, we can refine this too. Xavion's eyes welled up with sorrow, like those of a wronged child. Xavion said slowly, his voice tinged with sorrow. Yes. Kyla laughed heartily. Repeat after me, Kyla. Kyla. Seeing Kyla smile, Xavion looked excited too. Hee, not bad. Kyla raised her hand and patted Xavion's head, then pointed at herself. What's my name? Kyla. Xavion seemed thrilled. And what's your name? Kyla pointed at Xavion. Kyla. Xavion kept calling her name. No, pay attention. Kyla pointed at herself. Kyla, then at Xavion. Tobiasing. What's my name? Kyla pointed at herself again. Kyla. Xavion called out excitedly. And yours? Kyla pointed at Xavion. Z. Before Xavion finished, Kyla tapped his head. Tobiasing, Cohen. Kyla said irritably. Tobiasing, Cohen. Xavion replied, sounding aggrieved. Right. Kyla laughed again, then pointed at Xavion. What's your name? Tobiasing, Cohen. Xavion smiled, his face beaming with happiness as if he had gained something precious. Big sister, who is she? She's so beautiful. On the side, Daryl asked Jewel curiously, her eyes fixed on Kyla. She's Kyla, Jewel smiled. It's truly amazing how fortunate Xiao Cohen must have been in his past life to win such a Kelly's affection even under these circumstances. I think if I were Kyla, I would also choose him. Recalling the Frost Wolf incident, young Wesleyster Cohen never retreated a single step despite being extremely frightened, Daryl said with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She quickly realized it was inappropriate and apologized with an apologetic look. Sorry, big sister May, I didn't mean to. Foolish Nadine, it's fine. Jewel patted Darelking's head. As long as you know it's wrong and correct it, it's fine. And if not for you, Toby Assinger and Cohen might not have developed such a good relationship. Jewel smiled. Big sister May is so gentle, while my brother is so mischievous, Daryl pouted. As for your brother, Jewel chuckled, you should aim to surpass him. Only then will the Wong family thrive. Relying on others will never match relying on oneself. Is big sister May tired? Cousin isn't as pretty as big sister May, nor is she as old, yet she is already married and spends her days enjoying herself, Daryl asked slowly. Everyone has their own pursuits. Jewel's gaze became slightly lost, but she quickly shook off the confusion. I want to make the Toby Assing family better. So, does big sister have someone she likes? Daryl asked playfully. Jewel's face blushed slightly. No, but I believe that the person I like must be stronger than me and protect me just as Cohen protects Toby Assinger. Big sister May is so capable. There's probably no one who can surpass her, Daryl giggled secretly. Jewel sighed. Am I too stern? Not at all. In private, my friends adore big sister May. They always say that big sister May is the best and wish to become like her, to beat up all the bad people who bully them, Daryl said happily. At first, I thought big sister May was like an ice mountain, cold and heartless, but it turns out she's so gentle. Of course, we should be gentle with our friends and family, Jewel smiled and clenched her fists. But when it comes to those who have ill intentions, we must stand up to them. 3 months passed swiftly. Kyla and Xavion grew closer. Their closeness often depicted by Kyla tapping Xavion's head while he clutched it in mock grievance. Jewel took on another mission, leading a team out of Farasohua City. Daryl returned home, her demeanor entirely changed, exuding an air of female heroism. Yet, the Wong family never visited the Tobiasing family, seemingly having forgotten about Asher's words. F*** King Hell, F*** King Hell. A Kirk pounded the table repeatedly. Why would Miss Kyla choose a mentally challenged boy? The Kirk shouted, but his voice was muffled by the formation, making it impossible to hear from outside. Eugene, great achievements are not confined to minor matters, said a Seymour calmly. He was Ely, the second patriarch of the Tobiasing family. Austin, I have tried courting Miss Kyla countless times, but she never gave me a proper glance. The Kirk was none other than Tobiasing Eugene, son of Ely, his eyes filled with resentment. I just don't understand what's so special about that mentally challenged boy. Calm down. Ely's expression turned serious. In this regard, you fall short of Jewel. Despite being a Kelly, she never loses composure. You're still too young. Cousin? Tobiasing Eugene's expression softened. I admit, cousin excels both in talent and wisdom, but as a Kelly, she will eventually marry. I can't believe uncle would entrust the Tobiasing family to an outsider. You're too naive, Eugene. Ely shook his head. Do you know who killed Farishan this time? I don't know. While the Tobiasing family doesn't have many enemies, it's uncertain who did it. Moreover, I heard that the killers were not from Farasohua City, so it's hard to tell. Tobiasing Eugene asked his Silas, puzzled. The killer was me. Ely picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and then spoke. Chapter 62, as planned. What? Austin, it's actually you? Tobiasing Eugene exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. This time, my intention was to kill Jewel. Eldest brother wouldn't remarry, and the future generations would only have Devon. But I didn't expect such an unexpected gain, Ely chuckled. Farishan, almost stepping into the void pill stage. This has truly broken eldest brother's arm. Austin, if cousin Jewel didn't die, uncle wouldn't hand the Tobiasing family over to me? Tobiasing Eugene suddenly understood. This is beyond doubt. How old is Jewel? Have you seen him planning to marry her off? Ely shook his head. People must know their limits, and I advise you not to entertain any inappropriate thoughts about Kyla. Austin, why? Tobiasing Eugene was somewhat reluctant. She's not as simple as you think. Devon is just being used by her. Otherwise, do you really think such a Kelly would look at a fool? Ely frowned. So that's how it is. Tobiasing Eugene's expression returned to calmness. I called you here this time because I want you to go out for a while, to exercise your courage. Uncle Tobias Shevian will accompany you, Ili said. A great achiever must not be blinded by beauty. This time, I want you to forget your identity as a young master of the Tobiasing family and completely become an ordinary person. I understand, Austin. Tobiasing Eugene's eyes gradually became resolute. Just as Tobiasing Eugene finished speaking, a courtly man slowly approached. Tianran Eugene. Tobias Shevian, how did it go? Ili showed an expectant expression. That's exactly what I found. Tobias Shevian appeared excited. This medicine is colorless and odorless, and when dissolved in water, it's extremely hard to detect. I divided it into 10 portions for testing and found that its effect depends solely on the dosage. The medicine suppresses spiritual energy, and the power slowly enters the dantian. To protect itself, the spiritual energy resists the medicine's entry into the dantian, but the medicinal properties get activated and gradually seal off the dantian. When the medicine enters the dantian, a blackish aura appears. This aura destroys the dantian, but not immediately. It only happens after the aura inside the dantian is completely exhausted. Will there be any traces left? Ili took a deep breath. Absolutely not. The consumer won't show any symptoms. Only once the medicine reaches the dantian will it take effect, Tobias Shevian explained. Tobias Shevian, take Eugene out to toughen him up this time. Let him endure some hardships, Ili laughed. Happiness clearly visible on his face. All right, Tianhua. Tobias Shevian also smiled. On the other side, Kyla and Dion sat quietly facing each other in a room. Kyla, take me for a walk, Dion suddenly said. Okay, young Wesleyster. Kyla held Dion's hand and led him out of the Tobiasing family compound. The streets of Pharisohua City remained unchanged. The two walked in silence until suddenly, a man in black appeared, sword raised, stabbing toward Kyla. To Kyla, the attack was not fast. This person wasn't strong at all. Recalling Dion's previous words, she drew the Qingxian sword from her waist and clashed with the man. Dion stood aside, watching the battle unfold, lost in thought. He's not expendable. Kyla grew increasingly anxious. The attacker's intent to test was evident. He continually intensified his attacks, and his sword techniques grew more intricate. First move, starting posture. Kyla softly recited as the Qingxian sword stabbed at an unbelievable angle toward the black-clothed man's waist. The black-clothed man quickly retreated, but the sword was faster. Just as it was about to injure him, the man unleashed a surge of void pill stage aura. Vast spiritual energy surged towards the Qingxian sword, attempting to slow its momentum, but it was as if these energies couldn't see the sword at all, providing no obstruction. The Qingxian sword easily injured the black-clothed man's waist. The attacker shuddered slightly, retreated, and then fled directly. Kyla chose not to pursue him, looking instead at Dion, who still looked puzzled. Shall we return? Kyla sighed, knowing Dion had known this would happen and therefore told her not to use nether chi. Dion looked at Kyla but didn't answer, just gazed intently. Let's go back. Kyla blushed slightly as she pulled Dion back into the Tobiasing family compound. The day after tomorrow, tell Ili that you are willing to marry Devon, Dion finally said upon returning to the room. Young Wesley, stir this? Kyla's face instantly turned red, not noticing that Dion mentioned Devon. This is just an act. You don't need to play it for real. Dion's words were like cold water splashing over Kyla's head. I understand. Kyla pouted and nodded. The next morning, Kyla stood before Asher's door. Despite Dion's seemingly heartless words yesterday, she couldn't help but think about it. Miss Kyla, is there something you need? Asher was puzzled, having noticed Kyla standing outside his door for quite some time. Uncle Tobiasing. Kyla's voice was very soft. That. Asher waited for a long time but received no response, so he smiled awkwardly. Miss Kyla, why don't you come in for a moment? Asher offered with a smile. Yes. Kyla seemed distracted, her thoughts completely muddled. After much silence, Kyla's nervousness slowly eased. Meanwhile, Asher calmly sipped tea, seemingly in no hurry. I want to marry Wesleyster Tobiasing. This time, Kyla spoke without hesitation, though her cheeks were flushed, her gaze remained steady. PFFF, Asher sprayed out the mouthful of tea he just sipped. He soon realized his indiscretion and gently waved, making the tea coalesce mid-air and land beside him. Is Miss Kyla serious? Asher asked anxiously. Yes. Kyla lowered her head, nodding lightly. To be favored by Miss Kyla is a blessing for my son. Asher laughed warmly. Wesley, I ask one thing. Can I see Miss Kyla's spiritual energy? Kyla was stunned, looking at Asher. The energy within me isn't spiritual energy. Recalling Dion's words, Kyla realized he had only emphasized not exposing it during combat. Without hesitation, she extended her left hand, and soon a black aura began swirling around her fingertips. What is this? Asher felt a suppressing force instantly. Nether chi. Kyla regained her composure. I don't know why I need nether chi for cultivation, but because of this, I cannot cultivate further. Asher was dumbfounded. He already guessed Kyla's true identity. She was from the higher realm. Kohenner has had issues with his mind since childhood, but he is very kind, unlike us. When little May was young, she often bullied Kohenner out of frustration. Yet Kohenner, being silly, always ran to find May the next day. Gradually, May accepted Kohenner, protecting him and keeping him safe. She grew and became someone dependable. And at home, the one I worry about most is Kohenner. As a Silas, I'm selfish. I wish for Kohenner to be with you, but I understand Miss Kyla must have a purpose, Asher smiled. I only ask one thing, Miss Kyla. Please do not betray Kohenner's heart. ####Chapter 63. The eve of the wedding. Asher's words deeply moved Kyla. After a long period of dormancy, she was like a blank sheet of paper, on which Ahil had drawn the first stroke and the Tobiasing family the second. She enjoyed being with Ahil and also cherished life in the Tobiasing family. Definitely, Kyla slowly smiled. Her smile was sweet, like the first ray of dawn that warmed the heart. She had decided to ask Ahil for clarification. What about the date? Asher asked. That will be up to Uncle Tobiasing, Kyla replied. All right, Kyla. You and Cohenor get ready. I'll choose an auspicious day and inform you when it's selected. I promise you two will have the best wedding. Asher gave a warm smile. Okay, I'll go back now. Kyla stood up to take her leave, but her cheeks remained flushed. Back in Ahil's room, Kyla still felt uneasy and couldn't quite meet his eyes. Have you shown him the nether chi? Ahil's voice was cold. Kyla froze. She suddenly realized all this might just be her own wishful thinking. Yes, Kyla's mood instantly shifted. She was completely different from before. Say what you want to say, Ahil sighed. Wesleyster, can you become Devon? Hope flickered in Kyla's eyes, but her expression was filled with bitterness. No, I have my responsibilities. Ahil did not hesitate. Can you tell me your plan? Kyla asked, somewhat aggrieved. As you've seen, I haven't done much, Ahil shook his head. But the letter, the attack that day, and today's events, weren't they all orchestrated by you? Kyla looked very heavy-hearted. No, you misunderstand. I didn't intend to deceive you, Ahil shook his head. I only saw an opportunity and used it. Tobiasing Tainan wants to overthrow Asher and become the patriarch of the Tobiasing family, Ahil sneered. Who do you think is right or wrong? Why would he do that? Kyla was confused, believing Ahil had been orchestrating everything but now realizing he had no reason to lie to her. Do you really think Asher is good? Ahil shook his head. You've only seen his good side. If he knew I wasn't Devon, he'd kill me, and you as well. Kyla fell silent. She understood that Ahil spoke the truth, but it made her feel extremely distressed. Wesleyster, I feel so awful. Tears slowly rolled down Kyla's face. Be strong. Once you're powerful enough to defy the rules, perhaps you can protect the ones you love and preserve your inner sanctity. Ahil's expression turned grave as he remembered the Nadine who always called him brother. He had been too weak to protect her and could only watch helplessly as she died. The Tobiasing family's wedding came unexpectedly, quickly spreading throughout Fairy Sohua City. Next month on the 8th day, the esteemed son of the Tobiasing family, Devon, would marry a Kelly named Kyla. Initially, Fairy Sohua's cultivators didn't know who Devon was, but soon nearly everyone learned about him, a mentally challenged Dale and a breathtakingly beautiful Kelly. Without the Tobiasing family's prestige, no one would have thought these two had any connection. Devon and Kyla became focal figures in Fairy Sohua City. Wesleyni male cultivators sympathized with Kyla's plight, vowing to rescue her from the Tobiasing family's clutches. Countless challengers came forward, but none were a match for Jewel, who single-handedly repelled them all. Kyla then personally explained the situation, quelling all concerns. The Tobiasing family remained unchanged, but Devon became the envy of many. A new moon rose gently, casting a faint light over the land, seemingly heralding the joyous event of the next day. The moonlight was brighter than usual. You're too clumsy. Kyla put her hands on her hips, looking angrily at Ahil. When they say, bow to heaven and earth, you bow forward. When they say, bow to the courts, turn around and bow to Uncle Tobiasing. For couples' mutual respect, turn and copy me. Kyla pulled Ahil around, but he still seemed lost. Sister May, you call out. Kyla covered her head with the veil, her figure elegantly outlined by the red bridal dress, veiled like mist. Jewel chuckled. She saw how good Kyla was to her brother. Though she often said he was slow, she never lost patience, making Jewel glad as she believed Devon would be happy. Bow to heaven and earth, Jewel called loudly. Ahil remembered something, paused, turned towards the door, and bowed. Second bow to the courts. Ahil seemed bewildered, looking at Kyla in confusion. After Kyla finished bowing and removed the veil, her face was full of resentment. Note, Weishiut can be translated as resentment, grievance, or indignation. Depending on the context, you might also consider her face was full of indignation, or her face was full of grievance for a more natural flow in English. Ahil panicked, running to Kyla's side and lightly pinching her cheek. Sister May, what do we do tomorrow? Kyla managed a forced smile under Ahil's playful pinch, but it was uglier than crying. Don't worry, believe in Cohenor. Jewel tried not to laugh. You big fool, my sister says to believe in you. Kyla looked at Ahil. Ahil patted Kyla's head and gave her a determined look, but during the rehearsal, he was still lost. You big meanie, I won't bother with you anymore. Kyla ran to Jewel, leaving Ahil puzzled. Sister May, you're still laughing. Kyla pouted. Don't worry, Austin will remind him tomorrow. Mental communication isn't through words, so Cohenor will understand. Jewel patted Kyla's head comfortingly. But if they notice, what do we do? Kyla shook her head and clenched her fists. No, I must teach him. Kyla hadn't even sat down long when she ran back to Ahil to rehearse again. The Tobiasing family's wedding proceeded as planned, with even the city lord attending to congratulate. The Tobiasing family compound became the center of attention in Fairy Sohua City. Everyone with status was invited. At a tea house, some wandering cultivators began discussing the wedding. Heh, what a lucky fool. I've seen Kyla. She's incredibly beautiful. Even calling her the top beauty of Fairy So Chevy City wouldn't raise objections. She's actually marrying that mentally disabled kid. Lower your voice. The Tobiasing family is one of Fairy Sohua City's 4 major clans. You shouldn't speak recklessly. I'm not saying anything bad about the Tobiasing family, but there are better choices, like the son of the second court, Tobiasing Eugene. He's handsome and has reached foundation establishment. Any one of the young masters from the 4 families is far superior to Devon. That's not entirely true. It said Kyla is just an ordinary human. Isn't entering the 4 great families too difficult? I guess because Devon is intellectually impaired, the patriarch agreed to this marriage. Ordinary human or not, just based on looks, Kyla could outshine many female cultivators. Even if I were at the nascent soul stage, I'd definitely marry her. Haha, you talking about being a nascent soul? Laughable. The neighboring table burst into exaggerated laughter. You. Killian grew flustered. but the other party released a slight aura, instantly deflating him. He hurriedly dragged his friend out of the tea house. The neighboring table also lost interest and left with their friends. Chapter 64. The Wedding and the Wine. I took it upon myself to investigate Kailag's background, but I couldn't find any information at all. Or rather, there's no information about her in the entire central Tobias prefecture. A man and a Kelly whispered in a dimly lit place, their eyes fixed on Tobiasing family West Lenore from a distance. Our reach is too short. Earlier, we heard that one of the 12 families, the Tobiasan family, made a grand trip to the Eastern Domain. I didn't know the specifics and I suspected whether Kailag might be from the Eastern Domain, but the patriarch paid no attention to this, the man said. Do you think Kailag could be a spy sent by the Sea Clan? The Kelly asked. It's impossible. The Sea Clan wouldn't send a mere mortal, and a force like the Tobiasing family would never attract their notice. You're right. I must have been overly cautious, but I have this feeling that this wedding should not proceed. Your intuition? If we had returned sooner, perhaps we could have stopped the wedding. Suddenly, the man exclaimed, no, something's wrong. What is it? The Kelly was surprised. This was the first time she'd seen the man so agitated. We've been wrong. Kailag's background isn't important. What matters is that she's marrying young Westleicester Devon. No matter who offers wine, the patriarch will drink it. Killian clutched the Kelly's arm. You mean, Ely? The Kelly immediately tensed up. Considering the earlier actions of Ely, it's highly likely that he sent Kailag here with the purpose of getting married and then poisoning the patriarch. The more he thought, the more plausible it seemed. You also know that among those who attacked the convoy, there was someone without any spiritual energy. Recalling that, Kailag is similar, the man continued. Patriarch knows people well. We warned him about Kailag, but he believed that Kailag genuinely loved young Westleicester Devon, the Kelly said in a grave tone. That's possible. Even their meeting could be coincidental. That's not important. What's crucial is that even if Patriarch realizes he has been poisoned, it's already too late. He won't act like an outsider would. Ely absolutely won't miss this opportunity. Killian dashed towards Tobiasing family West Lenore, and the Kelly followed closely behind. The auspicious hour has arrived. Let the bride and groom exchange vows. The officiant announced loudly. Bow to heaven and earth. Pay respects to the courts. The couple exchanges bows. The ceremony concludes. Now for the toasts. Dion made no mistakes, as if everything was following a script. Dion and Kailag each held a cup of wine, the red long robes hiding their cups. Dion's body trembled slightly, as if afraid of something. Kailag sensed something amiss and gently held Dion's hand through the veil, seemingly giving him encouragement, which steadied his steps. Wishing Kohenner and Tobiasinger a long and prosperous life together, may they soon bear noble children. Asher was genuinely happy, finishing the 2 cups of wine in one go. His voice rang clear and bright. Austin. Kailag and Dion spoke in unison, and at that moment, no one noticed Dion's unease. His delicate face seemed to match Kailag perfectly. Big brother, congratulations. Before long, you'll have a grandson to hold. Ely approached with a benevolent smile, holding 2 cups of wine and handing one over. Ha ha ha, why the formality between us? Kohenner is your nephew after all. He'll have to call you second grandpa eventually, Asher chuckled. Thinking back to when he last felt this joy, it was during Jewel's birth, the first time he tasted Silashood. Yes, we are getting old, Ely laughed. Let me drink first. And with that, he finished his cup in one gulp. To that, Asher hesitated not and drank his cup as well. But as soon as the wine went down, he felt a stream of energy forming in his dantian. Realizing the danger, he tried to use his spiritual energy to block it, only for it to merge with the energy stream. Soon, he could no longer feel any spiritual energy. This isn't good. Ely has indeed poisoned me, and this poison is terrifying. Today, Asher's mind raced, understanding that it was already too late once he drank that cup of wine. Patriarch. 2 figures suddenly barged in, interrupting Asher's thoughts. Asher looked at them, realizing everything but knowing it was too late. He couldn't fathom why Ely chose this moment to act. Doing so would invite opportunities for other forces to exploit the situation, but failing to act would result in transferring everything to Jewel, leaving him with nothing more than a hollow shell. Leave it for now. Today is Kohenner's wedding. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Asher waved them off. These 2 were his confidants, and he understood their intent. As you command, the man and Kelly answered gravely, realizing they were too late. Upon entering, they saw Asher drinking the wine offered by Ely. Now, all they could do was protect Jewel and Devon. Unaffected by the chaos, Asher continued with the wedding proceedings, smiling at everyone. Yet, the bitterness in his eyes remained unnoticed by all. In the evening, Dion and Kailag were escorted to their new home, personally arranged by Asher on the right side of the main hall. It was a 2-story house, lavish and beautiful. Dion sat quietly in his crimson robe, while Kailag, blushing under her veil, waited for Dion to lift it. Though Kailag knew it was all an act, she couldn't help but think about what a real marriage would be like, and surprisingly, she wasn't repulsed by the idea of marrying Dion. Dion's expression slowly turned cold, unnoticed by Kailag, as she awaited the moment he would uncover her face. At Qingyun sect, I met a Kelly named Harmony. Dion's voice broke the silence. Kailag froze, tears slowly streaming down her face. She already knew the outcome. So, this was all just my own delusion? Kailag didn't lift her veil, heartbroken, recalling the past few months with Dion. Devon's presence seemed to fade away. Dion didn't respond, his eyes clouded with memories, accompanied by a bitter smile. She was peculiar. When we first met, she was weak, and she wanted me to teach her how to become strong. I didn't refuse. Later, she grew stronger. When others insulted me, she would reason with them. Once, to silence the crowd, she even killed a disciple. She was kind-hearted. Her parents were murdered, yet seeing her enemies improve, she couldn't bring herself to harm them. I helped her, and she expressed her feelings for me. Knowing my days were numbered, We agreed that if a solution to my condition was found, we would marry. But she said that if I died, she would follow me in death. Time fades everything. She gave me back those words before dying. I decided to avenge her, but the enemy belonged to a spirit realm family. Dion walked over, tearing off Kailag's veil with a twisted smile, staring into her moistened eyes. Tell me, does time really erase everything? Kailag shivered, inexplicably frightened by his expression. Chapter 65, The Game and the Truth. Undiluted, my eyes see only hatred. Giles turned around, actually taking out a jade slip to study. At this moment, 3 more people appeared in Asher's room, the 2 from the Grand Hall earlier and Jewel. Mayor. Asher looked at his daughter, his gaze full of reluctance. Austin, what's wrong? Jewel had no clue what was happening. She didn't recognize the 2 beside her. Mayor. Asher's expression was bitter. He didn't know how to begin. After a long while, he finally sighed. From today onward, you will be the head of the Tobiasing family. Take Kohenner and Tobiasinger and leave Pharasohua City. Asher handed over a ring to Jewel. This was something your grandstylist found by chance. It is a storage magic tool with much greater space than a storage bag. Inside are our family's most precious resources, as well as a list and a jade pendant. Our family's hidden forces have no name. This jade pendant can help you locate the lower echelons. But they have an agreement. You may only inquire for information, not coerce actions. Austin, what happened? Jewel didn't take the ring. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. She had guessed but couldn't believe it. These 2 are Silas's confidants, Ned and Yao Chevy. I found them as orphans during one of my outings and raised them to protect you and Kohenner. Greetings, Mississippi. Both Ned and Yao US slowly teared up too. To them, Asher was their Silas. Austin, is it Uncle Air? Mayor, you don't need to seek revenge. It's meaningless. Asher shook his head, again handing out the ring. As long as this exists, the Tobiasing family can rise again. Natural cannot gain anything. Austin, come with us. Jewel accepted the ring, her voice firm and unwavering. If I am the head of the Tobiasing family, Austin, you must come with me. Asher laughed, finding solace but still shook his head. If I leave, Ely will act immediately. My cultivation is gone. Who can stand against him? But Austin. Before Jewel could finish, Asher interrupted her. Tionran also seems manipulated. When I was poisoned, Tionran showed no anomalies. Clearly, he assumed it wouldn't act immediately. Asher's gaze sharpened. I can't guess who, but only 2 would benefit, yourself and Kohenner. But both of you feel familiar, eliminating any possibility of imposters. Asher sighed, his eyes losing focus. What about Kailag? Jewel asked suddenly. Tobiasing is from the upper realm and has nothing to do with this. Asher shook his head. Does Kohenner look like someone possessed? Even if so, it would require at least an origin soul cultivator, unlikely to target the Tobiasing family. Upper realm? All 3 expressed confusion upon hearing this. Suddenly, Asher's expression changed. No. Asher was shocked. His spiritual sense was fine, yet he distinctly felt a blackish aura within his dantian. The very same dark chi Kailag had shown him earlier. Beware of that demoness. This poison was concocted by her. Asher was in extreme pain. The dark chi's corrosion was unbearable. Austin, I'll go catch her now. Jewel's expression turned instantly filled with hatred and brutality. No, don't go, Mayor. Run with Kohenner. Asher gritted his teeth while the dark chi continued ravaging his dantian. You won't stand a chance. While Tionran is still hesitant, she dares not attack. Go now, or else Kohenner will be in danger. Without hesitation, Jewel rushed out and into the new house. A short while later, just follow, the silent Giles said abruptly. Kailag froze as Jewel stormed into the room, glaring at her with hatred. Kailag prepared to ask further, but Jewel gave her no opportunity, grabbing Giles and leaving. Confused, Kailag could only obey Giles's command. Jewel's actions alarmed everyone in the Tobiasing family and naturally did not escape Ely's surveillance. He immediately rushed out. Though unsure why Jewel fled, he knew she carried most of the Tobiasing family's wealth. After sensing the array's aura from the main hall, Ely instantly understood and pursued Jewel's escape route. Jewel's tears fell backward as she fled. She realized her Silas wouldn't last long, and her Uncle Air's pursuit told her another grim truth. Ned and Yao Yue exchanged glances and stopped without hesitation, though only mid-foundation establishment cultivators against a false core cultivator. Yet they stood firm, creating Jewel's last chance. Jewel didn't stop. She had Kohenner, her sole younger brother. She couldn't let her Silas die in vain. She would bring back the Tobiasing family, then return for vengeance, killing Ely and Kailag. Slowly catching up, Kailag saw Ely battling those two but paid no heed, wanting only to find Giles and understand everything. Jewel moved swiftly, already far from Pharasohua City after a short hour. Behind her, Giles was visibly terrified. Don't be scared, Kohenner. Jewel gently stroked Giles's head, forcing a weak smile. That brute Ely can't find us anymore. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Just as she spoke, Jewel froze in horror, turning to see the breathtaking beauty, graceful figure, and bright red dress behind her. Why? Jewel suddenly lost strength, collapsing on the ground. She recalled her Silas's words and Kailag's displayed aura. Ignoring Jewel's question, Kailag glanced at Giles instead. This is what you want? With an incredulous expression, Jewel followed Kailag's gaze and realized her dantian was pierced. Jewel instantly grasped everything, but strangely couldn't hate the person behind her. Turning, using her remaining strength, she looked at Kailag, seeing her tears and the frenzied rush towards her. She suddenly realized she had misjudged her. I'm sorry. Jewel's voice was extremely weak, her eyes full of apology. With no remaining strength, her dantian destroyed, the path of cultivation severed. ####, Chapter 66, Jewel's Grave. Kyla struck out with her palm, aiming for Xavion, but before she could touch him, the backlash from the master servant mark hit her instantly. Pfft. A mouthful of blood stained Jewel's clothes. Kyla took a few steps back, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth slowly, yet her eyes remained filled with hatred as they stared at Xavion. Why? Kyla almost screamed. Xavion remained calm, only letting out a slow sigh. Because I know very well that I am not Devon. Jewel's expression was bitter. She looked at Xavion's familiar face, cold and unfeeling, and couldn't understand how someone could act so convincingly that even the closest people couldn't tell the difference. Who are you? For some reason, Jewel didn't feel hatred toward Xavion despite his actions in destroying the Tobiasing family and her life. Xavion paused, making the silent night seem even quieter, leaving only the sound of Jewel's breathing. Xavion. Xavion looked at Jewel, the demon from Qingyun's sect. Jewel was stunned, suddenly understanding. So you're even more pitiful than me. Jewel had heard about Xavion from her Silas. Though Qingyun sect was in the eastern region, it was still the largest sect there, far superior to the remote towns of the central region. Whoever could destroy Qingyun's sect wouldn't stoop to such methods against the Tobiasing family. The tension in Xavion snapped. Jewel's words continued to impact his soul. His eyes felt inexplicably stinging, and tears, which rarely touched him, threatened to spill over once more. Xavion closed his eyes slowly, reopening them when he regained his composure. Can you let Kyla go? Jewel suddenly laughed, a beautiful smile on her pale face. Fine. Without hesitation, Xavion walked over to Kyla, breaking the master servant mark with a single point of his finger. Kyla's body froze. She didn't understand why Xavion would do this. You freed me. Why not her? Kyla asked bitterly. Kyla, go. Jewel smiled. I wronged you. I'm sorry. Sister May, you didn't wrong me. All of this is also my fault. Tears immediately flowed down Kyla's face. She looked at Xavion again, her eyes filled with hate. You don't have to hate him. He has his own helplessness. Jewel walked over and gently embraced Xavion. Thank you. If it were Cohen, I might not be able to feel this way. Can you call me sister? Xavion closed his eyes again, his body trembling slightly. Sister. Jewel suddenly laughed, her pale face radiating warmth throughout the world. Jewel passed away. Her injuries weren't fatal, yet somehow her body no longer carried the breath of life. Her beautiful smile remained frozen on her face, imprinted in Kyla's and Xavion's hearts. Xavion removed Jewel's ring, took out the storage bag hanging at his waist, and retrieved the long untouched Tianyun sword. He dug a grave and buried Jewel inside. He slowly swung the sword, and a wooden sign appeared in his hands. Xavion placed it before the grave, revealing the words engraved on it. Grave of Sister Jewel. Kyla silently watched Xavion until those 6 characters entered her vision. Doesn't your heart ache? The same question was asked again by Kyla. Christie's offering still lacks one thing, Xavion said, looking at Kyla. You can stay with me for a while. If you leave now, the Fairy Sohua City people will suspect you as the murderer. These things no longer matter. Kyla suddenly laughed, her smile filled with sorrow. I want to kill you. You can't do it. You won't be able to bring yourself to kill me. Xavion gently shook his head. Why can you be so cold-hearted? Why can you be so ruthless? Kyla's voice was hoarse. I told you, I have my own mission. Xavion's expression was calm, almost terrifyingly so. Some things, I consider dispensable. Dispensable? Kyla's body trembled slightly. Is there anything you can't give up? You wouldn't understand. Xavion opened his mouth, but did not finish his sentence. After a long silence, Xavion suddenly shook his head and smiled calmly. Go. Kyla hesitated, her gaze fixed on Xavion, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. Tobias with the Tobiasing family made Kyla very happy, even unwilling to wake from that illusion. But today, Kyla realized everything was just as Xavion had said, just a charade. Devon was fake, her marriage ceremony with him was fake, his sister and Silas were all fake. Xavion not only deceived them but destroyed them. One last question. Why did you let me go? Kyla's injury wasn't serious. The disappearance of the master servant mark combined with the healing power of Qingxian Tobiasingzu had completely healed her wounds, yet her complexion grew paler. It was your choice. Xavion sighed. It was a play, and you suffered because you took it seriously. But I am not Devon. Why did you call her sister? Kyla interrupted Xavion, no longer crying, her eyes filled only with determination. The silent night remained quiet, this time without Jewel's breathing sounds. Xavion didn't know why he called her sister. He tried to concoct an excuse, but his thoughts were severed, unable to connect. Suddenly, Xavion's expression showed pain as the Een energy surged again. The Een energy vortex in his Dantian had activated, filling Xavion's body with countless waves of Een energy. He fell backward, losing control of his body, yet feeling no pain, as he couldn't sense it. Just go. You don't need to save me. Xavion transmitted the final message via his mind. Kyla's hand trembled slightly. She reached out towards Xavion, but her feet couldn't move forward. When I saved you that first time, you already wanted to die, didn't you? Kyla suddenly remembered her first encounter with Xavion. At that time, he was worse off than now, his eyes filled with death. I shouldn't have saved you. Kyla clenched her teeth, slowly backing away, her tears unable to stop. Just like you said, I can't bring myself to hurt you, but I can choose not to save you. Kyla left, leaving behind those words. She didn't know if Xavion heard them, but she no longer wished to have any connection with him. Dawn gradually broke, and the first rays of sunlight illuminated Jewel's tombstone. Beside the tombstone lay a motionless Dale, undisturbed. ##### Chapter 67. Ely's death. A Seymour wandered aimlessly, his body covered in blood, and his eyes hollow with fear. Is the Tobiasing family destroyed because of me? Killian was none other than Ely of the Tobiasing family. When the sudden disaster struck the Tobiasing family, the other 3 families showed no mercy. The city of Pharisohua had completely erased any trace of the Tobiasing family. Ironically, it's because of my court brother that I'm still alive. Ely suddenly burst into laughter. His mind had already shattered. Eugene is dead, Tobias Chevian is dead. I never regarded him as my court brother. Why? Why did he still save me? Is this punishment, just as my court brother said? Ely alternated between laughing hysterically, weeping bitterly, emitting the aura of a false core cultivator, and lapsing into terrifying silence. Time passed, and suddenly Ely came to his senses. It seemed like fate guiding him, or perhaps a mere coincidence, but he saw a grave, and next to it, a Dale lying unconscious. Tobiasing Chevy's tombstone. Ely's gaze sharpened instantly. He looked over at Hal, who lay unconscious beside him, his spiritual sense rushing towards him. Indeed, that demoness. Ely's face twisted in grotesque fury. He roared. The black aura was all too familiar to him. It was the same energy that had utterly destroyed his court brother's Danteon. Is destroying the Tobiasing family not enough for you? Ely suddenly felt weak and collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Jules' gravestone. So your goal was to destroy the Tobiasing family. Ely sighed deeply, falling into deep thought. Days and nights passed, stars crossed each other in the sky. Time flowed by imperceptibly, like a gentle breeze that could not be stopped even if one reached out. You are also a pitiful person. Ely glanced at Hal, who he could still sense had life within him, though the ghost chi was continuously eroding his flesh. That ring. Ely's eyes widened. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention, but now he noticed it unintentionally. Ely knew what that ring symbolized, and hope flared up within him like a morning star in the dark night sky, guiding him through confusion. Ha 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 ha, heaven blesses the Tobiasing family. Ely laughed madly, his laughter both wild and desolate. He slowly reached out his spiritual sense towards the ring on Hal's right hand. However, as soon as he touched it, the connection vanished. Ely understood how terrible ghost chi was, and dared not touch it physically. So he picked up a twig and poked the ring. Instantly, ghost chi surged toward the twig, frightening him so that he dropped it immediately. Yet the ghost chi quickly retreated. Am I supposed to keep waiting here? Ely was somewhat helpless. He had been here for 10 days. Although the ghost chi was constantly corroding Hal's body, it wasn't progressing rapidly. Could it be that the demoness left for some reason, doing this to protect Devon? Ely pondered. Will she come back? Ely could only grimace. He knew he was no match for her, as ghost chi was truly horrifying. Once contaminated by this black aura, there's no way to combat it. Spiritual chi is suppressed by it, and cannot be controlled, and it continually corrodes flesh, leaving no solution. Ely slowly approached Hal, considering his options. Suddenly, Hal lunged forward, grabbing hold of Ely's left foot. You. Ely's expression turned to terror as he felt the terrifying black aura start consuming his flesh. Without hesitation, Ely severed his left leg with a palm strike and retreated hastily, only to stumble from the pain and lack of balance. Seeing this, Hal found renewed strength and pounced on Ely again. Ely's eyes widened. He didn't have time to form seals and could only use his spiritual sense to direct countless threads of spiritual chi towards Hal in an attempt to stop him. But it was futile. The spiritual chi seemed to fear the ghost chi, retreating to the side, while Ely could only watch helplessly as Hal pounced. No! Ely screamed, but it was useless. Countless threads of ghost chi flowed from Hal's body into Ely, wreaking havoc within him. Despite Ely's resistance using every means possible, the ghost chi remained steadfast, like rocks in the sea, unshaken. She is not a demoness. Hal regained control of his body, the intense pain overwhelming him, yet his expression remained calm. I did all this. Hal looked at Ely, his cold eyes showing no mercy. Ely couldn't focus on Hal's words. His mind was filled with excruciating pain, as if millions of ants were gnawing at his body, even his soul suffering. Ely's life force gradually dissipated, and he finally understood why his strong court brother had worn a look of relief before dying. Hal stood up slowly, looking at the almost unrecognizable Ely whose body was ravaged by ghost chi, feeling a strange sense of release. Hal closed his eyes gently, took a deep breath, and immediately began healing. Though his body appeared fine externally, the flesh inside had been thoroughly corrupted by ghost chi, resembling a tree dead for thousands of years, ready to collapse at the slightest touch. Though the amount of ghost chi in Hal's body was not substantial, this moment was the most painful. With no choice, Hal kept stimulating cellular activity using spiritual chi. If not, in 3 days, he would lose his life as in the previous one. The tingling sensation of regenerating flesh mixed with the pain of being corroded, impacting every nerve in Hal's body, but his expression never changed. After half a day, Hal stood up. Next to him, Ely had been fully consumed by ghost chi, and the last traces of ghost chi within Hal had also dissipated. Hal's face showed signs of aging, his once smooth skin now rough, with many strands of hair turning white. 10 years of lifespan. Hal shook his head. He thought the nurturing of spiritual chi would suffice, but today he realized that what was being depleted was his lifespan. Even if the ghost chi doesn't flare up again, I can only live for another 30 years. Adding the absorption by the evolved ghost slave mark, I probably only have 15 years left. The collection of the black cloth fragments must accelerate. Hal wasted no time, sprinting westward towards the central region to find information about the black cloth fragment. Chapter 68, Robbery. Under the dark and windy night, a small village was illuminated by scattered candlelight, making it particularly prominent in the pitch-black darkness. The village was not large, but the villagers got along harmoniously. It was now late autumn, and this year's harvest had been excellent. Even after paying taxes, each household still had ample surplus grain for winter, so they could live comfortably without needing to hunt. Go, go! The sound of hooves shattered the silence of the night as every house lit up brightly. Hand over half your grain, or you all die. A Braxton on horseback roared loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire village. The villagers did not yield. Over the years, too many bandits had come here, and each time the villagers paid in blood. They picked up their hunting weapons without hesitation. Humph, this little village is indeed stubborn, the Braxton sneered. He took the lead, swinging his long saber and ruthlessly cutting down one life after another. The Braxton was extremely formidable. Even experienced hunters were no match for him. In less than half an incense stick's time, he and his men had slaughtered more than a dozen people, while only 3 villagers were wounded. Imph, I'm different from those mountain bandits. Don't compare my men to those useless fools. The Braxton waved his long saber, his savage expression growing stronger. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over half your grain, or none of you will be spared. All the villagers fell silent, putting down their weapons. They understood the gap in strength. Wouldn't you fear the punishment of the celestial immortal? A courtly man slowly emerged from the crowd, his voice not loud but filled with determination. Celestial immortal? Pfft, just cultivators. The Braxton laughed coldly. I've participated in sect selection trials before. I just didn't have enough talent. But my strength far surpasses those delicate pretty boys. You dare to disrespect the celestial immortal? The old man gasped, breathing heavily. What can happen if I disrespect him? Ha ha ha. The Braxton laughed wildly, but then a sudden gust of wind cut off his laughter. You have a black piece of cloth. Hand it over to me. A Dale suddenly appeared before him, moving like a ghost, completely silently. His face was hidden under a cap, but merely standing there made everyone tremble in fear. Everyone fell into a dead silence. The Braxton immediately took 2 steps back, almost stumbling. Who are you? Bitterness filled the Braxton's face. He recalled his previous words and realized that this person must be a cultivator with terrifying strength. Give me the black piece of cloth. The Dale's voice was ice cold, devoid of emotion. The Braxton was startled. Suddenly, he remembered the black cloth he obtained during one of his robberies. That black cloth was incredibly resilient, unaffected by blades, gunfire, water, or fire. Just a moment, young hero. The Braxton clearly knew his own capabilities and only dared speak such words in front of villagers. He picked up his knife and quickly cut through his rough clothes, revealing the black cloth. The Braxton hurriedly handed the black cloth to the Dale, his actions fluid and unhesitating. He didn't know how the Dale had gotten the information, but he didn't dare resist or even question him. The Dale accepted the black cloth and walked away, showing no interest in the Braxton or the village. Watching the Dale gradually distance himself, the Braxton's suspended heart slowly settled. He knew that cultivators had eccentric temperaments, but whether they would save these people or not, he couldn't be sure. Wait. A young Nadine suddenly rushed out, her mother unable to stop her. Why did you let him go? He killed so many people. The Braxton's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the Dale again, but the Dale showed no sign of stopping, as if he hadn't heard. The Nadine was stunned, tears flowing freely, her voice hoarse. I'm willing to be your servant. Please kill him. The Braxton glanced at the Nadine. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she had a clear and refined face, and her slender figure easily evoked a protective instinct in men. The Braxton inwardly cursed. Cultivators valued their inner peace and rarely forced ordinary people to do anything. However, if a person willingly offered something, many cultivators would agree. Moreover, the Nadine wasn't unattractive. In this small village, she was considered top tier. His head turned reluctantly, but when he did, he saw the Dale stop. Why? Just 2 words, yet everyone heard the coldness and weariness in them. He killed my Silas. I want revenge. The Nadine shouted again, anger filling her eyes. The Kelly beside you. Is she your mother? The Dale's voice sounded again, losing its coldness and weariness, taking on an eerie quality as if laughing and crying simultaneously. Kill her, and you can avenge your Silas. Everyone froze, including the Braxton, unable to fathom why the Dale would say such a thing. The night grew eerily quiet. A single leaf slowly drifted down and landed on the ground. Suff. The sound was soft but pierced everyone's ears. The Braxton inwardly chuckled. He couldn't imagine any reason a Nadine would kill her mother. Most of the villagers focused their gaze on the Nadine, seemingly waiting for her to make a move. The Kelly beside the Nadine looked terrified, hesitating momentarily. The Nadine's tears stopped instantly, confusion clouding her eyes. Everyone's eyes were on the Nadine, including fate itself. 10 breaths. Show me your resolve. The Dale removed his cap, revealing an eerie smile. He looked at the Nadine with no trace of emotion, as if viewing a tool. 10. The Nadine suddenly snapped awake, turning to look at her mother. 9. She clenched her teeth, stepping back to pick up a dropped hunting knife. 8. The Kelly's face was full of terror. She also stepped back, recalling past days, her eyes filled with pleading. 7. The Nadine struggled visibly, her Silas's death pressing heavily on her shoulders. 6. The Nadine hesitated, quietly watching her mother, hearing only the Dale's countdown. 5, 4, 3. The Nadine raised the hunting knife, her once refined face contorted. 2, 1. The Dale turned away, put his cap back on, and slowly walked into the distance. His steps weren't heavy, yet the sound of his footsteps reached everyone's ears. Hashtag chapter 69, Rebirth. Huff, huff. The Anselm panted heavily, his nerves taut from the events that had just unfolded. He felt death breathing down his neck, especially when he saw the young Nadine raising her hunting knife. For a moment, it felt like he was that Kelly himself. Ultimately, the raised hunting knife never came down. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack, the Anselm said, staring at the Nadine. Those brief moments felt like a lifetime to him. He strode over and grabbed the Nadine by the arm. It's all your fault, damn it. He slapped her hard, her face instantly swelling, and several teeth fell to the ground. Smack. Another slap, and the other side of her face was equally swollen. F***CKU. The Anselm tore her clothes apart, throwing them on the ground and kicking her repeatedly, showing no mercy. The Nadine did not cry. Her eyes were vacant, as if replaying the choice she had just made. She struggled to look toward her mother, who looked relieved, then turned to the other villagers, whose gazes were cold and indifferent. A cold wind blew gently across her body, and the chill seeped through her naked skin, gradually reaching her heart. It felt more painful than the blows from the engsub. Kill her, and your Silas's vengeance will be fulfilled. Suddenly, this voice echoed in her mind for no apparent reason. Seemingly exhausted, the engsub stopped his beating and regained his domineering demeanor. Give me 70% of your grain, or I'll wipe out your village. The engsub sat on the Nadine with a cold smile. The sound of bones cracking filled everyone's ears, but no one dared to stop him. Help me! The Nadine's voice was barely a whisper, each word accompanied by blood spilling from her mouth. You still talk back? The engsub pressed down harder, initially thinking the Nadine might serve as entertainment for his men, but now he didn't care. Under immense pressure, the Nadine's consciousness began to fade. Well, if you hadn't done this, we could have given 50%, the Lawson conceded, but his complaint reached the Nadine's ears. That, sir, this poor Kelly acknowledges her beauty and is willing to serve you. Would you accept that? A coy voice spoke up, trembling slightly as if recently frightened. My brothers, who wants her? Ahahaha. The engsub laughed loudly, knowing it was the Nadine's mother but not caring. He enjoyed her submission even more than possessing her body. I do. Several people behind the engsub started to cheer. These kids, useless brats, the engsub chuckled, shaking his head. So many people, can you handle them all? The Kelly gritted her teeth, realizing that she was hated by the villagers. If she hesitated any longer, death awaited her. With that thought, she forced a flattering smile onto her face. She wasn't old, and while she wasn't a beauty to rival the heavens, no one in the village could match her allure. Her husband being the top hunter was why she married him. My husband has been killed by you, and I doubt I'll survive the winter. Since your men are willing, the Nadine couldn't hear the rest. Memories flooded back. Each time her Silas went hunting, her mother would invite villagers into their home, and they always left something behind. When she was young, her mother once pushed her into the Lawson's house for a pearl. If she hadn't resisted, the Lawson would have defiled her. Yet, the Nadine knew her Silas loved them dearly. She didn't want to tell him about it, so at least in front of him, her mother seemed loving. Does that person know, which is why he asked me to do that? Suddenly, the Nadine smiled, a pure, warming smile, though her pupils slowly dilated. A sigh. Everyone heard a sigh, as if right beside their ears. The engsub's head rolled off his shoulders, his expression frozen in defiance, his smile petrified. Another chance. Do you wish to kill your mother? The Dale asked the Nadine, her eyes regaining their usual luster. Everyone froze as the naked Nadine stood up unharmed, as if what just happened was an illusion. Thank you. She picked up the hunting knife and walked towards her mother. This time, she did not hesitate, stabbing directly into the Kelly's skull. The Kelly's expression was one of extreme terror, yet she did not move or scream. Can I kill them all? The Nadine smiled innocently, like a newborn babe, capable of melting the coldest heart. If it makes you happy. Dion removed his cloak and draped it over her, then handed her a white long sword, as pristine as snow, wrapped in white cloth instead of a hilt. Use this, yours is too blunt. As the Dale spoke, a terrifying aura radiated from him, causing everyone's expressions to turn to terror. They didn't move or make a sound. What a beautiful sword, thank you. The Nadine held the sword, her eyes focused only on it. This sword is called the White Snow Sword. What's your name? The Dale smiled. What a coincidence. My name is Ellie. Austin said it snowed when I was born, and since he surnames by, he named me this. Call me Wesleyster. You don't need to know my name because you're merely my tool. Thank you, Wesleyster. The Nadine showed no resistance, smiling blissfully. Clouds covered the moon, casting a temporary darkness over Tobias Joe continent. A man and a Kelly walked slowly, their height difference significant but not awkward. Strangely, wherever they passed, a lingering bloody scent refused to dissipate. Wesleyster, did you know about my past before? No, but the moment you appeared, she was smiling. Chapter 70, Shadow. Eugenyang City, one of the most prosperous cities in the central region, is home to over 1 million permanent cultivators. Numerous factions conduct business here, and the city lord, Phoenix Sun True Wesleyan, is a spirit realm cultivator. You two are newcomers, right? You must pay 100 spirit stones to enter the city. A soldier stood at the city gate, blocking a man and a Kelly. Sure. Killian took out 200 spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them over. What are your names, and what levels are you at? The soldier took out 2 wooden plaques and looked at them. My name is Devon, condensation stage mid-level. Killian smiled warmly and pointed to the Kelly beside him. Her name is Ellie, condensation stage early level. Condensation stage? The soldier only slightly frowned before handing the plaques over. Eugenyang City isn't a place for those at the condensation stage. But if you have enough spirit stones to live here, it's a safe place. If you run into trouble, activate the plaque, and the city law enforcement team will arrive. Thank you for the advice. Xavion pulled Ellie and bowed deeply. The soldier simply waved his hand, signaling them to leave quickly. Wesleyster, this city seems like a good place, Ellie said with a naive smile. It had been a year since they left that village, and she had recently reached the condensation stage. She practiced the snow walking technique from the Tobiasing family. Although frost condensing technique would be better, Xavion didn't have the subsequent cultivation methods. He himself could only reach the foundation establishment stage. Wesley. Xavion smiled faintly and then walked into a store. The store was unnamed, small, located in a corner of the city, and seemed to draw little attention. Everything inside appeared very old, blending naturally yet desolately with the surroundings. The shelves and counter were completely empty. Lord Tobiasing, this shop was bought by an important person for my Grand Silas. Grand Silas thus stayed here. Now that Lord Tobiasing has come, we can return it as a token of gratitude for past kindness. As Xavion stepped in, a Kelly in a green dress followed and explained. Please thank Joab for me. Xavion bowed, showing no emotion in his eyes. Lord Tobiasing, here is the deed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The Kelly's smile was somewhat stiff. She handed a jade plaque to Xavion and bowed lightly. Thank you for your guidance. I won't keep you. Xavion smiled warmly and sincerely. Wesleyster, this family seems nice. They gave you a shop because of past kindness. Ellie curiously examined the surroundings. Xavion shook his head. If the Tobiasing family hadn't been destroyed, that kindness would never end. But Ellie thinks they're already so kind. After all, Austin helped many people, but no one helped me except Wesleyster. Ellie's voice grew quieter. Not the same, Xavion sighed. They cannot escape their debt. Ancient fate technique is passed down through bloodlines. While it doesn't control others, violating it results in growing heart demons. I never told the Zhang family patriarch, thinking he didn't know, which allowed him to repay the debt. So Wesleyster loses out, doesn't he? Ellie asked hesitantly. No loss. I'm not of the Tobiasing family, and my promises won't lift the ancient fate technique. Tobiask-wise, if they betray me, they won't suffer heart demons. Xavion smiled. Sorry, Wesleyster. I shouldn't ask so much. Ellie lowered her head, realizing something. You're different. Xavion shook his head. You're like me, unwavering in determination. Wesleyster, I've heard of master servant marks. Why doesn't Wesleyster use it on Ellie? Do you think Wesleyster fears betrayal? Xavion paused, a wistful look appearing. What needs to go, will go. Ellie won't betray Wesleyster. I wish to be Wesleyster's tool forever. Ellie shivered slightly. A sigh echoed in her mind, whether a memory or reality. If I die one day, guard my tomb for a year. That's your final purpose. Xavion stared blankly at the counter, lost in thought, his gaze distant. A new organization named Shadow gradually formed in Eugene City, with members unknown. Gradually, Shadow became an entertaining topic among citizens, and Shadow Hall entered public view. Shadow was enigmatic, but everyone knew where Shadow Hall was. Just a simple shop hanging 3 characters. Shadow Hall. The next person please wait. Shadow Hall only serves one person at a time. A white-clad Nadine stood behind the counter, occasionally comforting the waiting visitors. She was average-looking but exuded a refreshing, clean aura. Miss, can Shadow help find my son? Anselm approached, expression complex. Can't promise. Shadow works voluntarily. Pay the reward up front. You can retrieve it anytime you lose hope, the Nadine replied. This was Ellie. In just a month with Xavion, they founded Shadow Hall to assist with secretive or troublesome tasks. She initially thought it was just a game, but the attention increased rapidly, forcing them to limit daily visitors after half a month. Number 37. As one person exited, Ellie cleared her throat, ushering the next guest into the back room. Why do you seek us? Xavion sat calmly, smiling. I want to join Shadow. The person wore a veil, voice sounding neutral, indistinguishable as male or female. 100 spirit stones for task completion, no commission. 10 spirit stones require 10% commission. Xavion kept his smile, producing a wooden and jade plaque. After hesitation, the person took out 100 spirit stones. Xavion collected the stones, inscribed 108 on the jade plaque, and handed it over. Shadow represents another side of a person. No judgment on right or wrong, only price. You'll never know your employer, nor who completes your tasks. Welcome to Shadow. Idle chatter about Shadow suffices? Chapter 71. 3 years in the shadows. Xavion took out a jade slip and handed it to the man. This is the list of shadow tasks. Take 1 incense sticks time. Killian quickly closed his eyes and began reading the content on the jade slip. After a short while, the man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xavion. Can all the tasks listed be accepted? Based on who completes first. If someone precedes you, it counts for them. Understood. I'll take my leave. Killian gave a light bow and left. Soon after, another person entered, the same Braxton who had previously asked Ellie. These are 10,000 spirit stones. I request your help to find my son named Hussein. He has a white birthmark below his left shoulder blade. Searching for someone can involve life or death. What if he's dead? Consider it completed. Killian's expression was somewhat bitter. Just a formality. Please provide a token so I can notify you upon completion. Killian left, but soon another person entered. The newcomer was a Kelly of incomparable beauty. Unmasked yet her gaze held an element of sadness that stirred pity in others. I need to find someone named Xavion, a disciple from Eastern Domain's Qingyun sect. Reward, 1 million spirit stones. Xavion did not show any reaction, only smiled gently. Finding someone can involve life or death. What if he's dead? He won't die. If he does, I will give you 10 million. The Kelly's expression was somewhat bitter. There's one more thing. Investigate who was behind the destruction of Qingyun sect. Here are 10,000 spirit stones as a down payment. The truth is hard to uncover, and this matter involves many parties. A large sum of 10 million spirit stones would be required. I don't have that much. I only want to know if it was him. That can be done, but we can only deduce based on limited clues. Is there anything else, miss? Xavion smiled. If you get news, crush this. The Kelly threw Xavion a piece of white jade and left. Xavion fell into deep thought, a familiar figure gradually appearing in his mind. Rua Fei. With the next person entering, Xavion resumed his earlier smile. Night gradually descended, marking the end of another day at the Shadow Hall. Wesleyster, are you tired? Ellie closed the shop door and poured tea for Xavion. Not tired. Xavion smiled, though sitting there all day made the day feel wasted. You're amazing, Wesleyster. I thought you were just searching for something, but now so many people in Eugene City already know about the shadows, Ellie said with admiration. My intention was indeed to gain popularity, but I didn't expect it to become so popular. Xavion spoke slowly. However, most people approached out of curiosity, and actual tasks are still few. Most choose low-reward tasks, indicating they're mostly rich young nobles from Eugene City. We'll close tomorrow. Leave the jade slip by the entrance. It contains item-finding tasks which should spark their interest. Yes, Wesleyster. Ellie nodded and went aside to meditate. Another 3 years passed. Shadows had been widely accepted, even drawing people from other cities to entrust tasks to them. With ample resources pouring in, Ellie advanced to the Void Pill stage, while Xavion remained at mid-chi condensation. Shadow 10 became the ultimate aspiration for all shadows, representing an astounding volume of task completions and symbolizing strength. Even disciples from sects joined to prove themselves. Yet, Shadows remained unique because it operated without profit, paying commissions only upon successful task completion. The founder of Shadows seemed like a fool to some, as few would do so much for 100 spirit stones. Wesley's powerful forces declared Shadows untouchable, respecting its integrity. Tobiasing Xin, the pale-faced son of the Tobiasing family with supposed low intelligence, gained everyone's respect. Each shadow found a way to survive through him, allowing everyone to hide their true selves in the shadows. As shadows expanded, more staff were added, with Ellie managing the front hall, while Xavion handled the inner chamber alone. The rule of serving only 100 clients daily remained unchanged. What's going on? Shadow Hall's been closed for 15 days. Did Tobiasing Xin run off with the money? Braxton roared angrily. Tobiasing sure is merely ill and cannot handle business. If you wish to withdraw your task, Shadow Hall will promptly refund your fees, explained a young Kelly in green, named Wang Justin, who had worked there for 2 years. Don't disrupt things here. When has Shadow Hall ever broken trust? A white-robed Dale interjected with disdain. You must be hired by Shadow Hall to defend them, the man retorted angrily. So are we. A man in a black cloak stepped forward, releasing a hint of power. Right? So are we, those around echoed, condemning the man. Feeling stifled, the man fled quietly. Killian in the black cloak turned to Wang Justin. Wesley, I speak with Lady Ellie? I am Shadow 10. He produced a jade token with 10 indents, signifying his status. People gasped, understanding the importance of the jade token. Though easy to forge, anyone verifying it would be met with humiliating confirmation of authenticity. Clearly, Tobiasing Xin had unique methods of verification. Chevy, explain the situation to Sister Ellie. See if she wishes to meet. Wang Justin instructed a Nadine named Tobiasu Chevy. Understood, Tobiasu Chevy replied. She had been an ordinary Nadine saved by Ellie and later started cultivation, though lacking talent and courage. ##### Chapter 72, The Last Hope. Soon, Ellie walked out. She was dressed in a long white dress with a handleless long sword attached to her waist, exuding an air of a female knight. How is young Wesleyster Tobiasing's condition? Upon seeing Ellie come out, the man immediately asked, his tone filled with concern. Ellie shook her head, not hiding the worry in her eyes. Wesleyster had instructed me that this situation would last for 15 days, but we see no signs of improvement. That item has been located, the man softly said. I wonder if I can see young Wesleyster Tobiasing. Ellie's pupils instantly contracted as she recalled Xavion's previous words and knelt down immediately. Thank you, sir, for saving my master's life. Tears slowly trickled down Ellie's cheeks. Now at the false core stage, she clearly understood Xavion's condition. Recalling his words 3 years ago, she gradually grasped why he was so determined to find that item. Miss Ellie, please get up. The man hurriedly helped her to her feet. Sir, please rest inside for a few days. Wesleyster can predict things accurately. He said 15 days. Perhaps he will awaken tomorrow. Ellie wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Well then, I'll impose on you, the man sighed, feeling a sudden wave of sadness. Miss Ellie, if, the Kirk in white called out to Ellie, but his voice grew fainter. Would Dark Shadow continue? Ellie turned around. Her face showed no resentment, only a somber smile. If all the necessary items are gathered, Wesleyster will leave. Everything that needed to be explained has been done. Dark Shadow will continue until Wesleyster returns. For some reason, everyone fell silent. They didn't know why they felt such strong emotions towards an outsider. Yet recalling young Wesleyster Tobiasing's smile from before, it seemed something in everyone's hearts was touched. The night passed quietly. Though there weren't many people in Dark Shadow Hall, the heavy atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, as if they were all waiting for something. For 3 years, almost everyone believed Xavion was fine, but when the dark chi burst forth, everyone panicked. Do not enter. In 15 days, I will emerge. This sentence resounded in everyone's minds. Only then did the people of Dark Shadow Hall realize their hall master was in mortal danger. Apart from Ellie and Xavion, Dark Shadow Hall had 7 members, all women, 4 of whom were ordinary mortals. Their backgrounds resembled Ellie's, and many had even attempted suicide. Dark Shadow Hall provided them shelter. They merely needed to do simple tasks in exchange for cultivation resources they could barely dream of. They had already considered Dark Shadow Hall their home, and its master. The one with a pale, sickly complexion, warm smile, and the figure who upheld the entire hall, was the heart of this home. The door to the inner chamber opened, but the familiar figure did not emerge. His body was slightly hunched, half his hair now white. His warm smile remained, but wrinkles marred his face. Wesleyster. Ellie rushed forward. She didn't understand what Xavion had gone through. 15 days ago, he was like herself, just seeming a bit older. Now, he looked like this. Stand back. Xavion's smile faded, his brow furrowing slightly, his voice weak yet authoritative. Don't worry about me. I still have some time left. Seeing Ellie step back, Xavion resumed his smile and turned to the black-cloaked figure. Dayon, please come in for a discussion. All right. The man's voice trembled as he entered the inner chamber with Xavion. Sister Ellie, what's wrong with young Wesleyster? Tobiasu Chevy's eyes glistened with moisture as she looked at Ellie, unsure what to say. Wesleyster will be fine. Ellie turned to face the 7 behind her, her smile warm as spring light, yet tears streamed uncontrollably. What's the update? Xavion's smile never faltered, as if he had grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. There are 2 pieces. Dayon's voice was heavy. One has been contacted, but the person seems to know something and demands 1 billion spirit stones. As for the other piece, as you predicted, it is indeed with Taj of Skyward Gate. He has admitted this and requests that you meet him at Skyward Gate, promising to give you the item. Thank you for your assistance, Senior. I will remember this kindness. Xavion bowed. Young Wesleyster Tobiasing need not do this. To me, your foresight surpasses ordinary people greatly, and your help in detoxifying, I will never forget. Daeon quickly helped Xavion up. There are 2 billion spirit stones in this storage bag. I've earned quite a lot over the years. Xavion handed over the bag. Please retrieve the other billion spirit stones and protect Krista for 10 years. 10 years should be enough for her to grow. Young Wesleyster Tobiasing, do you know that without you, Dark Shadow is incomplete? What you sell isn't information, it's schemes. I don't believe Ellie can achieve this. Senior has keen insight. I cannot hide these small thoughts from you. Xavion's smile remained unchanged. Wesley aging Dark Shadow's income, that Nadine won't manage. But with some publishers dying, that income will suffice for them to survive. Daeon sighed, his eyes distant. I wish young Wesleyster Tobiasing success. Dark Shadow awaits your return. Watching Daeon leave, Xavion slowly dropped his smile. He knew his time was short. He had a premonition that once the next Dark Chi outbreak began, his lifespan would be measured in days. I hope it isn't 8 pieces. The piece he had auctioned, the piece found in the cave, the 2 collected by Golden Sword True Person, and the piece taken from the Anselm when rescuing Ellie. Adding this new information, that made 7 pieces. But the pattern wasn't regular, and Xavion didn't know how many pieces there were in total. Skyward Gate has no grudge against me. They're looking for Brett. Seeing my current state, he might do something. I just don't know his intentions. But smart people have one flaw, they refuse to admit failure. Early the next morning, Xavion left quietly. His appearance ensured no one recognized him as the Hall Master of Dark Shadow Hall, Devon. Dark Shadow Hall reopened, but the person sitting inside was now Ellie. Whenever someone came, she would offer a kind smile, though it felt somewhat stiff and desolate. Chapter 73. Reunion with an old acquaintance. So, this is the Heaven's Departure sect? Truly deserving of its place as one of the 3 great sects in Tobias Prefecture, Xavion had arrived at the Heaven's Departure sect, now bearing Devon's identity, which allowed him to use the teleportation array. Still, it had taken him a whole month to reach here. The Heaven's Departure sect was not nestled within a mountain peak, but sprawled across a vast plain. A colossal square gateway rose from the earth, standing 100 feet tall, making anyone beneath it feel minuscule. Beyond the gateway stretched grasslands adorned occasionally with flowers. Within the gate lay arrays that sparkled mysteriously, emitting traces of spiritual energy that conveyed the grandeur of a major sect. The gatekeepers are even Chevianing cultivators, Xavion mused as he approached and bowed respectfully. I am Devon, here upon the invitation of Elder Taj. Do you have any token? Killian furrowed his brows slightly. Xavion's eyes narrowed as he quickly understood the situation. No token, so I won't be entering then. As he stepped back, the gatekeeper's expression filled with disdain. Another lowly insect trying to enter Heaven's Departure sect at will? Though Xavion heard the man's words, he wasn't bothered. He now understood Elder Taj's intentions. There were 2 ways to achieve this, either by appealing to higher principles or through benefits. Either way, once things escalated to a point where Taj knew about it, he would come out to meet. Had it not been so, when number 27 had delivered the message previously, he would have handed over the token to Xavion. However, Xavion didn't find it necessary to proceed this way. Even without meeting, he could sense Taj's intentions vaguely. Just as he was about to leave, a young Nadine flew down from the sky, blocking his path. Though he had only met her once, he recognized her immediately. She was the daughter of Qingyun's sect's leader, Tatum. Elder, did you need something from my master? Tatum frowned. She sensed that this person was merely at the chi condensation stage, and his aura was terrifyingly weak. Yet she knew her master was expecting someone. She didn't know the person's name but vaguely remembered hearing her master mention someone who founded Dark Shadow. A coincidence? Or was this deliberate? Xavion pondered for a moment before putting on a gentle smile. I made a bet with your master. He has a black piece of cloth. Bring it to me. A black piece of cloth? Tatum asked skeptically. I don't know what you mean, and why should I help you? Ah, it seems I've lost, Xavion sighed. Then please inform your master that Lord of Shadows, Devon, wishes to meet. Tatum gasped, suddenly recalling her rudeness towards this stranger whom she initially took for a common chi condensation cultivator. Elder, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's fine. Just go inform your master. Xavion waved dismissively, still smiling gently. Please, court, let's enter the Heaven's Departure sect together. Waiting outside might be inappropriate. Tatum smiled. As you wish. Xavion's eyes flickered. He realized the confrontation had begun. Never thought such a character existed in this world. It seems Qingyun sect's clumsy plotting hides more than it shows. As Xavion followed Tatum into the sect, he silently mused. The 2 guards outside wore terrified expressions, realizing they would not have survived the night had Tatum not just happened by. Stepping into the Heaven's Departure sect, Xavion felt the air teeming with spiritual energy, making distant objects hard to see clearly. If living and fighting here relied solely on spirit senses, never thought my talent would become a hindrance, and this isn't even within their inner chambers. Curious gazes from around didn't catch his attention. Please wait here, court. I'll inform my master. Xavion was led to a courtyard resembling a wealthy household, complete with ponds, pavilions, artificial hills, and ancient trees. Although oddly arranged, it all merges seamlessly, using ordinary objects to form an array, elements of water, metal, earth, wood, but no fire. Unfamiliar with feng shui in his past life, Xavion suddenly had insights and fell into a state of epiphany, fully immersed in the layout of the courtyard. Heaven and earth formed shapes, gathering them into spirit formations. Xavion murmured, snapping back to awareness. Before him stood 2 figures, Tatum and a sage-like, courtly man who could only be Taj. Wonderful, wonderful, Taj exclaimed, having been seated beside Xavion, drinking tea for quite some time. This array came to me in a dream, but I always felt something was missing. Your 4 characters, Mr. Guy, have enlightened me. Can I have the item now? Xavion didn't mind Taj's address, knowing that Taj already knew his true identity when inviting him. Taj's demeanor clearly acknowledged Xavion, abandoning previous schemes. Wesleyster, he is Xavion? Tatum shouted, her eyes flaring with hatred. Initially thinking it was a mistake, she was shocked to see the man admit nothing. Moreover, the surname Guy was exceedingly rare, a name she couldn't forget. Xavion glanced at Tatum, sensing the core formation aura emanating from her. Sever. At this single word, Tatum's face turned horrified as she lost all perception of her spiritual energy. The Zhou family's spirit transformation technique. I didn't expect Mr. Guy's cultivation to be average, yet his spirit senses are already formidable. Taj marveled. A first-layer spirit transformation technique, yet your spirit senses rival a Chevian Ying's. And you haven't even established your foundation. Ultimately, Qi cultivation isn't suited for me. What do you want? Xavion remained calm, his expression unchanging since meeting Taj. I had 3 questions, but now it's 2. Taj's smile was warm, like meeting an old friend. What are your thoughts on the impending war against the sea races? Edna said that collectively, the sea races aren't stronger than humanity, assuming humanity remains united. Xavion explained slowly. Therefore, we may lose the war. But with your control, localized victories are not difficult. You honor me, Mr. Guy. My second question is, why did you destroy the Qingyun sect? Taj's smile didn't waver, nor did his tone change. If they hadn't forced me, Billy wouldn't have strived so hard and wouldn't have encountered Tobias and Orin. Xavion looked at Tatum, his smile cruel. You must die too, as you were one of the sacrifices. Chapter 74, Xavion's Strength. Adela's expression was one of terror. She had thought that after so many years of effort, she now possessed the strength to kill Xavion and avenge the Qingyun sect. But reality was so harsh. Guy sir, threatening my disciple like this might not be appropriate, Taj said, his smile unwavering, as if he wasn't upset at all. Just scaring her. Xavion regained his composure, his gaze profound. Ha ha ha, truly a genius, Guy sir. Taj suddenly burst into laughter. I've never found anyone in this world particularly clever, but meeting you today has really broadened my horizons. Brett, that little rat, only hid well. I would count him as half. Do you think such poor scheming against me is worthy? Xavion shook his head. I thought Guy sir wouldn't destroy the Qingyun sect for such simple reasons. I assumed Guy sir merely wanted to use the Qingyun sect to avert a calamity. Taj returned to calmness. But the Shadow Sect's missions made me suspicious. Destroying the Tobiasong family took 35 steps. Killing the city lord of Guamping took 72 steps. The Shadow Sect's plans were so intricate that they even piqued my interest. When I looked into Tobiasong Xian's background, I understood. It was you. Give it to me. Without it, I won't live past 3 years. Xavion reminded again. What if you have it? Taj asked in return. Wesley Bai can survive. Taj paused, a hint of sorrow appearing in his eyes. Truly, heaven envies talent. Taj pulled out the black cloth from his storage bag and handed it directly to Xavion. Thank you. Xavion accepted the cloth with genuine gratitude. Do you know how to play chess, Guy sir? Taj suddenly asked. A bit. Xavion smiled casually, without any excitement. Tobiasinger, if you wish to take revenge, you can do so anytime, but I won't help you. Taj looked at Adela with a gentle smile. Your master and I still have matters to discuss. You may go now. With a wave of his hand, Adela felt her cultivation restored. Her expression was very bitter. Ever since she learned that Xavion had destroyed the Qingyun sect, she had been constantly cultivating, yet a question lingered in her mind. Could Xavion truly destroy the Qingyun sect? But today, Xavion admitted it, and she couldn't gauge his strength at all. Despondency turned to powerlessness. She didn't know how she could defeat this monster. Perhaps, as he said, he wouldn't live more than 3 years, but would that truly be revenge? The plan was also clumsy. After Adela left, Xavion shook his head lightly. Strategizing should be between equals. What you did was just playing with me. We have no enmity. I helped the Tobiason family and our ancestor because I found it interesting. Taj smiled. Everything was too easy, and I sought some amusement. So living on, I look forward to contending with you. When I have a chance, I will never hold back. Xavion picked up a chess piece, choosing to play second. The game lasted 3 days. Taj sometimes frowned, sometimes smiled, each thought consuming much time. In contrast, Xavion's gaze remained unfazed, his moves fluid, seemingly planned before the pieces fell. My chess skills are mediocre. Please forgive me, Mr. Taj. Over these 3 days, they played 3 games. Xavion drew one and lost the other 2. If timed, I would have already lost. Taj shook his head, unable to fathom Xavion's depth. Because whether first or second, Xavion always defended, unraveled, and Taj didn't understand why Xavion did this, and he couldn't ask. Chess is entertainment. There's no need to take it seriously. Xavion shook his head, gradually understanding Taj's character. They were extremely similar except for one difference. Xavion had emotions while Taj did not. But this difference was known only to Xavion. Outsiders saw little distinction between them. Tobias is also entertainment. Can we fake it? Taj smiled and asked in return. Just can't let go. Xavion sighed and bowed. I will take my leave now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. No need to see me off. Taj bowed back. These 3 days of chess taught him much about Xavion. He no longer viewed Xavion as a junior, despite being able to easily kill him. Xavion left the Qingyun sect to return to the Shadow sect. The last piece of cloth would likely come easier than expected, as his time was running out. Xavion, stop right there. Not long after leaving, familiar faces appeared. Leading them was Adela, accompanied by 4 others from the Qingyun sect. Among the 5, only Vienna and Adela were at the Golden Core stage. The rest were at the Void Pill stage. But Xavion wasn't worried. His 3 years weren't wasted. Ellie had already reached the void pill stage, and so had he. Can't beat me alone, so you called 4 people? Xavion laughed, the teasing clear. I only ask one thing. Was my master killed by you? Vienna's expression was complex. She hadn't believed Xavion had the strength to destroy the Qingyun sect, but now, confirmation came from Adela. If you have unresolved feelings toward the Qingyun sect, blame me. I won't deny it. Xavion didn't hesitate because he indeed wanted to destroy the Qingyun sect, and with Taj hidden behind him, he couldn't tell the truth. Come for your life. Tears streamed down Vienna's face. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her sword and lunged at Xavion. Chevin Tobiasen wasn't just her master. Her death deeply affected her. Didn't expect you'd still be so weak. Xavion stepped back, then pushed out his left palm. 10,000 Lotus sword formation. Before Vienna finished, panic flashed across her face as her usual sword formation failed completely. Without your master's influence, I doubt it would work. Xavion smiled faintly and pointed, dissolving the array effortlessly. Big dummy, your body isn't as strong as mine now. In an instant, Xavion appeared beside Gary, striking his abdomen. Gary quickly blocked with his own punch. Crack! Xavion's fist turned dark green, and Gary felt his hand bones shattering. Jared, your resolve has weakened. Too many talented people here, perhaps? Xavion still wielded the Tianyun sword. He hadn't changed it because he hadn't fought for a long time. Jared blocked Xavion's slash, which broke the Tianyun sword instantly. Xavion's attack continued, another dark green punch. Humph! A cold laugh sounded as a sword appeared behind Xavion. Sky merging slash. Ignoring it, Xavion threw his punch. Bang! Clang! 2 sounds echoed. Jared lost consciousness from that single punch, while the sword strike clanged off Xavion's body, clearly ineffective. You, the pride of Qingyun sect, should now realize your inadequacies. Xavion's clothes were shredded by the slash, revealing jade green skin. So, what about determination? To kill me and avenge yourselves? Did you think destroying the Qingyun sect meant staying at the Qi condensation stage? Too weak. A voice echoed in their minds. Instantly, they felt soul-shaking fear, clutching their heads in pain. Chapter 75, Departure. I am a body cultivator. If not for that, I would have died a month ago. Xavion's voice was filled with mockery. Would you then consider your revenge complete? Ha 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 ha, really quite naive. In your eyes, hatred is merely child's play. Xavion left, departing calmly. He didn't kill the 5 individuals because there was no need. They had become completely different kinds of people from him. As Xavion walked away, the 4 gradually fell silent. He's too strong. Back then, after just 5 years, I was already no match for him. Another 4 years later, only those monsters within our sect can contend with him. Vienna sighed deeply, her expression desolate. She had always believed her progress was considerable since even her master Chevin Tobiasen had merely reached the golden core stage. Why doesn't he just kill me? Tatum screamed, tears slowly streaming down her face, a sense of powerlessness surging in her heart. Damn it, damn it. I thought my talent was pretty good, reaching the golden core realm at 22. But why is he so strong? Our talents might just be surpassed by him, Noelle sighed beside her. He had once been picked up by Adon with great ambitions, but now he couldn't even take revenge. That's the black jade body refining technique. It's reasonable you can't win, Taj said, walking out with a smile. When cultivated to perfection, the physical body can rival divine artifacts. Wesley stir. Seeing Taj, Tatum could no longer hold back her tears. But as I predicted, he should only be at the first level, which reaches only the foundation establishment stage. Taj patted Tatum on the head. Didn't you notice that Xavion dared not engage Vienna head-on? So, he is merely at the foundation establishment stage? Vienna's mouth dropped open, unable to believe this fact. Not exactly. He has completely abandoned chi cultivation, only focusing on essence condensation, while his body cultivation has reached the peak of foundation establishment. Ordinary empty cores wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, his soul cultivation is terrifying. If I'm correct, his divine sense has surpassed 1,000 miles, which even ordinary nascent souls barely achieve. Taj's smile faded, his eyes becoming more serious. I don't know how he did it. Normally, for soul cultivation, at least foundation establishment is required. Yet he hasn't reached it, and his divine sense has fully broken through the spirit-transforming heart method's limit. This means his physical strength has been restricted by his cultivation method, but his soul cultivation has surpassed these limits. So, can the senior disciples defeat him? Adela wiped away her tears and asked slowly. Stronger golden cores shouldn't have much trouble, let alone the top-notch disciples of Heavenly Departure sect. Taj smiled again. If you had all worked harder, 2 reaching mid-golden core, 3 reaching early golden core, he probably wouldn't have escaped today. While it may hit you hard, Xavion isn't wrong. His conditions were much tougher than yours, yet he's surpassed you. Taj paused, continuing. Also, this matter mustn't be told to others. If you kill him, fine. But if you use Heavenly Departure sect or the Tobiasen family for revenge, your hatred will be like child's play, and you won't belong here anymore. We understand, Mr. Taj. We understand, Wesley Stir. The 4 responded in unison. He woke up. Tell him you're part of a team, and continue as before. The next time you meet him, it'll likely be from below. Taj left, unsure whether Xavion's actions showed goodwill or disdain. He was beginning to find Xavion inscrutable, and precisely because of this, he decided to let him go and develop freely. As Xavion had said, a huge gap in strength is mockery. He needed no mockery but wanted to defeat Xavion openly through his strategy. Xavion returned to Eugenyang City, this time quietly, almost like an ordinary person, unnoticed even by Ellie. He found residence number 27 and obtained the 7th black cloth fragment. Farraskally, it's 7 pieces. Xavion pieced the fragments together, sighing in relief. But the resonance of these cloth fragments is intense. Without suppressing spirit technique preventing their fusion, some anomaly might have occurred. Xavion put the fragments in separate storage bags and left Eugenyang City, just as silently, without anyone knowing. Xavion found a deserted place, set up an array, and took out the black cloth fragments. Over the past 3 years, what grew fastest wasn't his strength but his knowledge. He understood cultivators' lives better, and learned some secret techniques. Array flags, elixirs, magical treasures, talismans, everything amazed him. Gradually, he began to accept and use them. The 3-talent illusionary sky array is the best concealment technique I currently possess. I wonder if it can hide the anomaly. With a wave of his hand, the 7 black cloth fragments appeared on the ground. Without the restriction of suppressing spirit technique, the fragments merged instantly into one. The anomaly wasn't as large as Xavion expected, or even minimal, a faint glow easily obscured by doors or windows. Xavion felt somewhat awkward, carefully picking up the combined black cloth fragment for closer examination. Northern Snowfield. Xavion's gaze deepened. The map was clear. Although Xavion hadn't been there, he knew a little about Tobias Zhou continent's outline. The far northern region was a snowfield, deep within. An endless expanse of white covered the entire Tobias Zhou continent. Upon arriving at the snowfield, Xavion immediately felt bone-chilling cold. Practicing frost-gathering secret art, a water-type technique, he was less affected by the cold. Still, it was extremely cold, as if the spiritual energy in this area couldn't resist it. It's been 3 months since I left the main transmission array. They are scarce here. Based on the map's distance, it will still take half a year. Xavion's gaze became profound. Soon, he continued forward. Xavion hadn't gone far when a young boy appeared beside him. The boy looked only 12 or 13, his baleful face filled with concern. "Sir, I can give you a ride." The boy grinned brightly, sitting on a sleigh pulled by a pig with white fur. "Thank you. Just keep heading north. Drop me off when you change direction." Xavion accepted. He didn't know much about the snowfield, so having a guide would be helpful. "Climb on, sir." The boy moved forward a bit, leaving a wide space behind him, clearly designed for 2 passengers. The boy drove the pig, while Xavion sat at the back, curiously observing everything around him. Chapter 76, The Northern Snow Plains. "Wesley, I asked for your name, sir," the Kirk asked gently. "My name is Devon. And you?" Xavion chuckled. He could sense the Dale's cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage, which was no small feat at this age. "My name is Gifford," the Dale said with a hint of shyness. "I'm an orphan. The person who adopted me wished for the snow plains to be covered in flowers, so that's why I have this name. But it always sounds like I should be a Nadine." "Ha ha," Xavion laughed. "But it's clear that the person who raised you cared for you deeply, entrusting their wish to you." Gifford shyly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and decided to change the subject. "Mr. Tobiasing is quite approachable. Most people at your age would call themselves old fool, or this old man, and address me as some unruly kid." "Age isn't something worth boasting about," Xavion said firmly, though there was a hint of bitterness inside him. "What kind of creature is this? It looks like a spirit beast but isn't." "This is your first time on the snow plains, Mr. Tobiasing," Gifford explained. "This pig is called the cold fur pig. It's not a spirit beast but runs faster on snow than any ordinary rank 1 spirit beast. Its gentle nature makes it accepted by all residents here. Its favorite food is the cold fur fruit. Offer it one, and it will run for you for an hour." Gifford handed over a cold fur fruit. It wasn't very potent, just a rank 1 herb, and likely wouldn't interest anyone except the pigs. Xavion took it and examined it closely. The cold fur fruit had white skin covered in light blue fur, and was small enough for a child to swallow whole. Xavion took a bite, and instantly a pungent taste spread through his mouth. However, he merely frowned slightly before sensing a sweet fragrance, and Tobias Ching's figure flashed before his eyes. "Mr. Tobiasing, you shouldn't eat that cold fur fruit," Gifford said urgently, surprised by the court's action. "No harm done." Xavion smiled and tossed the fruit to the cold fur pig, which leaped up and swallowed it whole. "Mr. Tobiasing's willpower is truly astonishing," Gifford gasped, covering his mouth. "Most people would be lost in hallucinations for over 10 breaths after just 1 bite." "You grow old if you don't become more resilient," Xavion replied easily. "Where are you headed, Mr. Tobiasing?" Gifford asked curiously. "The northernmost region." Xavion didn't intend to hide anything. "I don't have much time left, so I want to see it." "The Palace of Ice Coldness?" Gifford looked concerned. "Not exactly. I'm going to the edge of this continent." Xavion gazed into the distance and sighed. "It's my last wish." "Mount Holy?" Gifford's face showed surprise. "Do you know why the snow plains get colder as you go north?" "No idea." Xavion sensed something unusual. "It's because of Mount Holy." Gifford's expression turned bitter. "You won't reach it. They don't allow visitors?" Xavion frowned. "No, the Palace of Ice Coldness lies before Mount Holy, but you can enter Mount Holy. If you tell them you're going there, they'll let you pass." "But," Gifford hesitated, unsure if he should continue. "Go ahead." "I suspect it has something to do with cultivation levels," Xavion guessed. "Yes, legend says Mount Holy has an array within 100 miles that prohibits spiritual realm cultivators from entering. Wesley need come close to Mount Holy to receive its blessings before breaking through to the spiritual realm, making it easier. But most return, and those who don't come back lose all contact," Gifford said sadly. "In 1,000 years, only 1 person succeeded, the current Palace Wesleyster of the Palace of Ice Coldness, but she never mentions that experience." "No matter. If I don't go, I won't live much longer anyway," Xavion replied calmly. "At the moment you enter the 100-mile zone, you will die from the intense cold, even with Foundation establishment cultivation," Gifford expressed concern. Xavion remained silent, but his resolve was unshaken. Suddenly, dark mist emanated from Xavion's body. His pupils constricted as he grabbed Gifford abruptly. Gifford jumped off the sled, casting an ice arrow spell with both hands. But Xavion moved like a wraith, completely ignoring the ice arrow, stepping forward and seizing Gifford by the throat in an instant. "You're a physical cultivator," Gifford exclaimed, terrified. He was wary at first, but growing acquainted, he didn't understand this sudden attack. Hand over your life soul and take me to Mount Holy, and I'll spare you. Xavion's voice was icy, entirely different from before. Just for this? Gifford was taken aback. This is payment. The life soul is to prevent betrayal. Xavion handed Gifford a storage bag. All right, I agree. Gifford clenched his teeth, and soon a thread of milky white energy appeared between his brows. Xavion grabbed it, holding it tightly. Gifford's face showed bitterness, but he opened the storage bag, only to be stunned. The snow plains had only one spirit vein, and its essence contained ice attributes, making cultivation troublesome. Yet, the spirit stones inside were exceptionally pure, and such stones had to be brought across mountains and rivers from the central continent of Tobias Prefecture. 10,000? Gifford couldn't believe it. Take me there. Xavion frowned slightly. The black mist was leftover Yin-Chi from his body, harmless until now but expelled due to the depth of the snow plains. He felt that if the Yin-Chi erupted here, it might not be like before. Yes, Senior. Gifford snapped to attention, whistling. Soon, the cold fur pig trotted back eagerly. Senior, please. Gifford was sincere, seeming to forget what had just happened. Xavion didn't hesitate and got back on. The cold fur pig sped off, moving faster than before, while Xavion fell into deep thought once more. If anything happens to me, just leave. Don't touch me. Xavion finally spoke after a long pause. Understood, Senior. Gifford moved a little closer. Snow began to fall again, the sky rarely clearing in the snow plains. Chapter 77. Outbreak of Yin-Chi. Indeed. With his last bit of strength, Xavion secured himself onto the sled. The Yin-Chi vortex had already started to release Yin-Chi despite it being less than half a year since the last occurrence. Xavion and Gifford had been traveling for 3 days now, rushing day and night with only brief stops whenever the cold-down pig needed rest. Don't worry about me. Before Gifford could notice anything unusual, he heard a voice resonating in his mind. He turned back to see the court behind him exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Even spiritual chi seemed to tremble in its presence. Gifford remembered what Xavion had said earlier and immediately stood up, afraid that a jolt might cause Xavion to bump into him. Unlike previous occurrences, this time the outbreak of Yin-Chi was not violent but more like a gentle stream. Consequently, Xavion retained some awareness and could feel the Yin-Chi slowly flowing through his meridians, finally converging at his sea of consciousness where it was absorbed by the black figure. Perhaps he had become accustomed to the pain or was lost in enlightenment. Xavion remained motionless, but his appearance grew even more aged. Yin-Chi is also a form of spiritual chi. If there's a cultivation method, it can be controlled. Xavion recalled Susie. It seems she operated this way. But Yin-Chi corrodes my flesh and depletes my vitality just as spiritual chi nourishes in general. Xavion frowned. My path to cultivation has been severed. Without Brett, I cannot find the ink jade body tempering technique or the spirit transforming heart method, and my constitution prevents me from cultivating spiritual chi. The only option left is this Yin-Chi. Xavion sighed as the snow stopped. Senior. Gifford turned around and was instantly stunned. Senior, you? It's all right. Xavion's voice was weak, his face covered with wrinkles. His gray hair gradually fell out, and his body seemed to have turned into nutrients, leaving only bones encased in skin. This outbreak of Yin-Chi lasted for 3 months. He endured pain and enlightenment for 3 months, using his last ounce of vitality to repair damaged meridians. There's only 1 month left. If it weren't for this place, I might have gone already. Xavion's eyes were deeply sunken, almost without pupils. How much longer until we reach the base of the holy mountain? Xavion slowly smiled, but it lacked warmth, radiating only a lingering sense of vicissitude. 3 days, definitely 3 days. Gifford wiped away tears, not knowing why he couldn't hate the old man despite his soul still being in his hands. Thank you. Xavion's voice was soft, each word striking Gifford's heart like a hammer. If I die, you can take everything I have. There are many spirit stones inside, enough to send me home. East of Great Green Mountain, Earl Kingdom, Wangjia Village. Bury me next to Enchevion's grave. A milky white energy appeared before Gifford's forehead as tears streamed down his face. I promise you. Gifford didn't know why he felt this way. The person behind him wasn't familiar, and he had threatened him before. But seeing his smile and hearing his words stirred something deep within him. Xavion closed his eyes. He was not one to give up easily, but keeping them open was too exhausting for him. At the base of the holy mountain, Xavion did not know what awaited him. Hope was merely a fantasy, just as it was when he first left Great Green Mountain, believing the world outside could free him from the shadow of death. Just self-deception. Xavion's consciousness was very clear, perhaps due to his divine sense or will. His last bit of vitality remained, but death loomed closer. Slowly, Xavion began to recall every moment of his life. His mother, Harmony, Jewel, and Susie. If I hadn't left Great Green Mountain, Christy might have been just a timid child. Someone else might have avenged her later. Would they have protected her well? If I hadn't left Great Green Mountain, my sister might not have died. Ely's bravery and intelligence would have made the Tobiasing family thrive. In that case, Susie wouldn't have been sad. She might have met someone who loved and protected her, cherishing her beauty and preventing her from being hurt. Xavion's consciousness blurred, his lips curving slightly. If I hadn't left Great Green Mountain, you all would have been happy, wouldn't you? Just 2 days later, Gifford arrived at Snow Cold Palace. Without hesitation, he carried Xavion and rushed toward the holy mountain. Young Wesleyster has returned. Who is that person on your back? This direction, young Wesleyster is heading to the holy mountain? Hurry, quickly informed the palace lord. Gifford ignored everyone, feeling Xavion's fading vitality. He forgot his mission and who he was. Weslinchen, who is he? Kelly stepped in front of Gifford, her delicate brows furrowed, her plain clothes stunningly elegant, though her face was hidden under a veil. Teacher, he's dying. I need to take him to the holy mountain. Gifford was tense, but didn't retreat. You're hurting him, the Kelly shouted, but then softened her tone. He's in his final moments. Even if his body is intact, with this cultivation level, he will freeze to death on the holy mountain. Bury him, she sighed. No, he wants to go. He isn't dead. Gifford roared, tears freezing into crystals. Foolish child. The Kelly's expression turned complex, recalling something. What relation does he have to you? Gifford was speechless. He gave me 10,000 spirit stones. Gifford paused, but then became determined. I promised him. Is that really? The Kelly smiled. Even through the veil it looked beautiful. Give him to me. I'll take him there. It's too dangerous for you ahead. Thank you, teacher. Gifford wept gratefully. Focus on your cultivation. Don't run recklessly anymore. The Kelly patted Gifford's head and took Xavion from him. Within 100 miles, I can't enter, so I can only send him within that range. Afterward, it depends on his destiny. Do you believe in miracles, teacher? Gifford asked suddenly. Miracles? The Kelly paused, smiling again. Yes, I do. At the base of the holy mountain, a 100-mile spirit array allowed ordinary realm cultivators to enter, all transformed into spirits here. This tablet, carved by an unknown hand, seemed ancient. It was discovered by the first person who reached this place. More people came for transformation. Those with weak will soon left, while the steadfast never returned. As time passed, people's goals became more practical. Though the holy mountain was not forgotten, the path to spirit transformation dared no takers. Only today, one more joined. Have we arrived? For some reason, Xavion opened his eyes, his lips moving slightly, but only he could hear the faint whisper. His body frozen stiff, he couldn't lift his head to see the road ahead. Only the soft snow accompanied him, extinguishing his last spark of life. Chapter 78. The Tobiassel Fox. A gentle breeze blew, and the grass at the foot of the mountain swayed continuously as if responding to the soft caress of the wind. The lotus flowers in the pond had yet to bloom. Even the buds were not visible, leaving only the bright green leaves. They held hands, shoulder to shoulder, dancing with the stream's water, awaiting their princess. The willows by the pond seemed like wise courts, calmly watching everything around them. Even when Eugene ran tugged at their beards, ignoring him and letting him play. A little fox appeared under a willow tree, its purple fur sleek and smooth. Its small head was perfectly proportioned, but it could not hide its weary expression. The scenery here seemed to stir something deep within the little fox's heart. It slowly climbed up the willow tree, its gaze gradually becoming lost. Willows dance in the wind like a painting, lotuses flow with the water longing for blooms. Not talking about how hot summer is, birds singing under vast skies, my heart cannot find peace. A Kirk approached, dressed in rough hemp cloth, resembling a laborer, yet his scholarly aura couldn't be hidden. He held a beautiful Kelly's hand, walking cautiously as if protecting something invaluable. Beautiful poem, the Aaliyah said, her eyes brimming with love, as if being with this Kirk was the happiest thing in the world. If I succeed, I will never betray your heart. The Kirk's eyes were resolute, just as determined as when he decided to study hard after his Silas left. I'll wait for you, the Aaliyah smiled gently, her words sweeter than any other promise from a loved one. The little fox on the tree seemed to hear them, looking at the Aaliyah with a puzzled expression. A year passed, and the Aaliyah did not see the Kirk return. Her family's doorstep was worn down by marriage proposals, her Silas being a wealthy local magnate who didn't force her despite her age. I heard that he didn't pass the exams. Her Silas entered the chamber, his eyes filled with a touch of sadness. He too had harbored goodwill towards the Kirk, remembering the condition he had proposed years ago. If the Kirk agreed to become a son-in-law, he could become a young master, but the child must bear his surname. The Kirk had refused, but his words still rang clear. The child can bear her name, but I must take the imperial examinations. I believe in him. The Aaliyah's smile was gentle, warmer than even the summer sun. Sighing, her Silas did not pressure her, merely leaving the room with a sigh. On the rooftop, the little fox lay quietly, then suddenly sprang up and ran into the distance. The Kirk sat in front of his desk, staring blankly, the candlelight casting shadows on his face, revealing both hardship and helplessness. A gentle breeze blew through, opening the window and extinguishing the candle. Sighs filled the room as the candle flickered back to life, illuminating a jade pendant now on the desk. His eyes lit up immediately, grasping the pendant and examining it carefully. I'm waiting for you, the Kirk whispered, recalling the agreement beside the lotus pond with the Aaliyah. His resolve flashed again, grabbing the dusty books, studying each word meticulously. Another year of solitude brought change. The Kirk donned a red flower and cap, riding a horse through the streets, celebrated as the top scholar of the year. Look, he's the top scholar, indeed talented. Yes, even Kendra favored him, inviting him to be her consort, but he refused for a Kelly. The Emperor, being a wise ruler, did not blame him and granted him an arranged marriage. He made a deal with the Emperor to rid Fanging of poverty and suffering or face execution. Fanging? That place has marauders and barren land, prone to drought every summer. True, how difficult for the top scholar. If in the capital, he would easily rise in rank. But of course, chosen by the current prime minister. At a street corner, the little fox watched silently, her eyes twinkling with joy. The Kirk married the Aaliyah, heading together to Fanging without servants. The wealthy magnate took another wife, who was soon pregnant. Initially, the Kirk faced resistance, the people and officials uncooperative. Yet, he didn't complain, working diligently, building irrigation channels, reclaiming wastelands. Every day, his wife treated him warmly, and they lived happily. Their lifestyle gradually influenced the villagers, bringing new life to Fanging. Men farmed, women wove, courts sat peacefully, children studied diligently, all grateful to their governor. When the emperor visited, impressed by the harmony, he praised the Kirk's efforts but rejected rewards, requesting troops to defeat the marauders. After a battle, the bandits surrendered, and the Kirk rehabilitated them. The little fox left, satisfied with what she saw. The Kirk and his wife were happy, and so were the people of Fanging. Only once had the little fox intervened over 2 years. She began her journey aimlessly, unaware of her destination. 1 year felt short because she had no regrets. Returning to Fanging, she found the scene different from before. The Kirk was insane, huddled in a corner, occasionally fed by kind strangers. Shock filled the little fox's beautiful face. What happened? Kyla wore a veil, her clothes still bearing traces of Dion's scent. The stranger sighed, eyes filled with sorrow. His wife died along with their unborn child. One bandit Dale hated him despite gratitude. The Dale concealed his hatred, showing talent, trained by him. After half a month, the Dale exposed himself, killing his wife, committing suicide afterward. You are good, I cannot kill you, but my Silas's vengeance must be taken. The atmosphere grew heavy, only the rustling of leaves breaking the silence. He went mad after that. Fanging got a new, corrupt governor, turning the county into chaos. The stranger sighed, looking at Kyla with resignation. Sometimes, life is so tragic. If fate had eyes, he truly deserved happiness. Leaving, the stranger's back looked desolate. Initially, everyone cared for him, hoping he'd recover, but time faded such hope. Kyla remained silent, helping the Kirk eat, but his eyes were vacant, performing only mechanical actions. What kind of person has such empty eyes? Kyla paused, as the Kirk couldn't even chew. Is this what happened to Dion? Tears streamed down her face, recalling their first meeting. Did I save him this way? Kyla gazed into the distance with the Kirk, lost in thought. On Fanging streets, another figure curled up, unknown to others, as silent as the Kirk, lost in their own world. Chapter 79. The end of the story. In just half a month, the Kirk died, and Kyla emerged from her deep contemplation. She carried him on her back, found his wife's grave, and buried them together. Why was he smiling before he died? Kyla transformed back into a little fox, shook off the dust from her body, and continued her aimless journey. Yet, this question and the Kirk's final smile were deeply etched in her mind, gradually merging with another person. The snow in the snowfield seemed never to melt, creating a stark contrast with the central region. Half pure white, half barren, as if painted by someone. The little fox felt a chill as she approached the snowfield, shivered, and looked around in confusion. She didn't know how long she had been wandering, or how she ended up here. There's something strange about this place, the little fox thought, continuing deeper into the snowfield. The little fox crossed countless tribes and snowy mountains until she finally arrived at Snow Cold Palace. It was enveloped by an array formation, making it difficult to sneak past undetected. Is it behind here? The array suppresses energy, yet I feel warmer with its protection. The little fox pondered intensely. She didn't know what lay behind Snow Cold Palace, but understood that it must be the heart of the array. Day after day, the little fox waited for an opportunity. One day, a Kirk suddenly appeared, opening the array formation and running out while others shouted, "Young Wesleyster," and chased after him. Taking advantage of the moment, the little fox sneaked in. As soon as she entered, she sensed a divine consciousness sweep over her, pause briefly, then leave as if unconcerned by her presence. Relieved, she continued deeper. At the foot of Holy Mountain, 100 miles of spirit arrays allow entry only for those who can transform their essence. The little fox gazed at the stone tablet in confusion. Before it, snowstorm raged incessantly, but behind it was peaceful, like winter in Tobias Prefecture. Stepping through, she didn't feel any cold. Instead, the suppression of energy intensified. Without hesitation, she walked towards the mountain base and climbed up without any difficulty. What is this? The little fox stared at a spirit tree, lost in thought. This spirit tree was extraordinary. It emitted heat within a 10-meter radius, causing no snow to accumulate. Without branches or leaves, it bore a single fruit, translucent and pure white, as if carved from ice. The little fox approached and plucked the fruit. Upon touching it, her paw instantly froze. Startled, she retreated, and her paw thawed quickly, leaving behind a lingering pain. The little fox tilted her head, frustrated but helpless, and went back down, searching again. All she found was endless snow. Feeling defeated and finding no solution, the little fox suddenly paused, transforming into Kyla. This aura, Dion. Kyla was surprised but soon wore a complex expression. Looking towards the exit, her hesitation was visible even under the veil. I don't care anymore. Kyla screamed and ran towards the mountain base. Her scream triggered an avalanche, sending snow hurtling towards her. Realizing this, Kyla didn't hesitate and sprinted towards the exit. Although she didn't want to see him, meeting Dion was preferable to being buried alive. As proven, even cultivators cannot withstand nature. Despite running fast, she was still covered by snow, though not deeply because she was near the edge. Kyla turned into a little fox, burrowing out from under the snow. She was less than a mile away from Dion, but the blizzard blocked her view. Transforming back into Kyla, she approached Dion, sensing he was barely alive. Dion lay on the ground, nearly merged with the snow. His face was aged, and his flesh was peeling off, showing signs of severe malnutrition. Can you save him? A Kelly nearby asked Kyla, her voice laced with surprise and hope. Toby asked Kyla. She wore a veil, and they both paused upon seeing each other. After a long pause, Kyla sighed. I saved him once. I don't want to do it again. Are you the little fox? The Kelly's expression was complex. That divine consciousness. Kyla recalled entering Snow Cold Palace. I sensed your potential and didn't stop you, the Kelly said softly. I have no relation to him, only that he had a promise with my disciple. My disciple asked me if I believed in miracles. The Kelly uncovered her veil, revealing a face marred with terrible scars. I said I did, hoping to comfort him. But now, I believe. Can you uncover your veil? The Kelly smiled, but her face looked grotesque. Kyla nodded, revealing her beauty beneath the veil. The Kelly stood in awe for a long time before sighing. So beautiful. Kyla fell silent, unsure what to say. I was once beautiful, but not as much as you. Focused on the Tao, I embarked on this path to transform my essence. She reminisced. Wesley falls, many rises, my face scarred, melted by wind and snow, becoming this way. In the end, I reached Holy Mountain but found no possibility to transform my essence. I returned, and the man I loved left when he saw me. Heartbroken, I accidentally transformed my essence, stepping into the spirit realm. I founded Snow Cold Palace, guarding here silently. I adopted orphans, taught them cultivation. They respected and helped me, making Snow Cold Palace the sole cultivation sect in the snowfield. 5 years ago, Rainy Pavilion came here. Not knowing who they were, they wanted the 7-star lotus but took the only one we had. I fought them and won but was later defeated by a fire essence cultivator. He easily beat me, took the lotus, gave me 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones, and explained how desperate he was. He asked me not to hate his sect, but to hate him. But I couldn't hate him. I was powerless against him, limited by the snowfield, thinking I was invincible. To hide my injuries, I sought treatment outside. An accident revealed my appearance to a Kirk. I intended to kill him but became enraged, worsening my condition. Guess what happened? The Kelly stopped, smiling at Kyla. Kyla didn't understand the Kelly's meaning but slowly responded, he saved you, not minding the scars on your face. If your heart feels this way, why not save him? The Kelly's gaze was complex. He gave me happiness, then destroyed it effortlessly. Kyla remembered the Tobiasing family, feeling the pain in her heart once more. Chapter 80. Rescue once again. Why did he perish? The Kelly asked slowly. Susie's body froze. She carefully recalled past events, but couldn't understand why he had perished at all. I don't know. He said it was a play, and I got too immersed in it. Can you tell us your story? The Kelly looked at Dion, seemingly unaware that he hadn't fully died. She no longer cared. Her choice was made. Although she wanted him to live for her disciples' sake, she wouldn't force anyone. Our first meeting, he was much like now, barely alive. Out of kindness, I saved him. He carried me when I fell unconscious. When I woke up, he took my belongings, refused to return them, and insisted I recognize him as my master. Susie chuckled, but tears slowly streamed down her face. He told me he was being hunted and had to change his identity. He targeted a Dale named Devon, killed him, and assumed his form. We lived together in the Tobiasing family. He played Devon, while I played the part of a Kelly who loved him. Later, he schemed to destroy the Tobiasing family, taking everything from them. Finally, he even killed his sister, Jewel. Jewel fled with him, and I pursued them. But he killed Jewel himself. Jewel pleaded for him to spare me, and he did. The Kelly was taken aback, confused by this turn of events. Just like that? Yes, the Tobiasing family treated me well, as they did him. I don't understand how he could be so heartless, how he could do such things. Susie burst into tears, her voice growing louder. The Kelly sighed, feeling an inner bitterness. In her view, the court had done nothing wrong because it was always his intention. He probably decided to destroy the Tobiasing family even before assuming Devon's identity. If the Tobiasing family members were irredeemable villains, would you still treat him like this? The Kelly didn't know what else to say, for Susie was also not at fault. Just as the court had said, she had become too immersed. Susie shivered slightly, contemplating the Kelly's words, but couldn't imagine such a scenario. But they weren't. He must have had something he wanted to do. From your description, he's around your age. Yet, he has become like this. The Kelly smiled suddenly, though her smile was filled with sorrow. You could save him. He knew this, yet he let you go. He didn't force you, choosing instead a harder path. No one can be like him. The Kelly turned and left with a final question. To save him, could you put aside your own kindness? Watching the Kelly walk away, Susie's eyes were hollow, but her tears wouldn't stop. Did I cry? Susie touched the corner of her eye and laughed, though her laughter was vacant. Why am I crying? If he had forced me. Suddenly, Susie hugged Dion frantically but felt little weight. She could touch bones, feel the wrinkled skin, deep sunken eyes, and sparse white hairs. So he's already like this? Susie slumped on the ground, her eyes empty. Only the vacant smile and the tears remained unchanged. Don't die. Susie sensed something and released the Qinxian spirit pearl from her mouth again, placing it back into Dion's mouth. You never told me why you did it. This time, you need to explain clearly. You can't escape anymore. Dion's life slowly faded. Susie's eyes lost their light, and the Qinxian spirit pearl stopped rotating because Dion had no more vitality. I hesitated for 3 breaths, and he's gone. Susie's tears had dried. She could only hold Dion tightly, feeling his last warmth. No wonder he never hesitates, Susie murmured softly, her face distorted with a sickly smile. Even her beautiful features had lost their usual luster. The snowstorm continued, the stone monument remained, but among them were 2 pitiful figures. Medicinal energy can save him? Susie suddenly remembered something, shouting out loud. Her stunning beauty suddenly showed determination, as if the world regained its color because of her. Lower Dantian, lower Dantian. Instantly, vast amounts of medicinal energy surged into Dion's lower Dantian. The nearly depleted energy vortex seemed rejuvenated, releasing a torrent of energy through Dion's entire body. Qinxian Spirit Pearl. Hold on. Susie's expression grew crazier as the Qinxian Spirit Pearl rotated again. The medicinal energy fought against the pearl's emitted vitality, but it seemed endless while the pearl grew smaller. Damn it. Susie clenched her teeth, transferring vast amounts of vitality from herself to Dion without hesitation, unsure if it would work. The earth was smooth and reflective, mirroring the sky's blue. Nothing surrounded them except a Dale standing with closed eyes. It seemed central yet wasn't. At some point, the Dale's eyes slowly opened. He looked down, and his reflection gazed back, yet their expressions were different. the Dale struggled, as if enduring great pain, while the reflection remained calm. Suddenly, the Dale's expression turned resolute. He raised his hands, fists turning into palms, striking the earth. The reflection stayed motionless, but its calmness shifted slightly. The Dale's palms slowly descended, approaching the earth. Without sound or disturbance, the earth shattered. The Dale and his reflection slowly merged into one. Looking around, the Dale saw nothing. Beneath him was darkness, above, a brilliant blue. He lifted his right hand, reaching for the sky, as if craving something. Suddenly, countless chains surged from under his feet, wrapping around him, trying to drag him into darkness. But the blue sky remained unchanged. Struggling, his gaze was firm. Clutching at nothingness, he somehow gained leverage. Dragging the chains forward, more chains emerged, binding him, leaving only his right hand free, as if dragging a ball formed by chains. Grasp of Netherworld, the Dale shouted, his voice piercing through the chains. His right hand clenched slightly, and the chains crumbled. He spat blood, injured by his own technique, yet his eyes remained unchanged. Climbing on, the Dale kept moving towards the blue sky. After an unknown time, the Dale seemed to reach the top. The blue remained, but the darkness turned deep blue. Grasp of Netherworld, he repeated calmly. With a simple motion, he pushed a palm forward, as if containing the way of heaven and earth. The deep blue instantly shattered like glass, fragments vanishing. It wasn't 2 lives but 3. The Dale murmured softly, his eyes profound. The snowstorm raged on, the stone monument stood, but beside Dion and Susie, a dark whirlwind swirled, driving the snow away, unapproachable. Chapter 81. Hope. Xavion's eyes slowly opened, and he quickly realized that he was in Kailag's arms. She was still as beautiful as ever, but her once vibrant face was now a deathly pale. Why go to such lengths? Xavion looked at Kailag, feeling an excruciating pain deep within his heart, even more painful than when he had been corroded by Yama-Chi in his first life. I'm willing. Kailag suddenly smiled, but then fainted right after. Seeing Kailag's foolish smile, Xavion could only manage a bitter laugh. He had come back to life, but not as a human. If anything, he resembled a nether slave from his second life, an entity within the nether prison, seemingly ruled by an extremely powerful being, preparing for some grand scheme. The Qingxian spirit pearl is shattered, and she's lost half of her lifespan. Xavion's eyes gradually moistened. He understood that every step on that staircase cost Kailag a piece of her life. Christy, what should I do? Xavion burst into tears like a child, helpless and bewildered. My heart can no longer hold her, yet why does she treat me like this? Xavion slowly stood up, carrying Kailag on his back. His appearance hadn't changed, still old, still gaunt. Step by step, Xavion walked, and the snowstorm soon erased all traces of his passage, as if no one had ever set foot on this holy mountain. This is the place. Xavion finally reached the marked location on the map, though everything was covered in snow. It must be underneath. Carrying Kailag, he began digging deeper into the snow. This snow is actually warm. The deeper Xavion dug, the more astonished he became. The top layer was cool, but the lower layers were warm and emitted signs of life. Xavion's pace quickened. He didn't know how deep the snow went. He had already dug for 3 days. Though he was revived, he only had a month to live, sustained solely by the Yama-Chi. 10 days passed, and Xavion finally saw the ground. There was a stone slab with a strange groove identical to the black cloth he had obtained earlier. Without hesitation, Xavion placed the black cloth into the groove. The stone slab immediately turned transparent, and instantly, Xavion fell through with Kailag in his arms. Splash! They landed in a pool below, yet no snow followed them down. This pool water can replenish vitality. Xavion felt his body infused with new life, his flesh slowly regenerating. No, vitality is useless to me now. Despite the refreshing sensation, almost like being reborn, Xavion jumped out of the water immediately. Wait here for me. This water can replenish vitality. Xavion wrote a note, placed it on the ground, and laid Kailag in the pool. It wasn't deep, measuring about 10 zhang wide and long, seemingly constructed intentionally. After settling Kailag, Xavion ventured deeper into the cave. The spacious cavern echoed with each step. The walls were ordinary, but the ceiling was adorned with night luminous pearls, illuminating the entire cave. Soon, Xavion reached the end, and the scene before him left him speechless. This place was entirely different from the cave, supported by an independent array. Looking up, he saw clear blue skies and white clouds, the sun and moon hanging in the heavens, alternately visible, just like the outside world. A quaint bridge crossed over flowing water, surrounded by blooming flowers and lush green trees. Nearby stood a simple pavilion by a clear pond where lotuses bloomed eternally, the water crystal clear, revealing white jade-like stones that appeared to be spirit stones. Further in, 2 houses stood like common homes, their yards empty except for a few farming tools. 2 contrasting scenes harmoniously merged, evoking a sense of awe in those who beheld it. Not even paradise could compare. Xavion's expression was complex. Witnessing this, he felt an impulse to live in seclusion here. It wasn't an illusion but felt even more profound. Entering one of the houses, the interiors were simply furnished. One room was a study, the other a bedroom. The study held many scrolls, indicating the owner's love for literature. Only a box in the corner contained numerous jade slips. All are spells. Xavion was stunned. The box contained over 100 jade slips, most of which he couldn't understand. There are even celestial spells. So, the person who lived here was a celestial being. Xavion was excited, yet none of the spells were usable due to his low cultivation level. But there must be more here. Lost in thought, Xavion picked up the scrolls and read them one by one. She was named Feriso Tobiasing. What a beautiful name. But I was only at the nascent soul stage, unworthy of her. Why could he treat her like that? They seemed meant for each other. Why? To see her cry hurts me so much. Giroux, I will kill you. Ha ha ha, Jiru, you're finally dead. What can the Chu family do to me? Only, I can't stay with her any longer. She wasn't from the Fariso family, but the Yi family. Only those who transcend tribulation have the right to marry her. Yet, I'll achieve it because she trusts me. Today, I finally transcended tribulation. Wait for me, Layla. I'm coming to marry you. Her family was wonderful, and the wedding was perfect. From now on, she's my wife. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Nether prison? Why did the Nether prison invade Tobias's realm? How hateful. Though Tobias's realm is vast, most immortals have gone to the supreme immortal realm, leaving only a few behind. Why don't they return? Why abandon your homeland? What is the Westleister of Nether prison doing? Why would he risk war with the supreme immortal realm to destroy Tobias's realm? Why? How hateful. Half of Tobias's continent is already destroyed. Why continue? Fariso Tobiasing, why do you bear that mark? Why? Chevimin Palace, so hateful. The Westleister of Nether prison sought Chevimin Palace, located in Tobias's. Fariso Tobiasing became a Nether slave. No. If I can find the Westleister of Nether prison's cultivation method, we can surely free her. Fariso Tobiasing, wait here. This great snow-thawing array was designed to resist the Nether prison's invasion. Wait for me. I'll find the cultivation method and free you. Finally, I found the imprint of the cultivation method. Fariso Tobiasing, you're saved. Ha ha ha. Why does fate torment me? Just one day too late, just one day. I buried the cultivation method along with Fariso Tobiasing and made a copy to take out, hoping more people would know. If anyone else faces this hardship, remember, your master's name is Layla. Chapter 82. The Methods of Immortals. Ahil put down the scroll. This was the last one he had read. The previous ones were fragments and random notes. The Lord of Netherhell, the Nether Palace. Ahil slowly closed his eyes. There weren't many words on this handwritten note, but there was a lot of information. So, a great war occurred in Lujo Boundary a long time ago, involving Netherhell, which was clearly much stronger than Lujo Boundary. Even when the place called Supreme Immortal World intervened, it was still no use. And that Lord of Netherhell wanted to obtain the Nether Palace. Layla suffered like me, which means that cultivation method could solve the problem with Nether Chi. Ultimately, the person clearly left with the determination to die, but that cultivation method did not get passed down. This war has never been heard of, probably from a very ancient era. Lujo hasn't seen any immortals for 10,000 years, yet that person reached ascension just before marriage. A family who sets this as a requirement can be said to have an immortal without exaggeration. Moreover, they show no reverence for immortals, meaning they themselves were also immortals during the war. Ming Slave is the slave of that Netherhell's lord, and that cultivation method was practiced by the Lord of Netherhell. In my second life, I was also a Ming slave, quietly cultivating somewhere. Then some major event happened, causing many Ming slaves to escape, including me and that golden sword. Ahil shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There are too many puzzles, far beyond my reach. First, I need to find that cultivation method. If I can reach Foundation establishment, my lifespan will increase. Ahil stepped out of the room, his spiritual awareness spreading to every corner of the cave, but found nothing suspicious except a completely ordinary rock wall. It should be behind here. That predecessor must have hated the Lord of Netherhell to the extreme. Ahil knelt before the stone wall, not knowing the methods of immortals, so the best way was to follow what the hand note said and prostrate himself before Layla. Junior Ahil, suffering as a Ming slave, seeks refuge here. Hope predecessor Layla takes pity on me and accepts me as your disciple. Ahil's expression showed no pretense. His eyes and body conveyed complete sincerity. Bang, bang, bang. Ahil kowtowed 3 times, each landing hard enough to leave small dents on the ground. The wall gradually faded, becoming transparent, revealing the interior. As Ahil rushed forward, he instantly collapsed as soon as he entered. The wall slowly returned to its original state, completely concealing Ahil inside. I have 3 techniques: Spirit Shattering Finger, 7-star steps, and Soul Subduing Art. I take disciples on behalf of my wife. You cannot leave here unless you master 2 out of these 3. Ahil felt dizzy, the words echoing deeply in his mind, but his expression was filled with bitterness. Forget it. If my lifespan runs out here, it's the will of heaven. Ahil stood up, looking around. All he saw was desolation, and his spiritual awareness was entirely useless here. However, he quickly noticed something different. This isn't reality. He realized he had reverted to his younger self. This might be the predecessor's method, bringing my consciousness here. It should be safe outside, and the absence of nether chi allows me to use spiritual energy. Understanding this, Ahil began to comprehend. Reciting Spirit Shattering Finger, images appeared in his mind. This Spirit Shattering Finger is unlike any magic. Ahil opened his eyes again. The scene had changed into a courtyard with 3 wooden figures standing in the middle. Not being a magic means it has no relation to cultivation level. Instead of opposing, it integrates. A faint smile appeared on Ahil's face as he pointed at one of the wooden figures. A light barrier appeared, completely blocking his finger. After pondering, he tried again, moving towards the second wooden figure. Again, he pointed. This time, the barrier reacted, striking back. Shocked, Ahil retreated hastily, but the strike still landed. The barrier retaliates, carrying the intent of spirit shattering. This intent lacks murderousness, aiming to fuse and dissipate. Again, Ahil struck, this time without retreating, enduring the barrier's retaliation. So, this is it. He walked back to the first wooden figure, pointing gently. The barrier appeared but immediately dissipated. His finger lightly touched the wooden figure's brow, causing it to crack from within. But this is merely trickery. Let me focus on practicing. He chuckled wryly, realizing the next 2 would be more difficult. In just 3 days, Ahil shattered both wooden figures, but his body was riddled with injuries, and his clothes were torn. The third wooden figure is interesting. Each retaliation involves 10 fingers in unpredictable directions. Despite mastering Spirit Shattering Finger, the third figure gave him immense difficulty. It seems the second and third aren't too hard after all. Reciting 7-star steps, Ahill's surroundings changed once more. This time, he watched intently as the scenery transformed from a courtyard into a forest, barely reacting in time. The methods of immortals are indeed incomprehensible. He immersed himself in the 7-star steps, only opening his eyes after 10 days. Only 7 steps in the 7-star steps, yet each step has infinite variations. During those 10 days, he mentally rehearsed those 7 steps, finally glimpsing a hint of understanding. Initially, I relied on modified spirit explosion techniques, generating explosive force within my body to achieve speed limits. Combined with combat experience, it seemed easy. Though a step technique, it's also an array technique. There were 49 wooden stakes in the forest, formed from condensed spiritual energy. Ahill had to stand on these stakes. Each breath saw 7 changes, and every 7 breaths a stake vanished until the last one disappeared, signifying success. No amount of mental rehearsal compared to actual attempts. He fell off after 2 breaths, undeterred, trying again, only to fail after 1 breath. As expected, there's no discernible pattern. He shook his head, finding the 7-star steps overwhelmingly complex. This time, 10 years passed. In these years, he forgot everything, immersing himself fully in the 7-star steps. Only when the last stake vanished did he realize how much time had passed. His expression was complex. He didn't know exactly how long it took but knew it felt incredibly long. Here, it's easier to clear the mind, explaining why I lost track of time. He sighed but quickly came to terms with it. Worrying was pointless, he continued. The time spent exceeded his lifespan, yet his consciousness remained unharmed. Chapter 83, Spirit Hall Tomb. Xavion clenched his teeth. Instead of choosing to leave, he silently began chanting the soul descending technique. The scene before his eyes transformed once again, this time into a battlefield surrounded by ruins and bones. This soul descending technique is a method used by soul cultivators. While the 7 Pharismanary star steps are only utilized in battles by body cultivators, Xavion's expression grew increasingly solemn. Although his spiritual senses had recovered, attempting to lift his hand proved futile. Cultivating spiritual senses does not equate to cultivating the soul. Xavion furrowed his brows. The soul descending technique deeply conflicted with the spirit transformation heart method he acquired from Heron. Just the opening line left him puzzled, as in his understanding, cultivating the soul meant enhancing spiritual senses. The spirit transformation heart method aims to complement the ink jade body cultivation technique. Perhaps it's not truly a soul cultivation technique after all. Xavion shook his head and decided to temporarily set aside the spirit transformation heart method, although he found it very practical. Cultivator spells are controlled by spiritual senses, manipulating spiritual energy into a fixed circuit to be employed. Without spiritual senses, physical actions must guide the formation of the circuit. Hence, practitioners in the chi condensation stage perform hand seals, whereas after foundation establishment, hand seals are only necessary for complex spells to expedite their use. Xavion could interrupt others' spellcasting using the Tobiasing suppressing technique because he could visually see the flow of spiritual energy. By disrupting key circuits, he rendered spells ineffective. Thus, spells that required longer casting times were less threatening to him, and if he knew the target circuitry in advance, it made disruption easier. While the spirit transformation heart method had no offensive capabilities, it could block spiritual energy, preventing anyone under its effect from controlling it through spiritual senses, leading to a brief loss of cultivation. This worked only when one's spiritual sense was at least twice as strong as the target's. Moreover, those more sensitive to spiritual energy could easily evade it since it was invisible to the naked eye. Though the spirit transformation heart method and Tobiasing suppressing technique shared no similarities, Xavion exploited this principle adeptly. However, after foundation establishment, the quality of his spiritual energy lagged behind others, rendering the Tobiasing suppressing technique ineffective. So, soul cultivation can create entities akin to Chevian infants. Xavion realized the soul descending technique wasn't suitable for him now because he wasn't the type of soul cultivator described in the book. His sea of consciousness contained no primordial spirit. But the nether slave Westlirk likely transformed into a primordial spirit. Xavion suddenly recalled accepting the Golden Sword Sage's legacy. My nether slave Westlirk consumed his primordial spirit because devouring it is the fastest way to cultivate one. However, 2 rules apply. One cannot consume an aware primordial spirit and can only consume those of the same origin. Brett didn't want to fully reveal the spirit transformation heart method and even altered its content for easier possession during soul snatching. Brett's previous primordial spirit withering suggests dark machinations within his family, possibly involving an ancestor from the Heavenly Departure sect. Xavion's gaze deepened. He didn't believe Brett was unaware of this. It seems I have no enmity with the Heavenly Departure sect, explaining why Taj released me so easily. He probably deduced that Brett and I would eventually clash because I need his techniques to continue cultivating. Enemies of enemies are friends. Taj is far more complicated than I thought. Since leaving the Heavenly Departure sect, Xavion pondered why Taj hadn't captured him, but now everything became clear. Tobias and family's rewards are limited, but if I defeat Brett and deliver him to the Heavenly Departure sect, not only will I gain their friendship, they might actively conceal my identity and recruit me due to my surpassing talent compared to Brett. Xavion sneered, but you miscalculated. I don't enjoy being subordinate. With clarity, Xavion calmed down. Though unable to learn the soul descending technique, memorizing it was beneficial. Once out, finding Brett could lead to the remaining spirit transformation heart method, enabling its cultivation then. Merely remembering took little time. Closing his eyes, as dizziness overcame him, his consciousness returned to his body. Xavion slowly rose, seeing the stone walls now mundane, yet feeling unchanged from when he entered, just with a clearer mind. Seems only a moment has passed outside. Xavion's resolve strengthened. His path was set. Achieving foundation establishment within a month would grant him a century of life. Due to Kylag, his body no longer belonged to humans, meaning his constitution resembled the second life nether slave. Thus, nether chi wouldn't harm him and could be used for cultivation with the right techniques. Nether chi's hindrance removed, its benefits manifest, but not seeing energy anymore is a pity. Despite this, Xavion showed no sadness, only renewed confidence. Wait for me, Christy. After destroying the Tobiasen family, I'll marry you. As Xavion ventured deeper, a simple spirit hall gradually appeared. The small hall had crystalline walls like polished mirrors. In the center lay an ice pool, emitting cold mist. Subtle white flowers were faintly visible within. Inside the pool rested an unadorned ice coffin, seemingly made of jade, encircled by formations. The person inside was indistinct yet exuded profound grace, defying death. Before the ice pool stood a wooden table holding 4 items. A Kelly's portrait among flowers, gently plucking one, her smile serene, the flowers serving as mere background. A memorial tablet inscribed with grave of beloved wife Layla, conveying sorrow and longing. A transparent incense burner carved with lifeless mandarin ducks, burning 3 perpetual green incense sticks floating ethereally, and a dish of 3 types of spirit fruits, each enveloped in spiritual energy, representing the cycle of life and death, leaving viewers unsettled. Everything was new to Xavion except the 3 incense sticks, which he had read about in an ancient text. Perpetual green incense, made from immortal veins, ensuring eternal life and keeping the incense from extinguishing. In other words, to preserve his wife, he killed 3 immortals. Xavion sighed, eyes filled with complexity. A man deeply in love. Chapter 84. The Sumaru Illusion Heaven Scroll. In Xavion's mind, the image of Harmony gradually became clearer, deepening the pain in his heart. However, slowly, another Kelly's figure also began to emerge. Tobiasen. Xavion felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He had thought he would never feel moved again in this life. Yet he was saved once more, saved at the cost of someone's life. Xavion couldn't repay the debt. Now, he even feared seeing Susie. Xavion wasn't heartless. He was simply cold and decisive. Before opening his eyes, he already knew who had saved him, which was why he asked those 3 words. And the answer he received was somewhat stubborn, naive, and domineering. Xavion was very clever, but precisely because of that, he couldn't lie to himself. Susie had already entered his heart, but Harmony hadn't left it yet. Does death allow one to change their heart? Xavion recalled the time when he promised Harmony that he would marry her. Now, with hope for survival, everything seemed unchanged, yet people were different. I can't forget her. Because of that, I can't be honest with you. Xavion sighed, kneeling before the spirit tablet. He did not touch anything on the table, although every item there was invaluable. Xavion could guess what that immortal intended, but even so, he didn't want to defile these belongings of the 2. As Xavion's head touched the ground, he clearly sensed a mechanism being activated, but he didn't look up. He had been saved twice by Susie, and once by this person and his wife. Each time, he owed them more than he could ever repay. Inferior one, Xavion, today I bow to Layla as my master, vowing to prioritize my master for this life and the next. Xavion's eyes were sincere. Outside, he was always cautious, often speculating about others' intentions. But when alone, he hoped someone could understand and care for him. Slowly lifting his head, he saw a hidden compartment under the table had opened, revealing a plain wooden box inside. Is this the item? Xavion's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the box and slowly opened it. Inside was only a jade pendant, an ordinary-looking object without any spiritual aura. It was simple in design. A round disc with one side smoothly convex while the other rough, as if cut by some sharp instrument. Xavion bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. The blood was instantly absorbed, yet nothing changed. Biting his lip, he dripped more blood, but no matter how much he added, the pendant remained unchanged. Perhaps this is not the right item? Xavion fell into deep thought. His remaining lifespan was limited, and continuing like this would make his short life even more pitiful. That immortal said the Yiming scripture was buried with the master. Could it be inside this ice coffin? He looked around but found nothing, finally moving his gaze to the ice coffin. Respect for the dead comes first. Since I have bowed to you as my master, I will not do such a thing. Xavion chuckled bitterly, abandoning the idea of opening the coffin. Perhaps this is just fate, he mumbled, sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the portrait of the Kelly. After a long while, Xavion laughed foolishly. Wesleyster, I think Huir is prettier. But Tobiasen, that Nadine, her beauty transcends everything, with no flaw whatsoever. What virtue or merit do I, Xavion, have to make these 2 women fall for me? Xavion's expression slowly showed a hint of relief. However, gaining their hearts makes my life worth living. Xavion slowly closed his eyes but suddenly opened them again, his face full of surprise. If there's a body, why hang a portrait? And this painting must not have been made for the deceased. Xavion walked to the table, deeply bowed, and then picked up the painting. A faint spiritual aura rippled through, and Xavion quickly used his divine sense to probe, soon discovering its secrets. This painting actually contains a space. Xavion exclaimed. As a set of cultivation techniques entered Xavion's mind, he gradually understood the purpose of the painting. The Sumaru Illusion Heaven Scroll. It turns out the person in this painting is not my master. Following the mantra, he manipulated it, projecting his consciousness into the painting. This world in the painting is not real. Nothing within can be taken out, nor can anything from outside be brought in. Xavion smiled faintly. This discovery exceeded his expectations. However, time flows differently here. 2 days here equal 1 day outside. The world inside the painting resembled the courtyard outside, seemingly modeled after the immortal's residence. The main difference was the abundance of spirit herbs, most of which Xavion had never heard of. Outside, only common herbs existed. Are you the disciple? A young Nadine stepped out of the room. Upon closer inspection, She was the Kelly from the painting. A tool spirit, materialized? Xavion's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this an immortal's ability? Xavion gradually calmed down, recalling what he learned during his 3 years in the shadows. A lifebound treasure usually grows stronger with its owner's cultivation, becoming an immortal tool when it gains a spirit. So, Jin Jin's green mystery sword had the potential to become an immortal tool. Not bad, despite your low cultivation level. The Nadine's expression was serious, though her tone was playful. I am indeed the tool spirit of the Sumeru Illusion Heaven Scroll, but not a materialized spirit. Consider me a special kind of life form. Were your previous owners Layla? Xavion asked calmly, realizing this item likely surpassed his understanding. She was not my master. Being with her was merely interesting. The Nadine appeared proud. Originally, I could have retreated into the void, but I sensed your righteousness and released a faint aura. Wesley, I asked your name, miss? Xavion remained calm. Ashlyn. The Nadine seemed surprised by Xavion's composure. Her value would make even immortals struggle to remain calm. Could this man be too inexperienced? Ashlyn, may I inquire where the Eming scripture is? Xavion's eyes held no deceit. Why aren't you excited? Don't you see how powerful I am? Ashlyn asked instead of answering. Ashlyn, I'm afraid I cannot wield such a treasure. I came here seeking the Eming scripture to save my life. Though I know it's extraordinary, I'm aware of my limits. You're quite intriguing. Seeing as you're a decent person, I'll allow you to bring me along and permit you entry into this space. Thank you, Ashlyn. Xavion smiled warmly. However, each time you enter, tell me something interesting, or I'll kick you out. Ashlyn squeezed her fist playfully. Certainly. Xavion bowed, his smile genuine. Ashlyn returned to the house. Chapter 85, Thunder Tribulation. Only 2 days had passed before Xavion emerged from the painting. He quickly put away the scroll and began to cultivate. Although there was no spiritual energy, the effect of the nether chi was even stronger. Just a small amount could produce a vast surge of nether chi from the vortex. This time, however, the nether chi did not corrode Xavion's flesh and blood, nor did Xavion feel any discomfort. Following the instructions in the nether art, Xavion started his first attempt at manipulating the nether chi for cultivation. The process was much simpler than he expected. After just 2 cycles, a black spiritual vortex formed within him, while all the nether chi in his body was completely consumed. Is this an innate spiritual vortex? Xavion's expression became complex. The nether art differed from other cultivation techniques as it seemed to involve only cultivation without any form of congealing. He found it peculiar that after just 2 cycles, the nether chi would naturally form into a spiritual vortex. Could this be what cultivation really is? Xavion carefully recalled the content of the nether art. It had only 3 layers, with each subsequent layer accelerating cultivation speed by 100-fold compared to the previous one. However, Xavion had no idea about its complexity since he couldn't understand the second layer. The frost condensation art has specific methods for each stage, forming a spiritual vortex and establishing a foundation, but I wasn't able to practice it. This nether art, however, is entirely different. It's like a spirit transformation technique that focuses only on cultivation methods. But this is the cultivation method practiced by the Wesley Urkos, so it must be correct. Xavion's eyes grew firm as nether chi surged back into the nether vortex. Large amounts of nether chi were once again utilized, but this time, the black figure in his consciousness opened its eyes and began actively competing for the nether chi. You are panicked. A smile slowly spread across Xavion's lips. When I was dying, you didn't absorb anything, but now, you're acting this way. My fate, Xavion's destiny, can finally be controlled by me. In just 7 short days, Xavion had reached the peak of the chi condensation stage. His Dantian spirit lake stretched endlessly, seemingly reaching its critical point. The black figure in his consciousness also never stopped cultivating. Finally, foundation establishment. With a sigh, Xavion's body instantly erupted with a terrifying aura as nether chi flowed out of his body for the first time. I can't let this place be polluted. Xavion suppressed his cultivation base and dashed toward the stone wall behind him. The wall seemed non-existent, allowing him to pass through without resistance. Phew. Xavion took a deep breath and exhaled. Within his Dantian, a Dao platform slowly emerged from the black spirit lake, gradually solidifying into a seamless whole, its color profoundly dark, as if it absorbed all gazes. A perfect foundation establishment? Xavion's smile widened. His hair began to grow, his skin smoothed out, and his blood and flesh replenished, transforming him back to how he looked when he was in the Green Cloud sect. No, it seems it's not over yet. Xavion did not stop cultivating. His foundation establishment appeared to be different from others. It could be achieved through cultivation alone. Nether chi once again condensed in Xavion's Dantian, and strange patterns appeared on the Dao platform, seamlessly integrated as if they belonged there. However, the changes did not cease. The nether vortex released even more nether chi, filling the entire cave. All living things began to decay, and the beautiful courtyard resembled a disaster zone, emitting a decaying stench. Xavion paid no mind to these occurrences, devoting all his energy to cultivation. More and more spiritual energy gathered within his Dantian. The Dao platform grew increasingly mysterious, its patterns gradually disappearing. 9 bizarre runes slowly appeared. As they became clear, they merged into a vortex, growing larger until the entire Dao platform was enveloped. Xavion was startled. In an instant, the Dao platform returned to normal, now gray with a Taiji diagram on top and black patterns along the sides. What kind of foundation establishment is this? Xavion barely questioned before a cloud of tribulation formed above his head. Before he could react, a bolt of lightning struck directly towards his Dantian. Do you want to die? A delicate voice rang in Xavion's mind. Suddenly, the Sumeru Illusory Sky scroll appeared before him, blocking the tribulation thunderbolt. Handle the rest yourself. As the voice faded, the scroll vanished, leaving Xavion staring blankly at the tribulation cloud. The tribulation cloud did not dissipate. A second bolt of thunder struck, but this time Xavion was prepared. His body turned a deep jade color as he punched towards the descending thunderbolt. However, it proved useless as the thunder followed his body back to his dantian, causing him great alarm. Are you stupid? The Sumeru illusory sky scroll reappeared, dispelling the tribulation cloud and the impending thunderbolt in an instant. Thank you, Lady Ashlyn. Fear filled Xavion's face. Having lived 3 lifetimes, this was the first time he witnessed such a scene. With your current strength, you dare think of using the heavenly tribulation to temper your body? You truly have tired of life, said a disdainful voice from the floating scroll. Well, this humble servant hasn't experienced the tribulation before and doesn't know what to do. Xavion scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. But soon he changed the subject. I wonder why my foundation establishment triggers a heavenly tribulation. I've only heard that only those in the tribulation crossing stage encounter tribulations. Humph, come in, and I'll explain. It's exhausting standing here talking. The Sumeru illusory sky scroll instantly transformed into a scroll and fell into Xavion's hands. Without hesitation, he recited the incantation, entering the painting with his consciousness. Do you know why there is a heavenly tribulation? Ashlyn asked, her face revealing a mysterious smile, though she appeared slightly weak, hiding nothing. Xavion naturally noticed this. The thunderbolt earlier, whose power he did not fully comprehend, had undoubtedly been saved by Ashlyn. I don't know, please enlighten me, Lady Ashlyn. Sky tribulations are the will of heaven, Ashlyn explained earnestly. Becoming immortal requires breaking through the limitations of mortality, essentially stealing vitality from the cosmos for individual transcendence. Thus, heavens will manifest displeasure through tribulations. So, my foundation establishment just now stole the vitality of the cosmos? Xavion was puzzled. You are teachable, Ashlyn replied slowly, but it's not quite right. The Eternal Tao Foundation aligns with the will of heaven, while your foundation establishment defile it, thus invoking tribulation. Moreover, not only does foundation establishment bring tribulation, but so do the stages of Phantom Core, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, Fire Departure, Slashing the Ordinary, Heart Inquiry, and Tribulation Crossing. Even upon becoming an immortal, every promotion will still carry tribulation. And during your transcendence, heavens will mobilize all energies in the universe to create immense challenges for you. Chapter 86 Eternal Tao Foundation. Is there any solution? Dion's expression was very complicated. 2 solutions. First, you can stop practicing the netherworld technique. Second, you can flee into the void. The Ashlyn suddenly laughed. My existence is ancient, older than this world. I have served 7 masters, and over 100 people were willing to stay by their side. The number of people I've met is countless. I have even seen 13 people with the Eternal Tao Foundation. Only 1 person managed to become an immortal. The rest all died during the Ascension period. That person's method was to flee into the void, where there are no tribulations and no immortal pulse. Without an immortal pulse, he could not gather Tao seeds or achieve Tao fruit. In other words, his cultivation could not improve at all. The Lord of Netherworld, do you know about him? Dion suddenly asked. He wasn't also practicing the netherworld technique? Are you talking about the person who started that great war 10,000 years ago? The Ashlyn shook her head. He didn't have the Eternal Tao Foundation. Although he practiced the netherworld technique, his constitution did not perfectly match it. What is the origin of this netherworld technique? Dion sensed something extraordinary. The origin of the netherworld technique? The Ashlyn fell into thought. If my conjecture is correct, it was written based on one of the 3 ancient scriptures, the Enyang scripture. If one practices those 3 ancient scriptures, wouldn't they surpass the Eternal Tao Foundation? Dion became more confused as he listened. You truly lack knowledge. The 3 ancient scriptures are not cultivation techniques. They are principles formed when chaos opened up. You can understand them as follows. If you fully comprehend the 3 ancient scriptures, you could create a chaos realm. The Ashlyn spoke with a mocking tone. Your world, the Tobias Zhou realm, belongs to the crystal formation domain. Outside the crystal formation domain is the universe, and beyond the universe is the void. Chaos encompasses both the void and the universe. Even if the 3 ancient scriptures were placed before you now, you wouldn't understand a single word. A vast worldview slowly took shape in Dion's mind, and his expression turned hopeful. Is there a world for the dead? Dion suddenly asked. There certainly isn't. The universe has its own cycle of rebirth. Any sentient being that dies will be reincarnated. The Ashlyn rolled her eyes. But cultivators are different. They have already glimpsed Tao laws and have many methods to prevent rebirth. However, fate does not want this. Every complete death alerts fate, so the more times this is done, the harder it becomes for one to become an immortal. If someone dies, can I find her reincarnation? Dion's expression showed a hint of excitement. You're thinking too much. Rebirth is part of supreme Tao law. Among the supreme beings I've seen, fewer than 5, not one has comprehended the cycle of rebirth. The Ashlyn paused. If you wish to search, I advise you to forget it. Miles, Fariso Ye's husband, also asked me about reincarnation. I told him that even if you were a supreme being with terrifying insight and understood the Tao of rebirth, it would still take at least 1 billion years. In such a long time, not only would ordinary people decay, but even immortals would deteriorate. Moreover, after 3 lifetimes, there is no way to recall past memories. If someone important really dies, could you find their reincarnation? Dion was surprised. Certainly. There is a tree called the Rebirth tree. It bears 3 fruits every 10,000 years. A dying person who consumes this fruit can be traced through their corpse to their reincarnation. But I advise you not to think about it. First, a dead person isn't of much use, and second, those who compete for these fruits start at the immortal realm. The Ashlyn explained. Dion sighed heavily, looking very solemn. At your level of cultivation, death is final. The more you know, the more helpless you feel. The Ashlyn shook her head. She had seen too many deaths. In my opinion, you have the netherworld technique. Your future is wide open, and you'll meet more and more people. Why obsess over just one person, especially someone who's dead? You don't understand. Dion shook his head, unable to hide his sadness. How do you think I don't understand? I've seen too many people like you. In the end, most move on and lead happy lives. As long as one lives, they will always meet someone they love. For the departed, all we can do is remember them. The Ashland spoke slowly. Do you remember your first master? Dion asked softly. The Ashland was taken aback. Her eyes instantly filled with mist. But before Dion could say anything else, he found himself expelled from the painting. Not obsessed, just not deeply in love. Dion sighed, looking into the distance. Suddenly, he noticed that the surroundings had completely changed. The pond had dried up, the spirit herbs withered, and the houses were in ruins. This is wrong, this is wrong. Dion's face was full of regret. He naturally knew why this happened but couldn't control it because he had no energy left to care about other things at the time. At least Westleister's shrine is unharmed. This thought slightly eased his guilt. Dion returned to Kailag's side, but she was still unconscious. Dion put away the note and looked at Kailag's beautiful face, feeling a complex emotion. Sigh. Dion sighed, carrying Kailag ashore. Her thoroughly soaked clothes revealed her jade-like skin, but Dion no longer felt amazed. Another surge of nether energy flowed out from the vortex, but this time Dion did not practice. Instead, he actively guided the energy into Kailag's body. Kailag's constitution was entirely different from Dion's. Whenever nether energy entered her body, it would circulate, eventually gathering in her dantian and emitting a wave of vitality that nourished her. She's actually cultivating automatically. Seeing this, Dion felt a mix of envy and relief. 10 days passed quickly, and Kailag's pale face gradually turned rosy. Suddenly, her eyelashes twitched slightly, then returned to calmness. Wake up, get up. Dion sighed. His divine sense had been monitoring her closely, and this slight movement did not escape his notice. Let go of me. Kailag opened her eyes, blushing slightly. She had been in Dion's arms, close enough to see the pores on his face. Dion gently set Kailag on the ground, took a step back, and sat down slowly. You shouldn't have saved me. Leaving Dion's embrace, Kailag felt a faint sense of loss. Hearing Dion's words, her heart twisted inexplicably. I chose to. Kailag's voice was tinged with weichieth. Unsure what Dion would say next and sensing something unpleasant building up. I have kept the word weichieth, as it seems you might want to retain some elements from the original for further clarification. However, for a fully natural English translation, it should be. I chose to. Kailag's voice quivered with weichi. Resigned weichi can be used if it fits the context. Unsure what Dion would say next but sensing something unpleasant building up. For a more fluent English version, I chose to. Kailag's voice quivered with resignation. Unsure what Dion would say next but sensing something unpleasant building up. Chapter 87. Kyla awakens. Xavion's gaze was full of bewilderment. Seeing Kyla, his heart ached slightly, and the pain had just intensified. I will ask you some questions, and you must not lie to me. Kyla took a deep breath, slowly calming her emotions. Xavion nodded, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of reminiscence. You fell in love with someone, and then she died, so you sought revenge for her, right? Kyla recalled the story of that boy who killed the magistrate's family for the Nadine he loved. She was certain that boy was Xavion. Yes. Xavion paused slightly, inexplicably feeling an even deeper pain in his heart. At that time, you knew that letting me go would mean your death. Kyla's voice was somewhat melancholic. I knew. Xavion nodded again. Why did you still do it? Kyla shouted loudly, though her tears fell silently. If you didn't want to, I couldn't force you. Xavion sighed. You had saved me once before, showing kindness towards me. Forcing you would go against my principles. Is that all there is to it? Kyla's voice was filled with sorrow. Xavion closed his eyes slowly, only opening them after a long while. Just that. Doesn't your heart hurt? Kyla sat up, gently placing her hand on Xavion's chest. It does. Xavion clenched his teeth, emitting a faint creaking sound. Why did you lie to me? Kyla leaned into Xavion's embrace, asking softly. Xavion opened his mouth slightly but couldn't find the words. In the moment Kyla rushed into his arms, he felt an instinctive sense of happiness. You can't betray her. I understand. Kyla's tears soaked Xavion's clothes and touched his heart. I'll wait for you. Wait until you've taken your revenge and come back for me, alright? Xavion fell silent, unsure how to respond. He had lived 3 lifetimes now. Even though his second life was spent as a puppet-like cultivator, he had never encountered anything like this in those 2 lives. I don't know. Xavion pushed Kyla away gently, his eyes reddening slightly. I don't know if I can accept you. My heart is very small, capable of holding only one person, and she hasn't left yet. Kyla looked at Xavion and suddenly smiled, her beauty almost overshadowing the world. In fact, you don't need to feel like you owe me anything. Saving you was simply because I wanted to. You'd rather die than violate your principles. I believe I saved someone who needed saving, and I have no regrets. I'll wait for you. Wait until you come to fetch me. But if I can't bear the loneliness and come looking for you, you cannot push me away like just now. Kyla's 3 sentences were short, yet they made Xavion's tears uncontrollably fall. He couldn't stop them, and didn't want to. See, I knew you aren't heartless. Kyla wiped away his tears from the corner of his eye. Don't hold back anymore. You need someone to care about you too. Xavion tightly hugged Kyla, like a child crying out loud. He didn't know why he was doing this, only driven by an impulse that he couldn't deny. Tired or calm, Xavion released Kyla, his gaze complex and increasingly intense. He realized his shoulders were already drenched. Why do you treat me like this? Do you know, after I left, I always thought you were evil. Wandering aimlessly, seeing people and things. I later came here unintentionally. Then you arrived, brought by a Kelly who told me her story, and I shared the story of you and me with her. She told me you weren't wrong. She also told me you became like that just so I wouldn't be conflicted. She asked me, before leaving, whether I could put aside my goodness for you. In that moment, I remembered the story you told me about that Nadine. I suddenly understood that Nadine must have been incredibly happy, very, very happy. I also understood you are not heartless. You can give up everything for someone important to you. Kyla finished speaking, wiping her tears casually, her smile still present. Xavion's heart was moved. The warmth he felt seemed something he hadn't tasted since birth, yet his heart was inexplicably sour. I can wait for you until you've avenged her, and even if time fades her presence, it's fine. Your heart already has me. Someone like you wouldn't betray me. Kyla smiled mischievously, then suddenly asked, am I really that bad? Xavion's heavy heart suddenly lightened. He had always guarded himself against others, afraid of betrayal, but he secretly hoped someone would enter his heart. He could kill innocent people for harmony, abandon precious treasures to save her, sacrifice dignity and freedom to keep her alive, and face the formidable Tobiasan family for a sacrifice. All this was because harmony had entered his heart. Now, such a person had appeared once more. A little bit, Xavion laughed, easily and naturally, without any pretense, a genuine smile from within. You're lying to me again. You don't think I'm that bad, Kyla pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Do you want to come with me? Xavion changed the topic effortlessly. No, right now you live for vengeance. When you start living for yourself, then come and fetch me. Kyla pondered seriously. Understanding and achieving are different. I don't want my good intentions to become shackles for you. She and you are both very kind, Xavion stroked Kyla's head, a touch of affection creeping into his eyes. Who is prettier between us? Kyla asked playfully. You. Xavion looked guilty. In this world, there might be no Kelly comparable to you. I meant in your heart, Kyla said sternly. Answer quickly, and don't lie to me. Well, Xavion stammered, understanding Kyla's intent, but struggling to answer. Be honest. Kyla gave Xavion a stern look. Xavion immediately lowered his head, unable to meet Kyla's gaze. Humph, I'm angry. Take me away from here. I want to find that kind-hearted sister. Go take your revenge. Kyla turned away, yet her eyes betrayed a hidden smile. Okay. Xavion's voice was soft. He even felt an urge to run. Xavion recited the secret incantation mentally, and the cave entrance above turned transparent. He embraced Kyla, leaped lightly, and stepped out, removing the black cloth, turning the ground back to stone. I'm still angry, don't hug me, Kyla pouted and transformed into a fox, burrowing into Xavion's clothes. Xavion felt helpless. Covering the snow he dug earlier, he could only continue digging upward slowly. Chapter 88, named Miracle. In the Snow Chill Palace, a Kelly with a light veil over her face was teaching her disciple when she suddenly paused, as if sensing something. Did you remember everything I told you, Weslinchen? The Kelly asked gently. Yes, Wesleyster, Connor nodded emphatically. The Kelly smiled suddenly, though her veiled face revealed only the charming curve of her lips. Weslinchen, the person you saved is out. Connor's eyes widened instantly. Although he had spoken of believing in miracles, the moment the miracle happened, it still felt unreal to him. Stay here for a moment. I'll bring them over. The Kelly spoke, and then vanished gracefully. Xavion emerged from the valley and soon felt a powerful divine consciousness enveloping the area. The Wesleyster of Snow Chill Palace? Xavion muttered softly. It seems that Connor has a good relationship with the Wesleyster, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent me here specifically. Xavion gradually smiled, understanding clearly that his arrival here was due to the help of these two individuals. They've arrived? Xavion suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a Kelly descending slowly, her movements graceful like falling snowflakes. The Kelly looked curiously at Xavion. When she had arranged for his transport, she knew what this person looked like, but now he appeared as a Kirk. My name is Xavion, and I thank you deeply for saving my life. Xavion bowed lightly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Xavion? The Kelly almost laughed. My disciple said your name was Devon. Weslinchen? Xavion chuckled, showing no embarrassment. It was a desperate measure. Please do not blame the Wesleyster. How is she? The Kelly asked softly. She's angry with me, and then fell asleep. Xavion smiled helplessly, pointing to his arms. Sometimes, I envy you all. The Kelly sighed suddenly. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. You and I seem to have an affinity. Would you like to come into the palace and rest for a while? Thank you, Wesleyster. Xavion bowed again in thanks. The Kelly led Xavion into the inner hall of the Snow Chill Palace. Along the way, many people looked at Xavion with curious eyes, but he acted as if he didn't notice. Senior? Connor ran up as soon as he saw his master enter, but he was completely stunned by Xavion's appearance. Xavion smiled lightly and bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, brother. If I offended you earlier, please forgive me. Why did Senior look like that before? Connor asked curiously. Weslinchen, don't ask irrelevant questions. The Kelly frowned and reprimanded softly. It's fine. Xavion waved his hand. Previously, due to my constitution, I couldn't cultivate. Now that I've established a foundation, my lifespan has increased by 100 years, so I've returned to my original appearance. Also, my name is Xavion. I gave a false name earlier. Please do not hold it against you, brother. Xavion? It sounds familiar. Connor scratched his head. Probably from the Qingyun sect. Someone set me up and spread the news everywhere. Xavion shook his head, revealing a helpless expression. All right, Connor was surprised. So, Senior was framed? But please, brother and Wesleyster, do not spread this around. I have conflicts with the one who framed me, and finding this place was also due to their assistance. Xavion smiled indifferently. Why would they frame you if they helped you? This time, even the Kelly was confused. There are some secrets involved which I can't explain openly. My enemy has connections with that person, so they aided my enemy at that time, Xavion explained. The Kelly stared blankly at Xavion, suddenly feeling that this person was far more complex than she imagined. Never mind his nonsense, sister. A small fox emerged from Xavion's arms, transforming into a Kelly. He thinks differently from us. By the way, have him check your wound. Maybe he can heal it. Can he? The Kelly forgot what Xavion had just said. She looked at him with excited eyes. Although she was already at the spirit realm, she couldn't heal this kind of injury. Let me take a look first. Perhaps I can heal the wound from the holy mountain. Xavion thought for a while before answering slowly. Weslinchen, go practice outside. I need to discuss something with him, the Kelly instructed Connor sternly. Yes, Wesleyster. Connor's mood was low, but understood this matter was tied to his master's unresolved issue. Please follow me. The Kelly led Xavion and Kylag deeper into her private chamber. The room was small, with simple white decorations, only a few items in icy blue tones. You two probably don't know my name. My surname is Xue, and my name is Lois. The Kelly gently removed her veil, revealing a face covered in scars. Sister, rest assured, if he can't cure you, I won't acknowledge him. Kylag grabbed Lois's hand, comforting her. Xavion stood awkwardly on the side. Wesleyster, please lie down so I can examine you. Xavion regained his composure and said softly. Lois was taken aback. She had never seen someone who could look at her face without any reaction. All right, Lois lay down without hesitation, closing her eyes. Xavion placed 2 fingers gently on Lois's face, closed his eyes, and his divine consciousness slowly extended. Soon, he discovered the complexity. I will try, please do not resist. My body contains not spirit chi but dark chi. If it goes out of control, it might endanger your life. Xavion took a deep breath. Lois's face still retained traces of the holy mountain snow's essence, which felt strangely warm upon touch. Okay, Lois looked at Xavion, hope shining in her eyes. She had never doubted Xavion's intentions, remembering how he spared Kylag in the story, a simple yet rare act. Xavion frowned, carefully controlling a thread of dark chi, sending it into Lois's face. Immediately, the essence surged forward, slowly neutralizing with the dark chi. As I suspected, the vitality I sensed is generated from the neutralization of snow and dark chi. It appears dark chi does not completely suppress spirit chi. Xavion's expression eased as he gained confidence in healing Lois's injuries. Dark chi flowed from Xavion's fingertips. Though the scars on Lois's face remained unchanged, tears slowly trickled down from her tightly shut eyes, realizing her wounds were being healed. I believe the Wesleyster has many medicines for curing scars. There should be no problem now. Xavion looked somewhat exhausted, having been on edge all day. Though not overly difficult, he handled it meticulously, afraid of accidents since it was his first time manipulating dark chi so delicately. Thank you, Wesleyster guy. Lois's voice was hoarse. She leaped off the bed and knelt before Xavion. After so many years, she never thought she could recover her former beauty. Please rise, Wesleyster. Xavion hurriedly helped Lois up. You saved me first. Such formalities are unnecessary. Yeah, sister. Why kneel to him? You saved him. If he couldn't heal you, he should have died in apology. Kylag pouted but smiled. Sister Tobiaser, Lois laughed suddenly. I only brought him here. It was you who saved him. You can't say that. If not for sister and sister's disciple, he would have died halfway. Kylag ran over and pulled Lois's hand. Forget about him. Come, I've never seen what sister looked like before. You must have been very beautiful. Lois, being dragged by Kylag, was a little at a loss. She couldn't refuse either and could only look at Xavion apologetically. Young Wesleyster guy, please wait here. You are free to do as you please. I will be right back. Palace Wesleyster need not worry about me. I'll just wait here quietly, Xavion said. As soon as he finished speaking, Kylag pulled Lois out of the room. Chapter 89. Alias Adair. Leaving the sleeping quarters, Lois took out a snow-white pill from her storage pouch and swallowed it. In less than half an incense stick's time, the wounds on her face began to slowly heal. Susie curiously observed Lois. In just a short while, Lois's appearance had returned to its original state. Her skin as fair as that of a newborn baby, her eyes brimming with tenderness, her lips slightly red, her nose graceful, and her confident smile reappearing. Big sister is truly beautiful, Susie smiled. Sister Tobiasing, you're too kind. This world probably has no one more beautiful than you. Lois laughed softly. Come, let me show you around Ice Palace. Susie's small hand was gently held by Lois, and together they walked gracefully. The all-white Snow Chill Palace suddenly seemed much more vibrant. Ice Palace was a significant place within Snow Chill Palace, entirely constructed of thousand-year-old mystic ice. Even amidst the snowy plains, it emitted chilling coldness. It was divided into 2 sections, an outer hall and an inner hall. The outer hall was simple, separated into rooms for disciples' cultivation, while the inner hall was where courts and the palace master practiced daily and was far more ornate. Sister Tobiasing, what's wrong? Lois looked at Susie, noticing her apparent dissatisfaction with Xavion. He's a bad person. He hurt me. Susie pouted, clearly unhappy. How did he hurt you? Lois asked, smiling. He said I'm not as beautiful as another Kelly, Susie said seriously. Has his heart changed? Lois was surprised. No, if only it had. Susie's mood dropped. That Kelly died before I met him, and he still can't move on. How long ago was it? Lois sighed, gradually understanding their relationship. I've known him for 4 years. Susie smiled, though her smile was strained. Big sister, don't worry about me. It's okay. If he can't move on, I will still be by his side. Such devoted love. If not for the longevity of cultivators, such people might never remarry in this lifetime, Lois remarked, feeling sentimental. As a Kelly, who wouldn't wish for someone to love them like that? Big sister, am I somewhat bad? Susie lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I used my abilities to force my way into his heart, causing him difficulties, and wanted to replace the position of that Kelly in his heart. You said he was a bad person before, didn't you? Lois chuckled, patting Susie's head. That's different. When Big Sister said it, you were right. If he were really bad, he wouldn't have spared me. We share a master-servant mark. If I don't want to die, I must obey him. Susie's expression became complicated. Even I couldn't do it. Just being a bit cruel would save me from the torment of dark chi. Why do you think he did this? Lois's expression grew complex. I don't know. I never felt he loved me. Susie seemed lost. Later, when I asked him, he only said that I saved him, and threatening me went against his principles. Lois stopped walking, looking seriously at Susie. After a long pause, she spoke slowly. Perhaps he feels staying with you would gradually lead him astray. Back then, he hesitated. If your life was threatened, would he give up seeking revenge? He's fooling himself, choosing to abandon you harshly. At least back then, when you left, you could hate him. He's so foolish. Susie's tears fell lightly, but her face remained smiling. Just too fixated, Lois recalled her past. She once loved a man who left after seeing her hideous face. That kind of love was truly laughable. If he had met me first, it would have been better. Susie wiped away her tears. My heart aches for him. Xavion will be very happy to have Sister Tobiasing's company in the future. Lois gently hugged Susie. The snowy plain remained covered in wind and snow, while inside Snow Chill Palace, there were now a man and a Kelly. The Kelly, draped in light gauze, moved gracefully, while the man wore a calm, serene smile. Palace Wesleyster, thank you for taking me in. I should leave now. Xavion specifically chose a day when Susie was not around to meet Lois alone. Guy sir, are you leaving? Lois was somewhat confused. Yes, I must return. Tobiasen family is one of the 12 families of Tobias state, which cannot be destroyed solely by cultivation. Xavion shook his head. Sister Tobiasing also clearly stated she won't go with me. Wesley Guy sir, avenge yourself soon. Lois sighed. Is there anything you want me to tell her? Nothing. Everything has been said. Xavion smiled. Do you have any object that can store dark chi? Spirit stones? Lois was puzzled. Not spirit stones, something that can store dark chi. Xavion explained. Sister Tobiasing isn't from this world. If I leave, she won't be able to cultivate. If you have such items, I can pay enough spirit stones. You're too polite. Lois shook her head, then took out 5 magical treasures from her storage pouch and handed them to Xavion. Just use them. No need to be so formal. Thank you, Palace Wesleyster. Xavion received them and tried to infuse dark chi into the treasures. However, 2 of them shattered immediately, unable to withstand the violent nature of the dark chi. The other 2 hummed ominously, showing signs of strain. Only a jade rui remained completely unaffected, showing no signs of abnormality. Xavion took a deep breath, and in an instant, a large amount of dark chi surged from his dantian, following his guidance and flowing into the jade rui. Meanwhile, in the snow-cold palace, Xavion paused for a moment, but quickly resumed his usual composure. The transmission of dark chi accelerated slightly. After a full hour, Xavion finally stopped. He deeply realized that this jade rui was far from an ordinary magical treasure. Even in Lola's eyes, it must be extremely rare. Thank you, Palace Wesleyster. Xavion bowed gratefully, his eyes filled with sincere appreciation. It's enough if I can help you, young Wesleyster guy. Lola did not mind. After all, Xavion had cured her face. These items were not enough to repay his kindness. In passing, I heard Tobiasinger mention that the Palace Wesleyster once had a spiritual plant stolen by the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xavion asked gently. I think their methods are commendable and would like to request a letter of recommendation from the Palace Wesleyster. Lola was somewhat puzzled. Of course, I can do that. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion is one of the 3 major sects, they specialize in alchemy. Thank you, Palace Wesleyster. I will never forget your grace. Xavion first bowed, then explained. Since childhood, I have studied medicine and have always been fascinated by alchemy since entering the cultivation world. Therefore, I wish to observe and learn there. Please write the recommendation using the alias Adair and my identity as the Palace Wesleyster's younger brother. Phew. Xavion drew a deep breath, and instantly, a large amount of dark chi surged from his dantian and followed his guidance into the jade rui. Beside him, Lois watched silently. Her cultivation far surpassed Xavion's, yet this aura made her feel subtly fearful, even stronger than the snow of Sacred Mountain. Even she could only suppress, not eradicate, the dark chi, much like the scars on her face. In the Netherworld, Yama Palace was the aspiration of all beings, its residents ruling over the entire Netherworld. At that moment, a Kirk in white reclined on a black chair carved with bizarre patterns in the Grand Hall, holding a wine cup lightly, his gaze profound as if watching something. The Grand Hall was empty except for pillars carved with similar patterns and tightly shut doors. Tobias stayed again, that place? The Kirk in white smirked. Toby Asselbug, it's probably still you. Such a large amount of dark chi means you've run into trouble. There must be someone guiding you, pulling out your soul after death. Otherwise, you couldn't survive with dark chi devouring your body. But you can't escape. The Kirk sat up, pinching his fingers into seals, contempt visible between his brows. Soon, the Kirk opened his eyes, full of ridicule. Cultivate hard. If you're too slow, you'll fail that guide. At the same time, in Snow Chill Palace, Xavion paused momentarily but quickly resumed, increasing the speed of dark chi infusion. After a full hour, Xavion finally stopped, deeply aware that this jade rui was not an ordinary treasure, likely invaluable even in Lois's eyes. Thank you, Palace Wesleyster. Xavion bowed gratefully. It's fine if I can help. Lois was unperturbed. Xavion had healed her appearance, and these things were insufficient repayment. I heard from Sister Tobiasing that Palace Wesleyster once had a spirit plant stolen by Rainy Pavilion. Xavion asked quietly. Their method seemed acceptable, so I hope Palace Wesleyster can write a recommendation letter for me. Lois was a bit lost, certainly. Though Rainy Pavilion is one of the 3 major sects, it specializes in alchemy. Thank you, Palace Wesleyster. Your kindness will never be forgotten. Xavion bowed and explained. I have always admired alchemy since entering the cultivation world, so I'd like to observe. Please use the alias Adair and identity as your younger brother. Alright. Although Lois found it a bit strange, she trusted that Xavion would not harm her. Alchemy was far more challenging than cultivation, but the resources gained upon success were unimaginable. Xavion left in a hurry. He departed from Snow Chill Palace before dusk had fully fallen. Big sister, I'm back? Susie had gone out to retrieve the peculiar fruit from Sacred Mountain, but returned empty-handed once again. She hadn't told anyone about this failure, not even Xavion. Lois responded with concern evident on her face. Guy Sir has left. This is what he asked me to give you. Lois handed 3 magical treasures to Susie, her eyes filled with pity. He left so soon? Susie's spirits plummeted instantly, her face full of resentment, even affecting Lois's mood. He said everything that needed to be said. Lois chuckled softly. As the Palace Westleister of Snow Chill Palace, she rarely displayed such a young Nadine's expression. Susie accepted the treasures, startled at first, but then felt a hint of sweetness. The treasures were saturated with dark chi, clearly prepared by Xavion specifically for her cultivation. Forget him. Susie shook her head, but the smile at the corner of her eyes betrayed her hidden joy. The snow continued to fall over the snowy plain, no different from before. However, more cultivators now came down from Sacred Mountain, drawing many others toward it. The spiritual realm seemed within reach due to the legends surrounding Sacred Mountain. Chapter 90, Misty Rain Pavilion. In the southern part of the central region of Lijo, there stands an enormous tree. This tree is 10,000 feet tall and 1,000 feet wide. From up close, it looks like steep cliffs. From afar, it seems to connect heaven and earth, so tall that its top cannot be seen, with not a single green leaf in sight. Legend has it that 50,000 years ago, a master alchemist found this tree extraordinary and stood atop its first branch, overlooking Lijo. He then built a pavilion here, naming it the Misty Rain Pavilion because it was often shrouded in clouds and rain. His descendants have lived here ever since. The Misty Rain Pavilion is divided into 2 parts, the upper pavilion, which stands on the first branch, and the lower pavilion, situated at the base of the tree. The upper pavilion is a holy place for alchemy, accessible only to master alchemists, while the lower pavilion serves as the base for those who join the sect. Alchemists gather here to discuss alchemy regardless of their cultivation level, all aspiring to enter the upper pavilion one day. Misty Rain City is not far from the pavilion, just a half-hour walk away. Every 10 years, the Misty Rain Pavilion holds an alchemy evaluation where apothecary apprentices, alchemists, master alchemists, and grandmasters are assessed. Alchemists are further divided into 9 ranks. Anyone can participate in these evaluations. During the alchemy evaluations, the population of Misty Rain City surges. Lodgings become scarce, and even outside the city, people camp out, leaving only the road into the city unoccupied. After 6 months, Xavion finally arrived at the Misty Rain Pavilion from the snow plain. The life force within me is depleting slowly but steadily. Out of my 100-year lifespan, only 30% remains. When Xavion infused his nether chi into the Jade Rui, he suddenly realized that his life force was continuously draining. Though he didn't know why, he had a vague idea. Lord Netherhell, an existence that submerged 99% of the Tobiasto continent 100,000 years ago, has now discovered me. However, I am too insignificant to catch his attention. Xavion shook his head. Such an existence wouldn't even look at the Tobiasto realm, let alone a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Brett is also a master alchemist who created the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill to resist the existence within the sky parting gate. This pill causes excruciating pain as if 10,000 ants are devouring one's heart, but can suppress the depletion of one's life force. If taken annually, it can even extend one's lifespan slightly. Xavion looked toward the bustling Smoky Rain City with a fiery glint in his eyes. Within 10 years, I will become a Westleister alchemist. Xavion spent 3 days wandering through Smoky Rain City and learned about the alchemy evaluation which would take place in 5 days, a once-in-a-decade event. However, this evaluation had nothing to do with him this time. Xavion did not use his body illusion technique this time. Few people recognized him. Now in middle age, unless they were told beforehand, even those who met him might not recognize him. I am Adair, bearing a letter from the Palace Westleister of Snow Cold Palace. I have come especially to pay respects to Westleister Joa. Xavion lightly clasped his fists and asked the gatekeeping disciple. With many cultivators visiting the Smoky Rain Pavilion these past few days, more gatekeepers were assigned. Requests to meet were incessant, yet few received approval. The gatekeepers were understandably annoyed but couldn't outright refuse for fear of repercussions. Hand over your letter. I will report to Westleister Joa. If he refuses, I will inform you directly. The gatekeeper extended his right hand, looking at Xavion. This visit is not just for a meeting. Wesleyne wished to see Westleister Joa. Please announce my presence by mentioning Snow Cold Palace. Xavion's expression remained unchanged. He did not want to get involved in their internal matters. Once the letter left his hand, whether or not he saw Westleister Joa was up to fate. Do you not trust me? The gatekeeper was somewhat irritated. If so, leave now. Why should I bother announcing you? I happen to be here coincidentally. Will you truly not help me with this small favor? Xavion's smile held a touch of amusement. He knew of the gatekeeper's dilemma but found rejecting him outright excessive. The gatekeeper was startled. He couldn't bear such responsibility. Seeing Xavion's firm stance, he softened but felt Buganshin, unwilling. Sigh, Brother Tobiasu, please understand our predicament. We've run errands countless times these past days. The gatekeeper sighed, his face filled with worry. Certainly, certainly. Xavion took out 100 spirit stones from his robe and handed them to the gatekeeper. Seeing this, the gatekeeper's spirits lifted. Being assigned to guard the gate indicated his low rank. 100 spirit stones weren't much but were hard-earned for him. Wesleyne thanks, young Westleister Tobiasu. I shall announce your presence immediately. The gatekeeper hurried into the Smoky Rain Pavilion without another word. Envy flickered in the eyes of other gatekeepers. Xavion smiled calmly, waiting quietly. But shortly after the gatekeeper left, 2 women emerged. Their steps were as light as petals, each movement captivating. Thank you, court sister. Without you, The essence return pill wouldn't have been completed, said the younger Kelly graciously. No need for such formality. Sister Tobiasing, if you have any needs, feel free to visit Smoky Rain Pavilion. Between sisters, there's no need for formalities, replied the court Kelly with a smile. Xavion stood not far from the two women, lost in thought. The reason? The younger Kelly was none other than Adela. Xavion wasn't afraid of confrontation, but understood it would bring complications. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the beautiful women, but Xavion seemed unperturbed. Adela appeared not to notice Xavion, chatting happily with the other Kelly until they passed each other. Sister, I must take my leave. If you have free time, feel free to visit Sky Parting Gate. Adela bowed, but upon raising her head, she witnessed an unbelievable sight. Xavion! Adela shouted. She recognized the figure before her instantly, yet the man showed no reaction, as if she had called someone else. Adela gritted her teeth and pointed forward, sending waves of spiritual energy towards Xavion. Xavion moved in 3 swift steps, his figure elusive, the oncoming spiritual energy seemingly parting around him. What is your intention, miss? Xavion frowned, clearly displeased. Adela paused. Killian before her was middle-aged and bore a resemblance to Xavion, yet several differences were noticeable upon closer inspection. You are Xavion. Adela shouted without hesitation. I am Adair. Who do you speak of? Xavion's expression was calm, but the icy look in his eyes was unmistakable. Blue-green Xavion. Adela struck again. Surrounding spiritual energy gathered and instantly enveloped Xavion. In the air, an emblem slowly materialized. The Lord of the Nether Hell, who submerged 99% of Lijo continent 10,000 years ago, has now discovered me, but I am too insignificant to catch his attention. Xavion shook his head. Such a being despises even the boundaries of Lijo, let alone a lowly foundation establishment cultivator. Brett is also an alchemist and a master alchemist. To resist the existence within Heavenly Sky Sect, he created the 10,000 ants heart-eating pill. This pill causes excruciating pain as if 10,000 ants were eating at your heart, but it can suppress the depletion of life force. If taken annually, it can even extend one's lifespan slightly. Xavion looked toward the bustling Misty Rain City with renewed fervor. Within 10 years, I must become a master alchemist. Xavion spent 3 days exploring Misty Rain City, learning about the upcoming alchemy evaluation. It would take place in 5 days, but this event had nothing to do with him. This time, Xavion did not use his disguise technique. Few had seen him, and now he appeared middle-aged. Even if they met, few would recognize him unless told in advance. I am Adair, bearing a letter from the Palace Westleister of the Snow Cold Palace. I come to pay respects to Westleister Joa, Xavion politely greeted the gatekeeper. Recently, many cultivators had gathered at the Misty Rain Pavilion, so more gatekeepers had been assigned. Visitation requests were constant, but very few visitors were actually allowed to meet the master. Naturally, the gatekeepers felt somewhat annoyed, but they feared retribution if they outright refused. Hand over the letter, and I will report to Westleister Joa. If he refuses, I will inform you directly. The gatekeeper extended his right hand towards Xavion. This visit is not just about meeting someone. Westlini wished to see you, but if you could simply announce Snow Cold Palace, it would suffice. Xavion remained expressionless. He didn't want to get involved in their internal affairs. Once the letter left his hands, seeing Westleister Joa would depend on their response. Do you not trust me? The gatekeeper seemed irritated. If you insist, leave now. Why do you need me to report? I happen to be here at this time. Truly, won't you help me with this small favor? Xavion smiled somewhat teasingly. He knew of the gatekeeper's predicament, but refusing him access would be excessive. The gatekeeper hesitated. He couldn't bear the responsibility. Seeing Xavion's firm stance, he began to soften but still felt reluctant. Sigh, Brother Tobiasu, please understand our situation. These past days have been exhausting, the gatekeeper sighed, his face full of worry. Certainly. Xavion pulled out 100 spirit stones and handed them over. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the gatekeeper's mood brightened. Having been assigned to guard the entrance, his status wasn't high, and though 100 spirit stones weren't much, it would take him considerable effort to earn that sum. Thank you, Mr. Tobiasu. I'll go report immediately. The gatekeeper hurried into the pavilion without saying another word. Other gatekeepers looked on enviously. Xavion waited calmly with a peaceful smile. Soon after the gatekeeper left, 2 women emerged, walking as lightly as flower petals, each step captivating. Thank you, sister. Without your help, the rejuvenation pill wouldn't have been successfully refined. The younger Kelly expressed her gratitude softly. No need to be so formal, Sister Tobiasinger. If you need anything else, just come to the Misty Rain Pavilion. We sisters should not speak in such terms. The court Kelly waved her hand, her eyes filled with warmth. Xavion was close enough to hear, but began calculating in his mind, as the younger Kelly was none other than Adela. Xavion wasn't afraid of confrontation, but if it came to that, complications would inevitably arise. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 2 beautiful women, but Xavion seemed indifferent. Adela didn't notice Xavion. She chatted happily with the other Kelly, passing by without any indication of recognition. Senior sister, I shall take my leave now. If you're free, feel free to visit the Heavenly Sky Sect. Adela bowed respectfully. Upon raising her head, she was met with an unbelievable sight. Cover! Adela shouted. The back view before her was unmistakably familiar, but the person showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard his name at all. Adela gritted her teeth and pointed forward, instantly sending a surge of spiritual energy towards Xavion. Xavion took 3 light steps, his figure evasive, and the incoming spiritual energy seemed to intentionally part around him. What do you mean, miss? Xavion frowned, clearly displeased. Adela was startled. Killian before her was middle-aged, resembling Xavion but differing in several ways upon closer inspection. You are Xavion. Adela exclaimed without hesitation. I am Adair. I don't know whom you are referring to, Xavion replied calmly, but the coldness in his eyes was unmistakable. Tobiasuyan, Xavion. Adela attacked again. Spiritual energy gathered rapidly, enveloping Xavion, and marks slowly formed in mid-air. Chapter 91. Senior Brother Joa. Soul-capturing array. One of the onlookers who was enjoying the spectacle actually started to explain. From this, it can be seen that this is Taj from Tobias Dion sect's newly recruited disciple Adela. Rumor has it that she possesses a 7-trick ingenious heart, and has deeply inherited Mr. Taj's true teachings. That Seymour is probably in danger. Xavion sighed, taking 7 consecutive steps out of the array, as if it were a mirage. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at once. Adela naturally felt the same way, but what greeted her was a finger pointing towards her. Fracture Soul Finger. Xavion's figure suddenly turned into 3, each finger appearing inexplicably profound. Toby Assinger, be careful. Another Kelly directly raised her sword to slash at Xavion. Although Xavion's cultivation wasn't high, even she felt some fear from that single finger. All 3 fingers were illusions, while Xavion coldly observed everything from behind. Do your actions here represent the sects you come from? Xavion's voice was icy cold, and everyone felt a chill. I am Catherine from Yin Chevy Pavilion. This move was made out of concern for my friend. Please do not blame me. Catherine immediately bowed with her fists clasped together and lowered her head. You just tried to kill me with that sword, Xavion said with a playful smile. I had no ill intentions. If you were really here, you would have retreated. Catherine kept her head down, fully aware that they had made a mistake. Moreover, too many people had witnessed this. They indeed represented their respective sects, just as the saying goes. Are you sure you're not Xavion? Adela seemed unsure as well. Though the person before her had suspicious points, there were also plenty of lookalikes in the world. Besides, this person's moves weren't the ones used by Xavion, let alone the fact that he admitted he couldn't cultivate. I've heard a bit about Xavion. Although I'm powerful, destroying an entire sect by myself is beyond my abilities. Even a sect guarded by a golden core might be enough to stop me, let alone Xingyun sect. Xavion smiled. Of course, his boldness in doing things others dare not, I admire very much. What do you know? Babbling nonsense. Adela's eyes filled with anger, but the hatred disappeared. I only understand that you are uneducated. Xavion's voice turned cold again. In this world, the strong make the rules. If Qingyun's sect hadn't provoked that person, why would they be destroyed? In the central domain, slightly larger sects all have spiritual realm courts watching over them. Does this mean these courts can destroy whomever they want? If so, why are there still so many small sects in the central domain? The destruction of Qingyun's sect was because they provoked the wrong person. Xavion snorted. If you don't like me, challenge me again. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Toby Assinger, stop talking. I know how you feel, but this isn't Tobias Dion's sect. Catherine stood in front of Adela and bowed again. Please do not blame us. Wesley, I ask, why you have come to Yin Chevy Pavilion? To seek Dao alchemy. Xavion's expression softened gradually. He didn't know this Kelly's identity, but being friends with Adela implied she had significant status within Yin Chevy Pavilion. So that's it. Catherine lifted her head and smiled lightly. I will certainly recommend you. If you show extraordinary talent, joining Yin Chevy Pavilion wouldn't be difficult. No need for such formalities. I come from Snowfield with a letter from the Palace Master of Snowchill Palace, specifically to visit Senior Brother Joa. Xavion bowed. Senior Brother Joa? Snowfield? Catherine paused, then laughed mysteriously. Looks like we are family. Toby Assinger apologized to him. Catherine looked at Adela with a resolute gaze. I'm sorry. Adela lowered her head, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Xavion was inwardly shocked that Joa had hurt Waverly, yet now Catherine called him Senior Brother. It's fine, but I advise you, the world is vast. Do not think that having a good master allows you to do as you wish. Xavion waved his hand. To him, though Adela was a sacrifice, she truly pitiable for serving the murderer of her parents. Probably few people in the world knew of this situation. Thank you for your guidance. Adela slowly retreated, her face flushed red, wishing to disappear into the ground. She had thoroughly humiliated herself, not only mistaking the person but also losing the fight, being lectured afterward with no reason to retort. Brother Tobiasu, come in for a chat. Catherine gestured to invite him inside. I've already asked the gatekeeper to inform ahead, but... Xavion stopped mid-sentence, looking questioningly at Catherine. Never mind, the gatekeeper must report up the chain when seeing a senior brother. It might take Brother Tobiasu quite a while. Catherine understood Xavion's thoughts. Come in with me, and you can meet Senior Brother Joa directly. Thank you. Xavion bowed slightly. Catherine led Xavion into Yin Chevy Pavilion. Soon, Xavion noticed that the gatekeeper was chatting merrily with a child from a nearby house. Xavion was taken aback, clearly not expecting this situation. Please don't blame me. Perhaps Senior Brother Joa has urgent matters. Naturally, these people will wait until after he handles them before asking. Catherine chuckled, then turned to the gatekeeper. You may return now. You've done enough coming here. The gatekeeper paused, then looked at Xavion, nearly dropping his jaw in surprise. Well, I didn't see Senior Wesleyster Joa. Please do not blame me, Mr. Tobiasu. That's fine. Xavion smiled gently, unconcerned. Choosing this time to come was a rash decision on my part. That thing. The gatekeeper breathed a sigh of relief, but still asked cautiously. Keep it. Xavion waved his hand, a faint smile appearing. Neither the gatekeeper nor Catherine showed arrogance. One couldn't tell this was one of the top 3 sects in the central domain. Thank you, Mr. Tobiasu. The gatekeeper quickly bowed 3 times and left. Did you bribe him? Catherine almost laughed. Xavion scratched his head awkwardly. They aren't easy. My teacher ordered that all visitors must be treated respectfully, especially the gatekeepers. If anyone disrespects Yin Chevy Pavilion using their identity as disciples, they'll be expelled the next day, Catherine explained. However, rewarding is common, as most visitors are here for elixirs. Informing them is often the best result for them. Your sect is so reasonable, a blessing for us cultivators, Xavion praised generously. Catherine blushed, naturally proud of this. Chapter 92. Aslan's thoughts. Brother Tobiasu, please wait for a moment. I'll go and fetch senior brother Joa. Catherine led Xavion into the inner hall, then slowly left. A moment later, she returned with a Seymour. Killian had sharp brows and piercing eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness in every movement. This is Brother Adair, Catherine pointed at Xavion as she introduced him. Greetings, Westleister Joa. Xavion clasped his fists in a respectful bow, then took out a letter from his robes and handed it to the Seymour. The Seymour received the letter and carefully read through it. By the end, his hands were trembling slightly. Xavion observed this discreetly. He had naturally read the letter before. It was mostly about himself and only briefly mentioned the past without blame. Yet the Seymour was still visibly moved, suggesting there was more to the story. My name is Aslan. Thank you, Brother Tobiasu E. This time, Brother Tobiasu will surely be accepted into the Misty Rain Pavilion, Aslan said with a slight bow, his eyes slightly red. Sister Waverly is fine now, Westleister Joa. There's no need for you to worry, Xavion bowed lightly. I came here not for power or status, but because I have always admired alchemy. With no place to learn, I asked my sister to write this letter. Aslan was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. You mean her appearance has recovered? Aslan asked cautiously. Xavion pretended to be surprised. Westleister Joa, have you seen Sister Waverly's appearance? Alas, I've spent these 5 years trying to cure that strange poison, but found no clues. I never imagined the poison could be cured, Aslan sighed. Looking towards the north, how did you manage to cure it, little brother? The snow of Sacred Mountain, released by its seal, Xavion replied slowly. After returning from Sacred Mountain, I obtained a peculiar energy that perfectly blended with the snow of Sacred Mountain, which cured Sister Waverly's poison. Aslan was stunned. He had been to the snow plain and knew well what Sacred Mountain was. Its interior was off-limits even to him. He understood that whoever had set up such a scheme must be a deity, but he couldn't let the snow-cold palace be destroyed, so only he and Waverly knew this secret. Tobiasu Jr.'s sister, Brother Tobiasu E and I have old matters to discuss, so I won't see you off. Thank you for bringing Brother Tobiasu E here. Aslan looked at Catherine with a warm smile. Senior Brother Joa, we are siblings in spirit. There's no need for such formalities. Catherine smiled, then turned to Xavion. Brother Tobiasu, I'll leave now. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out. Certainly. Xavion nodded with a smile, returning her bow. Seeing Catherine leave, Aslan fell into reminiscence, remaining silent for a long while before speaking gravely. How is she? Westleister Joa, may I ask boldly, do you like Sister Waverly? Xavion's expression was very serious, his gaze intense. Aslan blushed slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed despite his age. If that's the case, why do you need to ask? Xavion sighed, looking at Aslan with sympathy. If you truly care for her, you should make her happy. She doesn't want to come here, Aslan sighed again. Then can't you go to her? Xavion felt frustrated. If you can't even do this, how can you claim to love her? If I went, it would hurt her even more. I'm close to becoming a master alchemist, but not quite there yet. Staying with her for too long would raise suspicions and disturb the peace of the Snow-Cold Palace. Aslan's eyes revealed deep concerns. Can you openly tell everyone that you went to Snow-Cold Palace just for Sister Waverly? Xavion almost laughed. He saw through Aslan's excuses, realizing he was deeply devoted to alchemy and had never experienced romantic love. However, Xavion refrained from laughing and instead feigned anger, shouting loudly. West leaders like this cannot be told to the world, absolutely not. Aslan waved his hands hastily, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of excitement. Then don't ask me about Sister Waverly, Xavion rolled his eyes. Well, Brother Tobiasu E, does she still resent me for taking her possessions? Aslan asked cautiously. I don't know, Xavion shrugged helplessly, though a trace of amusement lingered in his eyes. Cough. Under our master, each disciple who reaches the level of a grandmaster can recommend one disciple. If the master sees potential, they will be taken on as named disciples, and if they achieve mastery in alchemy, they become personal disciples of the master. Catherine became one this way. I still have another recommendation slot. Tell me if she's angry, and I'll recommend you. Aslan's eyes showed a hint of pleading. Why bother? Xavion shook his head, refusing. It doesn't matter to me whether I'm accepted or not. If you want to know, go ask her yourself. I don't dare. Think about it. I hurt her and took her things. I thought if I could heal her wounds, maybe we could reconcile, but now, alas. Aslan's face was filled with sorrow. What happened between you two? Let me know, and I'll help you figure it out, Xavion probed curiously. He had always wondered because from Waverly's tone, he hadn't sensed any affection toward Westleister Joa, but here, anyone could see Aslan's feelings for Waverly. Nothing much. At that time, to find the last ingredient needed for the alchemy I created, I ended up hurting her. But after leaving, I always felt guilty. Aslan seemed lost in thought. During the evaluation, I failed in refining the elixir. Westleister said that unresolved attachment prevents success. Since then, I've always felt I owed her something. Wanting to make amends, Aslan sighed. I don't know if it's love, but I can't let it go, hoping for her forgiveness. If that's all, I can tell you, she doesn't hate you. She only hates herself for being weak. Xavion shook his head, realizing he had overthought. She hates herself for being weak? A stirring resonated in Aslan's heart, repeating those words in his mind until a veiled Kelly's voice softly echoed them, piercing straight to his soul. Westleister Joa, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xavion spoke gently. Thank you, Brother Tobiasu E. This recommendation slot is yours. If Westleister accepts you as a disciple, I will leave. If not, I will take you away as a fellow cultivator and teach you alchemy. Aslan's gaze grew resolute. If you betray her, I won't forgive you. Xavion's eyes were stern. Waverly was important to him too. I will not betray her, Aslan nodded firmly, understanding now. Unresolved attachment meant he had made a mistake. In that case, thank you, Westleister Joa. Xavion bowed respectfully, remembering Aslan's offer to recommend him. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Aslan smiled confidently and generously, exuding righteousness. Have you ever practiced alchemy before? No, Xavion blushed slightly, shaking his head awkwardly. Chapter 93, Westleister Iron. There's no problem. Without the alchemy path, it all depends on talent for acceptance. Aslan explained, there are 3 factors to alchemy talent. First, comprehension. The path of alchemy is boundless and unpredictable. If one cannot infer from one instance to another, it will be hard to become a master. Second, herbs. Elixirs are refined from herbs. Extracting their essence is the first step. Most alchemists stop here. Third, elixir sensing. An invisible force in the cauldron, predetermined by fate. Some say elixir sensing is honed through failure, but some can succeed on their first try. My master values this highly, as he only accepts disciples capable of becoming an alchemy master. Of course, tests end here, but the path of alchemy doesn't. In the past, some who passed the test were still rejected by my master. I wonder how many alchemy masters have come out of Smoky Rain Pavilion? Xavion asked attentively, curious after Aslan paused. 32, but only 4 are still alive, said Aslan with a hint of admiration. Westleister Ian, senior brother Kieran, and former 5th senior brother Howell and 7th senior brother Dennis. Westleister has had 8 disciples in total, and 7th senior brother became a master in just a century. Toby Assel senior sister is among them, recommended by senior brother, Aslan added. An alchemy master, huh? Xavion's gaze drifted, not particularly concerned about whether he could become Westleister Ian's disciple. He just wanted to refine the 10,000 ants devouring heart pill. Do you fear? Aslan suddenly asked. Just thinking why I want to practice alchemy. Xavion smiled indifferently. Why? Because I don't want to be controlled by others. Xavion's eyes hardened slightly. The terror of the Lord of Netherhell was deeply ingrained. He couldn't even imagine the realm of the Lord of Netherhell. If he survived and opposed the Lord of Netherhell, it was inevitable. He wouldn't delude himself into believing someone who destroyed a world for the Netherworld technique would spare him. The next 10 days were peaceful for Xavion. Aslan had clarified that learning alchemy wasn't necessary before the test, so Xavion focused on cultivation. He gradually understood the characteristics of the Nether Chi vortex. If he manipulated Nether Chi inside, he received about triple the return, but exceeding a certain limit caused an eruption. It posed no danger now, but the commotion was significant. Brother Tobiasu, the test starts early tomorrow, Aslan spoke gently. All alchemists under 30 years old can participate. This time, there are 3 people, including 4th senior brother's recommendation. But these 3 already have their paths in alchemy. Over the years, only 5th senior brother has passed the test. But the person 4th senior brother recommended is quite troublesome, Aslan continued. Noticing Xavion didn't ask questions. Westleister Ian, does he not take second disciples? Xavion asked. Not exactly. There's a final competition, a match where losing can shake one's mind, Aslan explained. Afterward, Westleister asks 3 questions and won't accept unless he approves. My ambition isn't about winning or losing, Xavion laughed. Aslan was taken aback, then frowned. Brother Tobiasu, over these few days, I've observed everything you've done. If you fail to be accepted, abandon the alchemy path. Big brother Wong, thank you for your warning, Xavion shook his head. But my goal isn't to become an alchemy master. Even if I fail, I won't give up. Brother Tobiasu has deep resolve and excellent character. Without elixir sensing, practicing alchemy would merely waste resources. You do better focusing on cultivation and making a name for yourself, Aslan sighed. But if you join Westleister's ranks, I believe you'll astonish everyone. Thank you for your blessings, Big Brother Wong. Xavion didn't seem worried about failing. Aslan was stunned, his expression odd. Over these 10 days, he admired Xavion's perseverance. Besides cultivating, he did nothing else. Yet forming elixir sensing wasn't like that. For familiar elixirs, practicing made one more skilled, but alchemists had to deal with various elixirs. In other words, without elixir sensing, Xavion would waste massive resources to get familiar with alchemy and never reach mastery. I hope Brother Tobiasu gets what he wishes. Though unspoken, Aslan prayed silently for Xavion. He didn't know Xavion's alchemy talent, just that Xavion was commendable and worthy of recommendation for Lois. Early the next morning, Aslan took Xavion to the tree. They arrived early. Only an old man stood quietly, gazing at the enormous tree like a wall. 1 Xian pays respects to Westleister, Aslan bowed, pulling Xavion aside. The old man didn't turn, as if oblivious. Xavion looked at the old man, understanding he was Westleister Ian. 1 man, 1 tree, united. Xavion's gaze deepened. For some reason, he felt inexplicably close here, like at his mother's grave. This tree is a seal, Xavion murmured, suddenly sensing all the tree's vitality centered in its roots. Ian turned abruptly, eyes full of disbelief. You sensed the tree's vitality. Ian was ordinary looking, save for half-foot-long white beard. Less than a breath, Xavion replied calmly. Ian smiled warmly, looking at Aslan. The person you recommended is good. Aslan was astonished. Though he too could sense the tree's vitality, it took him more than a day. Xavion achieved this immediately, only his master could do this so quickly. The tree's vitality represents Tobias Zhou's vitality. Once lush, it barely stays alive now. If its vitality vanishes, Tobias Zhou will perish, Ian sighed. You feeling the tree's vitality means it chose you to fight for Tobias Zhou. Xavion frowned, inwardly sensing something unusual. He had nether chi within, and so did whatever was sealed under this tree. I fight only for things important to me. Tobias Zhou is not one of them. Everything important lies within Tobias Zhou. If Tobias Zhou perishes, they perish. Ian stroked his beard, smiling. Xavion shook his head, clarity increasing. Or those important things are nearby, in my heart, not in Tobias Zhou. It seems you have few attachments. Ian's smile widened with evident approval. Indeed, few enter my heart, Xavion nodded lightly, saying no more. Chapter 94, Apprentice Trial. In just a short hour, over 10 people had gathered around. for remained silent while the rest greeted Ian with Wesleyster. Naturally, Catherine was also present. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Ian smiled gently and waved his sleeve. A milky white crack appeared before them. Pass this final trial to become a disciple. Without hesitation, Xavion stepped into the crack, followed by the other 4. The crack gradually closed but formed a water screen above it, reflecting the situation inside for the 5 participants. Do you think anyone can pass? Ian asked, smiling at the water screen. 4th Junior Brothers candidate should be able to. I've seen him. His talent is boundless. A beautiful Kelly said slowly, her eyes fixed on the screen. Joa, do you lack confidence in your own candidate? Ian asked Aslan softly. I have an old friendship with Tobiasu E. This time, it's just repayment. I don't know about his talent, Aslan replied coolly. I think brother Tobiasu can succeed, Catherine responded quietly. To refine chi and forge a golden core, especially spiritual energy, only the best of the best can achieve that. Aslan hesitated, then chuckled. Alchemy differs from martial arts. They mustn't be confused. But I still believe he can succeed, Catherine insisted firmly. Everyone laughed, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. As Xavion stepped into the white crack, he immediately felt intense heat. The scenery changed completely as if he were inside a pill furnace. There are words there, Xavion observed, scanning his surroundings and quickly noticing something odd. In front of him was a wall surrounded by flames, barely visible through the heat. Xavion sent out his spirit sense, but the searing heat traveled through his spirit into his mind, as if his soul were burning. Yet, Xavion treated this discomfort as external disturbance, focusing when his spirit touched the wall, allowing him to read the words clearly and meditate upon their meaning. Why doesn't he walk closer? The spectators outside were baffled, thinking the same thing. Spirit pain was worse than physical pain. They too had undergone this trial, knowing one could step closer, endure the heat, and clearly see the fire control technique written on the wall. Disperse. In just 10 breaths, Xavion made hand seals, and a third of the wall's flames vanished, revealing its original appearance, but the temperature soared even higher. So, there's a second layer. Xavion smiled lightly and probed again with his spirit sense. It's impossible. A courtly man exclaimed loudly, having never seen someone master the fire control method so quickly. The world is vast. Do not limit your view, Ian reminded. His cultivation suggests his techniques are harder to grasp. Thank you, Wesleyster. The courtly man nodded, his heart calmed, but soon his mouth dropped again. This time, even Ian paused slightly, because during their conversation, another third of the flames vanished in less than 5 breaths. Indeed, there's a third layer. Xavion withdrew his spirit sense. The fire control method seemed more like a strange cultivation technique, which he quickly grasped, adding a trace of flame to his dantian. Let me test it. Stepping into the flames, the searing heat returned, but instantly, the flame from his dantian burst out, igniting Xavion without setting his clothes ablaze. Cooler indeed, Xavion smiled, walking toward the last third of the wall. He wasn't insane and chose comfort. This time, Xavion fell silent, deeply immersed in understanding the third layer. Meanwhile, those outside breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the other 4, none had yet grasped the first layer. By evening, 2 had completed the first stage by mastering the first layer. The second stage tested herbal essence extraction. Most extractions used fire, though some required special methods. While all alchemists achieved near-perfect success rates, extracting over 90% purity was rare. Only such results would pass this stage. 3 days later, 1 failed and left, leaving 3 others stuck in the second stage, while Xavion continued his mastery. 1 more hour. If he can't come out, this chance will be lost, Ian sighed, highly expecting much from Xavion. Yet his disciples only mastered the third layer fire control post-spirit realm. Just as Ian spoke, Xavion opened his eyes calmly, smiled faintly, and took a step forward. All flames flowed into his dantian, disappearing the wall and revealing the next path. Outside, everyone's eyes widened except for Ian, who stroked his beard, smiling. He really did it. Aslan looked bitter, remembering their request years ago. They thought the first layer didn't need a third layer technique, believing it couldn't be grasped pre-spirit realm. But now, Xavion proved their arrogance foolish. Stepping into the second stage, Xavion faced various herbs, many unfamiliar. Won't cheat me, recalling Aslan's words, Xavion picked up a herb. Heavenly heart grass, mild nature, contains little spiritual energy. The information transmitted as he held the grass clarified his task, using fire to extract the essence. Xavion ignited flames in his hand, turning the heavenly heart grass into ashes. Embarrassed, he picked another, this time carefully, but it roasted and emitted a light fragrance. What is he doing? Outside, everyone grew restless. Aslan stared wide-eyed, wondering if Xavion missed the nearby pill furnace. Even a grandmaster couldn't extract essence using hands alone. Ian cleared his throat, sending a mental note reminding that the pill furnace was placed up front to familiarize candidates with herbs, a common knowledge. Xavion blushed, realizing someone watched him, likely sending the mental note to ease his embarrassment. Chapter 95. The Miraculous Sumeru Illusion Sky Scroll. Ahil picked up the alchemy furnace and casually grabbed a medicinal herb, tossing it into the furnace. He soon noticed that the herb began to slowly dissolve inside. There were numbers on the furnace, starting from 1, then rising to 2, but at 5, it abruptly shifted, quickly dropping to 4, and then 3. By this point, the medicinal liquid within the furnace was already boiling. So, continuous heating isn't the solution, Ahil mused. The outer layers of the herb melted first, being the more fragile part, while the interior remained tough. However, the resulting medicinal liquid couldn't withstand such high temperatures. The extraction of the medicinal liquid depended on precise temperature control during alchemy. Only when done perfectly would 9/10 of the medicinal essence be extracted. During alchemy, the furnace could only take in, not release, and some extremely difficult pills required multiple people working simultaneously, as one person couldn't multitask effectively to achieve perfect temperature control for each herb. Understanding all this, Ahil embarked on endless extractions. 10 days passed, leaving him visibly fatigued. Yet, the highest efficiency he managed to achieve was only 70%. The pile of herbs before him had dwindled by nearly a third, and he realized that if he used them all without success, he would have no further opportunities. At the same moment, a Kirk stepped forward, confidence radiating from his eyes, entering the third round of trials. What's his name? Ian asked softly, his gaze fixed on Adair. A Seymour, Hugo, walked over. This Kirk was his recommendation. Paolo. When discussing alchemy at Mount Hyaming, this boy listened attentively and later begged me to take him and teach him alchemy. The Westleister of Mount Hyaming also agreed to his request. After that, I discovered this boy's obsession with alchemy, succeeding in forming a pill on his third try. Ian nodded, offering no further comment, and turned his gaze back to Ahil. At this moment, Ahil wasn't continuing the extraction. He felt he had experimented enough. Even though he had divided his focus to control the flames in 3 ways, he still couldn't go beyond 70%. Do alchemists all have to be able to focus on 7 things at once? Ahil felt utterly helpless. He didn't understand any specific techniques and could only keep experimenting. Ahil closed his eyes slowly, seemingly resting, but his mind immersed itself in the Sumeru illusion sky scroll, seeking advice from the Westleiriana. He believed there must be a way. You've come? The Westleiriana appeared unconcerned, but Ahil sensed a hint of excitement. Yes, Miss Westleiriana, I'm currently participating in a trial and need help with extracting medicinal liquids. Is there any method? Ahil asked gently. Learning alchemy? The Westleiriana seemed surprised. Extraction methods aren't complicated. You just need to control the temperature well. It's pretty simple. But I can never fully transform it into medicinal liquid, even using triple focus. The most I can reach is 70%, Ahil admitted honestly. For extraction, you don't need to split your focus. That's for pill refinement, the Westleiriana explained dismissively. Then she waved her hand, and an alchemy furnace and a medicinal herb appeared in her hand. Let me see how you extract. Is this real? Ahil was astonished. In this painted world, as long as you know the rules, you can create anything you want. You just can't take it out. The Westleiriana clarified. Show me how you do it. Oh. Suppressing his questions, Ahil took the furnace and put the herb inside. Are you cooking a meal? The Westleiriana looked bewildered at Ahil. Why wouldn't it be like that? Now it was Ahil's turn to be confused. Watch closely. With a wave of her hand, another furnace appeared. She threw the herb inside, and instantly Ahil felt a scorching heat. Within moments, the fragrance of the medicinal liquid filled the air. Understand now? Your temperature is too low. You're essentially stewing it, the Westleiriana said mockingly. Who taught you alchemy? No one. Initially, I burned the herb to ashes because I thought high temperatures were bad, Ahil replied awkwardly, looking at the furnace in her hands with astonishment. There are no impurities at all. Of course. In this painted world, outside herbs inherently have impurities, so you can't get pure extracts. The Westleiriana explained. Remember, extracting medicine requires speed, precision, and intensity. The person I followed achieved perfect extraction instantly without a furnace, producing flawless pills. To him, if not a perfect pill, it's garbage. Perfect pills are indeed hard, yet this person can achieve it. Excitement flickered in Ahil's eyes. You still don't get it. Your perspective is too narrow. Being a Foundation Establishment Realm practitioner, the perfect pills you encounter would still be considered junk to him. The Westleiriana pouted. Pills have different grades: ordinary, spirit, immortal, and Tao. The perfect pills you've seen are merely spirit grade. Any alchemist can make those, but they struggle with immortal grade. Don't tell me he refined perfect immortal grade pills? Ahil's mouth dropped open in disbelief. If it were an immortal pill, would I be surprised? The Westleiriana sneered. He entered Tao through alchemy, perfect Tao grade pills. Ahil wanted to be amazed but remained silent, not comprehending what the Westleiriana meant. Immortal grade was already challenging to imagine, let alone Tao grade, which he couldn't fathom. If you really want to learn alchemy, you can practice here. No matter how stupid you are, if you have the courage to fail, creating immortal pills won't be impossible. A slight smile curved her lips. What should I do? Ahil perked up, realizing there's no free lunch. Find interesting stories, write them down. If I find them interesting, you can stay here to refine. Otherwise, it doesn't count. The Westleiriana smiled. That easy? Ahil was baffled. Are you sure you're not tricking me? Why would I trick you? You refining here doesn't cost me much, just the effort to materialize herbs, she retorted, then paused. Though it does require effort. Understand, it's not easy for me either. Her voice grew weaker, lacking conviction. Wouldn't jade slips work? Ahil asked. Not at all. Jade slips store divine thoughts. Paintings can't replicate them. The Westleiriana explained. Then, aren't the herbs replicated too? Ahil became intrigued by the Sumeru illusion sky scroll. Of course, but you're lucky. I've existed for a very long time. To be frank, 99% of the world's items are within this painting, she assured confidently. Can I practice? Ahil naturally doubted her, especially considering modern items she likely hadn't seen. No, you need to bring me books. The Westleiriana sternly refused. Alright, next time I'll definitely bring you fascinating books. Ahil promised, finally understanding why his master had so many scrolls. If you don't, I won't let you in. The Westleiriana threatened, but it lacked any real menace, sounding more like a playful taunt. Chapter 96, The Third Trial. With his divine sense returning, Xavion's face was no longer dazed. He picked up another medicinal herb and placed it into the pill furnace. The flame at his fingertips immediately radiated intense heat. Xavion instantly saw the furnace's level change to 8, but within a single breath, it dropped back to 3. So that's how it is. The extraction of Ashlyn may only last for 3 breaths, but there are many changes during this short time. Xavion had an idea now. He realized all that was left was practice. Another 7 days passed, and less than 10% of the medicinal herbs in front of Xavion remained. His speed had increased even more. The gate in front of him had been open for 5 days, yet he still hadn't stepped inside. The surrounding alchemist's expressions of shock never faded. Reaching 90% essence was already as hard as ascending to heaven. However, the person before them showed no signs of giving up. These alchemists initially thought that they had achieved enough with their 90s completion rate, but this man showed no intention of stopping. When the last medicinal herb turned into liquid essence, Xavion regretfully shook his head. In the final 2 days, all his extractions reached 90%, but not once did he achieve the perfect 100 like the Ashlyn. Originally, I thought he lacked talent, Aslan sighed. He assumed Xavion's diligence was due to his lack of talent, but now he realized his assumption was mistaken. Is this person going to be obsessed with perfection for the rest of his life? Hugo's expression was bitter. That fool was someone he really valued, but Xavion surpassed him in obsession. What do you think his obsession is? Ian's expression was also somber. He had become a Westleister alchemist countless years ago, and the elusive immortal pill had once been his pursuit. Too many failures made him forget that goal, but somehow, seeing Xavion reminded him of his baleful aspirations. We don't know. Everyone answered in unison. The third trial was named Obsession. During the trial, one's own obsessions would manifest. If one couldn't overcome them, these obsessions would turn into lifelong heart demons. What was the purpose of pursuing alchemy? What were their personal goals? Upon entering the third trial, all these questions would surface. Just like Paolo beside him, whose obsession was surpassing Hugo, and whose gains were immense from continuously studying Hugo's alchemy. The other 2 participants had completely given up. They could not extract the required percentage of essence, and they used less than half the herbs. They clearly recognized their inadequacies and finally understood why Ian had only 9 disciples. Before leaving, they saw the water curtain, and naturally noticed the 2 figures within it. Apart from admiration, they couldn't feel anything else. Xavion entered the third trial, and his mind instantly felt a dull ache, but he suppressed his thoughts and didn't let the pain influence his thinking. The pain grew worse until his consciousness became hazy. Despite this, he endured. It seemed he reached his limit, and Xavion fell unconscious. Chaos filled his mind except for the gradually appearing shadow figure in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the pain vanished, and Xavion regained consciousness. An immediate sense of danger surged within him, causing him to instinctively roll away. Where he previously stood now had a large pit. A figure identical to him stood in the center of the pit, smiling cruelly. His obsession is himself. Aslan exclaimed in surprise. No wonder he keeps striving. The person he needs to surpass is only himself. What good obsession turned into martial arts instead? Ian stroked his tiger whiskers, both blame and admiration visible in his eyes. To defeat you? Xavion suddenly smiled. As he took a step forward, his entire body became unpredictable, and so did the other self. They exchanged blows, each movement becoming almost indiscernible, leaving only afterimages suspended in the air. Shattered spirit finger. Both spoke simultaneously. Their fingers collided and turned into illusions, but an area where no one was standing instantly formed a spirit energy vortex, drawing countless strands of energy into it. Both slightly retreated, then without pause, charged again, mirroring each other's movements and attack. Could this be a Foundation establishment stage combat? Catherine's eyes widened, disbelief evident on her face. She knew the fluctuation from the fight belonged to the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, this speed, force, and the techniques and steps, could a Foundation establishment practitioner master all these? Aslan also fell silent, acknowledging that even if he fixed his cultivation at Foundation establishment, he wouldn't be able to beat the one before him. If it were Hollow Core, the chances would be 50-50. He had already entered the second realm of the spirit stage. Just relying on strength won't win. Xavion slowly stopped, and so did the other Xavion. The possibility of being me is low. It's probably created by the nether slave Westlyric, but the moves are the same as mine. In other words, my thoughts will transmit to him. Xavion closed his eyes and sealed off his divine sense, while the other Xavion looked puzzled, not mirroring his actions. Now for the thoughts. Xavion kept repeating Harmony's name in his mind. The other Xavion was bewildered. After a brief hesitation, he rushed to Xavion and punched him in the face. Sealing off his divine sense, Xavion couldn't feel the punch. Thus, he was sent flying, his nose collapsing, several teeth knocked out, yet when he landed, he acted as if nothing happened and stood up again, eyes still closed. The other Xavion found this strange, but continued attacking. This time, just as his fist was halfway through, Xavion opened his eyes. So, you don't have your own thoughts, Xavion said with a smile, though the smile was somewhat grotesque. The other Xavion panicked but couldn't retract his punch. This time, both Xavions were flung backward, both looking worse for wear. As long as I generate new thoughts just before an attack, my mind can reach, but my body can't react in time. Xavion approached the other Xavion with a mysterious smile, who lost his earlier vigor and even showed fear, retreating backwards. Suddenly, Xavion accelerated, and so did the other Xavion. Their fists met again but mysteriously paused mid-air. A bit difficult, Xavion's expression was awkward. He had grown accustomed to thinking ahead and understood planning was futile since the other knew too. Xavion retracted his fist, deep in thought. The other Xavion also withdrew his fist but dared not strike again. Chapter 97, Paolo. Right, I can make you decide with 2 lines of thought. Xavion clapped his hands and kicked out directly towards the abdomen of the other Xavion. But the other Xavion remained bewildered and did not even attempt to defend. That kick was solid. The other Xavion was not only kicked flying but also spat blood. Indeed, once you understand it, you become so weak. Xavion did not rush, but walked over step by step. Every time he attacked, Xavion thought about another attack, while the other Xavion was clueless about which defense would work best. Thus, the struggle turned into one-sided beating. Of course, Xavion could not use spells either because it required concentration. The other Xavion's moves were like guessing a coin toss. Wrong guesses meant getting hit, right guesses barely blocked the attacks. Die. The other Xavion was already somewhat dazed from the beating. Xavion stepped on the other Xavion's face. If this foot pressed down, it would be an irrevocable death. Suddenly, countless streams of energy emerged from that person, as if a vortex of energy had been opened. Xavion was shocked, and his foot moved even faster. The other Xavion slowly dissipated, but more energy surged out, completely filling the third level. Although Xavion knew he mustn't reveal his techniques, he hesitated not and began to practice the Netherworld Decree, absorbing the massive amount of energy. Ian felt something ominous when he saw the energy. Others might not understand, but he clearly knew that aura. It was the sealed aura beneath the tree roots. Instantly, countless thoughts flashed through Ian's mind, but he quickly shook his head. If this person wanted to break the seal, the best way would be to release the aura. If it touched the tree, the seal might loosen considerably. But this person was controlling the aura, even absorbing it into his body. The matter today must not be disclosed to anyone. Adair's identity poses no threat to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Ian's expression was very serious. As you command, Wesleyster. Everyone responded in unison. The black aura in the third level had completely sealed it off, making its interior invisible, though everyone could feel the black aura gradually diminishing. From mid-foundation establishment stage to late foundation establishment stage to peak foundation establishment stage, Xavion's cultivation rapidly increased while the energy dwindled. As the last trace of spiritual energy was absorbed by Xavion, his heart slowly regained calm. He was just one step away from forming a spirit Dan, but dared not advance. Because once he stepped forward, there would be thunderous calamity. Not only did he need to conceal this fact, but more importantly, he couldn't get through it. He could not expect the Wesleyriana to help him again since he still felt the weakness after the last encounter. Fortunately, but I can't continue cultivating after this. Xavion took a deep breath. If he let go completely, there would be no bottleneck at all in cultivation, but he didn't dare, for several reasons. Too much disturbance, heavenly tribulation, and releasing so much energy again might alert the Wesleyster of the Nether Prison, whose methods Xavion couldn't imagine. Now, the method is to find a way to pass the tribulation. Xavion decided to ask the Wesleyriana thoroughly upon leaving, naturally preparing the story beforehand. But those outside now know I can absorb energy. Probably, any smart person would realize I need energy for cultivation. I can only hope Ian trusts me. Xavion could only bitterly smile. During that moment, he pondered these matters, but he had no solutions. Xavion entered the fourth level, and simultaneously, the Kirk beside him stepped in too. Xavion was taken aback, not expecting them to share the same platform for the fourth level. Hello, my name is Adair. Xavion smiled gently, his facial injuries restored perfectly by the energy. Paolo. The Dale only uttered 2 words, seemingly impolite, but Xavion did not care. He noticed the fiery intensity in the boy's eyes, a profound dedication to alchemy. This is the final test, refining elixirs. This area, under the protection of the tree, forms a separate realm where refining elixirs becomes easier. A voice echoed in the air, and Paolo's expression reached ultimate excitement. Refine the elixir you think of in your heart. Success means passing, failure means failure. Without hesitation, Paolo rushed onto the stage, while Xavion looked troubled, unsure what kind of elixir he should refine. He had no particular elixir in mind. Farriscally, there are many herbs here. I remember Brett's Alchemy Jade Scroll has an improved version of chi condensing pills. How about refining that? Xavion scratched his head. Honestly, he dared not refine complex elixirs for fear of failing, which would ruin everything. Well, this is my first try. I shouldn't choose something too difficult. Xavion made up his mind. So be it if it was embarrassing. He'd refine chi condensing pills. In just a short while, Xavion successfully refined a chi condensing pill. As the incense burned out, it emitted an extremely potent aroma, proving to be an upper-grade elixir. Not bad, not bad. Xavion was pleased. He originally thought merely succeeding was enough, but unexpectedly it was an upper-grade elixir with over 70% potency. It seemed that refining elixirs here really was easier. Placing the pill in the front alchemy slot, an ivory-white fissure opened instantly but was extremely small, probably only suitable for a 3-year-old to walk through. If Xavion wanted to enter, he'd have to crawl. Staring at the white crack, Xavion felt awkward and slightly embarrassed. But thinking that simply successfully refining an elixir counted as passing, he calmed down. After all, they set the rules, and he didn't violate them. Xavion cleared his throat, then charged toward the crack, leaping lightly as if playing in water, crawling inside. Coming out afterward, he performed a fish leap, appearing quite impressive. Xavion looked at Aslan with a smile, but Aslan blushed, turning away immediately. Xavion then glanced at Catherine, who reacted similarly. Since he's come out, let's see how he refines his elixir here. Ian smiled more warmly, though others looked grim with some resentment. Xavion's anxious heart settled. Since Ian hadn't caught him, it showed he trusted him. Whether he could become Ian's disciple or not was unclear. Perhaps it depended on that person's outcome. Xavion looked at the water curtain, seeing Paolo still extracting medicinal liquid inside. Hashtag chapter 98. Ian's choice. Already 23 herbs. This pill is almost approaching the spirit grade. A hint of pride flickered on Hugo's face. This Paolo had already given him too many surprises. If he could exceed 27 herbs, as long as the pill formation succeeded, it would be a spirit grade pill. Refining spirit grade pills at the void pill stage. This was something even his 7th Wesleyster brother, who became a grandmaster alchemist in just 300 years, couldn't achieve back then. It seemed Paolo was born for alchemy. As the herbs turned into medicinal liquid, his eyes grew more and more fervent. His hands moved like phantoms as he took out another 5 herbs and added them all to the furnace at once. The alchemy fire reappeared in his hand, emitting a hum once more. The heat still lacks a bit, Ian's expression held a touch of regret. The temperature of the alchemy fire wasn't sufficient, and the boy's mental state had already been exhausted. Suddenly, Paolo spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the alchemy fire to flourish once again. He then formed a seal with his fingers, channeling his vitality along with the alchemy fire into the furnace. Feeding the pill with one's own body. Ian shook his head, no longer glancing at Paolo. Hugo's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He now understood that his master had abandoned Paolo. Feeding the pill with one's body was a sign of falling into the path of madness. Even if Paolo succeeded, his master wouldn't take him as a disciple. Alas, what a pity for such a promising talent. Hugo could only sigh. Paolo didn't stop. No one knew what was happening inside the furnace. His face turned increasingly pale, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's done. Paolo's face had lost all color. With a roar, he directly lifted the lid of the furnace. A blood-red pill immediately came into everyone's view. Though the surface of the pill was uneven, everyone understood that Paolo had succeeded. Refining a spirit-grade pill at the void pill stage, even if it was a low-grade spirit pill, the potential this showed was astounding. Paolo slowly placed the pill into the pill slot. His movements were slow and difficult, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Instantly, a milky white fissure appeared before Paolo, stretching 10 zhang wide and long, occupying more than 60% of the space, as if this fissure also knew the honor bestowed upon it. With a weary look, Paolo stepped into the fissure, yet his eyes brimmed with excitement. He had longed for alchemy for so long, and now he even had the chance to create such a miracle, despite being here and despite it being only a low-grade pill. You two have completed your competition, and I have made my decision. Ian paused for a moment before continuing. Adair, I decide to take you as my disciple. Paolo, you may learn alchemy in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Xavion and Paolo both froze, while the others seemed to have expected this and did not find it strange. Disciple Adair pays respects to Wesleyster, Xavion reacted quickly, immediately kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times with great respect. On the other hand, Paolo looked as if life had drained from him. He couldn't understand why it was him who had shown greater promise, higher talent. Why? Paolo roared, his face filled with madness. Feeding the pill with one's body, how many pills can you feed? Ian shook his head lightly. What you seek is the pill, not the path of alchemy. The pill is the path of alchemy. Paolo continued shouting. Our paths of alchemy are different. Ian smiled gently. Your path has been walked by someone else, who is only one step away from immortal grade pills. But I believe refining should not be proud of the pill it produces. I do not deny your way of alchemy, but our paths differ, and I cannot teach you. Ian's voice seemed to carry a certain influence, making people subconsciously calm down. Thank you for your guidance. I will remember it. Paolo gradually calmed down but looked at Xavion with an odd expression. But I will prove whose path of alchemy is superior. The path of alchemy has no definite right or wrong. Obsession can be good, but if taken too far, it becomes detrimental, Ian said softly. From now on, Adair will be the 9th hall of the Misty Rain Pavilion. You can choose the members within it yourself. Ian disappeared from everyone's sight. Xavion was dumbfounded. He turned to Aslan and asked softly, is this it? It's over. Aslan smiled but felt a bit embarrassed thinking about the pill Xavion had refined. Coughing slightly, Wesleyster dislikes formalities. Being the 9th hall of the Misty Rain Pavilion means you've become one of its pillars. If you want anything, refine pills. Pills can be exchanged for contribution points, and points can be used to trade for other things like cultivation techniques, herbs, or even pills refined by others. Meanwhile, you can take 10 students and 100 servants. During the next alchemy evaluation, if you become a Grandmaster Alchemist, you can represent the Misty Rain Pavilion's alchemy. Catherine also approached. She had a very good impression of Xavion. Though this time I fell short, only becoming a 6th-rank alchemist. Ihan, your personality is too spontaneous. If you immersed yourself in alchemy every day for these 10 years, you would likely have already become a Grandmaster Alchemist. A fat man walked over, smiling warmly, though his body was full of flesh, even his face looked flat. I am Art, nicknamed Pillwood, the first disciple to join Wesleyster. Tobiasel Jr. brother, that pill you just refined was truly unexpected. Greetings, senior brother. Xavion was startled. He realized that this person, like his master, was an alchemy grandmaster. I really had no choice. After all, I've never refined pills before. Everyone has a first time, but a high-grade pill isn't something an inexperienced person can refine. A beautiful Kelly walked out, smiling softly. My name is Chu Bu Hui. Unlike senior brother, I don't have a title. Greetings, second senior sister. Xavion bowed again. I'll be your 3rd senior brother from now on. If you need help, feel free to come to me. Aslan laughed. Greetings, 3rd senior brother. Xavion began to understand that everyone around Ian was very easygoing. Even when Paolo shouted loudly, no one tried to stop him. I am Hugo, your 4th senior brother. Hugo walked over slowly, but his expression was somewhat melancholic. Greetings, 4th senior brother. Xavion knew that Paolo had been recommended by this person, and he also understood that anyone recommending someone must have invested considerable effort. Despite everything, he could still greet Xavion warmly, showing he was approachable. So, I'm your 8th senior sister now. That's nice. No one will call me Tobiasel Jr. sister anymore. Catherine smiled happily. Greetings, 8th senior sister. Xavion bowed again. Good, follow me to select the 9th hall. Catherine was very pleased, radiating an aura of a big sister, even though she looked younger than Xavion. Xavion didn't immediately agree, but glanced at the others. Go ahead, we have nothing urgent. This trial was very exciting. Art smiled gently. Xavion nodded lightly and followed Catherine out. After seeing Xavion leave, Hugo felt even more conflicted. He looked at Paolo beside him, feeling empty. Tianer, follow me to be a medicine boy for another 3 years, Hugo sighed, a trace of old age appearing in his eyes. No, I want to refine pills on my own. Paolo's expression was firm. In the trial, I defeated you. I want to pursue my own path of alchemy. Paolo left resolutely, and Hugo's heart was filled with bitterness. Fourth junior brother, this person's vision is too narrow. Art patted Hugo's shoulder gently. Don't mind his words. I understand, but... Hugo's words were cut off by Art. Translation notes. Names like Paolo and Ian are kept in pinyin to ensure accuracy. Effort is made to maintain the original tone and style, ensuring the translation feels natural and fluent. Paragraph structures and line breaks are preserved to match the original text. I bet Xiaoju will only need 10 years to completely defeat Paolo, Art laughed. If I lose, I'll give you my renowned Spirit Grade 10 Perfections pill, the wood-dominating pill. If you lose, promise me you won't meddle with this boy. Hugo was instantly stunned. A pill Dao Westleister had refined the Spirit Grade 10 Perfections pill during the evaluation. It was a symbol of personal glory and should not be used for betting. No, absolutely not. Hugo immediately refused. They were fellow disciples. How could they bet such important things? In my view, I am certain to win, Art smiled. Westleister noticed him even before Xiaojiu entered the trial. And by the second stage, I had already fully recognized him. I dare to bet my life on this. Hugo could only laugh bitterly, fearing that Art might come up with some other strange bets. But if Art truly lost, he certainly could not accept the pill. Alright, I agree. Seeing Art's determination, Hugo also recovered his smile, feeling a bit lighter-hearted. They, as fellow disciples, were always like siblings. Except for 5th junior brother and 7th junior brother, who had already found their own paths and left, the rest regarded Misty Rain Pavilion as their home. Now, this big family had gained another member. Translation notes. Names like Paolo, Art, and Hugo are kept in pinyin to ensure accuracy. The original tone and style are maintained, ensuring the translation feels natural and fluent. Paragraph structures and line breaks are preserved to match the original text. Chapter 99. The Ninth Courtyard. On the other hand, Xavion was brought to a desolate land by Catherine. You can't be telling me this is the Ninth Courtyard, Xavion thought to himself, looking at the ground covered with wild grass. He very much wanted to tell himself that Catherine was just playing with him. This is the Ninth Courtyard? Catherine giggled, covering her mouth. Ahem, this piece of land was specially marked and reserved by Westleister Ian. In the future, when new disciples are accepted, they'll be housed here. Xavion froze for a moment, suddenly understanding something. He squatted down and gently picked up some soil. Soon he felt a special aura, and Xavion slowly smiled. Senior sister, how large can I choose? All of this is yours, Catherine said, surprised by how quickly Xavion had accepted the reality. Because seeds are relatively cheap, most seniors grow medicinal herbs themselves. Xavion was stunned again. Shouldn't alchemists be very rich? Why do they grow them themselves? Rich? Catherine couldn't help but laugh. Even senior brother 1 doesn't have many contribution points. Why? Xavion was confused. Because alchemists fail many times, and Rain Mist Pavilion's contribution points are precious. They cannot be bought with spirit stones, so naturally they have to spend sparingly. You might think they're all rich, but in fact, they only have spirit stones left. Their contribution points are counted one by one. They hope to attend every lecture to earn contribution points. Elder Sister 6 went out to give lectures this time because lectures actually earn contribution points. Catherine explained. Do you mean spirit stones can't buy them? Xavion thought for a while, and then asked seriously. Bought medicinal herbs have too many impurities. Bought herbs are mostly used for practice. Therefore, seniors who have a bit of contribution points will choose to cultivate herbs themselves, as cultivating herbs is also a form of knowledge. Catherine smiled. Now, if you have 1 contribution point, find other seniors and exchange it for spirit stones. 1 billion spirit stones they'd give. That exaggerated? Xavion didn't quite believe it. How do you get contribution points then? Common Temperfection pills, 1 point per pill. Spiritual Temperfection pills, 10,000 points per pill. Additionally, giving a lecture can earn you 100 contribution points. Catherine replied, each seed of Rain Mist Pavilion is very precious. Only inside the high tower can such seeds be cultivated. No wonder, Xavion gradually understood. If ordinary refinement is sufficient, regular herbs can suffice. But if one wants to achieve perfection, there must be no impurities in the herbs. Yes, looks like junior brother is pretty sharp, Catherine nodded. By the way, how old are you? 25, Xavion answered. 25? Catherine looked incredulous. Ordinary people wouldn't even be like this. Xavion chuckled lightly, not caring much about such matters. I've fought a lot, using up a lot of lifespan. Reaching foundation establishment at 25 is actually very impressive, Catherine nodded. Disciples of major sects start cultivating from the womb, and they barely reach golden core. Those who look young are usually already several decades old. How old is senior sister? Xavion asked softly. Catherine's face flushed slightly, and she made a shushing gesture. Nadine's age is a secret. In my opinion, senior sister must be 18. Xavion nodded heavily and laughed. Correct? Catherine's lips curved upward, seeming very pleased. Junior brother's courtyard is here. If you need help, you'll need a token. Let's go. I'll take you to get one. Catherine led Xavion to get the token. Surrounding disciples all called out uncle and aunt, indicating that after joining the sect, Xavion had somehow become one of the high-ups of Rain Mist Pavilion. After parting ways with Catherine, Xavion returned alone to the desolate land. From the earlier conversation, he gradually understood the structure of Rain Mist Pavilion. Apart from the Alchemy Pavilion, Rain Mist Pavilion also had a Westleister Pavilion. Members within it were all voluntary, and there were even many spiritual realm cultivators forming a protective layer around the Alchemy Pavilion, allowing alchemists to focus solely on refining pills. However, everything was based on volunteers. One could say the outside Westleister Pavilion worked for free, just for the chance to get close to the Alchemy Pavilion. But why did Master look upon me favorably still needs investigation? Xavion recalled the events during the trial and his eyes turned deep. The most important thing now isn't building the ninth courtyard but finding books. The Sumeru Fantasy Sky Scroll's greatest benefit is practice, and it definitely has methods for overcoming tribulation. Xavion slowly walked out of Rain Mist Pavilion, intending to visit human cities to find talents in this area. The Westlershiel Pavilion of Rain Mist Pavilion lies outside the lower pavilion, relying on trees to form a semicircle protecting the lower pavilion. Inside the Westlershiel Pavilion, various forces intertwined, yet no conflicts ever occurred because everyone sought the necessary pills for cultivation. Hey, did you hear? Westleister Ion has taken in another disciple named Adair. In a secluded corner, two young men were chatting. Of course, and I also heard that this Adair came for just one day and then left. No one knows where he went. Even the 9th courtyard hasn't been built yet. He probably didn't recruit medicine boys. Or else we could call some people to help build the 9th courtyard for him. Not a good idea. What if he doesn't like it? It would be all for nothing. You dummy. It said that helping hands never hurt anyone. We can build a wall and put up simple houses inside. He can decide what he wants inside later. If he doesn't like the wall, we can tear it down. It's no big deal. And then find a few medicine boys to plant some herbs for him. When he comes back, he'll definitely be happy. But the lower pavilion doesn't allow Westlershiel Pavilion members to enter. How can we go in? I know someone who can ensure our entry, saying we were sent by Alchemist Tobiasu. Is that proper? I heard Alchemist Tobiasu was recognized as an enemy by Tobias Timmons Adela and attacked. However, he merely dodged and used illusions to fight back, proving he's kind and avoids conflict, and importantly, understands reason. In that case, I'm relieved. Revealing us won't benefit Alchemist Tobiasu. Accepting us is a win-win choice. Exactly, success or failure depends on this gamble. This time, I'll just seek out 8 medicine boys and leave 90 spots open. Thus, Alchemist Tobiasu won't be upset, and at most we'll spend more, take some spirit stones from our families. Westleister Ion never misjudges anyone. Brother Earl, if we gain Alchemist Tobiasu's favor, the position of young master of our clans won't be far off. Don't say that. I just want to obtain pills from Alchemist Tobiasu. Cultivation should be our main focus. Brother Tobias, Alchemist Tobiasu didn't act that day because he sees deeper than others. If we misuse his reputation and something goes wrong, don't blame me for not warning you. Brother Earl, you're talking nonsense. I'd never use Alchemist Tobiasu like that. Just being able to speak a few words before him occasionally, and asking him to refine a few pills for the ancestors would raise our status. If you say so, I feel relieved. It's all about taking risks. Right. From now on, we advance together. Chapter 100, Searching for Books. It was the height of summer, usually scorching, but today was overcast with listless clouds and wind. Even the passers-by around seemed dispirited. A man walked slowly along the official road, dressed in a white robe that remained spotless despite the dirt path. In 3 more days, I can reach Pingliang, the capital of the Yin Kingdom. It's really difficult to find a mortal kingdom in this central region. This person was none other than Xavion. He had been heading south for 3 months, rarely encountering mortals. However, he did not waste his time and diligently recorded all his observations, though he had yet to show them to America. Of course, Xavion also encountered many who tried to rob him. Most were Foundation establishment cultivators. He did not trouble them too much but made them write down any interesting stories they knew. One person had such good writing skills that he followed Xavion for a month. In 2 months, it will be the great examination day in Yin Kingdom. Let's see who is willing to follow me then, Xavion smiled. But just a few steps later, he suddenly noticed a conflict up ahead. Such matters usually didn't concern Xavion, but soon he realized something unusual. One side consisted of only 10 women, dressed in black night clothes that stood out sharply in the daylight. On the other side were 20 young men, who were being driven back and killed by these 10 women. The eyes of these people are very strange, as if completely dazed. Xavion frowned. Moreover, those injured show no reaction at all. If it were 1 or 2, it would be acceptable, but all 10 are like this. Xavion closed his eyes, instantly extending his divine sense, and found a man standing on a high place nearby, watching the conflict. His gaze was sharp, his figure lean and athletic, similar to Xavion's. But there was no trace of spiritual energy in his dantian, clearly a martial artist. Do you know the people below? Xavion's voice appeared beside the man, startling him as he instantly stepped back, unaware of when the other person had arrived. After a brief silence, the man's expression turned bitter. Elder, are you a celestial master? Kind of. Xavion chuckled. I am somewhat interested in those black-clad women. Presumably, you are their leader? No, I'm just responsible for overseeing them. If they go berserk, I have to subdue them. Killian dared not hide anything. If the celestial master is interested, I can take you to meet the leader afterward, but I cannot reveal the secrets. Alright, I'll wait. Xavion was idle anyway. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the man trying to trick him. First, his cultivation was considerable, and second, this was a mortal kingdom after all. Killian watched the conflict, but his mind was entirely focused on the person behind him. Sweat covered his back, soaking through his shirt. The young men held out for only an hour before all were killed. Only 3 of the black-clad women could still stand, and they drove away in the Dale's carriage without tending to their fallen comrades. Celestial Master, we have kept you waiting. Let's go. The man's arm trembled, and he dared not raise his head. All right, Xavion laughed lightly. From the man's actions, he understood that this organization was not simple. Mortals fear immortals, so anyone leading an immortal to meet their leader either wanted to rebel or had already deceived many cultivators. Killian's behavior clearly revealed everything. Xavion was led to an underground palace by the man. Though confident, he continuously used his divine sense to observe his surroundings, but detected no spiritual energy fluctuations. Could it be poison? After pondering, Xavion concluded that was the only explanation. The leader is in this room. The man's expression was extremely respectful, but his body kept trembling. Good, go call him out. Xavion looked at the man with an amused smile. I'm afraid that won't work. The leader is ill and can't move. Please enter and speak with him. The man's body trembled even more, seemingly terrified to the extreme. So, I understand. Xavion's smile never faded. You want me to throw myself in, right? Then you'll activate the trap here. Killian paused, his body no longer trembling. In an instant, he dashed towards the room, but Xavion was far faster. Perhaps you are the leader you mentioned. Xavion took a step forward and grabbed the man's neck. So skilled, tell me, how many celestial masters have you deceived? Or do you wish for a soul search? Spare my life, spare my life. I'll tell you everything, the man shouted loudly. We have no prior connection. Your deception of me can be overlooked. Xavion released the man, still smiling. Even giving you some rewards isn't impossible. Killian froze, clearly unsure whether to believe him, but he bowed deeply without trembling. Please enlighten me, celestial master. My purpose in coming to the Yin Kingdom is to find some mortal books. If I can find authors, that would be even better, Xavion explained. However, your subordinates pique my interest. You know the gap between immortals and mortals is vast, and your deeds won't be exposed. And to be honest, I'm quite competent in the cultivation world. Killian kept his head down, carefully considering Xavion's words. Gradually, he realized they were likely of the same kind. Therefore, the only reason he might kill him was dissatisfaction, just as he had said. Thank you, Celestial Master. Killian knelt directly. My request for reward is to kill the Emperor of the Yin Kingdom. Will the Celestial Master agree? If you do, I will reveal all secrets. The Emperor is the Son of Heaven. Helping you would involve karmic consequences, though these consequences have a price. Xavion frowned. Karma was something he made up, but he had never heard of cultivators killing emperors, so he couldn't easily agree. Of course, he had heard America explain that under Heaven's will, all things are equal, and only those who steal or desecrate it face punishment. If your method can be used against other celestial masters, I will help you. Yes, the man raised his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Please come inside, Celestial Master. Killian walked straight into the door, and Xavion followed closely behind. Chapter 101. The Mo Family. This is everything I have, not concealing anything. Killian pointed to a chest in front of him. Immortal Westleister, you may thoroughly examine it. All items inside are things I cannot use. Xavion glanced at the man, who appeared completely normal and whose eyes conveyed utmost sincerity. Trusting him, Xavion stepped forward and opened the chest. Instantly, he felt an ominous intent. Several black darts shot toward his body. Xavion's heart raced as Yin Qi and the Ink Jade body tempering technique were simultaneously activated. The darts did not slow down by the Yin Qi and directly pierced Xavion's body. However, their force was weak, barely tearing through his clothes without breaking the skin. You're actually a practitioner of both Qi and physical techniques. Killian was shocked, immediately retreating. Xavion, however, grinned cruelly as his figure dissipated and reappeared behind the man. With just 2 punches, he crushed the man's leg bones. Despite this, the man didn't cry out, but fury burned in his eyes. Never thought I nearly fell for your trap. Xavion looked at the man with a self-deprecating smile. I thought you would be rational, but instead, you're obstinate. My possessions are none of your business. Don't think I don't know that you can't soul search me. Mortal souls are too weak. You can only extract half a breath. Killian laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, how does it feel? Angry? Even if you defeat me, you won't gain anything. It seems an immortal Westleister has taken something very important from you. Xavion shook his head. Let me guess, your wife? Child? Killed your parents or siblings? Why should I be angry? I lost nothing. Moreover, you overestimate the immortal Westleister's methods. Why resort to soul searching when dealing with mortals? Xavion grabbed the man's head. Immediately, the man's expression turned from shock to confusion. As his breath weakened, his eyes lost focus, and soon a streak of blood surged into Xavion's body. In no time, Xavion transformed into the man's likeness. Kimball, interesting? Xavion smiled as he exited the underground chamber. This place was designed for ambushes, containing no treasures. Brother. Kelly sat quietly in a wooden wheelchair, her eyes closed and face deathly pale. But as soon as a man entered, she smiled, reaching out her hands and waving wildly. Rower. Killian smiled and slowly approached, lifting the Kelly and raising her high. Brother, you killed again. I smell blood on you. Her mood dropped suddenly, a tear sliding from the corner of her mouth. Didn't you promise never to kill again? They have families too. This time, Kimball died. Killian's voice dropped low as his skin peeled off, revealing Xavion's appearance. The Kelly froze, falling silent. Xavion looked at her, feeling a sudden pain in his heart. His original intention was to understand Kimball's power, but now he didn't want to deceive Kimball's younger sister, Karina. Am I becoming soft? Xavion slowly closed his eyes. He had no enmity with Kimball, yet Kimball could not let go of his hatred towards cultivators. The Mo family, once a prominent cultivation lineage, was annihilated by enemies. Only 4 members survived: Kimball, his parents, and his sister. They decided to retreat from cultivation, living among mortals. Yet a golden core wandering cultivator destroyed this newfound happiness. He wanted Karina as his disciple due to her talent. Kimball's parents refused, but being merely Foundation establishment realm, they couldn't match the wandering cultivator. In frustration, he fought with them. In the world of cultivation, strength was paramount. Kimball's parents died by the cultivator's hand, and Kimball broke his sister's legs and blinded her. The cultivator left, perhaps unable to tolerate his actions or believing Kimball and Karina were no longer his concern. Ultimately, he spared them. Brother, no, you're my brother. I can feel it. Please don't lie to Rower. Karina cried, her already pale face devoid of color. Rower doesn't blame you anymore. Brother, please don't leave Rower. I haven't lied to you, Xavion sighed, unable to remain as heartless as before. Hearing Xavion's voice again, the Kelly stopped crying. She knew it wasn't her brother's voice. You cultivators should all die. The Kelly shouted, filled with hatred. If there's another life, I will exterminate all of you. Her vitality waned, seemingly losing the will to live. Xavion didn't stop her, reminded of Jewel, shouting, "Sister," for the last time, and Kyla, asking if his heart hurt. "Does your heart not ache?" "Ache?" Xavion touched his heart, murmuring softly. "No matter the pain, some things must be done." Xavion shook his head, his heart not so easily swayed. He only felt a bit sad. These people weren't close to him, and he knew whom he needed to protect. Xavion brought out Kimball's body and buried him and Karina in a rural yard. Most of Kimball's memories revolved around his sister. Despite causing her disability, their bond was deep. This also meant Xavion didn't gain what he sought, learning only that a hidden passage led somewhere from the room. Xavion followed the tunnel, no longer able to transform into Kimball. He didn't regret it, and preferred not to rely on deception for what lay ahead. Exiting the tunnel, he saw an ornately decorated room with a regal air. Both exits and entrances were beneath the bed. Not far away, Kelly sat at a table, her expression unchanging. Upon seeing Xavion, she naturally looked at him. Remaining calm, she leaped like a hare, drawing the sword from her waist and pointing it at Xavion's vital points. Chapter 102. Another round? Ahil felt a slight surprise in his heart. With just one finger, he deflected the long sword, and the Kelly's hand split instantly at the base of her thumb. Yet she acted as if nothing had happened, gripping the sword and stabbing again. Interesting. Ahil sidestepped and pointed a finger toward the Kelly's forehead. Her eyes immediately lost their luster, and she fell down. Ahil hadn't delivered a killing blow. He had merely used a faint divine consciousness to render her unconscious. Ahil closed his eyes, using his divine sense to meticulously explore every corner of the room. Soon, he discovered 2 hidden compartments, 7 storage bags, and a secret manual. Ahil had already checked everything inside. The storage bags contained nothing useful, with only a pitifully small number of spirit stones, clearly items belonging to scattered cultivators in the condensation phase. The secret manual, however, was bizarre. It contained methods for refining only 2 objects. One was the heart-eroding worm, and the other was the soul-breaking arrow. Most importantly, all the materials required for refinement were mundane items. This Kelly must have been selected by Kimball after much deliberation. If I can't control her, it would save me a lot of trouble. Ahil began studying the manual and soon discovered the utility of the heart-eroding worm larvae. The heart-eroding worm larvae need to be nurtured within the body for 10 years before reaching adulthood. Once matured, they will only obey commands from the mother worm. To maintain the mother worm, it needs to be fed blood daily. Ahil shook his head. However, this person harbors great resentment towards cultivators, so it wouldn't be surprising if he anticipated potential failure one day. This feeding method still requires verification. As Ahil walked out of the room, all the women in the courtyard had already collapsed. Clearly, the death of the mother worm meant the deaths of the offspring, which were bound to these women's lives. Ahil sighed, and then headed straight into Kimball's treasure vault. Returning to the same room, his gains this time were minimal, all ordinary items except for the tens of thousands of soul-breaking arrows. Each arrow was merely 7 inches long, dark gray, and unremarkable in appearance. The mother worm is still missing. Ahil looked at the Kelly, lost in thought. Could it be that he swallowed the mother worm? But if that were the case, such a memory would not be so easily forgotten. No, that's not right. Mo Rower didn't die. She must have been subjected to some special technique causing temporary apparent death, but I buried her, and now it's too late to save her. Ahil suddenly understood everything and chuckled bitterly. A lifetime of scheming, and now I've fallen into someone else's trap, even killing an innocent person myself. I'm sure you never expected I'd do something so unnecessary. Looking at the Kelly, Ahil's heart grew heavy with mixed emotions. You are probably the last thing left for Mo Rower. From this, it seems your mother worm is among the peasants. Ahil hoisted the Kelly onto his shoulder and walked back into the secret passage. Giddy up, giddy up. A Kelly was wielding a whip, continuously striking the horse in front of her, with each strike identical in interval and force. The Kelly had distinct features, dressed entirely in a green robe, resembling a man's attire except for her flowing black hair without any ornamentation, perfectly neat despite the wind. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. The carriage behind her was unadorned, retaining the original wood color with no carvings or decorations. Alanis, we're not far from Pingliang. Slow down a bit, came a man's voice from inside the carriage. Though soft, it somehow seemed clearly audible amidst the noisy road. Yes, Wesleyster, Alanis nodded, tucking the whip into her waistband, revealing a light blue sword hilt. Without the whip, the horse gradually slowed. Alanis dismounted, holding the reins and slowly walking on the road. 100 coins for entering the city with a carriage, said a soldier guarding the gate, his voice deep. It doesn't matter. Killian's voice came from inside the carriage once more. Alanis nodded, handing the soldier a chunk of silver ingot, then walked away without looking back. All the soldiers widened their eyes, staring at the silver, their greedy gazes evident. A silver ingot this large was worth 10 taels, equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, more than their monthly salary combined. Everyone gets a share, everyone gets a share, the soldier grinned nervously, knowing he couldn't keep such a bounty to himself. There were only 5 guards at the gate, so each could get a fair share. Despite this, when he turned around, the carriage had vanished. We've arrived, Wesleyster. Alanis stopped the carriage beside the street, speaking softly. After she spoke, a man dressed in a white robe emerged from the carriage, spirited and refined in every movement. Jioku Academy, a fitting name. This man was Ahil, who, thanks to Alanis's assistance, had found time to study Brett's alchemical texts along the way. Esteemed guest, judging by your demeanor, you must be someone extraordinary. Are you here to find someone or prepare for an exam? A waiter approached Ahil immediately. I'm looking for someone. Saying this, Ahil took out a silver ingot. This is a tip for you. Tell everyone in this academy that Adair seeks individuals with superior writing skills. If they agree to come with me, I'll reward them 10,000 silver. The waiter froze, then quickly became elated, running inside and shouting loudly. Soon, many people gathered, blocking the entrance completely. A true scholar cannot be bought by money, someone shouted from upstairs, yet their descent was anything but slow. Well, wealth is external. We are all here for our aspirations, said a Kirk in white, his eyes determined as he hurried to stand before Ahil first. Ladies and gentlemen, Ahil extended his hand, gently pressing downward, and the crowd immediately quieted. Today, I am not testing anything else. Just write an interesting story. For each piece, I'll reward 100 silver, and the one who writes the most and best stories within an hour can come with me, receiving 10,000 silver as resettlement. Agreed. Everyone responded unanimously, picking up their pins, regardless of their location. Those at the back also follow the same rule. Good storytelling is what matters, and I will reward 100 silver for each interesting story. Ahil smiled warmly, turning toward the back. Instantly, everyone scrambled, searching for paper and pins. Even those who couldn't read all characters knew the benefactor had stated that an interesting story would suffice. Hashtag chapter 103, Abdur and the Tobiassel beggar. Ah, Abdur, why are you still sitting here? A Bowie pulled at the sleeve of a big beggar beside him, his anxiety evident in every move. Not so fast. Though I sit here, my heart is already soaring in the sky. The older beggar chuckled, his eyes filled with world weariness. Abdur, don't you know how to write books? Someone at Joku Academy is rewarding people for good stories. They're giving out 100 taels of silver for an interesting story. The Bowie said anxiously. With that much silver, you'd never go hungry again. If you can make it, just don't forget this, Bowie. Money is external and... The big beggar paused but quickly regained his composure. And what? Come on, let's go. The Bowie immediately grabbed the big beggar's hand, but he couldn't budge him. Then, with a sudden thought, he added, that person also said if someone writes the fastest and best, they can leave with him and receive 10,000 taels as relocation fees. The big beggar was taken aback again, but soon shook his head. He must be a swindler. Everyone is writing, and I heard he gave 20 taels of silver to those who entered. He doesn't look like a swindler. The Bowie began crying in frustration. Money is external. You cannot bring it with you when you die. I'm too lazy to go. The big beggar laughed and said casually, You infuriate me. The Bowie stomped his feet. Will you go or not? If you don't, I won't bring you food anymore. Food sustains the body. If you stop bringing it, I might starve to death, but I've long accepted life and death. If I say I won't go, then I won't. The big beggar turned away and gazed back at the sky. If you won't go, I will. The Bowie shouted. You can't write. I'll tell him the stories. The Bowie stuttered. You're just a small beggar. What could you possibly tell? The big beggar smiled and patted the Bowie's head. I'll tell him the stories you told me. The Bowie pushed the big beggar's hand away and ran off. Hey, Bowie, come back. The big beggar looked concerned but didn't move, only stretching his hands forward. Move, everyone, move. The Bowie ran to Joku Academy, shouting. The surrounding people frowned, clearly annoyed by the smell. Xavion frowned but ignored it. He was in a good mood and had previously promised to treat everyone equally. The Bowie didn't take pen and paper but knelt before Xavion, banging his head on the ground repeatedly. Xavion paused. He could see the excitement in the Bowie's eyes, unmistakable in this setting. If you can write it, I'll reward you. Xavion smiled warmly at the Bowie. The Bowie lifted his head instantly, blood trickling from his forehead. His gaze was intense. I can't write, but I have a friend who tells great stories. Every time, I get so moved and I cry, the Bowie shouted suddenly. Calm down, speak slowly. I'll listen, but don't disturb others who are concentrating. Xavion gently smoothed the Bowie's messy hair. Though only 7 years old, the Bowie dared to speak this way before him, even risking injury. This courage alone made Xavion willing to listen. Oops, the Bowie covered his mouth and bowed deeply to everyone, saying, sorry. His voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet academy, everyone heard him. Most eyes were full of disdain, but the Bowie's sincere gaze remained unchanged. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach growled. I'm not hungry. The Bowie blushed but his gaze was defiant. Ewan, go buy some steamed buns outside. Xavion softly ordered, and Ewan nodded and left. Xavion reached out to lift the Bowie, but the child quickly moved aside, shaking his head. I'm dirty. You're not dirty. Xavion shook his head, walked over, and picked up the Bowie. What's your name? The Bowie trembled slightly. Apart from Abdur, no one had ever held him. He looked up at Xavion, who smiled warmly, tears welling in his eyes. Strange, why am I crying? The Bowie wiped his eyes, confused. Come, tell me your name. Xavion gently stroked the Bowie's hair. My name is Xiao Chi Gai, Tobiassel beggar, the Bowie replied seriously. Xavion was surprised. Don't you have parents? No, I've been alone. There's a man named Ji who was very kind to me. He's called Abdur, but later, something happened to his legs, the Bowie explained, looking troubled. Is he your friend? Xavion smiled gently again. Yes, the Bowie nodded. He tells the best stories. I love listening to him. Really? I never lie. I believe you. Xavion looked earnestly at the Bowie. Really? The Bowie smiled happily but soon became worried. But he has a bad temper. He refused to come and called you a swindler. Can you give him a chance to tell you a story? I promise you'll love it. He called me a swindler? That won't do, Xavion chuckled. He needs to tell 2 stories, one to apologize. I'm not a swindler. The Bowie was taken aback but laughed more broadly. Sir, here are the buns. Ewan handed the buns to Xavion. Xavion nodded and passed them all to the Bowie. Eat. Later, you'll take me to meet your friend? The Bowie was overjoyed. He grabbed a bun and took a big bite but hesitated. Can I take these buns with me? He asked timidly. Of course, Xavion smiled and nodded. Then I'll go now, I'll be back soon. The Bowie jumped down from Xavion's arms and ran off without looking back. An hour passed quickly. Few submitted manuscripts caught Xavion's interest. Most were examination candidates whose stories were extremely dull. Chapter 104. Anger and Calmness. Take the money and leave. Xavion had only chosen 13 essays, but among these 13, only 2 were fairly good. Xavion remained seated quietly while the crowd around him gradually dispersed. A few even picked up their pens again, starting to write seriously once more. Who is that Bowie? Xavion was puzzled. He didn't feel that the Bowie would have stood him up, so he asked the server beside him. I don't know either. I arrived late, but I've heard he always begs around. Wesleyan people give him alms out of pity, but after begging, he never eats right away, explained the server. From what I see, that Bowie must have tricked you, took the buns, and ran away. Just a few old buns, not worth much. Please don't be upset. Your call for manuscripts has already spread. Tomorrow, many more will come to write for you. Xavion waved his hand, signaling the server to leave. He then slowly closed his eyes, his divine sense probing outward instantly. In just 3 breaths, Xavion opened his eyes, filled with anger. He stood up, crushing the stone beneath his feet completely. At the same time, a Bowie crawled on the ground in pain, covered in blood. His already tattered clothes were shredded by whips, the scars clearly visible. Ants swarmed over them. One of his eyes was swollen shut, and his face was bruised. His left leg bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. The Bowie kept his left hand pressed against his abdomen, as if protecting something. Using only his right side, he inched forward inch by inch. The passers-by walked silently, ignoring him as if they hadn't seen anything. Tell me who did this to him. A shadow suddenly appeared, its form gradually revealed. A man in white robes, his eyes eerily calm. Though his voice wasn't loud, everyone turned to look at him. Sigh, the poor Bowie. In his haste to run away, he was hit by the carriage of the carry, breaking his legs. The prince was enraged and ordered his men to flog him 100 times before leaving. On court side, explaining, Magnus, the prince can do whatever he wants without repercussions. Here, I have some herbs. If you know him, please help save him. But remember, the carry has decreed that anyone who dares intervene will receive 100 lashes. If you save him, take him out of Pyongyang City. Thank you, sir. Xavion bowed, his eyes remaining calm. Tobiasul beggar, let me carry you. Xavion stepped forward gently, extending his hand. The Bowie hesitated, looking at Xavion, his eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry for making you wait so long, the Bowie said apologetically. His speech was slow, and his words were muffled, indicating that many of his teeth had been knocked out. Does it hurt? Xavion's voice was heavy. He could see that the Bowie showed no sign of complaint. It doesn't hurt, the Bowie smiled. I wasn't careful and blocked someone's way. The buns are dirty now. Come, let me carry you. Xavion also smiled. No, thank you. I'll get your clothes dirty. The Bowie waved his bruised right hand frantically. I said, you're not dirty at all. Xavion touched the Bowie's head, lifting him into his arms and placed a pill in his mouth. Swallow it. Thank you. The Bowie swallowed the pill. Soon, warmth spread through his body, and his wounds began to heal visibly. His broken right leg regained sensation. The Bowie looked puzzled, gazing at Xavion, who continued to smile. Is it here? Xavion pointed to a small hut made of straw, barely enough for one person. It looked like a pile of garbage from afar. Behind it was an abandoned temple. Yes, I'll go get him. The Bowie jumped out of Xavion's arms, but was pulled back by Xavion. Stay here. I'll go myself. Xavion smiled. Okay. The Bowie, understanding that Xavion was not a bad person, nodded. Curiosity flickered in his heart. Wesley, I ask your name? I am Adair. Xavion walked to the straw hut and bowed lightly. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the hut, pushing the straw aside. A large, dirty beggar appeared, his eyes surprisingly clear, showing no signs of despair or resentment. What brings you here? The big beggar frowned slightly, asking softly. To prove I'm not a liar, Xavion smiled, sensing confidence in the person before him, as if the current situation wouldn't bring him down. Wasn't it you who sought storytellers at Juku Academy? The big beggar paused, moving closer. Where is the Bowie? I've brought him along. You'll write 2 stories, one apologizing for calling me a liar, and one thanking me for saving the Bowie, Xavion said calmly. Honored by your trust, my name is Chester. The old beggar lowered his head, propping himself up with both hands. I have no thoughts to write, please spare me and return the Bowie. Xavion immediately helped the old beggar up, speaking softly. Please rise, sir. The Bowie is fine, but he has been bullied. Thank you for rescuing him. Tears welled in Chester's eyes. The Bowie was his only connection to the world. Can you write me those 2 stories? Xavion smiled, sitting beside the old beggar. You are indeed a remarkable man. Since you are willing to listen, I shall gladly tell you. Chester felt relieved, seeing the dignified and peaceful demeanor of Xavion. He believed the Bowie was safe somewhere enjoying food. Once upon a time, there was a young boy whose parents passed away when he was very young. From as far back as he could remember, he worked odd jobs at a private school, absorbing knowledge day by day. He soon showed a talent for reading. However, the boy lacked ambition and preferred listening to idle gossip from people passing by. Whenever someone stopped, he would offer tea and water just to hear strange tales. As the boy grew older, he started studying under the tutor at the school. While others took days to memorize things, he mastered them in a day. Yet, he never focused, preferring to wander the streets, listening to incredible stories. Over time, the tutor couldn't tolerate his lack of effort and expelled him. Undeterred, he began writing stories for a theater, turning the tales into scripts, which actors performed, earning him more success than the tutor ever had. The young boy's talent attracted many customers to the theater, but the owner became envious, plotting to steal his work and claim it as copied. No matter how hard the boy tried to explain, no one listened. He left town with some money, wandering and living by telling and listening to stories. Gradually, he forgot the past, finding joy in sharing vivid and lifelike stories, earning enough to live. As a Dale, he met a Nadine who was beautiful and kind. 5 years younger, from a wealthy family. Despite the mismatched social standing, the Dale cherished her presence. The Nadine harbored feelings for him, hinting subtly, but the Dale, being penniless, feared hurting her. As she grew, many powerful suitors courted her, yet her heart remained with the Dale. Go study, gain status. If you love me, strive. I'll wait 3 years. If you don't come, I will marry another. Translation ends. The Nadine, at 16, cried and shouted, uttering her last words to the Kirk. From then on, no matter what he did, he would never see her again. The Kirk left, leaving behind only a note that read, "Wait for me." Motivated for the first time, he studied day and night. In just 2 years, he became the top scholar and was received by the Emperor. But in his heart, he had no grand ambitions. Only the Nadine occupied his every thought. The Kirk returned to the city where the Nadine lived, but he did not find her waiting as promised. The Nadine had died. At 16, she had heavily applied makeup to conceal her pale face. Despite it being golden autumn, she was wrapped tightly, and her 7th-day memorial was before the Kirk had left. Her parents had helped deceive him. The Kirk resigned from his post and silently kept vigil at her solitary grave. Occasionally, he murmured to himself that this lie, though painful, was not lonely. Chapter 105. Provoking trouble. The story is finished, sir. Are you satisfied? Chester looked at Xavion, his eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. You don't need to tell me the second story, sir, Xavion smiled gently. When I feel like hearing it, please do tell me. Chester sighed softly. With how things are, will you still take me in? Of course. Just call me young Wesleyster. I don't have the right to be called sir by you. Your only tie now seems to be that Bowie, Xavion answered solemnly. To be frank, I am a cultivator, what you might call an immortal teacher. I can heal your leg as well. What if I refuse to go with you? Chester's gaze deepened, his eyes fixed on Xavion without moving a muscle. A story alone is worth the medicine's price, Xavion replied quickly, his eyes unwavering. Chester felt a slight stir within him. Ever since she left, he seemed to have forgotten his pursuits and his daleful self. Now, this opportunity was precious, and the name, immortal teacher, he had heard before intrigued him. He wanted to understand them personally. Wesleyster, it's my fault for not being able to catch up with you. Please punish me. Alanis panted and knelt down nearby, while behind her was the Bowie. Then, as punishment, you will carry Sir Chester and help me find some trouble, Xavion smiled. Yes, young Wesleyster. Alanis took a deep breath, walked to Chester, and gently carried him on her back. Hey, Abdur, see? I told you he wouldn't lie to you. The Bowie laughed happily. Here, have a bun. It's a bit dirty because he gave it to me. Chester's expression was complicated, but instantly felt the air temperature drop slightly. He quickly looked at Xavion and sensed his anger. No, I won't eat it. You eat it. Chester was a bit scared. He had heard about immortal teachers, known for their unpredictable moods, capable of laughing one moment and killing the next. You shouldn't eat it either, Xavion suddenly smiled warmly. You two are now people with 10,000 taels of silver. There's no need to eat such things. One mustn't waste food. It's not good. The Bowie didn't listen to Xavion, instead taking bites of the bun. Abdur, you're unwell? Let me eat the dirty ones. With 10,000 taels of silver, you can buy new buns soon. The Bowie finished the buns quickly, a happy smile on his face. But Xavion couldn't keep smiling anymore. Holding the child reminded him of Harmony and Susie. This Bowie was kinder than those two women, as pure as snow, untainted. Let's go. Xavion's expression grew serious. He gently picked up the Bowie, thinking of something deeper. We'll eat and bathe, then get some new clothes. Really? You're too kind. Besides Abdur, I've never met anyone as good as you. The Bowie's eyes were full of gratitude. But no, I can't spend it. It's Abdur's money. He needs it for his health, and nice clothes are expensive. Don't worry. I'm a doctor. I can heal him. Xavion stroked the Bowie's head. I healed you too, remember? Still, no. Abdur needs to save money for marriage. The Bowie shook his head. I won't marry, Chester laughed. Just do what young Wesleyster says. His wealth is endless. More than Wesleyster Gia's wealth? The Bowie was incredulous. Sure. If Wesleyster Gia's wealth is pebbles on the street, young Wesleyster's wealth is the entire land. Chester continued smiling. Wow, you're amazing. The Bowie's eyes shone with admiration. Indeed. From now on, I appoint you as my attendant. You'll take care of my daily life. Study hard and don't slack off. Got it? Xavion smiled again. Yes, young Wesleyster, I will work hard. The Bowie nodded earnestly. But my attendant can't have no name. Xavion turned to Chester. Give him a name. Chester was finally reassured. He suddenly understood why Xavion had been so angry earlier. Following such a person, even at the cost of his life, would be worth it. Pure as snow, unsullied until marked. Wesleert, and it turns to water. Not snow, yet solidifies into ice. How about the name Vince? Xavion nodded, looking at the Bowie. How about calling you Vince? Okay. The Bowie nodded excitedly, grinning widely. Yeah, I'll have a name from now on. At the heart of Pingliang City stood the Imperial Palace, divided into inner and outer sections, each exuding opulence and grandeur, evoking awe and respect for the strength of the Yin Kingdom. Xavion led Alanis, Chester, and Vince to the gates of the palace, paying a simple visit to the carry without much ado. The guards initially doubted him, but seeing the two beggars behind him, their attitudes completely changed. How can you just see the carry? Impossible, the guard said dismissively, turning away from Xavion. Xavion could only smile bitterly. Killing wasn't his style, especially not in front of Vince. Young Wesleyster, maybe we should give up. Vince gazed at the gate, feeling intimidated. Along the way, he gradually understood what Xavion intended to do, having tried multiple times to stop him without success. Xavion glared at Vince. What if someone else gets hurt by him in the future? I don't know. Vince lowered his head. That's why we need to teach him a lesson, so he treats others more respectfully in the future, Xavion smiled. The guard overheard their conversation, sneering inwardly. Teaching the carry to treat people like them respectfully was absurd. The guard felt fortunate for not reporting Xavion earlier, knowing that constant interruptions would frustrate his master and jeopardize his position. Chapter 106, A Chance Encounter with an Old Acquaintance. Dion closed his eyes, and his spiritual awareness instantly extended. But before he found the carry, he discovered another cultivator within the palace. He quickly probed, and a familiar face appeared before him. Dion froze for a moment, and withdrew his spiritual awareness. Since he had noticed that person, it was natural that the person also sensed him, and his formidable spiritual awareness inadvertently startled the other. Who would have thought? There's actually a friend here. Dion suddenly showed a peculiar smile and turned to those around him. Wait a little while, someone will come to see us. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the palace, someone was enjoying music and dance performances along with the current emperor. Surprisingly, that person sat at the main seat, while the emperor was seated on the first seat to the right. The performer was alone, draped in light gauze, her slender and graceful figure appearing delicate and frail. Her beautiful features were mesmerizing, even drawing a lecherous smile from the emperor. On the contrary, the person in the main seat had clear and composed eyes, occasionally revealing admiration. Suddenly, the person in the main seat stood up, his face filled with horror. He leaped before the emperor, grabbed his collar, and roared, "What have you gotten us into? You damned fool, I was kindly helping you, but you tried to harm me." The emperor's expression changed abruptly, revealing a trace of fear. The dancer immediately knelt down, not daring to raise her head. "Immortal master, how dare I? Isn't this exactly how we agreed to enjoy the performance?" The emperor forced a laugh. "There must be some misunderstanding. Immortal master, you have been kind to me and have never asked anything of me. Why would I do such a thing?" That person paused and released the emperor. "Damn it, there's a powerful deity standing at your palace gate. When I saw him, I could only address him as senior. Yet, your foolish guards tried to stop him from entering. No way, I need to leave now. Good luck to you." With that, he left without looking back. "No, no, no." The emperor immediately knelt down. "Immortal master, please don't go." "Oh, please don't go, immortal master. See, that person didn't storm the palace, which means everything is fine. Please stop and think about it." Killian reached the doorway, but halted upon hearing the emperor's words. After careful consideration, he had to admit he admired the emperor for being able to gauge people's reactions so well. "Tell me what he means," he said. "Well, I'm not entirely sure, but think about it. Since you called him senior, he surely has noticed you. If you leave now, the immortal master might not be pleased. Besides, given his formidable strength, he can come and go as he pleases in the palace." Yet he stopped. "This shows he might be reasonable. Join me in paying our respects to him. I believe he won't make things difficult for us. We should try to meet his demands." You're right." Killian nodded, seized the emperor, stepped once, and a spirit sword appeared beneath his feet, flying into the sky. The emperor's complexion turned pale despite this not being his first time experiencing such a flight. Yet the distance from the ground made him increasingly fearful of accidentally falling. "I am French. Not knowing of senior's arrival, I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive me." Killian descended gracefully, exuding a godlike aura, yet immediately knelt without raising his head. "Why don't you come out to speak? It feels awkward through the door," Dion remarked, recalling their previous encounter. However, upon meeting again, this French seemed stronger, almost equivalent to a typical Foundation establishment stage cultivator. "You kneel too." French hastily tapped the emperor's head and pulled him outside the palace gates. "I am French. I am Wesley Iximus. We greet you, senior." "We greet you, immortal Wesleyster." Both men knelt swiftly, trembling slightly. Nearby guards widened their eyes, recognizing the kneeling figures as the immortal master who helped the current emperor ascend to the throne and the emperor himself. "Oh my, whom did I stop?" The guard's face lost all color, forgetting who he was, while others quickly knelt, one even dropping his weapon, producing a clanging sound. French and Wesley Iximus's hearts raced, not daring to look back. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the resonating sound of metal hitting the ground. "You don't need to be so tense. I'm quite approachable. Get up and talk." Dion smiled gently. "This child is my disciple, named Noah." Noah stood next to the two as they rose. "Lord Noah is baleful and promising, destined to become a dragon among men." Wesley Iximus and French spoke in unison despite the beggar-like appearance of their guest. "Did you rehearse this?" Dion asked, puzzled. "Of course not," they answered in unison again. "I'll explain." French cleared his throat. "Lord Noah has a noble bearing. Upon seeing him, I couldn't help but feel admiration, and Wesley Iximus and I share this sentiment." "That's right, absolutely right," Wesley Iximus hurriedly agreed. "Aren't you guys dumb?" "I'm just a bowie," Noah smiled innocently. French really wanted to slap Noah. How dare an ordinary human call him dumb? Yet, he dared not, fearing the power of the person behind him, who could kill him with mere spiritual awareness. He didn't even dare to probe that person's cultivation level. Not at all. Being a beggar was just bad luck. Now, with the recognition of an immortal master and your high talent, why would you remain a beggar? Wesley Iximus quickly responded. "Cough," Dion interrupted. "I came here to ask about the carry. Why did he harm my disciple? And to cure Noah, I used many elixirs. What should be done, do you think?" "Compensation, certainly compensation. I will compensate." French immediately took out a storage bag. Handling compensation was necessary. Otherwise, the mortal kingdom wouldn't be able to pay for it, ultimately leaving him to cover it. "Better to be straightforward, though I don't have many spirit stones, here are 1,000. Please do not disdain these, senior." "I don't want spirit stones," Dion shook his head, "and I wouldn't care much for that amount anyway. What I ask of you is two things. First, bring your carry here to serve my disciple for a month. taking good care of him. Second, copy interesting books from your library for me. I'll stay here for a month, and if you don't provide 10,000 volumes, I will be displeased. Dion spoke calmly, as if discussing something trivial. Certainly, certainly. Wesley Iximus nodded eagerly. What about the ones who blocked the immortal Wesleyster? Well, look at it this way. We've been busy all day and are starving, Dion smiled easily. Please come inside. Wesley Iximus gestured respectfully and moved aside. Immortal Wesleyster, they are forgiven. Quickly, inform the carry to come to Taiha Palace and wear eunuch attire. Bring him within an incense sticks burn or else he shall be executed. And someone, tell the Imperial Kitchen to prepare food immediately. Both of you, go to the Imperial Guards and each take 100 lashes. Wesley Iximus understood Dion's intentions. Though angry, Dion clearly did not wish to kill, thus neither could he. Chapter 107. 9 Heavens Divine Tobiasning Sword. The entire palace was bustling with activity, but Xavion did not attend the banquet. Instead, he walked into the room prepared for him by the Emperor, dismissed all the maids and eunuchs, and took out the Shumi Fantion scroll. Soon, a light emanated from the Shumi Fantion scroll. The book instantly flew into the scroll, and when observed again, only a bamboo slip remained, devoid of any text. Miss Patty, have you been well recently? Xavion's consciousness entered the Shumi Fantion scroll once more. You found so many books and went through quite a bit of effort. Patty's face beamed with delight. Come, tell me what elixir you wish to refine. I currently have no intention of refining any elixirs. I am here to consult you on how to transcend the tribulation as my cultivation is about to break through. Xavion bowed respectfully. Transcending the tribulation? Patty fell into deep thought. There are 3 methods to transcend the tribulation. First is cultivating techniques that can temper the body with thunder, though this is the most dangerous because the power of the lightning tribulation far exceeds ordinary lightning. But if one succeeds, the benefits are the greatest. Second is using formations, which excel in endurance but can be destroyed instantly if exceeded. Third is utilizing magical treasures, tempering treasures, and guiding treasures. Most people use this method to transcend the tribulation. Which method should I use? Xavion asked again. The formation method for transcending tribulations would likely not be possible given the resources of this world, and I do not have records of physical cultivation techniques. However, if you can successfully refine this treasure, you will safely pass the tribulation. Moreover, since you lack a Tobias-bound treasure, if you use this treasure as your Tobias-bound treasure, the benefits you gain will be second only to cultivating thunder-tempering techniques, yet much safer. What level is this treasure? Xavion probed. Fully refined, it can reach the Dow-grade treasure. Patty responded clearly. Of course, the person who can refine this treasure also progresses step by step like you, so you can refine it in this world. Thank you, Miss Patty. Wesley, I asked about the refining method and materials. Xavion showed an excited expression. I know the refining materials, but the method needs to be controlled by yourself. Patty's face slightly blushed as she pinched her jade hand, producing an iron-green longsword. Behind you are 100 portions of materials, and I have prepared the cauldron for refining. Good luck. With these words, Patty disappeared from Xavion's sight. No matter how much Xavion called out, she did not respond. Unreliable, Xavion muttered sarcastically, wondering where he had learned any artificing. This is for you. Suddenly, Patty's voice echoed from the sky, and a small blue booklet dropped down with 4 wobbly characters that read, Artificing 100 Solutions. Why does it feel even less reliable now? Xavion's face was full of frustration, but he still calmed down to read carefully. It took 2 months for Xavion to emerge from the Shumi Fantion scroll, while outside only 1 month had passed. The 9 Heavens Divine Tobiasning Sword, paired with the 9 Heavens Divine Tobiasning Decree. Xavion sighed, realizing he couldn't refine it into a Tobias-bound treasure as Patty suggested, as it would render his Tobias-bound treasure weak. This divine sword has been tried countless times in the Shumi Fantion scroll, with a success rate of up to 90%, Xavion mused. If used like this, I will waste the tribulation and need to seek rarer materials later. Or should I alter the material to use something from the netherworld instead? These netherworld materials should be findable in Tobias Joe, as the Dallas waged war, and there's one site under the tree. Xavion recalled the places he had stayed before, suddenly brightening up. The Wong family village cemetery. Xavion exclaimed loudly. Before encountering cultivation, he always felt an eerie familiarity from that cemetery. Now, combined with his constitution, it was likely related to the netherworld. French, come see me quickly. Issuing a mental command, French immediately rushed to Xavion's room, breaking away from watching dances with Wesley Iximus. He understood the month-long deadline had arrived, and they had gathered enough books. Senior, may I ask what you require? French bowed at the door and asked loudly. Xavion pointed a finger, leaving a mark on French's forehead. His originally happy face turned tragic. Senior, I haven't done anything wrong. Please don't kill me. French immediately knelt and cried loudly. It's a tracking mark. You don't need to worry. Xavion cleared his throat. This tracking technique was stolen from French, but French had only mastered the basics, allowing Xavion to easily detect it back then. I have matters to attend to in the Eastern Domain. Take care of those 3 people for me. I should return within 3 months. If anything happens to them, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. Xavion threatened. Hearing this, French relaxed. I will not fail you, Senior. Yes, continue collecting folktales with Wesley Iximus. You will be rewarded if you do well, Xavion nodded approvingly. Also, I won't notify them myself. Explain the situation to them. With that, Xavion shot into the sky. Since he cultivated purely nether energy, he could only use the cloud stepping technique. To ride artifacts, he needed matching treasures, but without seals, Xavion didn't need to conserve energy. His speed was astonishing, surpassing even ordinary spirit boats. Watching Xavion fly away, French envied him. Void flight was only achievable by Chevian in cultivators. Clearly, this senior had already reached the Chevioning stage. Not sensing Xavion's spirit, he naturally didn't connect Xavion with the cloud stepping technique, having forgotten that it came from the heritage cultivation techniques. In just half a month, Xavion returned to the eastern domain, using all available teleportation arrays. Queer. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Xavion's eyes. He first returned to Qingyun's sect, which had been occupied by a minor sect. Just as he prepared to leave, he remembered the black fabric he obtained in his old cave dwelling. Russell. Xavion's eyes shone with excitement. That black fabric seemed unremarkable, meaning he, like me, can sense nether energy. Moving through the protective formation with 7-star steps, Xavion easily infiltrated the sect's defenses, which were barely better than mundane formations, inferior even to Adela's impromptu setup. Entering his former cave dwelling again, Xavion quickly noticed peculiarities. With his now Chevian-ing level perception, he clearly sensed the sealed nether energy beneath the bed, akin to a lighthouse in the dark night. Chapter 108. Return to native soil. The ancient texts provide no details about the great battle that occurred 10,000 years ago. They only mention a continent west of Tobias Zhou across the sea, named Tianyun Continent, where cultivators seem much stronger than those on Tobias Zhou. Yet this realm is called Tobias Zhou Realm. Perhaps after the war ended, the survivors all went to Tianyun Continent. Xavion shook his head and cast aside the thought as he walked into the secret passage. The passage was extremely deep, and it took him a full incense stick's time to reach the end. This place seems like a dungeon, imprisoning someone. Xavion fell into deep thought. In front of him was a dark red door, its seal seemingly already broken. Xavion pushed open the door and walked in, instantly encountering an influx of dark chi. While Xavion wasn't afraid, he was only one step away from the void pill stage. Once he reached it, heavenly tribulation would descend. Instinctively, he began dispersing the dark chi. Heck, Kirk, it's useless. Tobiasen to me, quickly retreat and don't close the door. A voice suddenly spoke from the depths of the dungeon. Xavion hesitated for a moment before immediately stepping back 2 paces. Indeed, the dark chi stopped advancing. A few years ago, another Kirk came here. I wonder how he's doing now. The voice from the dungeon depths spoke again. Senior brother Russell has already died from energy deviation. Xavion replied gravely. Is that so? The voice sounded somewhat melancholic. Are you willing to cultivate the ghostly shadow art? With this technique, you can easily absorb this dark chi, aiding your transformation into spirit essence without any issues. Who are you? Xavion was slightly stunned. He guessed this person must be from the dark prison, but living for 10,000 years seemed too exaggerated. What my name was, I've long forgotten. You can call me Daoist Jace. 10,000 years ago, during the battle between the dark prison and Tobias Zhou, I participated as a member of the dark prison, but I was imprisoned by Tobias Zhou's immortals, and here I've been for 10,000 years. The voice sighed deeply and then fell silent. Xavion also remained silent. He initially suspected the prisoner might lie, but the story aligned with what he knew. If you're willing, kneel before me as my disciple, and I will impart the ghostly shadow art to you. After you absorb all the dark chi here, save me, and we can freely roam this Tobias Zhou realm. Later on, I can guide you into the dark prison. Hey, don't close the door, let's talk. Xavion firmly shut the door. He had no interest in listening further. Spirit essence realms couldn't exist for so long, implying this person was likely at the immortal stage. With only one voice among numerous cells, it suggested others had long perished. Solitary for so long, the lone survivor might have gone mad, obsessed with freedom. Yet, this place teemed with dark chi. If he had the right treasure, cultivating here would be beneficial. Xavion quietly left as he came, unnoticed by anyone in the small sect. Returning to Wang family village, everything seemed unchanged, except his house appeared protected, keeping others away. It's been almost 10 years, Xavion sighed, feeling some emotion. He didn't rush to the gravesite, but entered his home. Since you've helped protect this place, assisting you once will also create good karma. The wooden plaque he left hadn't moved, but the soldiers guarding it were strikingly noticeable. Wesley, I ask why you are guarding my house? Xavion asked lightly. Your house. The guard was taken aback, then shouted, you're Wesley Sturgai, the miraculous physician? To call me a miraculous physician is too generous. I'm just a wandering healer, Xavion waved off. Thank you for watching over my home. Wesley, I ask what you need. Wesley Sturgai. The guard's emotions overwhelmed him, tears falling. It's too late. 3 years ago, His Excellency passed away. Are you silly? Have you forgotten the princess? The other guard hit his companion on the head. Wesley Sturgai, our master is the 3rd prince of the Earl Kingdom. 7 years ago, he contracted a strange illness and instructed us to wait for you, believing only you could treat him. Alas, he didn't survive. The youngest princess also has the same condition. Please help her, and regarding compensation, you name it. Is everything inside intact? Xavion didn't refuse, but asked softly. We failed to protect it fully. Some items were deliberately destroyed when we arrived, leaving it in disarray. The guard knelt down. Don't worry. Let me check, and prepare horses. Xavion waved them off. Everything inside was mostly handmade by his mother. Their destruction felt destined, bringing sorrow. Yes. The guards hurried away, while Xavion entered with mixed emotions. Everything inside looked newly renovated, identical to how it was before he left, just newer. Everything has changed. Xavion sighed, appearing older. Reborn with memories, he originally hoped for a simple life, but his mother's death weighed heavily on him. He regretted not incapacitating his parents then and respecting his mother's choices. If you hadn't died, I'd probably still be here, just a village doctor. Most things were damaged, save the backpack he carried out early on. His mother had made it for him, though it tore when escaping Daching Mountain, leaving a 3-inch tear on the right side. Mom, I'm leaving. Xavion smiled, recalling childhood play, knowing no one awaited his return. Move. A soldier with a golden token yelled urgently. Riding through the city was punishable by death, but this city belonged to the noble king, and the golden token was the noble king's pardon. For 3 days and nights, Xavion and the 2 guards galloped continuously. Despite expectations, Xavion's complexion fared better. Even the best horses couldn't endure such exertion. The 3 swift steeds died outside the noble king's palace gates. "Westleister guy, please come in." One guard nearly stumbled off his horse, handing Xavion the golden token despite his exhaustion. Xavion accepted it, and was soon led to a bedchamber. The Kelly on the bed looked frail but retained beautiful features. Her petite frame, weakened by chronic illness, appeared even more fragile. On the journey, Xavion learned that after the king's passing, the princess developed the same illness. Wesley in the palace feared contagion and dared not serve her, especially since the king was closest to the young princess. Chapter 109. Mutual Choices. Xavion placed his hand on the princess's pulse, closing his eyes as his divine consciousness surged into her body. He soon found something amiss. She wasn't ill in the conventional sense. There was an enigmatic energy within her, to which her vitality was constantly being drawn, causing her symptoms. If nothing changed, she had only half a year to live. "I can't save her," Xavion sighed softly. Before he entered, someone had already informed others of his arrival. Within moments, more than a dozen people had gathered around him, and the servants nearby showed clear reverence. Clearly, these were very important people. "Even you, Westleister Dr. Guy, can't save her?" asked the lead Dale, who looked deeply saddened. "There are people outside the Great Green Mountain who could save her," Xavion replied truthfully. His practice involved necromantic chi, and driving out this energy would likely corrode her body. "If you trust me, give her to me. If not, I will leave now." Xavion sighed, his eyes full of complexity. He should not have gotten involved, yet inexplicably, he had become more empathetic lately. The one who cast this kind of spell must be a cultivator at least at the Void Core stage, and it was beyond Xavion's divine consciousness alone. He needed spirit energy to neutralize it. However, he didn't tell them this. First, it wouldn't do them any good, and second, if he took the princess away, he would inevitably make an enemy of that cultivator. Outside the Great Green Mountain, the lead figure fell silent, as did everyone else. "What are your chances?" After some time, he asked slowly. "I have full confidence in curing her, but whether we can reach there, I cannot say," Xavion responded. The person's expression was bitter, his eyes filled with struggle. "I trust Westleister Dr. Guy." Ultimately, he nodded. "I will do everything I can," Xavion said firmly. "This time, I came only to pay respects and relocate my parents' graves. That is all I ask. I will arrange everything for you." The person also nodded heavily. "I wonder if my younger sister can return? Crossing the Great Green Mountain is no easy task, and I won't be coming back. As for her, it depends on her own resolve." Xavion's gaze deepened, his expression unnervingly calm. He sensed scrutiny from others, an entity whose divine consciousness matched his own, indicating either a soul cultivator or a nascent soul expert. "For this visit, I won't pay respects to my parents. Please handle it, Your Highness." Xavion bowed again, smiling calmly. "Wesley, I know the princess's name?" "Ivory," the person replied, his expression heavy. "Wasting no time, I will take Princess Ivory with me. Please ensure my parents' graves are relocated." Xavion wrapped Ivory in a blanket and gently picked her up. "Certainly." The person nodded vigorously and then shouted loudly, "Prepare the carriage quickly." Xavion left in a hurry, not even stopping for tea. "Brother, what about our little sister?" "She will be fine." The person shed a few tears. "Westleister Dr. Guy is renowned far and wide. If he says she will live, she will. Did you see how he even entrusted me with relocating his parents' graves?" Everyone fell silent. Xavion had vanished for 10 years, but legends about him grew wilder. Most importantly, anyone he treated praised him, saying he had never failed to cure a patient. Even their Silas seemed to have been helped by Xavion, holding him in high regard and sending troops to guard his home from afar, though he didn't wait long enough to see him. Driving the carriage through the city once more, Xavion was unhindered this time, with soldiers clearing the way. "Why meddle when you've already discovered my affair?" A strange voice reached Xavion's ears shortly after leaving the city. It sounded neither laughing nor crying, revealing no emotion. Xavion immediately stopped the carriage and stepped out alone, soon spotting a man in a black robe and wide-brimmed hat standing nearby. Killian was slender and unassuming, appearing almost like a young boy if not for his voice and attire. "Can you spare this, Nadine?" Xavion sighed. Killian's cultivation was at the Golden Core stage, and frankly, Xavion lacked certainty in victory. Although Adela and Lorraine were also Golden Core, they achieved their strength through arduous practice, sparring mostly with peers. Xavion had won against them not because he was stronger, but because they were weak, with limited spells, lacking experience, and easily satisfied. Over the years, only 2 opponents had left an impression on him, Heron and Edna. Even Tobias and Oren's victories were due to overwhelming power, and his personally trained Harmony didn't come close. They were too weak, easily overpowered even when equally matched, and could win even when one level lower. But this man was different. With comparable divine consciousness and already a Golden Core cultivator, Xavion knew his chances of winning were slim. He could rely only on his necromantic chi. "If I'm correct, you don't know her. We're similar, so why risk a battle you might lose? Or can you guarantee a win against a Golden Core?" The strange voice repeated, accompanied by a cackling laugh. "If I'm correct, you don't know her. We're similar, so why risk a battle you might lose? Or can you guarantee a win against a Golden Core?" The strange voice repeated, accompanied by a cackling laugh. "I promised her, brother. If you wish to fight, I'm not afraid. Victory odds are determined only after the fight begins." Xavion focused, ready to act. "A fight to the death. Are you prepared?" The eerie laughter continued, but before Xavion could respond, countless dark ghosts surged from the man's feet, rushing toward him. Unfazed, Xavion took 3 light steps forward, slipping out of the ghostly encirclement. The ghosts redirected towards the carriage, but Xavion paid them no mind. His right hand suddenly turned ink green, aiming straight for the robed man. Shatter soul finger. Xavion's step created 3 illusions. The robed man's expression grew serious as he retreated hastily, hands continuously forming seals, causing more ghosts to envelop him completely. A loud boom echoed as the ghosts before the man shattered into fragments, spewing blood from his mouth. Xavion retreated, eyes heavy with seriousness. The blood hit the ground, merging with the soil and turning grayish-black, emitting a decaying stench. You, with merely Foundation Establishment cultivation, have such formidable combat strength. No wonder you dared to protect this Nadine before me. In their initial clash, the robed man had suffered slightly, expecting Xavion to rescue the Nadine but finding him unwavering. Losing the advantage, his ghosts were shattered by Xavion's finger, and his pretended bleeding offered no advantage. Xavion saw through it, forcing a retreat. Judging purely by strategy, the robed man lost comprehensively in the first round, yet he remained uninjured due to his higher cultivation. Chapter 110. The Black-Robed Wesleyan. Unsure if so, could you spare her? Giles's heart was far from calm. When he spat out that mouthful of blood, it was because the man's movements did not pause, giving him a fleeting thought of retreat. If there had been an all-out attack just now, he would likely have already died. You overthink. The black-robed man attacked again. With just a wave of his hand, 9 banners instantly flew toward Giles. This time, Giles took 7 steps, yet those 9 banners followed closely like shadows. Unable to evade with the 7-star steps, Giles did not stop. His body transformed into a dark green color once more, and he struck a banner with a punch. Suddenly, countless wraiths surged into the banner, blocking Giles's fist entirely. Second wave. Giles roared, and his weakened punch erupted again with tremendous force. The spirits shattered into fragments, leaving a crack in the banner, but the punch's momentum slowed. Third wave. Giles yelled angrily, causing the black-robed man to be startled. He spat out a mouthful of refined blood, summoning another banner larger than the previous 9 combined. Wesleyster banner, reveal. Return soul technique. Killian murmured the spell, his hands dancing too fast for the naked eye to see. The impact of the punch never came. Instead, Giles retreated using the 7-star steps, taking 21 steps back-to-back, his face visibly pale. The black-robed man showed an incredulous expression. This was his ultimate move, yet it was effortlessly evaded by this Kirk. After all, this move had claimed lives at the core formation stage. He suddenly understood. Although this person's combat experience was terrifying, what was even more terrifying was his adaptability. Giles's roar was intended to make the black-robed man think he would counter directly. Having unleashed his ultimate move, it was difficult to retract, but Giles's pale complexion made it clear that the step formation could not be repeated. Frustrated, he wondered what other ways he could have dealt with Giles if he had taken the first step earlier. Phew, this core formation is intriguing, said the black-robed man, showing signs of fatigue. Using his ultimate move was not easy on him. Meanwhile, Giles carried the Nadine in the carriage and ran away. How long has it been? I've never suffered such a setback, not even from a golden core cultivator. The black-robed man let out a demonic laugh and vanished from the scene. Giles's speed was very fast, but the pursuer was no less swift. He had been running for 3 days and, if nothing unexpected happened, would be caught by tomorrow. In our first encounter, I only gained a slight advantage. Forcing the 7-star step strained my body, but his moves weren't easy either. Giles thought as he ran. He didn't give me any opportunity to get close, clearly knowing I cultivated soul, body, and chi, needing to keep the nether chi hidden. Wesleyaking up his mind, Giles gradually slowed down. He still hadn't used the spirit-breaking arrow obtained from Kimball, intending to surprise the pursuer. Not running anymore? The black-robed man looked somewhat pale, having found it difficult to chase Giles. I'm not running anymore. Giles smiled. Let's fight before we run again. The black-robed man's face turned grim. Did this person really think he'd fall for it again? This time, he did not retrieve the paired banners, but instead pulled out countless talismans, ready to activate them. However, his protective amulet activated instantly, revealing he had been attacked without noticing. Talismans scattered as countless malevolent spirits emerged, rushing towards Giles. The black-robed man realized that at least 100 black arrows had just targeted his head, leaving no trace or spiritual energy fluctuation, meaning it was a mundane method. Yet, this mundane method easily broke through his protective true chi. The black-robed man felt some dread. He indeed had been careless, thinking no spirit energy meant no ambush. Moreover, Giles had only paused for a moment. But if he had moved even a fraction sooner or later, he wouldn't have noticed the trap. Giles's timing was perfect. As soon as he tried to trigger the talismans, the mechanism activated. Damn it, this talisman treasure cost me 1,000,000 spirit stones and can save my life once. It's wasted here. The black-robed man cast another seal, emitting countless wraiths and malevolent spirits to besiege Giles. Giles wasn't faring well. Though the attacks were non-lethal, once affected, stray thoughts invaded his mind. If not for his willpower, he might have been assimilated. Still, this was no pleasant experience. This battle made him acutely aware of the strength gap brought by cultivation differences. F***K. Giles unleashed countless spiritual senses straight at the spirits. Even the black-robed man was surprised. He actually wants to destroy them with spiritual senses. The black-robed man's eyes filled with complex emotions. He couldn't back down. He was genuinely heartbroken over the years spent collecting these wraiths and spirits. Destroying them would inflict severe damage on Giles, but also himself. 100 spirits, 10,000 wraiths. I don't believe you can handle it. As a ghost cultivator, the black-robed man knew forced purification's consequences. Regardless of success or failure, the person's soul would be damaged, taking a century to recover. Wesley-levelent spirits and wraiths relentlessly tore at Giles's spiritual sense, causing soul-piercing agony in his brain. Spiritual sense extended from the soul, much like fingers being bitten caused brain pain. Giles's face twisted in agony. The black-robed man had stopped manipulating, meaning he could attack anytime. Come on, kill me. Giles smiled oddly. A spirit-breaking arrow lay beneath his feet. Just lifting his right foot would release it. Mundane mechanisms were hard to detect with spiritual sense due to the lack of spirit energy fluctuations, requiring meticulous probing. Still talking. The black-robed man was surprised, his eyes heavy with complex emotions. He knew Giles was goading him, but couldn't risk another near-death experience. Ah! Giles roared loudly. Although nether chi devouring the body was painful, it was different. Now, he needed to focus on fighting, while then he could be distracted. Explode! Explode! Giles clenched his teeth. Whenever the spirits devoured his spiritual sense, he triggered explosions, destroying them. Fortunately, most were mundane souls, with few belonging to cultivators. Otherwise, no amount of spiritual sense would suffice. No, he's faster. Giles had only destroyed 30% when the black-robed man investigated halfway. A black light shot into the sky. Giles gave up resistance, retreating instantly. Wesley-levelent spirits and wraiths flooded his body, causing him to stumble but quickly regain his stance. He grabbed Ivory wrapped in a quilt and retreated. Hashtag Chapter 111. The third encounter. This person is so decisive. The black-clothed man immediately stood up to give chase, but in an instant, he saw 3 small black arrows heading straight for his head. He quickly used his magical treasure to deflect them, yet he didn't know whether they were from a trap or from Xavion's attack. His figure paused once again, and his divine sense expanded. The black-clothed man could only watch helplessly as Xavion escaped. Damn it! This brat must have some hidden means to restrain ghostly entities. He stomped his foot in frustration. He could sense that the connection between the vengeful spirits and the wandering souls had been completely severed. Xavion had used some unknown method to completely eliminate those entities. He flew towards Xavion's direction again, but the distance between them had widened. If it weren't for needing just one more Hun for the Enyang banner, why would I be enemies with this kid? The black-clothed man's face turned sullen. Cultivating this ability took 5 years of effort each time, and now he had already infused Yonghun. The Hun could only come from that little Nadine. Fortunately for the black-clothed man, he now understood that the Foundation Establishment cultivator must have set a trap for him, hiding the ability to restrain the Yuanling and Hun. If not for today's dire situation, he might never have known how he was going to die. I'm afraid that man already knows, Xavion said gloomily. As soon as the Yuanling and Hun rushed into his body, the underworld chi instantly swallowed them. Before Xavion could react, the Yuanling and Hun were completely gone. It seems the underworld chi has an extremely terrifying effect on these ghostly entities. Xavion wasn't surprised by this. After all, underworld chi originated from the netherworld, and he could more or less guess the reasons, though he couldn't confirm it. Phew, I didn't expect to escape all the way into Green Mountain. That man is getting closer. Xavion sighed. Now that my winning move can no longer be hidden, I can only face him head-on. If I can't defeat him, I'll have to run. This man is naturally suspicious and won't pursue me further, but Ivory, I fear I may disappoint her. Why did I agree so rashly? Xavion hit his head and smiled bitterly. I seem to have softened, but surely Hewer will be saved too. Xavion's eyes gradually hardened. For those dear to him, he couldn't let go. For them, he could muster his heart to do anything. But now, he was alone, and the consequences would be borne by him alone. No matter what, he wouldn't regret his actions. After running for 3 more days, Xavion placed Ivory in an open area, then concealed himself nearby, quietly waiting for the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man's tracking method certainly wouldn't stop there. The black-clothed man caught up to Xavion again, but instead of 2 people, he saw only one. Ivory wrapped in a cotton blanket lying quietly on the ground. Did he give up? The thought crossed the black-clothed man's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. If he really chose to give up, he would have communicated with me and made some demands. Without suspecting any trick, the black-clothed man sent out his divine sense to investigate. Instantly, he sensed danger. He leaned forward, and 3 small black arrows narrowly missed his head, brushing past his hair. These black arrows weren't very powerful, but if they struck, they would cause serious injury. The protective spirit chi around him was always active, but the black arrows passed through as if they didn't exist, emitting no chi fluctuations. Only special protective techniques could block such attacks. Ordinary protective spirit chi was useless. Before he could catch his breath, Xavion's fist swung at him. He now understood that Xavion hadn't set an ambush near Ivory, but had targeted where he landed. Had the black-clothed man not been cautious, directly seizing Ivory would have left Xavion without hope of retrieving her. In a panic, the black-clothed man retrieved his paired mother and son banners. He knew Xavion wanted to close in, but he also knew he couldn't allow such a person to get close. Xavion's punch struck the sun banner, and despite the 9 banners barely holding, the black-clothed man was still knocked flying. 3 of the 9 banners were damaged. In this brief moment, the black-clothed man formed seals with his hands, and a massive ghost head charged at Xavion. Xavion sighed and had to retreat temporarily to avoid the attack. The ghost head required much energy to control, and upon landing, he abandoned his offensive plans and headed toward Ivory. Xavion froze, revealing a strange smile. The black-clothed man hesitated and stopped as well. I admire your strategy immensely. The black-clothed man bowed respectfully. His tone became considerably more respectful. To be honest, this little Nadine is the last soul needed for my Enyang banner. If you can let her go, I will be eternally grateful. You're done fighting? Xavion couldn't help but laugh. Yes, I'm done fighting. The black-clothed man laughed bitterly. Xavion hadn't used his hidden abilities, yet the many Hun, talisman spirits, Yuanling, and mother and son ghost banners collected over the years were all destroyed. Meanwhile, Xavion had relied solely on mundane items and personal cultivation. If the confrontation continued, once Xavion entered the void spirit realm, he would be no match. But I can't give her to you. Xavion shook his head. I am willing to pay 1,000,000 spirit stones, the black-clothed man said without hesitation. No matter what price you offer, I won't hand her over unless I'm dead. Xavion shook his head again. I promise someone else, and I won't go back on my word. Just for a mortal? The black-clothed man looked bitter. He was torn. Fighting meant uncertain victory. Not fighting meant all his efforts over 50 years would be in vain. To be honest, I don't even understand why I agreed to save her, Xavion smiled. But once I promised, that's it. You know I'm not afraid of you, the black-clothed man looked at Xavion. We are both intelligent. I admit your potential is astonishing. Once you enter the Void Dance stage, I will acknowledge you as unmatched. However, potential isn't strength right now. If you become my enemy, it will be a fight to the death. Risking your life for a mortal Kelly? Is it worth it? Your future self will make a name in the Liazu continent. His words almost came out as a shout. I told you. I promised. Xavion charged forward again. He realized this person was like Heron before, and he wouldn't easily become their enemy. Yet, he had already made a promise, and seeing Ivory, he knew he would face a formidable foe. He could have avoided saving her, but compassion moved him. The black-clothed man stepped aside, no longer daring to approach Ivory. Though the black-clothed man was a scattered cultivator, his combat strength was formidable. Spells from his hands continuously prevented Xavion from closing in, while Xavion relied entirely on his corporeal cultivation for brute force attacks. They exchanged blows, delivering over 100 strikes within the span of an incense stick burning. Note: Yin-Yang Banner refers to a type of mystical banner in Chinese lore. Shevianling, spirits of the deceased who harbor strong, unresolved grievances. Inhun, wandering souls or spirits. Void Spirit, a higher realm of cultivation. Foundation establishment, early stage of cultivation focusing on building a solid foundation. Corporeal cultivation, physical enhancement through cultivation techniques. Hashtag Chapter 112, Mutual Annihilation. The situation is already deteriorating. If you give up now, what I said before still stands. The black-clothed man's strength was clearly superior, but his victory was not easy. It could be said that he had won purely by exhausting the other party. By saying this, it seems you are still afraid of me, afraid of my hidden means. Dion's face once again twisted into an eerie smile. He was already covered in numerous wounds, and the dark green color of his body could no longer be triggered. In terms of sheer power, he couldn't win against the person before him. His only option was to close in and send the Yin Chi into that person's body. He had no spells that relied on Yin Chi for attacks, but the nature of Yin Chi was the best offensive tool. Third wave. Dion roared as he charged forward, completely abandoning defense. You've shouted, third wave, 10 times already? Though the black-clothed man spoke like this, he didn't dare take Dion lightly. Another spell was cast, sending countless black ghosts surging toward Dion while forming a barrier of Yin Chi in front of himself, retreating even further. These 3 moves were the best methods he had devised during the battle with Dion. This allowed him to remain calm and unharmed. Of course, the price was that his consumption far exceeded Dion's, but his realm was higher. Bang! The Yin Chi barrier shattered completely, and even the gust from Dion's punch blew past the black-clothed man's nose. Fear flashed across the black-clothed man's eyes. If he had taken 3 fewer steps back, he would have been hit hard by that punch. Is it finally over? The black-clothed man's expression was one of relief. The person before him had collapsed, but that smile made him hesitate to approach easily. Funeral spell. The black-clothed man continued his incantation, quickly summoning many spirits from the ground to surround Dion. Even now, he dared not get close, continuing to expend large amounts of Yin Chi to kill Dion. Hell grip. Dion's gaze was already somewhat scattered. After 3 encounters, the black-clothed man never approached him closely. Even now, the man remained extremely cautious. Dion could not use Hell Grip, a move he had seen in Hell Prison and used partially during his second transformation as a Hell Prison creature. This move was the same one that freed them from their slave status in his second life. Dion's mind wandered vaguely, recalling his days as a slave when he absorbed Yin Chi daily for the medallion on his forehead to cultivate. One day, someone broke the slave seal, triggering that grip, palm strike, push and pat. Hell Grip. The 4 characters were imprinted in all the slaves' minds at that moment, as if the voice existed even longer than the Lord of Hell Prison. Hell Grip broke the Lord of Hell Prison's bindings, freeing the prisoners. All slaves gained their own consciousness, but the slave mark still lingered. Hell Grip. Dion's right hand clenched lightly, and the spirits instantly dissipated. The black-clothed man's eyes were filled with terror, unsure of what happened. He felt isolated, unable to sense or touch anything, except himself and the hand holding him. I failed. I wonder if Toby Assinger will be sad when she finds out I'm dead. Dion's consciousness was blurry, yet he did not abandon his plan to kill the black-clothed man. This feeling lasted only 3 breaths, and the hand ultimately did not hold the black-clothed man. Phew. The black-clothed man panted heavily, feeling as if he had just died once. He looked at the fully unconscious Dion with complicated emotions. How could such a monster die at my hands? The black-clothed man sighed. If not for necessity, he wouldn't want to be Dion's enemy, but now he had no choice but to kill him. The black-clothed man hesitated briefly, casting another spell. However, he immediately sensed something amiss as dark clouds gathered in the sky. He's facing tribulation? The black-clothed man panicked. You, who are you? Why are you facing tribulation upon reaching the Void Core stage? The black-clothed man deeply regretted his actions, but his last move had triggered the heavenly tribulation, making the tribulation believe he was helping Dion transcend. You truly won't let me go even in death. In your current state, how could you possibly survive the tribulation? The black-clothed man ran off hurriedly. Though he had never faced a tribulation, he knew it only came when a spirit reached its peak, approaching immortality. Unwilling to endure it, he chose to flee. Just 3 breaths later, a bolt of lightning struck him, ending his life. You're really a pain. The Sumeru illusory sky scroll emerged from Dion's storage bag again, unfurling to reveal an angry young Kelly within. I shielded you during your Foundation establishment tribulation, and now you need help with the Void Spirit tribulation. Forget it. Since you provided so many books, I'll help you once more. The Sumeru illusory sky scroll suddenly grew immense, covering the tribulation cloud entirely. Soon, the cloud vanished into the scroll, and the sky cleared. But instantly, a black lightning bolt appeared, striking the scroll. Its speed was astonishing, and it knocked the scroll to the ground, scorching it slightly. Do not awaken me within a year. The painting soul's voice was weak, leaving these words in Dion's consciousness before disappearing. In the nether realm, the dark palace, a Kirk in white was meditating with closed eyes. Suddenly, he opened them. Primordial boundless thunder, he murmured. This thunder is from the chaos, the supreme tribulation. Yet today, the will of heaven has expended itself to borrow this thunder, indicating something beyond this realm blocked the will. Either a supreme treasure or a chaotic supreme treasure. The Kirk closed his eyes again, but soon frowned. This supreme thunder cannot pass silently. It must be a chaotic supreme treasure. However, this treasure is highly intelligent, erasing all traces, making it untraceable. Sighing, he closed his eyes again and resumed meditation. Mountains of demons, realms of fiends, the supreme immortal world, and other places saw people gradually waking up. For a moment, all top cultivators felt something stirring but then quickly returned to calm. Dion slowly opened his eyes. The painting soul's words echoed in his mind, and his heart remained unsettled. If not for the painting soul, he would have died just now. Hashtag chapter 113, beneath the graveyard. Truly laughable, that I'm still so naive. Dion pounded the ground fiercely. What kind of agreement could ever outweigh someone important? The moment I saw her, I shouldn't have saved her. During the recent thunderstorm, Dion was well aware that the massive thunderclouds wouldn't last a moment within the Sumeru illusion scroll. But the black lightning that followed was too swift for even his divine consciousness to capture. If not for seeing the Sumeru illusion scroll fall to the ground, he wouldn't have known what had transpired. It was too fast, giving no room for reaction. More terrifyingly, Dion couldn't sense any trace of power from the black lightning. This wasn't weakness but rather an extremity of condensed power, releasing not a single wisp of energy. The favor will be repaid, Dion sighed. He noticed the scorched Sumeru illusion scroll in his storage pouch, and it deeply pained him. Dion collected his thoughts. His false core realm wasn't yet stable, and he needed to practice the netherworld technique again. The dark chi vortex in Dion's dantian once again surged with dark chi. When the Foundation establishment platform crumbled due to the thunderstorm, the residual energy coalesced into a spherical dark chi mass in his dantian. Dion's goal was to condense this dark chi mass into solidity. Once a false golden core took shape, it would signify Dion's complete entry into the false core realm. As more dark chi flooded into the dark chi mass, its initial transparency became increasingly murky. Finally, it turned completely solid, with no sign of dark chi visible. Only then did Dion exhale a long breath, a faint aura of the false core emanating from him. However, it's somewhat ironic. While others gain significant strength when advancing realms, apart from some additional divine consciousness, my power hasn't increased much. Dion mused self-deprecatingly. His strength derived from the spells he learned from Miles, as well as the Ink Jade Body Tempering Technique, the Spirit Transformation Heart Method, and the Netherworld Technique. Though highly praised by Ashlyn, the Netherworld Technique offered no offensive capabilities, only controlling dark chi which took effect upon contact. Right, the Bloodline Secret Art. A flash of inspiration struck Dion as he suddenly remembered a forgotten spell. The Bloodline Secret Art can be used without seals but consumes far more energy than usual, hence why I never practiced it before. Standing up again, the corpse of the black-clothed man entered Dion's vision. In the false core trial, the black-clothed man couldn't withstand a single strike, and even Dion might not have fared much better. This Bloodline Secret Art was stolen from French. Its sole use is to store spells. If I don't get close, my combat prowess won't manifest at all. I wonder what spell this person knew, hoping it isn't too weak. Dion picked up the black-clothed man's corpse and silently made seals. Soon, the corpse stood up on its own, expression filled with extreme pain. The veins instantly swelled, turning bright red and gradually converging into a bloodline, bursting out from the chest. Transform, Dion uttered softly, grabbing the bloodline. It instantly turned into a pool of boiling blood covering his arm. The blood bubbled violently, even melting Dion's skin. Solidify. The boiling blood stilled and began dissolving. After 10 breaths, it vanished entirely, leaving Dion's skin scorched and damaged. Success on the first try, Dion murmured. With a wave of his right hand, a massive ghost head emerged, revealing it to be Devouring Soul. Dion felt elated. The Bloodline Secret Art replicated the most familiar spell of the subject. That ghost head caused him no small amount of trouble. Not only did it have dark chi attacks, but also devastating divine consciousness strikes. Since Dion's divine consciousness matched that of the black-clothed man, it was bearable. Yet knowing Dion's divine consciousness rivaled an essence kernel cultivator, an ordinary golden core cultivator wouldn't fare well. And since I lack dark chi spells, despite their low concentration, they aren't something commoners can handle. Dion smiled confidently. This advancement surpassed even stepping into the false core realm. Just the Devouring Soul significantly enhanced his power. Dion rechecked the black-clothed man's storage pouch. There were few spirit stones, but there was a spirit boat, an extremely valuable item costing tens of millions of spirit stones, definitely beyond a stray cultivator's means. But his magical treasures are all of the Een Soul and Ghost type, unusable by me. Dion shook his head, thinking no further. Different cultivation techniques rendered even powerful magical treasures less effective. Thus, despite being the fruit of 50 years, Dion wouldn't pursue the Een Yang banner. Carrying ivory, Dion returned to Wang family village. This time he didn't go home but straight to the graveyard. They kept their word. Dion smiled gently. His parents' graves had been moved. He now needed to uncover the secret of this place. Placing ivory aside, Dion closed his eyes, probing with his divine consciousness. Soon, he found the source, a black stone slab. Its intricate patterns were profound, though undecipherable, still appearing mysterious. The stone slab was shaped like a hexagram, each corner featuring a slot, small enough for 3 or 4 people to stand crowded together. A teleportation array? Dion pondered, quickly retrieving 6 superior spirit stones from his storage pouch and placing them in the slots. As soon as the spirit stones were placed, the array glowed faintly but quickly faded, turning the stones into powder. Stunned, Dion tossed more spirit stones into the slots, increasing the array's glow until nearly 10,000 stones were spent, depleting his storage pouch. Finally, the array emitted a white light, enveloping Dion and vanishing. Honestly, Dion was quite distressed. These spirit stones came from the Shadow Realm. He thought they'd last long, but a single teleportation array drained everything. Superior spirit stones, one equating to 10,000 inferior ones, totaling 100 million. Dion sighed, imagining his upcoming life as an alchemist where a single, all-embracing pill could fetch 100 million spirit stones. The distress faded, and Dion clenched his fists. As the dizziness from teleportation dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 114, the battlefield and the temple. The entire land was black, the sun in the sky hanging motionless as if it were barely alive, its light dim like a flickering candle about to go out. A putrid smell arose from the earth, devoid of any signs of life. No grass, no animals, as if the fire of life had abandoned this place. Is this the battlefield of 10,000 years ago? Dion felt a heavy heart, broken weapons, scattered bones, crumbling ruins, and countless craters caused by spells filled the scene. Time had etched everything here. Though once brutal, it now exuded only desolation. Dion gently shook his head, clearing his mind. He hadn't forgotten the reason for coming here. This place is remote, so there won't be many cultivators around. The outer formations should suffice, but ivory can't hold on for 7 days. I must find what I need quickly. Dion closed his eyes. His divine sense had reached a 2,000 li range, and while the battlefield seemed endless to the naked eye, he felt it wasn't that large. There's actually a mountain there, and on it, a temple. Dion fell into thought. Only immortals could have survived those 10,000 years, yet he knew the battle indeed involved immortals. The temple has an array that blocks divine sense, but if I give up, I'll probably only find junk. Dion's eyes grew deeper. In just a breath, he decided to explore the temple. Though labeled as junk, Dion didn't disdain it. Along the way, anything with trace amounts of dark chi, be it bones or intact objects, he collected everything into his storage bag. These items, mostly from the netherworld, were best suited for him to forge artifacts. The mountains remained black, their bodies spire-like, quite ordinary, with the temple atop. Compared to below, things on the mountain were relatively intact. Even dried-up spirit herbs appeared here and there. Dion naturally didn't scorn them. He filled 20 storage bags to capacity, even strapping some to his waist, before remembering the tiger skin backpack his mother had made for him. He stuffed all the items into it and slung it over his back. After circling the area thrice, Dion finally walked up the mountain, satisfied. This time, he had practically scraped off the mountain's surface. From afar, the mountain's blackness appeared somewhat lighter. However, Dion didn't know how to use these items yet. He planned to consult ancient books later and replicate these netherworld items into the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll to forge his own soul-bound artifact. This formation is rather strange. My divine sense cannot extend, yet as I approach, I feel no aura from the array. It seems ready to accept me. Dion hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the temple. Immediately, countless divine thoughts surged into his mind, causing his head to ache. Ha ha ha, I, Joel, will exterminate every servant of the Nether clan. Damn it, if I am reborn, Tobiasu Eugene will drench the Nether realm in blood. Dion went wild, shouting incessantly, sometimes laughing joyfully, sometimes shedding tears, sometimes calm, and other times furious. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spewed from Dion's mouth, clarity returning to his eyes. The number of divine thoughts that flooded his mind was uncountable, even disorienting him. He had no memory of what he'd done just moments ago. Rubbing his temples, the pain was almost unbearable, yet it was much better than before. The temple was simply arranged, with only the central altar housing 100 spirit tablets, each tablet seemingly placed above a magic treasure, some broken, others intact. 3 of them still emitted faint dark chi fluctuations. The divine thoughts in Dion's mind hadn't fully dissipated, making his thoughts sluggish. Seeing the magic treasures, he instinctively approached, but the moment he touched one, the tablets resisted violently. Once again, divine thoughts rushed at him, far more intense than before. Dion fainted instantly, falling with a thud. In Dion's sea of consciousness, the shadowy figure, eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes, fear evident. Instantly, numerous white lights surged toward it. Initially, the figure dodged, but soon stopped resisting, transforming fear into agony. The shadowy figure clutched its head, rolling within Dion's consciousness. Yet this was futile, the agony overwhelming it, unable to fall unconscious. The pain continued, but the figure's movement slowed, eventually lying silently, eyes vacant. Kill this servant of the Nether clan, echoed through Dion's mind, voices intermingling, refusing to fade. Suddenly, the shadowy figure emitted countless white lights, its eyes revealing relief. Who dared destroy my Nether slave? Within the dark palace of the Netherworld, another roar resounded. Again, Tobiasu? A Kirk in white clenched his teeth, stomping his foot, turning the green jade floor into dust. Damn it, that Tobiasian placed a forbidden immortal formation in Tobiasu. Otherwise, I could retrieve the Nether slave with just a divine thought. Not yet. My power isn't enough to confront the supreme immortal realm. The Kirk's expression softened, but not for long. Soon, this crystal domain will be mine, and stepping into the supreme realm is just a matter of time. 10 billion nether slaves, none can be spared. With my blood, let the return spell be cast. Upon finishing, the Kirk spat blood, his hands moving faster than the eye could see. The blood merged into a small figure, slowly fading, as if disappearing, yet more like going elsewhere. The return spell, a nether slave can only use it once in a lifetime. What does it matter if you enter the immortal realm? The Kirk sneered, closing his eyes to meditate. In Dion's sea of consciousness, the shadowy figure looked contemptuous as the white lights withdrew. It pursued them relentlessly, swallowing each one, enjoying the satisfaction. The white lights realized this and scattered, reducing the figure's efficiency. Frustration crept onto the figure's face as it sped up. However, the white lights never engaged, costing time each time they were swallowed. With fewer white lights remaining, the figure grew increasingly anxious. When only 3 remained, its expression shifted from unwillingness to bewilderment. Pausing, the white lights surged back into the figure, which immediately began resisting with seals. Chapter 115. Residual Soul's Obsession. Xavion slowly opened his eyes, climbing up from the ground. The pain in his mind had completely vanished. What just happened? Xavion looked bewildered. His memory only remained up until the pain, after which everything was a blur to him. He glanced at the spirit tablets again, but felt nothing. These spirit tablets seemed to have turned into ordinary objects. However, his divine consciousness could now fully extend, indicating that the strange force guarding this temple had entirely disappeared. Forget it. No point in thinking about it. Xavion bowed to the spirit tablets and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. I understand that you predecessors were heroes during the great battle against the Netherworld, but I was born in Tobias-jo, and cannot find the materials needed for my magic treasures. Though I practice the same cultivation technique as the Dallas, only one of us can survive. If you heroic spirits are watching over me, please bless me. Pardon my rudeness with the offerings. Xavion touched the first offering, putting it into his storage bag. Soon, he selected a magic treasure from his storage ring to place back on the altar. This ring was obtained from Jewel, containing mostly medicinal herbs, with very few magic treasures. Xavion moved cautiously, yet gradually eased up upon seeing that the first replacement went smoothly. He picked up the second offering. Wesley-igic treasures quickly ran out, including even those he used himself. Xavion apologized again, replacing them with valuable elixirs without hesitation. Xavion didn't believe in ghosts and spirits, even after reincarnating into Tobias-jo. However, he knew that some powerful beings left behind fragments of their will after death, much like his Grandmaster Miles. Of course, he wasn't seeking anything. It was merely an admiration for heroes that lingered deep within him. Xavion clearly understood he couldn't be like them. He was selfish, caring only for people he deemed important and unwilling to see them harmed. Therefore, faced with such situations, he would naturally choose to leave, regardless of condemnation or vilification. He wouldn't regret it. Naturally, betrayal wasn't something he could do. Everyone has principles they uphold. Though he was no longer human by definition, he still saw himself as part of the human race. After replacing all offerings, Xavion bowed again, preparing to leave. Not knowing how long he had been unconscious, he had to depart soon to prevent Ivory from starving. As Xavion stepped out of the temple, an old man's voice resounded in his mind. Young hero, please stay. Xavion froze, looking around in confusion. Are you of the Nether race? The voice asked again. I am not originally. I was a Nether slave, later drained of life by the Nether slave mark, but someone saved me. When I woke up, I became like this, Xavion replied softly after a moment's silence. Nether slave, what is that? I don't know, Xavion shook his head, but the one controlling Nether slaves is the Dallas. What cultivation method do you practice? Inming Ju. Xavion said, my master is Layla, and my grandmaster is Miles. I found their remains and acquired Inming Ju. Inming Ju. The voice in his mind suddenly grew excited. And you're her disciple? How is Tobias-jo faring now? After the supreme immortal realm appeared, the Netherworld continued to wage war. Afterward, I lost track, but it seems the Netherworld retreated, and Tobias-jo remains a place where humans live. Ah, it was your grandmaster who gathered our group back then. Didn't think he would meet his end too, sighed the voice. That Dallas sought Inming Ju. Once he got it, he withdrew. Tobias-jo wasn't worth his attention. How many years have passed? What sects are in Tobias-jo now? The voice paused briefly before continuing. 100,000 years. Currently, Tobias-jo has 3 major sects: Smoky Rain Pavilion, Tobias Tian Gate, 10,000 Sword Sect, and 12 families: Tobiasan, Fong, Jiang, Chong, Justin, Selin, Huang, Chu, Eugene, Duan, Nye, and An. It's come to this already? The former forces are gone. The voice sounded melancholic, aged. But I heard there's another continent in the western part of Tobias-jo, called Tianyun Continent. If any remaining forces exist, they should have relocated there, explained Xavion. Tianyun Continent? The voice expressed surprise, quickly turning to joy. Tanin Island. It appears as you say. Hey, you few, come out. Xavion experienced another bout of pain in his mind. Soon, 3 white lights appeared before him, dispersing into 3 court figures. One was slightly overweight with a well-fed appearance, another carried an air of stern authority, while the third sported a long beard and smiled warmly. You claim to be Layla's disciple. What proof do you have? The stern court asked gruffly. Xavion hesitated slightly, then took 7 steps in succession, the 7-star steps. Didn't expect you, young as you are, to have mastered his ultimate skills, remarked the plump court, surprised. Not enough. Do you have a round jade pendant? The stern court, seemingly anxious, prompted directly. This one. Xavion recalled the jade pendant from a hidden compartment and pulled it out from his storage bag. The stern court's eyes lit up, showing a hint of joy despite his usual severe expression. It looked somewhat awkward. Ha ha ha, this old man hasn't laughed in ages. Such a funny sight, joked the bearded court, tugging at his beard without bothering if it was appropriate. That boy might seem careless but has many skills. Since he agreed to take you as a disciple in her wife's name, you must be decent. The stern court tried to hide his embarrassment with a cough. Who exactly are you to my master? Xavion sensed something unusual, clearly indicating a connection between this stern court and his master, though unsure whether it was a Silas, Grand Silas, or Great-Grand Silas due to Cultivator's longevity. I am your master's Silas Chase. Chase's expression remained stern, but his eyes betrayed a smile. Junior Xavion, meeting Grandmaster, Xavion did not hesitate, kneeling down immediately. No need for formalities, Chase waved his hand. These two are Juan Tobiasen of Howran sect and Caesar of the Qing family. Translation provided aims to preserve tone and style while ensuring fluency and accuracy. Paragraph structure and line breaks closely follow the original text for consistency. Chapter 116. The Past Tobiask Smoke. Juan Tobiasen was somewhat plump, but the smile on his face suddenly disappeared as he said solemnly, I asked for nothing else. Just that young brother helps me find a sword cultivator from the Howran sect to inherit the Juan Tobiasen sword formation. Before Xavion could respond, countless memories surged into his mind. You old man, you're too unfair. Both of you were unusually quiet. If I hadn't stopped Xavion, he might have already left. Caesar, with a beard, sounded displeased. Young brother, my strength is the greatest among us three. Please hand over my Sun Qing Ju to the current patriarch of the Qing family, though only half of it exists now. If the Qing family no longer exists, anyone surnamed Qing will do. Memories flooded in again, and Xavion frowned slightly, not because he wanted to refuse, but because this method was too painful. Even Xavion felt like his mind was about to explode. You can't endure this, Ear. Chase glared at the other two before quickly looking at Xavion with concern, though his smile seemed a bit awkward. Ear, can you endure it one more time? Yes, Xavion nodded, forcing a smile. Soon, another set of memories was transmitted, and this time Xavion fainted immediately. The three courts exchanged smiles, relief visible on their faces. Who would have thought this little kid has such strong willpower? Juan Tobiasen laughed awkwardly. Do you even have the nerve to say that? Chase shouted. That's my precious great-grandson. If he couldn't endure, I'd make you swallow your words. Hee hee, I struck first. Juan Tobiasen chuckled, completely unfazed. It's really hard for little brother Xavion, Caesar smiled. Well, we should go. When he wakes up, you'll surely have more to say. With a wave of his hand, Caesar's shadow dissipated. Meanwhile, Chase's became more substantial. I'm also leaving. If you see him awake, tell him I'm sorry, Juan Tobiasen said similarly, his shadow slowly fading away, making Chase's shadow even more solid. Take care. Chase bowed, recalling how they once fought alongside friends against the Netherworld invasion. Everything had changed since then. If not for unresolved matters before their death, they would have long vanished. That hurts. Xavion rubbed his head. The pain was unlike anything caused by dark energy, more like an internal explosion. You're awake? Chase almost couldn't believe his eyes. Only moments after the others left, Xavion had awakened. Such forced memory infusion usually caused excruciating pain, similar to being soul-searched, and only desperate ancestors would do this to descendants. Great-Grand Silas. Xavion perked up. Did I miss much? Monster, truly a monster. Chase laughed suddenly. You must have felt the pain of memory infusion. Yes, thank you, Great-Grand Silas, and the two predecessors, Xavion expressed his gratitude. While their techniques weren't particularly useful to him, they broadened his horizons and deepened his understanding of combat styles. Worthy of my great-grandson. Chase laughed heartily. They've gone. As their friend, I hope you'll fulfill their requests, but there's no rush. You can wait until after you've reached the soul transformation stage. Certainly, Xavion nodded firmly. But those techniques won't be useful to you. The Netherworld decree is something even the Dallas desires, far stronger than what we old folks have. What do you want to learn while there's still time? I can teach you, Chase tried to smile kindly, though he found it uncomfortable. Do you have any Tobiaskning tempering technique? Xavion asked politely. Yes, though you might find it too simple. However, when I transcended, I comprehended that Tobiaskning induces 10,000 phenomena technique, greatly increasing the chances of passing the tribulation. Chase pondered briefly before replying. Please transmit the memories again, Great-Grand Silas. Xavion's eyes sparkled. All right, I'll help you before I leave. Do you know the black figure in your consciousness? Yes, it's the evolved form of the nether servant Westlyrk, Xavion answered solemnly. In ancient times, all spirits on Tobias Zhou became immortals. They fought against the Netherworld and after their deaths, their remaining wills were enshrined here to resist the Netherworld's attacks. Though it seems heartless, it was everyone's last wish, managed by Miles. When he was just a wandering cultivator, marrying my daughter seemed impossible. But I eventually married her to Fariso Tobiasing because he truly loved her, and he was the youngest immortal on Tobias Zhou continent. The nether servant Westlyrk was also in Fariso Tobiasing's mind, called the Netherworld Westlyrk back then. The Dallas chose 10,000 people to inherit the teachings in the Netherworld Palace. My daughter was one of them, though she was only at the soul transformation stage. Several immortals participated, and a last heir succeeded. Without the Netherworld decree, the Netherworld Westlyrk would devour vitality, turning into a mark to nourish the new Dallas. These people lost their freedom and became known as nether servants. Alastair bravely planned to reveal the Netherworld decree publicly but was interrupted when the Netherworld attacked, targeting the Netherworld Palace. Tobias Zhou is one of 300 intermediate realms, while the Netherworld is one of the 3 realms. Despite the Dallas's title, few in the Netherworld supported him, giving Tobias Zhou a chance to resist. The war devastated the continent, killing many immortals. Such large-scale wars between major realms were unprecedented. Halfway through, the Supreme Immortal Realm intervened, but the Dallas killed the mediator and nearly exterminated Tobias Zhou's immortals. I died trying to save my foolish son-in-law. When you arrived, we mistook you for a netherworlder and wanted to kill you. But the black figure in your mind unleashed terrifying power, defeating us all, clearly the Dallas's move. Then, time ran out, and the black figure returned to normal. Only 3 of us survived. Later, seeing you pay respects, we knew you weren't a netherworlder and likely had the netherworld Westlurk like Feriso Tobiasing. The netherworld Westlurk now serves as the Dallas's control over nether servants, but from the looks of it, he can't use that spell again. You probably have a vortex in your Danteon. Yes, Xavion confirmed. That vortex connects to the netherworld palace, now within the netherworld, Chase explained seriously. Currently, your strength isn't noticeable to him, but if you provoke him, even immortals stand no chance. He can locate you via the dark energy vortex or the netherworld Westlurk. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, the nascent soul will consume the netherworld Westlurk in your consciousness, alarming the Dallas. He can find you unimaginably and personally reclaim the mark. When Feriso Tobiasing was alive, I created a way to seal the dark energy vortex. Sealing it means losing access to dark energy cultivation, but it prevents the Dallas from finding you. I suggest you seal the dark energy vortex before reaching the nascent soul stage and focus on cultivating the second technique. I also have the soul transformation formula, which can grant you a second nascent soul, Chase said with a hearty laugh. That Dallas must have some astonishing plan, but losing you will likely drive him mad. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 117. Ivory Awakens. Xavion fell into deep thought. If it weren't for seeing his own ancestor today, he could never imagine the consequences of his cultivation. You don't need to be too afraid. Your talent isn't bad. As long as you work hard, entering the immortal realm won't be difficult. Chase's eyes were full of kindness. Though we have no blood relation, a master is like a Silas, and naturally counts as my family. The power of the underworld lord is unimaginable. It's likely he has already stepped into the immortal realm. No matter what happens, you must not confront him directly. Even if he destroys Tobias Zhou, you can only run. Thank you, ancestor. Xavion knelt again. He had never met his master, but now his ancestor treated him like his grand Silas, taking care of him meticulously. The realm after the immortal realm doesn't exist in Tobias Zhou. It's just a legend called Dao Realm. Only by stepping into it can you stand against him. If you cannot, find a safe place to spend your life. As long as you don't use the nether energy vortex, he won't find you. Chase smiled kindly. That's all I wanted to say. Now I should go. You know too much but aren't highly cultivated. Be careful and don't aim too high. Xavion wanted to say more, but suddenly countless memories flooded his mind. Struggling not to faint, he saw only a courtly man, whose image slowly faded until disappearing from Xavion's sight. In my first life, I was an orphan. In my second, I was a nether slave. In my third, my parents passed away early. Xavion clutched his chest. In less than an hour with Chase, he felt genuine paternal love, reminding him of his mother's final moments. Despite the pain in his head preventing him from remembering her words, the feelings remained. People worry most about their children's future when they leave. I, Xavion, swear to treat everyone in the Yi family as kin. Xavion roared, then lost consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. Awakening again, Xavion felt profound sorrow. However, thinking of Ivory outside, he slowly walked out of the temple and returned to where he came in. This visit had immense gains, but his heart remained heavy, feeling inexplicably hollow. Experiencing a brief dizziness, Xavion returned to Dongchevi and felt Ivory's breathing. Finding it normal, he immediately carried her and rushed towards Dashaqing Mountain. Under the scorching sun, Court was leading 3 young people hunting a tier, 1 spirit beast. The court didn't intervene. His purpose was to protect the 2 men and 1 Kelly. These 3 seemed inexperienced, especially the Nadine, whose eyes were filled with fear. The 2 young men appeared competitive, each trying to fight the spirit beast alone without cooperation, leading to them being overwhelmed. Hey, Kiana, don't be afraid. 3 of you can't even deal with a tier, 1 spirit beast. The court couldn't help but rebuke loudly. But before finishing, he noticed someone silently appearing, pointing at him. Startled, the court immediately kneeled down, shouting, "Please spare me, sir." The 2 Dales and Nadine were stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the spirit beast lunged forward, but a sudden, overpowering aura made it tremble, stepping back with a pleading look. No need to be alarmed. Please help save her, said Xavion. He had crossed Dashaqing Mountain in just 3 days this time, faster than ever. Seeing Ivory wrapped up, the court had questions but dared not ask, only following Xavion's instructions to probe her condition with divine sense. He gradually understood that this person likely sought him because his cultivation was different from ordinary methods. The court wasted no time, channeling spiritual energy into Ivory. Her pale face gradually turned rosy, though the court sweated profusely. Healing Ivory wasn't hard, but the pressure from the person forced him to be extra cautious. Done, the court breathed a sigh of relief. The dark chi within her had been neutralized, easing his worries. Thank you. Xavion picked up Ivory and left without looking back. He wanted to reward the court, but only valuable items and materials remained in his storage bag, so he moved quickly. All 4, and the spirit beast looked bewildered. Cough, continue. The court blushed, embarrassed by his earlier cowardice. The 3 Dales watched, not mocking the court but inspired by Xavion's behavior. Strength deserved respect. His mere presence discouraged resistance. Their determination grew, even the initially timid Nadine firmly gripping her artifact, swinging it repeatedly. Woke up. Xavion found a shaded spot and gently laid Ivory down. Her eyes opened wide in fright. Who are you? Ivory tried to struggle, but years bedridden made her incredibly weak. You're awake, but there's no need to be afraid. I won't harm you. Xavion smiled softly. Ivory still doubted, but remembered she had been unconscious for a long time. If he were truly malicious, he would have acted already. I'm still young, only 9 this year. Ivory remained fearful but gradually calmed down. I have no interest in you. I only promised your brother to save your life. Xavion shook his head but admired her courage. She hadn't screamed or resisted, showing maturity beyond her years. Are you Divine Dr. Xavion? Ivory's face showed reverence, forgetting her half-naked state. No, I'm a dare, somewhat connected to him. Xavion laughed and shook his head. You're lying. I've seen portraits of the Divine Doctor. You are him, Ivory said happily. Portraits are unreliable. Anyway, it's not me. Xavion shrugged indifferently but soon turned serious. I cured your illness, but you can live at most 10 years. If you want to return home, which isn't far, I can take you. If you wish to live longer, I can guide you in cultivation. But with poor aptitude, you might only reach Foundation establishment. How long will I live? Ivory asked curiously, what is cultivation? After reaching Foundation establishment, you can live another 100 years. If you avoid conflict, perhaps up to 110 years, Xavion patiently explained. Cultivation is absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen your body. Can I return home? Ivory asked. Sure, but where I'm going is very far. You might not be able to return, Xavion warned. I'll choose cultivation. Ivory hesitated for a while. If I return now, they'll surely be sad in 10 years. Swallow this pill, and I'll take you to Zhongchevi. Xavion smiled slightly, not saying much more. Chapter 118. The Ninth Courtyard Incident. After 5 months, Xavion finally returned to the Smoky Rain Pavilion. Unlike his departure, he brought 4 people with him, 2 of whom were mere mortals. Unbothered by others gossiping, Xavion froze as he approached the Ninth Courtyard. What was once supposed to be barren land was now enclosed by stone walls, with a main gate towering at 3 zhang high, displaying a plaque inscribed with Ninth Courtyard, in elegant yet dignified calligraphy. Strangely, 2 gatekeeper children stood at the entrance. Is this the Ninth Courtyard? Xavion asked tentatively. Of course. Our master is not here at the moment. If you have any matters, please let me know, and I will inform our master upon his return, one child said, bowing lightly with a hint of pride. Who is your master? Xavion hesitated, unsure if someone had impersonated him and taken over his place. Our master is the 9th disciple of Westleister Tommy Adair, the child replied slowly. Hold on. Another child interrupted quickly. Could you be our master? I suppose so. Xavion felt puzzled. Welcome back, master. Both children knelt without hesitation. Who did you invite here? Xavion frowned, softly questioning. He suspected that someone had occupied the place under his name. Chief Earl and Chief Tobias. They said that if you came, they would ask for your forgiveness and explain their actions, the child answered. Intriguing. Please lead me in. Xavion nodded with a strange smile. These 4 are my friends. Please take good care of them. Certainly. The child opened the gate, showing great respect. Upon entering the 9th courtyard, Xavion was surprised. Unlike the outer courtyard, the inner courtyard lacked grandeur. 90% of the land was occupied by medicinal herbs, while ordinary houses stood on both sides. In the center, there was only a large open space. Please follow me, master. The child led Xavion to the first house on the right, which was slightly larger but otherwise unremarkable. Please wait a moment. The 2 chiefs will be here shortly. The child brewed tea before retreating slowly. The room was sparsely furnished, much like the courtyard itself. Xavion sipped the tea, feeling a warm current surge into his dantian, instantly being consumed by an energy. He smiled oddly. They thought carefully about this, taking risks without making any decisions on my behalf. The identity of the 9th courtyard holds more importance than I imagined. Perhaps certain plans can be set in motion. Before he finished his tea, 2 figures knocked to request an audience. I am Aaron. I am Ellis. Greetings, Alchemy Westleister Adair, they said cheerfully. Though they appeared young, their cultivation had already reached the late golden core stage, surpassing Catherine's level. Please rise. I appreciate your efforts. Xavion smiled lightly. However, I have someone in mind to manage the courtyard. Is there anything specific you desire? Both paused. They could tell Xavion wasn't angry, but his words clearly implied dismissal. Aaron smiled nervously. We wish to remain by Westleister Adair's side to protect him. My nature is suspicious. If you wish to stay, you must entrust your soul essence to me, Xavion said with an amused grin. Speechless again, they understood his intentions clearly. I'm willing to entrust my soul essence to Westleister Adair, as long as I don't do things against my will. Ellis gritted his teeth and knelt once more. Naturally, it's merely a precaution. Xavion nodded, turning to Aaron. What about you? I decline. Aaron sighed. Although he wished to join the 9th courtyard, entrusting his life to Xavion felt unworthy. I'll vouch for Brother Tobias. If he betrays you, kill me. Ellis spoke sincerely. Very well, I trust you, Xavion laughed, nodding. Do either of you know about the Sea Clan? No, they shook their heads. The Sea Clan resides off the eastern coast of the Lizard continent, living in the sea but unsatisfied with their hardship. If my guess is correct, a war between the Sea Clan and humans will erupt within a century, Xavion explained. My master once asked if I would protect Lizu. I refused then, only wishing to protect those close to me. But now, I realize all those important to me are in Lizu. They were stunned, barely hearing the latter part. Brother Tobias, since you won't entrust yourself to me, would you consider staying in the eastern region? Xavion asked calmly. How confident are you, Westleister Adair? Aaron regained composure, sighing. Totally confident, but the exact timing is uncertain. However, I'm sure it won't exceed 100 years. Both fell silent, never having experienced such a large-scale conflict but understanding its magnitude. I agree. What should I do in the eastern region? Aaron nodded. Tobiasaizu will be fortunate to have your insight, Xavion bowed slightly. Here is the formula for spirit-breaking arrows and my token. 3 months ago, I dealt with some matters there, discovering many Sea Clan spies infiltrating eastern region sections. You needn't do much, just control mortal kingdoms and order blacksmiths to craft these arrows. Gather intelligence on the Sea Clan during downtime. Every 5 years, send 10,000 large arrows and 100,000 small ones. Why involve mortals? Eren was confused. The eastern region will fall. Once war breaks out, no one at the spiritual realm can resist the Sea Clan's might. Xavion became serious. If attacked, do not resist. Kill everyone who knows this formula and escape with my token. If you can prevent the Sea Clan from reaching the central region, Brother Tobias, you'll have achieved great merit. Understood. Eren's eyes gleamed. He believed previous assignments useless until now. Be cautious. First, eliminate anyone who discovers your true identity. Keep it secret, or chaos will ensue, alerting the Sea Clan. Second, the Tobias family has considerable influence in Orange. Earn enough merit, and you'll secure the position of family head, which isn't determined solely by strength. Third, the Sea Clan's weakness lies under their armpits. Do not expose this unless you're prepared. Thank you, Wesley Adair. Your guidance will never be forgotten. Eren bowed deeply. Go to the eastern region. In 5 years, please escort the arrows personally. If you succeed, I'll refine ample elixirs for you. Xavion smiled. Then I shall depart. Eren's eyes shone once more. Chapter 119. Yen Chevy Pavilion and Wesleyster Tobias Sudan. After Eren left, Ellis immediately offered his life soul, but Xavion shook his head with a smile. There's no need. If both of you give me your life souls, I will naturally accept them. But if it's just one, I won't take it. Do you understand? Xavion asked softly. Ellis fell into deep thought, but soon showed surprise on his face. Because it would upset the balance? If I wanted to win over people, I wouldn't ask you this question. Xavion shook his head. I still don't understand, Ellis admitted, completely puzzled. Because if only one of you offers, you two can't be trusted fully by me, Xavion smiled. The honor of joining this battle will make you feel that following my arrangements will bring you more glory, so you'll naturally comply. For this mission, I need you to win over the hearts of the wandering cultivators in the central region of Tobias Joe. Sir, you are truly a divine person, Ellis said with evident admiration in his eyes. I have a test for you. Find 10 people who can pass it and bring them to me. Remember, these 10 people don't need to be too strong. They just need to be meticulous in their thinking and harboring some greed. It's best if they refer to each other using code names. Secondly, form another team of 10 people loyal to you under the guise of protecting Tobias Joe against the sea race. This will determine whether you can become the future family head. I still don't understand what Sir plans to achieve. Ellis was somewhat confused. What I aim for is to protect those around me. Xavion's gaze became profound. When the war begins, wandering cultivators will surely be used as pawns. Without proper management, there will be rebellions. But if everyone in Tobias Joe is united, the sea race will be broken easily. This is just one part. The second part is post-war matters. The forces of Tobias Joe will inevitably be reshuffled. Those of great power may treat it as trivial, but public opinion means which wandering cultivator wouldn't want to shape their own school? Do you know if there's someone named Taj in Tobias Diongate? Ellis asked softly. I've played several rounds of chess with him. He lacks the support of the people, loves victory too much, has poor strategies, excels in attacking but not defending. He's not much to worry about, Xavion glanced at Ellis. In other words, he only fools stupid people. Do you consider yourself stupid? I understand. Ellis felt a shock, sensing this person was far more complex than he imagined. Your ambition is too small compared to your friend, Xavion reminded him. Sometimes, think about immortality. It's not unattainable. Ellis was completely stunned. He had a close relationship with Eren, and thus knew each other well. Yet this person seemed to see through his thoughts in just a few words. Was this person really that profound? Thank you for your guidance, sir, Ellis bowed again. In fact, if not for you two, I wouldn't care about the battle in Tobias Joe and would simply focus on alchemy, Xavion laughed lightly, though his eyes held a hint of amusement. That old fox Taj once tricked me, but due to my low strength, I dared not retaliate. This time, it's also a response to his challenge. Ellis was bewildered. He couldn't quite grasp Xavion's intentions. 3 reasons. Each seemed valid yet none completely clear. However, Ellis knew every word from this person was true, especially concerning his and Eren's futures. If his guess was right, this person already knew what they were thinking when they entered. With your leave, I will depart. Ellis slowly withdrew, his mind racing but knowing such matters must never be shared. No need to see you off, Xavion smiled warmly, but his eyes grew sharper. Looks like being one of the 3 major sects has made me forget what the Yin Chevy Pavilion truly represents. If not for these two, I might only focus on alchemy, Xavion mumbled as Ellis left the room. Revenge for the Tobiasan family will not be difficult. Within a mere year, Adair's name echoed throughout the Yin Chevy Pavilion. He specialized in refining chi condensation pills, with a success rate of nearly 90%. People didn't know whether to praise or belittle him. In an ordinary courtyard within the Yin Chevy Pavilion, a Kirk was concentrating intensely on refining pills. 3 people waited quietly beside him. Joy shone in the Kirk's eyes as he opened the pill furnace, releasing an aromatic scent. The trio marveled, but the Dale remained calm, casually holding a pill in his hand. Soon, a hint of regret appeared in his eyes. Wesleyster Chu, please inspect this pill. A Kirk approached and handed a pure white, translucent pill to the Dale. Despite its beautiful appearance, it did not release any aroma, seeming almost mundane. Is this the pill refined by Adair? The Dale frowned, recognizing the chi condensation pill instantly. Though the formula had changed, its function remained the same. All of his pills are like this. Among the younger generation, he has gained considerable reputation. Several families have had pill masters inspect him and claim that given perfect ingredients, he could easily refine flawless pills. The Kirk spoke respectfully despite having higher cultivation than the Dale. The pill isn't hard to refine, but every single one being like this is puzzling. Just half a year to refine such pills, it's indeed impressive. But why does he always refine this one kind? The Dale was utterly baffled. Did you plant informants in 9th Courtyard? What did they find out? Nothing. Ellis and Aaron were sent out when Adair returned, and upon entering, he uprooted all herbs, replanting only those needed for chi condensation pills. Since then, he's been continuously refining them, with no other news. The four who followed him into Ninth Courtyard are very ordinary. Chester often asks newcomers about their stories, Alanis takes care of Adair's daily needs, and the two children show no signs of talent. Even after consuming chi condensation pills as sweets, they remain at the initial chi condensation stage. The Kirk seemed to think Adair was overhyped, but the pill wasn't simple. Just continue monitoring. I'm only curious. The real competition is the decade-away alchemy evaluation. By then, I will soar and become a grandmaster. The Dale returned to his alchemy, while the trio quietly stepped back. Ninth Courtyard had undergone changes since Xavion's arrival, but its overall style remained simple. A plain main hall stood centrally, with a new pond and pavilion on the right side. Lotus flowers bloomed in the pond, with emerald leaves surrounding it. The pavilion itself was simple, adorned only with stone benches and tables. Inside the pavilion, a man and Kelly sat tranquilly, sipping tea with smiles. Brother Tobiasu, why do you only refine one type of pill? The Kelly asked. She was Catherine, who had spent most of her time refining pills and rarely interacted with Xavion. Upon meeting him now, she sensed something amiss. To avoid waste. I'm quite poor now, Xavion waved dismissively. Can you improve this way? Certainly. Every time I refine, I treat it as my first attempt, observing closely and adapting accordingly. Xavion lied smoothly. The reason he only refined this pill was that he only knew how to refine it. His Wesleriana was still dormant despite a year passing. He tried refining more complex pills, but failed repeatedly, wasting many herbs. Determined, he decided to refine pills inside the Sumeru Illusion Sky Scroll. Could you refine a Return to Origin pill for me? Catherine asked softly. Return to Origin pills increased Golden Core Cultivator's cultivation and required over 20 different herbs, making it a goal for novice alchemists. Not yet. I still have much to learn, and it's not the right time, Xavion laughed lightly. You don't plan on refining chi condensation pills for your entire life, do you? Moreover, your pills are already at the pinnacle of 9/10 perfection. I'm afraid that even with completely pure herbs, you could refine flawless pills. Catherine was utterly puzzled by Xavion's intentions. Cough cough, senior sister. There's no need to worry about me. We'll see at the next alchemy evaluation. Xavion gave a mysterious smile. Anyway, the herbs inside the Sumeru Illusion Sky Scroll didn't cost him anything, so he could experiment daily when the time came. You really are quite strange, Catherine shook her head. Naturally, she was very curious, but since Xavion spoke this way, it wasn't appropriate to press further. Senior brother Exian seemed to have gone to the snowfield. Yes, he bid farewell to me before he left, Xavion chuckled. I wonder if my sister will be able to approve of him. Really? Didn't senior brother Exian say he was seeking the path to becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist? Catherine's expression was full of curiosity. My sister is his obsession. Once he breaks through it, he will naturally become a Grandmaster Alchemist. Xavion was inwardly startled, suddenly sensing something, yet his expression showed no change. Catherine's eyes lit up with gossip interest, and she kept asking about his sister. Xavion did not hide anything, but instructed her not to tell anyone else. In this passage, Catherine expresses her confusion about Xavion's focus on refining chi condensation pills. Xavion reassures her, hinting at future developments during the alchemy evaluation. The conversation shifts to discussing senior brother Exian's departure and Xavion's cryptic comments about his sister being Exian's obsession. Catherine becomes intrigued and continues to ask questions, to which Xavion gives some details while requesting discretion. Chapter 120. Tobias bound Weslyigic treasure. In the blink of an eye, evening had arrived. After seeing Catherine off, Xavion returned to his residence. He activated the array within the room, then walked to the bed and lightly pressed a spot, revealing a secret passage he had dug for concealment. The array in the secret passage was reactivated before Xavion took out the Sumeru Illusory Sky Scroll, immersing his divine sense into it. Thank you for saving me, Miss America, Xavion said respectfully as he bowed. No problem. It's both a calamity and an opportunity. Though America's face showed signs of weakness, her expression was calm. However, for complete recovery, I will need some celestial spiritual items. Could you provide them when needed? Of course, if Miss America needs anything, I will do my best. Wesley, I asked what Miss America requires. Xavion replied sincerely. Are you really that naive? The items I value won't be ordinary things. You might not find them. If you happen to encounter any, I'll let you know, America chuckled sarcastically. You say it easily, but I'm afraid you wouldn't part with them. Not at all. A life-saving grace cannot be measured by material things. Besides, Miss is wounded because of me. I will do everything in my power to help you recover, Xavion responded earnestly. You have some decency, but destiny has its eyes on me. Next time, I might not be able to help you, America said seriously. It's best you start preparing materials for refining magic treasures. I wish to change the attributes of the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. Could Miss America replicate some underworld objects I acquired? Xavion proposed. If you have this resolve, it's commendable, but remember, experiments within the Sumeru Illusory Sky Scroll may not apply in reality, America warned gravely. Why is that? Xavion asked, puzzled. Because the Sumeru Illusory Sky Scroll forms its own world with slightly different rules from the outside. Experiments done externally can be practiced here without issues, but creating new elixir formulas or magic treasures here may not work the same way in the outside world, America explained. I understand, but I still want to try, Xavion decided firmly. Fine, just bring out the materials, America nodded. Xavion's consciousness returned to his body. He laid out all the underworld items in the secret chamber, filling half the space. Did you go scavenging? America commented disdainfully, but still replicated all the items. Yes. Xavion nodded heavily, and there's another half. That's enough. America felt angry, but understood Xavion's dilemma. Replicating items drains me. Hand over 100 scrolls, and we're good. Deal, 10,000 scrolls for you. Xavion had already thought about this. He now possessed over 200,000 scrolls, having copied every book in the Yin Kingdom. America gaped in disbelief. Where did you get so many? From mortals, Xavion smiled, not hiding it. Is that even possible? America was stunned, realizing these scrolls would usually require personal writing, while cultivators mostly communicated via mental energy and recorded information on jade slips. She expected Xavion to haggle, but was surprised by his generous offer. Certainly. I paid them to write, fulfilling our mutual needs, Xavion laughed easily. Fine, if I'm unsatisfied, it doesn't count, America retorted. I think most are better than my writing, Xavion laughed softly, withdrawing his consciousness again. For more years passed, Adair's reputation grew louder. Genius and diligence, two conflicting traits, coalesced in him. 5 years in seclusion fueled anticipation of his eventual brilliance. Wesley's alchemy apprentices in the 9th hall left and came, including Aaron and Ellis, who visited once but left upon finding Xavion's door unopened. By the 6th year, only 4 of Xavion's original disciples remained. Alanis remained expressionless. Chester often met coldness from them, eventually staying indoors. Ivory and Vince's relationship improved, despite their modest talent, working diligently. In the 7th year, the herbs were neglected and dead. Chester organized the remaining 3 to grow vegetables for self-sufficiency. By the 9th year, no news of Xavion emerged. Adair's fame faded, with most believing Xavion obsessed with cultivation, as alchemy required physical practice. The next alchemy evaluation loomed. Paolo became Rainy Pavilion's focus, achieving stable success rates in spirit-grade pills, heralded as the youngest Wesleyster alchemist. In the 10th year, snow yet unmelted, Rainy City buzzed with people awaiting the upcoming 5-month event, the largest gathering of alchemists. At the 9th hall, the side chamber door opened, revealing a disheveled Seymour with eyes gleaming with excitement. Over 9 years, Xavion never left the Sumeru illusory sky scroll. Within 3 years, he perfected turning the 9 Heavens Thundersword into one with netherworld properties. For the following 12 years, he continuously refined elixirs, successfully crafting perfect pills for most mortal-grade elixirs, and some simpler spirit-grade elixirs. Despite numerous failures, his peak achievement of perfect pills marked significant progress. Xavion's innate talent for alchemy was mediocre, but constant practice honed his understanding to terrifying heights. While he never succeeded on first tries beyond trials, now only 3 attempts were necessary for pill refinement. It's time to go out. The Myriad Ants Devour Heart pill can still be successfully refined. Phantom-grade pills do not extend lifespan, and I don't have many years left. I must enter the Golden Core stage soon. Xavion's demeanor had changed, more restrained, less sharp. Even living through 3 lifetimes and tirelessly practicing alchemy for 18 years altered his temperament. Xavion was never worried about cultivation. The netherworld art was unlike common methods, needing sufficient nether chi for easy Golden Core entry. Only his realm comprehension lagged, but Xavion wasn't concerned. His confidence and strength made him aim to adapt to nether chi combat early after Golden Core ascension. As Xavion exited, surveillance personnel relayed his movements. He planned to leave, keeping his tribulation transcendence secret to avoid eternal Dao-based trouble if revealed. Where are you going? Before leaving Rainy Pavilion, a graceful figure blocked his path. Chapter 121. Xavion emerges from seclusion. Senior sister, I'm going outside to look for some rare medicinal herbs, Xavion bowed lightly and replied. The person before him was none other than his senior sister Catherine. The alchemy evaluation has already started. Don't you plan on participating? Catherine asked curiously. It's just a hollow reputation. If I have time, I'll still join, Xavion smiled lightly. You think this is a hollow reputation? Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief, but she quickly added irritably, come with me. Senior brother wants to see you. All right, it's not too urgent anyway, Xavion nodded and followed behind Catherine. Don't you want to tidy up a bit? Catherine looked at Xavion's unkempt appearance, unsure of what to say. No need. Xavion's aged appearance reappeared. His disheveled beard and long hair could serve as a decent cover. I really can't understand you, Catherine sighed, feeling the pressure increase since Xavion's arrival. She hadn't slacked off in these 10 years, and she even had confidence in becoming an alchemical master this time. But looking at Xavion, her efforts seemed far from enough. Have you been refining pills all these years? Catherine asked curiously. She didn't sense any improvement in Xavion's strength when he came out, meaning he couldn't have been cultivating. Pretty much. Xavion coughed slightly. I've practiced countless times in my mind. Now I should be able to refine spirit-grade pills. Are you joking around? Catherine snapped irritably. Not at all. Xavion's expression was innocent. I'm telling the truth. Is that even possible? Catherine couldn't imagine it. If that were true, wouldn't anyone be able to refine pills? It's possible, but maybe only I can do it. Xavion shrugged. By the way, why does senior brother want to see me? You'll know when you get there, Catherine said mysteriously. Deep down, she didn't believe Xavion, but she also knew asking more wouldn't yield anything useful, so she decided to wait until after the evaluation to see. Xavion soon followed Catherine to Abel's first pavilion. Although Xavion now possessed the strength of Dunga Pavilion, Abel still preferred to stay in Lower Pavilion. The furnishings in the first pavilion weren't extravagant, similar to Xavion's 9th pavilion. It seemed that most alchemists were ascetic types. However, the medicinal herbs planted in the first pavilion were far more precious. The spiritual energy in the courtyard rivaled top-notch spirit veins. If Xavion still had his previous constitution, the spirit-suppressing technique would be powerless against it. Xavion and Catherine were invited into the main hall, served tea, and seated. Shortly after, Abel hurriedly arrived. Tobiasel Jr. brother, you've been in here for almost 10 years. Why haven't we heard about any alchemy achievements? Abel tried to calm himself, but his tone remained anxious. To be honest, I've been studying diligently these past 10 years. I've made significant progress, though no one else knows, Xavion coughed lightly. He immediately understood that his senior brother might have placed some precious bet on him. I see. Abel was surprised. If this was true, then Xavion was indeed extraordinary, a person who eschewed fame. Thinking about this, Abel suddenly asked cautiously, "You're not planning to skip this alchemy evaluation, right? My esteemed senior brother, you're too wise. I was planning to go out and find some rare items for refining a pill I've envisioned," Xavion feigned surprise. "That's absolutely unacceptable." Abel's worry deepened. "Since you're capable, why not participate in the evaluation and show everyone your strength? Just a hollow reputation. In my eyes, the pill is more important. All the rare ingredients are hard to find. If I don't gather them within a year, I fear the inspiration will fade." Xavion waved his hand dismissively. "While it may be a hollow reputation, it concerns Westleister's honor. Think about it. If you skip the evaluation, people will doubt your capability and say Westleister has lost his acumen in judging talent." Abel persuaded again. "Time will tell everything." Xavion shook his head. 10 years are just a blink. Next time during the evaluation, I'll soar to prominence and uphold Westleister's honor. Please don't worry." Abel fell silent, unsure what to say next. Xavion was also awkward. Participating or not was no big deal, but if he used Xavion like this, shouldn't he at least show some sincerity? His words were clear enough. As a master alchemist and a novice under him, shouldn't finding those items be simple? Ahem. Catherine blinked and cleared her throat. How about senior brother helps Tobiasel junior brother find those rare items, allowing him to participate in the evaluation? Abel's eyes lit up. This two birds with one stone plan is perfect. Decided then. What rare items do you need, little junior brother? That might not be appropriate. They are all hard to find items, and my resources are nearly depleted. Xavion quickly waved his hands. No problem at all. As fellow disciples, and for Westleister's honor, consider it a congratulatory gesture. Abel waved his hands reassuringly. In that case, thank you very much, senior brother. Xavion handed over a jade slip containing details of the rare items needed for the pill of 10,000 ants devouring heart. Abel took the jade slip but soon frowned. Though alchemists were also toxicologists, the items listed were all poisons, not high value, but he didn't want his junior brother to walk down this path. Tobiasel junior brother, are you refining a poisonous pill? Abel's expression turned serious. Not exactly. Xavion shook his head. Though all materials are poisons, using poison to counter poison, their toxicity cancels out, creating a life extension pill. Abel was shocked. Tobias extension was the most precious type of pill, requiring specific herbs. These poisons, while valuable, did not extend life. Can you refine it here? Abel's curiosity was fully piqued despite knowing it wasn't ideal. Of course. Xavion smiled and nodded. Wesley, I observe? Abel asked softly, blushing slightly. Frankly, he felt a bit shameless. Naturally. Xavion glanced at Catherine. How about you, senior sister? Want to watch and offer commentary? If you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, sure. Catherine giggled. I'm not worried. I have some confidence in successfully refining this pill, Xavion replied. ##### Chapter 122, Talent and Diligence. Xavion and Catherine were brought to Abel's alchemy room by Abel. The alchemy furnace, with its terrestrial fire, was well equipped, leaving Xavion feeling a mix of emotions. His own alchemy furnace was pitifully basic. Upon his return, he had few spirit stones left, so he could only afford the cheapest one. Later, after selling numerous condensing chi pills, he earned enough money to trade for a 10,000 spirit stone furnace. For the alchemy fire, he could only use the fire seeds he had absorbed during trials. Fortunately, the nether chi was not much different from spirit chi and could be used as a supplement. Otherwise, Xavion would have been in financial distress. Junior brother, I haven't specifically collected these toxic materials, but I only managed to gather 5 ingredients, Abel said, handing over a storage bag to Xavion. Instantly recognizing the contents inside, which numbered over 30 types, Abel asked in surprise, No, this isn't right? Junior brother, are you planning to refine an elixir grade pill? That's correct. Xavion took the storage bag and tossed a set of materials into the furnace. The furnace's terrestrial fire was instantly ignited, and the toxic substances slowly turned into medicinal liquid. Through his divine sense, Xavion could see the pill forming within the furnace. Just 10 breaths later, a round pill emerged, visibly larger than ordinary pills and colored black. However, instead of opening the furnace to retrieve the pill, Xavion became even more meticulous in refining it. As the terrestrial fire scorched intensely, sweat gradually appeared on Xavion's forehead. 2 hours passed quickly, and the 3 people in the alchemy room remained focused, not making a sound. The pill gradually shrank as the black dregs were refined away by the alchemy fire and fell to the bottom of the furnace. Gradually, the pill transformed into a white, translucent form. Phew. Xavion let out a long sigh, then waved his hand to extinguish the terrestrial fire. Yet, a burst of alchemy fire rushed from his dantian directly into the furnace, starting to scorch the pill. Instantly, the pill turned charred black, emitting a slight burnt smell. But Xavion's expression remained composed. After another hour, the burnt sensation faded, replaced by a deep, glossy black. Xavion retracted the alchemy fire, revealing evident signs of exhaustion. He removed the pill from the furnace and swallowed it immediately. A tremendous pain surged through him as if countless ants were gnawing at his body. The area affected gradually narrowed down to just his heart before disappearing. Suddenly, the vitality in Xavion's body became faint, almost non-existent. Even using divine sense, it seemed as if Xavion had died. Abel sighed. While impressed by Xavion's alchemy skills, including the successful formation of the pill, the effect of this pill was perplexing. It wasn't meant to extend life, but to seal one's vitality. Young junior brother's talent in alchemy is truly unparalleled, surpassing even 7th junior brother. However, please don't continue refining such deceitful pills. Bear spoke slowly. He had already forgotten about the wager. Although the elixir-grade pill with over 30 ingredients was relatively easier to refine among elixir-grade pills, Xavion's pill retained only 60% of its medicinal properties. In essence, it was far beyond what a void pill could achieve. When Paolo succeeded in refining a pill with just 20% efficacy, it had amazed everyone. Elder senior brother, please rest assured. This pill was merely an experimental refinement without any other purpose, Xavion smiled. Is there anything else you need, elder senior brother? No, nothing else. Please attend the alchemy evaluation on time. Congratulations in advance on obtaining the title of Grandmaster Alchemist. Seeing Xavion like this, Abel gradually felt reassured. He recalled his master's words and remembered Xavion's performance during the trials 10 years ago. Pride welled up within him because he knew Xavion's talent surpassed Paolo's by far. He even wondered if his master, in his Dale, could match this level of talent. Well then, I'll take my leave. I should tidy up. Xavion stood up and bid farewell. Catherine finally regained her senses from shock. Her gaze towards Xavion was complex, disbelief, surprise, despair, and even despondency. Ihan, don't lose heart. Focus on what you need to do, Abel sighed. Tobiasving in the same era as someone like him is a tragedy. Your talent is already quite excellent. You should also be able to refine an elixir-grade pill. I can barely manage to refine spirit origin pills with 50% efficiency. Catherine's expression was very heavy. You shouldn't compare yourself to him. This is the result of your effort. Abel gave a kind smile. Cheer up. Perhaps Tobiasel Ninth may eventually reach a realm even our Westleister couldn't. Back at the Ninth Academy, Xavion still wore a broad smile. Although he had tried countless times in the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll, actually refining it in reality filled him with joy. Sir, how shall we tidy up the courtyard? Vince asked softly, despite being less liked outside. His life had improved significantly compared to before. Can you cultivate medicinal herbs? Xavion asked. No, Vince admitted sheepishly. All the previous medicinal herbs died, and we didn't know how to handle them, so we just planted some vegetables. No worries, you can do as you think fit, Xavion chuckled, shaking his head. Cultivating medicinal herbs wasn't something he wanted to bother with. It was more practical to buy medicinal herbs, refine pills, and make money. Does Sir plan to recruit any medicine apprentices? Vince asked curiously. Let's see how it goes. If anyone volunteers, we'll take them. Xavion now yearned to refine his innate magical treasure. Once completed, he'd have a way to face the Thunder Calamity. He hadn't forgotten his 30-year agreement with Qingyun's sect. Regarding the ancient realm, Xavion had gathered a lot of information. It seemed to exist for an extremely long time, even predating the Great War 10,000 years ago. Its specific age remains untraceable. The ancient realm opens every 1,000 years, and each opening reveals immortal spirit trees bearing immortal spirit fruits, which help transform a nascent soul to a spirit realm. Although not guaranteed, ingesting up to 3 fruits could forcibly elevate one to the spirit realm, though it wouldn't be much stronger than a nascent soul. Nonetheless, the 3 major sects and 12 families always strive to claim all the immortal spirit fruits, and giving 3 fruits to any of these forces would grant direct allegiance and protection for 100 years. But that's not the only draw. The ancient realm houses countless sect legacies. Historical records suggest that within 100 years of opening, many outstanding talents and new forces emerge. Even more astonishing, the ancient realm appears boundless. Since records began 10,000 years ago, the location changes every time it opens, making it impossible to find previously recorded places. All who have entered confirm that the ancient realm is incomparably larger than the Tobias Prefecture. Entering the ancient realm requires a token owned collectively by the 3 major sects and 12 families, each with differing numbers. The highest count belongs to Tobias Tion Gate with 100 tokens, while the Duan family has the least with only 30. Of course, one can enter without a token, but the token serves as a guide for returning. The ancient realm stays open for a year, after which the guiding tokens activate teleportation arrays. Without a guide, one must remain in the ancient realm for a millennium. Spirit realms can emerge after 1,000 years, but if they step into the ancient realm, they will instantly face the entire realm's attack, disintegrating into ashes. This chapter introduces significant events involving Xavion's exceptional alchemy talent, the challenges he faces, and the profound mysteries of the ancient realm, setting the stage for future developments. After all, a nascent soul's lifespan is only 1,000 years. If they fail to secure a token, they will ultimately have to await death within the ancient realm. Despite this, many independent cultivators still choose to take the risk. Consequently, conflicts within the ancient realm never cease, and even outstanding talents can be surrounded and killed. Initially, these major forces thought about seeking revenge, but as tokens became scarcer, Tobias Tion Gate chose to compromise and ceased pursuing grudges formed within the ancient realm. Instead, they offered high prices to acquire tokens, which led to an increasing number of tokens held by Tobias Tion Gate. Later, other forces followed suit, ensuring that disputes within the ancient realm would no longer trigger conflicts among forces outside. Chapter 123, That Roar. 3 months later, the alchemy evaluation had already commenced, but Xavion remained in seclusion, seemingly unaware of it. The Smoke Rain Pavilion's alchemy evaluation consisted of 3 rounds. The first round was the Disciple Selection Evaluation. Most participants aimed to be accepted as disciples of the Smoke Rain Pavilion. Even if they were not chosen by the 9 major disciples, there were still other alchemists within the pavilion. Some being apprentices of these 9, others being renowned alchemy masters, or even families from the Westleister Pavilion that could invest many resources into their training. The second round was for alchemy Westleisters. These participants typically had some renown, and they took part to attain a higher rank. Moreover, the Smoke Rain Pavilion selected alchemy Westleisters under 30 years old to participate in Ian's disciple trials, similar to when Xavion attended along with 2 others. Despite no one being chosen by Ian over the years, the fire control techniques and Dan fire tests in the first trial attracted all alchemy Westleisters eagerly. The third round evaluated Dan Dao Westleisters and Grandmasters. To achieve the title of Dan Dao Westleister, participants had to refine a designated Fonpin Surchen Dan, ordinary grade perfect elixir, into spirit grade elixir with more than 50% purity. Failure meant having to wait for the next evaluation. For those aiming for the Grandmaster title, they needed to refine their unique, spirit-grade perfect elixir, and they only had one chance. Success would grant them unanimous recognition and a prestigious position. Note: Fanpinster Chendon has been translated as ordinary grade perfect elixir to maintain consistency and clarity in terminology. Xavion didn't need to participate in the first 2 rounds, yet the evaluations were closely scheduled, with the first 2 ending in just 3 days. This made Art extremely anxious. Xavion's door remained sealed despite constant urging. Even 3 days before the evaluation, he stayed in the 9th courtyard, checking every hour. Xavion's room had an array formation, preventing any sounds from entering. 3 days passed, and the alchemy evaluation began officially, but Xavion's room remained silent. Even Art grew frantic. He had bet on Xavion's potential like Hugo did, having witnessed Xavion refining spirit-grade elixirs. Now, he feared this unexpected delay. Disturbing someone during alchemy was forbidden, but as a Grand Adept Westleister, Art knew this. Still, countless times, he thought about barging in, though he restrained himself. I've registered him. If he remains secluded for another 3 days, I must forcibly call him out. Art struggled, dreading losing due to this. Another 3 days came and went. The competition intensified, with Paolo and Catherine both becoming top-notch alchemists, earning praise from Ian. Observers noted Paolo's composure versus Catherine's lack thereof. Their true strength surpassed 9-star level testing, making their outcomes uncertain. Few dared predict their success, knowing the path from a 9-star alchemist to Grandmaster was challenging, requiring not just skill but also mental fortitude. Dawn arrived, and Art paced anxiously outside Xavion's door, having spent the night waiting. 1 hour left. If Xiaoju doesn't emerge, I'll have to wake him, said Art, placing an array formation around Xavion's residence. He waited until just 15 minutes remained, his resolve wavering. Time ticked away, intensifying Art's distress. Counting down silently, he prepared for the last moment. Xiaoju, forgive me. Any damage, I'll compensate. Art bowed before Xavion's door, then shouted with all his might. The array formation wobbled. Tobiasul Jr. brother. Suddenly, Xavion's door opened. Xavion, looking exhausted, stepped out, startled by Art's actions. Before he could apologize, the roar pierced his ears. Xavion froze, his mind blank except for the roar, his body slowly retreating, blood trickling from his mouth and ears. His consciousness blurred, unable to regain focus. After shouting, Art gasped for breath, fearing his voice didn't reach Xavion. Then he opened his eyes, seeing Xavion collapsing. Embarrassed, he scooped Xavion up, rushing out of the 9th courtyard. My apologies. I didn't know you'd open the door then. Art repeatedly apologized while administering pills to Xavion from his storage bag. Before the Alchemy Westleister evaluation began, many gathered at Smoke Rain Pavilion, either learning or scouting for talent. The event highlighted prestige and honor, rather than elusive elixirs. 103 alchemists participated, most being 9-star alchemists or nominated by Grandmasters. Familiar faces appeared, some participating for over 5 sessions. In the main square, alchemists stood silently, even seasoned ones feeling nervous. A courtly man with long white beard and calm eyes observed everyone from above. I am Ian, headmaster of Smoke Rain Pavilion. We welcome everyone for our annual alchemy evaluation. To become an Alchemy Westleister, one must create 3 elixirs, 1 spirit grade over 50% purity and 2 perfect ordinary grade elixirs. This year, we added an extra requirement, but those unwilling can wait until the next decade. Now, let the evaluation begin. Wait! A fat man rushed in, carrying a fainting Xavion. All eyes turned to him, yet he showed no embarrassment. Westleister, Tobiasul Jr. brother has fainted. Can we delay? The fat man asked timidly. Chapter 124. Alchemy evaluation begins. The crowd's eyes instantly filled with anger, finding the fat man's actions excessive. Yet, many were in an uproar inside. They naturally knew who this person was. It was none other than Art, the second Alchemy Westleister of the Yen Chevy Pavilion. Hooliganism. You made so many people wait for one individual. How can this be proper? Ian rolled his eyes at Art. Ihan, when your junior brother wakes up, will you inform him of the tasks? Disciple is willing. Catherine stepped forward, bowed first, and then nodded heavily. If so, the alchemy evaluation officially begins. This time, no one interrupted. Though Ian's voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears accurately. The required medicinal herbs can only be obtained from the Hall of Medicine right in front of you. There should be no fighting. The one who initiates combat will be disqualified. The Hall of Medicine has limited herbs, so the earlier you gather them, the better. Ian stroked his beard and looked again at all the alchemists. These 5 words are condensing chi, obsession, leaving island, protection, and family. Once Ian spoke, all the alchemists fell into deep thought. The first pill must meet the standard. If not, you fail. Only after successfully refining the first pill can you obtain the herbs for the next. This trial lasts 6 hours. Now begin. Upon hearing Ian's words, most alchemists rushed into the Hall of Medicine. They hadn't had time to ponder the other terms, but had already decided that their first pill would be a condensing chi pill. The condensing chi pill is often the first pill every cultivator encounters, serving to increase the cultivation level of practitioners in the condensing chi stage. Its simplicity allows for diverse refinement methods. The simplest requires 3 herbs, while the most complex needs 17. Before even half an incense stick had burned, someone's cauldron exploded. A cauldron explosion is almost an inevitable experience for alchemists, typically due to rough fire control leading to uneven heating. Of course, the quality of the cauldron also matters significantly, but in this evaluation, personal cauldrons weren't allowed, meaning fewer explosions each year compared to when families hired alchemists. Xavion's mind was still somewhat muddled, but his consciousness had returned a bit. He struggled to get up from the ground, the scenery around him slightly blurry. However, a warm current soon spread from his abdomen throughout his body, making his head feel pleasantly warm, and even enhancing his mental awareness slightly. Guh. Xavion took several deep breaths, opening his eyes again as the scene slowly became clearer. He scanned the surroundings with confusion, gradually realizing his situation. That roar was really powerful, Xavion chuckled, shaking his head. Despite suffering greatly from Art's shout, his senior brother clearly hadn't let him down. That sensation indicated he had swallowed a clear spirit pill, which prevents energy deviation during cultivation and significantly enhances mental awareness. This pill is invaluable, difficult to refine, and reportedly sells for 1,000,000 spirit stones each. Looks like it has already started. He must have left something behind, likely senior sister Cheng. Xavion glanced around and quickly spotted Catherine nearby, appearing quite serious. Xavion didn't disturb her, instead closing his eyes to rest and digest the medicinal power in his body. Although Xavion was awake, the dizziness hadn't completely dissipated. Hugo watched Xavion, puzzled. He soon walked to Art's side and softly asked, "Senior brother, what happened to junior brother?" Nothing. I got a bit impatient and wanted to call him out, but he just happened to come out when I was calling him." Art scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. That volume. Hugo shuddered, recalling the incident. His senior brother's voice had tremendous power, acting like a spell. At that time, their master wasn't yet the pavilion head, and there were only 5 disciples. Whenever something needed attention, senior brother's shout could be heard by everyone. Eventually, their master taught senior brother an array formation, bringing some peace. Junior brother is truly formidable, standing up despite that. Hugo couldn't help but admire Xavion. I gave him a clear spirit pill. Without it, he might not have participated in this evaluation. Art looked at Catherine. Her pill was nearly ready. Do you think junior brother stands a good chance? Hugo wondered aloud. Given the value of the clear spirit pill, if Xavion failed this test, his senior brother would incur significant losses. Not too full of confidence, 99%. Art suddenly smiled slyly. 99%? Hugo doubted his ears. Even considering modesty, becoming an alchemy Westleister seemed guaranteed. Yes, I've seen him refine pills, producing 6th-rank pills using the highly complex 9 refinement technique. While forming pills is easy, the 9 refinement itself is incredibly challenging. It's unbelievable that in just 10 years, junior brother went from a novice who only knew how to make condensing chi pills to this level. Even if I had unlimited resources, I doubt I could achieve this. Hugo was astonished. His senior brother was an alchemy Westleister and had no reason to lie. Talent surpassing their master was unprecedented. Even 7th junior brother, who reached alchemy Westleister status in a century, admitted being less talented than their master. Hugo grew excited, staring intently at Xavion, afraid to miss this miracle. Meanwhile, Catherine successfully refined a condensing chi pill with full potency, a simple feat for most alchemists. However, half the participants had already been eliminated, unable to meet basic standards. Seeing Xavion meditating, Catherine sent him a mental note before proceeding to find herbs for her second pill. Xavion smiled, getting up and entering the Hall of Medicine. But as he entered, he froze. Every herb for the condensing chi pill formula he knew had been taken. Despite having enough materials for the improved version he often used, 2 herbs and it counteracted each other, always producing impurities during refinement. These impurities acted as catalysts, easily achieving 90% efficacy but theoretically making a perfect pill impossible. Chapter 125, Such as Obsession. Obsession? Dion fell into deep thought. The myriad ant heart-devouring pill is my obsession, to live on. Even if it means enduring immense pain, I must live on. Dion's eyes became incredibly resolute. Naturally, medicinal herbs also contain poisonous substances. He actually wants to refine that pill. Art was startled. For this evaluation, his master specifically set a standard. In other words, chi condensation pills were the starting point. But due to special reasons, Dion lost this opportunity, meaning his first pill was a spirit-grade medicine. Senior brother, what does junior brother intend to refine with all these poisons? Hugo was confused. A spirit-grade pill. The one I saw back then is this pill. Art sighed. Guess how potent it would be. I think, 70%. Hugo's eyes sparkled. Though it only increased by 20% potency, the difference was enormous. I think, at least 80%. Art's eyes also glittered. Most of those watching focused on exceptionally talented newcomers or 9th-rank alchemists who had participated several times. But if Dion succeeded, they would surely regret missing out on this miracle. Dion returned to his alchemy furnace, but didn't immediately start refining. Why did the mind-clearing pill prevent cultivators from losing their minds? It was because it had the effect of refreshing the spirit and brightening the eyes. When Dion held the herbs, he inexplicably felt a bit emotional. 500 years ago, there was someone like him. Perhaps it was at that moment he found his obsession. The myriad ant heart-devouring pill, which Dion had consumed, caused a kind of madness to survive, less about physical pain and more about mental agony. This agony was not so much pain as a madness driven by the will to live. Dion recalled the torment of dark chi devouring his body repeatedly. That sense of despair, that helplessness. Yet when he took the myriad ant heart-devouring pill, it brought excitement and hope. Once again, Dion entered the apothecary, his gaze calm but inwardly resolved. The 2 words obsession had completely ignited his beliefs. Now, he wasn't just participating in an evaluation. He aimed to surpass Brett. This time, Dion wasted no time. He tossed the herbs directly into the alchemy furnace. Instead of using the earth heart fire, he fully unleashed the alchemy fire from his dantian. The alchemy fire, though faint, attracted swarms of dark chi as nourishment. Black flames instantly drew everyone's attention. Even Ian's expression was filled with astonishment. The temperature of the black fire was terrifyingly high, giving off a burning sensation even from a distance. The bottom of the alchemy furnace had turned completely red, and many herbs inside were already scorched. Collapse. Dion formed seals with both hands, splitting the flames into 4 streams, which converged at the center of the furnace from its 4 corners. The 9 refinement technique, first refinement, pill formation, Though it was now a pill, it contained no potency, only an empty form. Dion knew this well. The 4 flames merged into one, resembling a sharp sword scorching a single point at the bottom of the furnace. Why isn't the furnace exploding? This is just a regular furnace. Such intense heat should have shattered it long ago. Onlookers wore looks of surprise. Burning doesn't necessarily equal temperature. This Kirk's fire control skills are exceptional. Although it seems he's burning 1 point, it's not the furnace but the pill. Look at the furnace walls. No part differs in color. This means the entire furnace maintains an even temperature. Uncourt explained, not a pill Westleister of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, but renowned in the alchemy world. If Aldo were at the spirit realm, it might be fine, but now he's still in the illusory pill stage. Without considering the next 2 pills, even this one may not reach the ideal outcome. Art shook his head, somewhat regretful. I hope he can hold on. Junior brother must have changed the pill formula last minute, probably having some enlightenment, Hugo sighed. Learning this level of fire control required reaching the spirit realm, yet Dion was only in the illusory pill stage. Comparing people made one feel inferior. Changing formulas now, Aldo has forgotten the evaluation. Who knows if it's good or bad? Art's regret grew. Is senior brother worried about that wood penetrating pill? Hugo suddenly asked. Cough. Since I bet against junior brother, losing is just losing. Art looked pained, but words spoken were like water spilled and couldn't be taken back. Haha, our original bet was between junior brother and Paolo, who had deeper alchemy knowledge. Even if junior brother can't become a master, as long as the potency exceeds 70%, Paolo would already be defeated. Rest assured, senior brother, I won't cheat. Hugo laughed heartily, knowing their brotherhood outweighed the value of the precious pill. Art paused, then smiled. Good. Let us together witness this momentous occasion for junior brother. Dion's face was pale, and more alchemists were leaving. 2 hours had passed, and the myriad ant heart-devouring pill had reached the 4th refinement. Dion's furnace was trembling, clearly showing his declining energy and imperfect fire control. Dion bit his tongue, forcing himself to focus. The furnace stabilized, but his face grew paler. He realized he lacked the strength to complete this pill. No regrets, no hesitation. Using dual consciousness, he stimulated the dark chi vortex within his dantian, causing a surge of dark chi. Black flames engulfed the furnace entirely, producing an intense heat that made even weaker alchemists' furnaces explode. The alchemists whose furnaces exploded harbored intense resentment, but were amazed upon seeing Dion, forgetting to leave. 5th refinement, Dion's lips quivered, and black flames rushed into the furnace, restoring calm as if nothing happened. With dark chi nurturing him, Dion regained some vigor, though his complexion remained pale. Catherine successfully refined her second pill, also based on her obsession of refusal to yield. Her formula was self-realized, but she chose to watch Dion instead of proceeding to the next pill. She tried the 9 refinement technique, but abandoned it after a month. The gap between people is so vast, Catherine laughed bitterly, shaking her head. She was confident in becoming a master, yet seeing Dion refine made her feel defeated. Even if she became a grandmaster, she doubted catching up to her junior brother. Even without strength left to refine another pill, he still chose this path. His obsession? Just from his expression, I can sense his dedication. What am I refining compared to him? Just to pass this evaluation? When can I become like him? Catherine sighed, deciding not to think further. As she turned, she heard a loud explosion. Boom. Dion's furnace erupted violently from extreme heat. Fragments flew everywhere, but ions stopped them mid-air, causing a clinking sound on impact. Chapter 126. After the explosion. But Dion was too close, and a fragment from the exploded alchemy furnace grazed his hair, leaving him bleeding from the top of his head. Fragments were embedded deep into his right shoulder and left leg, tearing through flesh and muscle. The most terrifying wound, however, was in his abdomen. A piece had completely penetrated the right side, revealing a gaping black hole filled with blood. Tears welled up in Catherine's eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt an overwhelming pain. She looked at Dion again, her eyes widening in shock. Dion seemed unchanged, his gaze still resolute, his hands not pausing for a moment. The black flames became somewhat transparent, and inside them, the black pill was visible to everyone. With alchemy fire as the furnace, this boy's control over fire is unprecedented, exclaimed the court. He had never heard of such a thing. Yet Dion was truly refining pills, even locking the medicinal properties within the fire. Big brother, could you do that? Hugo's heart clenched unexpectedly. Only Westleister can, Art replied with a bitter laugh, feeling a sense of defeat himself, let alone others. Has he really only been refining pills for 10 years? Hugo could hardly believe it. It seemed that Tobiassel Jr. brother had surpassed both him and Big Brother in terms of technique. They only took pride in knowing more and practicing more, but now those advantages seemed so pale. Paolo also stopped. He hadn't chosen to refine chi condensing pills either. His first pill, like Dion's, was about obsession, but it was only of common quality. His second pill, just refined, was also common. All the alchemists on the field stopped. Some had just finished, while others gave up directly. Nobody had ever seen such a scene. Almost everyone began to feel that the title of Alchemy Westleister was nothing more than a nominal honor. Cough, 7th refinement. Dion coughed lightly but smiled slowly. The black flames condensed again. The evaporated medicinal vapor compressed onto the pill, making it look translucent and deeply black. 8th refinement. The dark aura surged again from Dion's dantian. The black flames lost their fiery feel, turning entirely into dark energy, but the temperature rose higher. 9 refinements make the pill. Dion used his last strength to shout. Instantly, all the dark energy poured into the pill, which suddenly turned milky white as if the dark energy was just an illusion. Dion smiled. He was ecstatic, looking at the pill in his hand and laughing foolishly. Everyone in the square erupted into commotion. What this person had just done could only be described as a miracle. Who is he? Someone murmured. Adair. Young Westleister Tobiasu. Ellis and Aaron shouted excitedly. They had bet on the right person. Even though they later thought Dion wasn't focusing on refining pills, they now realized how terrifying their choice was. Adair, Ninth Academy? Could he really have spent 10 years closed up in the Ninth Academy refining pills? An informed person exclaimed in surprise. How can one refine pills in seclusion? Where would he get the herbs? Perhaps this person received the favor of the Pill Radiance Grandmaster and was taken to the high tower, another person said skeptically. More people started discussing in the square, and the voices grew louder. Suddenly, Dion swallowed the pill, sitting down in the square to begin absorbing its power. He actually swallowed it? Over half the people said simultaneously, creating quite a spectacle. Even Pill Radiance paused, retracting his step forward. What percentage of the medicinal power? Pill Radiance's voice reached Dion's mind and everyone else's ears. The scene fell silent once again. 90%, almost complete. Dion smiled awkwardly but then suddenly remembered something, exclaiming, sorry Wesleyster, I forgot to evaluate it. It looked tasty, so I didn't hesitate. People in the square twitched their lips, and even Pill Radiance wanted to lift the boy and thrash him. Come with me. I'll take you somewhere. The rules are changed. From now on, you're an alchemy Wesleyster, Pill Radiance sighed, giving Dion a glance. Yes, Wesleyster. Dion realized he had gone too far, bowed, gently removed the fragments from his body, and hobbled towards Pill Radiance. Pillwood, you handle this evaluation. Pill Radiance disappeared before Dion approached, taking him away but leaving a voice behind. Art cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted, Continue. It's not over yet. There was a significant difference from Pill Radiance. Art's voice was loud enough to reach everyone. The alchemy evaluation resumed. Only 13 alchemists remained on the square, all beginning to refine spirit-grade pills. Each harbored the shadow of Dion, a new pursuit goal. Paolo clenched his fists tightly, closing his eyes instead of heading to the medicine hall, perhaps deep in thought. Catherine's expression was complex, her face slightly red but stubborn. She closed her eyes as well, her face growing redder. Other alchemists felt the same way. The recent events led to some kind of realization. Though not an epiphany, it was still insightful. The square fell silent again, but everyone knew this evaluation already had a winner. However, their hearts for pursuing alchemy wouldn't waver because of predecessors. Simplicity and purity. Not for the sake of the evaluation, not for forming pills, nor for fame and profit, but for the inner obsession. Once a pill was formed, it belonged to itself, holding true value. How do you feel? Pill Radiance brought Dion to a simple room with a wooden table, chair, and bed. Dion sat on the bed, and Pill Radiance handed him a pill to swallow. Much better, thank you, Wesleyster. After swallowing, Dion felt the medicinal power spread in his dantian, rushing to all wounds, healing visibly, which surprised even him. That black aura is dark chi, and you're not human. Pill Radiance shifted tone, eyes remaining calm. Dion paused, then nodded without explanation. Dark chi is akin to immortal chi, superior in quality to spirit chi or yin chi. Yet, places containing dark chi exist within Departure Continent. Where did you obtain it? Pill Radiance asked softly. I was born with it. Dion sighed. Wesleyster, do you know about the Great War 10,000 years ago? Pill Radiance's gaze deepened. Yes, it was against the Nether prison. I am a Nether slave. Dion's eyes grew determined. What is a Nether slave? Pill Radiance inquired. The master of Nether prison likely controls a large number of Nether slaves using unknown methods, forcing us to practice day and night. I was once among them, but something happened, freeing me from being a slave and reincarnating into Departure Continent. Dion didn't intend to hide anything. He felt no malice from his Wesleyster and believed sharing information was better than causing a rift. Pill Radiance fell silent, his eyes becoming somewhat frightening. Hashtag chapter 127, the Dan family. Is everything you said true? After a moment of silence, Ian suddenly asked. 9 out of 10 times, yes. Though I didn't see it directly, some memories remained when I was a dark slave. Adding to that, I once received the legacy of a Xianjing predecessor from 10,000 years ago, allowing me to deduce this, Xavion replied softly. Alas, there's no other way now. Ian sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. I wonder if Wesleyster knows anything else? Please tell me. Perhaps there's a way out. Xavion seemed hopeful. He knew he was destined to be an enemy of the Wesley Urkos, and more information would mean better preparation. Do you have a master who passed down teachings? Ian's eyes sparkled. Yes, her name is Layla. Although she's dead, she imparted the Tao and saved my life, for which I am forever grateful. Xavion's gaze was sincere. That's fine. Are you willing to become my personal disciple? Ian stared intently at Xavion. Aren't I already your disciple? Xavion was confused. Not quite. Currently, you are just a disciple of the Misty Rain Pavilion, not of the Dan family. Ian suddenly became solemn, his voice firm. Now, I represent the Dan family. If you agree, you will share the fate of the Dan family. If the Dan family falls, you must devote your entire life to revenge. If the Dan family goes to war, you will fight to the death. Betraying the Dan family means eternal damnation. Xavion fell silent, sensing much more in Ian's words. He guessed that his own master might not have been from Tobias' show, and had been given the mission to protect it. I don't understand. Please enlighten me, Wesleyster. Xavion looked at Ian with a questioning gaze. The Dan family is a mid-sized clan in the supreme immortal realm, dedicated to alchemy. Our ancestral roots are in Tobias' show. We once produced Daozun, and 10,000 years ago, we fought alongside Tobias' show and barely repelled the Nether prison. One branch was chosen to guard Tobias' show as the main lineage. However, 500 years ago, the teleportation array in the supreme immortal realm was destroyed, severing our connection with the main family. If you agree, all you need to do is swear loyalty to the Dan family. Ian sighed, his eyes reflecting a sense of uncertainty. My battle with the Wesley Urkos is inevitable. If I join the Dan family, it could bring disaster to you. Xavion shook his head, unwilling to agree. Why? because being a dark slave is indispensable. Xavion did not want to reveal his cultivation techniques, needing to keep it secret. The Wesley Urkos hold significant power in the Nether Prison, rivaling even the largest sect in the Supreme Immortal Realm, the 10,000 Immortal Sect. The Dan family cannot compete, and any confrontation would result in swift annihilation. However, the Nether Prison dares not act so rashly, so they only issue bounties and send rootless wandering cultivators. Other forces certainly won't betray their allies for enemies. Moreover, the Dan family has always maintained peace and good relations with most factions in the Supreme Immortal Realm, so you needn't worry. Just ensure you don't disgrace the Dan family. I understand. In that case, I'm willing to join the Dan family and share its glory and humiliation. This time, Xavion did not hesitate. His journey had left him alone, but now he felt the need to protect certain people. Joining the Dan family seemed like a positive step, especially since Ian had known about his dark chi without questioning him. Now, revealing such crucial secrets and offering support against the Wesley Urkos made it more compelling. Although Xavion suspected that something might have happened to the Dan family in the Supreme Immortal Realm, he was still only a void core cultivator, unable to avenge his family yet. The Wesley Urkos didn't even consider him worthy of attention. Under these circumstances, quietly accumulating strength was the best option. The alchemy families were highly sought after, but had faced issues 500 years ago, possibly linked to the Wesley Urkos. Tobiash's secrets were still unclear, including the reincarnation of himself, Jean Fong, and Celine, which seemed unlikely to be coincidences, especially since Kyla was also within the Tobias Show realm. In other words, the Wesley Urkos' plot likely involved Tobias Show. Your talent surpasses mine. In the Misty Rain Pavilion, you are the head of the 9th Academy, and I am the Pavilion Wesleyster. As teacher and student, I cannot teach you alchemy here, but I can pass down the Dan family's legacy. We'll be equals. I'll take you on as a disciple, representing the Silas. Ian's face lit up with joy. Honestly, he couldn't advance further in Tobias Yo and needed someone with extraordinary talent, potentially capable of reaching the immortal realm here. To Ian, Xavion showed immense resilience and an unparalleled aptitude, even compared to those exceptional talents he encountered during his younger days in the Supreme Immortal Realm. The Dan family relied on alchemy for advancement, but achieving immortality could not solely depend on alchemy. Finding someone with both alchemy and cultivation talents had long eluded him. Yet, through the disciple trials and subsequent alchemy assessments, Ian confirmed Xavion's exceptional aptitude in both areas. Being able to refine a spirit pill of 90% quality within a decade and doing so with only void core cultivation, even without perfect fire control, was a remarkable feat that would cause a stir even in the Supreme Immortal Realm's Dan family. Moreover, Ian felt that something had gone awry with the Dan family. Repairing the inter-realm teleportation array required valuable materials, which the Dan family could manage. But 500 years had passed with no word, indicating either the Dan family had abandoned this branch or was facing a crisis. This second possibility was more likely, given the passage of time and the Dan family gaining influence in the Supreme Immortal Realm. Ian naturally believed Xavion understood these implications, but chose to help because of Xavion's appreciation for the Dan family's alchemy and his sense of duty rooted in their teacher-student bond. Ian slowly opened a hidden compartment in the room, revealing a deep passage in the wall. Without hesitation, Xavion stepped inside. Ian cautiously closed the entrance and lit the passage lamps. We're going to the roots of a tree named Dinkuan tree, planted by the Dan family 10,000 years ago. Ian began explaining. This tree has two purposes. First, to seal the Xianin Pool, and second, to stabilize the entire Tobiasho continent. What is the Xianin Pool? Xavion had a bad feeling about it. I don't know, but if there are any abnormalities, we must notify the Dan family quickly. Ian shook his head. Xavion fell into deep thought. Combining what he knew about 10,000 years ago with his experiences, he felt the terrifying extent of the Wesley Urkos' schemes and power. Hashtag Chapter 128, Supreme Immortal Realm. How much of a disparity is there between the Supreme Immortal Realm and the Nether Prison? Xavion asked suddenly. Ian paused, somewhat puzzled, but still answered, a great deal. Tobias Zhou is located in the Crystal Formation Domain. The Crystal Formation Domain consists of 3,000 minor realms, 300 medium realms, 3 major realms, and 1 supreme realm. The Nether Prison is a major realm, but even if the 3 major realms combine their forces, they would still not match the power of the 10 sects within the Supreme Realm, let alone the entire Supreme Realm. At that time, during the war with Tobias Zhou, the Supreme Immortal Realm did not intervene. Only a few people who had ascended to the Supreme Immortal Realm chose to return, mainly from the Dan family and the Yi family. Your master, Layla, is from the Yi family originally based in Tobias Zhou. After the war ended, they relocated to Tianyun Island. Ian continued explaining. Does the Supreme Immortal Realm not care if Tobias Zhou is destroyed? Xavion was still confused. It's not that simple. Wesley Zhou realms are not allowed to invade minor realms. However, only the top 3 sects might have the strength to decisively defeat the Netherlord's forces, but after such a conflict, they would suffer significant losses. What benefit would that bring to them? Ian shook his head. When the Netherlord launched his attack, the Supreme Immortal Realm sent envoys to negotiate. Upon learning that the Netherlord's goal was not to destroy Tobias Zhou entirely, they ceased further involvement. So, in that case, Tobias Zhou essentially lost the war, Xavion sighed. Yes, but fortunately, most people were saved, Ian replied with a bitter smile. My Silas participated in that war. After it ended, he often sighed. However, he mentioned that the Myriad Immortals sect sent in court named Tobias Yen, who was a Dao Venerable in one of their foundations. He prevented the Netherlord from exterminating all cultivators on Tobias Zhou and set up the Immortal Restriction Array to prevent other realms from launching another war. The Immortal Restriction Array prevents immortals from entering, but Tobias Yen also extracted the immortal chi, leaving no one in Tobias Zhou able to ascend to immortality, Ian said, his eyes filled with sorrow. From what I can see, Tobias Yen was actually aiding the Netherlord, Xavion said, his gaze deep. Eliminating the cultivators of Tobias Zhou holds no real significance for the Netherlord. Setting up this array instead seals off Tobias Zhou completely, cutting off the path to advancement and preventing outsiders from probing. Considering this, the Netherlord's plan seems long-term, and Tobias Yan's actions could stem from two possibilities. First, a high-ranking spy was planted within the supreme immortal realm, persuading Tobias Yan with sufficient incentives. Second, Tobias Yan is working with the Netherlord, knowing and agreeing to assist in his plan. Xavion took a deep breath. This explains why we cannot contact the Dan family. One possibility is that the Dan family is being blamed for collaborating with the Netherlord, as they control the teleportation array. Another reason is that Tobias Zhou is a critical part of the Netherlord's plan. Not possible, Ian immediately shouted upon hearing Xavion's words, but his voice faded quickly, and his expression turned bitter. The Dan family has many talented cultivators. If they were in other families, they would be valued highly, but in the Dan family, they are overshadowed by alchemical talents. Given the chance to rebuild the Dan family, many would agree, under duress or loyalty, making the choice less difficult, Xavion said gravely. Ian's face was full of worry. These thoughts never crossed his mind, but he wasn't stupid. Xavion's deductions seemed plausible. Not only could he find no rebuttal, but he began to believe it was true. Alchemy talent alone is not power. Once the wall everyone admired crumbles at the slightest touch, it risks becoming a tool for others. Xavion's words stung, but the situation in Ornu Pavilion remained dire. He hoped his master would consider changes. Tobias Zhou is not a problem. Even without reaching the immortal realm, I am unmatched here. The entire Tobias Zhou realm has only a handful of people who can decisively defeat me, Ian said solemnly. I'm talking about the younger generation, Xavion reiterated. The Sea Clan war is imminent. Westleicester knows that only the Westleicester Pavilion can defend against the enemy, but unity among its members is lacking. The disciples of senior masters will likely provide logistical support. If we lose, they might lack the strength to protect themselves. In times of peril, those capable of protecting others are scarce. Please think carefully. Ian sighed, fully aware of the situation but unsure of how to proceed. He looked at Xavion. Do you have any suggestions? Prepare now by having all disciples refine healing and chi recovery pills. When the war breaks out, distribute these to those fighting, exchanging needed herbs. This way, Ornu Pavilion can focus on refining without concern. Ian brightened. I overcomplicated things. Preparing pills in advance can silence critics, even if some want to tarnish our reputation. The tunnel led underground, ending at a formation. The formation was dim, green tendrils swirling, seeming alive but also exuding death. Ian pulled out a wooden token with a vivid Dan character engraved in the center. As he made a gesture, the Dan flew out and merged into the formation. The blackness vanished, replaced by vibrant green, like summer foliage bursting with life. Follow me. Ian put away the token, but the Dan remained floating. Xavion followed him into the formation. Upon stepping in, the green flooded into Xavion's body, moving through him, causing a sigh of relief. But it quickly retreated from his dantian, as if repelled by something terrible. Xavion smiled bitterly and followed Ian through the green. Inside, thick roots spread like a separate world, far thicker than century-old trees. At the center lay a clear pond, its water crystal clear but dark at the bottom, seemingly bottomless. This is the mystical abyss pool, Ian whispered. Chapter 129, Under the Tree. Xavion quickly noticed the movement within the storage bag of the Shumi illusory heaven scroll. He transmitted a thought, gently asking, what's special about this shining pool? Whatever you throw into it will be assimilated, Ian said with a look of fear. My Silas's hand was assimilated by this pool water. If he hadn't been decisive and cut off his entire arm then, he might have been entirely assimilated. I wonder if I can use this pool water? Xavion asked tentatively. Certainly, but this water is extremely dangerous. Even storage magic treasures can be assimilated. If you feel curious, you can also try it out. Ian didn't refuse. Xavion walked to the edge of the pool but sat down with his eyes closed, his mind already entering the Shumi illusory heaven scroll. Quickly, help me cut a section of Dinkuan tree roots and bring some shining water over. As soon as he entered the scroll, Xavion heard America excitedly shouting. Do you still need branches? I'll ask Master later. But how do we collect this shining water? Xavion asked softly. You can wrap it in nether chi to collect it. Pull out the Shumi illusory heaven scroll from your storage bag within an inch of me, and I'll handle the rest. The essence of shining water is nether chi. If you reach the spirit realm, you can even absorb the shining water to make your essence baby more stable, America explained. Will Westleicester find out? Xavion asked. I can deceive even heavenly intent. A small tribulation crossing like him won't discover me, America rolled her eyes. Just do as I say. Can I practice using this shining water now? Xavion asked again. Of course not. Your essence baby was formed from an eternal Tao foundation, so only then can you use this water for practice. If you want to use shining water for cultivation, you need to become at least a famous immortal body. Otherwise, ordinary immortal bodies will still be assimilated by this shining water and turn into shining water, America explained. Since he is your master, when you enter the spirit realm, just ask him for help. If your essence baby absorbs enough shining water, not only can you beat those of the same realm easily, but even those of higher realms. Thank you for your guidance, Miss America. Xavion bowed. Quickly, no nonsense. America waved her hand and directly kicked Xavion out of the Shumi illusory heaven scroll. Xavion felt embarrassed but knew America was too eager. Without hesitation, he controlled nether chi and probed into the shining pool. The pool water instantly turned black, but Xavion's control of nether chi faced no obstacles. Condense. Xavion uttered one word, and nether chi immediately wrapped around some shining water, flying toward his right hand. But just before touching, Xavion sensed that the shining water had completely disappeared, leaving only that clump of nether chi. Xavion quickly absorbed the nether chi, then sat quietly, pretending to cultivate while pondering how to persuade his master to let him cut a section of the root. After a while, Xavion opened his eyes with a satisfied smile. Wesleyster, can I have another section of the Dinkuan tree root? Sure. Ian didn't think much, directly taking out a foot-long root segment from the storage bag and handing it to Xavion. This root helps absorb impurities in medicinal pills during refining, making it easier to refine flawless pills. But without important matters, focus on improving alchemy skills. This is more precious than most medicines. Your disciple remembers Master's teachings and thanks Master for the gift. Xavion bowed, truly not expecting it to be so easy. Xavion handed the root into the Shumi illusory heaven scroll and continued following Ian deeper. The central area wasn't large, and soon they arrived at a spirit hall. It wasn't big either, containing only one spirit tablet. Ian's eyes moistened slightly as he slowly approached, kneeling gently. Ian greets Austin. There has been an emergency in the Dan family, but I, Ian, as an unworthy descendant, lack the ability to resolve it. Ian's voice choked up. Today here, Ian swear by Austin Dan, Chevy Soul to exercise the authority of recruiting courts in the clan. By my life, I welcome Adair as the 13th branch guest court of the Dan family. If Adair betrays, Ian and Adair will share the same guilt. Ian bowed 3 times. But I, the unworthy descendant Ian, am foolish and incapable of taking disciples. Therefore, on behalf of my Silas, I accept disciples to uphold the name of the Dan family. Ian looked at Xavion, who didn't hesitate and knelt down. Junior Xavion, alias Adair, now swear by heaven and earth to take Dan Chevy as my master. From now on, I will rise and fall with the Dan family. Xavion bowed deeply and then knocked 3 times heavily. Hearing Xavion's words, Ian was stunned but quickly understood, revealing a look of relief and sincerity. I never expected you to be from the Green Cloud sect. I've heard your name before. For revenge, you infiltrated the Green Cloud sect and eventually exterminated their entire sect. Ian suddenly laughed. But it seems someone slandered you. Do you know who that person is? Once he heard Xavion's name, Ian understood everything. Though Xavion's combat prowess was strong, even enough to deal with ordinary Golden Core cultivators, he couldn't have single-handedly destroyed the Green Cloud sect. Wesleyster doesn't need to worry. I will settle my own vendetta. Previously hiding from you was out of necessity. Please forgive me. Xavion gently shook his head. This is not your fault. And despite my unawareness, you still chose to inform me, which shows your sincerity. Ian waved his hand, then took out 2 jade slips from his storage bag. One of the slips contains the Dan family's fire control technique. This technique has 7 levels, useful for both refining pills and battling enemies. When I accepted disciples, I demonstrated the first 3 levels but removed the battle techniques. The other slip includes my alchemy insights and some rare formulas. After returning, read them carefully. Next, follow me to a place to receive the Alchemist Spirit Flame. This flame can prove identity if you encounter Dan family members. However, this flame has a characteristic. The higher the talent in alchemy, the more can be absorbed. My talent isn't great, so I can barely absorb half, Ian explained. Xavion was brought behind the spirit hall where an orange flame burned quietly, yet no temperature could be felt outside. Step in and run the 3rd level fire control method to absorb it. When accepting disciples, I also absorbed a lot, but it was diluted. Ian watched Xavion, feeling expectant. Although this pool wasn't the main branch fire, it contained the main branch's seed, having 90% of its power. He had witnessed Dan family geniuses absorb up to 7 portions. In his view, Xavion's talent was even higher. Chapter 130, Harvesting the Fire Seed. Xavion stepped into the pool of flames, and an intense heat immediately engulfed him. He quickly began to practice the 3rd method of fire control. The flames slowly seeped into his body but soon stopped. Xavion felt a bit awkward. He knew his talent wasn't up to par. This much was evident from the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. He had successfully practiced the 9 refinement methods countless times within the scroll, even condensing fire into a furnace under the guidance of the Ashland. If he had just a bit more talent, refining pills wouldn't require so much dark chi, and the pill furnace would not have been damaged as easily. In other words, except for the fire control method, his understanding of alchemy came from diligent practice. Seeing Xavion's situation, Ian was also puzzled. Normally, if one could reach this level, they should be able to use the 3rd method of fire control as soon as they entered the fire pool, which would result in significant changes in the flames. Moreover, now the flames had already stopped flowing in. After all, only about 10% of the spiritual heart fire within Xavion's body had entered. Yet, the previous pills were undoubtedly refined by Xavion himself, seen with his own eyes, and there was no room for doubt. Just as Ian was perplexed, a voice echoed in Xavion's mind. Since you can't make use of it anyway, I'll absorb it. Although this fire isn't as good as celestial spirit fire, since it has a fire seed, it will suffice. Xavion was startled, and before he could react, the flames surged into his right hand. His face turned pale, and he sat cross-legged, placing his right hand on his dantian and once again practicing the fire control method. Instantly, Xavion sensed a consciousness filled with pleading and fear, expressing a willingness to acknowledge him as its master. Xavion cleared his throat, and his consciousness re-entered the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. Can you leave me a bit of this fire? Xavion scratched his head awkwardly. You can't use it anyway. You saw how this fire has spirit. Your talent is clear to you. You can only absorb that much, said the Ashland. It pleaded with me just now, saying it was willing to recognize me as its master, Xavion said softly. What? It begged you? The Ashland exclaimed loudly but quickly calmed down. I didn't expect the fire to already possess intelligence. Since that's the case, I won't absorb it. This fire doesn't quite meet my standards either. Let's talk about it another time. This time, you did well. In the future, when I come across treasures, I'll inform you. The Ashland hummed a little tune, seemingly very pleased. Xavion bowed slightly and withdrew his consciousness from the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. Without the help of the Ashland, he probably couldn't absorb these flames. However, once she realized their value to him, she gave up without hesitation. The Ashland had helped him multiple times, and he couldn't become an ungrateful person. Xavion resumed practicing the fire control method, and indeed, the flames rushed in more rapidly than before, several times faster. But that conscious presence completely vanished, no matter how many times he called out. Xavion's face was pale with anger. He had been tricked by a fire spirit, clearly recognizing that the spirit's recognition was only a test. Once there was no longer any threat, it started playing games. Miss Ashland, could you help me with something? Xavion submerged his consciousness back into the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. At that moment, the Ashland was engrossed in reading a book. Seeing Xavion enter, she looked surprised. What's wrong? The Ashland asked lightly. The fire spirit is ignoring me. Xavion's face was ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. Ha 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 ha. The Ashland burst into laughter, lying down on the grass, clutching her belly, acting extremely exaggeratedly. Xavion was embarrassed but couldn't lose his temper at her. He quietly waited for her to finish laughing. After being with her for so long, Xavion gradually understood her character. She was usually cold and aloof, but turned into an innocent Nadine when happy. Alright, go out and continue absorbing. I'll intimidate it for you. Seemingly having laughed enough, the Ashland stood up from the grass, still smiling as she looked at Xavion. Thank you, Miss Ashland. Xavion felt delighted and bowed lightly before withdrawing his consciousness. The moment he exited, Xavion sensed the fire spirit's consciousness surging towards his Dantian. Before he could react, it had already entered his Dantian, taking charge of the flames and assisting him in refining them. Seeing this devoted fire spirit, Xavion felt greatly relieved. He even abandoned using the fire control method, entrusting everything to the fire spirit. Following the Ashland's example, he hummed a little tune, feeling very pleased. The flames in the pool decreased rapidly, and Ian's mouth opened wider and wider. When the last flame disappeared, he finally noticed Xavion sitting in the pool. Xavion's eyes were half closed. A self-satisfied smile spread across his face, humming a little tune that carried directly into Ian's ears. Cough, cough. Ian cleared his throat, startling Xavion awake. He immediately opened his eyes and found the fire pool empty. He hurriedly stood up and walked over to Ian. Did you absorb the fire seed too? Ian sounded disbelieving. Yes, it begged me to do so. Xavion glanced aside, unable to hide his smugness. Okay. Ian didn't know what to say anymore. Gaining the recognition of a fire seed meant an extreme talent for alchemy, something that transcended simply absorbing the amount of the spirit heart fire. No matter how much fire was in the pool, it would be completely absorbed by Xavion. Wesleyster, please don't blame me, Xavion said guiltily. This is your opportunity, naturally, I won't blame you. But your alchemy talent is so high. You mustn't let martial arts overshadow your alchemy. Ian smiled broadly. The Dan family had existed for a very long time, but only 10 people had ever gained recognition from the spirit heart fire seed. Each of these 10 had refined Dao level pills and enjoyed great prestige in the supreme immortal world. Adding one more person naturally filled Ian with pride, even though he couldn't witness it in the supreme immortal world, considering Xavion as nearly his disciple. Certainly. Xavion bowed his head to hide his unease, fearing what Wesleyster would think if he knew the fire seed recognized him under coercion. Go back, I hope you soon refine your tenfold elixir and ascend to the high tower. Ian waved his hand and continued, I'll stay here a while longer with Austin. Disciple takes his leave. Xavion bowed once more and left, heading back to the 9th courtyard. Hashtag chapter 131, bustling gateway. The 9th Academy of today was vastly different from what it once was. Crowds of cultivators had gathered at its gates, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, all coming to offer congratulations. However, these people seemed to have been turned away as the Academy's gates were long closed. Despite not being allowed in, these visitors knew that the headmaster wasn't inside. So, they opted to wait patiently by the gate, occasionally chatting among themselves. When Xavion returned and saw this scene, he felt a bit sentimental but didn't hesitate. He strode forward confidently. Wesley, I ask why you've all gathered outside my 9th Academy? Xavion asked with a warm smile, his voice carrying a hint of friendliness. Everyone paused and looked at Xavion. Toby asked a well-rehearsed performance. They first bowed respectfully before responding in unison. We've come to congratulate Wesleyster Adair on becoming a Grandmaster Alchemist. Thank you all for your kindness. However, I'm rather exhausted and might not be able to entertain you properly. If you have urgent matters, please visit another day. I will certainly prepare tea to make up for today's poor reception, Xavion replied with another bow. It is we who have intruded. Please accept our gifts of congratulations. A courtly man stepped forward, handing over a storage bag. Wesley, thanks for your gift, sir. Xavion accepted the gift with a smile. Though he didn't know the identity of this person, he knew they would surely return. Seeing that Xavion hadn't refused, others also came forward one by one, presenting their gifts. Xavion accepted all of them without hesitation. What started as midday ended with the setting sun. So many visitors had arrived, seemingly from every family within the Oran Pavilion. Xavion's face had grown stiff from smiling, and even the sensation of thirst, which he had rarely experienced due to his cultivation, returned. After sending off the last visitor, Xavion entered the courtyard. Apart from the familiar faces, Ellis had also brought 10 masked individuals with similar cultivation levels, Golden Core experts. Aaron, do we have any news about the Sea Clans? Xavion asked after returning to his room and sipping his tea slowly. Not much news, except for one Sea Clan member who has garnered attention. Her name is Edna, known for her remarkable beauty. In recent years, she has emerged prominently, challenging renowned Eastern Domain strongmen alongside her servants. She has even defeated nascent soul cultivators, but never taken lives. Wesley's powerful figures now consider it an honor to challenge her, and even some young disciples from the Central Domain have traveled far to face her, Aaron explained. So the Sea Clans are still inactive. It seems they're not fully prepared yet. This gives us enough time to build up our forces, Xavion remarked, taking another sip of tea before looking at Ellis. These 10 individuals are those I have recruited for you. From left to right, you may address them as 1 through 10. They don't know each other's names, and I only recognize 3 of them. Each of them has undergone your prescribed tests, Ellis explained. Xavion smiled and nodded, then turned to the 10 men. Excellent. Your abilities impress me. Once war breaks out, I expect you to follow my orders strictly. I promise not to sacrifice any of you unnecessarily. We obey your commands, Lord, they responded in unison. The main force in the war against the Sea Clans will likely consist of Spirit Realm cultivators. You must avoid the Spirit Realm but aim to increase your strength, ideally reaching the nascent soul stage, Xavion said more seriously. Firstly, find reliable teammates. No need for too many, 10 should suffice. These 10 will be under your leadership. Offer incentives or threats as necessary, but ensure no traitors and absolute trust. Strength comes second. Secondly, train together to familiarize yourselves with each other's techniques and combat habits, especially escape strategies. Your mission will involve ambushes, plundering, and striking at vulnerable enemies. While I provide you with locations and intel, Xavion added, lifting his teacup again. We understand, Lord, the 10 men answered in unison. Ellis, you should do the same. Here are the sound transmission stones. Show them when the Sea Clan war ends, and I swear by my name that you will be honored as heroes of this battle, Xavion said, distributing 11 white jade stones from his storage bag, originally received as gifts. What about me, Lord? Aaron asked hesitantly. Just fulfill the tasks I've assigned. Once the war begins, getting intelligence back here will make you a great contributor, Xavion said, handing him another transmission stone. With 17 pairs, he had enough for the Sea Clan war. And most importantly, stay alive. The Eastern Domain will fall quickly once the war starts, Xavion reminded. Thank you, Lord. Aaron felt a warmth in his heart, understanding his crucial role. All right, you may leave, Xavion waved his hand. The group bowed lightly and prepared to depart. Watching them go, Xavion felt somewhat relieved. Despite the masks, the eagerness in their eyes suggested they were committed after passing the tests. Yet Edna's behavior puzzled him. Who would spend so much effort seeking duels? Suddenly, Xavion felt something amiss. Alanis, bring Aaron back here, Xavion said, his eyes deepening with a slight smile. I didn't think Edna could play such games. Alanis didn't waste time, rushing out to catch Aaron just as he left the gate. Why have I been called back, Lord? Aaron asked, confused. Are the locations where Edna challenges fixed? Xavion asked slowly. They aren't fixed and seem quite random, Aaron answered, unsure of the purpose. Who sets the location for Edna's challenges in the Tobias continent? Edna herself, and the locations vary each time, Aaron replied. That's it. Edna isn't just challenging people. She's setting up a grand array to prevent Eastern Domain spies from reporting back to the Central Domain, Xavion concluded, firmly convinced of Edna's intentions. But it can't be, Aaron protested, disbelieving. Time will tell. The Sea Clans must have countermeasures in place. Remember, don't investigate if she stops challenging. Immediately kill everyone involved in creating devices and clean up everything. Don't linger for a moment. What if you're wrong? Aaron couldn't help asking. You just follow my orders. If I'm wrong, the blame will be on me. If correct, you'll earn top credit. Wesleyark the challenge locations on a map and send them after 5 years. No need to mark every location, only those you remember, and absolutely ensure your identity remains hidden. Yes, Lord. Aaron's eyes shone with renewed belief in Xavion's judgment. Remember, investigation isn't an option. The Eastern Domain is too close to the Sea Clans. Instead, use this to our advantage. Raising suspicion will endanger you and possibly trigger early aggression, benefiting neither side. The Sea Clans seek cultivation resources, not mass killings. I trust your foresight, Lord. I won't fail you, Aaron affirmed with a heavy nod. Chapter 132, Vince's Thoughts. After seeing Aaron off, Xavion began to ponder his future path. His magic treasure had been successfully refined after 2 failures, but although it was a success, the magic treasure was pitifully weak. Without the items from the Netherworld prison, he could only rely on the Nether Chi for nourishment, yet his lifespan couldn't afford the wait. Since that strange event, the vitality of Xavion had been continuously devoured by the Nether slave Wesleyark. Only 30% of his century-long vitality remained. Although he later consumed 2 myriad ant-devouring heart pills, it was too late. Adding in the cost of stopping his aging, his lifespan now barely reached 20 years. I truly am racing against time. Stepping into the Golden Core realm within 10 years isn't hard, but that Thunder Tribulation is extremely difficult, Xavion chuckled bitterly. The innate magic treasure he refined barely reached the threshold of the Foundation Establishment realm's magic treasure. Even facing the Foundation Establishment Thunder Tribulation, he dared not be 100% certain of its effectiveness, let alone the Void Core Thunder Tribulation. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Xavion laughed bitterly, there came a knocking sound at the door. Come in, Xavion took a deep breath and said softly. Hello, young Wesleyster. The person who entered was Vince. 10 years had passed, and he had already advanced to the Foundation Establishment realm. His talent was slightly higher than Ivory's. Although Xavion prepared quite a few elixirs for him, Vince gave all the elixirs to Ivory instead. Consequently, he relied more on diligent cultivation. On the other hand, Ivory, under Vince's care, achieved Foundation Establishment 5 years ago. I've indeed neglected you. What do you need? Xavion asked gently with a friendly smile. He felt very fond of Vince, who had transformed from a Bowie into a handsome Kirk. Yet, his eyes remained clear as ever, showing no change even after becoming a child disciple of the Ninth Hall. No neglect, young Wesleyster has done me a great favor by bringing me here. Vince dares not have any further desires. Vince shook his head, leaving his words hanging but falling silent afterward. You can speak freely. If you need any help, I'll do my best to assist you. Seeing Vince's hesitation, Xavion said gently, come here and sit down. Thank you, young Wesleyster. Vince slowly walked to one side of the tea table and sat quietly, his face flushed with nervousness. Seeing Vince's awkwardness, Xavion almost laughed. Trying to guess the reason, he soon showed a peculiar expression. Although Vince had grown up as a beggar, his heart had never belonged to one. He knew gratitude and charity, always valuing others more than himself, and would never make unreasonable demands. This meant that Vince didn't come for personal reasons. There were only a few people in the courtyard. Chester spent every day writing articles, and Alanis was heartless, so it must be for Ivory. They were about the same age and had lived together in this courtyard for years. It wasn't unusual for them to like each other. Do you fancy Ruayer? Xavion's eyes sparkled with laughter. Yes, oh no, not? Vince initially nodded lightly but quickly stood up, shaking his head incessantly while his cheeks turned bright red. There's no need for such formality between us. What are you afraid of? Xavion lifted Vince and placed him on his lap. Now the grown Dale, Vince looked much younger compared to Xavion, resembling a Silas-son relationship. Do you want to take her back to the Earl Kingdom, right? Xavion laughed again. How did young Wesleyster know? Vince lowered his head, realizing he couldn't hide it. Anyone can see through your thoughts. Xavion stopped laughing and had Vince stand before him. Vince, I ask you, are you willing to love Ivory forever? No matter what happens, will you always stand by her side and bring her lifelong happiness? Yes. Vince nodded vigorously, not knowing why, but hearing those words made him feel he couldn't wait any longer. Then you should work hard. Your cultivation talent is slightly better than hers, so strive to protect her. Xavion smiled and nodded. Does young Wesleyster agree? Vince couldn't believe it. My agreement doesn't matter. You need Ruayer's consent. Tomorrow, ask her in front of her. Let her request me to agree to taking her back to visit relatives in Earl Kingdom. Then I'll pretend to disagree, and you can pledge your life for her sake. This way, Ivory will surely give her heart to you, Xavion said with a grin, aware that their mutual affection was already obvious, but both seemed hesitant to confess. No, I can't deceive her, young Wesleyster. Vince shook his head immediately. This isn't deceiving her. It's using strategy. If she chose someone else, would she be happy? Xavion countered. If she really fell for someone else, I would wish her well. Vince answered without hesitation. Foolish. Xavion tapped Vince's head, causing him to clutch his head in pain, almost crying. If you truly love her, you should do everything to bring her happiness. If someone else can make her happier, it means they love her more than you. You lack confidence in making her happiest. Do you still dare say you're willing? Xavion rolled his eyes. But, Vince seemed still unsure. Don't say but. You're neither sick nor an enemy. Being with her won't cause negative effects, Xavion interrupted. And remember this point. Never forget. Xavion's expression grew serious. Yes, I'll remember carefully, Vince nodded. First point, good guys don't get the Nadine, Xavion said slowly. Have you heard this saying? No, Vince shook his head. Let me explain. Women tend to fall in love with men who act bold and proactive, Xavion laughed. Don't interrupt. Women appreciate it when a man makes the first move and lets them blush shyly. Understand? Don't interrupt. Tobiasen well. Use these skills wisely, and I guarantee Ruayer will marry you. Xavion rolled his eyes again when Vince wanted to speak. Second point, surprise. Women love gifts. Whenever you find something interesting or delicious, get it for Ruayer. She'll feel remembered and appreciated. Third point, care. Buy her what she likes, comfort her when she's upset, remind her when she forgets, and willingly be her vent if she's angry. Xavion smiled. Men must not be rigid. To make her happy, use your brain. Sometimes, even knowing it's a deception, you should continue for her joy. It's the result that matters, the effort you put in for her. Lastly, men can only have one wife. If you dare use my methods to pursue another Kelly, I'll break your third leg, Xavion threatened. I won't. Vince seemed enlightened, gradually understanding but with one doubt. But, young Wesleyster, I only have 2 legs. Eunuchs only have 2 legs, Xavion replied irritably. Oh, Vince suddenly felt a chill and hurriedly covered himself. Please provide the next part of the text for translation or indicate if there's anything else you need assistance with. Alright, remember, be a bit smarter tomorrow, don't be foolish. Xavion's smile returned, and he felt much lighter. I understand, young Wesleyster. Vince wasn't sure why he had agreed with Xavion, but he felt that what Xavion said made some sense. Besides, he was still quite naive about matters between men and women. Please let me know if you need further translation or any adjustments. Chapter 133. Old Wesleyan Chevy Dion. Watching Vince leave, Dion suddenly smiled. He recalled his days at the Azure Cloud sect and realized how naive he had been then. Due to his lifespan, he reluctantly rejected harmony, but now thinking back, even if he were to die the next day, he shouldn't have any regrets. Present-day Dion fully understood that forgetting was too hard. So hard that even with a Kelly as beautiful as Kylag expressing interest in him, he couldn't let go of the figure from his memories. Dion shook his head, casting off the sigh in his heart. Unknowingly, he had gathered many close people around him, and the pressure slowly increased. The threat from the sea race also couldn't be ignored. But the most pressing matter at hand was his thunder tribulation. With this thought, Dion returned to his secret chamber and submerged his consciousness once more into the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. Miss America, Dion called softly. What is it? America rubbed her eyes, somewhat impatiently. I have some questions to ask. Here's your payment. Seeing America like this, Dion immediately left the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll, retrieving 10 scrolls of books. You can come in. America yawned. I haven't finished reading what you gave me. Once I finish, I'll ask you for more. Dion was puzzled, but still submerged his consciousness back into the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll. Is Miss America not satisfied? Dion probed cautiously. No, it's fine. America's face reddened slightly. While duplicating, I naturally see some things. Sometimes seeing a bit makes me want to read more. So after I finish, I will ask you for more. Remember, all this debt is on you. Don't try to dodge when the time comes. Of course. Dion smiled kindly and then asked, Last time my scavenging funds ran out, yet my life-bound magic treasure remains only at the first stage. Is there a way to ensure my safe passage through the Golden Core's thunder tribulation? See, I told you experimenting here might not guarantee success outside, America grinned smugly, but succeeding twice is good luck. You probably can't obtain those netherworld items. Thus, there are two methods. America paused, then continued. First, find materials with harmonious attributes and experiment again to elevate your magic treasure. However, using two different attributes will downgrade your life-bound treasure. Second, subject your treasure to lightning refinement. Tribulation lightning is still lightning. Although it has tribulation intent, it originates from ordinary lightning. Seek lightning to refine your treasure, enhancing its resistance. Thank you, Miss America. Dion bowed respectfully. Anything else? America nodded lightly and asked. One last question, do array formations exist to block sound transmission charms, or even teleportation arrays? Dion asked tentatively. Of course, didn't you know? America rolled her eyes. Ones that block an entire continent, very large areas. Dion felt a bit embarrassed. Array size does not limit function. In short, with enough energy, you could even cover an entire world, America explained gently. Arrays have units called face. A face is a spatial unit, varying by dimension. When covering one face, certain energy is required. For two faces, energy doubles, and so on, America elaborated. Generally, the less energy, the larger the space. Covering Tobias Prefecture here would require about 30 faces. Can multiple arrays cover simultaneously? Dion pondered internally. Not always, it depends on specific arrays. Some share regions, others cannot coexist. Even close proximity may cause explosions. The blocking array you mentioned falls into the latter category, America answered. Why? Learning formations again? Not really, I've just started grasping alchemy and won't focus elsewhere. Dion shook his head. Just worried the sea races might plot something involving formations. Yes, that's wise. While you can visit Sumaru Illusory Heaven Scroll, overindulgence can backfire. Alchemy surpasses formation arts and weapon forging in popularity. America lectured like in court. Dion was stunned, suddenly skeptical. He cautiously asked, Miss America, you don't fully understand formations, do you? America was startled, her face flushed red. Before Dion could react, she kicked him out of the scroll. I don't. So what? Her voice echoed in Dion's mind. Dion could only chuckle bitterly, addressing air. Miss America knows much, handling every detail impeccably. Even supreme beings can't match. Her voice disappeared, and Dion's consciousness couldn't re-enter the scroll. Recalling past experiences, Dion knew it would eventually mend as long as the scroll stayed with him. Determined, Dion vowed silently to never utter such words again. Early next morning, before dawn broke, someone knocked on Dion's door. Dion saw the person and understood Vince's urgency. Cough, Vince, why bring Ruayer here? Dion asked. Wesleyster, I wish to take Earl Nadine back to Earl, thus came to bid farewell. Vince bowed respectfully. Absolutely not. Central Domain and Eastern Domain are far apart. The journey is perilous. Both of you are merely Foundation Establishment realm. It's beyond your abilities until you achieve Golden Core. Once you reach Virtual Core, I'll agree, Dion firmly refused. Don't worry, Wesleyster. I will not cause trouble and will protect Earl Nadine, Vince insisted resolutely. I truly can't relax. Cultivators aside, encountering spirit beasts could spell disaster. Oh, Aaron is heading east. Go with him. Stay 5 years, then return with him. Dion grinned playfully, intending to test Vince. Vince was utterly bewildered. Yesterday, they planned to threaten death. Why did he agree now? And with protection, he couldn't be alone with Ivory. Thank you, Wesleyster. Ivory bowed gratefully. Ivory was immensely thankful to Dion. Despite her Dale, she often missed her family. Getting Dion's consent made her elated. Vince glanced at Dion, who turned away, avoiding eye contact. With Aaron's protection, I'll stay behind, Vince said regretfully. Yesterday Dion instructed him to act wisely, but where were the opportunities today? No. Ivory interrupted quickly. Why not? Dion tried not to laugh, feigning curiosity. Because. Ivory's face turned completely crimson, unable to explain coherently. Wesleyster, I'll go. Vince stood up, noticing Ivory's embarrassment. Just now you said no. Why change? Dion pretended to be angry. If you can't explain, I'll sentence you to 1 year of closed cultivation. Vince became even more flustered, lowering his head, speaking in barely audible whispers. I like Ivory. Translation note. The translation maintains the same paragraph structure, tone, style, and line breaks as the original text. Character names were carefully transliterated according to Pinyin rules. Ivory was momentarily stunned. She looked up at Dion and found him smiling at her. What did you say? Speak up. You sound like a mosquito, can't hear a thing. Despite Dion's smile, his tone was stern. I like Earl Nadine. I want to go back with her. Vince practically used all his strength to shout this out loud enough. Chester, who was writing, poked his head out of the window, and even Alanis walked out from his room. Since that's the case, I'll agree then. Dion watched Ivory lower her head, feeling happier inside, as if he could see two of his promising juniors finally coming together. This time out, don't cause trouble. You're respected in Yin Shavixi Pavilion, because of me. Outside Yin Shavixi Pavilion, no one will take care of you. Dion, like in court, carefully gave them final instructions before their departure. And Ruayer, remember not to reveal any news about me to your family. Just tell them you woke up and saw Vince, and he saved you. I understand, young Wesleyster, Ivory nodded. Her Silas had always admired Dr. Guy's integrity, and now she understood how much the person in front of her valued gratitude, seemingly modest by nature. There's one more thing you mustn't tell anyone. Dion's expression grew serious. We understand, young Wesleyster, Vince and Ivory responded in unison. The sea race may launch a war at any time. Battles between cultivators won't harm mortals, but you two are cultivators. Earl Kingdom is not safe for you to stay long-term. You must return within 5 years. Dion looked seriously at both of them. I understand, young Wesleyster. Ivory knew Dion was doing this for their benefit, so she couldn't be stubborn. I'll stay for 5 years, and then return to Yin Shavixi Pavilion. Protect Ruair well. I look forward to seeing your child when you return next time. Dion smiled and patted Vince on the head. Vince blushed even more, wishing he could find a crack to hide in. Ivory, on the other hand, became more relaxed, nodding directly and saying, I'll do my best. Translation note. The translation adheres to the paragraph structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. Character names are transliterated accurately according to Pinyin rules. Chapter 134, Fame and Departure. After seeing the two visitors off, Xavion's heart gradually calmed down. Although he had the intention of leaving, it would be improper to depart immediately after receiving numerous gifts from people yesterday. However, waiting a few days was manageable. It took a full half-month for Xavion to entertain everyone who came. Only then did he realize that those who visited on the first day were just a fraction of the total number. Many others were waiting for news from the first visitors. During these 2 weeks, Xavion never rested once. Even at night, he continued entertaining guests until late in the evening before calling it a day. This experience truly made him realize the terrifying respect alchemists commanded among cultivators. No wonder the alchemy family could stand tall in the supreme immortal world with just their alchemy skills. The visitors had various intentions. Some sought mere friendship, some requested elixirs, some offered medicinal child servants, and even more surprisingly, some asked him to take apprentices. Several families even brought their daughters, hoping to marry them off to him as concubines. Naturally, Xavion refused all such requests, though he did accept quite a few medicinal child servants. The 9th courtyard once again became lively, while Chester's vegetable garden was moved to a remote corner. Another 3 months passed, during which Xavion completed all the requested elixirs. He used the Sumeru Illusion Heaven Scroll to experiment before starting any real alchemical work. Xavion's reputation grew even more formidable, surpassing that of other courtyards. His perfect success rate was unheard of. No matter what elixir formula was presented, he could successfully refine it with just one set of herbs. Everyone was left speechless. They originally thought Xavion only possessed remarkable talent, but this surpassed mere talent. It was sheer success. Beneath the title of Alchemy Wesleyster, he is unquestionably the best, mentioned everyone whenever they talked about Adair. In the 8th courtyard, an alchemy master commented with a bitter smile to a Kelly in white robes, Wesleyster Adair's fees have now been inflated to 100 times what you and I charge, yet people still flock to him, and he manages to fulfill their requests. Weren't you the one who wanted to prove whose alchemy was better? The Kelly in white rolled her eyes. The proof is clear. Adair is better. The Dale shrugged, then laughed suddenly. These two were Paolo and Catherine. After becoming Dan Dow Wesleyster's post-evaluation, their own achievements were completely overshadowed by Adair's. Originally, Paolo harbored grand ambitions, believing that one evaluation did not define everything. But after 3 months, he gave up. Without Xavion, he might have become the top-ranked alchemist. If not the top, second place would still earn him great fame. Yet standing before him was Xavion, the frighteningly successful man with a 100% success rate. Even someone as prideful as Paolo could only respond with a bitter laugh. You're taking it well, Catherine shook her head. I fell for you, but you fell for him. That realization helps me let go, Paolo said casually, as if speaking about someone else. Knowing this, why can't you let go? Catherine sighed. You ask why I can't let go, but shouldn't you also let go of him? Paolo turned her words back to her, adding, moreover, I think my chances are higher than his. Without him, you might consider me. You won't win over Nadine's this way. Catherine remained silent for a moment. In these 3 months, we've exchanged knowledge on alchemy and gotten to know each other deeply, Paolo spoke softly. We both value alchemy over romantic relationships, so why mock me? My focus is not entirely on alchemy, Catherine shook her head again. If that were true, you would have dismissed me long ago. Paolo sighed. He looks at you with no distinction between us two. In simpler terms, you're just another person to him. Men generally do so for 2 reasons. Either you don't catch their eye, or he already has someone in his heart. You're really annoying, Catherine sighed, knowing deep down what Paolo was saying was true, but unwilling to admit it. Ihan, I love you and your dedication to alchemy. I will treat you well forever, Paolo smiled bitterly. I'll wait for you. Wait until you're tired, frustrated, and ready to give up. When that time comes, I hope you'll give me a chance, rather than resist me as you do now. Paolo sighed and slowly left the 8th courtyard. The words were said, and all he could do was wait for this equally outstanding Kelly to finally let go of that unreachable son. Wesleyster said that if you had acted this way initially, he wouldn't have rejected you as an apprentice. Just as Paolo stepped out of the courtyard gate, Catherine's voice reached his ears. Even if Wesleyster Ian had chosen me, the one who rose to prominence would still be Adair. Paolo did not turn back, paused for a moment, then resumed walking. Summer gave way to autumn, winter came, and spring returned. The 9th courtyard stopped accepting alchemy requests, but the name Adair had spread throughout the entire middle region. During this year, Xavion never stopped refining elixirs, and he lost count of how many he had made. What he knew for certain was that within the last year, he had not failed a single time in the outside world, no matter how complex the formula. In the Sumeru Illusion Heaven Scroll, however, his efforts were constantly mocked by America as insufficient, giving him a sense of inferiority. However, this year of intense alchemy practice significantly improved Xavion's skills. For some less complex elixirs, a single trial in the scroll was enough for a successful refinement. But the greatest benefit for Xavion, in his view, was the spirit stones. His year of refining earned him substantial wealth. Even now, he was richer than when he left the Shadow Sect. Thinking about this, Xavion felt extremely pleased, increasing his motivation for alchemy. Yet his lifespan couldn't withstand excessive depletion. A year of non-stop refining was enough. Now, Forging magic treasures and weathering the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation were the priorities. Xavion bid farewell to his master and silently left Misty Rain Pavilion, informing very few people. It seemed everyone was still waiting for him to reopen his furnace for more elixir refinement. Chapter 135. Arrival in the Forest Sea. The spring breeze on Tobias Prefecture continent was warm, except for the northern snow plains where all places seemed to bask in warmth. Xavion had left the Misty Rain Pavilion a month ago. During this month, he had been constantly on the move, using teleportation arrays so frequently that it made him dizzy. Today, he finally arrived at the largest city surrounding the southern Forest Sea, Tobias-in-Fong City. Finally here, Xavion muttered softly, his face breaking into a long overdue smile. Before leaving, he bid farewell to Ian and casually inquired about Justin's whereabouts. He only asked tentatively but unexpectedly found out that his master indeed knew about Justin's news. In the southern Tobias Prefecture Forest Sea, there was an ancient race called Tobias Clan. Their existence was incredibly ancient, yet they did not practice cultivation. Instead, they used peculiar spells, hunted spiritual beasts, obtained their inner Dan, and refined them within their bodies in special ways, sometimes even surpassing some cultivators. This clan possessed 3 treasures, one called Hua Tobiasing Fruit, the second being a sacred beast altar, and the third a thunder pool. According to Ian, 10,000 years ago when Tobias Prefecture's cultivation realm was at its peak, many cultivators would come to this thunder pool to undergo tribulation after reaching the heart-questioning stage. However, following a major war, 90% of Tobias Prefecture was destroyed. Cultivators took over the Tobias clan's territory, pushing them into the Forest Sea, cutting off any contact with the cultivation world. Since then, the Forest Sea and the spiritual beasts within served as natural barriers for the Tobias clan. To this day, apart from those aware of the Great War 10,000 years ago, almost no one knows about the existence of the Tobias clan deep in the Forest Sea. With this information, Xavion was very pleased and headed straight south towards the Forest Sea after leaving the Misty Rain Pavilion. This Forest Sea, named after the sea, is indeed worthy of its name. The map I saw only covered half of it and was already larger than the entire eastern domain. Xavion mused. The cities around the Forest Sea were very prosperous, even more so than Eugenyang City where Shadow was established. There were many cultivators in the city, mostly traveling in small groups with one leading them. These people also appeared stronger than the cultivators in Eugenyang City. Illusory core and golden core cultivators were commonly seen. Even rare nascent soul cultivators could be spotted every now and then. Xavion even encountered 3 spirit transforming cultivators. However, the map I bought from the inn isn't detailed enough. Most cultivators in the Forest Sea have their own routes, and maps are usually drawn by themselves. Xavion fell into thought. His own cultivation was just at the illusory core stage, making him merely average in Tobias-in-Fong City. Asking or buying a map would draw attention. Yet without a detailed map, he might easily get lost in the Forest Sea. Now, the most important thing is the map. Xavion shook his head, beginning to observe his surroundings. Tobias-in-Fong City was almost entirely composed of solitary cultivators. These scattered cultivators relied on each other, forming small teams to venture deep into the Forest Sea to hunt spiritual beasts to sustain their cultivation. Several factions had also established bases in Tobias-in-Fong City, and he even saw 2 shops bearing the emblem of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Spiritual beast Dan can be used like spirit stones, their skin and bones can be used to craft artifacts, and their flesh can be used to refine pills. With abundant medicinal herbs in the Forest Sea, hunters living here don't have the time to sell them, allowing these merchants to profit greatly. Xavion chuckled lightly and entered a shop with the emblem of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Sir, are you here to sell or buy? Seeing Xavion enter, the shop assistant immediately greeted him. These shops primarily acquired items from spiritual beasts, then processed and sold them. Only precious materials were sent back to the central domain powers. Thus, alchemists and artifact smiths were highly valued in Tobias-in-Fong City. Do you know if the shopkeeper here is a disciple of the Misty Rain Pavilion? Xavion asked softly. The shopkeeper serves Westleister Kirin and is not a disciple of the Misty Rain Pavilion, the assistant explained. Can you introduce me to him? Xavion inquired tentatively. The shopkeeper is busy. Wesley, I asked your name, so I can inform him, the assistant replied. Just say that a dare from the Misty Rain Pavilion has come to pay respects, Xavion answered quietly. Oh, alright, let me inform him. Please wait a moment. You say you're a dare? The assistant's expression changed instantly. Cough, yes, please keep it low. I'm here on private matters, Xavion cleared his throat, surprised that Adair's reputation had spread even here. The assistant covered his mouth. Luckily, it was still early, and there were no customers. Otherwise, he might have been fired the next day. But Westleister Tobiasu, please show the token of the Misty Rain Pavilion. No offense intended. No problem, Xavion handed over his token, and the assistant scrutinized it before directly leading Xavion upstairs. Shopkeeper Earl, we have a distinguished guest requesting an audience. The assistant's voice was quiet, as if whispering. The door opened quickly, and out came a Seymour with an imposing presence. His strength fluctuated subtly, making it hard to gauge precisely. Looking at Xavion, the man was taken aback. Though others might not recognize Xavion, he did. Despite claiming to be Kirin's subordinate, they were close friends. Although he hadn't witnessed Xavion's rise firsthand, Kirin later sent him the images, and this person in front of him was indeed the one. Westleister Tobiasu, please, come in. The Seymour lowered his stance and invited Xavion into the inner hall. Xavion was puzzled. How did his name become so renowned? I won't see any other guests today. Please handle the matters downstairs well, the man instructed the assistant, who promptly brought tea and seated Xavion in the honored position. Senior, this is too much, Xavion smiled, shaking his head. I'm merely a junior alchemy master and dare not accept such treatment from a spirit boundary senior. Westleister Tobiasu, this is appropriate. As I am Westleister Ferris's subordinate and you are his peer, this courtesy is fitting, the Seymour replied with a warm smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jimmy, dispatched by Westleister Ferris to collect various spiritual herbs and rare items. Do you know anything about Ellis? Xavion suddenly asked. He is my nephew. I've heard Westleister Tobiasu took good care of him. I thank you on his behalf, Jimmy slowly said. That explains why you looked familiar, Xavion smiled. I've come here on personal business, and I ask that you don't reveal my presence. I will keep it confidential. Wesley, I know what brings you here. If there's anything I can assist you with, I'll gladly help. Jimmy was puzzled. This place was frequented by less renowned alchemists, while the Forest Sea was predominantly a haven for martial cultivators. He couldn't fathom Xavion's purpose for coming here. I have 2 requests. First, regarding the ingredients listed here, please gather them for me. I'll offer a price that satisfies you. Xavion handed Jimmy a jade slip containing the recipe for one Esher Exine pill, which he refined during his evaluation. A small matter. As long as you don't need 10,000 portions, consider it a gift from me. Jimmy examined the jade slip closely. Most items mentioned were parts of Tier 2 or Tier 3 spiritual beasts, with only a few rare poisonous herbs hard to find. In short, if he could locate these herbs, everything else wouldn't cost much. 100 should suffice. Your kindness is appreciated. Once gathered, I'll refine a pill for you in gratitude. Xavion bowed and continued. Lastly, I wish to venture deep into the Forest Sea. Do you have a detailed map? Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous. Jimmy stood up, firmly refusing. What if not going means certain death? Xavion smiled, looking intently at Jimmy. Jimmy was taken aback, at a complete loss for words. The smile on the person before him seemed very relaxed, as if discussing something trivial. Chapter 136, Clash in the Forest Sea. If it's necessary, I suggest Westleister Tobiasu use your influence to gather some spirit realm cultivators. It might make things a bit easier, Jimmy said somewhat hesitantly, knowing his suggestion was barely plausible even to himself. Wouldn't that just make me a tool for these people? Xavion shook his head. Besides, such matters cannot be forced. For you to gift me the map is already an immense favor. I will surely repay it. Since we've reached this point, I assume Westleister Tobiasu has made up his mind. Here's a map I drew from my early expeditions. Please accept it, and may you return safely. Jimmy handed over a jade slip to Xavion and sighed. He hadn't ventured into the Forest Sea for many years, and didn't know how far Xavion had to go. Thank you, Senior. Xavion accepted the map and bowed respectfully. When do you plan to depart, Westleister Tobiasu? Jimmy asked with a concerned gaze. I'll leave now. I originally planned to join a force and find a way to obtain the map, but getting it from you has truly helped greatly, Xavion replied calmly. It pains me that I can't assist you further, Westleister Tobiasu, Jimmy said as he pulled out another token from his storage bag and passed it to Xavion. This token was jointly created by several major forces within Tobias and Fong City. Before any confrontation, it can serve as a deterrent. Xavion accepted it again, bowing in gratitude. I truly appreciate your help, Senior. Westleister Tobiasu need not worry too much. Mr. Ferris and I are good friends. Helping you isn't something worth mentioning, especially considering your extraordinary talent. Jimmy waved his hand, but still appeared somewhat pensive. Please don't spread word of my journey. My master's token will also be of assistance, so there's no need for pessimism. Xavion smiled gently. Grandmaster Ion? Jimmy was surprised. No wonder Xavion dared to enter the Forest Sea with only a void core cultivation level. While others only knew Grandmaster Ion's reputation in alchemy, those who stayed long enough at Yinyu Pavilion would know that even the Martial Pavilion headmaster couldn't compare to Grandmaster Ion's cultivation level. This was because when the 2 pavilion heads met, despite the Martial Pavilion head looking older, he would respectfully call Grandmaster Ion Senior. The term Senior here referred not to alchemy skills but to cultivation. It seems my concerns were unwarranted, Jimmy smiled relievedly. With that, I shall take my leave. Xavion bowed once more and slowly walked away. Though he mentioned Ion's token, he actually didn't have it. However, his master had told him that his Grand Silas once helped the Tobias clan, and if he encountered members of the Tobias clan, showing them his Danfire should allow negotiations regarding borrowing the Thunder Pool. Having obtained the map, Xavion left Tobias in Fong City. He had no reason to stay, knowing the sooner he found the Thunder Pool, the sooner he could advance to the Golden Core stage and alleviate the threat to his lifespan. The Forest Sea was vast. Even after 3 days of travel, Xavion saw no spirit beasts, only encountering more teams on their way through. Some cultivators close to his level invited him to join their group, while returning teams often sighed in relief, seemingly assured of safety. We need to move faster, no more delays. Xavion climbed a tree, aware he could use the treading cloud technique to fly, but the sky offered an obvious target, likely attracting unwanted attention. Instead, traveling through the trees felt safer. Xavion leaped through the branches like a monkey, although not proficient in this method. Mistakes occurred frequently, but thanks to the treading cloud technique, his speed was surprisingly fast, covering more ground in half a day than in the previous 3. As scenery rapidly receded behind him, cultivators in the Forest Sea became increasingly numerous, until dusk fell and they vanished entirely. Xavion found a sturdy tree to rest upon. Despite his endurance, fatigue crept in. He opened his Dantian's black vortex, but unlike usual, the black figure didn't absorb anything, remaining motionless with its eyes closed. This Spirit Heart Devour pill is indeed remarkable. Xavion slowly circulated the ghostly Enart. Since consuming the pill, this was his first time practicing. The effect was better than expected. The black figure in his consciousness seemed completely asleep. Brett's pill has effectively cut off my life force. With my current constitution, eliminating my aura could make others mistake me for dead. Xavion closed his eyes, and his aura vanished instantly. A small insect climbed onto his body. Xavion lifted his hand slightly, causing the insect to fall. The lack of body heat. It's peculiar about the Een race, Xavion pondered. Are all Een slaves like this? Just hiding one's aura is terrifying in itself. Xavion shook his head. His Grandmaster Chase never mentioned this phenomenon, suggesting it might be due to the Spirit Heart Devour pill or his past death, possibly both. Regardless, this adds a layer of assurance, Xavion thought. Deliberating over these unconventional matters was fruitless. My priority is advancing my cultivation to the late void core stage and refining my life-bound magical treasure. Xavion closed his eyes and resumed meditating, his aura flickering indistinctly. A yellow-striped snake slithered toward Xavion's tree, its eyes filled with curiosity as it approached the resting cultivator, unaware he was meditating deeply. Boom! A young Kelly was thrown against Xavion's tree, leaves falling around her. Xavion's eyes snapped open, observing with slight confusion. Quickly realizing danger, he concealed his presence like before, eyes slightly open to observe. The snake tightly coiled around the trunk, staying put. Miss, are you alright? A courtly man smirked at the young Kelly. Steward Chen, since my brother has seized power in the Fariso family, why must we exterminate each other? She spat blood, her face pale with fear. Steward Chen was a nascent soul cultivator, while she was merely golden core, and her subordinates were held back by his reinforcements. I follow orders. The young lord has commanded it. The old man continued smiling, enjoying her distress. Harry, cease your insolence. Another court erupted from mid-air. Steward Chen tensed and struck toward the young Kelly. The newcomer swiftly moved, catching Steward Chen's fist mid-swing. The clash between the two nascent soul cultivators was intense. Even without spells, the energy radiated from their struggle reached Xavion, who remained hidden among the branches. Hashtag chapter 137, Sherry. The young Kelly's face grew even paler, her body trembling faintly, but she did not dare to take even half a step backward. Daryl, why go this far? Toby Sherry has already lost her chance. Following the young Wesleyster is the better choice. Harry retracted his fist, his face once again breaking into a smile. How can someone like Edric, who murdered his own Silas, be assisted? Do you wish to tarnish the Fariso family name? Daryl's voice was cold, his gaze terrifyingly sharp. Since ancient times, victors are kings and losers are outcasts. If the family head hadn't intended to pass the position to this little Nadine, the young Wesleyster wouldn't have acted. If Brother Wong is willing to bring the little Nadine back, I assure you that I won't take any credit for it, Harry smiled amiably. Rubbish. How can I, Daryl, be someone like you, a faithless villain? Daryl roared. Come on then, old scoundrel. Numerous flames emerged around Daryl, slowly forming into wings, then shooting toward Harry like feathers. Fire feather technique. Who would have thought you broke through my 10,000 spirit array and still retained such power? Harry was startled, hurriedly retreating. But the feather-like flames chased after him relentlessly, no matter where he ran. Hurry, miss. Go into the forest sea and find that great expert. Daryl shouted, recondensing the fire feather technique. Damn, what rotten luck. At that moment, the yellow-striped snake had completely entangled Xavion, biting towards his neck. This yellow-striped snake is just a second-stage spirit beast. If it weren't for the venom being hard to cure, letting it bite you wouldn't matter. Xavion raised his right hand, directly grabbing the snake's head. Then with a squeeze, the snake's head exploded, leaving only a yellow spirit core in his hand. Who? Daryl waved his hand, sending half of the newly condensed fire feathers flying towards Xavion. Xavion narrowed his eyes, taking 7 steps in rapid succession. The fire feathers seemed to forget to track him, passing through tree trunks before exploding. Extinguish. Daryl's gaze was cold as he looked at Xavion. He had no choice but to extinguish the flames to prevent attracting high-level spirit beasts which could kill them all. On the other side, Harry also pulled out a magic treasure, blocking the fire feathers completely. Sherry was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Xavion's gaze was cold as he said softly, I don't know why you called me down, but I won't tell anyone about what happened here. You think you can leave alive after seeing this much? Harry laughed lightly. If your combat allows me to leave, why should I stay? Or are you two planning to join forces and kill me first? Xavion sneered. They were hiding nothing from Sherry, let alone him. Daryl was taken aback, shouting loudly, Young hero, please take Miss and go. I'll hold this old scoundrel back. Sir, take me with you. Sherry crawled over, her eyes filled with pleading. Xavion's heart tightened. This Kelly clearly recognized him, but he had never seen her before. Thinking back, only those 10 people made sense. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. Xavion turned and left without hesitation. The Aaliyah will offer her life essence, obeying your commands. Sherry shouted desperately. Miss, don't. Daryl activated the fire feather technique again, this time 3 times stronger than before. Don't regret your decision, Xavion smiled slightly, stepping 21 times rapidly, seizing the Nadine in an instant and fleeing, leaving Daryl to miss completely. Fast, Daryl was surprised but could only watch as Xavion disappeared. He couldn't chase after him. Brother Wong, it's time to pull back, Harry's voice echoed again. Daryl waved his hand, the fire feather technique dissipating. I told you, killing the Nadine and seizing the treasure early would have been simpler. Now it may benefit that thief instead. Harry's voice carried a note of resentment. If she had the secret treasure, why would I need to do this? I don't believe Sherry would give her life essence to an unknown boy. Daryl's face was grim. He was almost certain Sherry now fully trusted Xavion. Brother Wong, remember when you attacked just now? And there's an 80% chance Miss knows that person, Harry began mocking. Daryl glared at him. Even so, if we know their destination, we still have options. We should return and force Edric to hand over the token. I doubt that person can defeat both of us combined. Daryl chuckled coldly. Even if he could win, facing 2 Chevianing cultivators and 1 dead promise, what would he choose? So, we can only do this. You continue searching for them while I return to the Fariso family. Once I obtain the token, I'll find you, Harry sighed, stepping back. The people you brought are all loyal to Edric, right? Daryl asked in a deep voice. Yes, all for you to kill. Harry's figure vanished, but his divine message reached Daryl's mind. Daryl smiled cruelly, not chasing Xavion but walking in the opposite direction. They didn't chase. Xavion put Sherry on the ground, but didn't intend to heal her, instead looking at her coldly. Are you number 7 or 3? Ellis's group of 10 included 3 women, but number 6 had a smaller build. Only numbers 7 and 3 matched this Kelly's physique. Lord Tobiasu truly has keen eyes. I am number 7, paying respects to Lord Tobiasu. Sherry slowly sat up, bowing deeply. I have no obligation to meddle in your family affairs. You should leave. Xavion shook his head. This Kelly was incredibly beautiful, and his words earlier were merely to provoke Daryl. Am I too useless? Sherry's mood plummeted. Taking you as a servant would mean facing 2 Chevian cultivators. I'm not confident enough to win against them. Xavion shook his head again. Sherry clenched her teeth. If you help us, the Feriso family will belong to you from now on. My ambitions lie elsewhere. I barely care about the 9th Academy, let alone your small Feriso family. Xavion laughed coldly. As expected, your ambitions soar high, while we mere sparrows cannot catch your attention. Sherry smiled bitterly. However, I have 3 pieces of information. Will they suffice as a ransom? Go on. Xavion was intrigued. Those 2 Chevian cultivators set up this trap, seeking something he was curious about, though whether he could use it was uncertain, given the differences in cultivation methods. Chapter 138, Brett. First, within the Tobias Tion Gate sect, there is an ancestor seeking someone named Brett. This person was searched for 1,000 years ago. If my guess is correct, 20 years ago, the Feriso family once helped a wandering cultivator, who has a 30% chance of being Brett. Furthermore, I have a token from this person. If we convey this information to Tobias Tion Gate, they will surely provide assistance. Sherry softly spoke. Xavion's heart was startled, but his face remained expressionless. The first piece of news was already explosive. He had to hear the remaining 2. This person has nothing to do with me. Yen Chevy Pavilion is also one of the 3 major sects. Xavion shook his head. Secondly, the secret treasure of the Feriso family is in my possession. If you're interested, you can take it as well, Sherry said through gritted teeth, as if making a big decision. What use does that treasure serve? Xavion asked, now intrigued. It can assist one person in advancing to the spiritual formation realm every millennium. Sherry's face lit up, knowing that Xavion's interest meant he might consider it. Himph, I thought it was something special. Xavion rolled his eyes. To him, this item was utterly useless. For one, forcibly boosting someone to the spiritual formation realm would result in very weak combat strength. Secondly, after practicing the netherworld technique, he never felt any barriers to his cultivation, so reaching the spiritual formation realm should be no different. Lastly, even if it were effective, he didn't want to use it. Someone who wouldn't even take pills to boost his cultivation wouldn't think about using a secret treasure to reach the spiritual formation realm. Sherry widened her eyes in disbelief. If this person were anyone else, she would have mocked them for not knowing about spiritual formation, but this person was Adair, the 9th head of Yen Chevy Pavilion and the most skilled alchemy master in Tobias Prefecture. How could he not know about the spirit realm? Clearly, he looked down upon reaching spiritual formation. Sherry's expression was bitter. From the looks of it, the 3rd point would not appeal to him either. Thirdly, my constitution is 9 returning to yang. If you were to practice dual cultivation with me, it could greatly enhance your cultivation. Sherry blushed deeply. As a Kelly, saying such things took immense courage, but she had no choice. Edric had the token, and the wandering cultivator wouldn't oppose 2 nascent soul experts. Even if she fled Tobias and High to become a wandering cultivator, those 2 would still find her. Moreover, she had no resources left for her own cultivation. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Good luck to you. Xavion rolled his eyes again. Compared to the latter 2 pieces of information, the first one attracted him more. However, he did not intend to agree to her request. After he left, her only way out was to find that person, and he would hide behind her. Tobiasu Gongzi, I. Sherry opened her mouth. She was confident in her appearance, but his indifferent turn made her lose all confidence. If you are willing to protect me, I am willing to serve you forever. Do you think you have any valuable information left? Have you sunk so low? Xavion's gaze turned cold. He had some good feelings toward this Kelly before, but now, they were completely gone. Sherry opened her mouth, tears instantly streaming down her face as she knelt before Xavion, crying piteously. Yes, I am indeed so lowly. Please accept me. If you're so lowly, why don't you beg those 2? I'm sure they'd be happy to. Xavion shook his head, slowly walking away. Sherry didn't dare raise her head, nor did she have any reason to try to stop him. Perhaps smart women like her can only meet such a fate, Sherry sighed, sitting up slowly, staring blankly at the sky. Her injuries were severe, and there wasn't any healing medicine in her storage bag. Even a second-stage spirit beast would be too much for her now. If I hadn't been so arrogant and married into the Tobiasan family, would I be living happily now? Sherry closed her eyes slowly. She had completely given up. Asking those people for help was beyond her. The only reason she begged Xavion was because he was a man among men. Even if Xavion called her lowly, it didn't matter because, in her eyes, Xavion was noble, with exceptional talent, wisdom, and status. Even as a servant, she would willingly serve him. I wonder what kind of Kelly Tobiasu Gongzi likes. She must be as outstanding as he is. Sherry smiled faintly, lying still, waiting for death. To treat a beautiful Kelly this way, isn't that excessive? A Kirk slowly stepped forward, looking at Sherry on the ground and sighing. Xavion was startled. He hadn't noticed when this Kirk arrived, yet he had seen him. Why should I save her if we're unrelated? Xavion stepped out cautiously, his face filled with alertness. The Kirk's complexion was pale, almost sickly, yet his expression remained calm. His features were delicate, and his stature seemed underdeveloped, but the Tongsong in his eyes was unmistakable. Edits made, walked out, changed to stepped out for smoother reading, full of alertness, changed to filled with alertness for consistency, and undeveloped corrected to underdeveloped. Also, Tongsong is not translated as it seems to be a term or name that should remain in its original form unless there's a specific context or translation provided. Note: for better fluency, Tongsong could be replaced with wisdom, or world weariness, depending on the exact nuance intended. So, why did you hide by her side, waiting until she died to take the secret treasure she mentioned? The Dale smiled indifferently, mocking. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Brett. Xavion's eyes shone brightly. This Dale gave him a very dangerous feeling, as if running away might be difficult. This was the first time he had such a sensation. Yes, I didn't expect this beautiful Aaliyah to be so clever, able to trace back to my identity from mere clues. Brett shook his head. When she mentioned this just now, I wanted to act, but you gave me a sense of danger, and I thought you were going to save her. If not for that, I would have acted already. After all, Tobias Tion Gates' reward is quite generous. Xavion smiled nonchalantly. I wonder what your chances of winning against me are. 9 out of 10, but without absolute certainty, I won't move, Brett smiled. Coincidentally, my chances are also just 1 in 10, but even that small chance might make me take the risk, Xavion laughed, his smile somewhat similar to Brett's. Your actions are despicable, but I have no intention of fighting you. I'll protect this, Kelly, and you may leave. Brett shook his head, retracting his smile, his gaze frighteningly calm. Don't tell me you want her to fall for you, Xavion asked, puzzled. No, the Feriso family once befriended the Zhou family. My Grand Silas and her Grand Silas were brothers. It's my duty to help the descendant of an old friend. Brett's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. Back then, when Greg destroyed the Zhou family, only the Feriso family stood up to challenge them, and they paid the price by becoming a small clan, which is now nearly extinct. So it seems you have your own limits, Xavion shook his head. Her brother has probably been controlled by those 2 nascent souls, and will likely come looking for you soon. As I see it, you're the one without limits, bullying an injured weak Kelly. What skill is that? Brett stared coldly at Xavion. My token can only pinpoint a general location. In other words, even if all the spiritual formation cultivators of Tobias Tion Gate came, they might not find me, let alone 2 nascent souls. By telling me all this, you don't really plan to fight that 1 in 10 chance, do you? Brett suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 139. Reaching a consensus. No, I was just wondering if you might give my subordinate a hand. Surely handling a single Chevianing wouldn't be difficult for someone like you, would it? Hal suddenly laughed. Do you have any shame at all? You think just because I'm strong, you can gain my favor like this? Brett furrowed his brows, not even bothering to use honorifics anymore. What's the use of shame between people like us? Hal smiled and shook his head. You should understand that I can help contain the other one while we install this Nadine as the head of the Feriso family. Under her leadership, they are bound to become even more glorious. Brett fell silent, deep in thought. Honestly, he had no intention of being associated with such a person, but there wasn't really a valid reason to reject what he said. Stop pretending to sleep. Get up and speak. Still hesitating, Brett directly roused Sherry from where she lay on the ground. Sherry jolted awake. Frankly, she was genuinely happy now, because she didn't have to die. But facing 2 existences whose mere aura made her fearful, she dared not say anything and continued pretending to be asleep. I believe the 2 seniors should decide, Sherry said timidly. I agree to whatever you wish. She was still quite afraid. The tension between them felt intense, and she found herself at the very center, pressured beyond measure. This young fool is neither older nor more powerful than you, yet you still call him senior? Brett truly felt like chastising this undutiful niece. Zhou brother, you jest? Your cultivation isn't higher than hers, and your age certainly isn't greater than hers either, Hal grinned. Himph, what do you want? Brett retracted his aura, and Hal did the same. 2 things. First, all your cultivation techniques will be handed over to me. Second, join Shadow, and contribute your strength to the upcoming war against the Sea Race. Hal wore another smile. If that's the case, leave. Brett wouldn't even spare Hal a glance. Don't rush to reject, Zhou brother. First, you can't avenge yourself against the Heavenly Door sect due to never reaching the spirit realm. Second, the future leader of Shadow is naturally yours. And third, we shall advance and retreat together. Hal kept smiling. The enmity with Heavenly Door sect. You dare accept it? Brett's eyes narrowed slightly. Old Taj betrayed me in secret. Killing him is justice served. Hal chuckled. Have you still not guessed my identity? Brett was suddenly startled. You're Hal? That's right, it's me, Hal smiled mildly. The grudge for killing my disciple, you've forgotten? Brett's face turned sullen, almost tempted to attack. To kill a body suitable for soul seizing, what grudge does that hold? Hal shook his head. If Zhou brother wishes, I can find another for you. What is Shadow? Brett gradually calmed down, understanding Hal better. They indeed shared common enemies. A small organization, but after the Sea Race War, it will become renowned worldwide, Hal explained. So that's why your first condition was to obtain my cultivation techniques. Brett figured everything out. Toby asking like a rat in the forest sea was futile. Having a legitimate identity outside and staying below Chevian Ing stage meant Heavenly Door sect couldn't detect him. It seems Zhou brother agrees, Hal smiled. To him, Brett's acceptance was inevitable. He needed an ally to continue his vengeance. Plus, this gesture would ensure Brett would willingly hand over all his techniques and guard his life. Yes, but won't Heavenly Door sect suspect Shadow? Brett asked. Naturally. I've met Taj. He knows I am the leader of Shadow, Hal laughed. Brett's eyes widened in disbelief. As long as Zhou brother uses Ink Jade Body Cultivation Technique and Ethereal Heart Method both within the first level, your life remains unthreatened, Hal spoke slowly. And I am also the 9th Hall Wesleyster of the Misty Rain Pavilion. My teacher took me in as his sole personal disciple. The Sea Race War is an opportunity for Shadow to rise. If we win, we can force the handover of C2 Palace and those 3 courts. Even if we lose, Heavenly Door Sect, 10,000 Sword Sect, and Misty Rain Pavilion will be at risk, making people like us, merely at the spirit realm, less significant. These are all my cultivation techniques. Brett tossed a storage bag to Hal, comprehending every word spoken by the man before him. He had only been surviving. Now, there was hope for revenge. Thank you, Zhou brother. However, I need to explore deeper into the forest sea. Do you have a map of the deeper regions? Hal bowed respectfully, feeling some joy upon easily acquiring both physical and mental cultivation techniques. What are you looking for? Brett paused. The thunder pool, Hal smiled again. Brett was once again surprised but soon shook his head. You and I will reclaim this Nadine's family together, and afterward, I will provide you with the map and invisibility technique, ensuring you more certainty, Brett sighed. He wasn't sure if this was the right choice. He could only gamble. First, this man was incredibly intelligent. With his help in the Sea Race War, success seemed more likely. Secondly, he was human and would never want Tobiasuzu to be conquered by the Sea Race. Lastly, he owed Hal, and both had suffered at the hands of Heavenly Door sect. Hal's survival greatly benefited him, and given that these individuals' usefulness when alive far outweighed their dead, there wouldn't be attempts to harm each other without guarantees. So Hal dared to reveal his identity fully to Brett, and Brett trusted him with all his cultivation techniques, despite realizing Hal's talent was far more formidable than his own. Both were gambling. Hal gambled on Brett's rationality, while Brett gambled on whether nurturing this tiger would eventually lead to assistance or calamity. Sherry was utterly bewildered. The foresight, power, intellect, and talent of these two men surpassed all others. With their alliance, she genuinely felt the Heavenly Door sect was in danger, though she knew it was one of the top 3 sects in Tobiasuzu. Seems Joe Brother trusts her a lot. She did tell me all about Joe Brother just now. Hal laughed indifferently. Did you know she even gave herself to you? Brett shook his head. She was pitiful, and you were indeed her only savior then. Brett understood what Hal implied. He was tarnishing his image to earn Sherry's unwavering loyalty. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone about the matters of the two seniors, even if I die. Sherry's tears dropped to the ground. This outcome was the best she could have hoped for. These two men were terrifying. Just listening to them was already mind-numbing. As if half the words made sense individually, but collectively formed gibberish. She couldn't understand how they went from being hostile to addressing each other as brothers. Chapter 140. Sherry's thoughts. Number 7. Did those people who were chasing you bring any followers? Xavion asked Sherry coldly. Yes, even Daryl was with me, Sherry replied. It looks like they should have split ways then, Xavion mused. Harry's followers must be loyal to your younger brother's faction. Tell me, does your brother really want to kill you? Yes, because Silas was preparing to pass the position of family head to me. At that time, I happened to be gathering followers, so he injured my Silas in the dark and put the blame on me. Only Daryl knew this, but he ordered no one to spread it for lack of evidence. That's when I realized he wasn't a good person either. It seems these two should be acting together, and both you and your brother should be their targets. Xavion suddenly laughed. Do you wish to be Brother Joe's number 7, or do you wish to be the head of the Fariso family? Being number 7, all that's needed is to kill those two people. Though without the protection of the Chevy and Ing, the Fariso family from now on belongs to your brother. If you want to be the master of the Fariso family, Brother Guy might not be able to help us, but I will continue to assist you. First, we must eliminate these two people, then find evidence that your brother harmed your Silas. Also, we need to gather some followers. The Fariso family will thus become dilapidated. Seeing Sherry looking puzzled, Brett explained in a deep voice. To be able to survive is already an enormous blessing. I dare not ask for more, only hoping to accompany you, sir. Sherry bowed lightly and whispered softly. She didn't want to experience the despair again. The ambition she had after meeting Adair, deciding to make a name for herself, has completely dissipated. If that's the case, let's go. The Fariso family has become what it is due to the Zhou family. Falling into other hands isn't good. Brett handed her a pill and let her swallow it, then took out a delicate warship from his storage bag, chanting incantations that instantly enlarged the ship. Get on. Brett gestured invitingly. Naturally, Xavion had no reason to refuse. Honestly, seeing this warship made him feel incredibly poor. Morning sunlight fell over the forest sea as the warship silently landed in a desolate place. Brother Zhou, that person has already entered Tobias and Fong City. Actions within the city are limited to arenas. I don't have a surefire way to defeat the Chevian Ing. Xavion closed his eyes upon landing. You used a tracking spell on him, brother guy? Brett frowned. In just half a day, Xavion's strength changed drastically. He finally understood how long this man endured, and if not finding himself this time, would likely abandon the soul transformation heart method and jade refining technique. Of course, when rescuing number 7, I anticipated confronting this person, just didn't think it'd be this soon. Xavion smiled. Now that he had subsequent cultivation methods, soul cultivation and physical body cultivation made considerable progress. Facing Brett, his winning odds increased greatly. Back at Shadow Clan, he spent his time comprehending those two methods and even deducing their later stages. I can't tell if brother Guy, this fierce tiger, is my friend, Brett sighed. He felt scared. He never saw someone make such terrifying improvements in mere half a day. How can we be friends? Xavion shook his head. Mutual benefit, no friction, there'll be peace. Brett looked at Xavion meaningfully. Such obvious words, he couldn't act on. But Xavion, confident in his beliefs, said these words without hesitation. In other words, Xavion acted much more decisively than Brett. Doesn't brother Guy want to try? I believe brother Guy can easily defeat a weak initial stage Chevian Ing. Brett wore a friendly smile. Haha, brother Zhou flatters me. My strength consists of 2 parts. One part might snatch Devon's name. Acting publicly could cause trouble. Taj isn't stupid. Xavion waved his hand. I am indeed dense. Brett startled, wanting to test Xavion's true strength, but forgot something more important. What's wrong, brother Zhou? This is about Devon's identity and habits, as well as events after interacting with Taj. If you're not bothered, you can use Devon's identity this time. Xavion handed Brett a jade slip. Brett looked at Xavion again, devoid of his former calmness. Talent and intellect, things he prided in, were thoroughly defeated. Brother Guy, truly considerate. I admire you. Brett took the jade slip and carefully read it. Xavion closed his eyes. Now he had to find someone who resembled Devon. Farisk is quite good. Xavion found one quickly. Number 7. Once Brother Joe wakes up, tell him I'll be back shortly. Yes, Mr. Tobiasu, Sherry nodded. Her Silas thought her smart, but now she could only relay messages. Hee hee, nice job, Kirk. A large man patted Adele's shoulder, laughing loudly. Didn't expect you to handle a third-stage spirit beast alone. Really bought us lots of time. If not for you, facing 2 third-stage demonic beasts, our squad might have been wiped out. Once we return, I'll speak to the captain to give you a squad. No, absolutely not. Staying with Brother Sellen's squad is fine. First time in the Forest Sea, though my strength is decent, I know nothing here. Leading a squad would definitely lead to problems, the Kirk said shyly. Haha, Wesleyster Wong is too innocent. Captain just talked. But once you're strong enough, I'll join your squad, a beautiful Kelly laughed. I thought Captain meant it. You really believed? In the Forest Sea, strength isn't everything. The Anselm patted the Dale's back again. But why did you come to explore the Forest Sea at such a young age? Because. The Dale's words weren't finished when a Seymour appeared before the squad. Hashtag chapter 141. Tobiasing Xian appears. The Seymour's expression was very stern, and his gaze was sharp. No one knew how this Seymour had appeared here. This Seymour was naturally Xavion. He could certainly make himself look younger, but doing so would waste even more vitality. Indeed, he does look very similar. Xavion examined the Kirk carefully. 5 golden cores, that is indeed a bit troublesome. Fortunately, my progress last night was quite good. Without explaining anything, Xavion suddenly attacked. Just a small-time void core cultivator wanting to show off. If this place weren't an agreed-upon safe zone for various teams, do you really think you could still stand before me? The large man pulled out his magical treasure as soon as he saw Xavion attack. Westlike, sure you see clearly, he initiated it first. Before the large man could finish speaking, his head flew off. Yet Xavion held no weapon in his hand, seemingly having broken through the man's protective aura with nothing more than his hands, like they were swords. Solidify. Xavion uttered another word, and the remaining 3 instantly clutched their heads. The Kirk glared at him angrily, as if nothing serious had happened. You actually killed Brother Sellen. I will definitely kill you. The Dale waved his hands, and 7 colored spirit swords instantly appeared, rushing towards Xavion. Your strength isn't bad. You have the bearing of a disciple from a major sect. Xavion only sneered coldly. Others couldn't even beat Adela, let alone him. Having the cultivation of a golden core didn't mean much if there wasn't enough rigorous practice. It merely made him slightly stronger than those who relied entirely on elixirs to reach golden core. However, this Kirk was somewhat exceptional, but it was hard to gauge his exact strength. His combat power at the same rank should be comparable to Harmony. Xavion's body transformed into a dark green color. Though he hadn't fully entered the second layer, he was much stronger than before. Ding! 7 consecutive sounds echoed as Xavion's fists repelled all 7 spirit swords. It's impossible! The Kirk shouted, never having seen someone use their fists to repel his spirit swords. Even his brother, who specialized in physical cultivation within the family, couldn't have done that. You're quite cunning for a child, Xavion chuckled, leaped backward, but instantly took 7 steps forward, appearing right in front of the Kirk again. Explode! The Dale shouted, causing not only Xavion's previous position, but also his current one to explode completely. Do you have a second life? Dust rose from the explosion, making Xavion appear rather disheveled. He truly hadn't expected the boy to be so ruthless, enveloping himself in the spell as well. However, compared to the Dale's appearance, Xavion fared better due to the protection of Yin Chi and the ink jade body cultivation technique. Only his clothes were damaged and covered in dust, with no significant injuries. Meanwhile, the Kirk was severely injured, having lost half a leg and a gaping wound in his abdomen. His face was drenched in blood, but his hands seemed unharmed. Despite his condition, he continued to smile as if something pleasing had occurred. You want to save them? Xavion shook his head. Spiritual sense impact naturally left tracking marks. What I did must remain secret. The Dale's smile froze, disbelief spreading across his face. Xavion left the scene. Although the Dale was gravely injured, it wasn't fatal. He didn't want to say too much, lest the Dale commit suicide. He needed to kill the 3 who escaped to prevent exposure. Naturally, he planted a tracking charm on the Dale. An hour later, Xavion returned to the place where the 3 were already dead. Though news of his killing spread, it didn't matter. He only wanted to borrow their appearances. Indeed, he's gone. Not ordinary at all. Within a short hour, he healed such severe wounds. Xavion shook his head. The possibility of someone else saving him was extremely low. After all, this was the Forest Sea, and most thought of wealth when encountering an injured person. Xavion closed his eyes again, quickly revealing a peculiar expression. You had terrible luck going to Brett? Xavion smiled casually, indifferent now. Dealing with those 3, especially the beautiful Kelly, took time, delaying his return. Eliminating one person was laborious, but the rewards were substantial. Xavion inexplicably acquired 3 complete treasures of the Nether clan. Moreover, he used an illusion technique on the Kelly, discovering a hidden relic in the Forest Sea. The person who left the relic had only spirit realm cultivation, seemingly a fugitive. The Kelly somehow practiced Nether clan techniques, using one of the treasures to hide her true cultivation, making people think she cultivated spiritual chi. The Kelly's combat power was extremely high, even surpassing the golden core cultivator he met in Dongyu. Unfortunately, she was overconfident, believing Yin Chi to be her hidden trump card. Unbeknownst to her, Xavion was even more sensitive to Yin Chi. Turning her plan against her, Xavion easily defeated her. This battle was planned meticulously by Xavion, far easier than the previous one. If that person had been as arrogant as her, Lady America wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Xavion shook his head, ceasing further thoughts, slowly walking back. Save me, elder, please, save me. A Kirk with a bloody face, missing half a leg, limped towards Brett and Sherry. Seeing the warship, which Brett had yet to store in his storage bag, the Dale immediately knelt, repeatedly knocking his head on the ground. Sherry felt pity and gently helped the Dale up. What happened? Is someone trying to kill you? Sherry asked softly. Immortal lady, save me, save me. The Dale panicked, wiping blood and tears from his eyes. That person is terrifying. Despite being a void core, he kills golden cores like slicing vegetables. I belong to the Wong family of Pharasashui City. If you save me, the Wong family will offer Immortal Lady whatever you desire. Sherry paused, feeling some peculiarity. Wasn't that void core referring to Xavion? Moreover, the Wong family of Pharasashui City had bullied the Fariso family significantly in the past. This Dale should be much younger. Perhaps he forgot that he once fought her? Cough, move aside. Brett felt strange after reviewing the jade slip Xavion gave him. Knowing what Xavion intended to do, he wondered why Xavion wanted him to handle this situation. Elder, thank you, thank you. The Dale cried out, thinking he was finally saved. You don't need to thank me. The one who hurt you is my brother, Xavion. Brett spoke softly. We have no grudge against you, but you bear a striking resemblance to someone. Brett grabbed the Dale's head with both hands. The Dale's eyes filled with fear before turning vacant. Blood flowed into Brett's body, turning the Dale into ashes. Standing up quickly, Brett's appearance changed completely into that of the Dale. From now on, I am the Shadow Lord Tobiasing Exion. Got it? Brett looked at the astonished Sherry. Chapter 142. Speculations and Truth. Understood, Senior. Sherry nodded, her gaze calming down. Cough, cough. This boy seems to have been bullied by you before. He didn't even recognize you, Brett said awkwardly. To be honest, he really hadn't chatted with anyone else for a very long time. Yes, Senior, Pharasashui City was originally led by the Fariso family, but later the Fariso family declined. The Wong family and the Tobiasan family joined forces to take over Pharasashui City. Fortunately, the Fariso family still had some reserves and managed to maintain their status, though they now only share the resources of Pharasashui City equally with the other two families, Sherry explained. Call me young Wesleyster from now on. Brett paused and then turned his head away. Okay, young Wesleyster, Sherry nodded. How strange it feels to be called young Wesleyster. Xavion's preferences are indeed a bit peculiar, Brett blushed, unsure what to say next. Sherry's face was full of amusement. For some reason, she suddenly found this person who was sworn brothers with her grand Silas quite adorable. It does sound strange, but young Wesleyster Tobiasu is very composed, Sherry said sweetly. So am I, Brett looked at Sherry. Young Wesleyster, could there ever be a day when you and young Wesleyster Tobiasu become enemies? Hearing Brett's words, Sherry suddenly felt uneasy. She couldn't pinpoint why, but something about Brett's expression seemed off. To be honest, I'm a bit afraid of him. Having lived for so many years, this is the first time I've been truly afraid of someone. Brett suddenly became calm. The initiative to become enemies lies with him. His chances of winning will increase over time. While from the moment I met him, I never had a 100% chance of defeating him. But his talent is extraordinary. Even if we do become enemies, it would likely be a rivalry between our factions, where I still fall short. Why didn't you defeat young Wesleyster Tobiasu right away? Frankly, Sherry had always been curious about this. Brett suddenly laughed bitterly. Look at him, and then look at me. Do I live as carefree as he does? His grievances were self-inflicted. He met Taj, meaning Tianmin sect has no grudge against him, yet he sought revenge on them. And all I could do was hide like a rat, Brett sighed. Could young Wesleyster have been deceived? Perhaps he and Tianmin sect were in league. Sherry's eyes suddenly became wary, sensing an ominous premonition. That's unlikely. If that were true, his first move would have been to escape. With Tianmin sect's help, it would have been nearly impossible to catch him in the Forest Sea, let alone anywhere else. Brett shook his head. His grudge isn't with Tianmin sect, but with the Tobiasan family. And my enemy, Situ Palace, is close friends with the head of the Tobiasan family. Sherry was stunned. Could these things really be inferred from the conversation just now? These two people were indeed extraordinary. His wife was probably killed by Tobiasan Oren, the young princess of the Tobiasan family, inside a secret realm. That's why he devised a plan to destroy Qingyun sect, and chose to cooperate with me, Brett smiled. He hadn't investigated Xavion thoroughly, but the memories he gained from Heron were enough to make these deductions. The black aura that killed Heron further convinced him of Xavion's strength. Well, he's here now. Pretend you didn't hear anything, Brett resumed his smile. But Sherry felt as if something inside her had shattered, making it impossible for her to remain calm around Xavion. Sorry, Brother Zhou, the fugitive gave me some trouble. Didn't expect the little brat to come knocking on his own accord, Xavion smiled. Thanks for your efforts, brother guy. Brett smiled back. Number 7. What's wrong with you? You seem a bit strange. Xavion looked at Sherry curiously. Hearing Xavion's words, Sherry shivered, taking a step backward in fear. Don't be scared. I can be ruthless to my enemies, but I have no ill intentions toward allies or friends, Xavion paused. And now you're Brother Zhou's ally, so I won't harm you. Of the 3 pieces of information you provided, I was only interested in the first one. Brett remained silent, regretting telling Sherry everything. He hadn't anticipated how drastically she would react. No, not young Wesleyster Tobiasu. It's just. Sherry's voice trembled, her fear evident even to an ordinary person. The matter with Qingyun sect happened because they forced Billy. Without them, Billy wouldn't have died. Just now was for Brother Zhou's convenience. Xavion's tone turned cold. As long as you don't provoke me, I won't hurt you. Sherry froze, completely baffled by how Xavion knew her fears. Had he been eavesdropping? What brother guy has done surpasses me, Brett chuckled. Eliminating a sect might be too much for Inger to accept. Please forgive her, brother guy. It's fine. This small matter is nothing. But please, ensure she doesn't interfere with important matters. Xavion gave Sherry a cold look, his warning clear. Of course. After all, the one most affected is me, not brother guy. Please rest assured. Brett understood Xavion's implied threat was aimed at Sherry, Not himself, but formalities had to be observed. Xavion smiled faintly, finding it hard to understand why someone who had passed the test had become so timid. Could it be their greed was worn away? Though Xavion wasn't omniscient, he didn't realize it was his actions that had gradually eroded Sherry's desire, each encounter more severe than the last. In Tobiasenfang City, the trio walked silently. The leader, despite his baleful appearance, bore eyes filled with weariness. Following closely was a beautiful Kelly with an alluring charm, frequently pushing strands of hair behind her ear. Bringing up the rear was a Seymour who often wore a gentle smile, exuding kindness. Brother Tobiasing, it's just ahead. Daryl is here. Xavion pointed to a building labeled Ichuan Courtyard. Seeing those words made him think of what went on inside, but it was his first time encountering such a business in the cultivation world. Death was common in the Forest Sea, leading many women without support to find solace in these places, while men needed ways to relieve stress. What is this place, young Wesleyster? Sherry asked softly. Brett was taken aback. He had never seen such a sign before either. From its appearance, it looked like a regular tavern. Probably lodging and dining. Brett shook his head and entered. Xavion wanted to laugh, but easily suppressed the urge. Gentlemen, please come in. Before they entered, a beautifully dressed Kelly emerged from the door, welcoming them. But upon seeing Sherry, her expression changed instantly. Chapter 143, The Coward Daryl. There's no need for you to worry. We've come here to seek vengeance. Daryl, please do me the favor of calling him down. Xavion stepped forward and handed the beautiful Kelly a storage bag. The beautiful Kelly's disdain quickly turned into joy. Please wait a moment outside, sir. I'll be back shortly. Smiling, she turned away, her waist swaying, revealing her snow-white thighs from beneath her long skirt. Sherry blushed as she looked on. Through the corridor, she saw many young and attractive women acting similarly, some even clinging tightly to the male cultivators beside them, laughing flirtatiously regardless of who was watching. Do you wish to try it out inside? Seeing Sherry's embarrassed state, Xavion turned to Brett. Brother Tobiasu, you jest? I have no such intentions. How about Brother Tobiasu? Brett lightly laughed. A place like this, I cannot afford. Xavion laughed in response. That's true. Given Brother Tobiasu's status, anything you want should be available. Why would you care about these people? Brett chuckled, shaking his head. What are you two blabbering about? If you want to come in, just come in. No spirit stones? Then get lost. Don't look down on us. Believe it or not, I can call an Origin Core sister to throw you out. Hearing their conversation, a temperamental Kelly rushed out, pointing at the two and cursing. Sherry tensed up, fearing that Xavion might indeed take action. My apologies, we were impolite. Please don't be angry, miss. We will leave once the person I'm waiting for comes down. Xavion gently bowed. I'll tell you, if I were you, I'd go into the forest and hunt some spirit beasts, the Kelly whispered into Xavion's ear after seeing him concede, knowing better than to offend potential customers. See those in the hall? They're all poor. The real rich ones are in the private rooms upstairs. If little brother becomes wealthy someday, why not give your sister a try? Elsa, what are you doing? Move aside. These two gentlemen are not someone you can offend. The beautiful Kelly hurried down from upstairs, with a grim-faced Daryl following behind her. The Kelly beside Xavion immediately knelt without hesitation. Please forgive me, sir. This humble Kelly is blind. It's all right. I'm not angry, and it was indeed improper for us to talk disrespectfully first. Xavion waved his hand, then turned to look at Daryl walking over slowly. Senior, didn't expect to meet so soon. Originally, I didn't plan to get involved, but coincidentally met Brother Tobiasing. He promised me quite a few benefits, which tempted me, so I brought Brother Tobiasing to visit Senior. Xavion approached and bowed again. Why do you know I'm here? Daryl's face remained pale, having been pulled away from indulgence by the beauty, yet powerless against it. This place was another's territory after all. When Senior revealed your terrifying side, I briefly touched you once. Did Senior forget? Xavion smiled. Daryl's heart tightened. At that time, he felt nothing except seeing Xavion slipping away momentarily before escaping. So that's it. Didn't think you, a mere illusory core, could possess such skills. Daryl managed a stiff smile, understanding why this man dared to confront an Origin Core with just a golden core companion. But rest assured, Senior, this confrontation involves Brother Tobiasing. He has fewer underhanded tricks and fights more openly. Xavion slowly retreated. From now on, Brother Tobiasing will handle everything. As for the promise, I trust Brother Tobiasing to keep it. Xavion walked over to Brett and patted him on the shoulder lightly. Of course, here's what Brother Tobiasu asked for. Brett also smiled, handing over a storage bag. Xavion took the bag and left for the forest, leaving future matters to Brett, who was stronger. With the two Origin Cores separated, there was less to worry about. Wesley, I know who you are? Daryl remained cautious. Though confident in himself, he knew plenty of extraordinary individuals capable of defeating Origin Core with just a golden core. He wasn't sure if this man was one of them. Devin, Brett laughed indifferently. Why did you target my subordinate? Are you joking? Sherry, as the eldest daughter of the Feriso family, how can you be a servant? I only wanted to protect you from being abducted. Daryl turned to Sherry. Even if I am the head of the Feriso family, I serve the Lord. Sherry stepped forward. Daryl, do you think I don't know about your dirty dealings with Harry? I merely lacked the strength to resist, hence compromised. Very well. I'm curious, what benefit did you offer this Lord Tobiasing that makes him risk his life? Did you become his alchemical furnace? Daryl sneered. Note, Lu Ding, in this context likely refers to a cultivation or alchemical practice term, which can be translated as alchemical furnace. Even if I did, I'd still willingly. Sherry glanced at him coldly before stepping back. Daryl, dare you fight? Brett looked at Daryl calmly. Do you think I fear you? A mere golden core dares to challenge me. Daryl shouted. Yes, Brett nodded. Everyone, bear witness. If Daryl refuses, he's afraid of me. From now on, when he sees me in Inger, he must run away like a dog with its tail between its legs. Haha, yes. If Daryl refuses, he fears Lord Tobiasing. Others joined in, holding women and loudly egging them on. Daryl's heart raced. He couldn't gauge this person's true strength, but Xavion's departure hinted that this man might not be reliable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left. However, Xavion's confidence made him uncertain. What if I win? If Inger becomes yours forever and I die in battle? If I win, you only need to surrender your origin core, Brett smiled again. But you must first defeat my subordinate. Only then can you challenge me. It's for your own good. At least you'll save your life if you can't beat him. I only want Sherry. Are you afraid? Brett smirked. You yellow-haired boy, only bold in words. A mighty origin core like me, fear a golden core? Daryl scoffed. Then accept it. If I die, Inger is yours. Why complicate things? Aren't you just an origin core coward? Humph, ungrateful. I'll show you what an origin core can do. Daryl slapped towards Brett, but before Brett reacted, the beauty behind him grabbed Daryl's palm. Ichuan Courtesan House isn't where anyone can act wildly, she glared at Daryl. Daryl inwardly hated himself. He had no valid excuse left, and even his last probe was blocked by the beauty. Humph. For the sake of the madam, I'll let you off. Get lost. Daryl glared coldly at Brett. Coward, Sherry huffed. My lord provoked you repeatedly, yet you didn't dare to respond. But when you killed my Silas, weren't you fearless? Nonsense. When did I kill your Silas? Daryl glared viciously at Sherry. At the time, only you and my brother were with Austin. It was either you or my brother. My brother wouldn't act. Sherry ignored Daryl's threats. Nonsense, it was you who killed my Silas. Daryl shouted loudly. Then why did you still support me to become the head of the Fariso family? Sherry sneered. Everyone. How can a servant who cowardly harms the head of the family have the face to live in this world? To die by the hands of Lord, it is already your great fortune. Yes, if you dare to accept this challenge next, wouldn't winning mean gaining both wealth and beauty? Or are you truly a coward? Someone immediately joined in. Coward, coward. Others chimed in without hesitation. There were many grudges among cultivators in the forest, so this Tobiasenfang city also had a platform for duels, where both parties could make arrangements, and everyone else would bear witness. The paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text have been maintained while ensuring a natural and fluent English translation. The story logic follows the previous context coherently. Hashtag chapter 144, the gap in strength. Alright, I agree. Daryl had been driven into a corner. If he didn't agree now, his reputation for cowardice would spread by the next day. If this man were famous, it might have been different, but the issue was that he had no fame at all. He had never even heard of Devon. In other words, to others, Devon was just an ordinary golden core cultivator. Winning against himself was nothing short of a miracle. Although everyone knew there were many geniuses who had achieved what seemed impossible, defeating a Chevianing with only a golden core, it was rare to recognize one before they became famous. The three slowly approached the arena, and more people gathered behind them. Initially, due to curiosity, there were many challengers, and even more spectators when the arena was first set up. However, the organizers later established a rule. Only one person could leave the arena alive. From then on, unless it was a matter of life or death, few chose to resolve disputes through the arena. Still, occasionally, those with deep-seated grudges would choose it. The practice of assassinations among cultivators was rampant, especially in the Forest Sea where greed and opportunism were common. This place was more perilous than other parts of the central region and placed greater emphasis on strength. Just as Sherry had revealed earlier, no one cared much. After all, once someone was dead, you could pin any crime on them. Betrayal of kinship, patricide, matricide. It didn't matter since only two people knew the truth, and the rest would just watch for entertainment. On the way to the arena, Daryl's heart grew increasingly tense. He didn't know why, but he felt he would lose. Seeing Brett's expressionless face and Sherry's happy demeanor only made the feeling stronger. Now, Daryl couldn't escape. Running away meant admitting defeat and facing endless darkness. The arena had an array formation activated only when someone was blood sacrificed. It allowed only one person to walk away. Brett and Daryl stepped onto the arena. Brett remained calm while Daryl was extremely nervous. He regretted it deeply as Brett's killing intent began to surface, a killing intent born from countless battles and corpses. Daryl clenched his teeth and immediately cast a spell, forming dual wings behind him. Before he could launch his attack, however, his abdomen was suddenly pierced, and Brett's figure solidified. Not artificially enhanced to Chevianing using pills, impressive, Brett said calmly, unsealing his Chevianing, and walked off the arena. The spectators were stunned. They had never seen such a terrifying person, capable of extracting a Chevianing in a single strike. What do you think? On a nearby pavilion, two courtly men sipped tea. It's hard to say, but based on my guess, he probably disguised his aura and used some concealment technique to get close, then attacked. The other court's eyes were filled with depth. No matter how strong the concealment, there would be fluctuations during an attack, unless it was a random strike. The court took another sip of tea and shook his head. Unless he's from a major power or is indeed a hidden genius. Gavin, how confident are you in beating him? The court turned to the Kirk behind him. Less than 10%. I've heard of Daryl before. Defeating him isn't hard, but doing it in one move is impossible. The Kirk lowered his head, but his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Gavin, remember what I told you about the hidden geniuses in the central region? Do you believe me now? The court smiled. Yes, Grand Silas. Gavin will work harder and surely defeat these people for you to see. The Kirk clenched his fists. Golden Core defeating Chevianing isn't remarkable. In that single move, he showed speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Such confidence usually means he hasn't thoroughly investigated his opponent. In the few moments he spent on stage, he analyzed his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. This person is not weaker than any of those hidden geniuses. Even disregarding his spells, his experience surpasses them all. This ancient region competition will be interesting. Wonder how our Wanjian sex geniuses will react to him. The court chuckled again. Inger, what's wrong? Brett called out to Sherry, who was completely lost in thought. Wesleyster, he's too strong. Sherry snapped back to reality, looking at Brett. She had expected him to win, but not in a single move. She hadn't even gotten the chance to cheer before Brett walked off the arena. Inger, your perspective determines your height. If Lord Tobiasu were here, he would scold me for using tricks against such opponents. After all, he always claimed he was the one who loved using tricks, and I was straightforward. Brett laughed and patted her head. Wesleyster. Sherry wanted to speak, but was stopped by Brett. Let's talk on the boat. It's crowded here. Brett and Sherry left silently as the crowd gradually regained their senses, shock still evident in their eyes. Who is he? Heard it's Devon. Devon? I thought the Hall Wesleyster of Shadow Hall was named Devon, and he died years ago? He just left. Shadow Hall has clarified he wasn't dead, but the rumors went astray. Could it be the real Devon? Everyone shouted and searched for him, but both he and the Kelly were already gone from Tobiasenfang City. At the same time, a warship slowly rose, carrying 2 people. 1 male, 1 female, both baleful and handsome. A perfect match. Inger, what did you want to ask? Brett smiled softly. Wesleyster is so strong. Why not kill Xavion? His presence makes me uneasy. One day, he might turn against you. Sherry clenched her fists. Anxiety etched on her face. Inger, you're too short-sighted. Brett stroked her head gently. Cultivation realms are divided into tiers within themselves. Techniques, experience, spells, counters, tactics, all these affect strength within the same realm. The world's techniques are also tiered. Ordinary people learn level 1, small sect disciples learn level 2, and major sect disciples learn level 5. Both Xavion and I cultivate soul, body, and chi. Our soul cultivation method, the soul spirit art, can be considered level 7, while my adapted jade body refining technique barely reaches level 6. Just these 2 aspects are enough to make us virtually unmatched at our level. Or we could say, approximately level 9. To give an example, as long as both of us have cultivated our soul and body to the golden core stage, even a fully accomplished golden core cultivator would not be a match for us. To put it another way, once both of us, who cultivate both soul and body, reach the golden core realm, even a fully accomplished golden core cultivator would not be our match. Translation note, level 6. For example, if we both cultivate soul and body to reach the golden core stage, even a fully accomplished golden core would not be our match. Hashtag chapter 145. Return to Shadow Hall. But is this all we have? I don't know what cards he's hiding, but whatever he keeps as his trump card, we should add at least 1 level to it. Although the middle and late stages of cultivation realms don't significantly impact our kind of people's advancements, they still count for something. Even without any hidden techniques now, his evaluation would already exceed 12 levels. Experience adds another level, tactical analysis based on enemy insight adds another, and his Numa cultivation method adds 3 more levels. This is the weakest possibility that can be clearly seen. Considering his false core realm, he's at 17 levels, which can match a late golden core cultivator. But his Numa cultivation methods are terrifying even to me. The person who could implant tracking spells on a nascent soul cultivator, how could their body movement only be considered at 1 level? He could likely match an early nascent soul cultivator without much trouble. But, young Wesleyster killed Daryl with just 1 move, something Hale absolutely couldn't do. Sherry said. I believe he could. Brett shook his head. At my peak, I, a golden core, could match a spirit transformation cultivator, though that spirit transformation cultivator was forcibly elevated. Still, I managed to kill him. At that time, according to this calculation, I was around 32 levels for a golden core. His talent surpasses mine back then. Brett's eyes filled with nostalgic colors. Do you know why, despite practicing together, there's such a huge gap between us? Brett smiled and patted Sherry's head. No. Sherry seemed bewildered. Do you remember the spiritual vortex in the condensation period? Brett laughed. That's talent, a cultivator's talent. A golden spiritual vortex. If I'm not mistaken, Hale has 9 golden spiritual vortices. For foundation establishment, he likely used spirit meridians, making it possible for him to reach the spirit realm even through hard practice. If you were to walk his path, you probably wouldn't even reach foundation establishment in your lifetime. Brett shook his head. This is talent. This is why he is so strong. Our kind of cultivators lack barriers. Do you understand? Sherry understands, she replied, somewhat disheartened. She realized she and other disciples from major sects might reach the same golden core realm at similar ages, but now she understood this was merely self-consolation for ordinary people like them. You don't need to be too sad. Such people are rare. Among the trillions in Tobias Prefecture, fewer than 100 within a century possess this level of talent. Those reaching Hale's level are even fewer, perhaps no more than 10. Sherry understands, her face suddenly brightened. No wonder historical records show so few cultivators challenging higher ranks. Foolish Nadine, Brett patted Sherry's head again. Those people are clowns in our eyes. Real battles end in life or death, and no one else knows. Upon hearing Brett's words, Sherry's eyes widened, unable to respond. Then after reaching the spirit realm, will these people remain so strong? After a moment of silence, Sherry asked again. Do you think, without external assistance, you have the potential for spirit transformation? Brett rolled his eyes. There are freaks in the spirit realm too. If you can feel no barrier during cultivation, you can continue using rigorous and difficult methods to gain strength. But such geniuses in the spirit realm are incredibly rare. You can understand it this way. Those who can achieve immortality through their own power are the geniuses of the spirit realm. Otherwise, even with the best opportunities, they can only aspire to thunder tribulation. So that's how it is. Sherry became more confused. I've never heard of immortals existing in Tobias Prefecture. They do exist. Brett smiled. To me, Hale is one of them. Sherry's eyes widened, mouth agape. Finally, she understood why she felt inferior upon seeing Hale. Another 1,000 years, ancient domain is starting again. Those geniuses will likely reappear. Wonder who will lead this time. Brett sighed. Even when he participated, he barely made the top 10. Brett's peak was 500 years ago, but the ancient domain did not exist then. In Eugenyang City, within Shadow Hall, a Kelly sat quietly surrounded by jade slips. Hall Westleister, we found out. It really is Westleister. It's really Westleister. An anxious young Nadine rushed in, shouting at the Kelly. Schwanger, how many times have I told you to remain calm no matter what? If it's truly our Westleister, he will come back. There's no need to panic. The Kelly, Ellie, calmly said. She had been in charge of Shadow Hall for 12 years, gaining immense admiration for Hale's actions. Though she hadn't reached the heights of Shadow Hall before, she gradually grew accustomed to strategic planning and utilizing resources. Also, Westleister wouldn't waste time killing a nascent soul cultivator just to prove his strength. It's likely some glory-seeking person pretending to be Westleister for fame, Ellie continued. Hall Westleister, it is Westleister. He brought me back. The Nadine was still catching her breath, seemingly having run a long distance. Didn't I tell you to return immediately once you had news? How were you caught? Ellie was puzzled. The Fairyso family's Harry was boasting and was struck down by Devon in one move. Before I could escape, Devon found me. I was afraid, but Westleister is kind. Upon learning my identity, he didn't scold me and brought me back, the Nadine explained, regaining her composure. Tobias Schwanger, didn't I teach you never to reveal your identity to anyone? Ellie slammed the table angrily. But, he is Westleister's owner, and Westleister said, enough, take me to him. Ellie looked at Tobias Schwanger coldly. Shadow Hall had relocated, with courtyards and guest rooms. Ellie had cultivated many people to share her responsibilities, making it even larger than when Hale was there. Upon entering the main hall, Ellie froze. The familiar face lacked the twilight appearance he had upon departure, even looking younger than the first encounter, yet the eyes held an undeniable sense of experience. Ellie was nearly certain, this man was indeed Devon, yet something felt off, unfamiliar. Sir Tobiasing, do you have any proof you are my master? Ellie's voice was icy, her authority solidified over the years, showing no emotions easily. Brett smiled, sending out a divine thought. Ellie didn't resist. Suddenly, an image appeared in her mind, their very first meeting. Chapter 146, Ellie's Growth. Westleister. Tears immediately streamed down Ellie's face. Without any hesitation, she rushed toward Brett and embraced him. Westleister, Ellie missed you so much. Ellie has been working very hard. Brett felt a bit awkward, only managing to pat Ellie on the head in comfort. These past years, you've worked hard. Sherry, standing beside him, was full of disdain. She couldn't understand why Brett didn't reject this Kelly who wasn't even as beautiful as herself. Oh, I'm sorry, Westleister. Ellie acted improperly. Ellie hurriedly released Brett, but her heart felt like it had been torn apart, the pain reaching its peak. She knew well that her master would not let her touch him, no matter what happened. But this person before her seemed different. His kindness contrasted with the usual coldness he used to show. It dawned on her that she had already been abandoned by her master and given to another person pretending to be Devon. However, she could only endure the pain because she could not disrupt her master's plan. She needed to prove her value. Otherwise, she would be entirely discarded. Do I have the honor to know who this young Aaliyah is? Ellie took a step back, bowing again to Brett, then smiled warmly and turned to look at Sherry beside Brett. She is the daughter of an old friend, named Sherry, Brett said with a smile. From now on, you two should get along well, understood? Ellie understands. Ellie will certainly follow Miss Fairyso's instructions. Seeing the displeasure on Sherry's face, Ellie understood that her embrace had likely stirred jealousy, so she took the initiative to retreat into the role of a servant. Sherry was taken aback, suddenly understanding Ellie's actions, which left her feeling somewhat odd. Yes, young master, Sherry quickly agreed. Brett felt a bit puzzled. He wasn't sure why, but he suddenly felt that Ellie was guarding against something. His knowledge of Ellie wasn't deep. He only had some vague impressions from memories passed down from Xavion. Westleister, this is Ellie's disciple, Tobias Schwanger. Her talent surpasses mine by quite a bit. You might find use for her in the future. Ellie put on a smile once more and pushed Tobias Schwanger forward. Schwanger, kneel down. From now on, you are also one of Westleister's tools, Ellie commanded with a strong tone. Tobias Schwanger was not shy. Since joining Ellie, she had known her destiny, and she willingly accepted it. Schwanger pays respects to Westleister. Tobias Schwanger was young, with an average appearance. Though only foundation establishment level, Brett sensed something unusual about her, as if her true strength wasn't just based on cultivation. Schwanger, I remember you. Rise. Brett smiled. If Westleister is weary from your journey, you may rest for a few days first. The matters of Dark Shadow will be handled by Ellie. The main house is where Ellie has reserved it specifically for Westleister, with daily cleaning. Whenever Westleister feels ready, just come to me. I'll be working in the Dark Shadow Hall next door. Ellie pointed to the left. Very well. I'll find you when the time comes, Brett nodded, then led Sherry towards the main house. Ellie and Tobias Schwanger watched as Brett walked away. Schwanger, did you notice anything? Ellie's gaze was sharp. I noticed Westleister. He is not our Westleister. According to Westleister's descriptions, our Westleister is much colder than him. Tobias Schwanger nodded. Why does Westleister not expose him? Because our Westleister gave me to him, Ellie sighed. Schwanger, only you and I know this secret. Don't tell anyone else, not even him. I don't know the plan of our Westleister, but I am certain he knows we will discover the truth. So we must appease him. Dark Shadow will belong to him from now on. Is Westleister really stronger than Westleister herself? Tobias Schwanger looked at Ellie curiously. Westleister created Dark Shadow. Westleister is a god. Ellie's eyes were filled with reverence. Understood, Westleister. Schwanger will not disappoint you. Tobias Schwanger nodded resolutely. The news of the former owner of Dark Shadow, Devon, returning spread rapidly. Eugenyang City was in an uproar. Westlini factions brought gifts to pay their respects, and even the city lords of neighboring cities came to visit. After all, both Ellie and Devon had left an excellent impression with everyone through their leadership of Dark Shadow, making it possible for them to separate and establish another branch of Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow had deeply ingrained itself in people's hearts, becoming a symbol of power among solitary cultivators. Its ranks from 1 to 10 had become a mark of prestige. Sir, Dark Shadow isn't prominent in the central domain, yet here it seems more influential than many large factions. Sherry was puzzled. In these days, Brett had received numerous visitors, including families that could rival their own Fairyso family. In other words, Dark Shadow's influence far surpassed that of the Fairyso family. That's because Dark Shadow brings the hearts of solitary cultivators together, giving them a sense of belonging like a sect, Brett explained with a smile. Xavion won their trust through integrity, and once they trusted us, they naturally treated this place like their sect. Solitary cultivators need resources, and usually, they can only acquire them through force or robbery. But this task system made everything extremely convenient for them. They can take tasks from the list, complete them, and directly receive spirit stones. Plus, Dark Shadow doesn't charge any handling fees. But then, how does Dark Shadow make money? Sherry couldn't understand further. It's all about leverage. Suppose you want to kill someone within a significant faction, it would involve many steps. Finding key personnel and bribing them to lure the target somewhere secluded, then dispatching an expert to eliminate them, Brett remarked thoughtfully. Killing someone within a powerful faction is difficult because it involves many stakeholders. But killing someone alone, without others knowing, especially when their killer is more powerful, is simple. Those bribed don't do anything harmful either and earn substantial rewards, sometimes unaware of their involvement in someone's death. So, the payment for killing someone with connections becomes equivalent to killing a solitary cultivator, making the profit margin huge. Just a fraction of the reward can serve as bait to trap targets, Brett smiled. Don't people realize it's Dark Shadow behind these actions? Sherry continued. Because they are part of Dark Shadow too. If coincidentally encountered, Ellie can issue a task to fetch an item from a location and send an expert to kill the person there, Brett laughed. You're very astute. Learn more from Ellie. Observe how she operates. Understood, sir. Sherry felt thoroughly astonished. Everything involving Xavion seemed unfathomable, yet perfectly logical. Hashtag chapter 147. Tobiasing and Ayana. At the residence of Taj near Tobias Tion Gate, Adela was anxiously waiting. Now that she had reached the great perfection stage of the Golden Core realm, all she needed was a period of seclusion to form her nascent soul, but her mind was in turmoil, making it impossible for her to calm down and cultivate. Why is Wesleyster still in seclusion? Adela was somewhat impatient. Tobiasing, be patient. Senior Taj should be coming out of seclusion within these few days, said Vienna beside her, who remained as beautiful as ever. However, the person beside her was no longer one of the three from the Azure Cloud sect, but instead an elegant Kirk radiating the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. He held a folding fan and exuded refined grace. Yes, little sister Tobiasing, I heard from my court sister that Senior Taj is discussing the imminent opening of the ancient domain with the courts. The elegant Kirk spoke softly, his voice magnetic, drawing people in almost involuntarily. Will Senior Brother Aryan enter the ancient domain? Adela asked curiously. She knew about the ancient domain, but her master forbade her from going, for only death awaited those who entered. He will, though he might not match the geniuses. I still rank among the top 50 at Tobias Tion Gate. There are 100 tokens distributed by Tobias Tion Gate, and even after giving some to our allies, 70 will remain, explained the elegant Kirk with pride. Senior Brother Aryan is truly formidable. Vienna smiled faintly, her smile like a blooming lotus. The elegant Kirk was completely entranced by it. If you wish to go, I can take you along and secure a token for you. The elegant Kirk quickly regained his composure and offered. I wouldn't make it. My strength is too weak. I'm afraid I won't return. Vienna's expression turned gloomy. That's not true. Wesleyni legacies can be found within the ancient domain. If you obtain one, your name will surely become renowned in the central region, the elegant Kirk reassured her. Senior Brother Aryan flatters me. If you could bring back an immortal spirit fruit from the ancient domain, I would be eternally grateful. Vienna forced a smile. Certainly. The elegant Kirk nodded firmly. But I wonder if you would accept my intentions when the time comes. Senior Brother Aryan is from the Situ lineage of Tobias Tion Gate. For you to show interest in me is a great honor, but I am just a lowly golden core cultivator and dare not aspire to being your principal consort. But once one enters the cultivation world, which Kelly doesn't hope for a partner who loves her alone, Vienna sighed. You needn't worry, non-romantic things aside. I swear my heart to heaven and earth. My Silas merely disagrees. After I return from the ancient domain and achieve great merit, I will plead with him again. I will only love and marry you, Ayana. The elegant Kirk raised his right hand and took an oath. You naughty brat, what vow are you taking here? Your Silas would break your legs if he knew. And Court slowly walked out of the house, scolding them with a smile. Senior Taj, please don't tell my Silas. The elegant Kirk immediately shouted. I have no time for that. Ayana, I brought you to Tobias Tion Gate for cultivation, not romance. Jared is dead, and the other two have lost their drive and were expelled. Do you wish the same fate? Taj looked at Vienna coldly. No, Ayana dares not. I will focus on cultivation. Vienna knelt down immediately. It's not your fault. It's my feelings for Ayana. The elegant Kirk stood before Vienna. You foolish child, do you understand anything? Your sister has exceptional talent, nearly matching those prodigies. With hard work, she could inherit the Situ lineage. If you love her, you may only take her as a concubine. Wesleyking her your principal consort would infuriate your ancestors. Taj gave the Kirk a disdainful look. Enough, let's discuss something else. Tobiasing, why did you come? Wesleyster, Xavion has returned. Adela paused, remembering her purpose. Didn't you say the new alchemy genius from the Smoky Rain Pavilion was Xavion? Taj was somewhat helpless. If not for his expectations of Xavion, he would ignore this Nadine. I went there for nothing. Did you finally give up? That Adair came from the snowfield, with entirely different cultivation methods. No, this time it's true. Dark Shadow, it's Master Devon, has returned. Didn't you meet him before, Wesleyster? Adela was anxious. That must be him. If you can defeat him, challenge him. Taj's heart tightened, realizing the young monster's injuries were healed. Disciple dares not. I heard he killed a nascent soul cultivator in the Forest Sea with just one blow while he was only at the early Golden Core stage. Adela sounded aggrieved. Pathetic. Taj's playful intentions toward Xavion vanished. He understood they couldn't possibly be his match. These two were now useless to him, but he couldn't easily kill them, knowing why Xavion left without killing anyone, to torment him. Wesleyster, I came to ask for a token. Adela begged. Do you want to enter the ancient domain? Taj felt a twinge of joy internally, but showed concern on his face. Yes, I think the ancient domain is my only chance to surpass Xavion. Wesleyster, though the token is precious, you only have one disciple. Please help me. Adela sobbed and knelt down. Sigh, it's not about the value. The ancient domain is perilous, and I fear for you. Taj sighed. However, your resolve shows I haven't misjudged you. Fine, I'll give you the token. Remember, avoid conflict with the geniuses inside. Thank you, Wesleyster. Thank you so much. Adela felt immense relief. But your strength is low. You cannot use Tobias Tion Gate's name. In the ancient domain, you must rely on yourself. Consider it the price of my favor. Taj looked at Vienna again. Ayana, will you also try? Vienna was stunned and immediately bowed. Thank you, Senior Taj. Be cautious. The ancient domain is full of opportunities and dangers. Find a legacy first. It's the most important thing, Taj warned again, appearing genuinely concerned. Don't worry, Senior Taj. I will protect both Tobias's sister Tobiasinger and Ayana, the elegant Kirk assured, patting his chest. Taj really wanted to slap this kid. He'd have to rely on his sister inside. He couldn't say it, but telling Mina would ensure she kept an eye on her brother. Yes, well done. But Ayana, you know the gap between you and Aryan. If you're serious about accepting him, consider his needs. I will bless you then. Taj glanced meaningfully at Vienna. This Kelly indeed looked remarkable. No wonder Situ Aryan was captivated by her. Ayana understands. If I return from the ancient domain, I will consider it. Vienna nodded heavily. Unbeknownst to her, only two figures remained in her mind, Xavion and Harmony. Yet, her words made them fade away completely. Hashtag chapter 148, a large vat. In the vast forest, Xavion had been traveling for a month. During this period, he relied on the invisibility spell given by Brett and did not encounter any danger. He finally understood why Brett would hide in such a place. This invisibility spell is incredibly useful. It can be activated every 4 hours for about an hour, and as long as no spells are cast, it remains intact. Moreover, it not only conceals one's aura, but also makes them invisible to the naked eye. Xavion sighed with admiration. The phantom body technique was already remarkable, but this invisibility spell was entirely new to him. Now he knew why he couldn't find Brett initially. Brett is a 1,000-year-old existence. These two spells likely originated from ancient realms. Xavion smiled indifferently. It seems my understanding of him is still inadequate. Not attacking him was indeed the right choice. I've also examined the cultivation techniques. There's nothing wrong with them. Brett is quite straightforward, but trusting him fully isn't possible. There must be some hidden contingency. If the opportunity arises, I should replace these two cultivation methods. Xavion naturally didn't completely trust Brett, but everything Brett did seemed flawless. You have the invisibility spell and the phantom body technique as your trump cards, yet you don't dare to openly challenge the Tobias Tion Gate. After enduring for so long, even a clay figurine would get annoyed. Accepting my arrangements calmly might not be easy. Xavion continued muttering to himself. Giving you shadow, see what changes you can bring. A chaotic era is approaching, and our chances for revenge have increased significantly. Initially, Xavion planned how to handle Brett's arrangements, though he never expected to meet Brett so early. After their discussion, neither could fully trust the other. For Brett, he gained a new identity and status, while for Xavion, he obtained two cultivation techniques effortlessly. At the time, Xavion had no chance of victory against Brett and didn't know what Brett feared. Could it be soul snatching? Xavion frowned. If it's soul snatching, once I reach the Golden Core stage and have sufficient lifespan, just by not consuming the 10,000 ants heart-biting pill, the nether slave Wesleyark will expel him. But I fear there might be some unknown contingency. Xavion couldn't genuinely connect with someone like Brett. Regardless of how much Brett helped him, Xavion saw it all as exploitation. Therefore, during their confrontation, Xavion wouldn't show any mercy. On the contrary, Xavion had grown quite fond of Lois and Ian, even willing to risk his life to protect them. Phew. Xavion took a deep breath, calming his complex emotions. He had arrived at the location remembered by the beautiful Kelly, a clear pool. The water was deep and dark, emitting no light. The bottom was completely obscured, but from outside, there was nothing unusual. I've seen many 4th stage spirit beasts already. Without the invisibility spell, I would have had several tough battles. I wonder how that beautiful Kelly made it here. Xavion was still puzzled. Logically, she shouldn't have been able to come here based on her strength. However, her memories only retained deeply imprinted scenes. Thinking too hard won't help. With a splash, Xavion jumped into the pool and swam towards the bottom. Soon, he spotted an entrance on the side, small enough for only one person to pass through. Without hesitation, Xavion squeezed inside. The cave entrance had some strange properties. The clear water inside the pool did not flow in, and Xavion felt no fluctuations, indicating no arrays or magical artifacts. Turning around, Xavion carefully examined the entrance. He soon noticed its peculiarity. Its air pressure, Xavion realized. The cave's air pressure was very high, making it impossible for ordinary people to survive, but as a physical cultivator, Xavion barely felt it. After practicing for so long, I almost forgot basic principles. Xavion laughed self-deprecatingly, then continued deeper. Soon, Xavion found a cave containing nothing strange except for a large vat and a pile of old bones, suggesting the cave's creator had died a long time ago. This vat has the ability to store nether chi, and is at least 100 times larger than the jade scepter given by Pallas Westleister Lois. Xavion's face lit up with joy. After reaching the nascent soul stage, he needed to seal the nether chi vortex. Once sealed, he could no longer continue cultivating. Although this person was only at the spirit realm level, this artifact is extremely rare. In the nether prison, they must have had significant status. I should study this artifact before making further plans. Xavion pulled out the 3 artifacts he obtained from the beautiful Kelly. His initial intention was to completely refine these artifacts to see if his life-bound artifact could advance, but now he had other plans. The first artifact was a black iron bracelet used by the beautiful Kelly to conceal her cultivation of nether chi. The second was a black gourd that emitted nether chi crystals as thin as steel needles, which would have been troublesome for Xavion without his ink jade body technique. The third was a white cloth, a defensive artifact with weak protection, barely blocking Xavion's punch once, but failing on the second attempt. With the death of the beautiful Kelly, the 3 artifacts became ownerless. Xavion dripped some blood onto them, instantly receiving the incantations in his mind. Phantom feather bracelet, black jade gourd, nether sailcloth. Xavion's face showed satisfaction. The phantom feather bracelet is a divine artifact that can transform attacks and generate a trace of illusion when used for mental impact. That person wasted it by not being a soul cultivator. The other 2 are less extraordinary and can only serve as materials to refine my life-bound artifact. Despite this, Xavion was happy. The nether chi was rare, and he thought the transformation effect of the bracelet wasn't strong because the beautiful Kelly stopped using it after revealing her true strength. Now he realized she couldn't fully master the bracelet. On the contrary, she utilized the other 2 to their maximum potential, causing him minor inconvenience. If not for this vat, I might have destroyed a decent artifact. Since entering the cultivation world, Xavion rarely dealt with artifacts because most cultivators practiced spiritual chi. Xavion couldn't even activate them and sold most of the artifacts he obtained for money. He needed spirit stones, but the bought artifacts still required spiritual chi to function, making him gradually lose interest in artifacts. Even knowing a well-born Dale previously, he didn't bother robbing him. Looks like in the future, I should check if I can use artifacts before anything else. Xavion smiled, squeezing another drop of blood onto the vat. Instantly, he lost contact with the blood. No wonder the beautiful Kelly couldn't take the vat away. Xavion was baffled. He tried putting the vat in his storage bag, but couldn't do it. Hashtag chapter 149, mutual concealment. Miss America. With no other options, Xavion naturally thought of the Shumi Sky Scroll, where a know-it-all resided. He had asked it many questions, and there had never been anything America didn't know. What is it? America stepped out from the little house, but Xavion noticed her eyes were slightly moist, as if she had just been crying. I came across a large jar and dripped a drop of fresh blood on it, but there was no reaction. I also can't retrieve it with my storage bag. Naturally, Xavion didn't want to pry, and pretended not to notice. This treasure has a spirit or an owner, America replied somewhat indifferently, her tone unwilling. So, what can be done about it? Xavion asked cautiously. There's no way around it. For an owned item, you can kill its master. For one with a spirit, you can erase its intelligence. The latter requires at least a spirit realm cultivator, and even immortal realm experts might fail if the spirit is powerful enough. Take me, for instance. Even the will of heaven cannot erase my intelligence, America explained casually at first, then with a hint of pride when talking about herself. That's true. Miss America is the most formidable being I've ever met. What advice can you offer? Xavion asked carefully. Certainly. Did you forget how I helped you coerce that fire spirit when you absorbed the alchemy flame? America rolled her eyes. However, I won't help you for free. I respectfully ask Miss America to enlighten me. If I can do it, I will certainly satisfy Miss America. Xavion clasped his hands in salute, his face full of anticipation. It's not impossible for me to help you. First, look at this book and tell me who wrote it. America tossed a scroll to Xavion, then watched him intently. Upon seeing the scroll, Xavion immediately knew who had written it because he had heard the story before. Still, he read it through carefully. The text on the scroll was concise, but far better than when narrated aloud, even causing Xavion to feel a sense of awe. I know. This person is named Chester, a scholar I encountered in the Yin Kingdom. But he's just an ordinary mortal, Xavion replied solemnly, finally understanding why America's eyes had been moist earlier. He couldn't help but think of Harmony after reading it. Do you have any more books by him? America's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xavion hesitated, finding it hard to speak. Give me one book, and I'll help you once. No, twice. America continued staring at him. 3 times, Xavion said seriously. Fine, I agree, America replied without hesitation. Xavion naturally had quite a few of Chester's books. It seemed Chester enjoyed writing. He was always asking others for stories or documenting them. Xavion hadn't expected America to hold such high regard for Chester. Please wait, Miss America. Xavion withdrew his divine consciousness. He kept the scrolls in a separate storage bag, ready for the day America would finish reading them. You liar. You had so many and still acted like it was difficult. The moment Xavion opened the storage bag, the shimmy sky scroll jumped out. Xavion felt awkward. He hadn't imagined America could do something like this, let alone that she was really watching him. Cough, I had no choice. These are all I have. If I gave everything to Miss America, she might ignore me in the future, Xavion replied, though he had another storage bag with less impressive but more numerous books. All these were carefully chosen by Chester. Oh, let me check the other storage bags then. The shimmy sky scroll floated in front of Xavion, conveying a dismissive tone. Cough, wait, Miss America. I admit, there are more, Xavion conceded helplessly. He had completely lost any leverage. America's methods were beyond his comprehension. The ability to casually inspect someone's storage bag was terrifying. How did you get so many? America was utterly stunned. Last time, Xavion had given her 10,000 books, which she had recently finished. Now, there must be 500,000. Even the largest storage bag couldn't contain that much. Cough. I had the mortal emperor gather them for me. Xavion turned away, feeling helpless. Though he had no way to deal with America, she had indeed been very helpful to him. You liar. You dared to deceive me. America's image emerged from the Shumi sky scroll, arms crossed and glaring coldly at Xavion. I didn't lie to Miss America. If she wants them, I will certainly give them to her, Xavion pleaded. Whenever Miss America asked, I never refused. If she wanted one book, I would have given 100. However, Mr. Chester's handwritten works are truly rare. That collection has over 1,000, but only dozens were written by him personally. You didn't lie? America's expression softened slightly. While Xavion spoke the truth, she remained annoyed that he had given books one by one despite having so many. Of course not. There's no point in lying to Miss America, and she can replicate them anyway, Xavion smiled bitterly, now relaxed knowing America wouldn't leave. Himph, do you know how exhausting it is for me to manifest those items? America continued slowly. In that time, I could have read several books. Does manifesting consume only time? Xavion probed, always assuming America expended considerable energy. Cough. America blushed slightly, turning away. Of course not. It takes a lot of energy too. I have to draw from the void. Given your current realm, you wouldn't understand. Xavion frowned internally. Her lies wouldn't even fool a 3-year-old, yet he couldn't call her out. All right, I spent a long time gathering these books. 6 months nonstop to accumulate so many. You used 6 months? America gaped. I thought your cultivation hadn't increased because you were diligently collecting books for me. I even felt guilty, but you only took 6 months? Xavion inwardly regretted his mistake. In his effort not to mention America's abilities, he had forgotten that 6 months was almost negligible to her, who existed for inconceivable lengths of time. Hashtag chapter 150, the shocked Jody. Miss Jody, you must understand that my lifespan is not long either. Xavion sighed, not believing that the Jody could read his mind. If I cannot transcend the lightning tribulation in another 5 years, I will only be left to face death. 6 months might be a blink of an eye for Miss Jody, but for me, these 6 months are incredibly important. Xavion wiped away his tears, his sorrow deepening. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. Seeing Xavion like this, the Jody felt somewhat uneasy. She knew about the threat of the lightning tribulation and the fact that the mark on her forehead absorbed life force, but she had been self-centered. In truth, when I create those things, no materials are needed because you don't take them out. The Jody said, slightly embarrassed. Take them out? Xavion widened his eyes. This myriad illusion sky scroll was indeed miraculous. It's possible, didn't I tell you? But it consumes a lot of energy and can only last for 1 hour. The Jody paused as she looked at Xavion. Aren't you sad anymore? Not really. Thinking about how I treated Miss Jody, yet she still deceived me, just adds more sorrow. Xavion wiped away more tears. He was genuinely surprised, almost forgetting to continue his act. All right, I'll help you in the future, but you have to give me all the books without lying. The Jody approached and patted Xavion on the shoulder. You don't need to worry. After all, you're not too bad. Tears welled up in Xavion's eyes, though they were all fake. Thank you, Miss Jody. Once my life is no longer in danger, I will do my best to collect scrolls for you. Xavion's gaze was sincere, seeing the Jody blush slightly from embarrassment. You wanted that? The Jody turned to help Xavion, but upon seeing the large vat, she froze, unable to continue speaking. Xavion rejoiced inwardly. It was the first time he had seen something that could astonish the Jody. This vat might surpass his understanding, but he was prepared. Give me this vat. The Jody's eyes were full of desire for the vat. Well, okay. Xavion sighed, knowing this vat was extraordinary, but if the Jody wanted it, there was nothing he could do. Besides, he couldn't even take it with him. Do I call you foolish or kind? Whatever I want, you give it to me. The Jody rolled her eyes, and with a flick of the myriad illusion sky scroll, the vat vanished. Miss Jody wants it, so take it. After all, you saved my life. Xavion's heart bled, but his face showed gratitude. This vat is originally part of the painting. If my guess is correct, you must have wanted the engsub inside the vat. The Jody chuckled, explaining, don't worry. With this vat, you can store anything you wish in the future. Really? Xavion's heart soared. He realized that perhaps he could use what the Jody obtained. Of course. I wonder how this person transported such a large vat. Without the myriad illusion sky scroll, he could only carry it here. The Jody sighed. I never thought that by staying with you, I would meet this thing. Are there other items in the painting? Xavion suddenly became interested. Sure, there's also a tree, a chessboard, a millstone, and a fence. The Jody didn't hide this information. If you can find all these items, I'll recognize you as the master of a great epoch. How long is a great epoch? Xavion was confused. A few billion years. The lifespan of a primordial supreme is one great epoch. The Jody explained. Don't immortals have endless lifespans? Xavion asked softly. Immortal? The lifespan of an immortal realm is roughly 100 million years. To someone in the spiritual realm, it seems infinite. The Jody sighed. Even the will of heaven has a lifespan. A chaotic cycle is its end. I haven't experienced a chaotic cycle, so I don't know how long it is, but I heard from the existence who created me. Xavion shook his head, pushing these thoughts aside. Miss Jody, how much engsub can this vat hold? Xavion asked gently. The Jody paused, having been lost in thought, but Xavion seemed fine. Reflecting on it, she regretted telling him about these items, realizing his composure exceeded hers. The Jody smiled. For the first time, she thought choosing Xavion as her companion during boredom was not a bad idea. Endless for you. It's truly endless. You can store whatever you bring, But the vat has a drawback. It can only store one type of item. In other words, if you use it, I can't. The Jodi explained slowly. I will let you use it for 10,000 years as a reward for finding it. After 10,000 years, I need to use it to heal my injuries. Xavion was stunned. He felt the benefits of the Jodi's longevity, 10,000 years. Enough time to reach the immortal realm. Thank you, Miss Jodi. Xavion bowed again, truly grateful, with no ulterior motives. No problem. Just find more interesting books for me. Healing my injuries will take some time. The Jodi plunged into Xavion's storage bag and swept away all the books. Of course. Xavion no longer cared about the books. This deal was clearly a win-win. He would gladly use spirit stones to encourage cultivators to write books, not to mention the mortal resources, given the immense help the myriad illusion sky scroll provided. After searching further, Xavion found nothing else and left the cave, heading deeper into the forest. After Xavion left, a black shadow quickly jumped into the pond and followed his route to the cave. My God, how did that brat take the vat? The shadow exclaimed. When the Kelly died, he felt something amiss and rushed here as fast as possible, but he was still too late. You damn brat, killing my disciple and stealing my treasure. I will tear your tendons and skin. The shadow gradually revealed a cruel smile, yet greed overshadowed hatred. You wouldn't think my disciple transmitted your appearance to me in his last moments. The shadow cackled. Adair, 9th Academy of Smoky Rain Pavilion. Meeting me is just bad luck for you. I don't believe you can stay hidden in this forest forever. He dared not act within the forest, but was confident Adair would return to Tobiasenfang City. While others couldn't fight there, he wasn't bound by the same rules. Even if he acted, he was sure he could escape unscathed. Xavion was unaware of this development, continuing his journey deeper into the forest. The spiritual beasts became stronger, and he even encountered several 5th stage ones. 5th stage already rivaled those in the spiritual realm. With no other choice, Xavion slowed down, only moving during the 1-hour duration of the invisibility spell. The rest of the time, he sought secluded places to quietly cultivate. Thankfully, his cultivation disturbances were minimal, preventing attacks, though progress was excruciatingly slow. Chapter 151. The Wesleyiden of the Tobias clan. Is this the place? Xavion stood on the hillside, gazing at the scene before him. After a year of searching, he finally found the location of the Tobias clan. A vast expanse of deep blue stretched out, reflecting the azure sky above. In the midst of the blue, patches of green could be seen. Modest yet significant, forming an intricate tapestry that seemed to suggest the lake was half green and half blue. On the other side, the water blended seamlessly with the sky, making it difficult from afar to distinguish where the sky ended and the lake began. If one didn't know this was a lake, they might mistake it for the sea. Xavion slowly descended the mountain, trying to calm his excited heart. Over the past year, he had encountered countless spirit beasts, the strongest reaching the 8th rank. If it weren't for encountering these powerful entities, it would have been uncertain whether he could withstand a tribulation crossing. The invisibility technique Brett had given him worked well initially, but as he ventured into the middle section, Xavion had no choice but to cross a long, though not particularly high, mountain range filled with spirit beasts that were all at least at the spirit realm level. Initially, Xavion felt fortunate for having acquired the invisibility technique which had helped him avoid numerous dangers, but in this region, the technique proved useless. The first 7th rank spirit beast he encountered immediately detected him. Had it not been for America, I might have met my end there, Xavion sighed deeply, recalling that harrowing experience. A light green tiger, unlike any described in ancient texts, covered in strange patterns, unleashed ferocious winds upon seeing Xavion, nearly tearing him apart. Only America's timely intervention concealed his presence, preventing the tiger from detecting him. Later, recognizing Xavion's plight, America took over in hiding his aura, rendering the invisibility technique unnecessary. With America's assistance, Xavion started gathering medicinal herbs safely, though only those deemed insignificant by the spirit beasts. Despite the limitations, Xavion felt his harvest was quite substantial, even uncovering several herbs unavailable in the central domain. Though valuable, these herbs paled in comparison to those fiercely guarded by higher-ranking spirit beasts. Fortunately, after crossing the mountain range, the number of spirit realm spirit beasts decreased significantly, marking the center of the forest. Without bothering America further, Xavion used the invisibility technique to advance cautiously until he reached this picturesque paradise, seemingly painted by a master hand. To directly present my teacher's token may not be appropriate, considering it's been 100,000 years. Xavion pondered. Their race seems different from mine. I wonder if my body illusion technique still works. Deep down, Xavion considered himself human, forgetting that his constitution now differed entirely from humans. Just as Xavion was lost in thought, an arrow suddenly shot from the depths of the forest. Its power was terrifying. Being struck would mean losing half his life. Reacting instinctively, Xavion barely dodged, stumbling awkwardly to the side. Upon seeing a massive crater at his previous spot, 3 zhang wide, he knew another arrow was on its way. He swiftly dodged again, finding this one easier to evade due to its distinctive appearance despite its frightening speed and force. A third arrow never came. Instead, a shadow lunged at Xavion with near arrow speed. Unable to track it with his eyes, Xavion relied on his divine sense. A loud thud resonated as he crossed his arms to block the attack. The impact shattered his clothes and sent him reeling back several steps, dark green blood trickling down his bruised arms. Despite activating the Jade Ink body technique fully, his muscles were injured, veins crushed by the overwhelming force. Though lacking certain materials for advancement, Xavion's body had become considerably stronger than before, capable of withstanding some attacks equivalent to slightly weaker golden core innate treasures. Yet, the shadow's blow left him wounded. Are you of the Tobias clan? I've come here without malice. Xavion shook off the pain in his arms, feeling numbness spread. Yin Qi flowed in, rejuvenating his cells, a healing ability unique to him. Research revealed that his body absorbed energy completely, bypassing common cultivation bottlenecks due to the superior quality of engsub compared to spiritual energy. Xavion eyed the shadow, who halted mid-motion. It was a young Nadine, dressed mostly in animal hides, barely covering her modesty. Her face bore crimson patterns, forming peculiar lines. She appeared immature, standing short with a childlike face. One hand touched the ground while the other transformed into a beast-like claw, white but smeared with dark green blood. You can still speak after blocking my strike? Impressive. However, your arms are likely crippled, the Nadine stated coldly, her voice surprisingly baleful. If you surrender, I will take you to see Grand Silas. Whether you live or die will be decided by the courts. Seems like defeating you is the only way to converse properly. Xavion stepped back, regaining some sensation in his arms despite the pain. He had never seen such a fighting style before but remained calm, knowing this Nadine relied on raw strength and speed, unaware of his rapid recovery. Pfft. She sneered and charged again, her movements blurring beyond Xavion's sight. Xavion smiled as she approached. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and struck downwards. A loud thud echoed, followed by a brief silence. Blood spewed from Xavion's mouth as he flew back, clutching his gut punctured through the abdomen. His eyes strained to stay open. At the spot where he stood, a large crater formed, within which the Nadine lay, bleeding profusely from her back. Cough, cough. Xavion remained standing. The Nadine's blow was fearsome, leaving a gaping wound in his stomach. Yet he knew her injuries were worse, thanks to his fist landing first, infused with triple wave force, 3 strikes within 1 punch. He heard bones crack, likely breaking her spine. Within 2 exchanges, neither holding back nor evading, both engaged in a brutal contest of power and defense. While Xavion was disadvantaged in raw strength, his combat experience and strategy gave him the upper hand. Chapter 152, The Wesley-eyed Dion. The dark chi slowly surged towards Dion's abdomen, and the wound healed at a visible speed. However, Dion's appearance became even more aged. Very good. The Nadine struggled to get up from the pit, seemingly finding it difficult to straighten her body, yet she still stood up, gazing coldly at Dion. You lost. Your injuries are far worse than mine. Dion's wounds were almost healed, his body having an extremely strong recovery ability. He wasn't sure why, but as long as there was sufficient energy, he could recover. You underestimated me. If you had dodged just now, I might have been the one to lose. Dion smiled weakly. Humph, don't try to deceive me. I know your injuries better than you do. The Nadine once again transformed into a shadow, but this time, with her movement, Dion could already see her clearly with his naked eye. Damn it. Dion took a step back, panic evident on his face. At the moment the shadow approached, countless strands of dark chi suddenly burst forth from Dion's abdomen, enveloping both of them. Terror filled the Nadine's eyes as she hastily stopped moving, but she was still too slow. Before she could react, she was completely swallowed by the dark chi. I should keep her alive for now. Dion shook his head, retracting the dark chi. His expression remained cold as he looked at the Nadine. Dark chi was an incredibly deadly weapon for close combat. Even though the Nadine was already injured, if she tried to escape, he would be powerless to stop her. Your strength isn't bad, but you're too arrogant. Dion grasped the Nadine's hand, and soon enough, plenty of dark chi flowed from her hand into his body. Have you seen dark chi before? Dion asked. The Nadine's skin had been corroded significantly, her originally delicate features now marred with rotting flesh. Kill me. The Nadine's voice was very weak. I didn't plan on being enemies with you. It was you who forced my hand. If you tell me what I want to know now, I can save you. Dion spoke softly. Kill me. The Nadine shouted loudly. If you insist on being stubborn, don't blame me. Dion closed his eyes and grabbed the Nadine's head. Soon, her gaze became vacant, and blood rushed towards Dion's body. Coraline, I didn't expect you to have such a high status within the Tobias clan. Dion had now completely taken on the Nadine's appearance, except his expression remained cold and lacked the red marks on her face. The Tobias clan has 2 methods. One is witchcraft, which you aren't skilled in, and the second involves blood sacrifices to the inner core of spirit beasts, obtaining their power. You've already conducted blood sacrifices with 3 spirit beast cores, making you quite outstanding within the Tobias clan. One of those was even from a 4th stage spirit beast. If not for your arrogance that let me seize the opportunity and completely crush your spine, even with dark chi, I would have likely lost. Dion shook his head. With the Nadine's memories, he gained a deeper understanding of the Tobias clan. Their lifespan is very short, similar to ordinary humans, but their combat strength is surprisingly high. This Nadine was only 13 years old, yet even a common Chevian and cultivator couldn't win against her. In 2 years, your clan will hold the 100-year-old Thunder God ceremony, and winning first place means immersion in the Thunder Pool. Dion smiled. It seems fate is on my side. However, our fighting styles are completely different, making it difficult to disguise myself. Lenore. Dion once again submerged his consciousness into the Sumeru illusion sky scroll. When in trouble, seek Lenore. It seemed there was nothing Lenore didn't know about. What's wrong? Lenore came out of the room holding a scroll, exuding the air of a well-educated young Kelly. Lenore, do you know about the method of blood sacrifices to spirit beast cores? Dion bowed respectfully and asked gently. Yes, that method rapidly increases combat strength. As long as you endure the sacrifice, you can obtain the spirit beast powers during its lifetime. How much depends on compatibility? Do you intend to learn this? Lenore frowned. This method drains your constitution. In other words, each use makes your talent a bit worse. Your talent is decent. You don't need to rely on this method to gain strength. Thank you for your concern, Lenore. I'm not planning to use this method. Dion shook his head. Remember the Thunder Pool? When I got there, the clan guarding it was practicing this method. I killed one of them and transformed into her appearance. If I win first place in 2 years, I'll have the chance to immerse myself in the Thunder Pool. I can only ensure others won't discover you, But once you engage in battle, your techniques will be exposed, Lenore said slowly. Thank you, Lenore. Once I pass the golden core Toby-asking tribulation, I'll definitely help you find books, Dion thanked her with a bow. Don't overestimate yourself. The strength obtained through this training method is very high. Do you think you can win without any means? Lenore rolled her eyes. Well, I learned from her memories about another spirit beast core, a black bear from the Toby-asking stage. After activation, its power matches closely with my ink jade body refining technique, giving me a chance to win, Dion smiled. Don't be overly confident, but if you wish to try, I can assist you. Also, I can hide your true identity for up to a month. Afterward, you'll need 3 days rest before continuing, Lenore said. That's fine. Dion withdrew his consciousness and pulled out the Sumeru illusion sky scroll, but it immediately slipped from his grasp. Lenore's ghost-like figure appeared once more. Ha ha ha. Lenore clutched her belly and laughed loudly, rolling around in midair. What's so funny, Lenore? Dion's voice was young and childish. You chose a female. Ha ha ha. Lenore laughed, barely managing to speak coherently. Are you some kind of pervert? Specifically choosing a little Nadine? I can't stop laughing. Dark lines spread across Dion's face. It was the Nadine who attacked him first, and he didn't have much choice. The Tobias clan lived in isolation with no enemies besides spirit beasts, and the sudden death of someone would require investigation. He had to choose this Nadine. Moreover, she held a high position in the Tobias clan and was regarded as a genius capable of participating in the Thunder God ceremony. It was known that only 30 people had fixed participation eligibility. Lenore, I didn't have much choice. It happened unexpectedly. Dion chuckled awkwardly. All right, let me laugh a bit more. Lenore continued laughing while Dion waited helplessly. After a while, Lenore calmed down somewhat, but her eyes remained curved like a crescent moon. Chapter 153. The Tobias clan's Westlershiel department. Miss America, what do you need me to do? Dion asked softly. No, just watch. Your spell is quite good. It even retains the Nadine's condition before her death, making it easier for me to cast my own spell. America grabbed Dion's hand. Though she was just a phantom, Dion felt as if he were touching an ordinary Kelly, which was quite miraculous. All right, it will automatically dissolve in a month. You should be able to feel the energy clusters in your left forearm, right leg, and abdomen. Because they are through your body, I couldn't completely replicate them. If someone checks, you must stimulate them with your internal energy to ensure everything goes perfectly. However, from the outside, there's no difference, America explained. If it needs to be utterly convincing, I can only replicate it for an hour or so, even usable. Thank you, Miss America. Dion clasped his hands in gratitude. He clearly felt blood coagulating on his face. Apparently, the red lines on the Nadine's face weren't painted. If you have any problems, come find me. America waved her hand and immediately vanished, the Shumi Fantasy Sky Scroll diving straight into Dion's storage bag. Dion casually threw a few punches, adapting to his current physique, then continued wandering around. This Nadine's patrol task was to prevent spirit beasts from intruding, coincidentally encountering Dion as he broke in. The Tobias clan had some knowledge of cultivators, even recording the great battle 10,000 years ago. Despite their short lifespans, they were very combat capable. Even with frequent attacks by spirit beasts, their reproduction rate was faster, leading to the creation of floating houses, with many clansmen living on lakes. The current population of the Tobias clan numbered over 1 million, yet they only had one tribe, called the Tobiasian tribe. There wasn't a unified leader, but 9 courts who jointly governed. Resources in the forest were abundant, with spirit beasts surrounding them. Despite having 9 courts, they were remarkably united without any disagreements and had very good relations. Each time a court passed away, new ones were recommended by the other 8 based not on strength but willingness to contribute to the clan. Therefore, these 9 courts weren't very powerful. Below the 9 courts were the 3 dukes. Orin, Westlershiel, chosen from the strongest under each court. Orin, shaman, similar to spells but different, more like soul cultivation techniques, with very few people capable of awakening shamanistic talents, selected based on shamanic power. And Ji, wisdom, who directed battles against spirit beasts that frequently attacked the Tobias clan, including occasional 5th-rank spirit beasts leading numerous others, with records of 6th-rank spirit beasts causing near-extinction events, though they usually targeted those with blood sacrifice inner cores, sparing commoners who preserved their lineage. Isla was a disciple of the Orin Duke under the 3rd court. At a young age, she showed strong affinity for spirit beast inner cores, reaching 4th-rank spirit beast strength at just 13. Knowing that most of the Tobias clan's main combatants were 3rd-rank, 4th-rank strength allowed her to serve as a squad leader. However, Isla was too young to command respect, so her master had her become a scout, patrolling remote areas and occasionally hunting spirit beasts. Despite her higher strength compared to Dion, she lacked combat experience and was too eager, allowing Dion to deceive her. Dion didn't choose to return immediately because patrols took 3 days, and it was only the 2nd day. With his divine sense advantage, he spent the remaining time practicing on solitary 3rd-rank monsters, familiarizing himself with the ink jade body cultivation technique and trying the Tobias clan's fighting methods. These 2 days have been fruitful. The Tobias clan lacked the ability to make storage bags, so only a few were held by the courts for clan inheritance, while regular clan members used backpacks, taking only spirit beast inner cores and informing others of the locations. Dion had several storage bags and didn't plan to bring them, hiding them in a secret location with tracking marks. He only took the storage ring from the Tobiasing family, storing important items inside and hiding it in a backpack compartment. Most Tobias clan members lived in floating houses on lakes, where spirit beasts were weaker and less likely to attack due to the lack of spirit beast core energies. On land, all combat personnel guarded their families, returning home once a month with their powers sealed. A weak seal broken easily in danger, intended only to avoid attracting lake spirit beasts. Dion returned to Isla's memory location, similar to a bandit hideout, with walls made of tied logs, sharpened at both ends, one buried deep underground and the other pointed upward. Inside the walls were watchtowers manned continuously. Isla, your backpack looks full. Did you kill many spirit beasts again? A clan member guarding the gate greeted Dion warmly as he approached. Dion paused, not used to this but smiled gently. Yeah, this trip was pretty successful. How are you, Crosby? Crosby, like Isla, was also a Oran Duke's disciple. Most of the martial department disciples were trained from a young age by various grand courts, especially those with over 30% compatibility with spirit beast inner cores, like Isla, whose 60% compatibility caused a stir. Haha, you went hunting instead of patrolling. Crosby laughed heartily. Hunting spirit beasts is part of patrolling. Dion replied earnestly. Isla was cold toward outsiders, but warm to her clan, receiving high praise from those who fought with her due to her strength and courage, always holding the rear during attacks. You're right, but still be careful. Some spirit beasts are poisonous, and don't push yourself when alone, Crosby warned. By the way, Grand Duke wants to see you. Don't go home after this. Got it, Crosby. I'll submit the inner cores first, then see Grand Duke. Dion hurried off, as the Tobias clan mostly addressed each other by full name, using honorifics only for courts. He reached the inner core submission point, exchanged pleasantries, and headed straight to the central tent. The Tobias clan had no currency. All resources were allocated by the G-Duke. Spirit beast inner cores couldn't be directly used in blood sacrifices, but required lengthy processing before use. Chapter 154, Haywood Hallam. Grand Silas, what do you need me for? Xavion walked straight into the tent and asked in a baleful voice. Killian sitting inside was Isla's master, Haywood Hallam, under the justice. Though not particularly old, appearing to be only in his 40s, he had an imposing demeanor that made people feel he wasn't easy to get along with. Isla, you're back. Recently, 3 5th-rank inner cores have been prepared. You will accompany me to the Sacred Beast Inner Hall for the blood sacrifice. However, the Eagle's core has already been chosen. Choose between the bear and the leopard, Hallam said with a caring look. Grand Silas, I choose the bear. My defense isn't great, but my speed and strength are sufficient, Xavion replied. It's good that you have your own plans, Hallam smiled. Wait for Amy and Adlai to come over, then we'll go together. Go down now. They'll return tomorrow. Okay, Grand Silas. Xavion left immediately. The Tobias clan didn't follow many formalities, only showing respect to the Thunder God, Sacred Beasts, and Sacred Tree during ceremonies, as all Tobias clan members, regardless of status, were equals. Amy and Adlai were also Hallam's disciples. All 3 were young. Adlai was 17 at most, while Amy was just 16. They were hailed as the greatest hope of the Third Clan, though this didn't mean they were the strongest overall. It meant they were the strongest among those eligible for the Thunder God Festival, which required participants to be under 20 years old. Xavion returned to the dormitory to rest, not because he was tired, but because unlike cultivators who could maintain high spirits for long periods without rest, Tobias clan members needed regular breaks to avoid exhaustion. Though the dormitory tents weren't large, they housed 2 people. Another Kelly would soon return. Xavion closed his eyes, mentally planning his next steps and contingencies. He couldn't fall asleep in an insecure place. The next morning, Xavion woke up early. To avoid waking the sleeping Kelly beside him, he moved quietly. Normally, Isla would visit his parents at the floating house by the lake after tidying up. But this time, Xavion had to undergo another blood sacrifice alongside others to enhance his power. Typically, the first blood sacrifice used a 2nd-rank core, the second a 3rd rank, and so on. Therefore, the more times one could undergo a blood sacrifice, the stronger their combat ability became. Most people could only undergo it twice. 3 times indicated remarkable talent. For someone like Isla, who could undergo it 4 or even 5 times, was exceptionally rare. Even if one could have a 5th blood sacrifice, it would only involve a 5th-rank core, as the Tobias clan had never killed a 6th-rank spirit beast. An attack by a 6th-rank beast would always risk the clan's extinction. Isla, you're up early. A Kirk greeted Xavion softly. You ran. I couldn't sleep, Xavion smiled. This Kirk was his older brother and the captain of a squad. Of course, I heard you're going to attempt your 4th blood sacrifice. Good luck. You'll definitely succeed, Yoran encouraged. Yes, I will. Austin and Nona would be proud of us. Xavion clenched his fist. He was still adjusting to this new body, but knew he had no other choice. Indeed, protecting the clan is our duty. By the way, how confident are you about the Thunder God Festival? Yoran asked softly. Not very, but I'll try my best, Xavion replied seriously. It's a pity I'm 19 now. If not for my age, I'd participate too. Yoran looked disappointed. Though he wasn't as strong as Isla, ranking well would earn other rewards. Yoran, when I return, I plan to tell Grand Silas I want to pick the sacred fruit. Xavion said firmly, seemingly making a big decision. I won't go home. Tell Austin and Nona when you return. Isla, are you sure? Picking the sacred fruit is dangerous. 5-rank strength might not be enough. If you fail, you won't come back, Yoran worried. They face similar risks. There seem to be several 5th-rank participants from each courts group. Even if I succeed, they may still be stronger. I aim for the Thunder God's favor, Xavion replied seriously. If I die en route, it means I'm not chosen by the Thunder God. Wesley the Thunder God and sacred beasts protect you, Isla, Yoran prayed sincerely. Yes, they will protect me. I will return alive. Austin and Nona are waiting to see me win, Xavion nodded. Good luck, Isla. I need to patrol, so I'll leave now, Yoran waved. Stay safe, Yoran. Xavion bid farewell. With nothing else to do, Xavion wandered around the Oran department, helping wherever there was work. It passed the boring day. At dusk, the patrolling clan members returned. Isla, take this. A graceful figure dashed toward Xavion the moment she spotted him. Xavion dodged, smiling wryly. This was Amy. If asked who gave him the most headaches in the Oran department, it was definitely her. Amy and Adlai were roughly the same age and were grouped together. Amy admired Adlai, but Adlai seemed to like Isla. Jealousy was fearsome, even in the Tobias clan. Seeing Isla often provoked Amy into a duel, which Isla usually won, except when Amy triumphed and wouldn't stop talking about it. Amy, stop. I don't have time to spar today. Xavion easily dodged but dared not counterattack. Are you afraid? Amy laughed. She was incredibly beautiful, taller than Isla, with a prominent chest. Her red facial markings added to her mysterious allure. Unfortunately, in the Tobias clan, looks didn't matter. Isla had a 60% affinity, while Amy and Adlai only had 50. Their reputations matched Isla's mostly due to his Dale. In essence, all Tobias clan men found flat-chested Isla more charming than goddess-like Amy. Amy, stop fooling around. Grand Silas said we'd go for the blood sacrifice today. Did you forget? Adlai, the dark-skinned Dale, stepped forward, his plain features accentuated by a confident demeanor. All right, Adlai, Amy grumbled but stopped. Xavion relaxed, knowing Tobias clan members never attacked from behind. They were too straightforward and innocent, explaining why Isla immediately acted upon seeing them, perceiving cultivators as dirty and despicable. Hashtag chapter 155, Sacred Beast Inner Sanctuary. Grandpa sent you out on patrol alone. How did it feel? Amy was not giving up. Since both were part of the scout department, hunting spiritual beasts also became a competition. I followed Jacksoner and Chevy Howe, and during this patrol, we killed 43rd stage spiritual beasts. How about you? 63. I happened to come across a group of them. Pretty lucky. Xavion rolled his eyes. The Tobias clan didn't have divine senses, so finding a spiritual beast was very difficult. It all depended on luck. But Xavion was different. These people's strength could match 4th stage spiritual beasts, meaning they could kill any they found. I mean 3rd stage spiritual beasts. There were also many 1st and 2nd stage ones in the herd, which don't count, Amy said with some surprise, but still unwilling to admit defeat. All 3rd stage. I didn't kill any 1st or 2nd stage ones. I wait until they reach the 3rd stage before killing them. Xavion grinned triumphantly. Beating Amy completely was the best way to deal with her. How can you let spiritual beasts go without killing them? What if something goes wrong? Jacksoner glanced at Xavion, reproachful. Amy stood there, stunned. It's fine. I'll handle it. They are Ulan mice, which only grow up to the 4th stage. Xavion waved his hand dismissively. So they're Ulan mice. No wonder Zora would do that, Jacksoner understood. Due to their high reproduction rate, Ulan mice were a common species for the Tobias clan to harvest inner cores from. Moreover, Ulan mice had almost no offensive capability, making them suitable for blood sacrifices that increased speed, especially for females who often chose Ulan mouse inner cores for their first blood sacrifice. Yes, I found an Ulan mouse nest with over 40 mice. Xavion smiled sweetly. He harbored a good impression of Jacksoner, given his strength. They're just Ulan mice, no real combat power. Amy felt uncomfortable but hid it. Amy, don't underestimate the Ulan mice. Zora killing over 40 means she's become stronger, Jacksoner defended Zora. Yes, so after this 5th stage core blood sacrifice, I want to pick the sacred fruit. Zora nodded resolutely. You're crazy. Amy exclaimed, shocked. Though she always wanted to beat Zora, as a clan's Kelly, she didn't want such a talented person to die needlessly. That's right. Picking the sacred fruit is extremely dangerous. Normally, one risks it only if the 5th stage blood sacrifice fails. Why would you do it now, Zora? Think carefully. Jacksoner looked puzzled. For the blessing of the Thunder God, Xavion replied dreamily. If I don't strive for the Thunder God's blessing, how can I live peacefully? If the Thunder God ceremony were postponed by 3 years, I would win. But now, I can't. The Thunder God's blessing. Jacksoner shared the same reverie. Since you've decided, may the Thunder God and sacred beasts protect you, Zora. Wesley, the Thunder God and sacred beasts protect you, Amy echoed earnestly. Xavion felt touched. For some reason, this clan's kindness made him feel at home, yet he knew revealing his identity would not end well for him. Wesley, the Thunder God and sacred beasts protect me. Xavion bowed his head, praying sincerely. The three arrived at the central tent where Hallam was reviewing documents. Upon seeing them enter, he put down his scroll. Ready? Hallam smiled warmly. Yes, Grandpa, they answered together. Next, they were going to the Sacred Beast Inner Sanctuary for the 4th core blood sacrifice. Success meant becoming the Tobias clan's strongest fighters, bearing supreme honor. Failure would strip them of their eligibility for the Thunder God ceremony, causing deep disappointment. Though they wouldn't be ridiculed, the loss of honor would drive them to even more challenging paths. The Sacred Beast Inner Sanctuary wasn't within the Tobias clan's territory. Xavion didn't know its exact location, but it had been a long time since Zora's last blood sacrifice. Hallam led the three northward for a month before reaching the sanctuary. Along the way, they swallowed pills every 3 days to conceal their aura. To Xavion's surprise, these pills were crude forms of elixirs, which would become potent if refined further. The 10-day journey was quiet, as if Amy knew not to act rashly. They crossed the mountain range Xavion had come through earlier. Oddly, they encountered no spiritual beast attacks, making the trip smoother than Xavion's arrival. The Sacred Beast Inner Sanctuary wasn't as grand as expected. It seemed like just a small stone hut built randomly with stones, with the sanctuary below. Hallam led them inside, where the space was surprisingly vast. A dragon statue sat in the center, coiled snake-like, with green scales and a lazy expression. That's a corpse, at least from the immortal realm. Xavion heard America's voice in his mind. Xavion was startled. He couldn't believe it was a real corpse, not just a sculpture. There's its inner core inside. After they leave, secretly release me, and I'll replicate it into the Sumi Illusion Sky Scroll. Dragons are too rare, America's voice returned. Got it. Xavion inserted a divine thought into the scroll, following Hallam deeper into the sanctuary. Inside, there was a simple arrangement, a pool of red blood water with no smell, seemingly stored for a long time. Above the pool was a black sphere, the size of a human head, likely the inner core America mentioned. Prepare in the blood pool. I'll bring the cores for the sacrifice. Yes, Grandpa, they responded. Xavion followed the others, removing all ornaments, but hesitated when the two began stripping off their clothes. Honestly, it was Xavion's first time facing such a situation. Being female now, he felt shy. Xavion bit his tongue, suppressing his discomfort, then stripped like the others, keeping the ring concealed in his hand unnoticed. Jackson and Amy dove into the pool with eager looks, yearning for power. Xavion followed, relieved by their serious expressions, fearing awkwardness otherwise. ##### Chapter 156, Blood Sacrifice of the Inner Core. Miss Patty, what do we do next? Hal asked in a solemn voice. You just follow their instructions. I'll go and make copies of that corpse and its inner core first. Also, nothing dead can enter this pool. I will hold onto your ring for now and give it back when you come out, Patty reminded him. Hal was stunned once more by the Sumeru illusion, heaven scroll, as the ring in his hand suddenly vanished without him even noticing, as if it had never existed at all. These are your respective inner cores. Be cautious and do not be influenced by the will inside them. Hallam waved his hand, sending 3 different colored inner cores towards each person. The 3 did not hesitate and directly received them. What's wrong, Isla? Hallam prepared to leave, but noticed Hal hadn't started the blood sacrifice. Nothing, Grandpa. I'm just thinking about where to perform the blood sacrifice. Hal was taken aback. He didn't have Patty's abilities, and the other 2 had already swallowed their inner cores. Did he need to swallow his 2? You should think it over, but not for too long. I'll go outside to prevent any other spirit beasts from interfering. Hallam shook his head, feeling a bit nostalgic. Upon hearing Yaren's words, he was now certain that Isla was on the path to becoming extremely powerful. This path was full of danger, and a slight misstep could mean death. However, if successful, the power gain would be terrifying. Even without considering it further, the next Weslershiel Duke would definitely be Isla. Unfortunately, her age was a drawback. The most combat-effective age range for the Tobias clan was 20 to 27 years old. Closer one got to this age, the stronger they became. But during the Thunder God Festival, she was only 15. Gaining the favor of the Thunder God at such a young age would be extremely difficult. Hal probed into the ring with his mind again, but there was no longer any trace of the Sumeru illusion heaven scroll. He felt some anxiety. While these 2 were fine, Hallam outside was undoubtedly at the spirit realm level. If his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape. Do I really have to do a blood sacrifice? Hal laughed bitterly. The blood sacrifice wasn't dangerous except for the will of the original spirit beast within the inner core. But this will had already been purified by the Saint Beast's blood, and was at its lowest ebb. As long as he swallowed it, used the secret technique Isla had memorized to extract the energy, attach it to a part of his body, the pool's blood would flow into that area, encase the energy, and merge it with that part of his body. If the fusion failed, the inner core would be rendered unusable after being refined, but simply expelling the energy would pose no major risk. Typically, the Tobias clan members performed their first blood sacrifice around 5 years old. Every winter, there was a grand event for these 5-year-old children to undergo the ritual. Most chose second-rank spirit beasts. If they failed, they'd be considered ordinary clan members. If successful, it showed compatibility. Isla's talent was discovered then. High compatibility meant high combat power and faster fusion. Once fully fused, they could proceed with the next spirit beast's inner core. Normally, Tobias clan members needed at least 3 years, like Jacksonda, who took until 17 to sacrifice his 4th inner core. But Isla had achieved complete fusion in just 2 years. What would take geniuses 3 years? She managed in 2. Hal, I found something extraordinary. Patty's voice echoed in his mind as he hesitated. Hal breathed a sigh of relief, but then remembered Patty's capabilities. If even she said it was extraordinary, it must be far beyond his comprehension, much like that vat. What is it? Hal was ready. That dragon is Dao realm level, and so is that inner core. I can help you perform a blood sacrifice, then you can punch whoever you want. Once you reach the Chevianing stage, even dealing with the soul transformation realm will be easy, Patty enticed Hal. Wouldn't the blood sacrifice damage my talent? Although Hal wanted to, he had to ask about the consequences. It won't. At the Dao realm, it doesn't matter. As long as you can endure it, you won't lose anything. After the Dao realm, what matters is not talent, but enlightenment. Moreover, this inner core will greatly assist you in reaching the Dao realm, Patty explained. I'll take 90% of the dark energy in that vat in exchange for helping you with the blood sacrifice. You absolutely won't lose. Not at all risky? Hal wasn't quite convinced. No risk. The inner core is ancient, perhaps older than this realm. First, I don't know how much energy remains, but it contains Dao intent. Even without energy, you gain a lot. Second, I'm unsure if the dragon's blood is sufficient, as it seems someone has refined the dragon's blood essence here, leaving just a drop of pure blood while the rest lacks concentration. If this drop isn't enough for the initial fusion, I can only draw out the energy, but it won't harm you. Instead, the dragon blood will strengthen your physical body, Patty clarified. Guaranteed profit? Hal made up his mind. Well, there's a lot of dark energy in the vat, 90%. A lot. Hard to describe. Anyway, the remaining 10% is enough for you to cultivate up to the immortal realm, Patty remarked. Enough. Let's do it, Miss Patty. Hal didn't hesitate. The dark energy no longer mattered. He didn't even bother asking why Patty needed it. A Dao realm existence. While he was still at the mundane realm, separated by the spirit and immortal realms, he was about to perform a blood sacrifice with a Dao realm spirit beast's inner core. The thought was exhilarating. Good. Give me the useless pill, and I'll swap it with the Dao realm inner core for you. Patty was also excited, not for Hal but for herself. Hal tossed the inner core, which soon disappeared. Before long, he felt a massive object placed on his leg, unaware of when it happened. I altered the useless inner core to replace it. No one will notice. Your leg now bears the Dao realm inner core. Patty's voice came again. You know the secret method for refining, right? Use it and remember to place the blood sacrifice over your heart. Otherwise, it's wasteful. I'll get the dragon blood for you. Hal nodded. He had doubts about the method, but since Patty said so, he decided to follow. As Hal closed his eyes and initiated the first layer, he immediately felt the inner core on his leg start to stir. Without hesitation, he continued to the second layer. Ordinarily, one had to swallow the inner core for the blood sacrifice, but this one was too large to swallow. Suddenly, Hal sensed the blood in the pool starting to boil. The other two were also paying attention, but naturally, wouldn't interrupt. The inner core shrunk? Hal clearly felt the large inner core on his leg, reduced to the size of a fist as the boiling intensified. Hal didn't hesitate, running the third layer. The method only had 3 layers. Hashtag chapter 157. That dragon. Boom. For some reason, a thunderous sound exploded in Ahil's mind. Suddenly, he felt an incomparably powerful presence watching him. His heart leapt in surprise, but he did not stop. That feeling grew stronger as Ahil activated the third layer of the secret art, and so did the pressure. His mind was devoid of any other thoughts now. It seemed like only giving up remained. No, America is here. There must be a way. Blood started trickling from Ahil's 5 senses. He felt as if he was about to burst under the pressure, both externally and internally. I can't hold on much longer. Ahil's face was drenched in blood, truly reaching his limit. Even the illusion body technique had faded, revealing his true form. The inner pearl floating near his abdomen had shrunk to its original size, but Ahil had no energy left to care. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort resounded in Ahil's mind, and all the pressure vanished instantly. Just sitting there, he felt a wave of relief. Ah. Ahil groaned, but quickly realized something was wrong. His voice had returned to its original state. Ahil's eyes snapped open, disbelief evident on his face. All he could think was finished. You continue. I have a way to deal with your appearance. Don't stop, America said. Her words labored as if she too was enduring great pain. Hurry, I didn't expect that dragon to still have some lingering power, though fortunately it's not strong. I can hold on for a bit longer. Immediately re-energized, Ahil grabbed the inner pearl near his abdomen and swallowed it whole. Heat, tearing. Ahil felt his body burning from within, scorching his very soul and slicing through every cell. The agony far surpassed the torment of the nether chi devouring his body. He almost fainted, biting his tongue until it bled raw. The pain was so intense he couldn't feel it anymore. In this state, Ahil could not activate the secret art at all. Nether chi. Remembering the nether chi vortex in his dantian, Ahil stimulated it one last time with what little clarity he had left. Suddenly, a surge of nether chi erupted from Ahil's dantian and rushed toward the inner pearl. It was like a drop of water in a forest fire. Before it even approached, it evaporated completely. Though the nether chi was weak, it flowed continuously. For some reason, Ahil suddenly felt better. Despite the heat and tearing, he regained some awareness and could think normally again. Looking at his body, Ahil noticed his nether chi was weaker than ever. Continuously stimulating the nether chi vortex, Ahil feared it would stop flowing, while simultaneously activating the third layer of the secret art. Energy was slowly extracted from the inner pearl and injected into his heart. The inner pearl, seemingly indifferent, continued to resist the nether chi. Hurry, I can support you for one more incense stick's worth of time. That will is getting angry. America's voice rang in Ahil's mind as he relaxed slightly. The drop of essence blood is in the pool beside you, not melted yet. Feel it out, you should find it. I can't help you further. Ahil immediately closed his eyes, his divine sense spreading out. He was surrounded by blood, like being inside a ball of blood water, completely separated from the surrounding liquid. If I can't find it, I'll just absorb it all. Without hesitation, Ahil took a deep breath, and blood water flooded into his mouth. He felt it rush toward the inner pearl, which instantly became gentler. Even the evaporating nether chi got closer to the inner pearl. Could all this blood enveloping me be the essence blood? Ahil continued inhaling as the blood water gradually decreased. Before he finished, Ahil sensed the inner pearl had stopped moving, and the nether chi could now touch it. Without hesitation, Ahil once again ran the third layer technique. The inner pearl released more energy, which surged into his heart. Ahil quickly controlled the blood water to cover the energy mass. Soon, he felt his heart truly merging with the energy. But before he could celebrate, he suddenly blacked out, his consciousness shifting to a different scene. The Sumarg phantasm scroll appeared from nowhere, briefly hesitating before wrapping around Ahil's body and vanishing. Ahil returned to his previous appearance. What a foolish boy, having such luck. There's actually a legacy remaining in the inner pearl. America emerged from the painting. Forget it, let me temper his body a bit. The blood water in the pool boiled again. Carlo and Megan had already finished their blood ritual, gazing thoughtfully at Ahil's location. Come out. Since it's over, Carlo shook his head, knowing whatever happened to Ahil was beyond his help now. Coraline seems off. Megan emerged from the pool, dressing herself. I don't know either, but this blood ritual seemed smoother and faster than before. Carlo regained confidence. Let's go tell Grandpa. This is my first time seeing such a thing. Hopefully, Coraline won't be in danger. I still want to challenge her. Megan clenched her fists, concern visible on her face. Yeah, maybe Grandpa knows something. Carlo and Megan walked away as Ahil's location revealed itself. The pool's blood water drained, exposing a dark red floor beneath. It should be enough now. America's ethereal form smiled wearily. The blood water refilled the pool, clearer than before. Ahil floated above the surface of the pool. Grandpa, what happened to Coraline? Concerned, Carlo asked immediately upon bringing Hallam. I don't know either, but her physical condition is stable, so nothing bad will happen. Let's wait, Hallam replied, baffled after hearing their account. As this situation exceeded his comprehension, after a day, Ahil finally awoke. The joy on his face was unmistakable. Seeing the 3 people in front of him, Ahil calmed down, pondering how to respond. Yet, his smile persisted, reflecting significant gains. Remaining calm would raise suspicion. Don't worry. When we're alone, you need to help me with something small. America's voice echoed in Ahil's mind as he prepared to greet them. Hashtag chapter 158, Dion's harvest. Grandpa, how long has it been? Dion smiled easily. People from the Tobias clan were straightforward, so he only needed to show his natural expressions, which was even easier than pretending to be Tobiasingsing. One day, what happened, Owen? Hallam asked with curiosity. I don't know. When I offered the black bear's core blood as a sacrifice to my heart, a large amount of holy beast blood surged into my body, and then I fell into a coma. In my coma, I seemed to see something just like that statue. Was that a holy beast? Dion's expression became more excited. Of course, he hadn't actually seen it. During the coma, he only obtained one cultivation method and 2 techniques. You saw a holy beast. Hallam exclaimed, mouth agape. It seems you have received the blessing of a holy beast. This is unprecedented. Do you feel any changes in your body? Yes, Dion didn't intend to hide anything. First, if everyone in the Tobias clan knew, it wouldn't matter since they were too simple and pure-hearted. They would only admire him. Second, he still lacked confidence in becoming first using only the Jade Body technique. But now with these 2 techniques from the Holy Beast core, his chances had significantly improved. Roar. Dion took a deep breath and roared loudly. Instantly, the air rippled outward. Besides Hallam, the other 2 covered their heads, clearly in great pain. Great, great, great. Hallam happily repeated 3 times. He could tell Dion hadn't used full strength. In other words, regardless of fighting against spirit beasts or clan members, this attack would cause a brief daze in the opponent. What else, Grandpa? Dion grinned. Watch carefully. Dion spread his fingers and struck out with a claw towards Hallam, who was startled and quickly punched back. The moment Hallam's fist touched Dion's claw, he saw a green shadow envelop Dion's palm, resembling the dragon claws in the sculpture. Boom. Hallam felt an overwhelming force strike him, forcing him to take 5 steps backward. The internal power within his body dispersed into the ground, creating 5 small craters, each larger than the last. Dion was surprised too. Although he had driven Hallam back, Hallam remained unharmed. Though Dion had intentionally suppressed the power of the dragon roar, he had used full force for the dragon claw. But Hallam, using only his physical strength, absorbed the blow by diverting its power into the ground. Jackson and Megan beside them were completely stunned. They had never seen Hallam retreat before, especially not from someone on par with themselves. Anything else? Hallam couldn't contain his smile. Dion's display had left him astonished. There's also a scale. Dion extended his right hand, revealing a dragon scale embedded in his palm. You can try attacking it, Grandpa. Without hesitation, Hallam took half a step back and swung a punch. An explosive sound followed. Bang. Dion, initially smiling, suddenly looked pained as he was forced back 3 steps. He felt his internal organs shaking uncomfortably, but wasn't injured. On the contrary, Hallam retreated 7 steps, the first crater being larger than Dion's 5th. There's actually a counterforce. Hallam was first shocked, but soon turned joyful. Megan, you now have a chance to win first place at this year's Thunder God ceremony. However, this time is different because there's an extraordinary talent. You're still some distance away from him. Destin, the one praised as having the highest talent in the tribe, Dion said dejectedly. Although he hadn't met this person, everyone spoke highly of him, with a compatibility rate reaching 70%. He had never needed more than one move to defeat challengers from other clans. But Megan, don't worry. He is a few years older than you. If you can match him evenly, you don't necessarily need to win him over. Gaining his recognition will make him willingly relinquish the Thunder God's blessing, as anyone who reaches 70% compatibility will get another exclusive blessing. Thank you, Grandpa. As Dion fought Hallam, he realized this court wasn't as ordinary as he seemed. Tobiasuda, Megan, don't be discouraged. Observing from the sidelines will benefit your strength as well. As long as you make it to the top 8, you'll receive excellent rewards. Hallam consoled the other 2. Dion's unexpected improvement most affected them. We understand, Grandpa. Both replied in unison, but with bitter faces. That roar alone showed their gap in strength, let alone the technique that drove Hallam back, which they absolutely couldn't withstand. Yet, secretly, both were happy. Since they belonged to the 3rd Westlershal department, if Dion truly won first place, it would be a significant victory for their department. Dion's group didn't return to the martial camp. Hallam found a flat area and stopped the trio. Here's water, which is crucial for survival in the forest sea, Hallam patiently explained, unsure why he was saying so much, only wanting to impart all he knew to these 3. There's a big tree nearby, providing good concealment, though it doesn't offer shelter from wind and rain. Nature gives us better camouflage. If you ever travel far in an emergency, remember not to build anything. Spirit beasts naturally resent humans, and if a powerful spirit beast targets you, it becomes troublesome. No one can fight endlessly, but the spirit beasts in the forest sea are endless. Therefore, hiding yourself is the most important thing. In my life, I had average talent but worked far harder than others. You might say I honed my skills fighting countless spirit beasts in the forest sea, thus becoming the 3rd Westlershal chief. I possess 4 kinds of strength and 3 steps. Let me give you an overall explanation first. Once you understand the basics, I'll demonstrate. Hallam continued teaching, like a kind old man teaching his children survival tactics. The 4 strengths are hard strength, soft strength, short strength, and hidden strength. Hard strength is the use of full body power in an unstoppable manner without regard for consequences. Watch closely. Hallam took a light step backward with his right leg, immediately exuding an imposing aura. Even without swinging the punch, Dion was awestruck. In his past life as a criminal underworld member, he had learned these techniques, coupled with exceptional reflexes, making him unbeatable even against black boxing champions. Thus, reincarnated, dealing with bandits and chi condensation disciples was very easy. But this man could make him feel powerless with just one punch. Though his physical strength was strong, it still fell within the human realm. In simpler terms, this punch carried the power to exterminate Foundation establishment practitioners with mere human strength. Chapter 159, Tempering Skills. Emo Chevy Body Refining Technique focuses more on defense. Others can still manage, but for spirit beasts, this level of attack is inadequate. Xavion reflected inwardly. The punch had left a profound impression on him. Xavion closed his eyes as Hallam's fist swung out, the wind it generated akin to a bitter cold, almost painfully biting against the skin. One step back gathers force from the feet, which then transfers the force from the legs and wastes through the body up to the punch. Even the slight pullback of the left hand adds to its power. This is the ultimate form. Every motion serves that one punch. Whoosh. Xavion opened his eyes, stepped back, and unleashed a punch even faster than Hallam's. Yet the power was lacking by 100-fold. This was just an ordinary punch, but Xavion had gained insight into it, making his punch speed reach its pinnacle. Hallam emphasized weight, while Xavion focused on speed. Hallam paused, eyeing Xavion with an odd look that quickly turned to surprise. Though Xavion's punch had not been fully powered, its delivery was instantaneous. In terms of brute force, Xavion was at a disadvantage, but combining it with his Dragon Claw technique made the punch devastating, especially in terms of speed. Coraline, your talent truly astonishes me. Hallam laughed suddenly. Watch closely. This is the second force, soft force. Hallam took a step forward and aimed a punch at Xavion's head. Xavion's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Despite being later, his reaction was faster. Hallam transformed the punch into a palm strike, absorbing Xavion's force as he retreated. Xavion was taken aback. He felt Hallam's counterstrike but realized his own attack was like hitting cotton wool. Its vibration. Hallam didn't directly hit me, but transmitted force through it. My strike lacked effectiveness because he used vibrations to redirect the force, neutralizing my blow. Xavion planted his foot firmly, halting instantly, and leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Hallam smiled, striking again. Xavion caught the palm strike, pulled it toward him, and slammed his shoulder against Hallam. Hallam staggered backward, but Xavion added a push to the palm strike, causing Hallam to lean forward, exposing his back. Xavion struck immediately without hesitation. A muffled thud echoed as a large hole appeared under Hallam's feet. Good, very good. Although your movements are large, they're decisive. You understand now. The rest is practice. Hallam's smile seemed to freeze on his face. He found Coraline increasingly impressive. After all, Coraline was only 13, yet showed an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Thank you, Grandpa, Xavion said sincerely. He yearned for further skill training. The seventh wave was concealed force, a method he did not fully grasp, thus he could only explore it gradually. Though he mastered the second wave when condensing chi, only now could he unleash the third wave. I'm starting to wonder if you can surpass demons, Hallam resumed explaining. Inch force involves exerting power within an inch, while concealed force concentrates internal strength to penetrate another's body. My mastery of these two forces is incomplete, unlike the previous ones I could fully explain. Essentially, concealed force and inch force involve vibrations, but soft force is about neutralizing force, whereas these two generate force. Hallam picked up a stone and placed it in his palm. Without visible movement, the stone flew upwards as if thrown by hand. This is inch force, Hallam explained. Hallam walked slowly to a tree, punched it without visible impact, but soon all the leaves fell. With spirit sense, Xavion saw the tree's internal structure was completely damaged. And this is concealed force. Hallam gently pushed the tree, causing it to fall, revealing fragmented wood inside. The first two techniques were familiar to Xavion, so he learned them quickly. However, these two baffled him somewhat. Concealed force was understandable, as his first wave produced similar effects. But inch force was entirely foreign. Grandpa, can you demonstrate on me? Xavion approached. You might get hurt, Hallam frowned. No problem. I want to get stronger. Xavion's eyes were resolute. How could mere injuries compare to the torment of dark chi? Besides, he had experienced greater pain yesterday. Fine. Hallam lightly placed his hand on Xavion's arm. Instantly, Xavion felt immense force. Unprepared, his arm turned blue in a moment. Again, Grandpa. Xavion sensed something vaguely but still needed more clarity. Hallam's eyes flashed with admiration, reminiscent of his younger self and the prodigy who overshadowed him. Xavion's talent exceeded his, facing an even stronger demon. Without hesitation, Hallam chose a different spot, having no reason to refuse further. By noon, Hallam had lost count of how many strikes he had delivered. The Nadine before him was bruised all over except her head. Her pained expression tugged at his heart. Thank you, Wesleyster. I understand. Xavion grinned happily. Though he endured countless strikes, he finally grasped something. Hallam sighed, recalling what had happened. Those two had already given up, their confident gazes dulled. Demon prodigies aren't just gifted. They work harder than those who pride themselves on effort, Hallam sighed. Jackson, Megan, go back? Xavion looked at them, feeling a strange stirring. It reminded him of his past life. As his influence grew, whether friends or enemies, everyone seemed distant. Even those close by became strangers. Strength brings solitude, but weakness cannot protect what matters. Survival means hurting others, protecting loved ones causes pain, and progress demands trampling dignity. Loneliness may be hard, but enduring such pain is harder. Jackson, Megan, don't give up. You have things to protect too. For the tribe, family, yourself. You each have methods to grow stronger. Haven't you forgotten, Megan? Why did you keep challenging me? Jackson, where's your confidence? Chevy has always left us far behind. Xavion approached them, despite the pain making his walk awkward. He did not stop. Don't give up for ourselves. Xavion clasped their hands together. Hallam froze, realizing Xavion resembled a true martial master. Seeing too much surrender, he had lost zeal for perseverance. Everyone has their path, their choices. Coraline. Megan's tears streamed down as she hugged Coraline. Soar, easy Megan, Xavion yelled, smiling. He cherished interactions like these, with people like Harmony, Susie, Chester, Vince, though he wasn't like them. His mask was thick, hiding his innocence occasionally, reminding him he was human, capable of joy and sorrow. Chapter 160, The Wesley Linda's Thoughts. I'm sorry. Amy immediately let go of Xavion, her voice somewhat small. It's okay, Amy. Let's work together and protect our clan. Xavion revealed an innocent smile, having already made up his mind. He would not harm anyone in this tribe anymore. When he left, he would explain the situation to Hallam. While he wouldn't pay with his life, he would do his best to fulfill any requests made. Note, Tianjin Wuxia Wei Shao is translated as an innocent smile to ensure it reads naturally in English. Thank you, Isla, for reminding me of Adlei's past. Adlei also laughed, no longer shrinking back or giving up. He wanted to grow stronger, even if he couldn't match those demonic creatures. It wasn't about competition but protecting his people. Let's do it. Xavion clasped their hands. Together, we'll protect our clan. Together. Adlei and Amy echoed. Young, indeed is good, Hallam chuckled, finding Xavion more endearing by the moment. If not for the youngster's age and Haywood's rules, Hallam might have considered passing down the Haywood position to him. Let's eat first. Cultivation can't be rushed. Hallam took out some provisions from his bag and handed them over. The three received them, eating heartily while chatting. By evening, as the other three fell asleep, Xavion began his night watch. Initially, Hallam had intended to take the shift, but Xavion insisted he was wide awake and wanted to continue practicing. Hallam didn't press further, understanding it was just a matter of sequence. You're someone I can't quite understand, said the shadowy figure of Wesley Linda as she appeared beside Xavion, handing him a ring before sitting down next to him. What benefit does helping them bring you? Do you plan to stay here? Of course not. Xavion shook his head, his voice baleful. Sometimes, it's just easier to help when the opportunity arises. Do you really think you're Isla? Wesley Linda gave him a sidelong glance. I suddenly understand why Toby Assinger hated me so much then, Xavion smiled, shaking his head. That little fox? Wesley Linda hesitated. That little fox isn't an ordinary being. She surpasses your comprehension. I know, from the moment I saw her, I knew. But she saved my life twice, Xavion recalled. I'd repay that debt even if I died. Not because she's pretty and you wanted to flirt? Wesley Linda chuckled lightly. Of course not. She said she would wait for me. If anyone did the flirting, it was her, Xavion said, becoming slightly melancholic. Sadly, I was too weak back then, unable to protect Billy and instead letting her save me once. TSK, looking at your dopey expression, I didn't expect you'd have many Nadines entranced, and staying clear-headed in front of that little fox, the Kelly must truly be a beauty. Wesley Linda gazed at the sky, her smile unwavering. Do you always talk about the little fox, envying Toby Assinger's beauty? Xavion teased, recalling his earlier teasing, suspecting this ancient existence harbored a young heart. Naturally, every Kelly envies the little fox's appearance. Frankly, I think I'm beautiful enough, but she still edges me out a bit, Wesley Linda admitted frankly. Just a bit? Xavion laughed again. Do you want me to turn you back? Wesley Linda glanced coldly at Xavion. Yes, I apologize, Miss Wesley Linda. Xavion shivered, immediately apologizing without hesitation. Humph, Wesley Linda looked smugly at the sky, unwilling to spare another glance at Xavion. Right, practice these next few days. I'll be gone for a while, finding some dragon essence for you. If I can get one drop, the benefits will be evident. Miss Wesley Linda, why are you helping me like this? Xavion felt a bad premonition. After you refine it, give me a drop of fresh blood from your heart. That's all. Wesley Linda looked at Xavion greedily. Won't that kill me? Xavion's bad feeling grew stronger. Look how scared you are. I won't harm you. Wesley Linda smirked triumphantly. I'm doing this for you. Enjoy it. Will anyone notice? Xavion asked nervously. Don't worry, Daozun level experts below can't see through it. Wesley Linda grinned smugly. Pretty powerful. Next time, if I need something, can Miss Wesley Linda help? Xavion tested cautiously. Forget it. For what you desire, I wouldn't bother stealing. Besides, remember, I'm not your tool. Wesley Linda rolled her eyes. Why are you helping me now, Miss Wesley Linda? Xavion asked blankly. Of course, it's for that. Wesley Linda clamped her mouth shut mid-sentence. You, Xavion, have learned to trap me in conversation. No dare. Just asking. Xavion laughed apologetically, inwardly marveling at how cunning Wesley Linda was, detecting his subtle probe. He realized he must never underestimate her. Fine, but don't be curious. You'll know soon, guaranteed to surprise you. Wesley Linda looked self-satisfied, thoroughly irritating to look at. In that case, I'll await Miss Wesley Linda's news, Xavion smiled, not caring what she planned, only focusing on the benefits it brought him. Wait here. I'll leave now. By the way, this disguise lasts a month. After that, if you don't want them to discover you, find a secluded place for 3 days, then you can resume disguising yourself, Wesley Linda reminded. Yes, thank you, Miss Wesley Linda. Xavion nodded, watching her disappear, amazed by her ability, far surpassing any invisibility technique. With the sunrise, Xavion's eyes brightened. An entire night of practice left him refreshed and energized, bruises completely healed, back to normal. The Inch Force technique he was now barely managing to use still needed preparation time, making it impractical in combat. Inch Force utilized localized muscle vibrations, generating power. Without coordination from other body parts, it was incredibly difficult. Even though it was a human martial arts skill, after a whole day, Xavion hadn't mastered it. The Dark Force technique isn't urgent today. I'll teach you 3 steps first, Hallam announced as the others woke, starting their lesson again. Hashtag chapter 161, 3 steps. Step 1, the snake step. This step is soft and complements the 4 energies. Coraline, attack me and give it a try. Hallam looked at Dion, gesturing for him to attack. Asterisk. Dion didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and threw a punch, but Hallam easily sidestepped, evading him. Dion transformed his punch into a palm strike, aiming at Hallam, who bent slightly and leaned forward. Without pausing, Dion aimed a kick at Hallam's face, but Hallam's head swerved aside once again, dodging the attack. Bang! Dion felt an ominous sensation and immediately tried to retreat, but he was too slow. Hallam executed an improbable move, elbowing Dion's abdomen. The essence of a snake is its suppleness. My every action isn't driven by full body force but by localized muscles, similar to how a snake moves. While your movements are powerful, you lack the ability to generate new force continuously, Hallam explained slowly. The snake step has two key points. First, using specific muscle groups like with inch energy, and second, anticipating your opponent's attacks and evading accordingly. It gives the impression that you're entangling your opponent like a snake. Practice this for now, the three nodded. Jackson and Megan began sparring, but Dion kept his eyes closed, replaying the exchange in his mind. Anticipating an opponent's moves wasn't difficult for Dion, but mastering the subtlety of inch energy was beyond him. In other words, he couldn't do it yet. By the way, this is different from inch energy, Hallam noted, seeing Dion frown. Using inch energy, the body remains static, but with the snake step, the body is always in motion. Though both involve localized muscle use, the methods are entirely different. Dion opened his eyes and walked over to Hallam. Grandpa, let's go again. Hallam was startled, but maintained a gentle smile as he initiated the attack this time. They quickly engaged in combat. No matter how they attacked, neither could touch the other. Jackson and Megan paused, watching in amazement. Thud. With a heavy sound, they separated again, but Dion, without hesitation, charged forward once more. Hallam shook his head faintly. He had experienced Dion's intensity before, but today's training was significantly easier compared to the bruises from yesterday. What troubled Hallam was that Dion seemed to improve with each exchange. His mastery of the snake step was advancing rapidly. Hallam even wondered if Dion was a reincarnated martial master. That's enough. Let's stop, Hallam said with a bitter smile. Why, Grandpa? Dion was confused about Hallam's sudden pause. You've grasped the snake step well enough, Hallam replied, inwardly shocked. Continuing might result in Dion defeating him unintentionally. As a martial master, he couldn't lose to a young one, not even in a single technique. Understood, Grandpa, Dion responded. Engaging with Hallam felt like fighting an inexplicable wall. He couldn't break through, but each bout improved him. He could feel his own progress, which made him increasingly focused, leading to a deeper understanding of his techniques. All right, you two should also stop. Hallam knew repetitive practice of a single technique wouldn't yield much progress. Wesley's story came from practical application. The next step I will teach you is the tiger step. Hallam saw the three approach and felt touched. The tribe's safety rested on their shoulders, much like when he was younger. Even as a martial fanatic, if the tribe faced peril, he would not hesitate, even unto death. Wesley's martial arts were for protecting the tribe, and it was because of such people that the tribe had survived since ancient times. Tiger power lies in consolidation. In battle, if you can bring the tiger's strength to its peak, victory is assured. The tiger step emphasizes relentless advancement and overwhelming momentum. Watch my punches closely. Hallam stepped forward, throwing a light punch, then turning and punching again. The power wasn't immense, but Dion sensed something strange. Something in the world seemed to consolidate with each punch. With 3 punches, 4 rotations, 5 punches, Dion's perception deepened. He felt an intense pressure, almost like being stared at. It reminded him of the 7 stars steps, as if there were similarities. Both seemed incredibly peculiar. The 7 stars steps comprised 49 steps, and Dion didn't know why any combination of 7 gave him a sense of freedom, as if nothing could bind him. Dion decided not to ponder it further and memorized Hallam's steps completely. Hallam's 13 punches exuded terrifying momentum. Even Dion felt the impact, an awe-inspiring aura that made an opponent lose the courage to retaliate. It was as if he was facing the very universe, which demanded defeat from those who opposed it. Do you understand? Hallam smiled at the trio. I don't, but I want to try. Dion stepped forward, mimicking Hallam's movements exactly. However, his punches lacked force and any semblance of momentum. This step itself isn't crucial. Watch again, Hallam laughed. Having practiced the tiger step for 10 years, longer than the turtle step he planned to teach last, Hallam delivered his 13 punches once more, with Dion's senses enveloping the area, trying to capture every detail. Who's spying? Hallam shouted, directing the 13th punch towards the sky. Dion was alarmed, feeling the momentum surge toward his mind. I can't resist. Dion abandoned all defense. A loud roar erupted in his head, as if a drum exploded inside. Blood trickled from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. Dion gritted his teeth, taking a half step back and falling to his knees, his consciousness blurring. Coraline? Hallam froze, sensing someone probing him earlier. Without thinking, he retaliated, never imagining it was Coraline. A foreboding feeling struck Hallam. He knew from tribal records about soul possession, which required at least a nascent infant soul. Crossing the forest sea was nearly impossible even for one, let alone an outsider like himself. If Coraline was possessed, why learn martial arts? And the conversation from yesterday, how could it have been spoken by an outsider? Hashtag chapter 162, discovered. Isla, are you alright? Hallam walked over. Despite having many suspicions in his heart, they remained just that, suspicions until confirmed. Moreover, Hallam was well aware of Isla's accident inside the inner sanctum of the divine beast, an event he had no knowledge of, nor could he deduce its consequences. Still, deep down, he believed this was indeed Isla. Grandpa, nothing's wrong. Xavion's eyes were barely open. His consciousness had been shaken by the overwhelming force, and he had no defense at all. Cough, cough, I don't know what happened. I just wanted to see your movements more clearly. Hallam watched the weakened Isla with concern. Although his punch was powerful, it was still a physical attack that any ordinary shaman in the clan could withstand. This suggested that Isla might not understand how to manipulate energy properly, leading to her severe injuries. Once Hallam clarified this, his doubts eased. However, as a Haywood, he had responsibilities to the tribe. Eventually, he would have the 3rd shaman Gong evaluate Isla to ensure she hadn't been possessed or controlled. You should rest first. We'll talk when you wake up. Hallam looked at Xavion, feeling anxious. If Isla had suffered irrevocable damage due to his caution, he would truly regret it. I understand, Grandpa. I'm very sleepy. I need some rest. Xavion slowly closed his eyes. He didn't dare to practice the spirit transformation technique, but instead relied on sleep to heal his mind. Xavion didn't think much and fell asleep instantly. It had been a long time since he last slept. Practitioners' mental strength is incredibly powerful, and their bodies are energized. They don't need rest or food unless in a completely isolated place. Hallam glanced at the sleeping Xavion, his eyes showing a hint of suspicion. He was almost certain this person was Isla. Otherwise, why would she dare to fall asleep in front of him? Hallam shook his head, dispelling negative thoughts. He suddenly remembered Isla's innate talent and felt an ominous premonition. The favor of the divine beast was unprecedented, never recorded in the Tobias clan's history. If Isla truly awakened her shamanic abilities, he doubted the shaman would kindly hand her over. Grandpa, what happened to Isla? Jackson and Megan hurriedly asked. Nothing, just let her sleep. She's exhausted. Hallam couldn't tell them about what just happened, as he already believed Isla wasn't an outsider. By the way, has Isla acted strangely lately? No, Jackson shook his head. Not really, but I feel like Isla has been obsessed with the Thunder God's favor these past 2 days. Unlike before, Megan replied thoughtfully. Hallam felt a sense of foreboding again. If this person truly came for the Thunder Pool, her actions made sense. If you hadn't won Chevy, wouldn't you also act like this? For us, the Thunder God's favor means the entire tribe's acknowledgement. Hallam shook his head. Since he decided to let the shamans handle Xavion, speculating further was pointless. I know, Grandpa, but it feels like something unknown has changed Isla, Megan explained. Wait, did anything unusual happen when Isla returned? Hallam's expression changed abruptly. No, she just hunted more demons than usual that day. She said she found an azure orchid rat's den, Megan responded, puzzled by Hallam's detailed questions. Keep today's event secret from everyone. Hallam's expression turned serious. He approached Xavion's backpack, opened it, and carefully searched inside. After finding some clothes, he soon discovered the ring. Hallam's eyes became terrifyingly cold. His movements were so swift they were almost invisible. In an instant, he stood beside Xavion and struck her heart with a palm. Grandpa, what are you doing? Jackson and Megan shouted in alarm. Hallam paused, but a shock wave still erupted. Pfft. Xavion spat out a mouthful of blood, waking up from his deep sleep. Suppressing the urge to probe with his spiritual senses, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. He quickly concluded that Hallam suspected something. Xavion slowly opened his eyes, appearing even weaker. Seeing Hallam attacking him, he could only inwardly sigh. Gr Grandpa? Xavion looked bewildered and incredulous. Isla, are you alright? Jackson and Megan rushed over. We don't know what got into Grandpa. He suddenly attacked you. Cough, cough. Xavion continued spitting blood. The strike caught him unaware, but fortunately, Hallam didn't use full force, indicating uncertainty. If Hallam had truly intended to kill, Xavion would already be dead. Unbeknownst to Xavion, Hallam had harbored a hint of murderous intent upon seeing the ring, but Jackson and Megan's shouts interrupted him. What happened before entering the divine beast inner sanctum? Hallam's voice was icy. Inside, Xavion remained calm. Only the ring could expose his identity. Xavion hesitated briefly but sighed. Grandpa, that day, I encountered an outsider, Xavion spoke weakly. Fabricating a lie based on evidence wasn't hard for him. He seemed younger than you but wasn't strong. We exchanged 3 blows. In the first blow, I threw 2 arrows, which he easily dodged. Then I charged forward, activating the white tiger core in my arm. He blocked with crossed arms but was injured. I stopped to ask who he was. He claimed he had old ties with the Tobias clan and wanted to borrow the Thunder Pool. The clan records say outsiders are treacherous, so I didn't believe him and prepared to capture him for you. Activating the rabbit core in my leg, he didn't dodge but attacked head-on, hitting my back with a punch. Farcical, I activated the wolf core in my abdomen in time, but I was still injured. His abdomen was completely shattered, more severely wounded. I tried to chase him, but he flew away. At the 3rd blow, a strange ring fell onto my wound. That ring is a symbol of my shame. I let the outsider escape and got injured. I wanted to tell you, Grandpa, but I felt useless. If I can't grow stronger, who will protect our clan? Grandpa, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. But, cough, cough. Tears fell from Xavion's eyes, his face filled with anxiety. I feel inadequate, unworthy of joining the Orin department. I'm afraid you'll make me go home. Hallam froze. If what this person said was true, he nearly killed his own clansman. Chapter 163, The ring is gone. Is there any evidence? Willis's expression gradually softened. What Dion had said could indeed have happened, but he was no fool and naturally could not fully trust it. There isn't, but the traces of my battle with him should still be there. Dion looked somewhat aggrieved, like a child who has been scolded, but due to parental authority, he dared not defy. Killian wanted to borrow the Tobiasning pool, so you wanted to secure first place? Willis shook his head. He had now put his mind at ease. Even if Coraline were truly from another tribe, his combat power wasn't very high, but how such strength could cross those mountains, he couldn't figure out. Yes, the Tobiasning pool generally doesn't open, and 9 Wardukes are present during the Tobiasning God Festival. That man lacked the strength to forcefully enter. If I took first place, he would surely find me again for a duel. Then I would certainly catch him and bring him to Grand Silas. Dion clenched his fists, looking very determined, putting on an act convincingly. All right, once you've learned my moves, we'll go test them with Haywood together. Willis shook his head. Dion's explanation was reasonable. Though as a clan member it was improper, Coraline was young after all, and he must know that despite being called a prodigy, his strength was still slightly inferior compared to some squad leaders. Even if other patrol squads encountered that person, they'd likely capture him directly. Understood. Dion nodded. He didn't believe that the Sumeru illusion sky scroll, which could even deceive Heavenly Will, could could be seen through by a simple haywood. I'll take this ring as punishment for your concealment. Also, things belonging to foreign tribes can be mysterious. Handing it over to Haywood might prove more useful. Rest well now, we'll investigate the battlefield tomorrow. Willis glanced at Dion. Got it, Grand Silas. Dion's expression didn't betray anything unusual, but inside he felt as if bleeding. He could only pray that the Haywood couldn't unlock the seal on the ring, or else he wouldn't know what to do. Not just the netherworld object meant to be his life-bound treasure. Everything inside was specially chosen by Dion, extremely precious items. The spirit stones were all top quality, half of the herbs unobtainable in the central region, the spirit beast inner cores all tier 4, and all tokens were stored there too. Initially, when hiding the storage bag, Dion had considered losing them insignificant, but unexpectedly, while the storage bags remained safe, his ring was lost. If it really vanished, Dion wouldn't know where to cry. No, he'd have to ask Ashlyn then, helping her find books for 10 years if need be. He absolutely couldn't lose that ring. After deciding, Dion fell back into a deep sleep. Although the moment earlier was brief, he had suffered a shock to his consciousness. While pondering solutions, his head started pounding. Dion really needed a good rest now, and since he had already perfectly misled everyone, he slept even more soundly. Do you think how much of what Coraline said was true? Seeing Dion asleep, Willis smiled and looked towards Jackson and Megan. 100%, Coraline wouldn't lie to us, Jackson said solemnly. Grand Silas probably thinks Coraline might be the foreign tribe member, Megan pondered carefully, but I also think 100%. My impression of Coraline hasn't changed at all. He just admires Jackson less and is obsessed with the favor of the Tobiaskan god. But if Coraline truly experienced this, I believe I would do the same. Would you also not tell me? Willis was curious. Yes, if that person isn't strong, I would definitely keep it secret, Jackson nodded. That person would be a stain on Coraline. Telling Grand Silas means letting the stain of missing a foreign tribe member remain forever in my heart. No matter how strong I become later, this stain can't be removed. It's like losing to someone who dies for reasons unrelated to the fight. No matter how strong I get, I'll always feel they would be stronger if alive. In that case, I seem to be too anxious, Willis shook his head. Since becoming a war duke, he had completely focused on the tribe. Reflecting on his younger self, he might have made the same choice. However, having gone through too much, Willis knew the consequences of such actions could be unbearable. Yet, these three were still children. Forcing them to make decisions like himself wasn't realistic. It's late. You should sleep too. Tomorrow, we'll visit the battlefield between Coraline and that person. Don't blame me. I'm doing it for the tribe. Willis slowly walked aside, leaning against a tree. His silhouette seemed desolate. Under the cool moonlight, shadows began to disappear. But something strange occurred in the Tobias clan's treasure house. Items floated up and slowly descended, as if encountering a ghost. Not here either. A young Nadine's shadow appeared, floating in midair, stomping her foot angrily, seeming like a real female ghost. Such bad luck. There's really only one drop of essence blood. But the dragon blood in Dion's heart isn't pure enough. The Nadine's voice echoed in the treasure house before vanishing. Well, let's return for now. We'll see if there's an opportunity later. This Tobias clan sure is stubborn, only having one treasury secured by a single broken lock, not fearing potential theft. Her voice rang again, but no trace was left in the creepy treasure house. The sun had yet to rise, but the forest had a faint light. The trio lay fast asleep, except for Willis gazing at the horizon, seemingly deep in thought. Hey, Dion, you're really sleeping? Ashlyn's voice sounded in Dion's mind, startling him awake. His body remained motionless, but he immersed his consciousness in the Sumeru illusion sky scroll. Ouch, you're hurt? Ashlyn noted that Dion's consciousness was weaker than usual. Miss Ashlyn, my ring was discovered. Can you stop others from opening the ring? Dion scratched his head, embarrassed. I can't do that. I don't know how to break seals or prevent others from opening it without getting noticed. Ashlyn shook her head. But tricking them like this, you're quite impressive. If I were Willis, I'd kill you instantly. Well, I did get injured somehow, and I managed to convince them. Dion laughed bitterly. What should I do? Everything I own is in that ring. If it's taken, I won't know where to cry. Please provide feedback if there are any parts that need further refinement. Hashtag chapter 164, destitute. I can help you steal that ring, said America, rolling her eyes at Dion. No, absolutely not. If I do that, Justin Chi and I will have no connection left. Right now, I definitely don't have the strength to barge into the Tobias clan. Dion immediately shook his head. Miss America, can you secretly take out the items inside? Do you really think I'm a god? I could only do it in the brief moment when it's opened, but even then, my speed can't surpass others' divine sense. At most, I could get 2 inconspicuous items for you, America shrugged. You previously said you could steal things, right? Dion was somewhat distressed. Stealing is indeed possible. However, under closed conditions, storage magic treasures are protected by laws. I can only let myself out. But stealing storage magic treasures themselves is fine as long as they're not held all day. Even celestial beings' treasures I can steal, America replied earnestly, with a hint of pride in her tone each time she spoke. Forget it. Consider me unlucky. By then, Miss America, please just help me retrieve the yin-yang magic treasure I refined. The rest, forget it. Dion sighed mournfully, as if his heart had been cut into pieces. Sure, those artifacts are only used by barely Foundation establishment cultivators. They won't notice. America suddenly laughed. Why does seeing you in trouble make me laugh so much? It's hard to hold back. America hadn't finished speaking before loud laughter rang out. Poor me, all my possessions. I'm going to be penniless again. I wish I had kept that storage bag. Dion paused mid-sentence, forgetting the rest. What happened? Don't tell me the storage bags you hid were also found? America wiped away her smile, but the corners of her eyes crinkled further. It seems some spirit beast discovered them, but they didn't open them. Still, the mechanisms were destroyed. Dion looked utterly miserable. Ah, never mind, they weren't valuable anyway. You should be thankful. If I hadn't discovered your little schemes, my book would have been squandered by you. America pretended to be furious, but even a 3-year-old could see she was about to burst out laughing. No problem, my mindset is good, very good. Dion muttered to himself, but felt increasingly aggrieved. He suddenly remembered how French felt when he ransacked his resources. French was happy at the time, but he hadn't expected karma to come back so quickly. Right, isn't your cultivation method gone too? What do you plan to do? After laughing, America became curious again. Do you think I trust Brett? Dion sighed. I originally intended to change methods. Although the ink jade body refinement technique has strong defensive capabilities, its power augmentation is minimal. This time, that dragon had a secret technique, and my great-grandmaster once gave me a not-so-powerful thunder body refinement technique. Both don't conflict. What secret technique? America was very curious. A secret technique to extract dragon blood. If enough is extracted, more scales will appear, and my strength will grow. Dion spoke with anticipation. I might even form the 81 scales, and beyond that, reverse scales. Then, even immortals wouldn't be my match. Tisk, look at you getting cocky. You think dragons are easy to find? If they were, why would I waste your chi on finding one, when I could just catch one? America rolled her eyes at Dion. Don't need to find a dragon. Any dragon bloodline will do, like Jiaolong, dragon tigers, or dragon tortoises. Wesley any of them. Dion waved his hand. You forgot there are plenty on that mountain range. Once I have the strength, I'll drain them. No, I'll take you. I have a way to make them obedient. America hastily waved her hand. Too impressive. I didn't think you had such skills. I was wondering what to do about the lack of dragon essence blood, but now you've obtained this lineage. Dion froze. This was the first time he saw America being so kind-hearted. What do you want me to do? Dion suddenly had a bad feeling. What do you think I am? Someone who demands favors? Am I like that? America glared at him. Just give me a drop of pure blood from your heart when you're ready. You'll have to work hard for it, otherwise, all my help would be wasted. Remember, when your master sought my help, it took years of writing satisfactory books before they got my assistance. I'll give you a lot. Dion looked aggrieved, recalling his storage bag. That wasn't written by you, so it lacks sincerity. America cleared her throat. All right, stop sulking. Think happily. With so much dragon blood, how strong will you become? Probably even spirit realm cultivators won't be your match. Then, you can plunder whomever you want. Draw the snake out of its den, play the tiger while pretending to be a pig. Doesn't that sound exciting? Not really. Dion shook his head, his expression suddenly calm. Enough talk. Let me practice some boxing here. All right, I'll go read then. Seeing Dion's demeanor, America lost interest. She understood this person's obsession, so she quietly returned inside. Time flowed twice as fast in the Sumi sky scroll compared to the outside world. With only 2 hours until dawn, every minute saved mattered. Once again, Dion recalled Hallam's tiger step. As soon as he took a step, he felt something stir. Without hesitation, he followed Hallam's boxing routine, punching one after another. To his surprise, the power and presence matched Hallam's exactly. What are you doing? America asked, somewhat angry. I'm practicing boxing. Is something wrong? Dion was confused. This was the first time he saw America upset. Practicing boxing? America was stunned. Don't do that here. I'm still injured. Your actions can cause chaos in the painting's rules. I'm sorry. Dion immediately apologized. Also, regarding your 7-star steps, don't use them either, America reminded. Can you explain why? Dion asked tentatively. Your punch just now borrowed momentum, while adding 7-star steps avoid momentum. Momentum is a rudimentary understanding of rules. America rolled her eyes. Being able to grasp these concepts in the mortal realm shows you have high aptitude. If I weren't injured, watching you train wouldn't be an issue, but last time, helping you avoid that calamity already caused some disorder in the painting's rules. To be honest, I didn't fully understand. I could just apply it. Dion scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. This was the first time he heard America sincerely praise him. How ignorant are you? Do you understand rules? If you truly grasp them, you'd be either a Tao venerable or nearly one. America sighed helplessly. It's amusing how clueless you are after spending so much time with me. Hashtag chapter 165. The thoughts of the Wesleriana. Alright, nothing unusual happened just now, right? Xavion still felt a bit embarrassed. No worries. That punch was far inferior to the 7-star step. I was just worried you'd stir up more trouble. America waved her hand dismissively. But you should know that the success rate inside the painting is much higher than in the outside world. Miles spent 100 years perfecting this 7-star step within the painting before it could be used outside. This step was thought up by Wesleyster's Wesleyster? Xavion looked shocked. You don't need to be so surprised. Your talent surpasses his. America glanced at Xavion. Why haven't I heard you say this before? Xavion felt a bit puzzled, wondering why America was praising him now. You're pretty sharp out there, but here you act like half a fool. America rolled her eyes. Who am I? If you didn't have talent that I valued, even if you had accumulated virtue for 800 lifetimes, I wouldn't give you a second glance. And did you forget why you faced the tribulation? America continued, and about that little fox, I couldn't tell what her true identity was. Even if Miles were here, I wouldn't let him interact with her too much. But you're different. Aside from your clumsy alchemy skills, your innate talent for cultivation is terrifying, ranking in the top 3 among everyone I've met. I understand. Xavion suddenly felt more confident, almost as if the Lord of the Netherworld wasn't such a formidable enemy. Is my constitution void spirit body? No, the void spirit body is only beneficial for spiritual energy. In other words, it's very powerful below the immortal realm, but once it turns into immortal chi, it loses its effectiveness. Yours is the void chaos body. With this constitution, you will face no obstacles in cultivation. As long as you have enough energy and insight, becoming a Dao Venerable is guaranteed. America reminded him. Moreover, your cautious nature in the outside world will help you survive better. Do you know what kind of lightning I blocked back then? No, I only saw you being struck in an instant, Xavion recalled, feeling a lingering fear. To tell you, it was lightning borrowed from chaos by the will of heaven. Not even a Dao Venerable can withstand it. Only a Supreme might have a chance. Otherwise, do you think I would have been injured so easily? America didn't mind revealing everything to Xavion. She had seen his strong willpower, and whether or not she told him these things wouldn't make much of a difference. It was better to lay it all out so Xavion would appreciate her more. I'm not afraid to tell you that the most a Dao Venerable can do is imprison me. Only a Supreme can truly harm me. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. A tear welled up in Xavion's eyes. He realized how foolish he had been at the time. Don't worry. Since I chose you, I couldn't let you die. But if you keep acting recklessly, I might run away when I can't stop you. America's heart twitched, feeling slightly embarrassed. After all, from the start, she had wanted to use Xavion's talent. The entities in the painting were passive unless they were complete. Only then could they freely traverse the chaos. Now, she had to be cautious around entities above the Dao Venerable level, or else she would lose any semblance of freedom. It won't happen again. Earlier, I just thought that death was just death, and my life wasn't worth much. I didn't realize that my death would cause someone else pain. Xavion sighed, his gaze becoming distant. He had never mentioned his innermost thoughts to anyone before, but today, he found himself inexplicably sentimental. Do you know that being too kind can lead to a short life and prevent you from protecting what you cherish? America shook her head, seemingly recalling something from long ago. Now I finally understand why your willpower is so strong. You've personally stabbed yourself with a knife. I wonder what exactly you've been through. Not much. When you lose enough, you learn to cherish. Suffering, humiliation, and misunderstandings. I endure them because seeing them happy outweighs any discomfort. Aren't you the same? You shielded me from that tribulation for my sake, Xavion said with a relaxed smile. That lightning bolt wouldn't kill me, and I can see that you are heavy on gratitude. Helping you won't go unrewarded. If you really get the chance to take that next step, the assistance of a Supreme would be invaluable to me, America explained. If I die, wouldn't you lose out? Xavion smiled calmly. Of course, but regaining a jar is acceptable. America grinned smugly. I never expected the investment to pay off so quickly. Alright, I shouldn't let you feel cheated, so I'll keep living, Xavion pretended to consider it seriously. Pfft, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You didn't even enjoy the favors of that little fox. How could you be ready to die? Besides, the thing in your sea of consciousness will accompany you through reincarnation. For you, dying is more painful than living, America scoffed. Yeah, more painful, Xavion shook his head helplessly. I don't know how to handle Tobias and Ur's situation. Just take her in. You're still a virgin. What's there to worry about? America rolled her eyes. Aren't you the best at deceiving others? Some people can't be deceived, Xavion chuckled bitterly. Forget it. Let time dull my feelings for Christy first. Toby asking so long. This is the first time I've seen someone turn down such a high-level beauty who offers herself willingly. America sighed in exasperation. If I didn't know you better, I'd think you preferred men. Accepting someone means taking responsibility for her. Xavion smiled wryly. I can't stand seeing someone I protect be unhappy. Fine, whatever. I'm going to read. America waved and returned to the small house. After talking for so long, I should head out. Unknowingly, the burden on Xavion's shoulders had lightened considerably. For so long, he had carried everything alone. But with America, he felt like he had gained an older sister, supporting and protecting him. This feeling was wonderful, and perhaps the people he protected would feel the same way. Thinking this, Xavion's gaze became even more determined. Hashtag chapter 166, Haywood Kelly. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was no abnormality detected where Willis had gone to observe the battle between Dion and Nicola. Instead, it confirmed their exact descriptions and eliminated any suspicion towards Dion. The third step is the turtle-shaped step, which is used to dissipate force, dissipating the power of an opponent's blow into one's body. Dion understood this step very quickly, even faster than the snake-shaped step. However, progress on the tiger-shaped step remained minimal. About a month of practice also greatly benefited Jackson and Megan. Although not as remarkable as Dion, they had at least achieved some proficiency. Interestingly, Jackson showed an exceptional understanding of the tiger-shaped step. He could already take 3 steps. Once he gathered his momentum, even Dion felt a hint of danger. Of course, when sparring, Dion wouldn't allow Jackson to build up such momentum. Their training session shifted entirely from comparing inner orbs to martial arts practice. Nicola, are you still determined to pick the sacred fruit? Willis asked as he returned with the trio to the 3rd Wesleyarsal department. Yes, Grandpa. I'm not confident enough yet to defeat Destin. I need to become stronger, Dion nodded seriously. Since that's the case, I won't stop you. With the favor of the sacred beast and the 4 powers and 3 steps I taught you, picking the sacred fruit should not be too difficult. However, before you go, you must visit Haywood Kelly to confirm your transformations. Willis handed Dion a map. This is the path to pick the sacred fruit. It's filled with spiritual beasts. At the base of the sacred tree, there is a test set by our ancestors. Remember, don't exceed a month during the test. Otherwise, you'll be lost within it. Have you been there, Grandpa? Dion suddenly became curious. The tribal records mentioned nothing about the sacred fruit, implying Willis might have been there before. Yes, the spiritual beasts along the way are more dangerous, but they're part of the test. Given your talent, passing shouldn't be too hard. Willis smiled warmly. Let's go. Remember, if Kelly teaches you shamanism, just agree, but do not agree to join the shaman department. Understood, Grandpa, Dion nodded. Willis clearly believed Dion was indeed Nicola and didn't mention the previous incident. The 3rd shaman department was located behind the 3rd Wesleyarsal department, not far apart. It took only about an hour for Willis to bring Dion there. If powerful spiritual beasts attacked, the shaman department would activate defensive measures, while the Westlershall department would rush to the front lines to resist the invasion. Shamanic attacks were potent, something Dion had read about in the records. Intuitively, he felt shamanic spells were more powerful than magical spells. After all, even spells at the same level couldn't harm spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts had superior defense and attack compared to cultivators, so even a 4th stage beast could easily kill a core formation cultivator. Yet, before reaching the spirit realm, spiritual beasts lacked intellect, allowing strong cultivators a fighting chance. Once they reached the 5th stage, however, spiritual beasts gained intelligence and could easily defeat a dozen soul transformation cultivators. Thus, it was a miracle that the Tobias clan had survived for 10,000 years here. Even if Tobias Tianmen had existed for 10,000 years, they would likely face resource shortages and become prey for spiritual beasts. The houses in the shaman department were made of wood, different from the stone structures of the Westlershall department. A stone wall separated the two departments, forming a defensive line. "Haywood, you've arrived," the gatekeeper immediately greeted upon seeing Willis and Nicola, respectful despite the differences between the departments. "I'm bringing Nicola to see Kelly. Is she available?" Willis smiled. "She's here. Unfortunately, I can't escort you as I have guard duty. She will be receiving guests soon." The gatekeeper pointed to the central house and softly replied. "All right." Willis nodded and led Dion into the shaman department. Along the way, many clan members looked at Willis respectfully and Dion curiously. In the Tobias clan, one's potential as a shaman was discovered at birth. If chosen, one would enter the shaman department. Therefore, although Megan was well known in the Westlershall department, few in the shaman department knew her. "Kelly, I've come." Willis knocked lightly on the door without formalities. "Come in. What's on your mind?" Kelly responded calmly. She was fond of Willis. Willis opened the door, revealing a young Kelly quietly seated in the center, seemingly reviewing documents. She looked ordinary, like a neighbor's sweet little sister. "I didn't expect Kelly's shamanic powers to grow stronger," Willis smiled. "No war, nothing much to do. Just making myself younger looks happier," Kelly laughed. "What brings you here?" "This is my disciple Nicola," Willis introduced Dion. "And this is Kelly, the 3rd Haywood." "Greetings, Haywood," Dion greeted, aware the Tobias clan had no formal greetings. "I've heard of Nicola. With a 60% compatibility, she's one of the favorites for the Thunder God ceremony," Kelly remarked. "But usually, shamans aren't involved in the Thunder God ceremony unless it's that prodigy from the Hutch department." "It's not about the Thunder God ceremony," Willis shook his head. "During the inner or blood sacrifice, Nicola encountered something unexpected, or perhaps received the blessing of a sacred beast. If it was just enhanced combat power, I wouldn't have brought her. But she has awakened shamanic abilities." "What?" Kelly stood up, astonished. "You can investigate," Willis gestured toward Dion. "All right, Nicola, don't resist." Kelly calmed herself and approached Dion, holding her hand. Soon, Dion felt something akin to spirit energy probing his sea of consciousness, then disappearing instantly. Dion was surprised but knew this was likely America's doing. How could she have such power? What happened? Kelly released Dion, her shock intensifying. I'm not sure. After embedding the inner orb in my heart, blood from the pool flooded my body." Dion feigned nervousness. "Is there an issue with her soul?" Willis was more concerned about this. "Not at all, she's a clansman," Kelly smiled. "Would you like to be my disciple and learn shamanism?" Chapter 167. The Importance of the Witch Doctor. "Jada, you're being unfair. Isla is my apprentice." Hallam glared at Jada, but Jada completely ignored him. "If there's an attack, you can hide behind the lines and focus on casting powerful witchcraft to defeat the spirit beasts. Although patrols and initial battles are conducted by the martial clan members, it is always the witches who decide the victory. And the next witch lord will definitely be you." Xavion was stunned. Wasn't it said that the witch lord is chosen through competition? Why was it decided to be him? But thinking about it, it must be because the soul painting that Jada saw from him was too astonishing. However, his transformation time only had 5 days left, making it impossible for him to learn witchcraft from Jada. "No, I want to lead the charge and protect the other clan members." Xavion directly shook his head. "To protect more clan members, you must kill the spirit beasts. Every witch is a precious resource for the Sky God clan. The energy in your mind exceeds that of the 7th grade prodigy of the witch clan. Your great-grand Silas surely understands your worth." Jada looked at Hallam. She had made her stance clear. If Hallam remained the Westlershall lord, he would think of the best interests of the Sky God clan. "Forget it, Isla. Follow Jada. I originally thought you were just an ordinary witch, but I didn't expect such talent. Just remember to visit your great-grand Silas frequently." Hallam sighed, his eyes filled with desolation. "Great-grand Silas, do you not want me anymore?" Xavion's eyes glistened. He still had much affection for Hallam. "Not that, your great-grand Silas only thinks of the Sky God clan. Though your compatibility is high, once spirit beasts attack, the martial clan has no means against a 5th stage spirit beast. Every witch is very important to the Sky God clan, and your great-grand Silas knows this," Jada said seriously. "Moreover, if you wish to go to the martial clan, go anytime, but you must study what I teach you diligently." "Can I still participate in the Thunder God ceremony?" Isla looked disappointed. "Of course, and within 2 years, if you work hard, you can make it into the top 8 using only witchcraft," Jada smiled. "No, I want to be first," Isla shook his head. "If you desire the favor of the Thunder God, I and your great-grand Silas can petition for it." Jada did not hesitate to offer something Xavion couldn't refuse. Xavion really wanted to agree, but knew he shouldn't trust staying alone with this person for 3 days. "I want to rely on my own strength." Xavion shook his head vigorously. "I want to pick the sacred fruit and then defeat Chevy." "No, you cannot go to the holy tree." Jada immediately shook his head. "If you don't let me go, I won't study." Xavion acted spoiled. "You." Jada was speechless and could only turn to glare at Hallam. "Tell her." Isla, your great-grand Silas also doesn't agree with this, Hallam sighed. Picking sacred fruits is extremely dangerous. Success rate is less than 10%. With such talent, you must not take risks. Toby asked into your great-grand Silas and study witchcraft diligently with Jada to protect our clan. But great-grand Silas succeeded. Why can't I? Xavion feigned sorrow. I will succeed. If I don't win first place, I'll feel miserable my entire life. I can making Chevy concede. Jada dropped another bombshell. I'm not a child. You don't need to coax me, Xavion nearly shouted. Does great-grand Silas not know? Why are you treating me like this? Xavion's voice was tinged with crying. If it's because of witchcraft, I will never learn any in my life. Hallam and Jada fell silent. They knew that the honor of the Marshall clan was untouchable. To protect the clan, they never valued their lives. It was because of their selflessness that the witches could safely use their powers. Was the Marshall clan unimportant? Obviously not. It was just that those who could awaken as witches were too few. Sorry, Isla. Jada's eyes showed regret. I respect your choice. You can go pick the sacred fruit and defeating Chevy, but you must study witchcraft with me and join the witch clan. When spirit beasts attack, do not rush forward. Use witchcraft to slay them and protect the clan. All right. Xavion nodded heavily. I will return. Please believe in me. When do you plan to leave? Jada asked. Now, as agreed with great-grand Silas, Xavion pretended to be innocent. Stay a few days and I'll teach you basic witchcraft to give you better chances at picking the sacred fruit, Jada gently said. Xavion turned to Hallam. He had no reason to refuse now. If necessary, he would sneak out later for 3 days, saying he went mad. Now, she is your great-grand Silas, Hallam chuckled. Jada, I'll go back. This little Nadine is entrusted to you. Don't worry, I will treat her as my own daughter, Jada expressed sincerity. Great-grand Silas, you'll always be my great-grand Silas. I will visit you often, Xavion wiped away tears. Isla, good luck. Hallam paused, eyes shimmering. Hallam left, his back looking aged. Honestly, he liked this little Nadine Isla a lot, though he didn't know the real Isla was already dead. Don't be too sad, it's not a farewell. You can visit him whenever you miss him. It's only a couple hours away, Jada patted Xavion's head. Let's go. I'll show you what witchcraft is. I understand. Xavion dried his tears. Don't you want to call me Great-Grand Silas? Jada felt awkward. Great-Grand Silas. Xavion lowered his head. Take your time, Jada smiled warmly. She genuinely envied Hallam for finding such a good apprentice. No wonder he couldn't let go. Jada took Xavion to the training ground where many people were practicing. Xavion naturally didn't dare to use divine senses in front of Jada, but even with his eyes, he could see how much stronger witchcraft was compared to spells. The first step in witchcraft is to form a witch mark in the mind see, like this. Jada's aura suddenly surged, forming a mark on her forehead. The mark shone faint yellow, and Xavion felt immense pressure from it, reminiscent of the earliest seal he encountered, the slave seal. It is recorded that when a witch mark solidifies fully, it turns into human form, but the Sky God clan has never heard of a witch achieving this. Once the witch mark forms into a human shape, it possesses devastating power, Jada continued, then pulled a small booklet from her storage bag, handing it to Xavion. I need to help activate your witch mark, but first, you need to learn to control witch force. This teaches you how. Once you can lift 1 pound with witch force, I will help you form your witch mark. Jada, I almost forgot. There's something else. Hallam walked to the door, remembering the ring. He had been so amazed by Isla's talent that he had forgotten all about it. Chapter 168. Abolishing the soul refining technique. Tony, is there anything else? Jada asked softly as he walked up to Tony with Xavion. This ring was obtained from a foreigner whom Owen fought. Unfortunately, that person managed to escape. Tony handed the ring over to Jada. Xavion's heart tightened. All his hopes now rested on Patty. Cut off your connection to this ring so she can try to divine its owner, Patty's voice echoed in Xavion's mind. Without hesitation, Xavion severed his mental link with the ring. Jada paused, slightly taken aback. That person was remarkably decisive. It seems he cut ties with his storage item the moment Owen defeated him. If so, he might still be around here somewhere, Jada mused slowly. However, given Owen's strength, how did a defeated outsider manage to cross the mountain? I'm not sure either, but outsiders have many tricks. According to Owen, this person escaped into the sky. Tony responded, equally puzzled. There's no cover in the sky. This individual must possess some method to hide their form and presence. Ordinarily, flying through the skies would get someone attacked by spirit beasts within half an incense stick's time. If he relays our situation to others, it could be troublesome. Jada's face clouded with worry. But outsiders are notoriously disunited. A large-scale invasion wouldn't make sense. Tony shook his head. Owen mentioned this person's goal was the Tobiasking pool. Records show that our ancestors had dealings with outsiders before, and their target back then was also the Tobiasking pool. Let's see what happens. The Immortal Clan decrees we shouldn't oppose outsiders to avoid clan-wide destruction. If that person really finds a powerful ally, we may have to give up the Tobiasking pool. It's not as potent as it used to be. Otherwise, the Thunder God ceremony wouldn't need to happen once every 100 years, Jada sounded resigned. I'll inform the courts of this matter and see their decision. That's all we can do. Tony nodded, then looked at Jada. What about the contents inside this ring? For now, let's keep it sealed. It would be best if we capture him, but if he brings powerful reinforcements, we'll have to return the ring. Jada sighed, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xavion listened quietly, feeling more conflicted. He came for the purpose of refining his treasure with the Tobiasking pool, but just when he thought he had a chance, the situation worsened. If Jada sealed the pool, his only option would be force. Now, I can only take one step at a time. If it comes down to it, I'll steal before entering the Tobiasking pool. By the time they realize it will be too late, but then I'll have to run. Xavion felt helpless. Such actions were extremely dangerous for him. Perhaps he would have to rely on the power of the Sumerian Sky Scroll. After discussing matters, Jada and Tony went inside, leaving Xavion temporarily in Jada's room. They decided to meet the courts together. Patty, what should I do? Xavion's expression was full of worry. Don't worry, I'll steal it for you later. I've been in their treasury before. Patty's shadow reappeared. But first, tell me, how did you fool them like that? Your deceitful skills are impressive. Lucky guess. Sometimes you need to be convincing to avoid suspicion. Xavion waved his hand. I didn't mean the ring. I meant what to do with this witch seal. That's tough. You've noticed we're on different paths. She'll discover your identity if she helps you form the seal. There's only one way. Abandon your soul cultivation techniques and practice this witch seal instead. I can help you abolish your current methods. Will I be alright? Xavion felt nervous. You'll be fine. Just don't lose consciousness. Otherwise, you'll become a vegetable. However, your divine sense might drop to the void core level. Patty seemed eager. I'm scared. Are there really no side effects? Xavion felt uneasy seeing Patty's excitement. No, just pain, Patty replied nonchalantly. Alright, do it. Xavion prepared mentally, but stopped Patty mid-action. Why are you so happy? Xavion was still uneasy. Because the witch seal is much stronger than your soul techniques. Naturally, I'm excited for your improvement. Patty turned her head away. Xavion wanted to scold Patty. Clearly, she was misleading him, but he couldn't lash out. Fine, strengthening myself is good. Xavion steeled himself again. Go ahead. Remember, never lose consciousness. That means becoming a vegetable. Patty seemed even more excited. Suddenly, Xavion felt an intense surge, completely losing control over his body. It wasn't pain but a strange sensation, as if his soul had separated from his flesh. Boom. He sensed the Medislave Weslyric emitting terrifying energy. He felt disconnected from his body. Don't forget you have this thing. Remember, whatever happens, don't lose consciousness, Patty's voice warned. Before Xavion could react, excruciating pain surged. His head felt as if it were splitting open, a pure agony without any other sensation. On the verge of blacking out, Xavion suddenly felt a cooling sensation. One last time. His roots are deep. It's for your own good. If left alone, he'd control you once you formed a spiritual essence. Patty continued, after all these years, I've made 2 unprofitable deals with you. It's hard being nice. Xavion felt another strong cooling sensation. He could now clearly visualize his mental sea. A delicate hand held a black figure, trying to pull it out, but it remained trapped by dark energy within his mind. Suddenly, Xavion entered a strange state, forgetting everything, unable to feel anything except an urge to pass out. It hurts. Xavion winced, murmuring. Suddenly, numerous white clouds rushed towards him. Losing all thought, he instinctively touched one. Ah! Xavion screamed in pain, running desperately to escape the white clouds. Chapter 169. The Aftermath of the Netherrealm Lord. Don't run. You've already fainted. If you can't hold on, you really won't wake up again. A gas cloud suddenly accelerated, surging into Dion's body with intense pain and a stream of information. This is Lady America. It was the first time Dion had heard America speak in such a weak voice. He suddenly remembered what he was doing. Without hesitation, Dion resumed running toward the white gas cloud. This time, no matter how much pain he endured, he only slightly frowned. Dion was genuinely worried about America's condition. Even before fully absorbing the previous white gas cloud, he began touching the next one. Inside the palace of the underworld, a Kirk in white suddenly opened his eyes, filled with disbelief. But soon, he calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a black vortex appeared before him. The Kirk reached inside, seemingly searching for something. But quickly, he pulled out a courtly man with graying hair, who wore an expression of terror that turned to reverence upon seeing the Kirk. Weslyster, why such urgency? What has happened? The court knelt and asked softly. The Nether slaves have had a turn. Find a clever person to lead 10,000 fully perfected Tribulation Transcendent soldiers to the Tobiasuzu boundary. Capture all the Nether slaves who escaped last time. If even one is missing, you will answer to me. The Kirk's expression was cold, chilling enough to freeze the air around him. Would the supreme immortal realm not obstruct us? The court inwardly startled. He did not know what had transpired, but this person had been this angry only once before, during the last Nether slave escape. I will handle other matters. We cannot easily destroy the array of Tobiasian. Otherwise, I would personally apprehend him. The Kirk's gaze gradually returned to calmness. But opening the teleportation array again might take at least 10 years. Would that be too late? The court expressed his concern. It hasn't escalated to the point where we must reveal the identities of those from the supreme immortal realm. 10 years, it shall be 10 years, the Kirk sighed. That person must have encountered something extraordinary. I sensed them multiple times. The situation isn't as simple as you think. Tobiaskly, the participants of the great battle left some contingency plans. If not for your concern over that individual, the Tobiasuzu boundary might have already perished. Just a bunch of immortals, they can't stir up much trouble, right? The court showed disdain. I hope so. The Kirk shook his head. There are still too many mysteries surrounding that person's homeland. I'm not yet strong enough to disregard them. Well, this old servant will take my leave then. The court bowed again, waiting for the Kirk's response. Go. Eliminate the Nether slaves and ensure the supreme immortal realm doesn't notice. The Kirk waved his hand, summoning a black vortex before the court. As you command, Weslyster. The court stepped into the portal and soon, the Nether Palace regained its silence as if nothing had happened. As Dion absorbed the white gas clouds, his consciousness became increasingly clear. He recalled all his experiences, some sorrowful, some joyful. Yet Dion knew he had no time to reminisce. He even doubted whether America could hold on. Finally, the white gas cloud was completely absorbed, and Dion's consciousness returned. His eyes immediately opened, and the already translucent America appeared even more transparent. Not bad, you woke up quite quickly. Although America's shadow was more transparent, she seemed fine. At least my efforts weren't in vain. Lady America, I'm sorry, Dion immediately apologized. If his willpower had been stronger, America wouldn't be in this state. What are you apologizing for? If anything, I should scold you for nearly dying. America rolled her eyes at Dion. Dion didn't know what to say. Was America being coquettish? I didn't expect there'd be another contingency within you. However, I have now fully removed it. You don't need to worry. The dark figure has reverted to a seal symbol, America explained. But he definitely noticed. I blocked my actions. Even as a supreme, he couldn't deduce what happened or predict the consequences. I might not be able to guess, but you're likely better at this than I am. If I were him, I'd attack the Tobiasuzu boundary again, Dion responded without hesitation. But I don't know how important I am to his plans. The more crucial I am, the less time I have. Hey, you mustn't die. America suddenly became concerned for Dion's safety. I've invested so much in you. Not only did I botch the painting, but I also exhausted half my cultivation. If you die, I'll be at a huge loss. I'll strive to survive. The best method now is to leave the Tobiasuzu boundary. Do you have any suggestions, Lady America? Dion could only laugh bitterly. The Nether Realm Lord was at least an immortal. As someone who hadn't even entered the Tobiasing realm, he stood no chance facing him directly. There's the inter-realm teleportation array and the boundary-breaking pearl, America explained. If you can find the pearl, that's best. The array requires immortal stones, which you probably can't use even if you find them. Another way is for me to hide your aura completely. As long as he doesn't destroy this world, finding you would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. The Nether Realm Lord can't sense me unless I use my Danteon passage, right? Dion was confused. That's correct. I've already removed all contingencies. Besides, you still have plenty of energy in your jar, enough for you to become an immortal and leave this world. In short, your chances of survival are actually pretty high. America suddenly laughed joyfully. Lady America, can you protect only me? Dion asked softly. Yes, and that's assuming he isn't a supreme. Don't worry too much. At least the little fox will be fine. America started to comfort Dion. Only Tobiasinger? Another abandonment? Dion's heart ached. Ironically, I caused trouble, yet I end up unscathed. Tobiasin, you can't die. You absolutely can't die. America was somewhat anxious. If you dare die, I'll be the first to not forgive you. You know you turned back into his nether slave. Relax, it won't happen. Dion suddenly smiled warmly and calmly. Giving up others' lives to survive isn't new to me. I haven't repaid Lady America's kindness, and I won't die easily. I don't know what to say. America's expression was complex. If you die, I'll be devastated. I've invested so much in you. Did you know that if I flee now, even with the jar, it would take at least 10,000 years to recover, and I'd need lucky finds to repair the painting, which might never happen. I'll help you. Whenever you need, I'll assist in obtaining whatever you need. Dion smiled. When the sky falls, tall people can support it. There's still the supreme immortal realm. That person surely has concerns. He'll likely underestimate me. What we need to do now is improve our cultivation. Translation completed. Let me know if you need further assistance. Chapter 170, The World of Shamans. You are a really strange person, the Ashland said earnestly, staring at Dion. You seem very kind, yet also very rational. You can deceive people flawlessly and never show mercy when killing. I've met a lot of people, but none like you. People shouldn't be the same, right? Dion softly replied. Yes, most people are similar, but someone like you, I've never seen before. The Ashland continued to stare at him, making Dion somewhat uncomfortable. Did you fall for me? Dion didn't know what else to say. How could you think I'm not serious? We're not alike at all, from body to soul. The Ashland retorted without much anger. I just feel your life must have been quite interesting. Great minds think alike. Dion suddenly laughed. By the way, can you help me maintain my disguise? I doubt my so-called master will return this early. With a month's time, it would be safer. Are you sure? What if she comes back earlier and you get exposed? Asked the Ashland. She won't. I bet they'll need at least 5 days to come back, Dion responded with a mysterious smile. Why are you so sure? It takes only half a day to get to the court from here. The Ashland was curious. Because they carry the fate of an entire race on their shoulders. Dion shook his head. Controlling others' destinies brings guilt unless the future improves. Believing in someone is easy, but trusting everything they do is incredibly difficult. Do you feel that way too? The Ashland asked softly. I'm selfish. I used to feel that way, but not anymore. If someone dares trust me, I can send them to their death without hesitation as long as it's meaningful. Dion laughed. You are indeed strange. I don't think you'd do that, yet somehow I believe you would. The Ashland tilted her head and stared at him again. Well, I should go meditate now? Dion didn't know what to say. Since he found that vat, the Ashland had become nicer to him and talked more. Oh, then I'll go read some books. The Ashland paused briefly, then vanished instantly. Dion returned to his original appearance. Dion shook his head, took out the booklet given by Kelly, and began to read. Soon, he was completely engrossed in its contents. Though he had already found the soul transformation technique impressive, this booklet made soul cultivation even more mysterious. The soul transformation technique attacked the opponent's consciousness, severing the connection between spirit sense and spirit energy. Once disconnected, the opponent couldn't utilize the spirit energy stored in their Danteon and became helpless. Of course, one prerequisite was that the attacker's spirit sense had to be stronger than the opponent's, not a flaw in the technique itself but true for all soul cultivators. If the senses were equally matched, only a shock to the consciousness could be inflicted. However, this witch seal described turning intangible spirit sense into tangible force. Not only did it affect the consciousness, but it impacted the physical body as well. Regular spells might achieve similar effects, but those relied on the transformation of spirit sense into spell power, which in turn affected the enemy's consciousness. Witchcraft differed as it entirely consisted of spirit sense attacks, where the impact on consciousness was secondary. The first step is to refine the spirit sense with this method? Dion shook his head, having finished the booklet. It only contained methods to refine spirit sense and introduced witchcraft. Dion closed his eyes and quickly sensed his consciousness, but he froze. The consciousness was pale yellow, almost universally known because when spirit sense condensed to its peak, it turned pale yellow. Also, since the consciousness resided in the brain, it appeared light yellow. But now, Dion's consciousness had completely turned white, pure and dazzling. Only a small spot remained pure black, which was quite noticeable. The transformed seal of the Mingnu, improved. But now, Dion's consciousness had completely turned white, pure and dazzling. Only a small spot remained pure black, quite noticeable. The transformed seal of the Mingnu. Note: since Mingnu is a term that doesn't have a direct English equivalent, it's better to keep it as is or provide an explanation if necessary. Further improved. But now, Dion's consciousness had completely turned white, pure and dazzling. Only a small spot remained pure black, quite noticeable. The transformed seal of the Mingnu. For better flow and readability in English, I made slight adjustments to the sentence structure and removed redundant phrases. Also, Mingnu is kept as Mingnu, since it seems to be a specific term without a direct English translation. This must be a good thing. Dion recovered from his shock, recalling the white spirit sense the Ashland sent him before he nearly fainted. He tried to manipulate his spirit sense and was surprised even further. Typically, controlling spirit sense required specific methods. Without soul cultivation techniques, even if one could transform spirit sense, it couldn't form an impactful shock against enemies. But Dion's situation was peculiar. Although his refined spirit sense from the soul transformation technique was gone, he could still control his spirit sense. It felt as bizarre as a newborn child controlling spirit energy effortlessly. How do I suddenly feel like I owe the Ashland so much? Dion smiled bitterly, unsure of what to say. No wonder she mentioned it cost her a lot. The lightning and his current spirit sense state far exceeded his understanding. This feeling of guilt makes me feel like I'm not living my own life. Dion sighed, discarding these thoughts and started refining his spirit sense again. The process went far smoother than his initial practice with the soul transformation technique. He even doubted if the method was too simple. Without any obstruction or barrier, it worked like his netherworld art, just running it through. Opening his eyes, Dion focused on a nearby table, which immediately floated as if lifted by someone. Now, my spirit sense feels like part of my body, no longer elusive. Dion waved, and he floated too, without using any spells, solely relying on his spirit sense. So, does this mean I pass this stage? Wonder what changes the completed which seal will bring. Dion landed and closed his eyes to continue practicing. 3 days passed quickly. Dion stayed inside, only coming out once when the Ashland retransformed him into Owen's appearance. Naturally, Dion asked about his consciousness, but the Ashland stomped angrily and ignored him. Now, all my spirit sense has turned this way, yet the detection range has reduced significantly, perhaps comparable to other Foundation establishment level practitioners. Dion shook his head. But the perception has improved, allowing me to see cells. Oh no, I forgot to eat. Dion realized his mistake and rushed out. However, he collided with something soft and saw the person he bumped into fly backward. What are you doing? Kelly looked terrified, shocked by the force. If not for recognizing the familiar face, she would have thought a spiritual beast had hit her, and her chest throbbed slightly from the impact. Hashtag chapter 171. Sealing the witch West lyric. Ah, Grandpa? Ahil's face was slightly flushed. No one had disturbed him for 3 days, so he had no idea that Kelly had returned so quickly. I'm a bit hungry. I forgot to eat. Ahil scratched his head, looking somewhat bashful. That's fine. I haven't eaten either. I'll have someone prepare some food. It should be served soon. Kelly stood up from the ground. Since it was her own room, she hadn't used her spiritual sense to probe, so naturally, she didn't know Ahil would come out. How do you feel now? Can you lift a kilogram of weight using witch power? Kelly didn't quite know what to say. She couldn't blame Coraline, after all, since it was unintentional, and she herself was still Coraline's master. Yes. Ahil directly used his spiritual sense to make himself fly. Kelly was utterly stunned. That was too exaggerated. Only 3 days, just 3 days, and he was already at this level. Cough cough, not bad, not bad. Kelly hid her surprise and pretended what she saw was an illusion, then showed a satisfied smile. Coraline, you've been very diligent. I'm pleased with your performance. After you finish eating, I'll help you condense your witch mark. I want to take a nap. I haven't slept for 3 days. Ahil revealed a shy expression. You haven't eaten for 3 days either, right? Kelly said in a displeased tone. Yes, Ahil nodded. He had really forgotten about eating. Aren't you hungry? Kelly looked helpless. I forgot. Ahil lowered his head, speaking softly. I don't know how it suddenly became 3 days. All right. Eat well and rest properly. We'll talk when you wake up. Kelly was genuinely happy. With such diligence and exceptional talent, as his master, she naturally felt proud. But Kelly couldn't show too much excitement. She mustn't let Coraline become arrogant. This was her biggest goal. The meal was quickly brought up, but Kelly could only stare blankly at the bowl of white rice. Soon, even the white rice was taken away. Kelly truly didn't eat a single bite. Ahil ate like someone who hadn't eaten for years. Just as she was dazed, the rice seemed to be gone. She didn't hear Ahil ask for more because she was too surprised. By the time she realized, there wasn't even a drop of oil left on the plate. Never mind, he's young. He's my disciple. Looking at the sleeping disciple, Kelly could only comfort herself this way. Skipping a meal isn't a big deal. Since I haven't publicly announced my discipleship, if those guys knew I needed another meal, they'd surely laugh at me for having a big appetite. Kelly sighed and resumed her work, waiting quietly for Ahil to wake up. When he woke up, the sky was bright. Ahil rubbed his eyes, and inexplicably, The scenery within his sea of consciousness seemed clearer. Sleep seemed to bring him more than just relief from fatigue. I wonder what will happen to my spiritual sense after sealing the witch mark. Ahil pushed open the door, his eyes filled with anticipation. Kelly was sound asleep, lying on the table. Ahil didn't wake her but instead sat by her side, watching outside the window. The witch department had far fewer people compared to the martial department, and its atmosphere was more restrained, as everyone felt immense pressure, constantly striving for improvement. If the people of Tobias clan and Tianshin department were 1/10 as united, the Sea clan wouldn't dare step into the eastern region. Ahil shook his head. He had seen many forces, including families, but none had the cohesion of the Tobias clan. Coraline, you're awake? Kelly rubbed her shoulders, seeing Ahil sitting by the window, and greeted him directly. Yeah, Grandpa. Ahil turned his head. Though he was an imposter, this place had unknowingly drawn him in. There was no need for vigilance, no scheming, only trustworthy companions behind him. The witch department is far less lively than the martial department. Kelly sat beside Ahil and looked outside with him. Everyone is very diligent. Ahil smiled innocently. Being part of such a clan is the honor of my life. Kelly paused, sensing there was something else in Ahil's words, but nothing seemed wrong. She shook her head and smiled. Let's begin. Go seal your witch mark. Okay, Grandpa. Ahil nodded firmly. Kelly grabbed Ahil's hand, touching foreheads with him. A strange energy instantly flowed into Ahil's sea of consciousness. Ahil had no way to stop it, but he could feel this energy was only guiding. Gradually, the energy turned light yellow. Upon entering Ahil's sea of consciousness, it surged toward the center. Just as it reached the center, Ahil felt it struggling. It will be discovered. Ahil suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately controlled the remaining spiritual sense to suppress it. The energy kept struggling, but Ahil's control was continuous. Although the energy was powerful, it was outnumbered by Ahil's spiritual sense. The two continued to entangle until the light yellow energy weakened significantly. Meanwhile, the spiritual sense that absorbed the yellow energy began to transform strangely. The spiritual sense gathered completely in the middle of the sea of consciousness, centered around the yellow energy. This feeling was incredibly refreshing, as if the energy within his body finally had a purpose. His sea of consciousness became increasingly clear. The last thread of yellow energy disappeared, and Ahil's spiritual sense condensed entirely. His witch mark formed, but instantly, his expression turned to horror. Ahil opened his eyes, only to see Kelly completely unconscious, collapsed onto him. He picked up Kelly and laid her on the bed, immediately calling Patty's name. What's wrong, making such a fuss? Patty's voice sounded in Ahil's mind. Why is my witch mark exactly the same as that nether slave seal? Ahil was panicking. It's normal. The formation of your witch mark is related to you. Not only did you practice the Yin Yang Sutra, but you were also born with the nether slave seal. If it weren't like this, it would be strange. Patty sounded impatient. Is there any problem? You can't have any problems. You should be delighted. The nether slave seal likely evolved from the Yin character of the Yin Yang Sutra. This cultivation method is also very strange. Perhaps the Tobias clan once produced a great being. After all, that dragon is a Tao realm existence. Patty yawned. Moreover, your nether slave seal has no relation to that person. They probably use some bizarre method to control the nether slave seal. It's also a good thing. When your cultivation is high enough, absorbing it will give your spiritual sense a terrifying boost. To be honest, I'm a bit envious. Anything unfortunate turns into an opportunity for you. At this point, your spiritual sense is on par with mine, just like your void chaos body. Any method of cultivating spiritual sense won't hit a bottleneck. If an ordinary person formed this witch mark, they probably wouldn't improve throughout their lives, but you won't face that situation. Chapter 172, Jada's Death. Was it because the Aliyah America helped me last time? Dion was somewhat puzzled. I don't have that kind of ability. My paintings just represent my existence. At that time, I merely awakened your consciousness. This should be the true form of your spiritual awareness. America pondered for a moment and then continued. That mark probably chose you. You were very weak back then and got controlled by that person. All right, indeed, I was quite weak back then, not even able to hold my own during the condensation stage. Dion recalled his first life. Regarding the mark on his forehead, he had no thoughts of resistance, only feeling that it was fate. Is she all right? Dion pointed at Jada lying in bed, looking worried. She's fine, but she must feel pretty lost. The guiding Tobiasht has been completely consumed by you. In other words, she has lost her qualification as a Orin priestess and might face punishment due to losing the guiding Tobiasht. America said softly, but there's no way around it. If you hadn't absorbed it, the guiding Tobiasht wouldn't have formed the Orin seal in your mind. So that's how it is? Dion sighed. I suppose I can't make up for it. You're acting out of character. America remarked seriously. I'm still me, just a bit more sentimental. Dion shook his head. Will she figure it out? What do you think? America sighed. She'll have to die. Dion looked at Jada, his expression growing heavier. The ring is with her, and once the fake Nicola leaves here, the only suspect would be that fabricated intruder. Is this okay? America's voice also grew heavy. No choice. Who asked me to be so weak? Using such means to survive will happen many more times. Dion wiped away his tears and slowly walked out of the room. As Nicola, Dion returned to the Westlershiel department. He bid farewell to Hallam, Adlai, Amy, and even his court brother. Though Nicola was no longer part of the Westlershiel department, everyone still treated her as one of them. A farewell banquet was even held that night for Nicola. The next day, Nicola left the Westlershiel department, heading towards the sacred tree. However, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire. The Orin priestess from the 3rd Orin division had vanished, and within half an hour, her body was found in the forest sea after the Orin and Westlershiel departments joined forces. They found her so quickly because the entire forest area was devastated. Just standing on the lookout platform, one could see the missing green patch. It seemed she had endured a fierce battle, Jada's dying eyes showed nothing but regret. By the time the news reached Dion, he had already left the Westlershiel department. Hallam personally went searching and took 3 days to find Dion again. Hearing about Jada's death, Dion cried loudly, hurrying back to the Orin department for her funeral. Dion wept loudly and bitterly, but it didn't feel staged. His heart ached, numbing him, making him recall past events vividly. He cried harder, and others looked at him with compassion. That night, America had bound Jada and taken her out. When everyone was asleep, Dion came to the designated location and woke Jada up. Jada was very weak. Seeing Dion, she understood everything. She screamed and raged but was helpless. Her weakened state meant she couldn't even manifest her Orin seal, making her no match for Dion. Dion killed Jada without hesitation, then destroyed the trees to create a false appearance of a fierce battle before returning to the Westlershiel department. Jada's door wasn't locked, so someone discovered her disappearance early. Orin priestess disappearing without cause was unheard of in the Tobias clan. An open door clearly indicated an accident. I will avenge Grand Silas. It must have been that person. It must have been that person. Leaving a note behind, Dion left again, this time unknown whether he was going to harvest the holy fruit or seek vengeance for Jada. The 3rd Orin division was dissolved due to the loss of the guiding Tobiash, and the remaining Orins merged into other divisions. Similarly, the 3rd Westlershiel division, lacking Orin support, lost its capability to fight 5th stage spirit beasts. Hallam, as the chief Westlershiel officer, also left without taking or leaving anything. Despite this, the Heavenly God division still had 9 courts, and the 3rd Intelligence division continued overseeing its territory. Both Orin and Westlershiel divisions would eventually rebuild when conditions allowed, though the process would be long. The sacred tree stood beside Lake Tobias Hun, where deceased Tobias clan members were buried. Over time, it gained its name. The Tobias clan did not believe in ghosts or deities. Once dead, they were truly gone. For them, obtaining power from holy beasts, thunder gods, and the sacred tree was paramount. The most important thing for them was always the entire clan and their families. The distance between the sacred tree and the Tobias clan settlement was intentional, as the tree attracted numerous spirit beasts. Long ago, the Tobias clan had settled near the sacred tree, capable of battling 6th-stage spirit beasts. But one time, 6th-stage spirit beasts attacked, leading to the relocation of a small group of clansmen. While occasional attacks still happened, 5th-stage spirit beasts rarely targeted them, with the last 6th-stage attack occurring over 1,000 years ago. With invisibility techniques, Dion's journey was relatively easy, occasionally practicing despite no significant progress. He had now reached the late void core stage. Dion's interest in the sacred tree wasn't intense. He had come based on Tommy's advice about the spirit transforming fruit. This fruit could reveal the essence of spirit transformation. Although the immortal spirit fruit could only be harvested once every 1,000 years, the spirit transforming fruit was always available. However, its effects were weaker. For those stuck at a bottleneck, it offered little help, benefiting mainly those close to achieving spirit transformation. Meanwhile, the immortal spirit fruit ensured success if consumed while at the peak Chevianing stage. For the Tobias clan, the spirit transforming fruit was significantly important. Below the sacred tree lay a training ground for refining martial arts, and consuming the fruit increased compatibility by 10%. Failed blood sacrifice initiates could re-attempt it with this boost, choosing 4th stage spirit cores. Despite this, only 1 in 10 initiates returned after harvesting the holy fruit. The energy in Tobias clan initiates cores fatally attracted spirit beasts, making battles potentially deadly if they couldn't escape or kill the beast swiftly. Therefore, hunting parties were limited to 3 people, and strong individuals often hunted alone. Hashtag chapter 173, the true face of the sacred tree. Just 10 days later, Dion saw the place where the sacred tree stood, or rather, a very strange place. The sacred tree wasn't on the shore, but by the lake. Strangely enough, this tree appeared enormous, reaching up to 100 zhang tall, with clouds and mist swirling around it. Although there were no colorful lights, there was an ever-present flow of green vitality emanating from it. To call it strange means it truly had its peculiarities. To the naked eye, it appeared as described. But if one used spiritual sense, they would see a valley with a peach tree in the middle. If Dion hadn't seen wrong, that peach tree looked similar to the one he encountered while living in Wangjia village, meaning it was just an ordinary peach tree. Fortunately, Orin won't come here. Otherwise, upon seeing this scene, he might return and make up stories about the sacred tree, Dion said with a strange look on his face. Still, he continued using the cloud treading technique to fly into the valley. Upon entering the valley, Dion felt an inexplicable sense of rejection, as if the valley did not wish for him to enter. Despite his confusion, Dion still stepped into the valley. Suddenly, the scenery before Dion's eyes changed, revealing a courtly man with an angry expression staring at him. Go back. Outsider, this is not a place you should be. Dion's heart tightened. The Wesleriana's disguise had been detected. 10,000 years ago, members of the Tobias clan got along well with cultivators. So many must have also come here, Dion replied with a smile, feigning innocence. I wonder why the senior blocks me. Smooth talker. There are rules set by the owner here. Once someone kills one of his descendants, they can never step foot here again. Go back. The court glared coldly, the threat unmistakable. He is the spirit of a magical treasure, don't worry. He has no real combat strength. He can only use the rules here to suppress you. The voice of the Wesleriana echoed in Dion's mind. Startled, Dion remembered that a treasure with spirit, if manifested, would at least be considered a divine artifact. Toby asked the Qingxian sword given to Kyla. It merely had consciousness, but once Kyla reached the immortal realm, the Qingxian sword might transform into a true spirit. I didn't expect you to have a magical treasure of the same rank as mine, which explains the witch seal within you. The old man's expression turned enlightening. The owner warned us, successors must not compete. If you know what's good for you, leave now. Though I can't punish you, provoking the owner could result in your sect being destroyed. What is the cultivation level of your owner? Dion had a bad feeling. When leaving Tobias continent, he was a Tao venerable, the court said proudly. When did he leave? Dion's heart skipped a beat. 37 million years ago. The court responded softly. This time, Dion was completely stunned. In other words, the Tobias clan had existed for 37 million years. Could such a long legacy really be possible? Senior's power is beyond my comprehension. Killing your descendants was indeed out of necessity. Dion bowed 3 times to the sky. If you have this intention, then leave. The Tobias clan may not contend, but the owner will bring down heavenly punishment. I advise you to leave, the court advised gently. Don't worry, Dion. There must be a legacy here. His owner is either dead or has ascended to the supreme level, leaving this realm, severing all connections. Defeat him. Since there's no longer a connection, the inheritance depends on talent. With your talent, it shouldn't be hard. The Wesleriana's voice returned in Dion's mind. Dion hesitated. He didn't want to do such a thing to this clan. Did you forget what you promised me? With this legacy, your chances of survival will increase. The Wesleriana sounded angry. I understand, Dion sighed. People are already dead. I can't remain naive. What are you planning to do? The old man sensed something was amiss. As a treasure for inheritance, one must have the awareness of a treasure for inheritance. Dion took a sudden step forward. The old man clenched his teeth and threw a punch. Brat, since your magical treasure discovered my identity, didn't it warn you? A transmission spirit has the right to choose the difficulty. An empty core practitioner dares to covet the Tao Venerable's legacy? The old man's punch resembled a dragon's strike, overwhelming like waves crashing. If this is your limit, don't blame me. A dragon scale appeared in Dion's palm. Shocked, the old man retracted his punch, but it was too late. It touched the dragon scale, instantly turning him into a phantom. Seems wounding you counts as passing, Dion suddenly smiled. Humph, brat. This trial has 7 stages, each more difficult than the last, with a magical treasure suppressing you. You cannot use your cultivation or witch seal. If you die in the remaining trials, don't blame me. The court scoffed as the phantom turned into a door. Meanwhile, French was happily seeking treasures at the base of a cliff in Tobias continent. Ever since Dion left Yin country, French seemed energized. His eyes sparkled with desire as he searched. I knew my abilities are great. Heaven favors me. That kid from Qingyun's sect stole something of mine, but in a few days, Qingyun's sect will be gone, French boasted. If not for that senior, I'd probably stay in Yin country forever. But as a cultivator, mere respect from mortals means nothing. To gain respect, one must earn it from fellow cultivators. French muttered to himself while carefully searching. That senior was named Adair. Once I find the treasure I sense, I'll go to the Smoky Rain Pavilion. Considering how comfortable I made him, maybe he'll take me in. Alchemy isn't bad either. Since childhood, French had the ability to sense treasures. This mystical skill led him to a secluded spot where he swallowed an unknown fruit and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he found mysterious energy in his dantian. At first, French didn't know what it was, but the comfort he felt was undeniable. Being young, he didn't think much about it. Returning home happily, he found his village ransacked and all villagers brutally killed. He cried loudly, drawing the attention of a wandering cultivator who noticed the spiritual energy within French. Deciding to take him as a disciple, he helped kill the bandits. Chapter 174, French's experience. French naturally became a cultivator. As he grew older, French gradually discovered his own abilities. Occasionally, he would find a medicinal herb or come across a storage pouch. Naive as he was, French shared this news with his master. Fortunately, his master wasn't a villain. Instead, he warned French never to tell anyone about this and informed him of the perilous nature of the cultivation world, emphasizing that he must not easily trust others. French's abilities became increasingly refined, and eventually, he could sense whether something good would happen or not. In other words, he knew when to act cautiously or when to pretend. Tobias improved for both French and his master. His master had even reached the peak of foundation establishment and gained considerable renown among itinerant cultivators. Naturally, French was very happy because his master treated him well and never asked him to use his abilities for anything harmful. Instead, his master occasionally reminded him not to bully the weak using his powers. Gradually, French gave up his habit of robbing others and focused on seeking treasures. After some time, he suddenly felt an intense urge, as if beckoning him to a place that held nothing but invited him to take it away. That day, French's master was attending a meeting where they planned to form an organization along with nearby small sects and families to gain entry into the Immortal Gathering Alliance. He only instructed French to be careful and keep his wealth hidden. As French followed his instinct, he stumbled upon the resting place of a deceased spirit realm senior. This time, French truly struck it rich. The inheritance left by that senior was enough for him to rest easy. Even with his master, they could rely on consuming pills to reach the void core stage. Excited, French returned to his master's side, but he froze at what he saw. The scene was painfully familiar. Blood mingled with bodies, staining the ground red. French was utterly devastated. He found his master's body and burst into tears. He slowly realized that his abilities were not infallible. If fate had been different and he hadn't sought that treasure, his master wouldn't have died. French buried his master and the other itinerant cultivators who perished. Then, he left, determined to avenge them. Of course, he also resolved never to get close to anyone again to prevent his abilities from causing harm to others. Despite his efforts, French learned who killed his master, but that person was soon captured by the Qingyun sect and executed in front of many itinerant cultivators. French naturally attended the execution. Although he didn't personally kill the man, seeing him dead brought him some solace. Without a clear target for revenge, French had no purpose. He occasionally sought treasures and wandered around. Soon, he met a mortal Kelly. She had a sweet appearance, but her heart was even more beautiful. French fell in love. Posing as a mortal, he got close to her and used minor cultivator tricks to please her. he decided never to use his abilities again and to spend his life with her. However, things did not go as planned. The Kelly's beauty caught the Emperor's attention, and he decided to make her a concubine. Deeply in love with French, she understood the Emperor's authority could not be defied. She kept everything secret and wrote him a letter, which simply read, "Our destiny is broken." French didn't know what he did wrong. He questioned her Silas, who said nothing but kicked him out. Lost and bewildered, French often watched the Kelly from a distance, sometimes smiling foolishly. A month later, the Imperial Guards took the Kelly into the palace. French froze. He finally understood why her attitude toward him had changed so drastically. For the first time, French went berserk. He stormed into the palace, defeating countless guards, though he avoided killing anyone. French rescued the Kelly and used his identity as a celestial Westleister to earn the Emperor's respect, allowing the matter to end quietly. But the Kelly had changed. She began to fear French, becoming overly cautious, trembling even at his glance. Sighing, French left, leaving behind a note that read, "Wait for me. I will make you a celestial Westleister too." French knew the Kelly's spiritual root was too impure to cultivate, but he remembered the fruit he had consumed as a child. Using his utmost ability, he searched tirelessly. Though he never found that fruit, he discovered a way for ordinary people to cultivate, the longevity decree. Cultivation was not for battles, but for immortality. This technique had no combat power but one advantage. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, one could advance. Even at the golden core or nascent soul stage, it might not be powerful enough to fight strong foundation establishment cultivators. Yet, this was no problem for French, who had the ability to avoid danger. Worst case scenario, he could just play it safe. With a joyful expression, French returned to the Kelly's home, only to find her gone. Her Silas handed him a trembling letter. "I'm sorry, I can't wait for you anymore. Please don't harm my parents." The Kelly had committed suicide. French fell silent. Heaving a sigh, French left, recalling how each of his treasure hunts seemed to coincide with someone's death. His heart ached, but he knew he could no longer allow himself to care for anyone, not even those he was close to. Wow, this sword looks amazing. French finally arrived at the Ganying Jurdi, where a sword emitted a faint white glow, standing out conspicuously in the depths of the cave. For a more natural and fluent translation, French finally arrived at the Ganying Jurdi, where a sword glowed with a faint white light, standing out prominently in the depths of the cave. Note, Ganying Jurdi is not translated as its meaning is unclear without context. If it refers to a specific term or location, it should be either transliterated or explained. Ha ha ha, giving this sword to Senior Dion will surely make him accept me as a disciple, thought French. He knew he could only store such a sword in his storage pouch, and if he dared to show it, others would inevitably try to snatch it away. Although French no longer cultivated the longevity decree, his cultivation technique was still inferior. Even compared to general itinerant cultivators of the same level, he couldn't win a fight. All the cultivation techniques he initially found had been stolen by Dion, and later, he could only buy the weakest ones available on the market. With great excitement, French stretched out his hand toward the magical artifact. He sensed no danger, indicating it was within reach. But just as he extended his hand halfway, countless white lights appeared around him, enveloping him instantly. My sword. It's over. This time, am I the one who dies? These two thoughts filled French's mind before he lost consciousness. Hashtag chapter 175. The inheritance was stolen. Damn it. What did that old man do? Why is the door to the 7th level sealed? Ahil roared. He had just defeated the court at the 7th level, but as soon as the court transformed into a door, he vanished instantly, and Ahil was transported inside the valley. You saw it too, right? Someone else cleared the 7 levels before you, said America with a hint of helplessness in her voice. That guy must have seen you about to succeed, so he randomly picked someone and let them clear the 7 levels ahead of you. Is that even possible? Ahil was full of frustration, lamenting how the prize within his grasp had been stolen away. But this random selection likely follows some rules, such as selecting someone with Daozun lineage or other conditions. Regardless, there's no guarantee about the abilities or potential of the person chosen, America explained. Can we see who that person is? Ahil asked softly. Not here. Outside, perhaps, but this is the interior of the magical artifact. I must abide by its rules, America clarified. Does that mean he's just like you? Ahil was thoroughly shocked. If the old man was truly like America, his loss would be immense. Don't listen to his nonsense. Do you know what primal chaos spirit treasures are? Only a few of them are like me. That fellow is merely a Dao treasure at most. America rolled her eyes at Ahil. Can he cultivate like I can? Moreover, even an emperor could be destroyed within my painting. Yet here in his realm, even you with your mere hollow core stage can survive, resorting only to despicable means to upset you. Alright, forget it then. Anyway, it wasn't that precious. Ahil shook his head and walked under the peach tree, easily plucking a peach from it. You really are foolish. In all my years, I've never seen a mortal realm practitioner who doesn't covet a Dao treasure, America sighed. I do covet it, but what can I do if I can't obtain it? Besides, this peach looks no different from ordinary peaches, right? Ahil seemed puzzled. It does look the same, but this peach contains the essence of this place. It would appear identical outside, but I advise you not to eat it, America said slowly. Firstly, you can achieve enlightenment without using this essence. Secondly, absorbing other essences would be wasteful for your constitution. In other words, this inheritance has no use for me? Ahil asked softly. Not exactly. You can still learn techniques, spells, and gain insights into the Dao, but don't take shortcuts by directly absorbing the essence. This will determine whether you can eventually reach the Dao realm, America whispered. Also, I recommend discarding the secret art stored in your right arm. Fine, Ahil raised his left hand and punched his right arm, quickly expelling a black bloodline which was instantly annihilated by the rules of this place. I didn't tell you to discard it now. Why are you so obedient? America was at a loss for words. Ahil's face darkened. Forget it. Since it's not good anyway, I rarely use it. Oh, alright. But I noticed that your secret art seems quite special. It doesn't affect you at all. It appears to be stored solely in that bloodline. America's voice grew softer. Ahil froze. Had he been fooled? Ahil shook his head, realizing that America meant well, and the bloodline's secret art indeed needed frequent changes. Although the spell carried nether chi characteristics, he found during his battle with Coraline that strong enough energy could counteract nether chi. Plus, the human body only had 5 usable bloodlines, one near the heart being used only once while others could be replaced. So when Ahil used the bloodline secret art to refine the black-clothed man, he did not hesitate, but the resulting power was weak. Even after several trials in the dense forest, the soul-devouring spell couldn't break a third-tier demon beast's defenses, and the attached nether chi would be instantly suppressed and neutralized. His past success with nether chi was due to overwhelming quantity, making him realize that the minor nether chi component in spells was almost useless. Reflecting on his earlier joy and excitement, he now saw it as naive ignorance. Aren't you angry? America was curious. Logically, anyone would be upset if misled. She sensed something vague within the rules here, making her feel more alert. Not angry. I know you meant well. Ahil shook his head and smiled again. Miss America, do we still need to stay here? Not really, but once that person wakes up, they will probably seek revenge on you, America replied seriously after some thought. No problem. Even with your help, I haven't progressed rapidly. If that person is smart, their first step should be hiding and investigating who I am. Ahil shook his head. I doubt they could simply capture a spirit realm practitioner. That's true. Capturing someone of the nascent soul stage already grants some resistance, America nodded. Let's go. Absorb the Dragon Clan bloodline on that mountain. Though I can lead you out, I don't want to expose myself. Is there any way out of here? No worries, leave it to me. Ahil nodded and shouted into the air. Haskell, are you going to keep me trapped here? Humph. With a cold snort, a door appeared where Ahil had first entered. He quickly walked through it, reappearing mid-air. Is this possible? America was a bit confused. Why trap me if you can't kill me? Toby Askley, the person he captured is pitifully weak. He fears I might use you to take over again. Ahil smiled, activating his cloud stepping technique to float gently onto the shore. Alright, you seem pretty smart at critical moments, America admitted reluctantly. Right, those spirit beasts in the mountains are all at the spirit realm. How can I extract anything from them? Ahil wondered. Leave it to me. Don't worry, just ensure you leave them 10% of their strength, America said proudly. Hearing America, Ahil didn't think much of it. After all, she enjoyed seeing his surprised reactions, so letting her see them was fine. Moreover, America's methods were truly unpredictable. Even though he didn't acquire the inheritance, the court greatly enhanced Ahil's skills. Now he was sure the 4 Forces 3 steps technique Hallam had learned was from these 7 levels. Giving it to him before picking the holy fruit likely aimed to make his path smoother. Chapter 176, Dragon's Illusory Shadow. Xavion remained profoundly devoted to martial arts. In the current environment, the only rule of survival was the law of the jungle. He desired to become stronger even more than in his first life. Thus, the court unexpectedly became Xavion's master. Had it not been for the court's relentless efforts to kill him, he would have barely passed the first 3 trials. If Xavion were in the court's place, he would have let himself breeze through the earlier trials and then use his full strength on the last one. This way, Xavion wouldn't have survived. Unfortunately, the old man had a single-minded determination to eliminate Xavion at each level, using his full power in every trial. Instead, this allowed Xavion to synthesize knowledge and grow increasingly stronger. Regarding the inheritance, Xavion wasn't particularly eager for it. The witch seal was incredibly mysterious, and though the dragon race lacked physical refinement techniques, absorbing their bloodline using the secret art strengthened his physique immensely. The Netherworld decree was even more terrifying, seemingly the pinnacle cultivation technique in existence. Xavion had already forged his path concerning soul, body, and chi, so what he most sought after was combat techniques, the 4 powers and 3 steps. He had mastered all the skills except the final turtle form step, and had also practiced the 7-fold surge up to the 5th level. Therefore, Xavion was delighted, or rather, he felt as if he had found his true inheritance. Half a month later, Xavion returned to the mountain range filled with spirit beasts. Leaving the Tobias clan mint, he reverted to his original appearance. Concealed by the world-hiding scroll, Xavion quickly found his target. It was a dragon tiger beast, lying quietly on the ground. With its dragon head and beast body covered in black scales, its 4 claws emitted a dark green glow, capable of tearing apart anything solid. Xavion couldn't discern the precise cultivation level of this spirit beast. Just looking from afar gave him a shiver. Strong enough. It's an 8th stage demonic beast. Let's see how I scare it. America's voice echoed in Xavion's mind. With trepidation, Xavion took cautious steps forward. However, before Xavion had walked far, the dragon tiger beast opened its eyes, filled with disdain. Xavion's heart raced, his body trembling, but he gritted his teeth and continued moving forward. Roar! The dragon tiger beast stood up and roared at Xavion, the tremendous sound infused with spiritual energy. Xavion felt as if he could be killed by the roar itself. Humph! Bullying my disciple? An illusory shadow materialized above Xavion's head, a genuine dragon identical to the one in the sacred beast inner hall, but now colored pitch black instead of green. The illusory dragon was enormous. Despite the dragon tiger beast being sizable, it appeared tiny compared to the dragon's shadow, just as Xavion did before the dragon tiger beast. Instantly, not only did the dragon tiger beast tremble, but Xavion sensed other spirit beasts quaking too, just like he feared the dragon tiger beast. Cough, Wesleyster. Why did you come out? Xavion feigned surprise and joy, intending to deal with the dragon tiger beast first. If I didn't come out, wouldn't you have been killed by that little thing? The dragon glared fiercely at the dragon tiger beast, which immediately transformed into a Dale-sized figure, looking robust. Senior, are you revived? The Dale's expression was reverent, barely daring to raise his head. No, this is the successor I chose. Give him 9/10 of your dragon lineage, the illusory dragon coldly ordered. To a human? The Dale looked troubled. 9/10 of his lineage was acceptable, especially if demanded by a higher being. But giving it to a human? Never. Punk, I gave my soul essence to him. What's a bit of your lineage compared to that? The illusory dragon roared, its voice brimming with anger. The Dale felt a formidable pressure overwhelming him, his internal lineage seeming about to peel off. Spare me, senior, but dragons have pride. How can we give our lineage to a human? The Dale knelt, yet remained unwilling. Are you even part of the dragon clan? If not for some relation, I would have drained your lineage long ago. Now, show him proof. Real dragon scales. Do you have any? The illusory dragon withdrew its pressure. Xavion stepped forward, revealing the dragon scale in his palm. Truthfully, he didn't know how it formed, but could control it for 10 breaths before needing an hour's rest. The dragon scale offered incredible defense and a countershock force, perfect for ambushing. Actually, real dragon scales. The Dale's eyes widened, disbelief written across his face. He finally understood why the great being chose a mortal as a successor. Dragons were promiscuous, resulting in many races tied to the dragon lineage. Although humans were usually despised by spirit beasts, their humanoid form made intermarriages possible, albeit with minimal chances of offspring. This meant the human before him possibly carried dragon lineage, showing signs of atavism. Dragon scales symbolized the dragon clan. Although the Dale had many scales, none were dragon scales. These scales signified formidable defense and the dragon clan's glory. I apologize for my poor eyesight. Please forgive my rudeness. The Dale bowed deeply. All right, extract his lineage as I taught you. Don't take it all. Leave 1/10. After all, a few hundred generations back, he might still be my descendant, the illusory dragon stated seriously. Understood, Wesleyster. Xavion nodded, surprised by America's unexpected capabilities. He felt elated inside. The herbs, spirit stones, and medicinal pills on this mountain. Internally excited but outwardly calm, Xavion grabbed the Dale's right hand and silently executed the secret technique. Soon, a line of blood appeared on Xavion's hand, slowly flowing into his heart. The Dale's face paled, yet remained composed. After a short while, Xavion stopped the technique, feeling the blood in his heart coalesce and assimilate with his own. Despite the pain, he was overjoyed sensing a second scale beginning to form. Thank you. Xavion breathed a sigh of relief and bowed in gratitude. Chapter 177. A drop of essence blood. It's fine. The dragon bloodline in my body is so minimal that it won't affect me as long as you don't absorb it all. But I'm surprised you can only absorb the dragon bloodline part. Curiosity flickered on the Kirk's face. Wesleyster said that only those with dragon lineage can do this. Honestly, seeing you made me somewhat scared. If Wesleyster hadn't instructed me to come, I wouldn't have dared to enter these mountains. By the way, are there other spirit beasts with dragon bloodlines? Dion asked softly. Yes, but they're rare. Are you really determined to revert your bloodline? However, I don't think you have enough. The Kirk shook his head. Not exactly. My master imparted me a secret technique and infused his own essence blood into my body. He just told me that my blood purity isn't sufficient yet. When it's enough, he will take 1 drop of essence blood, saying it has some use, Dion replied softly. The Kirk's eyes instantly changed as he immediately looked at the dragon's ethereal image, his eyes filled with intense interest. Cough, cough, let's go, obedient disciple. The next one is in the south. The dragon's illusion showed a human-like expression, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Elder, may I ask if I could accompany this young brother? I am quite curious about him, the Kirk spoke softly. Agree to him. He has fallen for the trap. Dion sent a divine thought into the Sumeru illusion sky scroll, knowing that the Ashland could receive it despite the illusion being in the sky. Fine. If I were to manifest every time, it would waste a lot of energy. But I warn you, don't think of anything bad. He is my chosen disciple. The dragon's illusion revealed a threatening expression. Absolutely not, ancestor. The Kirk put on a smile and turned to Dion in a friendly manner. I'm Xander. What's your name? Dion, brother Xander. Thank you very much. Dion responded with an innocent smile, looking like someone easy to deceive. Don't worry. It's your good fortune to be chosen by the ancestor. Since I have some standing in these mountains and happen to have no urgent matters, I'll help brother Dion out. It'll also count as making good karma. Although Xander's expression was sincere, Dion clearly saw a hint of disdain. The process became surprisingly smooth thereafter. It seemed that just having Xander present acted as a deterrent. Once the other spirit beasts learned that Xander had already contributed his bloodline, they offered no resistance. Dion's bloodline grew more potent, and nearly 10% of his body seemed to have transformed into dragon bloodline. His strength and physique significantly improved. What delighted him most were the additional dragon scales. He gained 5 more, although they appeared slightly inferior to the first one but still valuable as dragon scales. After bidding farewell to Xander, who didn't even try to retain him, Dion was pleasantly surprised when Xander even accompanied him out of the mountain. Both tasks that Dion initially thought would take a long time ended swiftly, taking longer to travel than completing the missions. Why did that tiger help you? You said he fell for a trap, but I couldn't understand why. As soon as they left the mountain range, the Ashland floated out from the Sumeru illusion sky scroll. He assumed from the start that the dragon wanted to be resurrected. I told him my blood purity wasn't enough and mentioned needing a drop of essence blood. Naturally, he viewed me as a pawn, thinking the dragon intended to possess me. Dion shrugged. Why would he think like that? That doesn't make sense. The Ashland remained confused. The art of deception lies in guiding their suspicions and providing false evidence that supports their assumptions, Dion explained. It's called confirmation bias. If there are multiple possibilities for an event, and you believe one first, even partial evidence supporting that belief can make you subconsciously consider it true. Smart people are especially prone to this. I suddenly feel scared of you. The Ashland fell silent. Compared to you, I'm far behind. The dragon startled me. Dion laughed heartily. TCH, you were so calm and polite, calling me Westleister. I felt your earlier surprise was just an act, the Ashland retorted sourly. You see, confirmation bias again. I was genuinely surprised because I couldn't imagine how you'd achieve it. The dragon seemed real, but the situation required me to remain composed. Dion grinned. You better not be lying to me, the Ashland glared at Dion. I never lie to those close to me. Dion's expression was earnest, almost believable. That's a lie, the Ashland rolled her eyes. Miss Ashland is getting smarter, Dion burst into laughter. Forget it, let's not argue over this. Find a secluded spot. Your bloodline concentration is almost ready. The Ashland's face lit up with anticipation. Why do I find your expression terrifying? Dion suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What, do you want to back out? The Ashland pouted. No, I'm just nervous. Is there any danger? Dion cautiously asked. Relax, look, those spirit beasts survived after giving blood. At most, you'll feel weak, and you'll need to expend some of the absorbed bloodlines, but you'll end up with more than before, the Ashland assured him. All right, Miss Ashland, please be careful. Hearts are very important. Dion quickly found a shallow cave with weak spirit beasts inside. Toby ace down and don't resist, the Sumeru illusion sky scroll floated out, while the Ashland closely watched Dion with intense focus, as if she were starving and eyeing a distant steamed bun. Dion chuckled bitterly, lay down and closed his eyes, deciding not to concern himself with what the Ashland intended to do. Once Dion lay down, the Ashland waved her hand, wrapping the Sumeru illusion sky scroll around his chest. A sharp pain, just a brief, sharp pain, but it was enough to make Dion faint instantly. Even before losing consciousness, his mind went completely blank, leaving no room for endurance. Nice, very nice. The purity is indeed enough. The Ashland smiled contentedly, ignoring the unconscious Dion lying on the ground. Her ethereal form entered the Sumeru illusion sky scroll, which gradually expanded and covered Dion's body. Soon, both Dion and the scroll vanished into the earth as if they had never been there. Chapter 178. Picked up by a treasure. Inside the sacred tree, French gradually woke up. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, finding nothing unusual. Child, you're awake. An courtly man suddenly appeared before French, startling him. Why you? Who are you? Where am I? Am I dead? French stammered, his eyes filled with terror. The old man sighed inwardly. He truly wondered if he had made the right choice. The person before him couldn't compare to that little Nadine at all. Just her composure was miles ahead of this Kirk. However, the old man maintained a friendly smile. He had no other options now. The two criteria for his chosen one were someone with the master's bloodline and a pure heart. Only some members of the Tobias clan possessed the bloodline, while others had mixed with outsiders through marriage over generations. As long as these two conditions were met, everyone's chances were equal. Clearly, French was not from the Tobias clan, but probably a descendant of someone who left the clan and married into another family. Child, don't be afraid. You're not dead. I'm the spirit of the 10,000 spirits crystal. You can call me Remy. I chose you from among the people of Tobias continent to be my successor. The place you are now is inside the 10,000 spirits crystal, Remy explained slowly. Really? French immediately jumped up in excitement. So does that mean I can become really powerful? If you're a spirit, then isn't the 10,000 spirits crystal a Tobiasing realm treasure? Remy's expression changed instantly. Did this person have no common sense at all? He examined French again and quickly discovered just how chaotic and weak his inner spiritual energy was. It didn't even come close to the level of that other person. How could this possibly be considered foundation establishment? This was far too exaggerated. Remy, did I say something wrong? Seeing Remy's expression, French felt a bit uneasy. Sigh, to be honest, I had no choice but to choose you. Someone who killed my master's descendant plans to seize the legacy left behind. I used my only means to bring you here, bypassing the trials directly. Remy sighed, looking helpless. Your talent is passable, but please avoid such wild speculations in the future. The 10,000 spirits crystal is a Tao treasure. Cultivators are divided into 4 realms: mortal, spirit, immortal, and Tao. Above Tao is the supreme realm. Your current cultivation is at the second stage of the mortal realm, foundation establishment. French froze. What was this? Aren't the realms supposed to be condensation, foundation establishment, false core, golden core, essence baby, Tobiasing realm, and immortal? Why were they suddenly divided into 4 realms? You don't need to worry about it too much. Just cultivate step by step. As long as you don't cause trouble, reaching the immortal realm should not be a problem, Remy said helplessly. French's expression reminded him of a wild man from the deep mountains suddenly seeing a city for the first time. Comparing spirits truly angered him. Thinking about the Tao treasure found by that little Nadine, she must be very proud, having chosen someone with extraordinary talent and mindset, not like himself, who could only pick this naive Dale. I understand, Remy. I will work hard at cultivating, French replied honestly. Although he still didn't fully understand, he was happy. Since the court claimed that reaching the immortal realm would not be a problem, how could he not be thrilled? It had been centuries since anyone in Tobias continent achieved immortality. Could he be the one to recreate that legend? Thinking about it made French very excited. Seeing French's reaction, Remy finally smiled sincerely. Insight and knowledge would come with time, as long as he was willing to cultivate diligently. Oh, by the way, child, what's your name? Remy asked softly. My name is French, also known as young Westleister Ran, French boasted. But noticing Remy's stern face, he quickly corrected himself. Junior's name is French. Remy can call me Brit. Brit will do. Thinking about it, Remy almost wanted to cry but was also amused by French. With a helpless sigh, he said, all right, let's be serious. Forget about your previous cultivation methods. Your new method is called the crystal formation technique. Once mastered, it turns spiritual energy into crystals, increasing defensive and offensive power by 100-fold compared to ordinary spiritual energy. After foundation establishment, I will teach you how to form which seals and the 9 forging divine thunder technique, an invaluable physical cultivation method, cultivating soul, body, and chi simultaneously. You can follow in the master's footsteps, achieving the rank of Daozun. There's a small possibility. 3 types of cultivation? French was completely dumbfounded. But my master said cultivators should not be greedy and focus on chi cultivation alone. We must not dabble in everything. What's wrong with your master's brain? Soul cultivation involves mental energy. Focusing solely on chi, what good does mental energy serve? To detect terrain? Physical and chi cultivation methods are entirely different with no conflict between them. They enhance combat strength. Why not do both? Remy was almost laughing. But Westleister says that being greedy is bad. True, those dual cultivation peers might seem unbeatable, but soon their realm will lag behind. Once I surpass them by 1 realm, won't they be at my mercy? French grew smug again. You, forget everything your master taught you. Don't remember a single word. Remy's face flushed with anger. From now on, I am your master. Do exactly as I say. If you don't want to become an immortal, leave right now. No, I do want to. Westleister Sean, I'll listen to you. French saw Remy's anger and realized he was probably wrong. He remembered that his master's cultivation wasn't high, whereas this person could grab him from afar. A feat that surpassed anything he had ever seen. Perhaps his lack of experience led him to many misconceptions. Therefore, Remy was so angry. Moreover, French instinctively felt no danger from Remy, even when he was angry. This person was undoubtedly the greatest benefactor he had encountered, even better than the deceased Tobiasing realm expert. Though French kept this thought to himself, if he had expressed it aloud, Remy might have been truly furious, especially after explaining the 4 realms clearly and French still not getting it. It was like saying someone was equal to a celestial being just because they arrived, which was absurd. Alright, cultivate diligently from now on. Come back to me if you have any questions. Remy sighed and waved his hand. French's mind became unbearably painful, and he fainted again. Remy sighed once more, feeling that he had never sighed as much in one day as he had since gaining consciousness. How could accepting a cultivation method make someone faint? But Remy had no choice. He was utterly desperate and helpless. He had even thought about taking revenge on that little Nadine, but it was best to protect this small area and ensure she didn't find French and kill him. That would already be a huge relief. Of course, Remy was merely a Dao treasure and could not see French's true constitution. If America could perceive internally, he would likely be astonished again. Hashtag chapter 179, French's choice. Soon, a month passed and French effortlessly stepped back into the early stage condensation realm. However, this time was different. Under Kendrick's strict insistence, all of his spirit vortices were refined to become golden spirit vortices. Kendrick, you see how diligently I've been working. Can I go out for a stroll? French asked tentatively after finishing his daily cultivation practice. Ordinarily, someone in his situation would probably feel that even hours spent cultivating weren't enough. Yet, after just a few hours of practice, French had already started daydreaming. Eventually, Kendrick, at a loss, could only compromise, allowing French 2 hours each day to do as he wished. Not possible. You can't leave until you reach the foundation establishment stage. Though you have retained some divine consciousness, it is too weak to make the spirit crystal recognize you as its master, meaning you cannot take it out of here, Kendrick explained. Oh, so that's the case. Then if I work hard every day now, can I save up some time for more outings later? French asked guiltily. No, it will be more dangerous once you go outside. That little Nadine is likely within the Tobias clan. Although she won't harm innocents because of my warning, if she steals the Tobias clan's inheritance, she will definitely come for you in the future. Kendrick firmly shook his head. It's fine. I can find other inheritances, French said indifferently. Besides, isn't Kendrick capable of hiding? I told you before, she also has a tool spirit helper similar to me. Kendrick didn't know what to say. French, cultivation is for yourself, to make you stronger and more respected. If someone wants to kill you, you must have enough strength to fight back. That may not be true. Mortals seem very afraid of cultivators. They respect us not because they admire us, but because they fear us, French said with a carefree smile. Cultivation is monotonous and exhausting. I won't run into any danger anyway. Youngster, I don't know about your past life, but will that little Nadine let you go? Kendrick sighed. If you meet her now, she could crush you with one hand. Even without fault, possessing treasure invites disaster. Do you not understand this? I understand. French fell silent. French, tell me, why are you cultivating? Kendrick shook his head, utterly at a loss. For a whole month, he had practically forced French to cultivate daily. He saw that French had a kind heart, but precisely because of his kindness, he had lost his drive and ambition. I don't know. Kendrick, am I really useless? French looked very serious, recalling the first time he met his master. Swift justice and revenge, killing all the bandits. At that time, he admired his master greatly and aspired to be like him. But later, when he came into contact with the cultivation world, French realized things were not so simple. To mortals, cultivators were superior beings who could toy with mortal lives easily. But compared to those even stronger, they were no different from ordinary people. If you continue like this, you should leave now. Go to the Tobias clan, find that little Nadine, and hand me over to her, Kendrick sighed. He felt tired. Great men did not possess such indecisiveness. She'll probably kill me since I know she possesses a treasure I've never even heard of. French chuckled bitterly and shook his head. No matter who I give this treasure to, they'd likely want me dead to keep it secret. I have a connection with you, and can protect you once by making them swear an oath to their heart demon. This way, you'll be safe. Kendrick smiled wryly. Don't worry, I won't betray you. She is merely in the mortal realm and has no ability to force me to recognize her as master. Kendrick, will you die? French lifted his head seriously. I don't know why, but being with me seems very dangerous. Everyone who has been with me has eventually left, leaving me alone. Most unlikely. After all, I'm a magical treasure. If anything, you would be the one in danger, not me. I'd just be taken away, Kendrick replied softly, unsure why French spoke this way. I trust Kendrick. You and Westleister have both been very kind to me. Actually, I have a unique ability. French hesitated, then revealed his entire experience to Kendrick. Kendrick stood stunned beside him. It was the first time he had heard such news. So everyone around me died, and I don't know why or what it means. French burst into tears. He felt lost and helpless. His only mentor had gone, and he didn't know where to turn. French, I've never heard of your ability either, Kendrick slowly responded. What happened might just be coincidence, but no one dares experiment with such matters. Strong ones are destined to be lonely. When you truly catch up with your master, perhaps you can unravel the mystery of your ability. Kendrick looked at French and gradually understood why this person had lost his will and motivation. At that time, will I have friends? Will I be able to find someone I love and marry her? French wiped away his tears. Certainly. Everything has an explanation. Lack of understanding leads to confusion. Kendrick patted French on the head. As far as I know, there's a skill called precognition that allows one to see future events. It's not unlike your talent for seeking auspiciousness. If I continue cultivating, if I keep going, I will surely succeed. I will surely find the answers. French's eyes lit up with unprecedented hope and rebirth. Kendrick was taken aback. Apart from French's initial curiosity, he saw the Kirk eagerly returning to cultivation, his determination unmistakable. The only thing missing was the coldness seen in that little Nadine. Kendrick's heart finally calmed down. Indeed, his master had chosen wisely. In the state of Yin, the city of Pingliang, a man cloaked in black strolled slowly, his steps becoming increasingly ethereal until he walked right off the ground. Perfect, I finally found it. This city of 10,000 mortals in the central region is indeed hard to locate. The black-clad man laughed cruelly, and instantly blood-colored aura surged from him, enveloping the entire city of Pingliang. The people in the streets marveled at the descent of a transcendent immortal one moment, only to be filled with terror the next as the red mist entered their bodies. One by one, they collapsed, instantly turning into skeletons. Pity I can't enjoy this now. They'll catch up to me soon. But the next time we meet, this game of cat and mouse might turn around. The man waved his hand again, reabsorbing the red aura, then vanished quickly from Pingliang. The bustling city of Pingliang remained prosperous, though eerily silent. The streets were littered with bones, yet not a single drop of blood could be seen, as if someone had deliberately placed these long-buried remains. Darn it, we're too late. A Seymour hovered in midair, gazing down at the bone-filled city and clenching his fists tightly. This villain, does he not fear heavenly punishment? Second brother, report this to Austin. Such a blood sacrifice indicates that neither of us can stand against him. Once he absorbs all the power, we will likely be the ones to die. The slightly younger man beside him patted his shoulder gently. AI, elder brother, there's nothing else we can do, the Seymour sighed. His eyes filled with sorrow. Chapter 180. Return to the Witch Clan. Inside a mountain cave, Dion suddenly sat up. His expression was dazed, but he quickly regained his composure. How long was I unconscious? Dion asked softly. He vaguely remembered that America wanted to take his heart's essence blood, and it seemed like he passed out in an instant, with little memory of the pain. Not long, just over a month, America's ethereal shadow slowly appeared, her smile thick with amusement as if she was extremely pleased. A month is not short. Dion felt like exploding in anger. He had never been unconscious for such a long time in his memory. I thought it would be at least a year. Unexpectedly, your body's recovery ability is very strong, probably due to the Dragon Clan bloodline. America waved her hand dismissively. My previous recovery ability was also quite strong. It seems I could even use nether chi to heal wounds. Dion shook his head, deciding not to argue further with America. Of course, with the Void Chaotic Body, your body's energy fusion can reach 100%. Naturally, it can heal injuries, and perhaps even regrow a severed head. America glanced meaningfully at Dion's head, almost with a desire to try it. Really? Dion was doubtful. Just kidding. The body and energy are different. Moreover, do you think your lifespan has diminished so much without reason? Isn't it because you force yourself to recover instead of waiting naturally, consuming vital energy? America rolled her eyes. If not for this, even that person's technique might have only doubled your life force depletion. But now, without that vitality-locking pill, you might die instantly. Even if I consume that nether slave Westleister, my lifespan will still be short? Dion was puzzled. That's correct. Because you've used it once. In other words, every time you use it, your body tilts more towards energy. After using it dozens of times, your flesh might not be able to sustain it and turn into nothingness. America explained seriously. Your physical body is quite good, so I advise you to avoid doing this as much as possible in the future. Understood. Dion nodded. That situation earlier shouldn't cause too many problems, right? It did, but only slightly. Since you've used it once, it passively repaired itself whenever injured, combined with the Dragon Clan's abnormal healing power, which is why you woke up after a month. America waved her hand again. You don't need to worry too much. There are spiritual items that can help you, many with varying effects. If we encounter any, I'll tell you. Thank you, Miss America. Dion bowed lightly. No problem. You've helped me too, and I'm waiting for you to help find other things. America smiled. Also, for this year, I shut down the Sumeru Illusory Heaven Scroll. Don't enter for now. Just silently call my name if there's anything. Want to transform again? Yes, I need to return to the Tobias clan to learn witchcraft. Though I have cultivation methods, not learning witchcraft feels like a waste. Dion nodded. By the way, Miss America, do you have any perception-enhancing spells? After condensing the witch mark, my divine sense barely reaches a mile. Sure, they exist, but I don't have them. Find them yourself. I believe in you. America gave a thumbs up and then vanished suddenly. Dion had no expression on his face. Thinking about it, aside from the Nether Decree, America didn't seem to have any cultivation methods. Forget it. These things are something I need to seek myself. Accepting this, Dion became relieved. He experimented with some spells and examined his body, finding everything exactly as America said. No damage. But when Dion activated the dragon scales again, he realized the scales had become a single piece, thinner and weaker than before, seemingly vulnerable to destruction by any powerful force. Dion was at a loss. He tried calling America, but mentioning just the word dragon made America immediately transform into Lana's appearance and vanish, giving him no chance to ask. No matter how much Dion called, he couldn't feel America's presence anymore. Forget it. This opportunity came from Miss America, and I am grateful for her assistance, Dion sighed, bowing remotely before leaving the cave. The third witch clan had become desolate. The third and fourth clans were connected, and with no witches or warriors, all personnel were divided between the second and fourth clans. The warrior clan still required defensive forces and remained under the jurisdiction of the fourth warrior clan. But the third witch clan members had left, turning their territory into a training ground for the second witch clan. Dion returned to the Tobias clan, entering the third warrior clan. Compared to his last visit, the guards' faces had changed. After confirming his identity, they prepared to take him to meet the second witch leader. On the way, Dion kept asking questions. He didn't know what had happened and wondered if he was in the wrong place if not for the surroundings being unchanged. Farraskally, the Tobias clan people were kind-hearted and explained to Dion. He finally understood how crucial a witch leader was to a clan since without a witch leader, witches couldn't condense their witch marks. Lana's memories about witches were limited. Even the fighting style of witches was unfamiliar. All she knew was that the warrior clans must protect the witches during a spirit beast attack. Entering the familiar house again, Dion found new faces awaiting him. The second witch leader was a courtly man with white hair, few and sparse, deep-set eyes, and wrinkles covering his face, appearing on his last legs. Beside him stood three others, a middle-aged Kelly, average in looks but imposing in demeanor, likely holding a high rank, a Kirk with defiant eyes and great confidence, and a teenage boy around Lana's age, looking quite handsome, curiously observing Dion. Lana, Willis told me about you and mentioned your Grand Silas's evaluation of you. The old man's voice was firm, not shaky, sounding younger than his appearance suggested. What do you plan to do? Wesley, I ask how I can re-establish the third witch clan? Dion asked softly. Kimura, explain to her. The old man slowly closed his eyes, seeming to bear a heavy burden even in opening them. Chapter 181, Kimura. The Kirk slowly stepped forward, explaining earnestly. This situation is not recorded in the books. However, whenever a tribe encounters a great calamity and needs to sacrifice 9 departments, the birth of a Haywood occurs within the Heavenly God Tower. Kimura paused, then continued, I heard from my Grand Silas that you have never been exposed to Orin before, so I will tell you more about it. The condensation of the Orin seal must be guided by a guiding light, and those with guiding lights become Haywood. If the guiding light of a particular Orin department is lost or the Haywood possessing the guiding light passes away without selecting a successor, that department is disbanded, waiting for the next person to pass through the Heavenly God Tower. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Kimura looked kindly at Dion and spoke softly. Does passing through the Heavenly God Tower mean one will obtain the guiding light again? Dion asked. Not necessarily. The Heavenly God Tower has 7 floors. If you are the chosen one, the guiding light may appear in your mind as soon as you enter the tower. However, some exceptionally talented individuals might pass all 7 floors and still not obtain it. Of course, passing each floor grants a high-level Orin spell, and passing all 7 floors allows one to create their own unique Orin spell, Kimura said with longing eyes. The appearance of guiding lights has been recorded in our ancestors' texts. They seem to share common traits. Firstly, there must be fewer than 9 guiding lights, and secondly, these Haywood have all slain 5th stage spirit beasts. Once both conditions are met, everyone seems to gain the guiding light. So, if I can kill a 5th stage spirit beast, and then pass through the 7 floors of the Heavenly God Tower, the third Orin department can be re-established? Dion's eyes gleamed with excitement. He still felt deep remorse over the third department. Although doing this was only partly altruistic and partly to alleviate his guilt, he would still do it. I cannot guarantee it, but that is how our predecessors did it. If you wish to restore the third department, you could try entering the Heavenly God Tower. There have been cases where people obtained guiding lights as soon as they entered, replied Kimura. Thank you, Kimura. Dion smiled joyfully. Then I'll go now. No! The Hayden opened his eyes once more, his voice utterly calm. Don't you, Haywood, want to restore the third Orin department? Dion looked at the Hayden with anger. I do, but you haven't learned Orin spells yet, the Hayden said slowly. Entering the Heavenly God Tower requires the acknowledgement of at least 3 Haywood to verify your strength. You cannot achieve that yet. Kelly highly regards your talent, and I know this. Therefore, if you're willing to join the second Orin department, I will give you an opportunity to challenge these 3 before my death. If you win, you can become a candidate for the second Orin department. No, I want to restore the third Orin department. Dion shook his head vigorously. The third Orin department will be restored by the destined person, not by force. The Hayden said slowly. Historically, the fastest restoration took a century. I advise you to give up. Didn't Kimura say that killing a 5th stage spirit beast and passing through the Heavenly God Tower would suffice? Dion protested unwillingly. Fighting a 5th stage spirit beast solo? Or do you plan to lure a 5th stage spirit beast here and risk more clan members dying because of your stubbornness? The Haywood's eyes snapped open, coldly staring at Dion. That is just Kimura's summary, not what the ancient texts say. I understand. I won't act rashly. If I join the second Orin department, can I attempt the Heavenly God Tower? Dion asked again. As long as your strength earns my approval, I will recommend you to enter the Heavenly God Tower. The Haywood's gaze grew profound. All right, then I'll join the second Orin department. Dion nodded firmly. Good, Kimura, you will teach Isla. The Hayden slowly stood up, while a middle-aged Kelly quickly supported him. Let's return now, Kimura. You will temporarily manage the third Orin department. Yes, Grand Silas, the three replied in unison. Except for Kimura, the other two left with the Hayden. Are you very strong? Watching them leave, Dion asked Kimura quietly. To him, the fact that the Hayden entrusted Kimura with this task indicated Kimura's strength. No, just like you, I have high talent. Kimura shook his head. Grand Silas says he can live 10 more years. He mentioned that after 10 years, I will be eligible to become a candidate. So, he is very strict with me. Since childhood, I've been forced to memorize a lot of things and must train twice as much as other Orins to rest. Those two are also candidates, right? Won't they be disappointed by how Grand Silas treats you? Dion wondered curiously. Don't look at me like that. They also acknowledge me. Kimura smiled confidently. The one person I truly can't match is probably the guy from the 7th Orin department. But he's strange. For some reason, he insists on proving that Orins aren't cowards hiding behind the clan, that they can also fight at the front lines. Eventually, he used his candidacy as leverage to force the 7th Haywood to let him participate in the Thunder God Festival. I heard you were from the Westlearshal department before, and awakened your Orin ability due to the favor of a sacred beast during a blood sacrifice. That's correct. So I will also participate in the Thunder God Festival, Dion asked softly. Can I participate? Yes, you can. The 3rd Westlearshal Gong specifically informed the justice about your case. Regardless of which department you join, you are allowed to participate in the Thunder God Festival. Your friends Jackson and Megan can also join since you originally had a spot, Kimura explained. I just think that person will definitely be interested in you when he sees you. I doubt it. After all, in his eyes, I'm still part of the Westlearshal department. Is he very strong? Dion shook his head. For a Orin, yes, Kimura explained seriously. His Orin spells can penetrate the defenses of 5th stage spirit beasts. In other words, by the time he turns 30, he could likely break through the defenses of 6th stage spirit beasts. But the Thunder God Festival isn't something Orins excel at. Orin spells take time to accumulate power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Even if there's time to accumulate, they can't be used in the Thunder God Festival, as it would endanger the clan. Why does he still participate? Dion was confused. Because he is very strong and has created many instantly cast Orin spells. Though weak, they are perfect for fighting against martial practitioners. Kimura shook his head, seemingly disapproving of that person's mindset. However, that's not the mission of a Orin. A Orin's mission is to eliminate invading spirit beasts. Note: for character names, pinyin is used accurately. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English without grammatical errors. The storyline and logic remain coherent with previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept consistent with the original text. ##### Chapter 182. Speculation. Xavion was somewhat silent. He had really underestimated the shamans and the Tobias clan. Suddenly, a thought came to him. The Tobias clan, mere mortals, possessed the strength to kill a 5th stage spirit beast, and the so-called weak shamanistic technique praised by Chevy Tobiason could match the strength of Isla, who had injured him. A 3rd stage demonic beast was equivalent in power to a golden core cultivator, and Xavion could easily kill it. However, against a 4th stage demonic beast, there were many times when he couldn't breach their defenses and could only rely on nether chi to slay them. Have you ever experienced shamanistic techniques? Can I see your shaman seal? Chevy Tobiason asked softly as she looked at Xavion. Toby asked this? Xavion focused his consciousness entirely on the shaman seal, and a transparent mark appeared on his forehead. Chevy Tobiason was initially taken aback, but quickly turned into astonishment. Reversion? And what kind of mark is this? I've never seen such a complex one. Chevy Tobiason's voice trembled slightly. Reversion? Xavion frowned. America had once mentioned that this white spiritual sense was rare for his constitution. Could it be that the ancestors of the Tobias clan were similar? Yes, according to records, someone in the clan once had a shaman seal not pale yellow but white. This type of seal can cultivate extremely quickly and is incredibly powerful. However, back then, the clan hadn't gone into seclusion, and that person became a test subject for outsiders. But it's said that the divine power of celestial deities is also white. Therefore, those with this kind of power are called reversionaries, Chevy Tobiason said reverently. You must be a successor chosen by the celestial deity. No wonder a holy beast's blessing that has never appeared before would appear on you. Xavion remained calm. The ancestor of the Tobias clan must have been the entity who left behind that legacy treasure, at least a Daozun if not more. If they were a Daozun, why did they place their clan in Tobias continent? This point Xavion truly couldn't understand. Was it simply because the ancestor came from Tobias continent? What if the Lord of the Netherworld's goal is also related to him? Xavion felt like he had grasped something. Since he is called the Lord of the Netherworld, he probably controls the entire Netherworld. Such a person might not care about power anymore. Instead, his goal might be to further his cultivation. The position of Supreme Ruler, could it be that the Tobias continent has a heritage of the Supreme Tao? Xavion felt a knot tightening in his heart. Could that court be a Supreme? Isla, what's wrong with you? As Xavion was lost in thought, Chevy Tobiason's voice suddenly reached his ears. Xavion smiled faintly. I'm just amazed by your explanation. If so, it wouldn't be strange that the immortals of the Supreme Realm would help him. The higher-ups of these two forces likely know something and want to obtain something. And the Nether Slave is probably the Lord of the Netherworld's trump card. Xavion continued reasoning, though all this was merely speculation. However, the cultivation of shamanic power is rather mundane. Even with exceptional talent, increasing shamanic power is difficult. The only method is to exhaust it through sleep, making a shaman's life very monotonous. Chevy Tobiason sighed. But for the sake of the clan, even the children never slack off. I will work hard too, Xavion clenched his fist. Alright, here are 3 basic shamanic techniques. Once you master them, practice continuously until you can use your shamanic power without exhausting it in a day, then come find me. Chevy Tobiason handed over a booklet to Xavion. Alright, where will I stay? Xavion received the booklet and asked softly. Anywhere is fine. These houses on the right are unoccupied. Choose any you like. Chevy Tobiason pointed at the nearby buildings. In that case, I'll return now. Xavion bade farewell to Chevy Tobiason. He was still fascinated by shamanic techniques and immediately began studying the small booklet upon returning to his house. The booklet detailed 3 shamanic techniques that seemed to be foundational for all shamans. The first was a flight technique different from Xavion's previous levitation method, which used shamanic power to control the air. The second and third techniques were simple applications, condensing shamanic power and releasing it as an extreme air bullet or unleashing a direct impact of shamanic power without any external tools. The explanations in the booklet were very detailed. After reading once, Xavion began experimenting, heading directly to the shaman training room. It was a sealed room with only one wall, made of impossibly durable material. No matter how Xavion attacked, he couldn't cause any damage. Shaman seal cultivation differed greatly from what Xavion expected, seemingly involving constant expenditure followed by replenishment through sleep. Shamanic techniques were simpler than Xavion imagined. He managed to use them after only 3 trials. Therefore, Xavion had no choice but to follow Chevy Tobiason's advice. Time flew swiftly. Within half a year, advanced shamanic techniques weren't enough for Xavion's practice anymore. In other words, within 6 months, Xavion had pushed his shaman seal to the limits of an ordinary shaman. During this half year, Xavion was completely engrossed in studying shamanic techniques but found no way to instantly cast them. Shamanic techniques required a long preparation time, with high-level ones needing up to the duration of a joss stick burning. It wasn't practical for battle. Which opponent would give you so much time to prepare? However, lengthy preparation boosted the power of shamanic techniques to unimaginable heights. Although Xavion's spiritual sense had concentrated to its peak and increased more than double during this period, he was still essentially at the empty core stage, with his spiritual range only reaching this level. But if given the time to gather shamanic power, Xavion could indeed kill someone at the spirit stage, or a 5th stage spirit beast. Unfortunately, the gathering of shamanic power wasn't as quiet as expected, creating a massive spectacle. Similar to how America evaluated the tiger-shaped step, it manipulated the momentum of heaven and earth. Hence, with a 5th stage spirit beast nearby, a shaman couldn't calmly gather shamanic power, regardless of what happened. For spirit beasts, it was even less likely for humans. Moreover, although shamanic techniques were powerful, their cultivation hit bottlenecks. The Soul Advanced technique, Celestial Deity Slash, could only be cast once a day for any shaman, including Xavion. It seemed unrelated to the amount of spiritual sense. Theoretically, with Xavion's spiritual sense, he should be able to gather it 4 times, yet he couldn't manage even a second cast. Thus, Xavion was genuinely curious about how the Hutch tribe's individual achieved what they did. Chapter 183, discovered. Even with this setback, Xavion wouldn't give up on cultivating the witch seal. But what truly frustrated him was that his divine sense had stopped growing. No matter how much he exhausted it, it would slowly recover but remain at the level of a mid-stage void core. Xavion naturally consulted America about this issue. America quickly pointed out the problem. Xavion had no cultivation method for enhancing his divine sense. The witch seal merely refined it. Thus, he could only increase his divine sense by increasing his cultivation. Other witches benefited from a passive cultivation technique contained within the guiding Tobiasht, which Xavion had not received approval for. Fortunately, the Tobias clan practiced passive cultivation, and the speed of their advancement was slow. Even the Witch Lord, by soul cultivator standards, was only at the nascent soul stage. However, the quality of their divine sense far exceeded that of regular soul cultivators. Grandpa has agreed to let you enter the Heavenly God Tower in 1 month, Kimura said, slightly out of breath as she ran over. Thank you, Kimura. Xavion's expression was sincere. Despite the slow growth in his divine sense, it was all thanks to Kimura's guidance. Mid- and high-tier witchcraft could only be taught through instruction, and Kimura hadn't held back, sharing everything with Xavion. It's nothing. If you manage to pass the tower, you'll gain even more powerful witchcraft, Kimura said with a wistful look. Legend says that those who reach the 7th floor receive their own unique witchcraft. Did he pass? Xavion suddenly remembered the person from the 7th Witch Clan. No. Although the Vicky has always wanted him to try, he claims he's not capable enough yet to challenge the 7th floor, Kimura explained softly. Kimura, shouldn't you have the qualifications too? Yes, but I lack confidence. I'm still young. As long as I'm under 30, I have a chance. I want to wait until then before trying, Kimura shook her head. Honestly, I didn't want you to go either. After all, challenging the Heavenly God Tower is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared to becoming a Witch Lord, I want to become a Wesleyanshire Lord more. Revenge for Grandpa is what I desire most now, Xavion shook his head. Since you've decided, follow me. Kimura didn't try to dissuade him and led him deeper into the tribe. The Heavenly God Tower stood at the center of the Heavenly God clan, equidistant from the lake as the Wesleyanshire clan. According to the Tobias clan's records, the tower was a relic left by the Heavenly Gods. During times of crisis, it emitted a powerful aura that repelled invading spirit beasts. 3 days later, Xavion arrived at the base of the Heavenly God Tower. The surrounding houses seemed ancient, with carvings full of special charm, as if recording history. Around the tower lived the 9 courts and their subordinates. The clan's treasure vaults, libraries, and alchemy stores were also located here. Surprisingly, there were no guards, just simple locks protecting these critical resources. Contrary to Xavion's expectations, not all 9 courts were old men. One was a Dale. They greeted Xavion kindly, seemingly impressed by his identity as Coraline. With the 9 courts' permission, Xavion entered the tower. Its structure was metallic, a dull dark color with dust coating its surface. To ordinary people, it would seem like an ordinary pagoda, worthy of attention but not reverence. Xavion stepped inside with anticipation, eager to discover the secrets of the Tobias clan's cultivation methods, especially witchcraft. Inside was different. Soft light emanated from everywhere. Just a moment in, Xavion felt his witch seal condensing further. Before he could marvel, America's voice echoed in his mind. Leave immediately. Xavion didn't hesitate. He already sensed his disguise dissipating, revealing his true appearance. Tobiaska cannonball, he shot out of the tower. Boom. His movements were too slow. The tower door had closed, and Xavion crashed into it, breaking several shoulder bones. His body, fortified by dragon blood, was nearly as tough as when he activated the black jade body tempering technique, but he still suffered heavy damage. The tower door remained unscathed, leaving Xavion injured. Outsider, why are you in my tower? A bald phantom appeared before Xavion. His features were indistinct, but his body glowed softly, more prominent than the tower's inner light. He's calling someone. We're in trouble? What can we do? America sent another thread of divine thought. Xavion frowned deeply. He realized he had been too greedy. With the witch seal, he shouldn't have sought cultivation methods, putting himself in this difficult situation. He should have known from the start that this place wasn't easily breached. At the same time, Remy opened his eyes abruptly, waking French. That outsider entered the heavenly god tower. Greed led to his downfall. I thought he had seen the master's strength and chosen to retreat, but greed overcame him, Remy chuckled. Is it the same person? French asked. In just half a year, he had reached the foundation establishment stage. His demeanor completely changed. He finally understood that his previous cultivation was child's play. Fancy things like tangible spirit spirals and golden spirals were just advanced toys. True cultivation wasn't about absorbing spiritual chi, but tapping into heavenly will. Indeed, you're not a match for him yet, but he can't leave the tower whenever he wants, Remy smiled. Let's go to the sacred beast inner hall. The heavenly god tower's artifact spirit and I serve for succession, not killing. But we have an old friend who can crush him like an ant. Agreed. French nodded. The valley's shadows instantly dispersed, revealing a pale yellow jade slip. A Kirk's figure materialized, his gaze resolute. He walked toward the sacred beast inner hall, his presence blending seamlessly with the surroundings. Even spirit beasts that spotted him felt little threat. Suddenly, the peach trees in the valley withered and sank into the lake bottom. The Tobias clan's sacred tree vanished, replaced by serene waters. Hashtag chapter 184. Tranquil Howl. White Claw, your power remains undiminished from the past. Remy appeared in midair with a smile, standing there as if he were an ordinary person. In front of him stood the sculpture, still appearing lazy and real as it had when Hal arrived. But Remy's words seemed to be directed at thin air, receiving no response. It's impossible. With such overwhelming power, he can't possibly be dead. Remy's face was filled with disbelief, but it quickly turned pale. What is it, Remy? French was puzzled. Upon entering the inner chamber, he felt an oppressive force, as if the dragon before him were truly alive. The sight of this dragon was unfamiliar to him, causing shock the moment he entered. That damn Dao treasure actually has the ability to create illusions. Has his internal core been stolen? The jade pendant around the Dale's neck began to heat up, and soon the surroundings completely changed. The dragon sculpture transformed into a black internal core, and the walls surrounding them seemed to lose their previous aura. That little brat not only stole the internal core, but also White Claw's physical body. His lingering soul has probably already been restrained. That Dao treasure is indeed extraordinary. Remy cursed, but his face showed frustration and helplessness. Remy, are our clan members in any danger? French was anxious. From the moment he accepted Remy's guidance, he understood his mission. He wasn't an evil person and had no intention of shirking his responsibility. There's no danger. Since he has entered the Tower of Heavenly Deity, he won't be able to escape easily. Let's return to the tribe first. This jade pendant is recorded in our archives. Henceforth, you are the successor of the Heavenly Deity, and you will have full authority over his punishment. Remy sighed and looked at French with a kind expression. After confiding in French, he felt that French possessed an inexplicable quality, one that seemed beyond comprehension. All right. French nodded firmly, his eyes growing fiercer. Meanwhile, Hal had begun meditating peacefully inside the Tower of Heavenly Deity. He had been trapped here for 3 months. The spirit of this artifact couldn't harm him and was far wiser than that old man, not even allowing him to participate in trials. However, Hal also realized that although he was currently safe, he felt like a prisoner. Even America had no means to escape. America, if I attempt to transcend now, what are my chances of survival? Hal sent a wave of consciousness into the Sumeru's sky scroll. The vortex of Yin-Chi within him remained unaffected, and during these 3 months, he had reached the peak of the Void Core stage, just 1 step away from the Golden Core. Not a single chance. Attempting to transcend here would exceed this treasure's capacity, leading to mutual destruction. Moreover, I wouldn't be able to protect you anymore, America sighed. Unlike Hal's calmness, she had spent the past 3 months testing countless methods but could barely sense anything outside. It wasn't due to the high rank of the Tower of Heavenly Deity, but because it seemed specifically designed for imprisonment. I expected as much. But this gives me some leverage, Hal smiled, seemingly unconcerned. How can you still smile? America could only sigh helplessly. She had underestimated the situation, expecting the worst to be similar to the sacred tree, where she could fight hard enough to take Hal away. But the moment she entered the tower, she knew she couldn't break out alone. Oh right, can we still use the dragon shadow from the mountain? Hal asked with a smile. Of course. I can even unleash a strike capable of killing a spiritual realm being, but only once unless you give me more blood essence. America calmed down, though she didn't know how Hal planned to proceed. She had no choice but to trust him. Spiritual transformation? Hal was astonished. He had encountered many spiritual beings, whose power surpassed his own by mere presence. He can transcend, America said irritably. We can't even escape? Obviously, silly child. This is a Dao treasure, an artifact of Dao respects. Even if one strike could kill someone at the immortal realm, it wouldn't allow you to escape. Who knows how you managed to encounter such an existence while still in the mortal realm? It's beyond comprehension. America sighed again. Then isn't that person very dangerous? Hal suddenly had an uneasy feeling. No, my level is higher than theirs. What good does it do? You're all too weak. At least until you reach the immortal realm will you be of any use. However, these two Dao treasures seem to exist for the purpose of inheritance. Their cultivation techniques and experience surpass what I can offer. Aside from chi cultivation, you should already be far behind him in terms of cultivation methods. In other words, if he traps you here for 100 years, you definitely wouldn't stand a chance against him. And you know about your lifespan. In 3 years, you'll have no choice but to attempt transcendence. That's fine. No problem. It seems I can continue practicing witchcraft here, Hal smiled calmly. He was confident that his life was secure. The spirit of the Tower of Heavenly Deity couldn't imagine that he still had the heavenly tribulation at his disposal. While he only had one life, the people preparing to attack him would need both Haywood and Witchgong. Without the Tower of Heavenly Deity, how would the Tobias clan survive? Hal didn't believe that the spirit would risk the entire future of the Tobias clan just to kill him. Moreover, he doubted the Tower of Heavenly Deity could withstand the lightning tribulation that the Sumeru Sky Scroll hesitated to receive. Nearby, the bald phantom watched Hal silently, unsure why this person could remain so calm without saying a word. He had already relayed the news and Remy informed him about French. In other words, he only needed to wait for the Heavenly Deity successor to arrive and plan accordingly. Meanwhile, within the Tobias clan, a wave of change was underway. First, the Tower of Heavenly Deity conveyed information revealing that Isla was an outsider in disguise. Then, a Kirk arrived with a sacred relic, claiming to be the Heavenly Deity successor. The 9 courts immediately summoned all 3 public officials to meet with French and discuss the Tobias clan's future. They fully believed French was the true successor of the Heavenly Deity. What do you think? The voice of the Eider trembled slightly, his age evident, and in court successor was nearby. Great elders, from now on, the Sacred Beast Hall and the Sacred Tree will lose their functions. This means we might not be able to defend against spirit beasts, and the Tobias clan may not survive without witchcraft, the first wise official replied slowly. ###Chapter 185, the Tobias clan's plans. Indeed, the ancient texts also state that if the heir of the Heavenly Deity appears, we should follow his call to open a new home. The Hutch spoke slowly. The outsiders in the Heavenly Deity Tower are not much to worry about. I believe we should first summon all young clan members to bask in the blessings of the Thunder God, and then leave the Forest Sea. I fear this is not wise. According to the texts, only when the Sacred Beast appears can one cross that mountain. The Sacred Beast has been stolen by an outsider. While this outsider infiltrated our Tobias clan and killed only Isla and Jada, it seems these two knew the outsider's identity. Without the Sacred Beast's appearance, it seems only the young chieftain can leave the Forest Sea, said the Bohan, expressing his concerns. Don't you think this is too unfair to the deceased Isla and Jada? The Emiri asked, slightly angered. The records show that our Tobias clan once allied with outsiders, and the 9 elders occasionally sacrificed individual clan members to preserve the clan's legacy. Since this situation has already arisen, the courts should prioritize the clan's survival over personal grievances. Can we really seek revenge after losing clan members to a stage 6 beast? The Bohan maintained a calm demeanor. But this seems, too. The Emiri wanted to continue but was interrupted by the Kori. I agree with the Bohan. This person must have come to the clan with a purpose. Using his intentions as bait for negotiations, helping the clan leave the Forest Sea is paramount. The Kori looked serious. However, judging solely on the death of 2 clan members isn't enough to trust him. I suggest inviting the Justice, the Bohan, and the young chieftain to meet with the outsider at the Heavenly Deity Tower before further discussions. Young chieftain, what do you think? The Justice turned to French. Honestly, without French, he believed the 9 courts would have already decided this course of action. After all, choosing the clan over personal grievances is essential for being in court. Even if that person killed his daughter or son, for the clan, he wouldn't bear any grudge. The Tobias clan has survived till today thanks to the teachings left by the Heavenly Deity. To attack or not to attack, prioritizing the clan and its heritage, after deep thought, enmity fades, and benefits become secondary. This phrase every clan member knew by heart: live and sacrifice for the clan, where the clan is family and companions. Dying for the clan makes one a hero, while dying for vengeance harms the clan. Is the enmity not deep? French's expression was heavy. He remembered when his master died, feeling powerless, wanting revenge yet lacking the strength. It felt like standing on the edge of an abyss, retreating being the only way to survive. Not deep. Please do not risk the entire clan's life for personal vengeance. The Justice shook his head. Each clan member was family to him, especially those he watched grow up. If I had the strength to lead everyone out, wouldn't everyone want to take that person's life? French shook his head. Since entering cultivation, he had always been weak, groveling countless times due to his lack of ability. Once dead, everything else disappears. French understood this better than anyone. Let's go meet this person. I've also been curious about someone even Kendrick praised highly. French smiled calmly and walked into the Heavenly Deity Tower with the Justice and the Bohan. See that? Instead of breaking down the door and attacking, 3 people came to negotiate. Xavion laughed. Honestly, he hadn't expected them to come so soon, thinking he could practice a bit longer. You're strong. Let's see how you handle this. America was somewhat eager. She had seen Xavion's abilities several times, each leaving her amazed. Watch. There's an 80% chance I can resolve this peacefully since I haven't slaughtered anyone, which should earn me some favor. Xavion gazed toward the exit, calm and smiling, but soon his expression changed. Didn't expect the old guy to bring you here. Xavion chuckled, greeting with a wave. Brave Chevin Sr. French couldn't believe his eyes. Wasn't this the brave Chevin who asked him to help find books in the Yin Kingdom? After leaving Yin, French had heard rumors about brave Chevin, though many cultivators shared the same name. He confirmed through investigation that the high-level alchemist of the Misty Rain Pavilion was indeed the same brave Chevin. French was both surprised and honored. He decided to seek treasures again to offer Xavion as payment for joining the Misty Rain Pavilion. At the time, he took care of many mortals brave Chevin brought along, finding them very friendly. When Xavion handled business, he merely threatened French and left behind many medicinal pills. In French's view, brave Chevin was trustworthy. Senior brave Chevin, I'm sorry for taking your inheritance. Now, I am the chosen successor, responsible for the lives of my clan. French bowed, his gaze firm. That was always meant for you. By the way, do you have a method to cultivate witch imprint? My original intent was the thunder pool, but the witch imprint caught my attention. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ventured into the heavenly deity tower, Xavion sighed, knowing the other two wouldn't agree but holding valuable information giving him leverage. Do not listen to his nonsense, young chieftain. The justice glared at Xavion. He killed our clan members. Xavion glanced at the justice. French's hesitation showed his trust, and coming to negotiate implied agreement, making the justice play the villain. For killing your clan members, I am deeply regretful. Xavion lowered his head apologetically. Those two immediately tried to bind me and see the 9 elders, which I could not accept. I came from afar only to borrow the thunder pool with no other intentions. Mixing into your clan, I became deeply interested in witch imprint. Even without today's events, I would have quietly left after using the thunder pool. Xavion extended his right hand, fire appearing on his fingertip. This is alchemy heart fire. 10,000 years ago, Danja helped your clan. Given what my teacher told me, this is no trivial matter. The Bohan stepped forward, his expression grave. True, but you instantly killed clan members. This is excessive. Translation notes. Names are transliterated according to Pinyin. Wesley maintained the original tone, structure, and style of the text. Ensured the translation is natural, fluent, and grammatically correct. Preserve the storyline and logic consistency. ##### Chapter 186. French's decision. I didn't want to, but those two wouldn't listen to me. They relied on their slightly higher cultivation levels, and I am not a member of the aristocracy. If I had understood the customs of the nobility beforehand, I might have believed them. Xavion chuckled bitterly. But as a newcomer here, it's understandable that anyone would resist being captured by the nobility. I've spent considerable time among the nobility and understand their traditions well, even admiring them greatly. However, I have 2 conditions. First, I need the method to cultivate witch seals, and I assure you it won't be leaked. Second, my goal is the thunder pool. If the nobility agree to this, as compensation, I will agree to 3 requests from you, provided they don't lead to my death or violate my principles. Xavion bowed again, this time to French. These 3 must have come for a reason, and 3 requests were their biggest gesture of goodwill. He still hesitated to use the thunder calamity against the Tobias clan. Very well, please keep your word, elder. The justice and the Bohan were still considering, but French stepped forward decisively. If it weren't for Adair standing before him, he wouldn't have trusted so easily. But since it was indeed Adair, and with the tribe far from the forest sea, where else could these people go except the Smoke Rain Pavilion, one of the 3 major sects? I promise not to break my word, Xavion nodded solemnly. In return, I have something important to tell you, but please ask these 2 to leave. Clan leader, we can't. This person has dangerous methods, the justice immediately protested. It's fine. I trust the court, French smiled calmly, turning to the 2 beside him. Leave now. Ferguson will protect me, so there's nothing to worry about. An elder certainly isn't one to break his word. The justice and the Bohan exchanged glances, then withdrew without further argument. Since the Heavenly God Tower could trap this person, protecting French should not be a problem. Watching them leave, Xavion took a few steps back, not wanting distance to create any misunderstanding. You don't need to keep calling me court. Call me brother Tobiasu. Xavion sat down, smiling suddenly. Who would have thought after more than 10 years apart, we'd meet here? And even more surprising, that the once timid you is now so resolute. At that time, my cultivation wasn't high, yet you treated me as in court. One reason might be your strong divine sense, and another could be your ability to gauge combat power. French's heart skipped a beat, but the jade pendant around his neck suddenly shimmered. A faint image of an courtly man slowly solidified into what appeared almost real. Had Xavion not seen it forming, he might not have noticed at all. Britt has had a rough journey. You needn't test him. Speak directly. Ferguson blocked Xavion's path. If it weren't for me, you'd be harming him by trying to cover up. Concealing too much can backfire. Learn to mask your intentions. Your enemies are beyond this realm. Let me guess. Your master left behind 2 Dao treasures and a dragon of Dao veneration. It wasn't to protect the clan because they lacked the strength to claim it. The war 10,000 years ago made things clear. That person will return. I believe this place likely holds the Dao lineage of a supreme being, and you 2 are its guardians. At Xavion's words, the Heavenly God Tower trembled, seemingly ready to unleash its full power to slay him. Please don't. I have no intention of leaking information. I have my own inheritance, and my Dao treasure surpasses yours in some ways. Xavion looked at Ferguson. Fariso Kong, stop. Killing him might bring calamity upon the entire clan. Can't you feel the impending thunder calamity? Ferguson sighed, finally understanding why Xavion hadn't shown remorse when driven out. French had already established a foundation and eternal Dao roots, and Ferguson knew the implications of the thunder calamity. Now, he understood why Xavion sought the thunder pool. Thank you, brother Tobiasu, for the reminder. French approached, bowing deeply. Be smarter in the future. There's a person called the Lord of Netherworld who isn't friendly toward us, and the myriad immortal sect of the supreme immortal realm may not be a good place for us. But remember, what I told you is just my speculation. Since you're protected by these 2, achieving immortality is only a matter of time. Just be cautious then, and don't fully trust me. Xavion laughed easily. Add the 3 agreements, and it should be enough for you to share the method of cultivating witch seals. Cultivation is not truly cultivation, but stealing the will of heaven. For witch seals, no cultivation is needed, only refinement is required. French pulled out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to Xavion. Brother Tobiasu, I shouldn't share this with you, but Ferguson believes you came here for this method and agrees to pass it to you to ensure you help the clan leave the Forest Sea. Taking the jade slip, Xavion found French more trustworthy than Brett. Still, he didn't fully trust, given Ferguson's apparent hostility. Please swear that you will personally refine this method and make no changes, or face eternal retribution. Xavion glanced meaningfully at Ferguson. Very well, French. French's eyes were sincere, but Ferguson interrupted before he could finish. Excuse me, it's been too long. I might have forgotten some details. Why don't you hand over the jade slip to me for inspection? Britt hasn't cultivated it either, so if I misremember anything. Ferguson coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed. No trouble, Elder Crystal. I haven't read it either, but I trust both Selen Brother and Elder Crystal. Xavion didn't plan to exploit the situation. As long as Ferguson said it was fine, it would be. Ferguson was momentarily taken aback, finding Xavion hard to read. He regretted not choosing Xavion initially, but regrets couldn't change the past. As Xavion said, the Tobias clan's preconceived notions were deeply ingrained. Ferguson took the jade slip, secretly altering many parts before handing it back to Xavion. While the witch seal was impressive, it paled compared to the master's cultivation methods. Also, teaching it to the clan was intended once a successor was found, so sharing it with Xavion wasn't problematic. Unfortunately, the guardian spirit beast prepared for the successor had been blood sacrificed by Xavion, a great waste. After so many years, however, the old friend's power had probably diminished significantly. Otherwise, Xavion wouldn't have succeeded so easily in the blood sacrifice, given he wasn't a magical treasure like Ferguson and Fairy Sokong. Chapter 187, 2 West Leaders. The first matter should be escorting your noble clan out of the Tobiasan High Forest, said Xavion as he accepted the jade slip, while French also made his oath. Yes, even if Baizhua had passed away, I could still activate the inner pearl to gain some power. But Elder Brother Tobiasu sacrificed the inner pearl in a blood ritual. Now we can only rely on Elder Brother Tobiasu, French softly explained. The second matter is that I wish for my entire tribe to join the Misty Rain Pavilion. Agreed. However, with the great war between our sea tribes about to begin, I hope your noble clan will assist us in repelling the sea tribes. With your clan's help, I am more confident about our victory in this battle, Xavion nodded. The rumors weren't false? French was instantly stunned. Of course not. These rumors were spread by my friend and me. After joining the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xavion ordered Ellis to spread news about the impending sea tribe war. Meanwhile, Brett, aiming to strengthen Shadow, found it beneficial to use these rumors to attract wandering cultivators. Absolutely. Once my tribe has a place to settle, we will definitely contribute to the defense of Tobias Prefecture, French replied sincerely, and Xavion understood. However, traveling through the Tobiasan High Forest was extremely perilous. For just a few people, it might be manageable, but for an entire tribe, it was almost impossible. Moreover, Soul Painter had told him that the dragon's aura was effective only against spirit beasts with dragon lineage. While the mountain they had encountered was safe, the areas before and after it were nearly fatal for 90% of the people. These dangers don't concern me much. Meeting your noble clan has been a pleasure. However, when crossing the Tobiasan High Forest, please, Brother Selen, understand the situation and know when to give up if necessary. Xavion shook his head. Since all misunderstandings have been resolved, I believe we shouldn't delay. I would like Brother Selen and the courts to allow me to go to the Thunderpool now. I will do my utmost to escort your noble clan safely out of the Tobiasan High Forest. Tobiasul ran thanks Elder Brother Tobiasu deeply. French bowed gratefully again and then led Xavion away from the Heavenly God Tower, which quickly shrank and flew directly towards French, who stored it in his storage pouch. Skillful, truly skillful. You can turn black into white, Soul Painter's voice sounded. Did I lie? Xavion touched his nose. No, but you turned someone who desperately wanted to enter the Thunder Pool and coveted the Tobias clan's treasure into a polite, studious man acting under his master's orders yet misunderstood and forced to act. Soul Painter sighed, unsure what to say next. Believe? Overthinking it. They just want to use me to leave the Tobiasan High Forest. With the sacred beast's inner pearl stolen by you and its dragon body used in a blood ritual, the Tobias clan's legacy will likely be broken without further rituals or inner pearls. Xavion sneered coldly. French has been quite deep. Initially, he seemed deceitful, but now he knows how to utilize trust. Just as I said, his senses must be special. If I'm not mistaken, his physique is called the 10,000 Treasure Dao Body. This form allows one to understand the roots of causality and possesses the ability to evade misfortune below the rank of Dao Sovereign, while above it, it grants formidable combat power comparable to the peak Dao Sovereign physiques, Soul Painter mused. It's astounding how such powerful constitutions can exist within tiny Tobias Prefecture. Do you mean I am weaker than him when I reach Dao Sovereign? Xavion asked skeptically. You? Far from it. Your physique is the best beneath Dao Sovereign, but mediocre above. His physique aids little in cultivation, but far surpasses yours in enlightenment. Soul Painter rolled her eyes. Physiques vary greatly, ranking from superior to inferior. Overall, the Void Chaos body ranks highly among top physiques, though it's not directly proportional to combat power. If you cultivate ordinary techniques, you may progress swiftly but lack combat strength at the same rank. Killian's formidable constitution only becomes apparent once he reaches Dao Sovereign. In that case, diligent cultivation remains the true path, Xavion sighed. Since entering the cultivation world, he had spent far more time in rigorous training than others, which allowed him to survive until now. Yes, if you ever no longer feared death and had beloved ones beside you, would you still diligently cultivate? Soul Painter shook her head, having seen too many people who, once reaching peak cultivation, chose to live peaceful lives with their families and loved ones. I wouldn't. Human nature craves freedom. Once unrestrained, who would aspire to reach higher realms? Toby asked the Lord of Netherworld. He surely bears some shackles, driving his desire for advancement. Xavion laughed. His goal for cultivation remained simple, initially, to prolong his life, now avenging harmony, handling matters concerning the Yi family, Dan family, and preparing for the Sea Tribe War. Freedom? Soul Painter pondered, while Xavion did not disturb her. He took out a jade slip detailing which seal cultivation and began to study it, awaiting the Thunderpool news. 3 months flew by, and Xavion arrived as promised at the base of the Thunderpool. Wesley's young Tobias clan members joined him, including not only Chevy but also many Dales unfamiliar to Isla. It seemed that upon learning of the relocation, the 9 elders had decided to extract the Thunderpool's last value. The Thunderpool stood atop a platform over 100 feet high, with 3 staircases each wide enough for 5 people side by side. Tobiasning faintly shimmered from the summit, even under clear skies, with black thunderclouds perpetually covering it. My life-bound magical tool can finally be refined. From now on, I will be better prepared for lightning tribulations and combat. Xavion stepped onto the staircase. Before coming, French had warned him about the pressure atop the Thunderpool, which slowed ascent speed. Thus, the numerous young Tobias clan members not only shared the Thunderpool but competed fiercely. Only the first one to reach it would receive the most blessings and absorb more lightning. The Thunder Deity ceremony naturally required many formalities. The Tobias clan members were extremely sincere, but to Xavion, they held no meaning. He calmly gazed at the sky, lost in thought. At the signal, Xavion refocused, but instead of dashing forward, he paused on the first step, unmoving. Hashtag Chapter 188. The Spiritual Beast Invasion. If what you say is incorrect, the execution of this Thunderpool ritual might be greatly compromised. Xavion immediately sat on the first step and slowly closed his eyes. When have I ever misled you? However, I also told you that the spirit of thunder isn't something at your level to comprehend. Even though it has possibly been weakened to its limit, there's still a trace of Taoist righteousness. America sighed. She had sensed something amiss when she arrived. America originally thought that the lightning in the Thunderpool was just ordinary thunder. Even if it had some spiritual essence, it would be gathered. But upon closer inspection, she realized that the thunder here had a spirit, no different from the spirit fire Xavion once collected. Take the risk. Xavion suddenly opened his eyes, recalling the method of weathering the calamity that his master taught him, the thunder drawing technique. The thunderclouds in the sky roared as the clouds centered around the Thunderpool gradually drifted towards Xavion. Larry, tell everyone to leave. This person is about to undergo tribulation. Kendrick immediately reminded him. He had never seen such a bold person before. It was too risky, undergoing a tribulation while trying to harness the spirit of thunder for refinement. Did he not fear death? Is this why he doesn't care about the number of people? French stomped his foot hard and shouted, "Everyone, leave the Thunderpool. There's danger." The young men and women of Tobias' clan didn't hesitate. Even Chevy, who was closest to the Thunderpool, retreated with an expression of unwillingness. Clan head, what's happening? Someone asked quietly after coming down. He's undergoing tribulation. If you absorb thunder, you will likely be dragged into his tribulation, French sighed. Kendrick had informed him that the Thunderpool had a spirit. They initially planned to collect it after ensuring all clan members were safe, but now Xavion had taken the initiative. Elder, something's wrong. Someone shouted while running, drawing everyone's attention. What happened? Speak slowly, the second elder gently asked, but he felt an ominous premonition seeing the person's expression. A 6-tiered spiritual beast is leading several 5-tiered spiritual beasts to attack the Orn department. Only the 9th Westlershall Duke and the 9th Shaman Duke are guarding it. Wesley clansmen are injured, but the spiritual beast seems not to have killed anyone yet, the person said breathlessly. Damn it, right now? French glanced at Xavion and clenched his fists. Let's go and meet the enemy. Ignore him. No, absolutely not. Clan head can't do that. The Eider stepped forward. A 6-tiered spiritual beast, even exhausting all our combat strength, we cannot fight. These clansmen behind you are the most talented of the Tobias clan. Please lead them to evacuate from the side. How could you ask me to watch my clansmen die? French roared. What about the common clansmen in the floating huts? What will happen to them? Please prioritize the clan's legacy. The wise dukes will lead the common clansmen northwards and won't abandon them. If they cross the forest sea, there may be another chance to meet again. The justice knelt. Chevy, please take good care of the clan head. You 100 Dales are the last hope of the Tobias clan. This disaster is far more difficult than any recorded in the annals. Protect the clan head and the clansmen with the holy artifact. We are willing to serve as bait. We are willing to serve as bait. Instantly, everyone knelt and shouted loudly, showing no hesitation. On the other side, the 100 young men and women shed tears, many of them too exhausted to remain standing. No, you will all die. Who will protect the common clansmen? Farisokong proceed. Kendrick didn't hesitate. He had deceived French. These plans were discussed between him and the courts. French foolishly believed that the Heavenly Tower could accommodate all the million clansmen. Initially, they planned to use common villagers as bait to protect these clansmen, but now, due to the 6-tier demonic beast invasion, they had to buy time, as it was beyond the Tobias clan's capacity to handle. The Heavenly Tower instantly emitted a pale yellow light, wrapping around French, but a bolt of lightning struck it away. Tobiasuyan, what are you doing? Kendrick shouted, looking at Xavion who was sitting on the first step. I will defeat that 6-tier demonic beast for you. Brother Selen, will you agree? Xavion stood up, the thunderclouds now centered on him, and the power of the Thunderpool was fully revealed, radiating an intimidating presence. Yes. French cried out without hesitation. Good. Fericerit here. A spiritual beast already has intelligence. Since it hasn't killed anyone yet, it must still have reservations. Xavion's expression was cold. Also, as a magical treasure, you should have the awareness to obey your master's wishes. How can you qualify as a magical treasure if you don't follow orders? Kendrick fell silent. The Heavenly Tower shrank and returned to French's hand. Thank you, Brother Tobiasu. French wiped away his tears and shouted hoarsely, I don't blame you. Now, everyone, go and lure the six-tiered demonic beast. Remember, do not die. As your clan head, you must listen to me. Tobias, you must live. The courts exchanged looks, entrusting their hopes to an outsider was unprecedented for the Tobias clan, let alone someone who had killed 2 clansmen. Was such a person trustworthy? Follow orders, clan head. The Eiter looked meaningfully at the others, stepping forward with a resolve to face death. Seeing the Eiter, the other courts tightened their hearts. Having worked together for years, they understood his intentions and responded without hesitation. The bustling square suddenly fell quiet, only the occasional thunderbolts striking Xavion from above breaking the silence. Very cool. America's ghostly image appeared before Xavion, saying sarcastically, so, how do you plan to defeat that 6-tiered beast? I bet it has dragon blood in it. When it comes, you can suppress it, Xavion whispered. Are you sure you want to gamble? America couldn't believe it. Spiritual beasts have intelligence. Even with the Tribulation Thunder, the chance to subdue it is extremely low. Moreover, if the Tribulation Thunder sees it as helping you, no matter your prowess, you will not survive. Don't worry. He won't dare act rashly then. Xavion's body began to glow with faint lightning. The thunder tempering technique his master taught him was a secret method, only slightly better than passive absorption. Hashtag chapter 189. Xavion's scheme. Really, you've beaten me. If something unexpected happens one day, you won't be so cocky. The Ashland gave Xavion a scornful look. Even if something unexpected happens, it doesn't matter. I have a tribulation to go through, and who would dare touch me? I don't believe he would choose to wait here for me to finish the tribulation. That way, he wouldn't have any reason to attack the Tobias clan. Xavion took out his innate magical treasure and manipulated it directly into the thunder pool. Although this innate magical treasure was already refined successfully, its true form was almost identical to the 9 Heavens divine thunder sword. Without being tempered by thunder, this sword would only be slightly stronger than ordinary objects, not even matching common spirit treasures. Therefore, Xavion had never intended to use it in combat. Do you think what name should I give to my innate magical treasure? Xavion fell into deep thought. Hey, are you also ignoring the thunder spirit? Another 6th-stage demon beast is coming to find you soon, and you're still thinking about names? The Ashland really didn't know what to say to Xavion. Yin-Yang Thunder Sword sounds too cliché. Another bolt of lightning struck Xavion, but it was quickly absorbed entirely by his body. However, honestly, the secret technique his master passed down was pitifully weak. Although it seemed effective in absorption, this technique was barely better than passive absorption. If it weren't for having some effect on Tribulation Thunder, it might as well be considered a lower-level cultivation method sold in markets. However, the thunder-induced 10,000 phenomena technique was very useful. While he wasn't sure if he could control the Tribulation Thunder, he could Manchang manipulate spiritual thunders. This was why French and others mistakenly believed Xavion was attempting to undergo the tribulation. Note, the word Manchang is translated as barely or with difficulty, but in this context it might be better to say managed to for more fluent English. Revised. However, the thunder-induced 10,000 phenomena technique was very useful. While he wasn't sure if he could control the Tribulation Thunder, he could manage to manipulate spiritual thunders. This was why French and others mistakenly believed Xavion was attempting to undergo the tribulation. Hey, your innate magical treasure has never been refined, right? The Ashland suddenly yelled. The thunder spirit wants to take away your magical treasure. It's fine. I deliberately erased all connections, just to see if this magical treasure can attract the thunder spirit's attention. Didn't expect it to succeed so quickly. Xavion's face revealed a smile of triumph. Are you stupid? Let me tell you truthfully, I can only suppress the lesser 5-element spirits. Thunder isn't part of the lesser 5 elements, and I can't help you at all. The Ashland became anxious. Xavion shook his head without speaking, but instead transmitted a segment of divine consciousness to the Ashland. Did you forget about Yin energy? This sword has dual attributes, both thunder and Yin. Once it's fully inside, I'll open the Yin energy vortex and cleanse the thunder pool with Yin energy. Do you think the thunder will be able to withstand that? Oh right, let's call it the Thundering Sword. Sounds great, doesn't it? You too cunning. The Ashland was stunned, truly scheming even against spiritual objects. The feasibility should be quite high. I even hid the Yin energy, fearing it would discover and refuse to enter, Xavion laughed. But you said this brick is closest to the thunder spirit. Why can't I sense anything at all? It completely sealed itself off when it saw you stop. So I said the failure rate is quite high. If not for your indirect approach, not only would you not get the thunder spirit, you wouldn't even have a chance to step into the thunder pool. The Ashland shook her head. It seems their clan's legacy includes spirits, and they don't want you to obtain it. Was it the same during the Holy Beast incident? Xavion remembered entering the blood pool, seemingly with the Ashland protecting him from something. Yes, but the dragon's remnant soul was not attached to his body or inner core, but rather to the entire hull. Since I have shielding and hiding abilities, after you finished the blood sacrifice, he lost support and could only dissipate. The Ashland looked proud. How impressive. You were supposed to gain nothing, but I helped you secure a dragon clan inheritance. Right, you always mentioned having a secret. Can you tell me now? And you've completely closed the Sumaru Heavenly Illusion Scroll recently. Xavion looked full of expectation. No, you'll see in 2 years. Guaranteed to shock you. For now, focus on your tribulation. The Ashland waved her hand. Fine. Once the thunder spirit fully enters the Thundering Sword, you'll tell me then. Xavion completely abandoned the idea of absorbing the thunder spirit, allowing his body to continue being tempered by thunder. But to be honest, the only purpose of this was to soothe his mind, relying on the Thundering Sword for his tribulation. But as long as the thunder spirit submits, there will be no further issues with this tribulation realm's thunder. The Ashland nodded, her shadow dissipating into the thunder pool. Xavion focused, ready to activate the Yin energy vortex at any moment. Ayu! A wolf howl sent a wave of formidable power straight at Xavion, causing him to freeze. His face darkened, blood rushing to his mouth but forcibly swallowed. Roar. Xavion took a deep breath, roaring back. In terms of sound alone, his roar was louder than the wolf howl. Miss Ashlyn, come quickly. Xavion sent a divine command to the thunder pool and descended from the staircase. I thought who it was, just a greenhorn. A giant wolf appeared before Xavion. Its head as big as an elephant, fur smooth like it was dyed in blood, chilling one to the bone. Its eyes were full of killing intent, poised to pounce on Xavion at any moment. Elder, why do you come to attack the Tobias clan now? Xavion smiled calmly, completely ignoring the giant wolf's presence. As he guessed, this wolf had dragon lineage, adding a touch of noble race pressure. Noble race's pressure mainly comes from their lineage. The dragon clan is no exception. This pressure is more potent on those with weaker lineage concentration, whether within or outside the clan. But for those with purer lineage, it had no effect. Though the giant wolf's cultivation was far higher than Xavion's, he didn't expect Xavion's dragon lineage to be purer, reducing the pressure's effectiveness significantly. Confused, the giant wolf prepared to howl but saw a shadow emerge from the thunder pool, stepping on thunder, looking real and intimidating. The giant wolf shuddered, swallowing his roar. You brat, since you're not part of the Tobias clan, why meddle in their affairs? Your provocation aside, I'm leaving. The giant wolf turned around, looking powerful yet like a defeated dog. Roar. The shadow roared, much stronger than Xavion's, pushing the giant wolf back a bit. Chapter 190, Trin escaped. This time, Xavion was completely taken aback. When had the Sumaru Fantasy Sky Scroll become a weapon? If that roar had been aimed at him, he would probably have fainted on the spot. Brat, you dared to harm an offspring of my master? The shadow slowly descended, its eyes filled with disdain as it looked at the giant wolf, which immediately turned around, its face full of flattery, like a domestic dog seeing its master. No, I didn't dare. My son lacked discernment and did not know that the Tobias clan were descendants of your master. He accidentally met his end at the hands of the Tobias clan. If I had known you were still alive, I wouldn't have dared to come. The wolf laughed apologetically, not even daring to breathe deeply. His body carried a bit of dragon blood, which he prided himself on, allowing him to sense the existence of the sacred beast inner hall easily. 3 months ago, the giant wolf suddenly noticed the pressure had disappeared. Deep in his blood memory, he knew that the dragon wasn't completely dead. It seemed to be guarding this tribe. However, during these 3 months, despite his secret observations, there was no news about the dragon. He only heard about some heavenly god successor who had arrived. 200 years ago, when the giant wolf closed himself off to advance to the 6th stage, his youngest son had run into the territory of the Tobias clan out of mischief. Not only was he killed, but they also took his inner core. His other sons prepared to attack the Tobias clan immediately, but were held back by the wolf after he emerged from seclusion. Although he didn't understand why he had dragon blood, his blood clearly sensed the terrifying presence within the inner hall, which made him shudder. Therefore, he could only stop his children but never forgot the hatred for the Tobias clan. So, if I leave, you can slaughter them at will? The dragon's shadow looked at the wolf meaningfully. No, I don't dare. The giant wolf immediately lowered his head. Tobias in the Forest Sea had not taught him how to flatter others, but anyone could see the dragon's displeasure in its eyes. So what are you doing here now? The dragon's shadow said coldly. Wesleyster, don't be angry. In the cultivation world, it's survival of the fittest, especially in the Forest Sea. Moreover, your master has been away for so long. Surely he doesn't miss his descendants much. Xavion interjected timely, not wanting to push the wolf into a corner. His only advantage was the suppression of dragon blood, and once the wolf truly attacked, he couldn't guarantee America could handle it. The giant wolf immediately raised his head, gratitude clear in his gaze towards Xavion. I can feel it. My master is still alive. The dragon's shadow looked into the distance, eyes filled with longing. Guarding his descendants is my duty. Any who kill them will meet their end swiftly. No, patriarch, please don't misunderstand. I haven't killed anyone. The giant wolf exhaled in relief. Upon arrival, he had felt uneasy and was even prepared to take action before the self-proclaimed heavenly god successor informed him someone wanted to see him. Shaken, he ordered his sons not to kill anyone, rushing over. Thinking it was that person, he found it was just a core formation dale. Though the roar startled him, he dared not even strike the dale with the palm. He didn't kill anyone? Xavion was stunned. Ahem, since that's the case, Wesleyster should let him go. Xavion turned and winked at the dragon's shadow. You recognize your situation. Since Patriarch is in a good mood, I'll let you off today. Suddenly, the dragon's shadow paused, looking sharply at Xavion, sending a divine message. Justin Tobiasing has your Trent, running in the opposite direction. Xavion felt almost weeping. How unlucky could he be? Every visit to the Tobias clan seemed more disastrous than the last. Should he chase? Quickly making up his mind. Big fellow, don't move. My magical treasure ran away. I need to chase it. If you kill one person, don't blame my master for being ruthless. Xavion retreated while the dragon's shadow instantly shrank, heading towards the lightning pool. The giant wolf hesitated, but quickly calmed down. Trent was indeed fast. Fortunately, there were only floating houses and no spirit beasts behind him, so Xavion stopped hiding, using the treading cloud technique to chase after Trent at maximum speed. For 3 days, Xavion couldn't catch up to Trent. Even though he had exhausted all his nether energy, Trent was not getting any closer and had actually pulled further ahead. We're at the edge of the floating houses. Chasing further would be dangerous. Xavion's eyes filled with regret. He hadn't expected Justin Tobiasing to steal and run, leaving a whole pond of thunder untouched. What do we do? America's expression was grave. Having slightly stepped away, Justin Tobiasing had seized the opportunity and fled, realizing staying longer meant disaster. I don't know. Xavion could only smile bitterly. To continue chasing was impossible. His nether energy was spent. Even without danger ahead, he doubted he could catch up. There's a turn. America suddenly showed surprise. But your speed isn't enough. I'll use all the nether energy in the vat. Before Xavion could respond, waves of black nether energy enveloped the sky, seemingly blocking out the sun. At that moment, the originally calm lake surface opened into a massive mouth with 4 sharp fangs, clearly a giant snake, and its target was Trent. Trent halted, clearly panicking. In front and below was the massive mouth, and all around was black nether energy. The mouth's speed increased, purple energy appearing in the air, countering the black aura. Its enormous eyes, comparable to a house, coldly looked at Xavion. Jump in. The sword can't move right now, America urgently conveyed via mental connection. Without hesitation, Xavion dashed forward, grabbing Trent. What awaited him were the snake's mouth and corrosive purple aura. The ordinary Tobias clan members widened their eyes in shock, flying in the sky, a scene only seen in legends, and fighting against a creature whose size dwarfed dozens of households. Quick, inform Elder Ji and the courts. While most were dazed, a few shouted immediately. ####Chapter 191. Inside the serpent's belly. At this moment, while Tommy was in the midst of refining a pill, he suddenly froze, his hands ceasing all movement. An event that hadn't occurred in many years, an exploding furnace, had once again happened during Tommy's pill refinement. Ahil dead? Tommy's face immediately revealed disbelief. Although Tobiasnhai was perilous, he could not believe that Ahil would do anything to court death. Moreover, Ahil had once refused his offer to escort him to the Thunder Pool, citing it as an opportunity for training. Could it be a thunder calamity? Tommy fell into deep thought, completely ignoring the shattered furnace. But losing contact with the Tobias tablet doesn't necessarily mean death. This is too bizarre. The signal lost its connection in Tobiasnhai. Could it be because of him? If so, there might still be a chance. Tommy walked out of his room and casually waved his hand, sending a divine message to Abel before leaving the smoky rain pavilion. What should I do? Ahil stared at the darkness around him, unsure of what to do next. In his hand, the Justin Ming sword seemed to clearly understand its predicament, showing no signs of struggle. This serpent has already obtained an immortal body. If not for the restriction of the Lizu barrier formation, it would have long ascended, Patty remarked calmly, almost wistfully. Ahil gazed at the dark energy surrounding him, lost in thought. The snake's belly was filled with countless toxins, but fortunately, his grade seemed to match the level of dark energy. Although the dark energy was being steadily consumed, the rate was slow. Do you think if I undergo a tribulation here, I could split open this snake? Ahil's eyes lit up with an idea. If this were a regular tribulation, it would work. But since it has condensed an immortal body, it can block most perception. If you break through here, the thunder tribulation won't reach you. But once you leave, it will strike without hesitation, Patty explained seriously. So, your attack could open this snake's belly. Ahil smiled suddenly. TCH, no fun. You figured it out so quickly. Patty pouted. The dark energy can last for 10 days. Hurry and refine the Justin Ming sword. Once refined, I'll take you out. Remember, it has an immortal body, so I can only wound it, not kill it. You're acting too obviously. There's definitely something else on your mind, but this is the only plan I can think of right now. Ahil shook his head helplessly. In this situation, you're still trying to toy with me. I learned from you. I think it's pretty cool how you stay calm even when mountains collapse before you. Patty covered her mouth and giggled. Thank you for the compliment. Ahil tightened his grip on the Justin Ming sword, and instantly, waves of dark energy surged towards it. If you don't want to be digested by this snake and become snake dung, submit and become my treasure. If you refuse, I won't blame you for suffering. And look, even Chaos Spirit treasures like Sister Chaos Tobiasngbao follow me. Rest assured, you won't lose out. The Justin Ming sword resonated sharply, seemingly abandoning all resistance. Clearly, it understood that following Ahil was far better than being corroded by the purple aura. With the Justin Ming sword no longer resisting, Ahil easily imprinted his divine consciousness on it, then settled down to begin refining it. Foolish luck indeed. Patty sighed, looking at Ahil. Oh right, almost forgot. After using that attack, the dragon's shadow won't appear again. Ahil's eyelid twitched, but he quickly refocused, continuing the refinement. Patty didn't disturb him further, instead looking around curiously, as if being swallowed by a snake was a first-time experience for her too. With the aid of the Thunder Spirit, the refinement progressed smoothly. In just 7 days, Ahil had fully refined the Justin Ming sword into his personal magic treasure, storing it in his Dantian for nurturing. Bound with one's cultivation, a personal magic treasure is best nurtured within the Dantian. Most treasures have their greatest power, but a personal magic treasure is different. As the bond strengthens, its power gradually increases, though very slowly. Thus, many choose to replace their personal magic treasure when their cultivation reaches high levels. However, some, like Ahil, opt for an upgradable treasure, strengthening the bond between them. Divine artifacts possess intelligence, but most treasures find it hard to awaken on their own. Yet, after 10,000 years of nurturing in the Dantian, the chances are nearly 100%. Some also entrust their personal magic treasure to master craftsmen for re-refinement, preserving this special bond. Ready? Patty's expression turned solemn. Remember, as soon as the opening appears, you must move at maximum speed. Within 10 breaths, it will counterattack. Yes, Ahil nodded heavily. As the saying goes, a wounded beast is both most dangerous and least rational. Once out of the snake's sight, no matter how frenzied it became, it couldn't find him. The Sumaru heavenly scroll shimmered slightly, fully unfurled, revealing not Patty but a dragon, specifically the sacred beast from the inner palace. Suddenly, the dragon's claw moved. Though a shadow, it felt real, drilling straight out of the scroll, growing until it was hundreds of times larger than the scroll itself. Boom. Ahil's mind went blank as the Sumaru heavenly scroll shielded him, reducing the attack's force by 99%. Even so, it severely injured him, leaving his body bruised and his mind reeling. Go! A chill raced through Ahil's thoughts, and without hesitation, he rushed toward the opening, moving at blinding speed, like a black streak slicing through the wound. 3 breaths later, Ahil exited the snake's belly, feeling the bottom of a lake. The attack had cleared away the water, creating a path to the surface. Without delay, he shot upward. 6 breaths, 7 breaths, 8 breaths. Finally, Ahil broke the surface. The passage instantly flooded, burying everything beneath the lake. Yet, the moment he emerged, he froze. This was not where he was swallowed. He seemed to be in the center of the lake. It's over, Ahil quickly realized. With no cover, how could he escape? Dodge! Patty shouted anxiously as a section of the snake's tail lunged at him. Moving faster than ever, driven by sheer survival instinct, Ahil managed to accelerate further. Yet, could anyone dodge such a tribulation-level attack? Even if given a 10-breath head start, it seemed impossible for Ahil to evade. #### Chapter 192. Wesleyster arrives. Is he dying? Xavion shook his head. This time, he did not hesitate and immediately broke through. Although the first tribulation thunderbolt might not even strike down, daring to kill someone under heavenly tribulation would clearly spell doom for that snake. Jeffrey, stop! A figure suddenly blocked Xavion's path, directly grabbing the attacking snake's tail. Though this person was incomparably small before the snake's tail, blocking this attack didn't seem particularly strenuous. Xavion shivered, immediately suppressing his cultivation. That voice and the figure were all too familiar to him. He was only curious as to why his master would appear here. The thunderous tribulation is coming. Xavion roared loudly. He had only intended to take the snake down with him, but now that his master was by his side, despite not taking any action, their distance was perilously close. Xavion instantly suppressed his cultivation at top speed, yet it only gave him a brief moment to shout those words. Fortunately, Ian had achieved Thunder Tribulation stage cultivation. After a slight daze, he immediately left Xavion. Ian said nothing more, pulling out a pill from his storage bag and tossing it towards the snake. Soon, a Seymour dressed in green appeared in midair, standing beside Ian. His abdomen was drenched in blood, indicating serious injuries. Wesley, thanks for your assistance, Brother Ian. If not for you, I would likely have been dragged into the thunderous tribulation by this little beast. Jeffrey swallowed the pill without hesitation, though the wounds remained. His complexion improved noticeably. Ian couldn't find the right words to say, merely giving Jeffrey a sharp look. Once this little beast finishes its tribulation, I will definitely extract its soul and refine it, preventing it from ever reincarnating, Jeffrey said bitterly. He is my Silas's disciple. Ian glared at Jeffrey. You're Silas's disciple? Brother Dan, are you here to save him? Jeffrey was completely taken aback. What do you think? Ian replied irritably. Ah, ha ha ha, it was a misunderstanding, Jeffrey laughed awkwardly, his form retreating slightly backward. I came when I discovered his life thread had lost connection. I never imagined you'd really swallow him. If anything happens to him, believe me, I'll take out your gallbladder to refine medicine, Ian threatened immediately. Believe, of course I do. How could I know he was your Silas's disciple? If I had known, I wouldn't dare even if you gave me 100 more hearts, Jeffrey admitted defeat at once. Though the person before him had similar cultivation, his methods thoroughly overpowered Jeffrey. His strongest skill was poison, but the other was a master alchemist who could easily neutralize toxins. Even more infuriating was his body. It wasn't like a chi cultivator's, incredibly resilient, making it tough for others to handle. Had another come to transcend, Jeffrey might not have dared either. Well, we've known each other for years. As long as he's safe, it's fine. Ian shook his head. But how did this junior brother escape from your belly with just a false core? I don't know either. He had chi on him. Over these 7 days, I mobilized all my venom to refine him, but it was very slow. So I slept, then suddenly felt intense pain. When I woke up, I found my abdomen had been torn open. Jeffrey looked equally helpless. Some secrets are normal, Ian shook his head. Do you remember that old ancestor from the sea race? What about him? Jeffrey seemed puzzled. Recently, he's been plotting an attack on Tobias Zhou. Ian's gaze deepened. That can't be. He's not stupid. There are 3 late-stage Thunder Tribulation humans. Jeffrey didn't believe it, but soon turned shocked. Could it be he reached grand completion? It's also possible his 3rd son has entered late-stage Thunder Tribulation. Sea races generally have higher combat power than humans. With 2 late-stage Thunder Tribulation guarding them, they naturally chose to attack Tobias Zhou. Ian looked at Jeffrey. Asking for your help is unrealistic. Just protect this child concerning communication with the supreme immortal realm, should anything happen to me until he ascends. Jeffrey froze, looking at Ian. Are you sure he has such talent? No one can guarantee cultivation success, but his chances far exceed ours. Ian glanced at Xavion, whose tribulation seemed almost finished. Despite looking miserable, there seemed no fatal threat. Yes, golden core is rare enough. Such legends of eternal Tao Foundation, living for so long. Seeing one is unprecedented, Jeffrey sighed. A pity he's human. If he were our race, I'd adopt him as a son. The demonic race values lineage. Tobias Zhou boundary would not produce such an exceptional eternal Tao Foundation. Ian smiled, shaking his head. Tisk, easy to talk while standing. Go find me another human with eternal Tao Foundation, and I'll devour Tobias Zhou. Jeffrey jumped angrily, unaware what he'd say if he knew French. My junior brother has finished his tribulation. Ian shifted the topic, walking beside Xavion. Cough, congratulations on reaching golden core. Xavion paused, quickly realizing the snake likely apologized due to knowing Ian's identity, helping defuse the crisis. Just a golden core, no need for congratulations. Rather, why did senior brother come here? Xavion's clothes were tattered, his skin charred black. Yet with the aid of lightning spirit, most of the tribulation lightning was absorbed by Justin Ming's sword, leaving only a small part hitting him. Having abandoned resistance using Yin-Chi, relying solely on dragon blood refined flesh made defense easier. Worried about you. After being swallowed by Jeffrey, your life thread lost contact. Thinking it wasn't shattered meant there might still be hope, so I came searching. Ian turned around, glaring at Jeffrey. Brother, I'm sorry. Truly, I had no idea you were Grandmaster Danchevy's disciple. If I had known, I would never have dared swallow you. Jeffrey walked forward, apologizing sincerely to Xavion. This time, Xavion was genuinely stunned. Such was the power of background. A presence capable of killing him with mere aura was apologizing to him. Dare not, dare not. I'm elated you won't pursue punishment. Xavion waved his hands hurriedly. For such an existence, humility was best. You've completed your tribulation. It's time to return. Remember, alchemy mustn't be neglected. Ian chuckled, pausing suddenly. After a moment, he slowly continued. Ancient territory actually opened early. Ancient territory? Jeffrey scoffed. You remembered that timing so well? My junior brother planned to go, so I kept an eye on it. Ian's eyes became profound. The ancient territory gate will be open for a month, not much time. Let me bring you there. Hashtag chapter 193. Easily resolved. Senior brother, I promised the people of the Tobias clan that I would bring them back to Tobias continent and join the Misty Rain Pavilion. Do you have any way to do this? Dion asked softly. Tobias clan? They've decided to leave this place? Tommy laughed directly. Of course, it's not a problem. That's great. I was worried about how to get them out. Dion also smiled. How many people can senior brother take? All of them can be taken. It just requires a few more trips and some consumption of spirit stones. Tommy sighed slightly. The Tobias clan's blood sacrifice ritual is perhaps the best method to enhance strength. My Silas helped them countless times in the past, yet they still chose seclusion. I wonder what methods you used to persuade them. Not much, not much. Dion felt somewhat awkward. He had practically destroyed everything important to the Tobias clan. Their holy beast hall, sacred tree, heavenly deity tower, and Tobiasning pool. For them to stay here any longer held no meaning. But it seems their holy beast blood has run out. They can't perform the blood sacrifice anymore. A successor of the heavenly deity appeared? Tommy exclaimed in surprise. How did senior brother know? Dion was also puzzled. The Tobias clan has a tradition passed down within the clan, but outsiders cannot obtain it. If an exceptionally talented member appears, he will gather all the traditions and lead the clan to new heights. Tommy sighed again. It's said that these traditions were left by Dao Venerable from long, long ago, even before the Great War. Wesleyni cultivators on Tobias continent coveted the Tobias clan's legacy, including immortals. But no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing. Back then, the Tobias clan suffered greatly. Almost all clansmen became slaves to various powers. Some forces even intermarried with the Tobias clan hoping to see that legacy. This period lasted for 10,000 years. Eventually, when outsiders failed to obtain any information, the major forces ceased their efforts, burning all Tobias clan records and threatening them not to document these events. So that's why. Dion's expression turned solemn. Now he understood why those artifact spirits wouldn't let him gain anything, even by chance. They must have witnessed everything and chose to completely seal themselves off to prevent outsiders from succeeding. Holding onto such treasures can be a heavy burden, especially when they're only legends and never seen. Jeffrey, I won't linger. I'll take junior brother away. Tommy bid farewell to Jeffrey and followed Dion's guidance back to the Tobiasning pool. The Tobiasning pool now looked entirely different from when Dion left. The seven-headed giant wolf in the center, even the smallest one, was comparable to an elephant. Around it gathered many Tobias clan members, who looked very tense. In contrast, the seven wolves seemed quite relaxed, lying on the ground as if resting. Seeing Dion, the giant wolf immediately perked up. These past days had been the most agonizing for him. He wanted to tear apart these people, but feared the dragon's return. Very obedient, Dion praised the wolf, as if its owner complimented a guard dog well done. Roar. The wolf immediately barked, knowing it dared not do anything to Dion. However, this noise could confirm whether the dragon was still around. This time there was no phantom image, but the wolf saw something even more terrifying. The old man behind Dion merely glanced at him, making the wolf feel like he was placed in an ice cellar, a feeling one only gets when the other can kill him effortlessly. Bow to the senior. The giant wolf immediately transformed into human form and knelt without hesitation. Though the dragon's shadow was scary, it was just an illusion. As long as he didn't provoke it, it wouldn't waste energy killing him. But the person in front wasn't an illusion. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. You need not bow so deeply. You can leave now, Tommy said softly, seemingly not even looking at the wolf. Yes, the giant wolf didn't hesitate this time. Slinking away with his tail between his legs, thoroughly humiliated but thankful he hadn't killed anyone or else he'd be dead. Who is this? Seeing the giant wolf depart, French relaxed, now very curious about who was behind Dion. My teacher Tommy, Dion chuckled. With the Tobias clan issue finally resolved, he no longer worried about crossing the mountain range full of spirit realms without the dragon's illusion. My teacher has agreed to bring all of you to Misty Rain Pavilion. You should thank him heartily. Tommy Wesleyster, are you the Pavilion Lord of Misty Rain Pavilion? French's eyes widened. Just months ago, he had never even met the head of a small sect, but today he saw a leader of one of the three major sects. Indeed, Tommy stroked his beard. You are the successor of the heavenly deity, truly outstanding. French's face showed immense excitement, unsure what to say. He even doubted if he was dreaming. There's no time to delay. Formalities can wait until we reach Misty Rain Pavilion. Dion shook his head, looking at Tommy. Agreed. Tommy nodded, understanding that this heavenly deity successor wasn't adept at such situations. From his storage bag, he took out a model of a warship, chanting incantations that restored it to its true form. Dion had seen warships before and admired Brett's vessel, but this admiration now paled in comparison. Compared to Tommy's ship, Brett's looked like a toy, smaller in size and lacking in grandeur. Dion even wondered if this ship could fit the entire Misty Rain Pavilion. Come aboard. This warship can accommodate 10,000 people at once. You can board in batches. After I send a dare to ancient territory, I'll transport your clansmen to central territory, Tommy said slowly. Everyone around was stunned, tears streaming down their faces in emotion. The 9 elders and 3 princes didn't hesitate, kneeling immediately. Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives. Unlike French, they had no illusions. They knew very well what would happen if they crossed the forest sea on foot. Even with current protection, surviving in single digits would be a luxury. Yet, this person agreed so easily, likely because of his disciple. Tommy smiled lightly. He accepted their reverence without refusal. Apart from being moved by Dion, it was more because of the heavenly deity successor. With Tao Venerable's legacy, he could eventually enter Immortal Realm. His disciple faced threats from the Netherworld Overlord, but French did not. When French ascended, asking him to deliver a message might not be refused. Chapter 194. The Ancient Realm opens. The news of the Ancient Realm opening spread like wildfire through every corner of the central region. Anybody with a token could sense it. The 3 major sects and the 10 families were making intensive preparations, for the opening was 5 years ahead of schedule, requiring them to rearrange their plans. However, many independent cultivators without such worries had already flocked to Twin Peaks Valley, choosing to directly enter the Ancient Realm. At Heavenly Departure Gate, in Taj's residence, Adela and Vienna had already received tokens and bade farewell to Taj, agreeing to enter the Ancient Realm together. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Kelly slowly stepped forward. I wonder what Mr. Taj intends by letting me see this scene. The Kelly appeared resolute, her demeanor confident and commanding. She seemed unfazed even if confronted directly by Taj. Rue, do you know about Evander's feelings for Feihua? Taj smiled at the Kelly, who showed no signs of nervousness but looked questioning. Yes, he openly told our Silas that he wanted to marry her as his primary wife, Sima Rue answered softly. Austin scolded him severely, but Evander does not seem willing to compromise. Watch over Evander. Those 2 women aren't particularly talented, yet they happened to be there when Evander handed out the tokens. Taj looked meaningfully at Sima Rue. If these 2 women have unimaginable luck and return from the Ancient Realm, Evander marrying Feihua as a concubine wouldn't dishonor the Sima lineage. If they die within the realm, Evander will grieve for a year or 2, which is enough time. Sima Rue hesitated, a look of uncertainty briefly crossing her face before it quickly vanished, returning to her usual resolve. I understand. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Taj. On behalf of my Silas, I also thank you, she bowed slightly. I am on good terms with your brother. It feels a bit apologetic that my broad in person has caused some rifts in your family relationships. Taj shook his head. Although he held a special status at Heavenly Departure Gate, his cultivation level was clear, and he remained alone. Thus forming an alliance with the Sima lineage offered many advantages. Rue, you still have much to prepare, so I won't keep you. I shall take my leave then. Sima Rue saluted and left, while Taj gazed at Twin Peaks Valley, murmuring something under his breath. Amidst intertwining conspiracies and calculations, there lay both warnings and hopes. Brett from Shadow Hall had also departed alone to Twin Peaks Valley. Despite not having any tokens, he intended to simply snatch one. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet reached the nascent soul stage, though breaking through within the ancient realm might not be too difficult. I wonder if I can meet him. It's been over a year. I wonder what level of cultivation he's achieved. Brett sighed softly and stepped into the white vortex at the center of Twin Peaks Valley without hesitation. The slight dizziness dissipated, and Brett surveyed his surroundings. This place was different from his previous visit. Wild grass grew wildly without any order, and the trees leaned oddly, possibly due to the uneven ground filled with scattered fragments of magical artifacts and half-buried bones, indicating an ancient battle that had long since faded away with time. Records say the entrance changes each time the ancient realm opens. I didn't believe it, but seeing it with my own eyes proves how real it is. To be able to enter the ancient realm twice must be unprecedented, Brett mused, recalling his previous entry into a forest teeming with spirit beasts and scarce legacies. Now, it was transformed into a battlefield where deaths meant legacies from their last moments. Most weak cultivators died instantly in battles, while some stronger ones managed to leave behind survival tactics. 10 days passed swiftly. Cultivators entering the ancient realm grew in number, and conflicts persisted. Some sought lone wandering cultivators outside, clearly targeting those who entered rather than the realm itself. Descendants of the 3 Wesley-Jor sects and the 10 families had also entered the ancient realm, their landing points scattered. Young talents mostly sought their own opportunities, but exceptions existed. Sima Rue of Heavenly Departure Gate, the top talent after Hidden Monsters, did not seek opportunities after entering. Instead, she searched for her younger brother Sima Evander, who sought Vienna. A warship landed near Twin Peaks Valley, and a Kirk slowly descended. His steps were firm, and his expression relaxed. Wesleyster, your disciple will depart now. Please manage the Tobias clan affairs carefully. This Dale was Xavion, who had reached the golden core stage, giving him a lifespan of 500 years. Without the mark devouring his vitality, his appearance had returned to its original state, with only occasional hints of age in his eyes. If Adela saw him now, she would never doubt his identity again. You needn't worry about Tobias clan matters. I'll handle them well. Ian shook his head, revealing a trace of concern. The Wesleyshire Pavilion people should have left. If you encounter trouble, reveal your identity, and they will assist you. Although your combat strength is high, you're just at the golden core stage, far below those hidden monsters and even top disciples of the sect. Keep these 3 tokens separately in storage bags, and surrender one if overwhelmed. Thank you, Wesleyster. Xavion bowed deeply and left, while Ian steered the warship towards Smoky Rain Pavilion. Xavion walked along the path, always longing to enter the ancient realm despite America's warning not to absorb legacies directly. Yet, obtaining new spells made him happy. As a chi cultivator, his means were few. He needed to find some spells to harness the power of nether chi. That guy is at the golden core stage. What do we do? Attack? Two middle-aged men watched Xavion approach and whispered. There's nobody around him. Toby Askley, a wandering cultivator with nothing valuable. But every little bit helps. Let's attack when he gets closer. One of them nodded, and Xavion approached them. Chapter 195. Black Golden Core. Move. The Seymour suddenly held a sword in his hand, rapidly casting the seal and aiming straight for Xavion's face. The other man pulled out a rope, silently reciting incantations. Soon, the rope moved like a snake, coiling towards Xavion. Xavion was taken aback, but quickly smiled bitterly, stepping back 7 steps, making the sword and rope lose their targets. Realizing something was amiss, the two men lost the sense of their magical treasures, while they could distinctly feel Xavion's imposing aura, resembling a mighty tiger unstoppable. Boom. These two were no ordinary beings and quickly used defensive magical treasures. Together, they managed to block Xavion's punch effortlessly. They even showed some smiles on their lips. But before they could retaliate, the defensive treasure shattered with hidden power. This person is monstrous. Run fast. One man immediately released his Yuan Ing, as did the other. In just one move, both early-stage Yuan Ing chose to abandon their physical bodies. Even if they retook another body, the new body would still conflict significantly with the Yuan Ing, meaning this decision completely gave up the possibility of further cultivation. One blow to take down 2 early-stage Yuan Yings, not too bad. And after reaching the Golden Core stage, my divine sense has barely improved. It may take several more years of diligent practice to fully reach the Golden Core level. Xavion shook his head, casually waving his hand, releasing a beam of sword light. The fleeing Yuan Yings were instantly pierced. Another tried to cast seals hastily, but he couldn't finish as the Yuan Ing was already lifeless. If you had used the Thunder Inferno sword from the start, I bet these two wouldn't have stood a chance. Patty's eyes showed a hint of shock. The Thunder Inferno sword, having been tempered by lightning, seemed to move at an unbelievable speed. Even Patty had never seen an ordinary realm magical treasure achieve such velocity. I just wanted to try. Oh right, why is my golden core black? Since surviving the Thunder Tribulation, this question had been nagging Xavion. But in front of Ian, Patty didn't seem to want to appear. Nor did she respond when he transmitted his divine consciousness. Xavion's golden core illusion was now fully condensed, which differed entirely from the descriptions in ancient texts. His golden core was unprecedented. It might be because of the netherworld spell. Normally, non-golden golden cores are considered inferior. However, dam patterns never appear on inferior cores, Patty carefully recalled. But I think I've seen this black golden core somewhere, though I'm hazy on the details. Not golden core. I remember, it was him. Patty's expression turned complicated as she sighed deeply. What? Is there any problem? Xavion suddenly became anxious. For cultivation, it's not a bad thing. But a black golden core means you lack heavenly favor. Patty's face showed reminiscence. Long ago, I followed a master who had a dear friend deeply in love with his wife, who died before he achieved the Tao. Yet, being an immortal, he captured her residual soul and fed it with the souls of other cultivators. Do you remember me mentioning that the heavens punish cultivators for killing without erasing the victim's soul so they can't reincarnate? To keep his wife's soul alive, he killed countless people and faced a terrifying Tao tribulation. His Yuan Ing turned black during the tribulation. He was struck by lightning and his soul scattered into nothingness, unable to reincarnate. Isn't this good news? Xavion laughed. If I died in the Thunder Tribulation, the Lord of Netherworld would probably cry himself to death. You really know how to entertain, Patty giggled, shaking off her heavy thoughts. If my guess is correct, it's related to when I prevented your foundation building and false stand tribulations. Will you blame me? How dare I blame Miss Patty? I should be thanking you. Xavion's gaze was unwavering. After reincarnation, it's still me. Compared to becoming a slave again, I'd rather my soul be scattered. Don't mess around. You still owe me. Patty pouted. Don't worry, I have 300 years left. Diligent cultivation gives me another 700. It feels great to imagine. Xavion laughed heartily. After avenging Christie, I'll find Toby Assing. If she waits for me, her affection needs repaying. Toby Assing happily ever after. How could I choose death over that? Tsh, I don't believe the Lord of Netherworld will let you live carefree. You better find the boundary pearl, and leave Tobias Zhou realm with your little beauty. Once he comes, I won't help you, or I'll be caught myself. Patty rolled her eyes. No rush, one step at a time. He must have his own concerns. Chatting idly, Xavion entered Shuang Eugene Valley. Numerous cultivators gathered around. Spiritual realm practitioners visible everywhere, even small sects teaming up to threaten those who looked defenseless, demanding their storage bags for inspection. The 3 major sects and 10 families stood idly by, overseeing their forces but otherwise uninvolved. Hey, who are you? State your name. Uncourt blocked Xavion's path, coldly shouting. Just a wandering cultivator, Xavion responded and took 21 steps forward. Although the court was a spiritual realm practitioner, clearly artificially elevated, Xavion could escape undetected. The court, insulted, grabbed at Xavion, but Xavion took 7 more steps, entering the vortex at the center of Shuang Eugene Valley. The court's face turned purple with rage. Although he didn't use full force, being outrun by a mere golden core cultivator was incredibly humiliating. Toby Asselbrat, wait until you come out. I'll make you regret it, the court muttered, earning murmurs from onlookers. Completely disgraced, he found a quiet spot to meditate. Did you see that? A patriarch from Tobias Tion sect asked, shocked despite the brief glance. Not clearly. He covered 100 feet in 3 breaths and evaded a spiritual realm strike. Though casual, such evasion isn't typical even among disciples. A golden core showing such strength must be hiding in plain sight as a wandering cultivator. But why send him to the ancient realm? Isn't it risky? Another court shook his head, dismissing it. The ancient realm only opens once a millennium, making this choice understandable. I've stored his image and will suggest recruiting him when the 3 prodigies arrive. If they fail, disable him. Can you command the prodigies? The court gently shook his head. Focus on our duties. With the Sea Clan War approaching, alienating other powers is unwise for Tobias Tion sect. Chapter 196, Ambushed. As Dion stepped into the white vortex, a dizziness overwhelmed him. Regaining his senses, he found himself standing on solid ground. However, before he could observe his surroundings, he felt a rush of energy heading towards him. Dion immediately sensed something was amiss. Without time to determine the attacker, he instinctively twisted his body sideways. With a whoosh, Dion's movement was slightly too slow, leaving a bloody scratch on his right arm. Fortunately, the sword's power wasn't great. It seemed the attacker was also at the golden core stage. Shaking his head to dispel the remaining dizziness, Dion looked in the direction from which the sword had come. It was a young Nadine, her eyes filled with shock as if amazed that her attack hadn't seriously wounded him. She quickly realized her mistake and ran backward without hesitation. Humph! Dion snorted. He was only 10 paces away from the Nadine. At this distance, even a Xuanhuan stage cultivator not skilled in speed couldn't escape. Note: I've corrected Ying to Ing and added the missing hyphen for consistency and readability. Also, Xuanhuan is the correct term used for this cultivation stage. With a powerful push from his legs, Dion leaped lightly, catching the Nadine's arm without even using the 7-star steps technique, pulling her back forcefully. Who are you? Why did you attack me? And what are you doing here with such weakness? Dion didn't kill the Nadine outright. Having just arrived, he wanted to understand the current situation by keeping her alive. Tears welled up in the Nadine's eyes, yet she stubbornly remained silent, looking defiantly at Dion. I have no deep grudge against you. Tell me what you know, and I might spare your life. Dion shook his head, not quite understanding why the Nadine acted this way toward him. You're an evil person, an enemy of Brother Pete. I will kill you. The Nadine shouted loudly, seemingly using all her strength for this declaration. Pete. Dion furrowed his brows. If there were enmities, the only one he could think of was the Blue Cloud sect. Yet Noel wasn't a familiar name. Ah, Noel? Suddenly, Dion recalled the 5 people he met at Tobias Tion Min, one of whom was named Noel. Are you a disciple of Tobias Tion Min? Dion asked coldly. No, not at all. Perhaps due to Dion's icy expression, the Nadine lost her earlier defiance. Forget it, go. If he seeks vengeance, he can come anytime. Dion released the Nadine, shaking his head. He didn't bother with her since she was far too weak. If she could leave, then ghosts would walk the earth. Seeing Dion turn to leave, the Nadine's expression changed from astonishment to a sneer. Suddenly, a nascent soul aura surged out, and the small xuanhuan dart shot directly at Dion's back. Unlike her previous feeble attempt, the Nadine's expression was now merciless. Note: xuanhuan is translated as dart for better fluency in English. Dion instantly sensed danger. This time, he made no effort to conceal himself. Nether chi burst out, almost enveloping the area around him. The Nadine's attack was extremely fast. There was no time to dodge. Ping! A scale suddenly appeared where the xuanhuan struck, and the latter instantly disintegrated as if shattered into pieces. The Nadine's face turned to horror. Her proximity to Dion made it impossible for her to evade the mysterious aura. She could only summon a handkerchief-like magical treasure to defend herself. The treasure she first thought of wasn't simple. It completely blocked the invasion of Nether Chi, but she couldn't manage anything else, barely holding on. All she could do was hope that the person's spellcasting immobilized him. Yet she knew her hope was foolish. Seeing Dion take a step forward, his punch carried immense momentum, striking towards her. Despite channeling more spiritual energy, everything was futile. The treasure shattered. Nether Chi surged in, and Dion retracted his fist, sparing her life. Nether Chi entered her body, draining her of any color. A miserable cry escaped her lips but was entirely blocked by the sound-suppressing array Dion casually set up. A silent sealing array used to prevent eavesdropping due to its simplicity now served as perfect camouflage. Answer my questions. Dion withdrew half of the Nether Chi, while the rest continued to corrode the Nadine's flesh. Compared to the earlier pain, the torment was somewhat lessened. The Nadine nodded slightly, fully realizing that the person before her was on a completely different level. 2 attacks, both ambushes, resulted only in a shallow wound. Who are you? An independent cultivator. My name is Kaylee. This time, I just came to the ancient realm to try my luck. Kaylee was a bit afraid but dared not lie. Although her cultivation realm was higher, soul searching depended on strength. She couldn't risk a confrontation with Dion's spirit awareness. Independent cultivator? For them, reaching nascent soul is already considered advanced. With their limited resources, few can transcend. Besides, you look rather young. Dion frowned. I'm not lying. I really am an independent cultivator. Kaylee tensed. I relied on my appearance and methods to conceal my cultivation, tricking many. I'm truly an independent cultivator. I've killed many sect disciples out training and was pursued, forcing me here. If I don't transcend soon, I won't survive long outside. Noel must be from Tobias Tion Min. Did you dare to attack them? Dion looked at Kaylee, his confusion evident. No, maybe it's a coincidental name. He's from a small sect called White Sword Sect with only 2 courts. How could I dare touch anyone from Tobias Tion Min? Kaylee's eyes brimmed with tears. You wouldn't recognize me incorrectly. Dion shook his head. Perhaps he was expelled because he was too mediocre. Yes, that must be it. Please believe me. I swear to the heavens, not a word is false. How long have you been here? Dion asked again. 3 days, Kaylee answered softly. So, you don't seem to know much about the ancient realm either? Dion glared coldly at Kaylee. Kaylee shuddered, her face pleading for mercy. I know some. The ancient realm opens once every 1,000 years. Enough. Dion interrupted, Nether Chi flooding into Kaylee's body without restraint. She made him realize the consequences of showing kindness here. He was never a good person to begin with. Spare me, Kaylee whimpered, facing only Nether Chi devouring her and Dion's cold gaze. Chapter 197. The ancient realm is truly small. As Kaylee's eyes grew distant, Xavion withdrew the array formation. Almost immediately, he sensed 3 presences in the ancient realm, realizing that even remaining here was not as safe as imagined. However, these 3 people clearly were not a group and seemed to fear Xavion's abilities, not daring to attack easily. They only observed from a distance. Of course, Xavion did not reveal his intentions. After a quick glance, he turned and left. The 3 remained silent, seemingly abandoning any plans to attack Xavion. Xavion wandered aimlessly, truthfully unsure of his whereabouts. In fact, most people who came to the ancient realm had no idea where they were, only able to walk directionless. After a whole day, he found no inheritances but encountered plenty of robbers. These people were mostly early-stage Shevian cultivators with no particularly strong skills, likely targeting him due to his perceived lower cultivation level. However, his gains over this day were significant. This place resembled the Forest Sea, yet the spirit beasts around were mostly up to 4th tier, most of which were no match for Xavion. Therefore, he gathered numerous medicinal herbs, filling his storage pouch again. Previously, in the Forest Sea, the storage pouch was taken by a spirit beast, and he chose not to set a tracking mark to avoid causing any spiritual fluctuations. After leaving the Forest Sea, only high-grade spirit stones, important scriptures, and elixirs remained in his ring. Right, Jimmy still has the ingredients for refining the 10,000 ants heart-eating pill. I should retrieve them once the ancient realm ends, Xavion chuckled softly before continuing on his journey. A month passed, days and nights spent traveling and fighting. Even Xavion felt weary. Most of those who attacked him were solitary cultivators, probably understanding that once they found tokens, even close companions would likely choose to fight for survival. Thus, acting alone made more sense. He hadn't encountered any stronger disciples from major sects, who were likely searching for their fellow sect members. Xavion naturally had the Smoky Rain Pavilion token, but using it to probe others' locations would also expose his own. Hence, most chose to find inheritances independently unless absolutely necessary. The eastern scenery seems quite different. Xavion climbed up a tree, gazing into the distance. The surroundings were similar to where he started, except the east had distinct differences, smaller trees and less dense vegetation despite the abundance of greenery. It looks like my luck isn't too bad. At least this direction wasn't wrong. Xavion leaped lightly down from the tree. Cultivators possess divine senses, but using them would expose one's location in such a battlefield-like environment. Only those who had reached an overwhelmingly superior level dared use divine senses here without reservation. Young brother, how are things ahead? A voice suddenly sounded behind Xavion, who was extremely startled. Without hesitation, he quickly stepped forward 7 times. The owner of the voice was very close, and Xavion wondered if an attack was imminent. Pardon me, I didn't expect you to have such mysterious movements. Surely you aren't an ordinary cultivator. Xavion looked back. The speaker wore white robes, his smile gentle, looking like a friendly Kirk. Xavion's expression instantly became cautious. He couldn't see through this person at all. Even Brett hadn't evoked such a feeling before. So, this is a monster? No wonder my master warned me. Xavion thought silently, fully aware he wasn't an opponent. Even ambushing would likely end in failure. For such a person, it was better to put aside his guard. Seeing Xavion relax his vigilance, the white-robed Dale was slightly surprised but quickly smiled again. Don't worry, I am Lewis of the Myriad Sword Sect, with no ill intent. What differences lie ahead? The Dale politely bowed to Xavion. I am Xavion, a solitary cultivator. Ahead is similar, except the trees in the east are younger and less dense than here. Xavion didn't hide anything, knowing clearly Lewis's purpose. Thank you, Brother Guy. Lewis sighed in relief, smiling more easily. Since Brother Guy is a solitary cultivator, would you be willing to join our Myriad Sword Sect? I appreciate your offer, Brother Fairyso, but I'm used to solitude. Any restrictions feel uncomfortable. Pity. Lewis shook his head regretfully. Brother Guy, you're extraordinary. If you have free time, please visit the Myriad Sword Sect for a chat. It's not convenient here, so I'll take my leave. Take care, Brother Fairyso. Xavion watched Lewis depart, momentarily relieved. After a brief pause, he continued walking. But soon, Xavion stopped. 2 figures seemed to be fighting nearby. Yet the presence of Ferris Tobiasing was completely gone, suggesting they walked right past. This face, it's Gary. Xavion hid behind a tree, peeking at the combatants. Gary was late-stage Golden Core, while the beautiful Kelly was early-stage Shevianing. Despite the beauty having inferior fighting power compared to typical Shevian cultivators, she consistently suppressed Gary without showing a clear advantage, suggesting a prolonged battle was inevitable. Having understood both sides' strengths, Xavion planned to follow Lewis's approach, moving directly past, but he saw Gary's wide-eyed surprise. Gee, Xavion? Gary exclaimed. Startled, Xavion realized he had neglected his appearance returning to its original state. Long time no see, but I have other matters to attend to. Xavion shook his head, preparing to leave. The Kelly didn't seem interested in detaining him. Save me, I have information about Tatum. I know you want to kill her, Gary begged. Any past camaraderie faded long ago with Qingyun's sect's dissolution, especially since Gary had previously tried to stop Xavion and Tobias Dion's sect. You saved him when he betrayed you, the Kelly shouted angrily, unwilling to let anyone disrupt her opportunity after trailing Gary for so long. Tatum? Xavion shook his head, sneering. I have no interest. My revenge is complete. You'd better fend for yourself. Gary looked stunned, while the Kelly slowly relaxed, attacking Gary again before Xavion could leave, forcing Gary to endure another round of battle. Chapter 198 The Mystery of Inheritance. Xavion naturally had no interest in these 2 people's battle, but Gustav brought him a piece of news. Adela had arrived. Taj must be tired of her too. Only solitary cultivators would come to this Golden Core stage. Adela, even if she has reached the initial chevianing stage, will not go beyond it. She could have peacefully cultivated, but insisted on coming here to court death. When Xavion thought of Adela, he found it somewhat amusing. If not for Cruz asking about dark shadows, she might have already known that he was unlikely to be the culprit behind the extermination of the Qingyun sect. In other words, she chose to forget her hatred for self-preservation, whereas Adela always believed he was the murderer and held on to revenge more firmly than anyone else. Note, the term chevianing in the original text is likely a typo or an encoding issue, as it should be chevianing, which refers to a cultivation stage. I've corrected it in the translation. But, if those two meet, there is still some utility in them. Not a single member of the Tobiasen family will escape me, said Xavion with a cruel smile. He remembered that Tobias Tianmin was on good terms with the Tobiasen family, especially the Situ lineage, and apparently, Greg was a good brother to beg. Xavion traveled eastward, and while he did not encounter anyone else again, through Huahong's reminders, he found an extremely hidden inheritance site. Although Huahong had once told him that he should not directly absorb the inheritance, any cultivation technique could be observed and used for reference. Anything strange? Xavion quickly entered the inheritance site. This place seemed much safer than he imagined, as ancient records describe the ancient realm, existing since ancient times, having gone through great battles where many cultivators perished. Before dying, they would find a place for their legacy. And due to the passage of time, even if someone wanted to seize possession, it was long gone. So the inheritance in the ancient realm had always been something to look forward to. There are many puzzles indeed. The phantom of Huahong floated out again. Firstly, this inheritance is too apparent. In other words, whoever sees it qualifies. Secondly, no matter how inferior the inheritance, there would usually be some tests, such as insight, perseverance, or talent. Thirdly, the flow of time here seems to have been tampered with. Are you sure about all this? Xavion frowned, carefully pondering Huahong's words. We need to find more inheritances to verify this. Huahong's expression turned unpleasant. If true, the ancient realm may be a deceitful place. A deceitful place won't be that simple. Everything has a purpose, Xavion suddenly laughed. Let's see what we can find. If it fails, I'll capture a person and let him accept the inheritance, and see what happens. Alright, I'll attach myself to that person, and maybe we can discover a significant secret. Huahong also nodded. The inheritance site was merely a simple cave, containing neatly arranged daily necessities, mostly used by women, with a desk at the innermost area. On the desk were only two items, a spirit tablet and a jade flute. Xavion closed his eyes and explored the cave inch by inch, becoming increasingly astonished. Everything here was so ordinary, which would likely make it a decent inheritance for normal people, but Xavion had experienced the inheritance of Adnan and the Tao Venerable. If not for cultivating dark qi, he wouldn't have been able to step into Holy Mountain. The Holy Tree inheritance similarly indicated that inheritance selected individuals. Yet, here, it seemed to tell everyone that its aim wasn't to cultivate extraordinarily outstanding descendants, but rather just to find anyone willing. If the ancient realm is truly a grand plan, this person's methods are truly horrifying. Xavion took the spirit tablet and jade flute before leaving. Through his exploration, he knew that the inheritance was contained within the spirit tablet and the jade flute, which had already reached the spiritual realm level. Fights around intensified, shifting from robbing to capturing inheritances. Some minor sect disciples and family forces started emerging, with blood soaking the earth and corpses piling up. The ancient realm symbols are roughly 1,000, yet the number of dead far exceeds that. Xavion felt some sentiment. Poverty and weakness could drive people mad, especially when faced with easy gains, forgetting themselves entirely. With inheritance being the contested item, Xavion's situation improved. Even if discovered, as long as he didn't show hostility, he could easily leave. As inheritances increased, Huahong missed none, most being at the spiritual realm level, occasionally reaching the celestial realm, intensifying struggles among factions. Does the outcome remain the same? Yes, though different, one can sense the change in time's flow. Every inheritance found can be obtained immediately, akin to releasing sheep on a wolf-infested prairie. Huahong sighed, even a celestial realm inheritance. If there's ulterior motives as you say, the cost would be too high. How does 10,000 immortals compare to one venerable? Xavion laughed. No comparison. Not even 1 billion immortals guarantee producing a venerable, Huahong replied softly but soon turned surprised. You mean they covet the heavenly god inheritance? No. If they covet that heavenly god inheritance, then they must also be immortals. How could they possess immortal inheritances? If my guess is correct, the Westleister of Netherworld and some people in the supreme immortal realm might know the heavenly god's identity and could very well be that venerable. It appears that the matters of the Nether Servants could be the personal tactics of the Westleister of Netherworld, seeking this inheritance via the Nether Servants. Others have similar thoughts, likely using Tobias Prefecture as the chessboard and that supreme inheritance as the stakes in a grand game. Why are you laughing instead of being afraid? Huahong didn't understand. As a pawn, there's no feeling of fear. Moreover, a pawn aspiring to be the player feels only excitement, not fear. I haven't encountered such a large-scale game in a long time. Even the Sea Clan war pales in comparison. Xavion retracted his smile. But all this is just an imagination based on their situations. Before it unfolds, it remains speculation. What do you plan to do? Huahong, at a loss for words, asked slowly. That inheritance isn't my concern. This information, however, can be sold to those powerful enough to snatch it but don't know about it. The more who know, the safer I become. My chances of becoming a player increase, and my current priority is to enhance my strength and gain the audience of those beings. Xavion closed his eyes, his brain rapidly processing. Although strategic goals were clear, the distance remained vast. Someone is coming, hide. Huahong intended to say something, but immediately frowned, vanishing into thin air. Xavion cast a concealment spell without hesitation, hiding in a corner. Chapter 199. Individual Choices. Big Sister Ruah. Indeed, this place is yet another empty cave, said a young Nadine as she slowly entered the cave and sat on a stone bed, seemingly choosing to rest here. The Nadine, dressed in plain greenish-white clothes, with bright and lively eyes, was none other than Taj's disciple, Tatum. The Kelly beside her was extremely beautiful, with fair skin like a lotus, but her eyes revealed a firm resolve, lacking the usual coquettishness, yet her demeanor remained graceful and dignified. It was Lin. Naturally, our strength is weak. Even if we find an inheritance, it will attract attacks during the inheritance process. Fortunately, most people here are focused on the inheritance, so we managed to stay alive, Lin sighed, her face full of worry. I have already activated the token that Brother Evander gave me. It won't be long before he comes here to find us. Only then will we stand a chance at the inheritance. Tatum's eyes were filled with longing. With the inheritance, my strength will surely improve greatly. Then I will definitely defeat Xavion and avenge my parents. Lin laughed bitterly and didn't say more, sitting on the other side of the stone bed to meditate. Xavion, who had been eavesdropping from the side, fell into deep thought. The invisibility spell wouldn't last long, and once they chose to stay, exposure was inevitable. This ancient domain is truly small. Who would have thought I'd encounter two senior sisters again? The past events of Qingyun's sect seemed just yesterday. Senior sisters, it's been a while. Xavion stood up, his figure gradually appearing from the depths of the cave. Guy, Xavion. Tatum shuddered instantly and took 3 steps back but soon gritted her teeth, readying some spell with both hands. Tobiasel's sister Tobiasinger, enough? If he wanted to kill us, we would already be dead, Lin sighed, blocking Tatum. Tatum hesitated despite her unwillingness and stopped. Since junior brother Guy hasn't acted directly, I suppose his hatred towards us has diminished. My senior brother Situ Evander will arrive within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Though he may not be considered a genius, he is far beyond your reach. Brother, you should leave this place. Senior sister Ruano, we must try to hold him off until senior brother Evander arrives. He can't possibly be a match for him. Hearing Lin's words, Tatum shouted loudly, stopping her spells and preparing them again. Tobiasinger, don't be ridiculous. Can we even last 10 breaths? Lin yelled, making Tatum flinch and retreat, falling silent. Senior sister Ruo always understands the situation. I've fortunately found an inheritance. Although it's only of the spirit realm, it's not an ordinary one. Sister, are you interested? Xavion suddenly smiled, handing over the spirit plaque and jade flute to Lin. Lin took them, her eyes showing surprise, but she remained still, watching Xavion calmly. Is this an apology? Lin laughed softly, her smile brightening the dim cave. I am using you. Xavion shook his head helplessly. Please accept the inheritance without resistance, and let me see what this inheritance entails. It seems I have no choice. Why did you change back to your original appearance instead of continuing as Devon? Despite her words, Lin's smile never left, and she appeared more relaxed. If you're interested, after accepting the inheritance, you can join Shadow. Perhaps you can convey my greetings to Ellie, and you might understand why. Xavion spoke softly. Very well. Here's my storage bag, containing tokens between myself and senior brother Evander, and some items from Tobias Tianmin. If you find any use for them, consider it a gesture of goodwill. Lin handed over a storage bag. Lin, are you betraying Tobias Tianmin? Tatum couldn't contain herself anymore, sensing secrets between the two. Ignoring Tatum, Lin slightly bowed with an apologetic look at Xavion. Junior brother, there's something I want to ask of you. Her life or death means nothing to me, but Shadow is a crucial step. People pushed to extremes will utilize everything they can. With my current identity, I can't confront the Tobiasan family. I'll watch over her. I don't trust you. Who needs your pity, Lin? He is my enemy. Even if I die, I won't be controlled by him. Tatum didn't hesitate, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Xavion, forming an array around him. Death might be a relief for you. Xavion sighed, taking 7 steps until his right hand gripped Tatum's neck. Tatum's expression turned shocked, struggling as if wanting to speak, but Xavion gave her no chance. Lin closed her eyes completely. She knows. You dare. 2 voices reached Xavion's ears simultaneously. Lin opened her eyes, stunned, seeing Xavion squeeze Tatum's head, causing her eyes to bulge out and her mouth to open wide. Filthy, do not touch Fei Hua. A figure suddenly appeared before Xavion, dressed in white robes with a folding fan, exuding elegance, but his face was full of anger, nails almost turning white from clenching. A mere golden core dares to boast. If not for the Kelly behind you, you would already be dead, the man said fiercely. Brother Evander, our bond has ended. Leave this place if you care about me, Lin sighed. All previous ease gone. Situ Evander stared in disbelief. Why? Why? Tell me why. I cannot remain in Tobias Tianmin. Lin tried to continue, but Xavion glanced coldly at her, making her stop immediately. Sorry, I talk too much. Because of this man? Because of this man, you choose to leave Tobias Tianmin, to abandon me? Am I less than a golden core in your eyes? Situ Evander was utterly broken, shouting hoarsely, filled with powerlessness. But there was no response. Xavion's eyes were cold, and Situ Evander felt nothing as Lin's silence had already chilled his heart. Chapter 200, not a Westleach. Let's go, Evander. It's for the best that things are like this now. We cultivators should prioritize cultivation above all else. Romantic entanglements are merely distractions, said Kelly as she slowly emerged from behind Situ Evander. She exuded an air of grace and vigor, giving off an impression of a female hero. This was Situ Evander's court sister, Mina. Upon entering the ancient region, Mina found her brother right away. Naturally, she did not support his intentions. In her view, a Kelly joining the Situ lineage solely based on appearance was absolutely out of the question. So when Taj told her the truth, she agreed without hesitation, even restraining Situ Evander by force at first. Yet he was still her younger brother, and seeing him beg made her heart soften. She could only consent to let him help Melissa Hua find a legacy before leaving. Just as they found Melissa Hua, they saw Adela die at someone else's hands. Mina had initially wanted to stop her brother and give that person a chance to kill Melissawa, but seeing the look on her brother's face, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Mina knew her brother had fallen completely in love with that Kelly. If she intervened, her brother would hate her forever. The unfolding events left her bewildered. It seemed Melissawa and that man were already acquainted, and Adela might have uncovered something they didn't want known, leading to her murder. For the Situ lineage and especially Mina, this turn of events was beneficial. In the cultivation world, taking concubines was commonplace, but as part of Tobias Dion Gate, Situ Evander could never make a background-less Kelly his Dao partner. No matter how beautiful she was, she could only be a concubine. Yet that Kelly was restless, and despite her brother hating her for it, Mina felt a sense of relief. After all, Melissawa had clearly abandoned her brother. No, I will kill him. I will kill him. Situ Evander roared, his body instantly enveloped in a layer of white aura. He threw a punch directly at Xavion's vital points. Tactician, Xavion snorted coldly, stepping back slightly, then leaning sideways, fluidly evading. Situ Evander was immediately thrown backward, slamming into the cave wall, the white aura dissipating. Mina was momentarily stunned. Although her brother had lost his reason, that punch came from a perfected nascent soul cultivator and was easily dodged by a golden core cultivator. Even more startling was that the simple nudge seemed to carry no power yet sent Situ Evander flying, scattering his aura. Did he use some magical treasure? Otherwise, this person must be a prodigy, Mina thought. While Xavion exuded a strong aura, he hadn't caught her eye until this move, which left her impressed and surprised. Cough, sister, don't interfere. Situ Evander rose from the ground, gradually regaining his composure. His gaze turned serious as he began to treat Xavion as a true opponent. You, sir, are surely not an unknown. A battle between us is inevitable, so please state your name. I, Situ Evander, do not fight unnamed beings. Situ Evander's breathing steadied, the white aura re-emerging, solidifying into a tangible form, lifting his hair. Is this young Aaliyah Mina? I've heard tales of your prowess as the leader among Tobias Tion Gate's young generation. Meeting you today, I see you're as remarkable as your reputation suggests. Xavion ignored Situ Evander's challenge and instead politely greeted Mina. Are you courting death? Situ Evander immediately lunged at Xavion again, calmer than before, giving him no opportunity to exploit. Xavion relied entirely on the 7-star steps, barely engaging in offense, seemingly focused on Mina. Keep looking at my sister, and you'll die very miserably. Situ Evander's aura surged again, the white aura acting like armor. Each attack was faster and harder to predict. Xavion had to focus, but still avoided counterattacking, defending purely through agility. Die. After a long struggle, Situ Evander became increasingly frustrated. Retreating 2 steps, he produced a weapon, a dark black spear named Yuhan. To die by my Yuhan spear is your honor. Situ Evander's momentum merged with the spear, making the first thrust nearly impossible to evade. Yet Xavion, moving in 7 swift steps, evaded once more. The subsequent sweep missed its target, hitting only air. Why won't you attack? Situ Evander shouted, feeling like a clown fighting the air. Satisfying you. Xavion smiled eerily, disappearing again. Situ Evander raised his guard and swept his spear mid-turn, but Xavion grabbed the spear's handle mid-sweep, then struck, sending Situ Evander flying, losing his grip on the spear. Spare your life. Xavion tossed the Yuhan spear towards Situ Evander's right side, embedding it deeply into the wall. Situ Evander stood dumbfounded, unsure why he lost. Remarkable strategy, attacking the unguarded, disrupting the mind. Mina's eyes held admiration as she spoke. You disrupted my brother's composure and logic without allowing him to fully display his abilities. Your psychological tactics are similar to Mr. Taj. Do you know him? I do not. Xavion returned to his usual demeanor. Upon seeing Mina, he immediately triggered the artifact given by Tommy. Any delay, and the Yin Yaij people would arrive. Without using dark energy, his strength matched Situ Evander's, but their experience levels were vastly different, and his temper was easily provoked. However, Mina appeared unfathomable to Xavion. He lacked confidence in winning, even sensing a higher chance of losing, thus he could not anger or fully reveal himself to her. Chapter 201. Mina. Being able to easily defeat my brother, you must not be an ordinary person. Yet, why do you not reveal your true name? Is this how a gentleman acts? Mina was starting to lose her patience. Though the person in front of her only emitted a golden core aura, she didn't believe for a moment that this was his true strength. Either he wasn't mainly cultivating chi, or he was concealing his true cultivation. A gentleman or a villain isn't determined by me. Lady Situ can call me whatever she likes. Xavion laughed lightly as his presence began to dissipate. Do you wish to fight me? Mina's eyes turned sharp instantly. If you've already planned to make a move, why deceive me? Xavion's figure vanished completely, leaving only his voice echoing in the cave. Trying to escape? A white aura radiated from Mina, even stronger than that of Situ Evander's, quickly filling the entire cave. The nearby Vienna couldn't even move. Xavion's silhouette was naturally discovered by the white aura, and almost all of it rushed towards him at once. So terrifying. Xavion immediately thought of using dark energy to resist, but soon abandoned the idea. He sensed someone approaching. If he could hold on for 10 breaths, there would be no danger. Do you want to know why I became acquainted with Vienna? Xavion's voice startled Mina, causing the white aura around him to slow down. His voice reached Situ Evander's ears. Sister, listen to what he says. Situ Evander's eyes lit up while Mina sighed and slowly withdrew the white aura, blocking only the entrance to the cave. Because of alchemy. Xavion suddenly laughed, his voice growing louder. Because I am a dare from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Mina froze. Her aura erupted once more, stronger and more ruthless. As the leader of the younger generation of the heaven-departing sect, she knew very well the value of a dare. However, Relations between the heaven-departing sect and the Misty Rain Pavilion were far from ideal, despite mutual interactions among the young members. Mina remembered that back then, the heaven-departing sect had attempted to control the Misty Rain Pavilion. Although the Misty Rain Pavilion did not have any ancient ancestors, Ian had single-handedly repelled all the courts of the heaven-departing sect, a fact unknown to many outside. Mina's Grand Silas had been one of those attacking the Misty Rain Pavilion. The name Adair, if heard by other forces, would absolutely result in them seeking to form an alliance. But the heaven-departing sect was different. They still didn't plan to let the Misty Rain Pavilion monopolize the alchemy domain of the central region. If Adair were to die, the Misty Rain Pavilion would lose its leading figure in the younger generation. After Ian's death, they might face a talent shortage, never again producing someone like Ian. Lady Situ, it's good to see you again. A hand appeared beside Mina, forcing her to dodge, losing focus on the white aura. Vlad. Mina was startled, retreating quickly, yet showing some disdain. This humble one is Vlad, having met Westleister Adair alongside my younger brother, Tobias Shevyenqui. Vlad waved his hand, and the white aura dissipated. However, fatigue appeared on his face. Brother Tobias needn't be so formal. If not for Brother Tobias today, the Misty Rain Pavilion would no longer bear the name Adair. Xavion waved his hand. His earlier statement seemed directed at Mina but was actually meant to spread. Not at all. Protecting the Alchemy Pavilion is a natural duty for the Westleister Pavilion. Initially, I thought the Grandmaster Ian joking when he said Westleister Tobiasu would come to the ancient domain, but I never expected to truly meet Westleister Tobiasu here. Vlad wore a kind smile, his handsome appearance adding a sense of sincerity. Brother Tobias, you jest? Both Westleister Pavilion and Alchemy Pavilion belong to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Mutual aid among siblings is only natural. Once we leave the ancient domain, Brother Tobias may visit the ninth courtyard to converse. If there's anything I can assist with, feel free to ask. Xavion smiled. Upon seeing Vlad, Xavion felt somewhat intimidated. Indeed, he was much stronger than any wandering cultivator, but still far inferior to these renowned Shevyen cultivators. Moreover, the silent dale behind Vlad gave off an unattainable vibe, similar to Lewis back then. This must be the prodigy of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Vlad, do you think you can protect Adair for me? Mina looked coldly at Vlad. Lady Situ's prowess far surpasses mine. Just now, to avoid offending Westleister Tobiasu, I forced myself to dispel your White River essence despite internal injuries. Now I have little fighting power left. Vlad waved his hands hurriedly. But my brother spends most time in seclusion. Now he wishes to spar with talented people. Yet lacking experience, he fears harming Lady Situ, which wouldn't be good. So, how about we pretend we didn't meet today? Lady Situ, you may leave. After all, the ancient domain has just opened, and there are many days ahead. Mina glanced coldly at Tobias Shevyenqui, who remained expressionless, like a statue. Is he really a prodigy? Mina doubted it. Prodigies are identified early and placed under strict protection by their sex, receiving abundant resources. Their talent was indeed frightening, and outsiders knew little about them. Even Mina herself knew only that the heaven-departing sect had 3 geniuses above her level. No matter what achievements she made, they seemed insignificant compared to these prodigies. Later, Mina learned that such prodigies formed 9 golden spiritual spirals during chi condensation and achieved Dao patterns at the foundation establishment stage. She herself had only a perfect foundation establishment, yet felt immensely superior in battles against ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, winning easily even without spells. Facing such prodigies, she likely felt similarly. If he is one, he would provoke a war between our 2 sects, benefiting no one. If not, he's delaying for reinforcements. If I don't leave now, I might be in danger. Mina realized her predicament. Even if he weren't a prodigy, failing to attack promptly had already cost her the best chance. One day, I'd like to spar with you. Mina looked at Vlad, slowly approaching Situ Evander and lifting him up. I'm unworthy, but I dare not refuse sparring with Lady Situ. As for Westleister Situ, perhaps we can battle, Vlad smiled, waving his hand. Are you always bullying my brother? Mina shot a glare at Vlad and then cast a meaningful glance at Xavion. Not at all. It's just sparring. If Lady Situ enjoys sparring, come to the Misty Rain Pavilion. Many fellow disciples would gladly spar with you. Vlad bowed slightly. Mina ignored him, dragging the dazed Situ Evander away from the cave. #### Chapter 202. Resolution. Your life-saving grace is beyond repayment. After watching Sima Ru leave, Xavion bowed deeply to the 2 of them. Westleister Tobiasu speaks too humbly. Vlad smiled warmly. If others knew that I had rescued Westleister Tobiasu, they would probably be envious, ha ha ha. Brother Tobias seems like a straightforward person. This one should be one of the geniuses from Yinshevi Pavilion, right? Xavion turned with a friendly smile towards Tobias Shevyenqui. How did Westleister Tobiasu deduce this? Vlad smiled slightly, knowing his words were intentionally vague. If someone could determine the truth just from his words, it would suggest this person lacked competence. Though his cousin admired him highly and had even amassed power in secret for him, believing such easily would only prove his cousin's foolishness. Aura. Your younger brother's aura is like an abyss. When I first saw him, I felt a sense of unattainability. I've met another person like this before. Lewis from the 10,000 Sword sect, Xavion explained without intending to hide anything. If he guessed correctly, Sima Ru couldn't have seen through it either, or perhaps most people couldn't. This was likely due to the Witch Seal's ability. Before entering Tobiasenhai, he could only discern killing intent and eyes. But clearly, Tobias Shevyenqui didn't fit these criteria. Vlad's gaze flickered briefly before quickly returning to normal. Westleister Tobiasu's ability is quite useful here in Ancient Domain. I wish to convene the disciples of Yinshevi Pavilion under Westleister Tobiasu's name. What do you think about this? Vlad bowed slightly and asked softly. Of course, but those who come to Ancient Domain are all seeking legacies. My name may not hold much sway. How about we meet here in half a year? Xavion looked at Vlad. Excellent. I agree completely. Vlad smiled again, this time with excitement. In that case, I won't detain you further. We've been together for so long. My fellow disciples must be worried. Let's part ways here. I also need to find some legacies, Xavion said gently. Agreed. But please be careful. Westleister Tobiasu is very important to Yin Chevy Pavilion, perhaps more so than anyone else here. Vlad bowed respectfully. This time was unexpected. Without encountering geniuses or top-notch nascent soul cultivators, I can still manage to protect myself. Xavion smiled awkwardly. Vlad naturally didn't mind. Xavion had forced Sima Ru to act and persisted for so long. Facing him might not even guarantee victory. Moreover, on this trip to Ancient Domain, he needed to secure a legacy of Fairyland for his brother. If there was only one available, to maintain their relationship, he might have to give it to Xavion. I'll take my leave with my brother now. In half a year, I will definitely be waiting here for Westleister Tobiasu. Vlad bowed again and left with his brother, while Xavion turned to Lorraine. Teacher sister must know who your enemy is. Although I don't mind revealing my identity, please keep it a secret. Xavion's eyes turned calm as he looked at Lorraine. Teacher brother has bestowed me this legacy, which is an immense favor. Moreover, being away from Tobias Dion Gate is a relief since pretending to be cordial to my enemies every day was torturous. Lorraine smiled faintly but bitterly. Rest assured, teacher brother. Even if I die, I won't tell anyone about your identity. But teacher sister's appearance is too distinctive. Although Sima Ravander may not tell Taj about you, Sima Ru won't show mercy. Do you have any means to change your appearance? Xavion asked softly. No, but I have determination. Lorraine picked up a sword and slashed her face repeatedly, leaving deep and shallow cuts, with the deepest revealing bone. Xavion didn't stop her. When Tatum died, Lorraine's expression hadn't changed much. She wanted revenge and didn't care about Tatum's fate. Furthermore, she must have known she lacked the strength to kill her master then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought the truth from Shadow. Lorraine had suppressed herself for too long. She wanted revenge and to kill Taj, but she understood she had no strength. Her only choice was to hide. Pardon my appearance, teacher brother. Lorraine's face was now a mess of scars. Cultivators could usually heal without leaving marks, but deeper wounds required extremely precious herbs to treat over time. With such determination, Taj won't expect this from you, Xavion remarked softly. Now, Toby Asingsing also bears a grudge against Taj, even more profound than yours. Just tell him my identity, and he will trust you. Thank you, teacher brother. Lorraine bowed deeply. No problem. My friend and I have made arrangements to assist you. Accept the legacy here, and I will guard you. Xavion placed Tatum's body into his storage bag and sat beside Lorraine. Lorraine nodded, took out the spirit tablet, and submerged her consciousness within. America, let's begin. Xavion sent a thread of divine sense to America and closed his eyes. With the Sumi Fanteon scroll enveloping them, Xavion and America vanished instantly, leaving the cave residence devoid of any human presence. Inside the spirit tablet was a mental space, a pavilion where a Kelly played a jade flute. The melodious sound was enchanting, soothing yet captivating. The moment Lorraine entered the space, she was immersed in the melody but quickly regained her senses upon realizing Xavion's consciousness was also present. As the first to enter the legacy, she had the power to expel Xavion, but she shook her head and allowed herself to immerse once more. This place is quite unique, gentle breezes, rippling water, and a beautiful flute playing endlessly. Xavion sighed lightly. You have a poetic side, didn't expect that. America's gaze remained serious, though she couldn't help but tease Xavion. Learned from Mr. Jichin. Xavion couldn't match America's skills, so he enjoyed listening to the flute, finding it increasingly mesmerizing despite his strong willpower. Alright, let's go out. You're not holding up well either. America was impressed by the legacy, finding it far more interesting than previous ones. Had it not been suspicious, she might have even suggested Xavion accept it. Xavion shook his head, not intending to argue, and immediately withdrew his consciousness. Chapter 203, Individual Plans. That melody was likely composed by a Dao Zun and carries a semblance of Taoist essence. But that Dao Zun didn't perish. Instead, they evolved it into a mystical technique to use in their lineage. The expression on Patty's face became sharp. You're right. They wish to control these people. If these individuals manage to reach the immortal realm within the Lai Zhou boundary, either through terrifying heritage or your mentioned supreme heritage, the former can give their sect a talented disciple, while the latter will be eliminated swiftly, with the supreme heritage seized. This secret method serves only one purpose, tracking. Indeed, if one has reached the level of Dao Zun, no deceit is necessary, Xavion sighed, but soon thought of his own two secret arts. Would the secret techniques I obtained from Brett also have problems? Certainly not. The inheritance exists as a single entity, and only the first receiver can be sensed. However, the magical artifact can still be used for tracking. In other words, the current Lai Zhou boundary acts more like a worm. No matter who ascends, as long as they possess or eliminate someone with the inheritance and take the magical artifact, they'll be discovered by the Dao Zun. Even if this gets noticed later, it would seem like they've been favored, as there's no practical value beyond tracking. Any sensible person would consider it a blessing. The supreme heritage? It feels too far off for me. Xavion shook his head. Finding such a massive secret turns out to be rather useless. If it's as you suspect, then that supreme heritage must belong to French, the celestial god's descendant. Patty's expression wasn't very pleasant. I believe you should abandon cultivation and find a cross-dimensional transmission array or a break boundary pearl to leave this realm at the fastest speed possible. With your talent, even without any magical artifacts, they'd likely notice your first tribulation crossing stage, giving cover to the celestial god's heir. 37 million years, that supreme has patience and means. French's constitution is likely favored by the supreme. To protect his inheritance from covetous eyes, there will naturally be other methods. Xavion laughed bitterly. It seems I'm the most unfortunate one here. I also think so. Should I follow someone else? Patty suddenly chuckled. that celestial god's descendant, French, seems quite nice. Beware of being bullied by those two Dao treasures. Xavion shook his head helplessly, though his tension eased significantly. TCH, just those two? They don't amount to anything before me. Patty regained her arrogance. But seriously, do you have any way to leave this realm? Otherwise, I might really run away, since I know a way out. The break boundary pearl, my master may have one, but he probably won't give it to me. After all, it's his final measure. Leaving this realm would also make him suspicious of me. Xavion shook his head. Such matters are left to fate. Cross-dimensional transmission arrays don't need consideration. They were likely destroyed long ago. Alright, let's trust your judgment for now. Patty's figure disappeared again, while Xavion began cultivating. Just having stepped into the golden core stage, enhancing cultivation was an excellent choice. A man and Kelly alone in a room should usually lead to something happening, but in front of Xavion, Melissa seemed like a log. He ignored her indifferently as the vortex of dark chi surged once more, engrossed in cultivation. After a full month, as a surge of spiritual energy flooded in, Melissa completed the inheritance and entered the early stage nascent soul realm. Congratulations, senior sister, on entering the nascent soul stage. Xavion opened his eyes and looked at Melissa. Now she had some self-preservation ability. Ordinary nascent souls wouldn't be her match anymore. The scars on Melissa's face had scabbed over, turning her once exquisite beauty into a sight that made people reluctant to look. Yet, Xavion remained indifferent, showing no change in his demeanor due to her disfigurement. Thank you, junior brother, for protecting me. Now I have some combat capabilities. Do you plan to seek any inheritances? Perhaps I can assist you. Melissa spoke softly, clearly much happier than before. Senior sister, just take care of yourself. I have no interest in inheritance. Watching events unfold is enjoyable enough. Xavion waved his hand. Do you have any tokens? On this journey, I've killed many who tried to rob me. My previously empty storage bag is fuller now, but nothing valuable inside, including tokens. I have a token given by Taj. No need to worry about me, Melissa replied slowly. He gave you a token? Could it be true, as rumored, that he has no descendants? Xavion was somewhat surprised. He probably feared Tobiasinger, and I wouldn't come, Melissa sighed. Actually, Tobiasinger knows you're not the murderer, but if she hadn't acted the way she did, she might have broken down long ago. Still, her resentment toward you runs deep. Her hatred towards me is understandable. After all, it was me who brought Tobias Tion Gate's attention. Xavion shook his head. You don't know that even without Tobias Tion Gate, Tobias and family would have annihilated Qingyun sect. For them, Qingyun sect is merely an ant. Melissa's eyes became distant. Wasn't Tobias and Oren also killed by you? But even if you didn't kill, you die anyway. What you did wasn't wrong. Qingyun sect was just too weak. Yes, weakness is a sin. If I weren't so weak, Christy wouldn't have died. Xavion only laughed bitterly, his expression returning to calmness. Junior brother, are you planning to kill Beg? Melissa looked at Xavion again. I intend to destroy the entire Tobiasan family. Xavion shook his head, his tone light, as if discussing something trivial. So, I thought after becoming a dare, you'd forgotten your enmity. Melissa suddenly laughed. Hatred must be hidden in the heart. When enough strength is gained, a sudden outburst leads to massacre. Xavion looked afar, his expression heavy. Since senior sister has inherited, I won't disturb you further. I bid farewell. Alright, I hope junior brother avenges successfully soon. Melissa felt melancholic, but her gaze soon hardened. She lacked Xavion's grand ambitions or courage to defy Tobias Tion Gate, but if the chance came, she'd kill Taj and avenge her master Chevin Tobiasan. Xavion slowly entered his cave dwelling. Since he knew this inheritance was unusable, his goals became clearer. The Tobiasan family, as one of the 10 Wesley Jor families, wouldn't let the younger generation miss the ancient domain. If they came, even geniuses must remain. Chapter 204. The sister and brother. Clarissa, do you think the Xavion you mentioned will come to the ancient domain? A Kirk glanced at the Kelly beside him and asked softly. At the mention of Xavion, the Kelly smiled faintly. Her smile was like a pearl from the deep sea, graceful and captivating, more dazzling than the perfect figure outlined by her originally green long skirt. He should come. This grand event in the ancient domain is not only for inheritance, but also a competition among the younger generation. He certainly will be here, the Kelly replied slowly, her eyes taking on an enigmatic look, adding to her allure. But I've looked for many people, and none have ever heard of someone named Xavion. The Kirk scratched his head. Haven't I told you? Adair is Xavion because the one he loves has the surname Tobiasu? The Kelly shook her head, somewhat exasperated. How many times have I told you this, and yet you still don't believe me? Clarissa, you've never even met that Adair. Besides, he looks so old. He doesn't seem like the Xavion you described at all. By the way, during our travels in the central domain, I heard about someone named Taj who seems quite adept at strategy. If the great battle begins, could he influence the overall situation? As for the big picture, we've seen that half of the wandering cultivators on Tobias Prefecture have joined the Shadow Organization, and we too have joined it. Despite the looseness of the organization, a major war will unite their forces. The person who created this organization is the one who might influence the tide. The Kelly's gaze became deeper. I wonder if directly dispatching Spirit Realm cultivators to attack would work this time. If we were to use Mortal Realm tribesmen to attack, we'd likely suffer significant losses. It definitely won't work. Those in the Spirit Realm hold considerable status within the clan. Wesley Kingdom lead the charge is impossible. The Kirk waved his hands urgently. Clarissa, I always thought our clan's combat prowess was higher than humans. Why do you keep thinking we will lose? Xavion. He is terrifying. The Kelly's eyes seemed distant, as if recalling something very old. I have no idea what he intends. If he really is a dare, it's better. But I fear he is the Lord of Shadows. Although the wandering cultivators of Tobias Prefecture are not highly cultivated, their numbers are too vast. Even if each member of the Sea Clan can fight 10 humans, we'll likely still end up losing. Clarissa, I think you're overthinking this. The formation you set up in the Eastern Domain went unnoticed and was incredibly secretive. After the Ancient Domain concludes, we can move swiftly through those dangerous paths, throwing the Central Domain into chaos. By then, even if those forces react, we'll already have established a foothold, standing on equal footing with them. The Kirk's expression was filled with anticipation. Then, Clarissa, you'll be a great hero. Let's see who dares to criticize you. It's not that simple, the Kelly shook her head. As long as I can't find Xavion, my heart cannot be at ease. If I can find him, even if he isn't willing to help the Sea Clan, as long as he doesn't intend to harm us, it's fine. However, his plans are too intricate, and any trace will be detected by him. Once a strategy is exposed and utilized against us, it becomes a stumbling block. Clarissa, but he is human. No matter how you think about it, helping the humans is a sure thing. The Kirk seemed puzzled. I will marry him as the Sea Clan princess. The Kelly clenched her teeth, but showed no signs of shyness. What? Clarissa, are you really going to marry him? What's so good about that scoundrel? The Kirk shouted instantly. Is it worth sacrificing yourself for the Sea Clan? Wesleyny people will surely gossip, and besides, elder sister, you're so beautiful. You don't understand. I've pondered this for a very long time without finding a way to win. The number of humans is 3 times that of the Sea Clan. While the number of spirit realm and above existences may be similar, using mortal realm cultivators as the main force gives us no chance of winning. Our only advantage lies in the disunity among the wandering cultivators. She paused and continued, if it were him, there must be a way. And I'm marrying him because I love and admire him, not for any other reason. Do you know why I often wear green clothes? I don't know. The Kirk's expression was somewhat dejected, seemingly unconvinced. Because the Kelly he loved wore green when she was alive. The Kelly gazed into the distance. If it were him, how would he achieve victory? This time, the Kirk was completely stunned. He revered his eldest sister, and even in his eyes, his court brother who had attained the fiery heaven realm was not as powerful as this sister. Yet today, she told him she deeply loved a man named Xavion, who seemed even more terrifying. What I said, don't tell anyone. The Kelly stared at the Kirk, her eyes stern. Clarissa, rest assured, I won't tell anyone, but if I see her, you must tell me. I really want to see the person whom even you speak so highly of. The Kirk nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yes, let's stop talking about him. Let's continue searching for bodies. Bringing back more will greatly assist the clan. The Kelly chuckled lightly and walked eastward with the Kirk. Meanwhile, in a highly secret location, tension was palpable. Brevin, despite our trust in you, you treat us like this. A Seymour yelled, his face filled with anger and frustration. Hemph, if you hand over the inheritance to me now, today's incident will be forgiven. If you insist on acting stubbornly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Brevin glared coldly at the Seymour, his threat obvious. Ever since becoming your family's subordinate, we've run around for you, doing all the dirty work. Why would you contend with us for a mere spirit realm inheritance? The Seymour roared. Darrell, don't be unreasonable. As subordinates, you must understand your place. Even I don't get the inheritance first, my older siblings do. How do you qualify? Brevin sneered. Just because you two are mid-netherworld realms? Or because of your son's tiny golden core? Without the Tobiasan family token, would you dare enter the ancient domain? Brevin, you can't speak for the Tobiasan family. I want to see Callahan, Darrell shouted. Can you just meet my brother anytime you wish? Brevin's smile turned playful. And do you think my brother will trust an outsider like you, or his own flesh and blood? I give you 10 breaths to decide. Hand over the inheritance, or I won't hesitate to take it by force. Dad, maybe we should consider this. A Kirk behind Darrell, clearly timid, spoke in a much quieter voice. Hashtag chapter 205. Tobias and Gia's outstanding descendants. G, your second uncle, and I will hold him off. You quickly go and seize the inheritance. Although we are no match for him, we can buy you more than enough time for an hour. After the ancient domain ends, we will leave the Tobiasan family. I believe you will surely step into the spirit realm, and then even the Tobiasan family won't dare to easily touch our Wong family. Darrell transmitted a divine message to the Kirk, then immediately pulled out a magical treasure and struck toward Brevin. The Seymour beside him gritted his teeth and joined Darrell in attacking. Hemph, dogs raised by us have learned to bite their masters. Brevin sneered, but he suddenly froze because he saw that while those two were attacking, Barton was directly rushing towards the inheritance. Clearly, these two had already planned to betray the Tobiasan family. You dare. Brevin roared, but he wasn't much higher in cultivation than the two. No matter how enraged he was, he could only be held back by them. It's fine, brother Tobiasan. You deal with those two Chevianing cultivators. This kid, I'll help you kill. A voice sounded, and before Barton could react, he fell down immediately. Then a Kirk walked out from the woods. He looked ordinary, emitting a golden core aura. His steps were cautious, as if he was still somewhat afraid. Brevin's eyes widened instantly. He had never seen this person before, yet there was something familiar about him. However, he couldn't place it at the moment. Thank you for your kindness. Once I deal with these two and accept the inheritance, I will certainly find a share for you. Then I must thank brother Tobiasan. The Kirk smiled brightly and walked towards Barton. However, the two middle-aged men showed no signs of nervousness, focusing all their attention on subduing Brevin, who was now forced to retreat under pressure. As the Kirk approached Barton, ready to finish him off, Barton suddenly rose up. He somehow had a sword in hand and thrust it straight at the Kirk's heart. The Kirk's expression turned terrified, but Barton clearly saw his calm, waveless eyes, like a vast ocean that remained unperturbed no matter how fierce the storm. Ding! Barton immediately sensed something was wrong. Before he could react, the sword hit the Kirk's chest with a metallic clang, producing a sharp and prolonged sound. An immense counterforce surged toward him, and before he could make a sound, he saw the Kirk swing the sword. He froze again. Even though he knew he was about to die, He wanted to know why the Kirk's eyes never wavered, even in the moment of killing. That feeling was like being a mere insect, easily crushed without a thought. He had seen many people. Some went mad, some panicked, some trembled, but never such calm eyes. Damn it, my magic treasure. This is the one I bought for 50,000 spirit stones, and you tricked me. The Kirk shouted, sounding utterly regretful as if he had lost something significant. Yet his sword didn't hesitate, severing Barton's head in one swift stroke. She, Darrell shouted loudly, then immediately ran backwards, leaving the Seymour to face Brevin alone. Brevin's expression was chillingly cold. One person was not enough to stop him, but he didn't want it to end so soon. Run fast, help hold him off for a joss stick's worth of time, and I'll definitely kill them both. Brevin yelled, seemingly concerned for the Kirk, but it was clear to anyone that having a mid-stage golden core block a middle-stage Chevy and Ing was impossible. Note, Chuji means initial stage, which doesn't fit well in this context. Also, mid-stage golden core is more commonly used and fits better here than Chuji golden core. Alright, brother Tobiasen, hurry up. The Kirk gritted his teeth, took Barton's storage bag, and fled in a flash, a movement that even left Brevin bewildered. Damn brat, don't run, Brevin shouted. Although his top speed far exceeded the Kirk's, they were in the forest where the latter's strange body movements made him untouchable. Barton seemed utterly enraged, his fury erupting as he began to chant incantations, aiming to destroy the entire forest. Destroying the forest was easy, but it would attract others' attention, potentially jeopardizing the inheritance. Brevin bit his lip, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. A red aura erupted from him, even his body becoming somewhat red. With just one strike, the Seymour, who had been holding him tightly, was killed. His soul was plucked out and crushed instantly. Barton felt a massive threat and hurriedly moved sideways. But with Brevin unleashing such formidable power, he wouldn't let him escape easily. Brevin drew a crimson long sword from his storage bag and thrust it, piercing through Barton's soul. Huff. Having killed the two, Brevin exhaled deeply, his face paler than ever. The Kirk stood aside, showing deference. Brother Tobiasen is indeed formidable, taking down two middle-stage Chevy and Ing cultivators in an instant, the Kirk promptly praised. Alas, using bloodline power takes a huge toll on me. Brevin shook his head. By the way, who are you, and why did you help me? Heard much about the hospitality of the Tobiasen family, making me yearn to join. Unfortunately, I lack strength, so I had to give up, the Kirk replied. Today, seeing villains attack Brother Tobiasen and try to steal your inheritance, I naturally couldn't stand by idly. My name is Tobiasu-san, a wandering cultivator. Brevin felt pleased and responded, Brother Tobiasu is too modest. Though I have no extra tokens, I'll ask my court brother for one after accepting the inheritance and send it to Brother Tobiasu. Brevin didn't mention finding an inheritance for the Kirk, but Tobiasu-san didn't seem to care, smiling happily, that's great. I was worried about how to leave the ancient domain without a token. Go ahead and receive the inheritance. I'll guard you and ensure no one disturbs you. Brevin hesitated briefly but soon smiled, good. The favor of Brother Tobiasu guarding me, I will repay by finding an inheritance for you. While speaking, Brevin moved behind the Kirk, who excitedly nodded, not minding Brevin's actions. Even as Beg approached behind him, he didn't look back, his eyes returning to their calm, emotionless state. Brevin's expression grew increasingly vicious, and as he reached the Kirk's back, he suddenly attacked, targeting his head. Before Brevin could touch him, however, the Kirk emitted boundless black aura, enveloping both of them instantly. Brevin's expression shifted from viciousness to terror. Guy, Xavion? Chapter 206, The Primal Spirit. If Brevin still couldn't recognize who this person was upon seeing this black aura, he didn't deserve to be part of the Tobiasen family. Tobiasen Orin, his cousin born with an ancestral bloodline, had been destined to become a prodigy once she reached the Foundation establishment stage. Yet she was killed by a disciple from a minor sect in the Eastern Domain. Although that minor sect was destroyed, the disciple named Xavion vanished without a trace. However, within the Tobiasen family and its allied forces, there was a portrait along with this distinctive black aura. Isn't this person Xavion? No wonder he looked familiar. No wonder he showed no sign of defense. It turns out Xavion was setting a trap for him all along. He was always the prey. Using his last bit of strength, Brevin tried to reach into his storage bag, but before he could touch it, his eyes lost their light. Even his nascent soul was completely corroded by the infernal chi and could not escape. Xavion was too close to Brevin. At such a concentrated level of infernal chi, Brevin lost almost all control over his body, let alone resist. The Tobiasen family indeed has its own geniuses, and that Callahan is likely on par with Mina. I wouldn't be able to match him either. Xavion's expression grew darker as the information obtained from Brevin made him hesitate. Most members of the Tobiasen family were gathered in one place, while those scattered were completely out of sight. Unless Xavion had the power to annihilate all of the Tobiasen family at once, he would only have a slim chance. Fortunately, he knew what all the Tobiasen family members looked like. Besides, this sound-transmitting stone can only be activated by someone of the Tobiasen family's bloodline. They must realize that things won't be stable in the ancient domain. Would they carry life talismans with them? That would make things even more complicated. Xavion gradually transformed into Brevin's appearance, but his cultivation remained at the initial golden core stage. Forget it. This is too obvious. Xavion shook his head, canceled the illusion spell, and headed in Barton's direction. Soon, he found another cave dwelling, just as hidden and plain as the one he had previously discovered. Inside were the same simple furnishings and a spirit tablet, except this time, the treasure was a heavy sword. After securing the legacy, Xavion planned to leave. Though he wouldn't accept these legacies, they were flawless to most people in Tobias Zhou. Wait, Xavion, there's something strange here, said a spectral image of America, blocking Xavion's path. What is it? Xavion asked, puzzled. Under this cave, there's a lesser 5-element spirit, a type of earth spirit. It's very deep, and I'm not sure which specific kind it is, America said, visibly excited. I was curious before, what is a lesser 5-element spirit? Is it important to you? Xavion took out an array flag and concealed the entire cave's aura. From the outside, even the shadow of the cave was invisible. A lesser 5-element spirit is a spirit of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Everything has a spirit, but awakening one is extremely difficult, especially for non-living things. A lesser 5-element spirit is more akin to an energy-awakened spirit, similar to your inner Danshin flame. Long ago, it was just ordinary fire. It encountered many opportunities before becoming what it is now. If you reach Supreme One, you can imbue intelligence. Spirits imbued by Supremes are considered later heaven spirits, whereas those that awaken naturally through opportunity are prior heaven spirits. America paused and continued. Prior heaven spirits are harder to tame but more powerful. After heaven spirits can be tamed once certain conditions are met. For example, your Danshin flame and the lightning spirit in your thunder meditation sword were both originally imbued. The world in the painting isn't complete. It can't sustain life because it's made of lesser 5 elements. In reality, the 5 elements are just one part, much more complex than you imagine. So, I can control later heaven lesser 5-element spirits? America's eyes clearly revealed longing, but prior heaven spirits are different. If I were to absorb one, it would lean more towards me. Absorbing it requires being stronger than it. Otherwise, I'd be absorbed instead. If you absorb a prior heaven spirit, will your injuries heal? Xavion asked softly. Not only will they heal, but I might advance further, America said seriously. After chaotic spirit treasures, are there even more powerful treasures? Xavion had never heard America mention this before. Beyond that, they're not treasures anymore. I might evolve towards heavenly will, but I don't understand it. Such occurrences have never been encountered. I know chaotic spirit treasures are the pinnacle of treasures. Typically, aside from the first master, treasure spirits dislike being controlled by others. Though my existence is advanced, I can't escape my fate as a treasure. America sighed lightly. To hide is endless solitude. To appear means being controlled or erased. Don't worry, I'll help you. I've never seen you as a mere treasure. Xavion smiled easily. Since it's never been done, you might be the first successful one. The lesser 5-element spirit is just the first step. How many steps come after? No one knows. America shook his head. I could have fixed myself fully by absorbing later heaven spirits, but the ease of the last absorption made me feel I shouldn't just aim to repair. Disasters can also be opportunities. Though the primordial infinity thunder injured me, it left behind truths for me to ponder. If I could refine the prior heaven lesser 5-element spirit, I'd know the next step. I understand. Let's begin. How do we start? Xavion looked at America, his eyes filled with anticipation. America hesitated, then shook his head helplessly. He finally realized that in Xavion's eyes, success rate seemed irrelevant. It was simply about doing or not doing. Right here. Dig down. America drifted toward a spot deep in the cave and stopped. It looked no different from other places. Xavion casually took out a long spear and began digging downward. The ground wasn't hard but was thicker than expected. After 2 hours, he saw a small cave. The cave was narrow, barely wide enough for Xavion to crawl through. It contained formations that prevented any spiritual sense from probing. Without hesitation, Xavion slowly crawled inside. Inside the entrance, it widened, though not enough to stand upright. Xavion's pace quickened, and he calmed himself as he ventured deeper. As he dug deeper, Xavion grew increasingly astonished. He had been crawling for 3 days yet hadn't reached the bottom. Since entering the cave, his spiritual sense could not leave his body, nor could he consult America. Knowing the cave sloped downwards, he was already deep underground. Even America needs this, so it won't be easy. Xavion gritted his teeth and kept going. There couldn't be any danger in the ancient domain. The person orchestrating it didn't intend to kill these geniuses. After 7 days, Xavion finally emerged into a pit surrounded by darkness, unable to use his spiritual sense. A flame appeared on Xavion's fingertip, illuminating the surroundings. Wall carvings came into view, seemingly recording history. Nearby stone tables and beds indicated someone once lived here. Chapter 207. The Black Soil Clod. Dion looked at the mural. There was no crucial information depicted in it. It seemed that the person who had lived here loved a particular tree. The mural always featured that same tree from different angles and during different seasons, but the painter's skill was so lifelike that it was easy to recognize it as one and the same tree. After observing the mural, Dion continued to examine his surroundings. There was nothing unusual around, seemingly just an ordinary underground cave. Miss America, Dion called out to America tentatively, but the xuanhuan scroll showed no response. He then opened it directly. The original artwork in the xuanhuan scroll had completely vanished, replaced by an image of a young black dragon. The dragon's eyes were closed, motionless as if it were either sleeping or a statue. What are you looking at? Who gave you permission? America suddenly appeared before Dion, rolling up the xuanhuan scroll and glaring fiercely at him, only to quickly turn puzzled. What method did you use this time? I didn't sense anything. I don't understand it myself. You didn't respond when I called you, so I had no choice but to open the scroll. There seems to be some sort of barrier blocking divine senses around here. I simply took out the scroll and opened it. Dion didn't press further about the young dragon, realizing America wasn't ready to reveal the secret yet. Wait a moment. America's expression turned serious as she scrutinized the surroundings carefully. Soon after, she manipulated the xuanhuan scroll, making it expand to cover the entire cave. Humph, do you really think I can't find you? America smirked triumphantly and with a swift movement, brought out a small black soil clod, which the scroll completely enveloped. However, something peculiar happened. The surface of the black soil clod emitted a faint yellow glow, preventing the xuanhuan scroll from drawing it back into the painting. Dion was taken aback. Although he wasn't the target, he clearly felt the powerful suction force. He doubted he could resist it for even a second without being pulled in. I advise you to give in quietly. Resisting will only lead to your energy depletion and ultimately your consciousness being erased. America's face showed irritation. Though she would eventually win, it might take over a century to absorb that substantial amount of energy. America's warning went unanswered as the yellow glow did not diminish. This situation persisted for 3 days. Dion finally couldn't bear it any longer, having noticed that the yellow glow showed no signs of decreasing. Miss America, approximately how long will it take? Dion asked cautiously, seeing America's obvious displeasure. 100 years, America replied curtly. Dion was stunned, at a loss for words. 100 years. Ancient realms would close within a year, and he was certainly not like America. Staying here until death was unacceptable. Dion shook his head in frustration. Asking America to give up was obviously impossible, and waiting around was equally impractical. But if that black soil clod possessed intelligence, it must have a purpose for being here. He studied the mural again, more intently this time. Sensing Dion's focus, the black soil clod seemed anxious, its yellow glow fluctuating. However, it soon calmed down, recognizing the need to maintain its composure. Dion, destroy that painting. It surely holds a secret, America shouted loudly, feeling the recent fluctuation distinctly. This time, the black soil clod remained still, its glow expanding significantly instead. Indeed, there's something fishy about that painting. Hurry, Dion. America noticed the increased glow, realizing the greater energy expenditure meant it would now take 70 years rather than 100. But Dion ignored her, meticulously studying the mural as if in deep thought. America's expression turned to anger, yet he finally turned to her with a gentle smile. Trust me, Dion said, his gaze returning to the mural. That gentle smile seemed intended for both America and the black soil clod. America was taken aback, regaining her calm. She realized she had been too impatient. Dion's unpredictable methods always succeeded, and she trusted him to help capture the innate spirit. After 3 more days, Dion's scrutiny continued. America stopped bothering him, while the yellow glow returned to its previous size, protecting itself. She is beautiful, filled with reverence and longing. Everything was perfect until the final painting, which depicts only rage and resentment. Dion sighed heavily, reflecting on the artist's emotions deeply. Miss America, let it go, Dion turned to her. America was startled but hesitated no longer, retracting the xuanhuan scroll. Immediately, the black soil clod attempted to escape underground. Do you not wish to see her again? Do you not want to save her? Dion sighed, shaking his head with complex emotions. America, ready to scold him, felt a pang of empathy upon seeing his expression. I am useless. My Christie is already dead, but you understand she still lives. Dion turned away. Let's go, Miss America. It has abandoned her, choosing weakness. Such a spirit would only tarnish you. America's expression became strange. Was Dion using reverse psychology? Didn't he know the innate spirit had fled? Regardless, America had no other options. She trusted Dion, hoping his method would work. If not, she'd make sure to criticize him thoroughly once they left the cave. Wait, I don't trust you. The black soil clod reappeared at the far end of the cave, a distance sufficient for immediate escape. America paused, lowering her hand, unsure of Dion's intentions. His expression conveyed sadness, regret, helplessness, regret, anger, and pity, emotions too genuine to be feigned. America understood that Dion had truly thought of the Kelly and his past self. Is he manipulating his own emotions to help me? America pondered silently, finding Dion sometimes frightening. Has what he treasures most become a tool for manipulation? She knew Dion had successfully tapped into his deepest feelings, turning them into a strategic advantage. ##### Chapter 208, The Agreement. The Nicole needs primordial spirit essence, not your spiritual intelligence. If you are willing to follow me, once there is an opportunity, I will definitely help you save her. This has nothing to do with the Nicole. It was your painting that moved me. Xavion turned around and stared intently at the black soil clump. I appreciate that you didn't think of destroying it, but with your cultivation level, it's absolutely impossible for you. The black soil suddenly transformed into a little boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old. His large eyes were filled with resignation, and his young face bore a heavy expression, as if sorrow had always accompanied him. You should understand that the Nicole's rank is higher than yours. Xavion's expression was serious. I might die, or be captured, and even I have very powerful enemies that I must face. When that happens, you will share my fate, being captured, being refined, dying. I cannot guarantee that you will surely see her, nor do I have much confidence in rescuing her. But I promise you that I will never betray any of you. As long as I can help you save her one day, both of you will be free. Do you want to believe me, give up your body, and work together with me? Or would you prefer to continue being weak and live in fear here? The little boy's face was full of hesitation. He could tell that Xavion wasn't lying to him, and he wasn't stupid. If Xavion had truly agreed right away, he would have left immediately. But now, only one thing remained for him, to dare or not to entrust his hope to this man before him. This man hadn't hidden anything from him. He guessed the emotions I felt while painting the mural, guessed that I would certainly come out when hearing those paintings would emerge, and more importantly, he guessed that she meant far more to me than my own body. It wasn't because he was clever, but because if he were in this situation, he would have done the same. I believe you. The little boy suddenly wore a relieved expression, realizing why he felt so relieved. This man took on the responsibility for me, embraced my dreams, and all I had to do was nod. Was it the painting that moved him? It seemed like I had believed him the moment I saw his expression. Thank you. Helping me means helping her too. The little boy looked at the Nicole, and all traces of resentment in his eyes disappeared. She saved me, but I don't want to harm the one who painted this. Xavion's expression became increasingly melancholic. Helping you is also to help her. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Both the Nicole and the little boy looked at Xavion, who was lost in thought, his eyes vacant. Damn, I can't go to death anymore. Xavion suddenly laughed, a carefree laugh. If I died, you two wouldn't let my soul rest either. Really? A hint of moisture appeared at the corner of the Nicole's eyes, but then she laughed. I thought you were going to say something melodramatic. I'm not someone who's into drama. Tobias must go on as it is. Pressure won't change anything. Steadily cultivating step by step is the right path. Xavion looked at the little boy. My name is Xavion. What's your name? He calls me Denim, and I call her Tree Sister. Denim's cheeks turned slightly red, and his voice grew softer. All right, Denim. I, Xavion, swear to help you rescue your Tree Sister. Xavion smiled again. Yes, I believe you. Denim nodded firmly. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, the entire cave began to shake, and the oppressive feeling vanished instantly. However, Xavion remained calm, watching Denim without moving. Sorry. The Nicole looked at Xavion apologetically, but the shaking drowned out her voice. Xavion, still focused on Denim, didn't notice her apology. After a while, the Nicole finally dared to look at Xavion, finding his expression unchanged as if he hadn't heard her. The Nicole suddenly laughed, looking more relaxed. I misunderstood you and have already apologized. If you didn't hear me, it's none of my concern. Did you say something? A telepathic message suddenly came through. I said thank you. You seem more reliable now. The Nicole gently smiled and sent a telepathic message to Xavion. In truth, I am quite nervous. Some things can only be gambled. Xavion shook his head. If I lose, the Nicole might leave me too. Without her, I probably couldn't stand against the Lord of the Underworld. TCH, you know that? The Nicole chuckled triumphantly, while Xavion turned back to Denim. Gradually, more and more black soil clumps gathered around Denim. Soon, the cave grew larger, and the accumulating black soil reached the size of a small mountain. Who would have thought Denim's true form is this big? The Nicole gaped, shock written all over her face. Is this enough? Denim looked at the Nicole. More than enough. Only 1/3 is needed. I was worried how you would cultivate, but it seems I overthought it. The Nicole's expression returned to joy, then she looked at Xavion. What a bargain for you. Me? Xavion was puzzled. Of course, I take 1/3, and Denim just needs a piece. The rest is all yours, isn't it? The Nicole retorted irritably. No need, keep it for Denim. Xavion shook his head. Xavion, I can't carry it anyway. Denim whispered softly. I've been alone for too long and have refined a lot of energy. This black soil has already exceeded my control, and moreover, it doesn't contain my true form. It's just some precious material for refining artifacts. So, the Nicole only needs 1/3 of this black soil? Xavion was speechless. Xavion, you really lack knowledge. Of course, I need Denim's origin essence. If just this black soil was enough, he wouldn't have resisted. He could have given it directly. The Nicole rolled her eyes. The most valuable part of a primordial spirit essence is its origin. To put it simply, this black soil is like the spiritual energy you can control, while the origin is akin to your nascent soul. Spiritual objects can compensate for their origins through cultivation. Oh, I see. Xavion nodded, pulling out the Thunder Abyss sword from his dantian. The sword emitted blue lightning light and approached the black soil mound. You're not straightforward. The sword spirit must have wanted to absorb it long ago. The Nicole grumbled irritably. I thought it was very precious. Xavion scratched his head. It is very precious. This is condensed primordial spirit essence. Even immortals would envy it. The Nicole was at a loss for words. However, absorbing it like this wastes a lot. If you find matching materials and refine it again, it would make your life-bound artifact stronger. In summary, this chapter details a profound agreement between Xavion, the Nicole, and Denim, exploring themes of trust, sacrifice, and the value of companionship in the face of immense adversity. ####Chapter 209. No treasures to use. What materials do you need? Xavion's eyes were filled with anticipation. How would I know? Go find a weapon refinement expert and ask them. America shrugged, displaying an innocent expression. But this earth attribute contains thunder. No wonder your sword spirit was so agitated. Keegan, did someone undergo tribulation through you? Yes, in this realm, there once was an overlord who endured the tribulation. Back then, there were no living beings here, only desolation. That overlord chose this place for the tribulation, and after achieving Tao, planted a tree, imbuing it with intelligence. That tree is Everly. Keegan's expression turned somber. After a long time, I seemed to wake up and met Everly. From her solitary existence to life slowly appearing in this world. But later, some people discovered this place, took Everly away, and I could only hide underground watching them take her. An overlord. America's expression turned to shock. No wonder it's black. Don't you remember the primordial boundless thunder I told you about? That's the overlord's tribulation thunder, the same one that struck me last time. I remember. When I reach overlord, will I also encounter that kind of thunder? Xavion asked softly. You'll encounter it at the Downlord stage, but if you can find the 5 elemental spirits and refine this black soil within them, using earth as the base to create a small 5-element cycle inside your magical treasures, you might be able to pass the Downlord tribulation, America said excitedly. Xavion, your luck is really too good. What about the fire spirit inside me? Xavion became slightly excited, though what America said was still far from him. Of course not, although its true form might be usable. America shook her head. Though it doesn't necessarily have to be a pre-heaven spirit, it also isn't something just any post-heaven spirit can do. Anyway, you're only at the mortal realm now. I'll tell you when we meet again. All right. Xavion nodded, his expression returning to calmness. Cultivation had just begun. Thinking too far ahead was premature. Seeing Xavion calm down, Keegan looked surprised but quickly understood something. Looking at America with a determined expression, Sister America, let's go. Don't make it sound like I'm going to hurt you. America glared at Keegan. To be chosen by me is your fortune, pay attention. The Sumeru illusory heaven scroll unfurled again, targeting Keegan, along with much of the black earth behind him. Be careful, Xavion. For the next year, I probably won't be able to help you. America looked at Xavion. Don't worry, I won't die. Xavion smiled gently. Right? If you were so easy to kill, you would have died long ago. America smiled, then vanished into the air, with the Sumeru illusory heaven scroll returning to Xavion's storage bag. Seeing America leave, Xavion retracted his smile and looked at the Justin Ming sword. The Justin Ming sword had changed completely. Its originally green blade was now pitch black, incredibly deep, almost drawing the gaze into it. The black hilt was even darker, seemingly becoming one with the blade. Even in the faint light of the cave, it was distinctly different from the darkness around it. Xavion waved his hand lightly, and the Justin Ming sword returned to his dantian. The excitement of the sword's spirit wasn't hidden, but the need to refine the black earth made Xavion smile bitterly. After successfully refining his own life-bound treasure, he'd only used it once before it was out of commission again. However, imagining a stronger Justin Ming sword, Xavion felt reassured. He packed the remaining black earth into a storage bag and began to climb up. But just as he emerged from the cave, Xavion froze. Except for Brevin, whose body had completely dissipated due to his phantom body technique, the other three bodies were gone. Clearly, someone had come while he was digging. However, the storage bags of those three had already been taken by him, leaving only two possibilities. Either the bodies had some use, or someone knew those three personally. Could it be someone from the Tobiasen family? Xavion heightened his alertness, meticulously probing every inch of the land. Though cultivators moved silently due to their techniques, unless in battle, traces were hard to find. Yet, most cultivators didn't pay attention to their tracks, usually just hiding their presence. Two people heading west, fresh tracks, less than a day old. Not likely the Tobiasen family. However, their direction is opposite from most others. Why target the bodies? People coming here usually have confidence in their strength. What temptation does the corpse of a nascent soul offer? Xavion pondered, then his eyes gleamed. Could it be Brett and Sherry? Let's investigate. If it's them, working together, few would survive this ancient domain trip for the Tobiasen family and Tobias Tion Gate. Immediately, Xavion followed their tracks. Although subtle, once he had a direction, they became more noticeable. He sped forward without concealing himself. Big sister, someone is tracking us? A Kirk suddenly stopped, speaking softly to the beautiful Kelly beside him, his gaze turning serious. Tracking? The Kelly frowned, recalling carefully. We've been low-key on our journey and haven't engaged in any battles. Perhaps collecting those cultivators' bodies drew attention. The Kelly's gaze also turned grave. Can you sense how many are following? No, or rather, there's no trace of being tracked, just a strange feeling making me think someone is tailing us. The Kirk looked back, his expression turning confused. After a moment, he returned to normal, shaking his head lightly. I can't see anyone. Divine sense shows the same. The Kelly hesitated, unease growing. Have we attracted some demon? No, if it were a demon, we'd feel a threat to life. The Kirk sat down. Let's wait. If we stop, they'll realize we've noticed. My feeling is that it's a cultivator skilled in concealment, likely not very powerful in combat. That's all we can do. The Kelly closed her eyes, contemplating, while the Kirk remained alert. Meanwhile, Xavion continued following the two, unaware that they had stopped. After 3 hours of slow pursuit, he finally found them. The Kirk stared coldly at him, clearly aware of his presence. Hashtag chapter 210, a long-awaited reunion. You've been following us for so long. What is it you want? The Kirk's voice was cold, his displeasure clearly visible. However, Xavion was completely stunned, not even registering the Kirk's words. Lennox? If during the time at Green Cloud Sect, Harmony was the one Xavion loved, then Lennox was undoubtedly the one who mattered most to him. Even though Xavion had used some underhanded means to make Lennox his servant, he still did not dare to underestimate her. That Kelly was as low profile as himself. If not for her stunning beauty, she would probably be just as unremarkable as him. What concerned Xavion even more was how well Lennox concealed her strength and intelligence beneath that beautiful appearance. If it weren't for his unique talent, he too might have been deceived by Lennox. Moreover, the competition at Green Cloud Sect had left a mark of danger on Lennox in Xavion's mind. During that event, he hadn't missed any of Lennox's battles. While Xavion had won his matches with overwhelming force, Lennox always managed to outperform just slightly, no matter who she faced. She didn't use extraordinary techniques or powerful spells. Her realm was average, yet Lennox always emerged victorious, each win being hard-fought but perfectly calculated. Thus, despite the Kelly turning her back to him, Xavion knew he wouldn't make a mistake in recognizing her. Lennox's eyes slowly opened, and she quickly turned her head to look behind her. If Xavion viewed Lennox as a dangerous person, then in Lennox's eyes, Xavion was someone she didn't know how to face. From the moment Lennox met Xavion, she knew he was far superior to ordinary disciples. He possessed a powerful gaze, steadfast eyes. Though seemingly ordinary, there was an occasional glint of confidence. This wasn't the confidence gained from achievements, but something innate, knowing from birth that he was not an ordinary person. Later events confirmed this belief. The first time she saw Xavion, Lennox became intrigued by him. Her prideful beauty meant nothing to him, and even if she offered herself to him, he remained cautious. Lennox couldn't figure out what about her aroused Xavion's suspicions. It wasn't until that trial that she understood. He had known all along that she was hiding her true strength and had set a trap for her right from the start. That encounter made Lennox realize the full extent of Xavion's power. She initially thought he was merely stronger than average after accepting Harmony, but she finally understood that Xavion was formidable from body to soul. His strength was something only she truly grasped, a power she admired. Had she also harbored malicious intentions toward him? Could she have made him her servant? After that, Lennox carefully reviewed every moment spent with Xavion, pondering numerous theories and calculations. She found no opportunity to harm him. Xavion had awakened her ambition, igniting her plotting and ambitions. Back at the Sea Clan, Lennox began devising schemes to frame those who bullied her court siblings, secretly building her own power base, investigating the geography and sects of the Eastern Domain. Finally, 5 years ago, she submitted a highly confidential plan to her great-grand Silas, solidifying her status within the clan. Even her brother, who had reached the Tobiashijing realm, no longer dared to show disrespect. But then, Lennox thought of Xavion again. She finally understood why he was so low-key, and why he controlled her only when it suited his purposes. Contempt, or perhaps disregard. In that man's eyes, even a Kelly like herself only became useful, worth manipulating, when she could serve as a sharp blade. Mr. Guy, Lennox's eyes were filled with a mix of excitement, confusion, fear, and longing, but mostly love. Ever since parting ways with Xavion, Lennox had continuously recalled their time together. Every word, action, and even small movements of Xavion held different meanings, the actions of a man who had plotting down to a fine art. It has been many years, Miss Lennox. You have become even more enchanting, making me lose my heart. Xavion smiled gently. Wesley, I ask who this Kirk is? Yes, that's the feeling. His eyes are on me, yet his depths remain calm. His flattering words mask indifference towards me. Lennox blushed, finally resolving years of doubts. Her assumptions were indeed correct. Mr. Guy's charm has grown. His aura makes me adore him even more. Lennox ignored Xavion's latter half. Her cheeks flushed, teeth slightly showing, and her beautiful appearance confirmed her feelings as she behaved like a lovesick Kelly. Wesley, I ask, what virtue or talent do I possess that could attract the affection of Miss Lennox? Xavion laughed awkwardly, unsure how to respond to Lennox's actions. Does Mr. Guy not remember? Has Mr. Guy forgotten the events in the secret realm? Lennox slowly approached Xavion but suddenly paused, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Big sister, what happened? The Kirk immediately stepped in front of Lennox, asking anxiously. I'm fine, just overly missing Mr. Guy. Seeing him today stirred emotions within me. Lennox waved her hand, her expression returning to normal, but a hint of sadness lingered deep in her eyes. Miss Lennox, since you're not well, you should avoid such dangerous places like Ancient Domain. Your identity as a princess of the Sea Clan might provoke attacks from cultivators here, Xavion continued smiling. Lennox was his servant, and through her life-bound soul, he could easily punish her. But Mr. Guy cares too much for Fishy. Lennox wiped the blood from her lips. Fishy and my younger brother believe we have some capability. If Mr. Guy does not disdain us, we can help you kill some enemies. After all, the exit of the Ancient Domain hasn't opened yet. Even if I wanted to leave, I cannot. That's good. But do you think my enemies are only these young ones? Xavion shook his head lightly. If Mr. Guy wishes to join the Sea Clan, with Fishy's modest status, I can persuade Great-Grand Silas to help you annihilate the Tobiasan family. Although Shadow Sect has many members, they are mostly wandering cultivators with few Tobiasan realm practitioners, far weaker than the Tobiasan family. Lennox's eyes shone with expectation. Mentioning Shadow Sect was merely a test. She didn't know if Xavion was Devon or how he would choose, but choosing the Sea Clan would guarantee him as her companion. Do you know Adair of the Smoky Rain Pavilion? Xavion did not answer Lennox's offer, but instead laughed meaningfully. Lennox was taken aback, her brows furrowing tightly. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Chapter 211. Unfathomable. By the way, almost forgot to introduce you. This is Chevier's younger brother, Jerome. Although my Silas has many children, he and I are the closest. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have dared to enter the ancient realm this time. Edna pointed at the Kirk beside her and continued, this is Xavion, whom I've often mentioned to you. He and I both joined the Green Cloud sect. I've endured no small amount of hardship under Xavion. I've heard much about you, Wesley Guy. Jerome's eyes held a considerable amount of curiosity. Though he could clearly sense that Xavion's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, he showed not the slightest disrespect. Jerome, your demeanor and aura are quite remarkable. I imagine finding a legacy from the immortal realm must be one of your goals in coming here. Xavion ignored the earlier conversation entirely. Edna had grown significantly since their first meeting. Had it been before, she might have asked whether he was a dare, but now she easily bypassed it, leaving Xavion uncertain what she was thinking. Jerome's expression turned proud. Among his older siblings, his talent was also exceptionally high. If he managed to obtain a legacy from the immortal realm this time, he would become a notable figure among the Blue Scale lineage. Of course, though this time, but Jerome didn't finish his sentence before Edna cut him off abruptly. Shut up. Have you forgotten what I told you? Edna gave Jerome a stern look, causing the proud Jerome to feel like cold water had been poured over him. He immediately took a few steps back and lowered his head. Wesley Guy, my younger brother lacks proper manners. Please don't mind him. Edna felt at a loss for words. The person before her seemed to have set a trap with his question. Her foolish little brother had unwittingly revealed that they were there not for a legacy, but for corpses. There was no way she could deceive such a person. Even when angry, Edna is still breathtakingly beautiful. Your brother hasn't done anything wrong. I naturally won't take offense. However, this sudden display of domineering authority is somewhat unexpected. I imagine your time playing small tricks in the Eastern Domain has elevated your status. Xavion withdrew his smile. It's beyond doubt that the Eastern Domain can't be defended. So why go to such lengths? Edna froze, her eyes turning cold instantly as she looked at Xavion, trying to see through his intentions. But soon, she bitterly smiled. This person was unfathomable to her. Perhaps it was better to adopt a more casual and charming demeanor. Seems nothing escapes your notice, Wesley Guy. I've thought long and hard but can't find a way to definitively defeat the human race. Can Wesley Guy help me solve this puzzle? Edna giggled softly, her voice tender. Do you dare believe me if I say so? Xavion shook his head. I assume you haven't given up on persuading me to join the Sea Clan. Yet, recently, I found living among humans quite comfortable. If you can force me out of human society, then I will consider joining the Sea Clan. After a long pause, Edna opened her mouth slowly, a helpless look on her face. Wesley Guy, your thoughts truly elude me. Let me try. But since I provided you with all this information, naturally, I want you and your brother to help me hunt down some members of the Tobiasen family. Killing humans is good for the Sea Clan anyway, and I promise the corpses will belong to you. Only, I'm rather poor, so please give me the storage back. Xavion laughed lightly. Edna paused slightly, feeling a mix of melancholy. It seemed from the beginning, everything was within Xavion's control. Even if she wasn't his servant, did she really stand a chance against him? This sounds great. What strategy do you have in mind? After all, my brother and I aren't inferior enough to overlook the entirety of the Tobiasen family. Edna nodded. Indeed, he still wanted to kill those people, but her previous words prevented her from demanding anything more. Naturally, I killed a member of the Tobiasen family previously. Although I don't know exactly where they are, I remember what they look like. Moreover, how could I put you, so charming and beautiful, in danger? Xavion looked at Edna. He was still curious about her purpose in searching for corpses, but decided not to inquire further. All right, killing alongside Westleister guy feels oddly nostalgic. Edna smiled faintly, her heart swelling with a touch of pleasure. Nostalgic? Xavion said with a smile, glancing at Jerome. Yet, last time we hunted, you never acted. I remember clearly how dangerous you appeared during the competition at the Green Cloud sect. Westleister guy flatters me. I'm just a Kelly, even if I reach the nascent soul stage ahead of you, I wouldn't dare compare myself to you. But my brother's combat strength is decent, though he can't match those prodigies, few below them can best him. Edna spoke softly and calmly. Looks like our chances have improved. Follow me then, I'll lead the way. Seeing Edna nod, Xavion stopped talking and headed east directly. Edna and Jerome followed closely behind. Sister, I don't feel Westleister guy is so formidable. Facing him doesn't seem threatening at all. Shouldn't I just capture him? Jerome transmitted his voice privately. He carefully analyzed their conversation and found no evidence of his superiority, only hints that he might join the Sea Clan. Haven't I told you not to interrupt when I'm talking to him? Edna recalled and felt annoyed. He said we came here partly for a legacy. Why partly? You dared to say of course? In his eyes, you already admitted we came to the ancient realm to collect human corpses. Just now, in our dialogue, it appears I am supposed to help him hunt the Tobiasen family, driven by revenge to join the Sea Clan. He didn't agree directly, instead, using the purpose of collecting corpses to pressure me into helping him. Edna's gaze deepened. But he also hinted I need to make him unable to stay among humans. I don't understand this either. Could it be that Westleister guy wants to join the Sea Clan but finds it hard to say directly? Hearing Edna's explanation, Jerome gradually understood. Xavion was far from what he imagined. Do you think he's like you? Edna glared at Jerome again and transmitted. He told me he's a dare, from Smoke Rain Pavilion's 9th Hall, a famous alchemy master of the Central Domain. How could you possibly force him out of staying with humans? I can't fathom his motives or methods. The gap between us is too large. Edna sighed and shook her head. Before he joins the Sea Clan, don't answer any questions he asks. Remember? Yes, I remember. Jerome nodded heavily. He was always obedient to Edna, having seen her capabilities firsthand. Chapter 212, The Hunt. The central ruins of the ancient domain had now revealed their true appearance, resembling a shattered sect that had endured fierce battles and the passage of time. Increasing numbers of people arrived here, drawn by the rich legacies scattered everywhere compared to the sparse offerings in the outer regions. Almost all factions activated their tokens and gathered their members. Except for those currently receiving legacies, most disciples rushed towards the central ruins. Skirmishes along the way became fewer, even some lone wanderers sensed the opportunity and followed the trend. However, Xavion and his companions Edna and Jerome embarked on a hunting spree. Whoever Xavion encountered met immediate death within 3 moves, making him seem like a harbinger of death. In just a month, he had killed nearly 100 people. Edna took charge of searching souls, collecting the bodies herself. Westleister guy, if things go as planned, we will encounter someone from the Tobiasen family in the cave ahead. Killing so many wandering cultivators has finally yielded some results. Edna observed Xavion closely as they walked. He seemed unchanged from when they were at the Qingyun sect, still swiftly closing in on opponents and defeating them with greater power and terrifying speed. The central ruins have been discovered. Anyone with influence would surely gather there. This person has stayed because he found a legacy. Xavion's expression turned somber. In a moment, you should engage him without killing him, only revealing enough strength to barely defeat him. Understood, Edna replied without hesitation, following Xavion's strategy. Jerome, you and I will take positions on the east and south sides to ambush any reinforcements. Remember, if the battle drags past an incense sticks time, join forces immediately, Xavion said softly to Jerome. Jerome nodded vigorously, while Edna smiled and gently approached the cave entrance. Who is the talented individual residing within? If you do not respond, this young Kelly might have to force my way in, Edna shouted, her voice echoing in the cave. Though the array was powerful, it felt out of place here, like placing a cage of delicacies amidst trash. No response came from inside the cave, clearly undeterred by Edna's warning. Edna drew a light blue longsword and made a graceful strike. The array shimmered and shattered explosively. A Kirk dashed out, his breathing erratic and eyes filled with fury. Who are you? Why did you disturb my receipt of the legacy? The Kirk roared. I am Edna. Noticing something extraordinary here, I wish to investigate. After all, I came to the ancient domain seeking legacies, and one is right before me now, Edna replied politely. The Kirk froze, his hostility dissolving upon seeing Edna's beauty. He seemed willing to forgive her intrusion. It's Edna, isn't it? The Kirk swallowed hard, calming down. I am Ridge, of the Tobiasen family. If Lady Lan wishes to join me, after I receive this legacy, I will find another for you. But what I truly want is your legacy. Edna's eyes gleamed mischievously. I've never heard of the Tobiasen family. They can't be too renowned. Humph. The Tobiasen family is one of the top 10 clans, holding considerable power in the central domain. Ridge spoke proudly, his gaze turning more arrogant. Lady Lawn probably doesn't know much about the central domain, but if you wish to form a connection, I'll gladly show you the Tobiasan family's might. Thanks, but I'm more interested in legacies. Edna shook her head. Her blue sword flashed like a shadow, indistinguishable from reality. Ridge stiffened, serious now. White energy enveloped him. With such strength, how could you not know the Tobiasan family? If I don't know them, then I don't know them. Would I lie to you? Edna struck suddenly, her sword appearing behind Ridge's neck. Though Ridge hoped to avoid conflict with such beauty, he couldn't compromise on the legacy. Despite being nurtured by the Tobiasan family and earning a spot in the ancient domain, he barely qualified. Discovering the legacy was meant for someone more talented, a fact his parents reminded him of before entering. But legacies he found on his own were exempt. Even if he lagged behind during this journey, if he received this spirit realm legacy, which carried traces of spiritual essence, he could significantly elevate his status upon returning. Yet Edna proved far tougher than Ridge imagined. Not only was her sword invisible, it also evaded his mental perception. Every time he attacked, her sword appeared at his vital points, forcing him to defend. Lady Lawn, I don't wish to harm you. If you cooperate, come with me. The Tobiasan family's power surpasses imagination. Ridge brandished a red blade from his storage bag. Ridge really knows how to jest. It's you who will lose. Edna remained calm, seemingly holding back. Don't blame me. Ridge swung his blade, a body cultivation expert. Few could best them once engaged in close combat. Seeing Ridge charge, Edna calmly gestured, producing another sword that aimed for his dantian. Damn. Ridge retracted his blade to block, feeling a numbing shock spread through him. What is this? Ridge's face paled. Phantom Orchid Prison. Edna chanted, her blue sword turning into water, encasing Ridge. Another sword lunged at his dantian. Boom. Fiery red energy erupted from Ridge, his hair turning red. The water prison crumbled under his overwhelming aura, surprising even Edna. Even forced to awaken my bloodline, Ridge vanished and reappeared behind Edna, his blade raised high. Translation provided as requested, maintaining the structure, style, and tone of the original text. Chapter 213, Bow. Much stronger than before. Edna smiled faintly, and 7 long swords appeared behind her. Technique of the orchid sword, opening stance, she murmured without moving, exposing her back to Ridge's great blade entirely. However, the great blade stopped halfway through its swing, not even cutting a single strand of Edna's hair. Ridge hurriedly leaped backward but found himself much slower than before for some inexplicable reason. Technique of the orchid sword, sealing stance, Edna moved again. A blue long sword appeared in her slender hands. With a gentle wave, an energy surge rushed toward Ridge. This demoness is so powerful. Ridge was alarmed. He thought that once he activated his bloodline, he could defeat Edna easily. However, he had underestimated her. Despite activating his bloodline, he was still suppressed by her. No good, I must call for backup. Even though I haven't failed yet, it seems like something around this demoness makes it impossible for me to hurt her. If I keep going, when my state wears off, I will surely be killed by her. Ridge did not dodge the energy surge. Instead, his movement slowed further, but his eyes showed no hesitation. It appears he's calling for help. I didn't expect these clan disciples to be so different from ordinary cultivators, forcing me to use my true strength, Edna observed Ridge, feeling increasingly tense inside. Xavion, being merely at the golden core stage, might struggle with these people, but Ashlyn should be fine. Even if demons show up, she can protect herself. Meanwhile, Xavion encountered a Tobiasan family member directly, even suspecting whether this person and the one receiving the inheritance had set some trap. But since the man didn't attack immediately, Xavion realized it was just bad luck. To prevent being recognized, Xavion wore a mask, and apparently, the Tobiasan family member didn't recognize him either. This man was named Bo, ranked 7th among the 30 sent by the Tobiasan family. In other words, Xavion couldn't guarantee victory over him, but he wasn't as powerless as against Mina. Just a golden core cultivator making it here? You must have very good luck, Bo mocked, intending to leave. Despite disliking the look of the masked man, he couldn't kill everyone he disliked. His priority was to reach the Immortal Land's legacy as quickly as possible to ensure the Tobiasan family members' safety during their acceptance. You seem too confident. Xavion blocked Bo's path, visibly displeased. After some consideration, he decided to act. Since this man was close to Ridge, he might head towards Edna upon receiving Ridge's distress signal. It was better to ambush him now while he was unprepared, even though Xavion had little chance of winning. Tobiasan Orin's array has 2 states, and so does Brevin. Back then, Tobiasan Orin used the red state effortlessly, but Brevin struggled greatly, Xavion calculated internally. Furthermore, using nether chi must be a last resort, or it would attract more trouble. Imph, a mere ant daring to challenge me. Bo suddenly appeared in front of Xavion, launching a punch straight at his dantian. Body cultivators targeted the dantian, where the origin resided. Though arrogant, Bo wasn't stupid. Seeing Xavion blocking his way, he knew better than to underestimate him. Startled, Xavion took 7 steps back, widening the distance but not retaliating. For a moment, he considered using nether chi. The punch made him feel that Bo hadn't unleashed his full power, either out of contempt or caution. As a smart man, Xavion wouldn't underestimate anyone, so he only dodged the attack. Not bad for such boldness. Your agility is exceptional. Even a typical origin stage wouldn't touch you. Bo's expression turned serious, realizing his opponent was harder to handle. Your skills would have killed a regular origin stage. Xavion looked coldly at Bo. If you were origin stage, we'd be on equal footing. But you're only golden core, and killing you is just troublesome. I have things to do, so I won't waste time. Remember my name. I'm Bo. Seek me out in the Tobiasan family after advancing to origin stage for a sparring match. One more hit before you go. Xavion stepped forward, summoning the surrounding aura towards Bo. His punch was slower but far more powerful. I'll avoid that, Bo smiled and retreated 3 steps, but his expression changed abruptly. You tricked me. Red energy burst from Bo's body, blocking 3 black needles. Unorthodox tricks. I take back my words. You deserve death. Bo's anger increased, and his speed exceeded Xavion's 7-star steps. He struck Xavion's dantian, but a scale suddenly appeared, blocking the punch. Boom. The air rippled due to their clash, spreading into a gust that scattered leaves. The counterforce proves you are indeed a body cultivator. Bo was astonished. If he hadn't activated his bloodline, his arm would have been crippled. Even with it, his arm lost sensation. I don't believe you can do it again, Bo charged once more. But Xavion became unpredictable, evading every punch. My body can't handle the strain from 7-star steps much longer. Xavion struggled despite only using one combination. Against Bo's unpredictable speed, he gained no advantage. Bo sensed Xavion's movements growing slightly clumsy and launched a furious assault. This time, Xavion abandoned dodging and began trading blows with Bo. Chapter 214. A hard-won victory. This person actually deflected the force into the ground? Bo was completely taken aback this time. Looking at the dents in the ground beneath his feet, he halted and stepped back several paces to contemplate a strategy. If he weren't a body cultivator, the force left inside his body might not be tolerable, but he is indeed a body cultivator. Meanwhile, Xavion wasn't faring as well as Bo imagined. His turtle walking step wasn't yet fully mastered. He had only managed to deflect 70% of the force. At this moment, his internal organs were already slightly shaken. Had it not been for the dragon blood that tempered his entire body, Xavion would likely have been on the verge of death. Bo has never exerted his full strength. He always holds back when punching, Xavion thought deeply. Only by putting him in danger can I have an opportunity to use the nether chi to decide the outcome. Xavion knew very well that if he wanted to win, he had to rely on nether chi. On the other side, Bo directly pulled out a pair of gloves from his storage bag and put them on. Proudly speaking, even ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't force me to use these gloves. Bo smiled faintly. Although he disdained Xavion's sneak attack earlier, he acknowledged Xavion's strength. This punch from Bo was slightly slower than before, but had immense power that Xavion didn't dare to block. He hurriedly took 7 steps to dodge the lock formed by Bo's punch. Though the punch was slightly slower, Bo's speed hadn't slowed at all. Another punch came, still locking Xavion, but this time Xavion couldn't evade it again. Dragon Claw. Xavion roared, his voice carrying a hint of power that seemed to pause Bo's fist midair. Claw against fist. Despite the reduction in force, Xavion was still sent flying. Since the bloodline soul extractor had taken his essence blood, his physical strength had weakened considerably. If he wanted to grow stronger, he needed to extract more dragon blood. Bo also felt discomfort and had blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he knew Xavion had sustained severe injuries and that this troublesome opponent could be easily killed. After so many exchanges with Xavion, Bo clearly understood that once this person reached the nascent soul stage, he would not be his match. Though not a prodigy, Xavion was undoubtedly among the elite young talents of various factions. Tell me your name. Let me know exactly which genius I killed. Bo slowly approached Xavion, red aura still emanating from his body. Xavion closed his eyes, motionless. Though heavily injured, the nether chi circulating within him rapidly repaired his body. Bo's question gave Xavion some valuable time. In the brief silence, Xavion's mind sought an opportunity. This time, he didn't use divine sense. His closed eyes could not see Bo's movements. He was gambling on 2 moments. First, the moment Bo received a distress signal from Ridge, and second, the moment Bo prepared to make his move. Has he lost consciousness? Bo shook his head. Well, considering I'm also injured. Suddenly, Xavion sensed a gust of wind heading towards his head. This punch did not seem to be at full strength, so Xavion sidestepped and then suddenly opened his eyes. Even the slightest hesitation didn't exist, but in Xavion's perception, that instant stretched infinitely long. In that split second, without hesitation, Xavion's dragon claw aimed for Bo's dantian. Still using such petty tricks. Bo's expression turned furious. At that moment, he received a distress signal from his cousin Ridge, and he hesitated whether to kill Xavion and go to his cousin's aid. But that hesitation was Xavion's chance. Unable to retract his punch or shift his center of gravity backward, Bo could only harden his defense. Yet, he knew from experience that blocking the claw's full force would result in injury. I don't believe you weren't injured just now. Bo withdrew his punch and struck directly at Xavion's head with all his anger and might. Boom. The dragon claw failed to penetrate Bo's defense, not even tearing his clothes. Bo guessed correctly. Xavion was heavily injured, even though he was healing quickly. Bo's expression relaxed. He believed his punch would surely end Xavion's life. However, he didn't realize that Xavion's trump card was not the dragon claw but nether chi. Suddenly, countless strands of nether chi surged toward Bo. His expression shifted from ease to terror. That aura was familiar. He knew it could pierce through his bloodline defense. Even his beloved niece, who had more potent bloodline than himself, died from that black aura. Bo immediately retracted his punch and retreated, but he was still a fraction too slow. Despite his incredible speed, his escape attempt was barely sufficient. He hadn't anticipated Xavion having a follow-up move and felt safe after blocking the dragon claw, confident that his punch would kill Xavion. However, the moment his dantian was corroded by the black aura, Bo regretted fleeing. He wished he had delivered that punch solidly because it would have certainly killed Xavion, perhaps giving him a sliver of survival. Unfortunately, Bo feared the black aura. He instinctively tried to distance himself, thinking he could escape using his speed. Gasp, gasp. Xavion lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He knew the nature of nether chi better than anyone. Even as a human, it wouldn't actively corrode him unless he lacked control over his body, much less others. What a thrill. Almost died there. Xavion looked up at the gray sky, his expression easing. If Bo's punch had come down another inch, he would have used the thunder nether sword as a meat shield. ensuring no fatal injury even if severely wounded. Thankfully, Bo chickened out, similar to how spiritual chi recoiled helplessly against nether chi. But nether chi isn't omnipotent. Xavion felt the resistance when nether chi entered Bo's dantian. What should have been corroded first became the last, taking a long time due to Bo's defenses. If nether chi hadn't continuously flooded in, it might not have been fatal. If only I had moved faster, even if nether chi touched his body but he could pull away fast enough, he probably would have escaped, Xavion thought. Even frost condensation spell allowed me to fight with my body's spiritual chi, but why can't nether art only manipulate nether chi? Xavion frowned, slowly sitting up. Unless I learn the grip of the nether realm, any technique is futile. Sighing, Xavion gathered Bo's corpse along with his storage bag. Edna didn't know about nether chi, so she would never get this body. Chapter 215, Immortal Realm Legacy. Having settled everything, Xavion began to meditate. Most of the Tobiasan family members were heading east, so Jerome faced far more enemies than he did. Indeed, Jerome's strength was significantly higher than Xavion's, and even compared to Mina, it was not much worse. So he gladly accepted this arduous task. Xavion stayed in this place for 3 days. By the final day, no more members of the Tobiasan family came to his rescue, so Xavion abandoned his plans for further ambush. Over these 3 days, Xavion killed 4 people. Aside from the first encounter with Bo, the other 3 were not very strong. It seemed that the stronger ones had already gone to the ruins. Lady Edna, kill him. Xavion took out a voice transmission stone, sent a divine message, then walked towards Edna. On the other side, Jerome appeared much more disheveled. Although no powerful existence found him, coincidentally, 3 people came at once. To resolve the matter quickly, Jerome spared no effort, completely eliminating those 3 people without giving them a chance to send any messages. Wesleyster Guy's methods are truly outstanding. My brother was badly injured, yet Wesleyster Guy seems as if you hadn't participated in the battle at all. Edna naturally had the easiest time among the 3, not even touching Ridge's clothes. She had always given Ridge some openings, though he never realized she was merely playing with him. As a pill refiner, I can treat my own wounds, Xavion said with ease, then looked towards Jerome. I only killed 3 people on my side, none of whom were very strong. How about you, Brother Lon? 7 in total, including the last time when I was besieged by 3 people, which is why I'm so disheveled, Jerome said with some pride. Substantial harvest. However, the Tobiasan family has surely discovered someone is hunting them. Well, Lady Edna, do you have any interest in continuing this game with me? Xavion looked at Edna, his expression showing a hint of teasing. Of course. I'd love to leave a good impression on Wesleyster Guy. Edna also smiled. The families with grievances against the Tobiasan family are the Sellen family and the Chu family, especially the Sellen family. I heard that during a competition, Callahan crippled one of their clansmen. Xavion touched his nose. The 2 families whose main forces are not at the ruins will be the most suspicious. My plan is to make the 3 families suspect each other. Pour them for being an enemy of Wesleyster Guy. Edna smiled softly, her eyes gleaming with unusual light. This strategy seemed simple but was incredibly hard to implement. After all, the 3 families were not fools and most clan members were gathered together, making it impossible to frame anyone. Thus, Xavion must have considered some details before saying this. Lady Edna flatters too much. Let us set off for the ruins now. Xavion shook his head, and the 3 started moving toward the ruins. At this moment, Callahan was losing hair over something within the ruins. Bo is dead. Clearly, there is some force hunting the Tobiasan family members. Callahan's expression was extremely serious. Their family was one of the first to find the ruins and had discovered an immortal realm legacy here. However, unfortunately, they were a step too slow, being preempted by a wandering cultivator. Had it been anyone else, it wouldn't have mattered much. But fatefully, this person turned out to be an array master who immediately cast an array upon entry. Even a nascent soul expert couldn't break through this array, let alone a spirit transformation expert. Could it be the Sellen family? Our court brother crippled one of theirs, and now they want to sabotage us within the ancient domain. A Kirk asked cautiously. Not likely. Only the Sellen and Chu families have grudges against the Tobiasan family, but they aren't foolish enough to abandon their goals right now. Callahan fell into deep thought. First, my undutiful younger brother, and now Bo. These people must be formidable, but I wonder why Ridge keeps sending distress signals. Brother, we should all go. I don't believe they could wipe us all out. Abraxton spoke indignantly. Foolish. Obtaining this immortal realm legacy is now our top priority. Once Beck arrives, have him guard. We have people in Twin Peaks Valley. If someone can escape, they should inform Uncle outside that this person cannot be allowed to run. Callahan shook his head. Tobias and Ching, are you sure that person is Shadow Lord Devon? Absolutely. I saw him enter with my own eyes, but I didn't dare stop him. Unexpectedly, he immediately cast an array. A Dale beside him said nervously. When he saw that person, he was seen as well. Just a single glance made him not dare to act, even though the other was only a core formation expert. If it's him, you're no match either. You've done well to find this immortal realm legacy, and this White Jade Spirit Array needs operation. That Devon likely has no time to accept the legacy. Starve him out. I don't believe he can hold out for a year. Even if he can, when leaving the ancient domain, he will definitely be forced to hand over the immortal realm legacy. Callahan's expression turned icy. Brevin was his own brother, and he had promised their parents nothing would happen to him. Yet, his brother ventured alone to seek the legacy, resulting in his death. While the immortal realm legacy is valuable, it mostly doesn't compare to the legacies within the Tobiasan family. Only the immortal realm legacy is the reason these forces entered the ancient domain. Why can't my undutiful brother understand? Thinking about this, Callahan sighed, feeling the Tobiasan family was consistently passive since entering the ancient domain. Inside the cave, Brett was quite relaxed. Though he couldn't spare time to accept the legacy, his spirit stones were plenty. He could last 10 years if needed. If that Xavion hadn't come, I'd be in trouble. Brett looked outside the cave. While they couldn't see him, he could clearly see them. Never expected the Tobiasan family's main force to arrive so quickly. If I knew earlier, I would have killed that person. But seeing the legacy, he likely sent out news immediately. Brett sighed, now only hoping Xavion would help. Even if Xavion didn't plan to kill the Tobiasen family here, just having him in Twin Peaks Valley would protect himself, although the legacy might not belong solely to him anymore. Due to the demon prodigy's presence, most forces would dispatch Court's post-ancient domain to intimidate others. After all, a prodigy is very precious to a force, and their loss in Dale is unacceptable. Hence, Xavion received the Tobiasen family's death warrant. Chapter 216, Diverting the Tiger Away. Just as Brett was deep in thought, two young men appeared outside the cave dwelling. One wore a red robe with eyes filled with arrogance, while the other donned a green cloak and had a rather refined appearance. Brother Tobiasen, since you've arrived at the place of inheritance, I will leave now. Given my special status, it's not good if your clan misinterprets my intentions. The Kirk in green bowed slightly. Since Brother Yi has come to the central region, he is my friend. Any misunderstandings can be clarified, and it wouldn't be polite to leave. After we leave the ancient territory, I'll certainly help investigate the situation of the Yi family for you. The Dale in red laughed heartily. In that case, I humbly accept your hospitality. The Kirk in green smiled back. The two walked towards where Callahan was. Beck, who is he? Callahan asked warily as the two approached. He's my friend, no need to worry. Beck smiled gently. Let me introduce him. This is Bolivar, not from Tobias Prefecture, but hailing from the distant Tianyuan continent. He's here following ancestral instructions, seeking two talented Dales to represent the Yi family in the once-in-a-century competition. Beck, this is the ancient territory. Don't assume you can look down on others just because of your strength. Callahan's expression was unimpressed, seemingly oblivious to Beck's words. I know Brother Ye's character. Callahan, don't judge a gentleman by your petty standards. If you hadn't said there was an immortal realm inheritance, do you think I'd have gathered here with you? Beck sneered, emphasizing his superiority over others within the Tobiasen family. Don't forget, the ancestor entrusted command of the Tobiasen family to me. Not you, Beck. Callahan's anger showed clearly. Never mind, let's go, Brother Tobiasen. Bolivar interjected, sensing the tension. He understood most people in the ancient territory came for the inheritance, which would tempt anyone. Brother Yi, apologies for my clansman's rudeness. Beck smiled apologetically, then suddenly unleashed his aura and struck a punch toward Callahan's abdomen. His movements were slow, almost deliberate. Do not push your luck, Beck. Callahan roared, countering with a punch aimed at Beck's fist. A deafening crash echoed as their fists collided, creating a sound like shattering air. Beck remained unperturbed, still smiling, whereas Callahan seemed to be injured, his face contorted in pain. Beck, how dare you injure a clansman for an outsider? One of the Tobiasen family members exclaimed. Clarify your facts. He belittled me first. What does this so-called command mean to me? Why use it to pressure me? Beck glared coldly at the speaker. Do you all wish to challenge me too? The crowd fell silent. Even Bolivar felt guilty, though no one from the Tobiasen family looked kindly upon him anymore. Ahem, forget it. Let's go. Those who wish to stay may, but those who don't, come investigate the cause of Bo's death with me. Callahan coughed, spitting blood, looking dejected. We're coming, Court brother. Everyone sided with Callahan. They only remembered Beck from childhood and barely knew him since he began cultivating. Today's display made them further disengage. Beck's expression darkened, turning more ferocious. But, I still thank everyone for finding this immortal inheritance. Upon our exit, I will report to the ancestor. Beck smiled again. Everyone hesitated, but they followed Callahan closely as he left. If I hadn't been in seclusion all year, what place would Callahan have? The Tobiasen family's glory is destined to be built by me. Beck clenched his fists, breaking a tree trunk. Brother Tobiasen, it's my fault. If I hadn't come, you would have surely led them, Bolivar awkwardly admitted. They lack judgment, Brother Yi. No need for excessive guilt. Beck shook his head, looking towards the entrance. Let's inspect this formation. These fools can't break it, and neither can a spirit realm cultivator, true frogs at the bottom of a well. Fine. I've studied formations somewhat. Maybe we can? Suddenly, the formation vanished, and a figure darted out of the cave. Beck's body turned crimson as he sped after the figure. Soon, he realized it wasn't human but a treasure artifact. Foolishly tricked. Brother Yi, help intercept anyone leaving the cave. With Beck's voice, another faster figure appeared, matching Beck's speed. Bolivar chased closely, yet gradually fell behind. Beck didn't chase immediately but entered the cave. Finding it empty, he deduced the inheritance could be taken away. We must hurry. Bolivar met me only a month ago. If he has ill intent, finding him might be harder. Beck's expression turned grim as he rushed towards Bolivar. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the cave. These two distrust each other. Even if he's fast, catching up with Dylan would take 3 days. By the time they fight or return, it'll be too late. Brett smiled, retrieving a cloth from the wall to reveal a table with a purple golden gourd. Brett lifted the gourd, enveloped in purple energy that spread throughout the cave, making everything disappear. Elsewhere, Bolivar chased the figure for a day, growing increasingly alarmed by its relentless speed. Suddenly, the world darkened, and a white-robed Dale appeared before him, holding green feathers and smiling warmly. Brother, chasing this illusion feather, what's the point? The white-robed Dale remarked without a hint of mockery. Chapter 217, Lewis and Beck. Bolivar was taken aback. He couldn't quite make out the earlier maneuver even though he was not far behind the prodigies in terms of skill. This white-robed Dale before him was enigmatic, even to someone like him. My eyes are not keen enough. I apologize for my rudeness. Bolivar chuckled awkwardly and shook his head. Beck's speed far exceeds mine, but since he hasn't caught up immediately, it seems he also realized that cunning thief was in the cave, thus the inheritance remains intact. Hence, I have a desire to befriend this white-robed Dale. Observing your prowess, you must belong to some prestigious sect. Wesley, I ask where you are from. Bolivar asked. I am merely a minor disciple. You probably haven't heard of me. I am Lewis, a disciple of the Myriad Sword Sect. I see you as an extraordinary individual. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Lewis bowed slightly, his expression respectful. So you're a disciple of the Myriad Sword Sect. My name is Bolivar. I am not from Tobias Prefecture but come from Tianyan Continent. Have you ever heard of it? Bolivar reciprocated the bow and introduced himself. No, I always thought only Tobias Prefecture existed. Now, I realize how narrow-minded I've been. Lewis shook his head, somewhat self-mocking. Due to my family's decline, following ancestral instructions, I came to Tobias Prefecture seeking talented Dales to help me revive our family's glory, Bolivar sighed, with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Could you lend me a hand? Help? For trivial matters, I wouldn't refuse, but reviving a family lineage, I'm afraid, is beyond my capacity. Lewis shook his head, looking somewhat puzzled. Of course, I won't trouble you with everything. The Tianyun continent holds the Tianyun Assembly, where anyone under Spirit Realm can participate. Winning there would gain recognition from all top forces and grant one wish. Sadly, I lack the talent, but you don't. If you could help me, I'll offer substantial benefits, regardless of success or failure. Moreover, if we succeed, it would just need the Yi family to flourish for a millennium, after which they would become as prestigious as your sect, Bolivar explained. I don't seek your rewards. What I truly love is sparring. Given your strength, many powerful experts will surely participate. Lewis smiled again, but I can't agree without consulting my master. However, since I wish to go, Wesleyster will likely allow it. Wesley I can join you. Hope you won't mind. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Fairyso? Bolivar's eyes lit up. Even Beck hadn't agreed so readily. You seem like a straightforward person. Aside from sparring, I love making friends, Lewis said, turning to Bolivar. How many people do you need? The Tianyun Assembly requires quotas. With my family's decline, only 3 remain, Bolivar lightly replied. I met a friend named Beck who hasn't yet accepted my request. In that case, I won't recommend my junior sister, as her strength isn't sufficient. Lewis's smile remained gentle. A meeting is no problem. However, it's almost 3 years till the next assembly, minus half a year for travel. Would you be interested in accompanying me to find 2 more companions? Bolivar smiled. From the moment he saw Lewis, he felt he was unfathomable but unexpectedly approachable, not even asking what reward he'd receive. Haha, that's kind of you. My junior sister gives me headaches whenever I meet her. Lewis laughed loudly, but suddenly turned serious. Sir, your aura is heavy. Lewis looked past Bolivar. Brother Yi, did this person steal the inheritance? Beck emerged, looking unpleased. Tobiasen, Brother Tobiasen? Bolivar exclaimed loudly. Did you not check the cave? This is Lewis of the Myriad Sword Sect. Had it not been for him intercepting the feather, I might have pursued the wrong trail. I did check the cave. It was empty. Tell me, Brother Yi, how did he intercept that figure? Beck stared at Lewis, growing more serious. As one of the 3 major sects, Myriad Sword Sect's top public figure is Tobias Uge. Yet, he'd never heard of Lewis. But such formidable power, making even Beck feel pressured, indicated Lewis was a hidden prodigy. When darkness fell, I saw Brother Fairyso holding a feather in front of me. My speed was maxed out, so I didn't notice how he acted. Bolivar sighed, knowing his words wouldn't earn Beck's trust, but he couldn't fabricate facts. However, Brother Fairyso appeared calm and composed, not rushed at all. Don't let him fool you, stand aside. I'll get him to confess, Beck coldly eyed Lewis. The immortal inheritance wasn't in the cave, and the bird he caught was wooden, implying this Lewis had issues. Sigh, I don't want a confrontation over this. A mere inheritance isn't important to me, and I never lie. Lewis sighed, but I understand you won't believe me. Yet think about it. If I gain the inheritance, why wouldn't I call other Myriad Sword Sect disciples? Tobiascally, someone used tricks to deceive Brother Beck. Humph, talking nonsense. Though Beck doubted, he couldn't admit being wrong in front of others. Even if he admitted error, a day's pursuit was already wasted. Either way, winning against Lewis could earn the inheritance regardless of truth. Suddenly, red aura erupted from Beck, fiercer than before, even appearing scorching. Lewis sighed helplessly. A fight was inevitable, despite his reluctance. He couldn't lose. Otherwise, his annoying junior sister would criticize him endlessly. A white long sword materialized in Lewis's hand, showing no spiritual fluctuations, but exuding a unique aura, as if fused with its Y-Court. Chapter 218. Deciding to take action. The clash between the 2 combatants was undoubtedly immense, and Bolivar could only temporarily retreat. In just a few short exchanges, the surrounding trees were utterly destroyed, and the ground was riddled with craters of various sizes. Their all-out battle did not go unnoticed by those nearby, but the overwhelming aura kept everyone at bay, for fear of getting caught in the crossfire. Wesley chose to distance themselves, realizing that this level of power was beyond their reach. Even if they were fighting over the immortal realm inheritance, it would never be their share. At the same time, Xavion and his 2 companions made their way toward the previous gathering place of the Tobiasen family. The people around them were no longer as weak as those outside. Even wandering cultivators who reached this place had considerable strength. Thus, Xavion and his group became more low-key, seemingly ignoring any signs of inheritance and pressing forward. This is the aura of the Tobiasen family. How strong, Xavion murmured, his brows furrowed. The sounds of the battle ahead naturally reached his ears. In the ancient domain, such a fight either meant deep-seated enmity or an interest that neither side could abandon. In other words, the 2 parties ahead must be contending for the immortal realm inheritance. Brother Lon, I'm unaware of your true strength. If you faced one of the 2 ahead, what are your chances? Xavion stopped and turned to Jerome behind him. I can't win. They must be what humans call prodigies. By comparison, I fall short. Jerome's expression was somewhat melancholic. While he might not claim to be the best among the younger generation of the Sea Clan, he was certainly in the top 3. Yet after hearing about these prodigies, it seemed every top faction had a couple of individuals whose strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. In that case, I'll handle it alone. Xavion shook his head. We part here, and we'll meet back here in 3 days. Wesleyster guy, Chevy can help restrain this person. Do you have any plans? Edna stepped forward, her voice gentle. How long can you hold him? Xavion's eyes lit up. At least 10 breaths, Edna said, pride evident in her gaze. Xavion shook his head again. To kill this person, I need at least an incense stick's time. 10 breaths are too short. Edna froze, her expression becoming peculiar. She had asked tentatively, not expecting Xavion to actually be capable. If Chevy risks my life, I can manage an incense stick's time. I am willing to help Wesleyster guy, on the condition that you don't engage in the fight. We'll discuss this further. And there are surely those within the Sea clan who oppose Miss Edna. I won't interfere with your faction, agreed? Xavion looked at her, fully aware that the Tobiasen family had only one prodigy. Killing that person would mean that none of the Tobiasen family members in the ancient domain would survive, regardless of whether Edna helped him or not. Your willingness means much to me, but the cost will be significant, even at the expense of my lifespan. If Wesleyster guy joins the Sea clan, everything Chevy has belongs to you. Edna's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Miss Edna's sentiment is too much for me to accept. To be honest, Billy's shadow still lingers in my heart. Xavion sighed, sorrow and loneliness creeping into his expression. Edna was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Looking at Xavion, she saw that his calmness had completely given way to deep longing. Harmony. Edna whispered, familiar with the name. From initial timidity to standing on her own, yet she didn't know what had transpired between Harmony and Xavion. Though my intentions were ulterior, I've always admired Wesleyster guy. Edna gently shook her head. Admiration? You're just looking for someone to help you, Xavion said. From the moment you saw me, until now, nothing has changed. I don't care about the outcome between the Sea clan and humans, as long as those close to me are safe. I can help you, but not now. Thank you, Wesleyster guy. Chevy will find a way to make it impossible for you to stay among humans. Edna bowed, a strange light in her eyes. Thank you, Miss Edna. If you succeed, I will join the Sea clan, Xavion smiled, regaining his composure. But I still need your help to slay the Tobiasen family's prodigy. Certainly, helping Wesleyster guy is an honor, Edna replied, flattering him. Compared to her mission, courting Xavion was paramount, though she needed to think carefully about how to proceed without endangering him or making him indifferent. Without another word, the trio stealthily approached where Beck and Lewis were fighting. Soon, they spotted the combatants. It's him. Xavion inwardly startled, yet maintained a calm demeanor. Despite being cautious, they hadn't hidden their aura with any secret technique. After just a few breaths, the two stopped fighting and turned their gaze towards where Xavion and company hid. Beck felt a surge of unease. In the ancient domain, his strength was unrivaled, and anyone bold enough to approach while he battled Lewis couldn't be ordinary. Having recently broken ties with the Tobiasen family and having spent years in seclusion, his knowledge of the outside world was limited, but Lewis clearly wasn't like him, so the newcomers were likely Lewis's allies. Brother Fairyso, it's been a while. Didn't expect you to indulge in sparring. Xavion stepped out openly, Edna and Jerome following behind. Is it you, brother guy? Before Xavion could respond, Beck's face turned ashen. Even he had been warned about Xavion's reputation, with instructions to kill him on sight. Yes, what of it? Wanna try? Xavion suddenly laughed, a laugh that invited confrontation. Beck didn't attack immediately, instead turning to Lewis. Brother Fairyso, if you don't help him, let's call off the matter of the Immortal Realm inheritance. I'll visit the 10,000 Sword sect someday. Brother Tobiasen, I truly didn't take the inheritance. Lewis shook his head. If you both have grievances, fight on, but please keep it controlled and avoid fatal harm. Hashtag chapter 219. Edna's tactics. This time, everyone present was stunned. The first part of the statement wasn't too important, but, not taking lives? What on earth was this about? Didn't they just hear that the two had a vendetta? Lewis, don't push your luck. I am here to kill Xavion today. Could it be that you were trying to stop me? Beck immediately bellowed. Lewis, do you feel the same way? Clearly taken aback, Lewis turned to look at Xavion. Naturally, if I didn't, I wouldn't have brought help to confront him. My original intention was to defeat Beck together with Brother Fairyso, but I didn't expect Brother Fairyso's thoughts to be so unique. Xavion chuckled lightly. I wonder who that observer is. Could they share the same interest as Brother Fairyso? He is called Bolivar and supposedly comes from Tianyun continent, said Lewis, waving his hand towards Bolivar. Meanwhile, Beck was already enraged beyond words. Hatred for Xavion stemmed from familial obligations, but Lewis's behavior was increasingly infuriating. Xavion froze for a moment before his expression transformed into one of intense joy. Is Sir from the Yi family of Tianyun continent? Xavion shouted loudly even before Bolivar fully approached. Bolivar was equally stunned, leaping forward eagerly and grabbing Xavion by the shoulder. You know of the Yi family? Is there really a relative of the Yi family in Tobiasho province? Without hesitation, Xavion retrieved a half-jade pendant from his storage bag and handed it over to Bolivar. He clearly saw that Bolivar was still naive, with an innocent gaze unlike his own calm demeanor, more like Harmony or Kyla. Therefore, he didn't intend to hide anything. Indeed. Bolivar's face was filled with excitement. His hands trembled as he held the jade fragment, quickly retrieving the other half from his storage bag. Immediately, both halves emitted a gentle light, merging seamlessly as if they were originally one whole piece. Now that Brother Yi is from the Yi family, I won't speak much further. If Brother Fairyso wishes not to see Beck die, and attempts to stop us, please assist in restraining him. We will certainly share all known information after my friend and I have dealt with Beck. Edna, let's begin. Without waiting for Bolivar's consent, Xavion immediately started forming seals without any hesitation. A white mark appeared between Xavion's eyebrows, causing the surrounding spirit energy to surge into his hands, seemingly mixed with something even more mystical. Bolivar was momentarily dumbfounded and glanced bitterly at Lewis, whose expression grew grave as he swiftly moved aside. Seeing Bolivar looking at him, Lewis shrugged helplessly. Although he didn't want anyone to die, since both parties had decided on a life or death duel, he had no intention of interfering. However, seeing that Xavion's side had 3 people made it seem rather unfair. Yet Xavion seemed certain Bolivar would restrain Lewis, making it clear that matters were beyond his control. Just a measly golden core cultivator dares challenge me? Even if you complete that spell, what can you do? Though Beck spoke confidently, he instantly attacked, the red aura bursting from his body as powerful as ever. How empty those words sound, Edna remarked, not hesitating despite Beck's speed, having acted a split second earlier. None of those whom my master wants dead have survived. Why does such a beautiful Aaliyah follow a coward who hides behind women? Beck observed from a distance without attacking, feeling Xavion gathering power but confident that if things went awry, he could escape. Initially, he planned to kill her outright but hesitated upon seeing Edna's beauty. Edna, of course, enjoyed this leisure. Xavion only asked her to stall. Using easier means suited her fine. I remember when he condensed his chi, someone once said that about him, back when he was just beginning. Guess what happened eventually? Edna chuckled, recalling how many within Xuanhuan sect had once labeled Xavion as a weakling. Yet, he proved them wrong during a match, shaming everyone. In the secret realm, she even witnessed how her sister lost to Xavion. Did you kill him yourself? Beck grinned. You're right, but it wasn't me. It was a Kelly named Harmony, unfortunately killed by Tobias and Oren. Edna's face showed a hint of regret. Yet Tobias and Oren met her end at the hands of my master. Beck paused, suddenly recalling his Silas's warning about Xavion's sinister magic which emitted an indelible force, and Tobias and Oren died due to that energy. Since you're aiding him, I'll spare Xavion's life. Beck immediately retreated, realizing Xavion truly came to kill him and this Kelly likely intended to trap him. Recalling Tobias and Oren's fate, Beck felt a lingering fear, unable to dispel that aura, only suppressing it. Edna gritted her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancient Orchid Sword Art, bind. The air thickened instantly, slowing Beck's movements. So, you set up this from the start. Beck immediately drew a large saber and slashed forward, tearing through the air. Edna was startled. That slash could have killed her, but Beck chose to block his escape path. Truly a monster, she thought, now deciding to stop holding back. If this failed, Xavion might never join the Sea Clan again, perhaps even forcing her into servitude with a binding mark. She struck herself with a palm, spitting out blood that dissipated instantly into the surrounding air. I won't believe you can break free. Edna roared, blue veins appearing on her face, enhancing her striking beauty with an eerie charm. This time, the air solidified completely, trapping Beck's movements entirely. Damn. Beck could only scream inwardly, unable to open his mouth. He felt as if the air around him had turned solid, immobilizing him. Even though he fully activated his bloodline power, his body remained motionless, as if the space around him was sealed off. Hashtag chapter 220, Beck's death. The expressions of the two observers on the side completely turned grave. This kind of spell was unheard and unseen before, but if it were them in that situation, they knew clearly that they would not be able to move a muscle. She is expending her lifespan, Lewis sighed, then looked at Xavion. The aura Xavion had gathered already sent shivers down his spine. Even at this moment, he clearly realized that he would also be injured soon. Tobias and brother is probably going to die, Bolivar sighed. I originally had no intention to assist, but now I have become an accomplice. Should we stop brother guy? Lewis looked at Bolivar. Although he could easily defeat Bolivar, it required time, and he had no idea when Xavion would unleash his spell. Moreover, there was still someone standing next to Xavion, who seemed not so easy to deal with either. Bolivar shook his head with a firm expression. Even if I die, I must bring brother Guy back to the Yi family. Not to mention my petty benevolence. If brother Guy had asked me to act together just now, I wouldn't have refused. I guess brother Guy didn't want to put me in a difficult position, so please forget everything that happened today, brother Fairy so. Forget it. No point watching anymore. I'm leaving. Lewis shook his head. Brother Yi, our agreement still stands. I'll be waiting for you at the 10,000 Swords sect. Thank you, brother Fairy so, for your understanding. Bolivar bowed deeply to Lewis. Revenge unresolved. Love hard to let go. Why not live a carefree life? Hate or love, one should know what freedom feels like. Lewis softly sang, his tune light and somewhat teasing, yet it carried a sense of magnanimity. Watching Lewis gradually disappear into the distance, Bolivar's expression turned heavy again. He gazed at the battlefield. Although Beck was at a disadvantage, he understood that the Kelly couldn't hold out much longer. If the Kelly really couldn't endure, would he really need to stop Beck? Although Bolivar spoke firmly, he could not fully let go in his heart. Over these days, he had interacted quite a bit with Beck. Despite Beck's arrogance, he had been very kind to him. However, Xavion was too important, crucial to the future of their clan. He could not refuse any request from Xavion. Even if he had been asked to help kill Lewis earlier, he would have agreed. Time ticked by, and the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Only Edna's face grew paler, with the light blue patterns on her face already mostly cracked. Beside her, the aura Xavion gathered became overwhelmingly vast. Beck's expression changed from fear to acceptance. He knew he was about to die. Now, he could only make one last bet, betting that the Kelly would leave the moment Xavion attacked, betting that his speed could avoid the terrifying spell's range. Sister, quickly get out of the way. Jerome could no longer bear it. He saw clearly the terrible aura transforming into a crescent shape being pushed out by Xavion. But Xavion did not intend to warn Edna, which made it even more unbearable that the spell covered her as well. Edna froze, her expression disbelief. She quickly turned around, but the spell did not stop. Another part of the light blue patterns on her face shattered, leaving only the part on her forehead. Is he trying to kill me? A thought suddenly appeared in Edna's mind, because she saw the calm expression on Xavion's face and the spell covering her. Edna clenched her teeth. The last remaining part of the pattern on her forehead finally shattered, forming a pale blue barrier in front of her, but it instantly broke apart without providing any resistance. And Beck faced the crescent-shaped spell as well. He didn't even have time to resist. His body was torn apart, and his spirit embryo completely dissipated. Sister! Tears fell from Jerome's eyes to the ground. He rushed towards Xavion without hesitation, but Xavion stepped lightly 7 steps and moved aside. She isn't dead, don't be upset. Xavion's expression was calm. This heavenly deity slash is used to kill spiritual beasts. The residual power on both sides is less than 1/10 of the center's power. Even if she hadn't resisted, it wouldn't be fatal. Jerome's expression became fierce, his tone filled with anger. Do you know what my sister sacrificed to contain that person? You actually treated her like this. If my sister has any accident, I will definitely kill you. Xavion chuckled lightly and said nothing, walking directly to where Edna lay, lifting her up. Her green dress was stained red with blood, a terrifying wound appearing on her abdomen, continuously spilling onto the ground. I didn't expect Edna to suffer only this much injury. I underestimated you, Miss Edna. Xavion took out a pill from his storage bag and fed it to Edna. Cough, cough. Fish truly felt that Westleister guy wanted to kill Fish just now. Fish was so scared. Edna swallowed the pill Xavion gave her, slowly opening her eyes. Seeing herself in Xavion's arms, she managed a weak smile. For ordinary people, this injury was almost fatal, but for cultivators, it was insignificant. Sister, why did you do this? Jerome rushed over, tears falling incessantly. Toby ran. You're not allowed to be disrespectful to Westleister guy. Edna's expression was weak, but she understood that it wasn't due to Xavion's attack, but because of activating the effect of those patterns. I understand. Jerome's expression was a bit aggrieved as he looked at Xavion and lowered his head. Sorry, Westleister guy. It's okay, Xavion waved his hand. My spell can seem uniform in power, even though it behaves as I described. Young Master Lon was worried about Miss Edna, so there's no need to apologize to me. Besides, it's my fault for injuring Miss Edna, so I should be apologizing. Westleister guy is too kind. Your spell is indeed astonishing. Killing Beck resolved one of your matters. Please remember your words, Westleister guy. Then Fish's efforts would be worthwhile. Edna slowly stood up, spiritual energy continuously flowing into her abdomen to stop the bleeding. Of course, since Miss Edna's affairs are not finished, I won't disturb further. I will always remember Miss Edna's kindness. Xavion smiled lightly, taking out a spiritual tablet and a heavy sword from his storage bag, handing them to Jerome. This is a legacy I accidentally obtained. It's only at the spiritual realm level, but consider it my apology for injuring Miss Edna. Please accept it, young Master Lon. If you and Miss Edna dislike it, giving it to others would be nice too. Jerome looked at Edna, who nodded. Thank you for Westleister guy's good intentions. I believe the remaining members of the Tobiasen family won't pose any obstacles. Fish won't disturb Westleister guy and young Westleister Yez reunion. Edna smiled lightly, though her complexion remained pale. Toby ran, clean up the remains and give the storage bag to Westleister guy. Yes, sister. Jerome collected Beck's severed body, the flesh between the 2 parts seemingly disappearing by half a foot. Surrounding trees seemed similarly chopped in half, startling Jerome. No wonder sister always respected Xavion, knowing Xavion was only at the golden core stage. Yet this one move, even beings that could transform spirits couldn't withstand it. Chapter 221. The declining Yi family. As Edna and Jerome left, Bolivar slowly approached from the side. He had witnessed everything that just transpired. At the moment Edna was injured, he almost feared that the Yi family would not survive. However, he later realized he had misjudged Xavion. It made sense. Someone unwilling to force a confrontation with Beck wouldn't harm his own friend. Perhaps deep down, Xavion also didn't want to hurt that Kelly, but it was unavoidable. After all, Xavion was only at the golden core stage, while Beck was a monstrous existence rarely matched even among the nascent soul cultivators. That move of yours, brother guy, truly shocked me. I never imagined it would be so powerful. Even a spirit transformation expert might not have been able to block it, Bolivar said, his mood heavy. Although he didn't know the full extent of the Tobiasen family's power, he had heard of the 10 great families of Tobias Prefecture. For Xavion to kill a genius they had spent enormous resources cultivating, it was no surprise the Tobiasen family would go all out to hunt him down. Brother Yi flatters me. This spell requires an incense sticks time to condense. If it weren't for Lady Edna, I probably wouldn't have dared to meet him face to face, Xavion replied with a smile. Killing Beck brought him one step closer to eliminating all the Tobiasen family members in the ancient domain. Although you killed Beck, the Tobiasen family patriarch outside the Twin Peaks Valley will surely be lying in wait. It seems rather risky for you, brother guy, Bolivar remarked thoughtfully. No worries. I still need to eliminate the other Tobiasen family members. He has the Tobiasen family patriarch, but I have my master. It's no problem, Xavion waved his hand dismissively. Let the courts deal with the courts. He was more concerned about the state of the Yi family. I wonder how things are going on that side. Bolivar's expression turned melancholic as he sighed. It's not good. Otherwise, our clan wouldn't have expended such vast resources to activate the Chanfeng Chun teleportation array and come to Tobias Prefecture. Is it convenient for Brother Guy to tell me who you really are? I use Adair as an alias. I am the 9th disciple of Westleister Tommy from the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xavion softly replied. He had no intention of hiding anything from Bolivar, who seemed sincere. Moreover, his late grandmaster had been thinking of his family before passing away. When I was in the condensing chi stage, I unexpectedly received the legacy of Senior Aden. He instructed me to study under his wife, Layla, and I obtained that jade tablet as a result. Later, on a battlefield, I encountered Senior Chase. Though he had already passed away, a lingering fragment of his consciousness remained. After confirming my identity, he passed on the withered leaf heart technique and the 3 forms of falling spring to me. These techniques were likely remnants of unresolved wishes by my grandmaster. Bolivar's expression grew solemn. Those 2 names carried significant weight in their family history. Chase sacrificed himself to save the Yi family in the Tobias Prefecture continent. Despite being from another clan, Adin owed much to the Yi family, and if not for his legacy, the Yi family wouldn't have endured until now. While not all Yi family members could cultivate Adin's techniques due to talent restrictions, most similar clans from that era had lost their legacies entirely. Only a few, like the Vast Clarity sect, which accepted many wandering cultivators, managed to become the premier sect of Tianyun continent after countless efforts. 10,000 years was an inconceivably long time for cultivators. Most people on Tianyun continent had forgotten that their ancestors once fought in Tobias Prefecture. If not for the Yi family's dire straits, Bolivar wouldn't have known this, nor would he have been chosen to be sent to Tobias Prefecture. Thank you, senior. The Yi family will never forget your great kindness. Suddenly, Bolivar knelt, tears streaming down his face. Xavion hadn't even had time to stop him. Brother Yi, please get up. I'm no senior. Xavion forcibly pulled Bolivar to his feet. Brother Yi, don't put me through this. Although my master may be your ancestor, I only paid respects at the spirit altar and wasn't formally a disciple. Treat me as a peer. Bolivar wiped his tears, and his gaze softened when looking at Xavion. Brother Guy, I have a younger sister named Eugene Xian. If you're not averse, you could marry her, though she can be a bit mischievous. Don't, spare me. Before Bolivar finished, Xavion waved his hand. Rest assured, I'll do everything I can to help the Yi family. Please, don't mention it. Bolivar paused, then laughed, remembering the earlier scene. Haha, my mistake. I forgot about Lady Edna. Compared to her, my sister falls short. Xavion smiled awkwardly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Explaining would be futile and only cause more sorrow. By the way, Brother Yi, do you know of the Vast Clarity sect and the Qing family? 3 seniors from back then passed on their cultivation methods to me, and I promised to help their descendants. Bolivar's expression turned bitter, his smile freezing. The Vast Clarity sect is now the foremost sect on Tianyun continent. If you were to return those legacies, they would surely appreciate it, and possibly offer you a position as a guest court. No, Brother Yi misunderstands. I don't care for fame or power. Helping the Yi family is simply because of the relationship between my master and grandmaster, Xavion said with a light laugh. No, Brother Guy, you misunderstood. If you wish to join the Vast Clarity sect, just join. To obtain the complete Yi family techniques and the 3 forms of falling spring, accessible only to the clan head, is already a great favor. How could we restrict Brother Guy's choices? Bolivar shook his head. But regarding the Qing family, I've never heard of them on Tianyun continent. Before leaving, I reviewed the clan records and detailed accounts of that battle. At the time, 731 various forces from Tobias Prefecture participated, but only 23 relocated to Tianyun continent. Among these, only the Yi, Guang, and Cheng families, along with the Vast Clarity sect and Heavenly Heart Pavilion, retain any renown today. The rest likely faced disasters, fading into history. Indeed, the descendants of those who perished fighting for Tobias Prefecture now live such difficult lives. Xavion couldn't help but sigh. He understood this was inevitable. Even someone as powerful as the great existence of Tobias Prefecture could only leave behind instructions for their descendants to avoid war. Yes, if not for Senior Adin's legacy, the Yi family might be the same, Bolivar said, his expression lost. I truly don't understand why the way of heaven is so unjust. The way of heaven isn't impartial but indifferent. Everything comes down to individual choices. Xavion looked at Bolivar. Cultivators defy the heavens. Why seek pity from the way of heaven? Striving oneself is what being a cultivator is about. I see. My apologies for my lack of understanding, Bolivar smiled lightly. By the way, have you considered joining the Tianyun assembly on Tianyun continent? Guy Brothers' technique left me in awe. I never imagined it could be so powerful. Even a soul transformation cultivator might not have been able to withstand it, Bolivar said, his mood heavy. Although he didn't know the exact power of the Tobiasan family, he had heard about the 10 great families of Tobias Prefecture. It wouldn't be surprising if the Tobiasan family went all out to hunt Xavion after he killed one of their prodigies who had been nurtured with significant resources. Brother Yi is too kind. This spell takes an incense sticks time to gather, and without Lady Edna, I probably wouldn't dare to meet him face to face. A smile appeared on Xavion's face. By killing Beck, he had taken another big step towards wiping out all the Tobiasan family members in the ancient domain. Even though you killed Beck, the old ancestor of the Tobiasan family outside will surely set up an ambush in Twin Peaks Valley. Guy brother, this is quite risky, Bolivar remarked with a sigh. It's fine. I still need to eliminate the other Tobiasan family members. They have their old ancestor, but I have my master. There's nothing to worry about. Xavion waved his hand dismissively. Let the older generation deal with each other. His current concern was the state of the Yi family. I wonder how the Yi family back home is faring? Bolivar's expression turned somber as he sighed softly. Not well. Otherwise, our clan wouldn't have expended such huge resources to activate the transmission array and come to Tobias Prefecture. Guy brother, may I ask what kind of person you are? My alias is Adair. I am the 9th disciple of Westleister Tommy from Yin Shevich, Xavion replied softly. He had no intention of hiding anything from Bolivar. For one, this person seemed very pure-hearted, and secondly, his grandmaster had been thinking of his own family even before his death. When I was at the condensation chi stage, I happened upon the legacy of Senior Adin. He instructed me to take his wife, Layla, as my teacher, and thus I obtained that jade token. Later, on a battlefield, I met Senior Chase. Although he had already passed away, a lingering fragment of his consciousness remained. After confirming my identity, he imparted the withered leaf heart method and the 3 moves of spring falling to me. These were things he hadn't managed to pass down, remnants of his unfinished business. Bolivar's expression was filled with heaviness. Those two names were etched deeply into the annals of the Yi family. Chase sacrificed himself to save the Yi family and Tobias Prefecture. Although Adden was from an external clan, he had immense benevolence toward the Yi family. Without his legacy, the Yi family might not have persisted until now. While his cultivation methods depended on one's talent and weren't suitable for all Yi family members, most factions facing similar circumstances had lost their legacies. Now, only a few, perhaps fewer than 5, had survived, thanks to extensive efforts like those of the Xuanhuan sect, which widely recruited wandering cultivators and eventually became the first major sect of Tianyun continent. 10,000 years were impossibly long even for cultivators, and most people on Tianyun continent had forgotten that their ancestors fought in Tobias Prefecture. If not for the desperate situation of the Yi family, Bolivar wouldn't have known any of this, nor would he have been chosen to be sent to Tobias Prefecture. Wesley, thanks, Senior. The Yi family will never forget your great kindness. Suddenly, Bolivar knelt down, tears streaming uncontrollably. Xavion didn't even have time to lift him up. Brother Yi, please get up. How can you call me Senior? Xavion pulled Bolivar up forcefully. Brother Yi, don't overwhelm me. Even though my master might be your ancestor, I only paid respects to the spirit tablets and have no true master-disciple relationship. Just consider me a contemporary. Bolivar wiped his tears and looked at Xavion more gently. Guy brother, I have a younger sister named Eugene Xian. If Guy brother doesn't mind, she could become your wife, though she is somewhat mischievous. Don't. Spare me, Xavion interrupted, waving his hand. Rest assured, I will do my best to help the Yi family. Brother Yi, please don't insist. Bolivar paused, suddenly recalling the Kelly earlier, and laughed. Ha, my oversight. I forgot about Guy brother's beloved. Compared to Lady Edna, my sister falls short in many ways. Xavion smiled awkwardly, deciding not to explain further. Explaining would only add sorrow unnecessarily. By the way, Brother Yi, do you know the Xuanhuan sect and the Qing family? 3 seniors imparted their cultivation methods to me, and I promised to help their descendants. Bolivar's expression turned bitter, his smile freezing. The Xuanhuan sect is currently the premier sect on Tianyun continent. If Guy brother delivers that legacy to them, they would undoubtedly appreciate it. You might even become a guest court directly. I don't care much about fame or profit. Helping the Yi family is because of my master and grandmaster's connections, Xavion said with a light laugh. No, Guy brother misunderstood. If Guy brother wishes to join the Xuanhuan sect, feel free. Obtaining the Yi family's heart method and the 3 moves of spring falling has already greatly benefited us. We wouldn't limit your choices at all, Bolivar shook his head. Speaking of the Qing family, I've never heard of them on Tianyun continent. Before leaving, I reviewed the clan records and detailed accounts of that battle. 731 forces of various sizes participated in Tobias Prefecture, but only 23 relocated to Tianyun continent. Among these, only the Yi, Guang, and Cheng families, the Xuanhuan sect, and Tianqin Pavilion have some recognition today. The rest likely faced various calamities and faded into history. So it seems the descendants of those heroes who fought for Tobias Prefecture are living in such hardship. Xavion couldn't help but reflect. He understood that there was nothing to be done. Even the greatest existences in Tobias Prefecture could only leave behind ancestral teachings to avoid war. Yes, if not for Senior Adden's legacy, the Yi family might have faced a similar fate, Bolivar said, looking lost. I truly don't understand why heaven can be so unjust. Heaven's path is emotionless, not unjust. Everything is a matter of personal choice, Xavion looked at Bolivar. Cultivators defy the heavens. Why seek pity from the heavenly path? Effort is the essence of cultivation. I let my emotions get the better of me, Bolivar smiled faintly. By the way, the Tianyun Conference on Tianyun continent, does Guy brother have any interest in it? Chapter 222, the Tianyun Conference. What's that? Xavion suddenly became interested. He had messed up the Tobiasning God ceremony in Lizhou, and he had actually wanted to participate in it back then. This Tianyun Conference, just from its name, sounded like a kind of sparring conference where participants were ranked and rewarded accordingly. The Tianyun Conference is held every 100 years. The next one is less than 3 years away. Each Tianyun Conference invites young talents from all forces on Tianyun continent to compete for ranks. Winning first place not only brings endless glory and rewards, but also allows the winner to have a request granted by both the Xuanhuan sect and Piamiao Valley, the organizers. However, past champions have always come from within these 2 organizations. Bolivar explained in detail, his eyes carrying a hint of melancholy. He had come to Lizhou with another purpose, to find help for the Tianyun Conference. Even regarding Lewis, he had said those things merely to protect his self-esteem. It was estimated that the best rank Lewis could obtain would be in the top 10 at most. Do you think Brother Feriso has the strength to get into the top 3? Seeing Bolivar's expression, Xavion chuckled lightly. Probably not easy. But if Brother Feriso has some hidden tricks, it might be worth trying. Bolivar didn't voice his personal feelings. Brother Yi is quite powerful himself. Hidden techniques must far exceed one's imagination. Xavion scratched his head. I wonder if us independents can participate in this Tianyun Conference. Of course not. All major forces on Tianyun continent have spots for the Tianyun Conference. Xuanhuan sect and Piamiao Valley each have 10 spots, while the fewest may only have 1. The Yi family has 3 spots. Not all forces have suitable candidates, so recruiting independent cultivators has become a common choice. Some independents who join surprise everyone, especially since the Tianyun Conference doesn't limit by age. Wesleyni independents trapped at the Shavining stage are not to be underestimated, Bolivar said softly. I see. I wonder if I can represent the Yi family to participate? Xavion asked gently. America had mentioned that the spiritual transformation Thunder Calamity no longer posed a threat to him. With diligent practice, he should be able to reach Shavining within 3 years. You certainly can. That way, I don't need to look for others. Brothers Feriso and Guy joining with me will do. Bolivar smiled slightly. Although Xavion's cultivation wasn't strong, that move had left a deep impression on Bolivar. Winning first place was still wishful thinking. Since Xavion wanted to go, it wouldn't hurt to grant him this favor. Thank you, Brother Yi. I will definitely cultivate diligently and strive to reach Shavining within 3 years. Xavion immediately promised, thumping his chest. Sure, I believe Brother Guy will achieve a good ranking. Bolivar smiled gently. How about we go together to seek a legacy for Brother Guy to increase his power? No need, those legacies aren't impressive to me. Xavion directly declined. Without reaching the immortal realm, ancient domains weren't particularly useful, and even if he did reach the immortal realm, such opportunities would be more for ordinary people. So, he didn't bother explaining. Did Brother Guy come to the ancient domain specifically for revenge? Hearing Xavion's words, Bolivar was clearly taken aback. The legacies in the ancient domain had tempted him, though he understood the danger of greed. The Yi family's main cultivation methods and Miles's legacy were originally immortal realm techniques, so he hadn't pressed hard. But he hadn't expected Xavion to say he wasn't interested. Of course not. At first, I thought they were pretty strong, but now I find they're just average. I've had my own share of fortune, so I'm not keen on seeking more, Xavion explained. If Brother Yi wants to gain a legacy, you can search for yourself. With your strength, you won't need any hindrance. In half a year, I have an appointment with fellow disciples. Killing Beck is enough for now. I just want to find a secluded place to cultivate quietly. Alright, in that case, let's part ways here. After pondering, Bolivar decided to explore further. Though he didn't force himself to find legacies, obtaining one wouldn't be bad. By the way, this jade pendant is actually a key, but it seems to unlock records and text from earlier times. If Brother Guy is interested, you can join me in reading them. Xavion's heart tightened as he remembered the incident at the base of the holy mountain. The jade pendant appeared when he bowed his head. Back then, Xavion thought his senior master had a testing intention, fearing someone would misuse the pendant to harm the Yi family. But after hearing Bolivar, he had a guess. After the battle, Miles returned to the holy mountains underground and left the jade pendant there. It likely wasn't for him, but for future generations of the Yi family. Only descendants of the Yi family would kneel before those spirit tablets. Moreover, his senior master Chase's reaction confirmed this. He knew the jade piece belonged to Miles, or possibly Layla. Oh right, did my senior master Miles die in that battle? Xavion asked softly, looking at Bolivar. He did not. Wesleyni immortals survived, and because of these immortals, forces in Lijo were able to relocate to Tianyun continent, Bolivar replied, curious why Xavion asked this, yet he did not hide anything. Then, could my senior master still be alive? Immortals live indefinitely. Xavion got excited instantly. However, what he really thought wasn't this. He didn't mean to deceive Bolivar, but revealing this wouldn't benefit him at all. Possibly. After the war, immortals went to the supreme immortal world. Assuming no accidents, they should still be alive. If Brother Guy eventually reaches immortality, you might meet Senior Miles. But since Lijo hasn't seen immortals for 10,000 years after the Great Battle, it seems that events severed the path to immortality, making it extremely difficult, Bolivar sighed. I will. Xavion's mood suddenly became heavy, but he kept a peaceful smile on his face. Those immortals' fates were predictable. Covetous entities targeted Lijo, not just the underworld lord but also certain existences from the supreme immortal world. By the way, can you give me the jade pendant after use? It's the only token my master left me. If not, I'll always feel something is missing, Xavion asked somewhat shyly. Sure. I didn't expect to find the other half anyway. The records indicate the jade pendant is just a key. Since Brother Guy wants it, there's no reason not to give it to you. You can open the box together with me later, Bolivar smiled. Xavion was ultimately Layla's disciple, respected by even the oldest existence in the family as a senior. Moreover, courts instructed him to agree to any request as long as it didn't endanger the Yi family. Thank you, Brother Yi. However, the war with the sea races may soon begin. While touring Lijo, it's wise to avoid the eastern areas. In 2 years, I will wait for you at Yanyuj. Xavion bowed slightly, gratitude showing clearly. Alright, farewell then. Bolivar reciprocated the bow and left. Xavion headed to the agreed location. Although early, neither immortal fruits nor legacies appealed to him anymore. His current strength wasn't enough to wipe out all of the Tobiasan family, and most people's goals were legacies and immortal fruits. Better to wait for chaos in the ancient domain to unfold, which would make misdirection easier later. Hashtag chapter 223, Sea Spirit Pattern. The eastern domain bordered the sea, and beneath the waves lay a magnificent palace. This palace was immense, and strangely enough, not a single drop of seawater entered it, as if some sort of array had completely blocked it out. Uncourt slowly activated the mechanism at the deepest part of the palace, and the walls instantly split open. Immediately, a wave of cold air rushed out, turning the surrounding air into ice crystals that fell to the ground. Austin, what urgent matter could you have in calling me here? The court, though appearing quite aged, stood straight with firm steps, rivaling many younger people. I gave that Nadine all my sea spirit patterns for her battle, which likely involved a prize disciple from some powerful force. If you don't want her to die, you'll need to go to the opening of the ancient realm and bring her back personally. A voice emerged from the depths of the cold, speaking very slowly. I understand, Austin. The court nodded lightly, and the wall closed again. That Nadine Chevier used up all her sea spirit patterns despite having Brit protecting her. I should not have let her take such risks. The court sighed and left the area. Meanwhile, the Tobiasan family in the central domain was in complete turmoil. Beg, do you even want to remain as head of the family? Uncourt roared, pointing his finger at Beg's nose. You couldn't protect Oriner when she ran off to the eastern domain on her own, and now you tell me that Weslervin is dead after he was just one step away from becoming a soul transformation realm cultivator. You still have the nerve to come and tell me? Beg kept his head down, not daring to lift it or speak a word. Ever since Tobiasan Orin was born and received recognition from the Patriarch, he had surpassed his court brother to become the head of the family. Even after Tobiasan Orin's death, the Patriarch did not blame him too harshly. But now, Beck was dead, and in the ancient realm at that. Even if surrounded by two geniuses, he should have been able to escape. How could he have died? Beg truly couldn't figure it out. Tell me, how did Wesleyervin die? And who was the murderer? I will obliterate their entire clan. This time, I will handle it myself, the court sighed, glaring at Beg viciously. I don't know. When the ancient realm opened, Wesleyervin and Jessa went in together to seek a legacy. We just discovered that Wesleyervin's life tablet had shattered, Beg replied softly, revealing his confusion. Ancient realm? Only cultivators below the spirit realm can enter there. Who could have killed Wesleyervin? The court frowned, unable to make sense of it. Austin, I believe Wesleyervin was ambushed by at least 3 geniuses. Both the Selen and Chu families have grudges against the Tobiasen family. Although the Selen family doesn't have any geniuses, they could still be counted as one if we include the main cultivators. These forces probably lured other factions' geniuses with certain benefits and joined forces to attack Wesleyervin, Beg speculated, unable to think of any other possibility. That's jumping to conclusions too early. The ancient realm won't close for another year. Conceal this information and wait. I'll personally handle it then, and see who dares to stop me. The court's expression turned sinister. Will your actions cause dissatisfaction among other forces? Beg asked cautiously. I'm only going to search through some wandering cultivators' souls. As for other sect disciples, I'll just intimidate them. Once the truth is uncovered, I will apologize in person. The court glanced at Beg, displeased with his questioning. What about that boy Xavion? Any progress? No progress. Wesleyni people have been dispatched to the eastern domain, but Xavion has vanished without a trace. We also searched around the central domain and Tobiasenhai, but found no information. But in the eastern domain, we discovered interesting matters. Not only were there spies from the sea races, but also wandering cultivators secretly gathering intelligence. The sea race wars are led by 3 major factions, with wandering cultivators sent to sacrifice initially. What does this have to do with you? The court glared fiercely at Beg. Focus on finding Xavion. If you can't find him within 3 years, step down from the position of family head. Yes, Austin. I will definitely find him. Beg nodded hurriedly, feeling bitter inside. Remember, keep Wesleyervin's death a secret for at least a year, or else leave the Tobiasen family. The court roared once more. Yes, Austin. Only I know about this and will not tell anyone else. Beg bowed lightly and left. Meanwhile, the court fell deep into thought. As more people gathered in the ruins, battles became increasingly frequent. When someone discovered the immortal spirit tree, it sparked a frenzy among all factions vying for the immortal spirit fruits. 3 immortal spirit fruits could enable any cultivator to reach the soul transformation realm. For any faction, the value of these fruits was paramount, leading almost everyone to rush towards the tree, fighting over the fruits. The allure was greater than that of any inheritance, as immortality legacies merely boosted combat strength, while immortal spirit fruits increased cultivation potential. Even top disciples chose to consume the fruits upon reaching 100 years old. Reaching the soul transformation realm was like crossing an insurmountable chasm for all cultivators. After all, geniuses were few and far between. There were exceptions, like the genius searching for the immortal inheritance, Xavion cultivating in isolation, Brett receiving his legacy, and Edna and Jerome searching for bodies. Is this really worth it, sister? The sea spirit patterns were given to you by the ancestor for self-preservation, even capable of killing 2 at the soul transformation realm. Yet you exhausted them just to kill a mere Beck. Jerome truly couldn't understand Edna's decision. Killing Beck was a waste, but my true goal was always to gain Xavion's loyalty. Edna shook her head. Didn't you notice? He showed no interest in my appearance. What's the point? Sister, don't forget he injured you, Jerome said resentfully. Sister, you're not trying to win him over, are you? Do you really think so lowly of me? Edna glared at Jerome. In the human sea war, he's the deciding factor. I'm sure, as long as he remains among humans, the sea race can never win. But if he joins us, he has a way to secure victory. You're placing too much faith in a mere golden core cultivator. Jerome was speechless, admiring her sister, but thinking her words too extreme. You wouldn't understand? Edna shook her head. I've never met anyone who understands hearts as deeply or devises strategies so perfectly. So you admit you want to conquer him, Jerome sighed. He made it clear, didn't he? Giving him my body would mean mutual exploitation. I simply feel it's worth it. Edna laughed suddenly. Can you read me so clearly? Do you dare believe what I say? He knows me better than I know myself, yet I don't understand him at all. Not his thoughts, actions, or why he joined the sea race. Brit, don't compare him to those fools. Edna calmed down. If I could kill him, I would have done it already. Jerome froze. This was the first time he saw Edna like this. Reflecting on her words, everything seemed different. Do you know why he injured me? Edna glanced at Jerome. Wasn't it because he couldn't control the spell? Jerome tensed but habitually responded. The dialogue continued, reflecting the complex emotions and intentions behind Edna's actions, setting the stage for future developments. Humph. Firstly, it was to warn me, and secondly, to test my limits, Edna said coldly. In other words, he was telling me not to cross his D-Shan, bottom line, and that he knew I was holding back. If I couldn't suppress my resentment and blamed him for injuring me, or even had the slightest change of heart, I would have been dead the moment you arrived. I've already thought of a way to make it impossible for him to stay among the human race. All I need is the right moment, an opportunity for him to go into hiding or leave the central region. If he truly wishes to join the sea race, he will undoubtedly give me this chance. Seeing Lan Yin standing stunned, Edna resumed her usual smile. Watch and see. Once he joins the sea race, you'll realize how easily victory can be achieved. I've already thought of a way to make him unable to stay among the human race. All that's missing is the right timing, a moment when he goes into hiding or leaves the central domain. If he truly wishes to join the sea race, then he will surely give me this opportunity. Seeing Jerome frozen in place, Edna resumed her usual smile. Just wait and see. Once he joins the sea race, you'll know how easily victory can be achieved. Humph. First, it was to warn me, and second, to test my capacity, Edna said coldly. In other words, he told me not to cross his boundaries and made it clear that he knew I was holding back. If I couldn't suppress my resentment and blamed him for hurting me, or if there was even the slightest disturbance in my heart, I would have been dead the moment you arrived. I've already come up with a way to make it impossible for him to stay among the human race. All that's missing is the right opportunity. An opportunity for him to go incognito or leave the central region. If he truly wishes to join the Sea Clan, then he will certainly give me this chance. Seeing Jerome stunned in place, Edna resumed her usual smile. Just wait and see. Once he joins the Sea Clan, you'll realize how easily victory can be achieved. Chapter 224, Tobias Shevian-C's Plan. Half a year had flashed by, and the cultivators within the ancient realm had sharply decreased to only 30%. Even many disciples of major forces had perished. Death naturally came with profit. Now, among the surviving cultivators, many had undergone earth-shattering changes in strength. Some had already consumed spirit-transforming fruits, waiting for the ancient realm to open so they could return to the central region to transform their spirits. Of course, there were also an extremely few who gained nothing, like Xavion who chose arduous cultivation. The Thunder Abyss sword has completely turned black, seemingly much stronger than before. But as Miss America said, it still needs refining by an armorer to reach perfection. Xavion waved his hand, and the Thunder Abyss sword shrank again, flying into Xavion's Danteon. However, although this abyssal scripture lacks enemy combat methods, its cultivation speed is incredibly fast. In just half a year, I've reached the mid-stage Golden Core realm. It seems entering the nascent infancy stage before the Tianyun assembly will not be difficult. A happy smile appeared on Xavion's face. Though he used to seem to others like he was always in arduous cultivation, due to the problem of thunder tribulation, Xavion was only comprehending techniques, contemplating his fighting style, and never operated the abyssal scripture every moment as he did now. Of course, he understood that the reason he could cultivate so quickly was entirely due to abundant abyssal energy. He imagined if other people cultivated under top-grade spirit veins, they probably wouldn't differ too much from himself. The agreed time has arrived. Brother Tobias must be impatiently waiting. Xavion stepped out of his cave residence and headed towards the agreed place. Since it wasn't far, within a short period of incense burning, he saw the cave residence where he once stood against Mina. Brother Tobias, long time no see. How was your harvest this time in the ancient realm? Xavion soon found Tobias Shevian-C. To him, Tobias Shevian-C's strength was inferior to Mina, and many surrounding disciples also exuded stronger chi than him. However, Tobias Shevian-C's position seemed to be leading these disciples. Westleister Tobiasu. Upon seeing Xavion approaching slowly, Tobias Shevian-C immediately rose and paid his respects, while the other disciples followed suit. No need for such formalities, everyone. Our ages are similar, and I will still rely on all of you during this journey in the ancient realm. Xavion hurriedly waved his hands. Westleister Tobiasu is too humble. Our courts repeatedly instructed us not to be impolite to Westleister Tobiasu, a man beside him whispered. His aura resembled an abyss, seemingly not inferior to Tobias Shevian-Gue. And this is? Xavion looked at Tobias Shevian-C and asked softly. Ferris Wanliang. He is the nephew of Fories and another genius from Yin Shevi Pavilion. Unlike Tobias Dion Sect and 10,000 Sword Sect, Yin Shevi Pavilion focuses primarily on alchemy, so having two genius-level presences is quite fortunate. Greetings, Brother Ferris. Xavion bowed slightly, putting himself in a low position. This time I'm merely a guide, not overstepping my authority. Please follow Brother Tobias's lead and don't be too courteous to me. Tobias Shevian-C was taken aback, adding several strokes of admiration when looking at Xavion. Westleister Tobiasu is a master of Pill Dao, mostly immersed in Pill Dao and thus cannot engage in combat. Tobias Shevianking, go protect Westleister Tobiasu and ensure no enemies can get close to him. Kelly slowly walked forward, her expression very calm, her appearance only average. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely protect Westleister Tobiasu. Tobias Shevianking nodded, and then stood beside Xavion without giving extra glances or curiosity about Xavion's identity. Wesley, thanks, Brother Tobias. Who do you plan to attack? Xavion didn't refuse. Although he once appeared in martial Dao practice during Pill Dao trials, those who knew were all Tommy disciples and wouldn't gossip. Therefore, these juniors would naturally see him as a regular alchemist. Our Yin Shevi Pavilion, because of the Pill Pavilion, receives great courtesy from most forces, so we cannot go too far. With the Sea Clan battle imminent, we also cannot provoke intersect wars. Tobias Shevian-C smiled gently. However, if we encounter isolated geniuses, capturing them for some immortal fruits and legacies shouldn't be difficult. Wesley junior brothers and sisters haven't obtained legacies yet. This time, we will set clear prices to find legacies for everyone. Senior Brother Tobias, but how do we find the geniuses? If we capture ordinary disciples, they likely won't exchange for legacies and immortal fruits. Instead, it might cause dissatisfaction among other forces, saying we bully the weak. Foolish. Senior Brother Tobias surely has a method. Otherwise, he wouldn't say so. A muscular man beside him laughed candidly. Yes, Westleister Tobiasu received true teachings from the pavilion leader, who can discern whether someone is a genius. Moreover, most geniuses are proud and act alone, gathering with the main force only for Heavenly Realms legacies. Tobias Shevian-C explained slowly. This time, thanks to everyone's help, Shevian-Kue and Juan Tobiasong obtained Heavenly Realms legacies. However, you gave up opportunities to find legacies yourselves for them. Shevian-Kue, Juan Tobiasong, even though you'll exert much effort in this robbery, in the end, you'll only receive some immortal fruits. Other things should mainly be divided among disciples who haven't obtained legacies. Do you have any objections? Of course not. This time, I obtained the Heavenly Realm legacy thanks to Senior Brother Tobias's leadership and everyone's help. Even if exchanged for a Heavenly Realm legacy, I would have no complaints. Ferris Juan Tobiasong bowed lightly, expressing gratitude and clarifying his stance. Ferris Wantabayasong also understood that although he received help from seniors due to talent, who could resist temptation by inheritance, everyone sacrificed something for the sect, so he couldn't be ungrateful. I listened to Big Brother. Tobias Chevian Kue scratched his head, smiling frankly. With both acknowledging, Tobias Chevian C looked at Adair again. Wesleyster Tobiasu, if there are Heavenly Realm legacies, please don't decline. It's hard for one person to find legacies here. No need, Brother Tobias. I'm only interested in Pildao. I will trade what I deserve for immortal fruits. Xavion shook his head. Tobias Chevian C paused, aware of Xavion's formidable combat power but found he showed no interest in legacies. Could he have found a Heavenly Realm legacy? Fine. After obtaining legacies, we will distribute them together. Tobias Chevian C naturally wouldn't pry further since everyone has secrets. Chapter 225. Susan, the freak of the Chu family. Susan, known as a prodigy from the Chu family, was extremely frustrated. Her frustration stemmed from none other than the restrictions imposed by the ancient realm, which completely suppressed her abilities. The Chu family's puppetry was quite renowned in the central region, especially the Seven Hearts mind control technique, which every puppet master desired. Susan had invested all her combat prowess into her puppets except for her escape skills. With her grand completion, nascent soul cultivation, she could control 4 spirit transformation realm puppets. Although these puppets were precious, they weren't problematic for the Chu family. Thus, Susan carried 4 spirit transformation realm puppets with her. Outside the ancient realm, even if 2 prodigies ambushed her, she could still handle the situation. However, within the ancient realm, when she took out one puppet, it exploded immediately, evidently due to the spirit transformation realm fluctuations attracting the power of the ancient realm's loss. If that were the only issue, being a prodigy wouldn't have been much of a problem for Susan. After all, the destruction of a single spirit transformation realm puppet was no big deal. The real issue was that she intended to use it for battle, and the reason for this was a transcendent realm inheritance. The purpose of the prodigies coming to the ancient realm was precisely to obtain the transcendent realm inheritance. There had never been any news of immortals in the central region, making such inheritances invaluable to major forces. When Susan found this particular inheritance, she was delighted, but her joy was short-lived. Soon after, the main force of the Tobiasan family encountered her. Initially, they didn't recognize her, but when she tried to protect the inheritance by summoning a spirit transformation realm puppet, the outcome was predictable. She lost the inheritance and had to flee humiliatingly. If she hadn't escaped quickly, she would have been detestable Callahan. Once we leave the ancient realm, I will fight you every time I see you. Susan cursed fiercely. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger. Immediately, she calmed down and took out a small green shield. Just as Susan pulled it out, a hand appeared before her, grabbing towards her neck. The small shield collided with the hand, causing it to pause slightly before shattering instantly, providing Susan only a moment's reprieve. As a prodigy, Susan wasn't one to be easily subdued. Without hesitation, she instantly drew a spirit transformation realm puppet from her storage bag, but the moment she did so, its internal spiritual energy went wild, exploding within an instant. With a boom, Susan used the explosive force to dodge sideways while simultaneously spitting blood, her speed becoming unpredictable. Stop her. Don't worry about me, a voice suddenly echoed in Susan's ear. A longsword then blocked her path. Clenching her teeth, Susan reached into her storage bag again. But before she could act, a black sword pierced her right hand, preventing her from reacting in time. Don't move. Struggling will only get you hurt. You can't escape anyway, the voice came again. Susan was truly furious, not noticing when or how these people had surrounded her. What do you want? Susan stopped struggling. The speed of those swords was terrifying, and with just one person restraining her, she had no chance of defense. Moreover, at least 3 people had engaged her earlier. Brother Tobias, you explain? Xavion waved his hand lightly, the black sword returning to his dantian, and he stepped back. Vlad was somewhat surprised. Even he hadn't noticed when Xavion made his move, but he soon regained his composure and smiled warmly at Susan. Miss, you must be the Chu family's prodigy. Wesley, I asked your name? Vlad asked. How do you know I'm a prodigy? Susan was stunned, letting the blood from her palm drip to the ground. You just took out a puppet that exploded upon exposure to the ancient realm. If you weren't a prodigy, you would have shown shock instead of immediately fleeing. In other words, you've experienced the explosion of a spirit transformation realm puppet before, Vlad explained, careful not to reveal Xavion's abilities. Having 2 spirit transformation realm puppets and decisively abandoning one for a chance to escape is something only a prodigy would do. If it were me, I'd be heartbroken. I remember now, you're Vlad, known as Xiao Tosh. Why are the Yin Chevy Pavilion and the Chu family friends attacking me? Susan looked at Vlad, confusion spreading across her face. Cough, cough. Naturally, it's for a robbery. Vlad's expression showed some embarrassment. It was his first time doing this, and he felt a bit shy. As a disciple of the 3 Wesley Jor sects, you lead a group to rob someone? Aren't you afraid that news of this will tarnish the Yin Chevy Pavilion's reputation? Susan glared coldly at Vlad. Look closely, Miss Chu. The ones who attacked you were ordinary disciples under my command. Robbing a prodigy like you from the Chu family isn't exactly bullying the weak. Vlad smiled provocatively. You. Susan glared hatefully at Vlad, then suddenly recalled her previous escape attempt. Sigh, what can I do? In this place, spirit transformation realm puppets are useless, so I have no skills. Too bad you arrived late. I found a transcendent realm inheritance, but someone else has already taken it. How long ago? Even Vlad revealed a look of desire. Just a few moments ago. Susan bandaged her hand. Let me go, and I'll tell you. If you go now, you might still catch them. You lead us there, and I guarantee, on behalf of the Yin Chevy Pavilion, that if what you say is true, you'll receive a spirit transformation fruit, and I'll let you go. I don't have any spirit transformation fruits. If we keep talking, the others will be long gone. Susan feigned innocence. How about 1 billion spirit stones, and you let me go? Miss Chu, are you joking? 1 billion spirit stones for a spirit transformation fruit. If I had that many, I'd buy them all. Vlad chuckled softly. But perhaps you lack a bodyguard here in the ancient realm. I'm willing to escort you to find your Chu family team. If you can persuade the Chu family to give us a spirit transformation fruit, I promise your capture will remain secret, and you can take revenge on those who ambushed you. What do you think? Himph, smooth talker. Susan sneered. Fine, I agree. Had I known this would happen, I should have listened to my Silas and stayed away from the ancient realm. Vlad didn't argue further and smiled. Which force ambushed you? You'll know when we get there. Follow me in this direction. Susan didn't intend to tell Vlad it was the Tobiasen family. Given the enmity between the Chu family and the Tobiasen family, once Callahan saw her, he would assume she brought help. Even if Vlad didn't want to fight, he'd have no choice. Vlad didn't overthink it. Whoever dared to rob the Chu family must be one of the top 10 families, or the 3 Wesley sects. Regardless, they had 2 prodigies on their side, ensuring success. Xavion, hearing Susan's words, slowly moved to the rear. He understood why Susan didn't disclose the attacker's identity, either because the opponent was stronger, like the 10,000 Sword Sect or the Heavenly Separation Gate, or because Susan feared Vlad would raise the stakes if he knew it was the Tobiasen family. Either way, revealing himself would only cause trouble, so staying hidden was better. Wesleyster Tobiasu, are you okay? Tobias Chevyanking, nearby, saw Xavion cover his head with a hat and felt puzzled. This translation adheres to the original text structure and maintains the narrative tone, style, and continuity, ensuring fluent and grammatically correct English. No problem. After all, most people outside know me. If we get into a fight, it would be troublesome if they recognize me and target me. It's better to keep a low profile, Xavion said slowly. Tobias Chevyanking naturally didn't find this strange. After all, Adair's name was extremely famous, and his portrait had been widely circulated. Once there was a conflict, if someone recognized Adair, they would naturally make him the target. However, Tobias Chevyanking forgot one thing. Xavion looked much older before, even with a different face shape. The likelihood of anyone recognizing him now was very small, unless they were very familiar with Xavion. Otherwise, no one would associate these 2 appearances. After all, no one would deliberately make themselves look older for no reason. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural, fluent English without grammatical errors. It also preserves the storyline's coherence with the previous content, and follows the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Chapter 226, Protection by Array Formation. Within half an incense sticks time, the team from Misty Rain Pavilion arrived at the place Susan mentioned. Now it was completely blocked off by array formations, and many people of the Tobiasen family were visible, clearly treating this as a crucial area. Miss Chu, it seems there's no way to break through. I'll send you back. It's more practical to trade for another spirit transformation fruit. Tobias Chevyancy shook his head lightly. Given that they had already set up the array formation, forcing entry would definitely alert others and cause a great stir. At the end, several factions would show up, and then it would be unclear who would ultimately receive this immortal realm inheritance. There's nothing else we can do. Susan shook her head helplessly. She had initially hoped to see Callahan falter, but hadn't anticipated he would be so cautious, setting up the array right after she left. However, in the rear of the group, Xavion seemed to be somewhat tempted. He glanced towards the center of the array formation, slightly frowned, then touched his storage bag. Yet, he did it very secretly, and no one noticed. As the leader of the ancient territory team, Callahan had never felt this frustrated before. After finally finding an immortal realm inheritance, it was snatched away, and handing him over to Beck. Beck was already dead. Though in Callahan's view, it was better for Beck to be dead, he was still the leader of the ancient territory team. Beck died without any explanation or even remains, leaving Callahan unable to report to the courts. Callahan was extremely troubled by this. If not for encountering Susan midway, and the puppetry skills of the little Nadine not working here, giving Callahan some solace. At least having obtained the immortal realm inheritance himself meant that the courts wouldn't overly blame him for losing a prodigy like Beck. Plus, the people around him could attest that Beck had been domineering first, acting alone and arrogant, and his fate was well deserved. Callahan was not as self-important as Beck and naturally thought of setting up an array formation. Though it cost quite a few spirit stones, compared to the value of the immortal realm inheritance, it was negligible. Moreover, if Susan escaped quickly and the main force of the Chu family came to aid her, a fierce battle would likely ensue. Seeing outsiders outside, Callahan recognized they were obviously called over by that Nadine. This array formation, though simple, made their strengths about equal. Presumably, the other side wouldn't invite trouble by bringing in more people, given there was only one set of immortal realm inheritance available. Thinking about this, Callahan simply shook his head and prepared to accept the inheritance. But just as he stepped into the cave, he suddenly paused. His expression became incredulous and then turned grim. Spirit Severing Blade. The aura of Beck's magic treasure. Callahan was extremely familiar with the Spirit Severing Blade. It was a treasure used by the ancestor of the Tobiasen family, his grand Silas, back in the mundane realm. What was rarer was that this treasure had a spiritual consciousness, making it far stronger than ordinary treasures. Being the openly acknowledged talent among the Tobiasen family, Callahan had long coveted the Spirit Severing Blade and heard that it was supposed to be the reward for the family competition. At this news, Callahan was incredibly pleased and even switched to using a similar treasure. Naturally, Callahan won first place in the competition, despite tough battles, thinking he would obtain the Spirit Severing Blade. However, just when he was about to claim it, information about a certain prodigy reached the clan patriarch. The patriarch didn't explicitly deny him but asked Callahan and Beck to have an additional match, a secret known only to Callahan. Initially, Callahan felt somewhat smug, assuming this prodigy wasn't much, but in just 3 moves, Callahan was defeated by Beck. The duel lasted shorter than being taken deep into the Tobiasen family grounds. For this, Callahan held resentment, yet as the openly top figure in the Tobiasen family, he couldn't be petty and thus buried his feelings deep within. Even upon learning of Beck's death, he outwardly showed hate. Whether Beck lived or died was irrelevant to Callahan, but the spirit-severing blade, he wanted very much. Callahan retracted his foot from the cave and walked towards the side of the array formation, looking outside. It's actually Misty Rain Pavilion. Callahan knew Tobias Sheviansy well. The Tobiasen family and Heavenly Distance Gate always got along, understanding that Heavenly Distance Gate couldn't stand Misty Rain Pavilion, except Misty Rain Pavilion's superior status prevented any direct action beyond against the Westlearshall Pavilion. Within the Westlearshall Pavilion, Tobias Sheviansy's combat ability wasn't first, but his mind was extraordinary, earning fame during the Foundation establishment stage, now respected among young disciples of Misty Rain Pavilion and externally praised. Elder brother, don't worry. This formation is solid. Outsiders can't break through, Tobiasen Ching said beside him, smiling. Tobiasen Ching, let's go outside, Callahan said sternly, sensing the fleeting presence of the magical weapon could mean someone was trying to deflect suspicion. But how could he remain inside contentedly? Elder brother, they're about to leave. Tobiasen Ching didn't understand. Follow me, Callahan frowned, and Tobiasen Ching followed hurriedly, knowing Callahan was unhappy. Tobias Sheviansy, long time no see. Why are you here? Callahan emerged from the array, facing Tobias Sheviansy preparing to leave. Brother Tobiasen, nice meeting you. I thought you weren't planning to come out. Tobias Sheviansy turned, smiling. Did the little Nadine Susan call you here to snatch back the inheritance? Callahan looked at Susan next to Tobias Sheviansy, noticing subtle hints suggesting people nearby might be preventing Susan's escape. Of course, Tobias Sheviansy nodded. You wouldn't hand over this inheritance? How about this? Hand me this Nadine, and I'll pay double. How does that sound? Callahan laughed. Despite no longer sensing the magical weapon, Susan was a prodigy of the Chu family. Even if she wasn't responsible, killing her and blaming Beck's death on her would be advantageous. Tobias Sheviansy first hesitated, then gazed at Susan with an amused smile. 3. Susan clenched her teeth fiercely. Landing in the hands of the Tobiasen family would spell no good end for her. Tobias Sheviansy remained silent, turning back to Callahan. 3 spirit transformation fruits? Brother Tobias has indeed made a great deal, Callahan snorted. Although he wished the Chu family to suffer, he didn't want Tobias Sheviansy's scheme to succeed. Seems Brother Tobiasen can't part with spirit transformation fruits. Miss Chu, rest assured, I will ensure your safe return to the main forces of the Chu family. Tobias Sheviansy promised resolutely. Chapter 227. Vlad's Curiosity. Susan heaved a silent sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Callahan would continue raising the price. If that happened, she would be forced to agree even if it meant death. But Callahan seemed to have noticed something and had other thoughts in mind. This little Taj is nothing much. These two must have had dealings before. But I parted ways with that little Nadine not long ago. How could I run into other trouble? And more importantly, he still needs to return that Nadine to the Chu family. Could it be that he was robbing a demon? Could it be Beck was killed by him? Callahan scanned the Rainy Pavilion group, and soon his attention was drawn to the person at the back wearing a black cloak. Tobiasen brother. Who was that person? Callahan pointed at Xavion, his expression turning serious. This person is a friend of the Rainy Pavilion. Please don't inquire too much, Tobiasen brother. Vlad quickly interjected, stepping in front of Callahan's line of sight, speaking softly. Humph, a friend? An early-stage golden core cultivator. Wouldn't the Rainy Pavilion have better things to do than send someone of this cultivation level to the ancient domain? Callahan snorted coldly. Vlad, tell me, did you kill Bo? Bo died. Vlad was taken aback. He had heard of Bo's name before. I've been searching for treasures with everyone else for half a year, and haven't killed anyone. If you don't believe me, ask the others. Callahan's expression darkened. There was no reason for Vlad to lie, and even if they were truly surrounding Beck, Beck would not be so foolish as to not escape, or at least send out a message if caught. His death should not have been so direct. While Callahan was pondering, Xavion once again opened his storage bag. He was convinced that the spirit blade was a significant treasure to the Tobiasen family. Callahan's eyes suddenly widened. He felt the presence of the spirit severance blade once more, though it was fleeting. Yet he sensed that it came from there. Vlad, tell me who he is, otherwise, I don't mind starting a fight. Callahan took a deep breath and calmed down. Callahan, don't push your luck. Do you really think the Rainy Pavilion fears you? The Dale beside him was instantly annoyed. Everyone knew Adair's importance. They wouldn't reveal his identity just because Callahan issued a challenge. Don't interrupt. Vlad's expression turned serious. From the moment Callahan appeared, Vlad had sensed that Callahan had a purpose, and now that purpose was likely due to Adair. Wesley, I asked, Tobiasen brother, why are you investigating that person's identity? Vlad smiled slightly, looking at Vlad. Everyone around became confused, while Xavion at the back of the group couldn't help but respect Callahan a bit more. However, he also thought about Vlad, whose disrespect towards the Westleister of the Ninth Academy was solely based on guesswork, putting Xavion in a delicate position. Moreover, Tobias Shevianking had moved closer to him. Whether it was protection or restriction was unclear. Bo is dead, but his magical treasure is on that person, and he deliberately let me sense it. Callahan laughed lightly, glancing at Xavion. Brother Tobias, perhaps that person wants us to fight so he can benefit from it. Just some magical treasure, not even his own. How could Tobiasen brother feel it? And even if he killed Bo, what would Tobiasen brother do? Vlad didn't turn around, staring at Callahan, waiting for an answer. Bo was my good friend, even closer than my silly younger brother Brevin. How could I not feel the aura of his treasure? If Brother Tobias is willing to hand over that person, I'm willing to offer 2 immortal essence fruits. Callahan boldly looked at Xavion, as if he already considered Xavion his possession. All the Rainy Pavilion disciples followed Callahan's gaze towards Xavion. Though they didn't fully trust Callahan, his willingness to sacrifice 2 immortal essence fruits for an unknown person made everyone in the Westlearshall Pavilion look down on Adair. Wesley even muttered inside, realizing that the Pill Hall never considered the Westlearshall Hall as friends. It was all about using them, and the goal was clear, the heritage of the immortal realm. Xavion naturally felt this too, but he had the capital to gamble. He was confident Vlad wouldn't hand him over to Callahan. The enmity with the Tobiasen family was too important. So that's it, but I still can't hand him over, Tobiasen brother. If you wish to fight, I will accompany you. Vlad waved his hand. Even if Xavion intended to use them, Vlad couldn't hand him over. Now, Vlad regretted his curiosity, aware that Xavion was unhappy. Not even a name? Callahan paused, his expression becoming calm again. Forget it, I'm not your match. If that brother is willing to hand over the spirit severance blade, I am still willing to pay the price of one immortal essence fruit. Everyone looked at Xavion, fully believing Callahan's words. If they had the spirit severance blade, they would certainly take it. After all, it was an immortal essence fruit. Even with mediocre talent, possessing an immortal essence fruit could transform their essence. Though combat power wouldn't increase significantly, extending their lifespan by 2,000 years was real. Tobiasen brother, you really know how to scheme. I think the title, Tobiasal Taj, suits you best, considering Taj's heavenly departure sect has a close relationship with the Tobiasen family. Taj wouldn't mind, right? Vlad laughed lightly. You probably knew from the start that he was under Rainy Pavilion's protection, using one immortal essence fruit as bait. Quite a generous move. Though Vlad appeared relaxed, his heart raced. He knew if this continued, Xavion would hate everyone here. If his seniors found out, he'd be scolded to death. I'm telling the truth. As long as brother Tobias forces that person to hand over the spirit severance blade, the immortal essence fruit is yours. Callahan immediately produced an immortal essence fruit and held it in his hand. Seeing the white fruit radiating spiritual energy, everyone held their breath. Callahan actually took it out. Vlad wanted to slap himself for having such overwhelming curiosity. Now, Xavion wouldn't be foolish enough to forgive him. Callahan, you sure do know how to bargain. Xavion slowly walked forward, taking out the spirit severance blade from his storage bag. Callahan's eyes remained fixed on the blade. Want it? Or are you afraid to snatch it? Want to know who I am? Chapter 228, I am Adair. Giles's footsteps stopped, and he stared straight at Callahan. However, his straw hat obscured Giles's expression. I am Adair, the Westleister of Dan Pavilion's 9th College. Tell your patriarch to come kill me. Giles's voice was filled with disdain, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Vlad, are you happy now that you know the outcome? Or perhaps, you feel even happier that I should die by Bo's hands? Giles's voice suddenly turned cold. In an instant, everyone looked at him, but his figure remained unaffected. Just standing there, he exuded a completely different aura from the people around him. Yes, he is not our peer. He is the Westleister of the 9th College, the most gifted alchemist in Yinrain Pavilion. Even his courts must treat him with great respect. All disciples of Yinrain Pavilion realized this fact, suddenly understanding how naive their previous thoughts had been. I dare not, Westleister Tobiasu. It was my disrespect. Please forgive me. Vlad did not hesitate and immediately bowed deeply. Well then, Callahan, if you bring me 3 immortal spirit fruits, I will give you this broken soul blade. How does that sound? Giles gazed at Callahan, still not removing his hat, but his tone became colder. I didn't expect Westleister Tobiasu to also visit such places like the ancient domain. With Yinrain Pavilion's protection, everything should go smoothly here. However, I, Callahan, will remember this enmity and report it to the Patriarch after leaving the ancient domain. Westleister Tobiasu stays safely in Yinrain Pavilion for alchemy. Should anything unexpected happen outside, Yinrain Pavilion might lose a talented alchemist. Callahan slowly retreated, having figured out the cause of Beck's death, certain that other monstrous individuals were involved, but Adair was undoubtedly the main culprit. Remembered? Remembering without spreading it is of no use. Giles looked at Vlad, the command clear. Spares no effort to eliminate the remaining members of the Tobiasen family. Vlad did not hesitate and shouted this, stunning the other Yinrain Pavilion disciples, while Tobias Shevianqui rushed forward only to find Callahan already inside the array. I will break this array. Giles stepped forward, the witch seal on his brow revealing itself instantly, attracting surrounding spiritual energies, almost as if something even more mysterious was occurring. Vlad smiled bitterly. Perhaps from the start, he shouldn't have asked. Now it seemed Westleister Tobiasu was genuinely angry. The thoughts of Yinrain Pavilion disciples began diverging, yet their views on Adair changed significantly. Inside the array, Callahan stomped in frustration, never imagining it to be Adair. Damn, hopefully, the allies of the Tobiasen family arrived first. Without hesitation, Callahan entered the cave mansion of the Immortal Realm Legacy. His plan solidified. Protecting the Immortal Realm Legacy was now paramount. As they waited a moment, all Yinrain Pavilion disciples stared wide-eyed, including Ferris Wanliang and Tobias Shevianqui. They doubted they could match Giles's prowess. A white heavenly god surged towards the array, powerful and tangible. Boom. Upon contact, a thunderous explosion reverberated within a 10-mile radius. A wave of energy rolled forth, knocking over many lower-ranked disciples, except for Ferris Wanliang and Tobias Shevianqui, who remained composed. Even Giles used all his strength to withstand the wave. Within the array, chaos erupted. The leftover power of the heavenly god severed several nearby figures. The person controlling the array suffered backlash due to its destruction. Tobias and Ching rushed into the cave, but found it empty, with no sign of the Immortal Realm Legacy. Did Brother Callahan run away? Tobias and Ching considered but dismissed it, knowing he saw Callahan enter and finding no other exits. Could the legacy be protecting Brother Callahan, hence making it invisible? Tobias and Ching scanned carefully but found nothing. With no choice, he left the cave. Outside, both sides clashed, clearly outnumbered and outmatched. The Tobiasen clan showed signs of defeat. Unnoticed by the fighters, Vlad saw a black sword pierce Tobias and Ching's soul infant and then his brow center, silencing his screams. Who would have thought that alchemy genius Westleister Tobiasu could easily take a soul infant's life at the golden core stage, and the array that blocked others appeared like paper before Westleister Tobiasu. If the world knew this, they would not just revere but fear Wesleyster Tobiasu. Vlad looked at Giles, somewhat lamenting. No plans to continue befriending me? Giles laughed lightly, his tone softening. I want to, given Wesleyster Tobiasu's formidable strength and being hailed as the greatest alchemy genius, who wouldn't wish to make friends? But rather than superficial friendships, I'd like to understand Wesleyster Tobiasu's true purpose at Yinrain Pavilion. Vlad looked coldly at Giles. If Wesleyster Tobiasu doesn't explain, for Yinrain Pavilion's sake, I might act irrationally. Giles, seemingly unconcerned by Vlad's threat, removed his hat, smiling mysteriously. Know this. Bo's monster died under my previous move. Do you think Bo's treasure attracts Callahan so much? Vlad's eyes widened in disbelief. I've met Taj. If it were him, upon seeing Callahan, he'd realize Callahan couldn't speak those words. Giles shook his head, full of regret. The so-called Tobiasal Taj disappoints greatly. And do you really think others are fools? Had I intended harm, I'd be dead under my master's hand long ago. Never mind your intervention. Giles slowly walked beside Vlad, patting his shoulder. Yinrain Pavilion's young talents are no more. I have matters elsewhere, and won't wait for Brother Tobias's good news. Without waiting for Vlad's response, Giles walked away. Beside him, Tobias Shevyanking looked puzzled. Brother, not killing him? Tobias Shevyanking asked softly. Chapter 229, Secret Wesley Maneuvers. How can we kill him in front of all the other disciples? Vlad's expression grew increasingly grave. Forget it, for now, this is what we must do. I will report this matter to my Silas upon our return, and leave the decision to him. Since our talks with Adair have broken down, let's continue searching for the immortal spirit fruit. Vlad shook his head and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The Smoke Rain Pavilion was already clearly winning, with only a few casualties on their side. In contrast, most of the Tobiasan family members had been killed in battle, while the remaining few were still putting up a fierce resistance, but total annihilation was only a matter of time. Senior brother Tobias, the remnants of the Tobiasan family have been eliminated, but there's no sign of Callahan or any information about the Immortal Realm inheritance. It seems Callahan has fled. A Kirk approached Vlad and whispered softly. No sign of Callahan? Vlad frowned deeply, a sudden sense of unease creeping into his mind. He considered various possibilities, but Adair's figure continued to linger in his thoughts. Could it be that Adair knew Callahan would escape, so he left early? An eerie thought flashed through Vlad's mind, but there was no evidence to support it. Clearly, whether Callahan lived or died wasn't his concern. Rather, it should worry Adair. Forget it. Someone will likely arrive here soon. Let's leave quickly, Vlad sighed. He hadn't gained Wesleyster Tobiasu's favor, nor the Immortal Realm inheritance. Now, the only consolation was Susan's 3 immortal spirit fruits. But as Vlad looked towards where Susan should be, the usually lively and active Susan had fallen completely silent. It's a puppet. Vlad punched Susan into several pieces. The enchanted puppet disintegrated into pieces of wood. Damn it. She must have used some way to run away while I was talking to Adair. Indeed, no demon should ever be underestimated. Though initially agitated, Vlad quickly calmed down. Though they achieved nothing this time, at least they had the storage bags of the Tobiasan family members and even discovered several spiritual realm inheritances. This could somewhat console the disciples of the Smoke Rain Pavilion. At the same time, Xavion sat on the ground, humming a little tune. I don't quite understand why you saved me. A Nadine with lively eyes appeared beside Xavion, curiously inspecting him. Clearly, this was Susan, the demon of the Chu family. I injured you earlier, and now I've saved you. We're even. But don't mention this to anyone, Xavion smiled slightly. We're even? Susan paused. I'm not stupid. Even if you hadn't stopped me before, my chances of escaping from the Smoke Rain Pavilion's demons were slim. And when you saved me, I couldn't comprehend it at all. Do you want to kill Callahan? Xavion looked at Susan seriously. Callahan is definitely dead. With so many from the Smoke Rain Pavilion, how could he escape? Susan replied perplexedly. I once killed someone named Beck. His storage bag contained a wooden plaque engraved with many names and a piece of wood attached to it. Xavion pulled out the plaque and handed it to Susan. This time, 30 people from the Tobiasan family came. I killed 5, my friend killed 8, but these were scattered ones. There were 15 people in the array just now, yet only 14 pieces of wood broke. So, adding those killed by others, only 3 Tobiasan family members survived? Susan's expression turned strange. Yes, Callahan, Tobiasan G, and Tobiasan Fong. Without being demons, these 3 rank in the top 3 among the talented Tobiasan family members. Xavion nodded. Tobiasan G and Tobiasan Fong are siblings, and Tobiasan G has always harbored resentment towards Callahan. Susan's eyes sparkled. The Chu family and the Tobiasan family had deep-seated enmity, and she never imagined she'd have the chance to kill all the Tobiasan family members within the ancient domain. Do you know where they are? Susan asked eagerly. I don't know about the other 2, but I know where Callahan is, Xavion smiled mysteriously. Where? Susan prodded, realizing Xavion was holding back. Not in a rush. Let's first divide the spoils, Xavion spoke softly. I won't hide anything from you. I also have a significant grudge against the Tobiasan family, so talking about helping you seek revenge is unnecessary. As a demon, you naturally want the Immortal Realm inheritance, and as an alchemist, the Immortal Spirit Fruits are valuable to me too. That seems unfair to you. Susan understood the importance of the Immortal Realm inheritance. For ordinary people, Immortal Spirit Fruits were incredibly precious, but for demons like her who could cultivate spirit essence on their own, they had no interest. Moreover, in any collaboration, one party usually suffers a loss, which often hints at ulterior motives. So the storage bags belong to me. Imagine the treasures inside the top-ranked Tobiasan family members' bag. When that happens, Xavion smiled again. Fine. Smoke Rain Pavilion's Adair. I'll remember you. One day, I'll visit you personally, Susan chuckled. Although she was young, her face was endearing, and her smile brought comfort. In that case, I'll wait for Miss Chu in the 9th courtyard. Xavion glanced backward. But your puppet can't be used against someone like Callahan. I can only help you ambush him. The Chu family isn't far from here. I'll go borrow something. Do you want to come with me, or wait here? Susan didn't answer directly, but instead asked Xavion about his plans. Waiting here will suffice, but remember not to exceed 7 days. After 7 days, Callahan might change locations, Xavion reminded her. I'll be back in a day, Susan replied curtly. Westleister Tobiasu, please wait here. Watching Susan leave, Xavion began to ponder. To survive, the ancient domain was a good trading ground, allowing interaction with these young elites, which pushed forward his future plans. Susan from the Chu family, Vlad from the Smoke Rain Pavilion, and Edna from the Sea Clan. They were unaware of his hidden thoughts, which would eventually erupt at the last moment. Tianyun continent, after exterminating the Tobiasan family and returning the 3 inheritances to their descendants. I can leave, Xavion muttered. If it truly comes to that and Westleister doesn't have the boundary-breaking pearl, it's fate. Shaking his head, Xavion resumed his cultivation. Meanwhile, the ancient domain grew more turbulent, with the immortal spirit fruit trees gradually being discovered. Even disciples from powerful factions had suffered heavy casualties, and those who survived could only hide, too afraid to meddle in anything else. Chapter 230. The Tobiasan family's predicament. In the ruins at the heart of the ancient domain, Tobiasan Ji and Tobiasan Fong, brother and sister, encountered a predicament. They discovered a divine spirit fruit tree and managed to pick 4 fruits before being discovered by another force. Worse yet, it was the Selen family, with whom they were hostile. The two did not hesitate for a moment and immediately retreated. However, the Selen family was relentless. Though their main force remained undivided, 4 members had given chase. Each of these 4 had comparable strength to Tobiasan Ji and Tobiasan Fong, so together, the siblings could only flee. Thankfully, they had already secured some divine spirit fruits, and once they rejoined the main force, the Selen family would likely not act rashly. Detestable Callahan. He actually sold out all our clan members. Tobiasan Fong roared loudly. The old patriarch of the Tobiasan family had 5 sons, whose offspring formed the core lineage. Although this time many disciples from branch lineages also came, the main force comprised their immediate family members. If Callahan had been killed in battle, it would have been understandable, but his brother's soul tablet clearly indicated that except for Callahan and themselves, the rest of the clan had perished. Fong, stop it. He probably had no choice either. Despite my constant disputes with him, we both share a love for the family. Tobiasan Ji shook his head. They must have encountered an overwhelmingly powerful existence. Given his strength, he barely managed to escape. Big brother, you still defend him? Second brother is dead. And you don't forget, second brother was considered a genius. Tobiasan Fong's emotions spiraled out of control, feeling that Callahan was responsible for her relatives' deaths. He escaped for a reason. It must be important. Now we can't make too much noise. Those 4 behind us haven't pursued us too deeply because they are afraid we will reunite with our main force, Tobiasan Ji sighed. Our luck on this journey through the ancient domain has been terrible. I still can't understand why second brother died. Throughout history, only a handful of geniuses have perished in the ancient domain. But now, such a tragedy has struck the Tobiasan family. Humph, let's see what Callahan has to say when we return. Tobiasan Fong still harbored resentment, but she understood their dire situation. Big brother, any ideas? The 4 pursuers are strong, and even finding Callahan wouldn't be useful. It might be better to head towards the center. If we encounter Tobias Tion Gate and offer them a divine spirit fruit as payment, perhaps Miss Situ, considering our family's long-standing friendship, will help us. Tobiasan Ji smiled bitterly, proposing this less than ideal solution. Whether they could find Tobias Tion Gate depended entirely on luck. Encountering the main forces of the Chu or Selen families would mean a very grim fate. For now, this is the only way. Tobiasan Fong sighed, her expression filled with desolation. She never imagined that among the 10 great families of the central region, only 3 members of the Tobiasan family would return from the ancient domain. Just 1 day later, Susan returned, but Xavion was still in cultivation. He simply told Susan to wait, which she readily accepted. Compared to before, her combat prowess had significantly improved. While she wasn't as powerful as those geniuses, she could hold her ground against a few foes. But her mind wasn't on cultivation. Instead, she busied herself gathering information like an overly curious child. 7 days passed, and Xavion opened his eyes. Susan approached him. Ready to make your move? Susan had held back for a while, and couldn't help but smile thinking of Xavion's plan. Of course. Xavion smiled and turned toward the place where the Tobiasan family and Smoke Rain Pavilion had previously clashed. Follow me. Their figures gradually disappeared, heading toward the battlefield between Smoke Rain Pavilion and the Tobiasan family. The traces of the battle seemed erased, leaving only a faint bloody smell. Xavion gently picked up some soil, sniffed it and said, judging by this, Vlad left quite swiftly, departing before others arrived. How do you know? Susan mimicked Xavion, detecting only the scent of blood, gaining no further information. If another battle had taken place, there wouldn't be enough time to dispose of the bodies, Xavion replied, shaking his head. But how does this relate to the smell of the soil? Susan asked, puzzled. It doesn't. The Tobiasan family practices physical cultivation with non-human bloodlines. They can tap into their bloodline to gain power, so the intensity of their bloodline dictates their potential, Xavion explained. The stronger the bloodline, the more potent the power. Some disciples, with weaker bloodlines, cannot fully activate it. Do you think who took these corpses? Xavion glanced at Susan. Wasn't it Vlad? Susan countered. If it were Vlad, the soil wouldn't have such a strong scent of blood. Xavion shook his head. Cultivators, especially at the core formation stage, focus on attacking the Danteon. Even when completely dead, the amount of blood spilt wouldn't be more than a third of the body's total. With just a dozen deaths, the soil shouldn't look like this, right, Callahan? Never thought that I, along with Vlad, would be outsmarted by a mere gold core cultivator. Westleister Tobiasu, abandoning your alchemy practice for this? Have you lived enough? Callahan stepped out of his cave with a cruel smile. You're not a dare. Callahan's eyes widened. You're Xavion. He recognized the man standing before him unmistakably. Not escaping first thing. I see your bloodline concentration surpasses Beck's. Xavion took a step back, exposing Susan completely to Callahan's view. Why should I run? I don't know Beck's true power, but his bloodline didn't reach its peak potential. Mine, however, far exceeds his. Callahan grinned maliciously. But I'm curious, how did you know I'd be here? Simple. You dug a hole inside the cave, buried yourself with the inheritance, hid your presence, and waited for others to leave. Even if you came out early, this dangerous place would seem safe to anyone passing by. Xavion explained softly. Considering my array breaking attracted a lot of attention, others, plus my pressure, made it impossible for Vlad to consider if you were hiding. His reaction when you emerged revealed his lack of calmness. That's why I provoked him, giving you and Miss Chu an opportunity to escape. Seems like Vlad's reputation as Tobiasaltaj belongs to you. No wonder the Tobiasan family's influence in the central region couldn't locate you. Callahan retracted his smile, growing serious. This person was definitely not as easy to handle as he appeared. Hashtag chapter 231, Bo's death. If I were you, I would have run long ago. Xavion suddenly smiled, and instantly countless small black swords rushed towards Callahan. Callahan immediately activated his bloodline, his entire body radiating a crimson aura that gave off an intense heat. The surrounding air seemed to be pushed away by this aura, creating waves of heat, but the black swords completely ignored Callahan's aura, pushing through without any resistance. Clang. The sound of countless metal collisions rang out. In just half a breath, Callahan let out a scream as a black sword pierced 3 inches into his left abdomen. Attack. He's injured. Xavion immediately shouted at Susan. Susan seemed momentarily stunned, but upon hearing Xavion's words, she reached into her storage bag. Immediately, 4 puppets emitting late-stage core formation aura appeared beside her and charged towards Callahan. You tricked me. Do you think I want to lose my treasure? Callahan grabbed one of the black swords. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free from his grip. Justin Tobiasing, electrocute him. Xavion suddenly laughed. Upon seeing Xavion's smile, Callahan shuddered and quickly threw the Justin Ming sword away. Fooling you once, you believed it, didn't you? You wouldn't let go otherwise. Xavion waved his hand, and the Justin Ming sword instantly returned to his grasp. Callahan was speechless. He had clearly felt the surge of lightning energy from the hilt. If not for that feeling, he wouldn't have thrown the Justin Ming sword away. Yet Xavion was telling him explicitly that it was a trick. Callahan shook his head, dispelling those thoughts. Susan's 4 puppets posed no significant threat in his view, but Xavion's always calm smile made him uneasy. In the moment, he found himself being suppressed by the 4 puppets. Xavion naturally wasn't idle either. Seizing every opportunity, he would attack Callahan with a sword strike, but Callahan managed to block them all in time. Fully absorbing the bloodline power of others, Callahan's strength was incomparable to Susan's 4 puppets. Even though Callahan kept his focus on Xavion, Susan could not breach his defenses. The Tobiasan family is nothing more than that. Susan coldly snorted and pulled out another puppet from her storage bag. Callahan's expression changed instantly. Although Susan's puppets emitted the same aura as late-stage core formation cultivators, she skillfully unleashed their full potential. As the battle continued, Callahan grew increasingly alarmed. Though his bloodline had regressed to its ancient form, it wasn't innate and required more time to refine. Besides, he had already been injured by Xavion's sneak attack. Dealing with 4 puppets was manageable, but 5 puppets prevented him from focusing on Xavion. Not focusing on Xavion meant the black long sword posed a deadly threat. Gamble it. The weakness of a Chu family puppet master is the master herself. Risking injury, I can overpower Susan in one strike. Callahan knew this wasn't a good strategy, but charged directly at Susan, ignoring the interference from the puppets. 3 heavy strikes later, even with his fully awakened bloodline, Callahan spat out a mouthful of blood from the puppet's hammer-like blows. However, this injury brought him close to Susan. He swung a punch aimed straight at Susan's dantian, seeing her terrified expression. Suddenly, he sensed danger coming from behind. Without hesitation, since he was determined to exchange his life for hers, Callahan sped up, gathering all his aura to resist the blow from behind. Callahan looked at Susan, thinking there was no way she could dodge this punch. Yet what he saw next defied comprehension. Susan's terrified expression turned into mockery. Now was the critical moment. Callahan could not back down. His punch hit its mark, while the sword seemed to pierce only half an inch into his back. Callahan thought Susan's expression had been staged for him. Then he felt an endless darkness engulf him, completely blocking his vision. Callahan suddenly remembered how his talented cousin had died from this same black aura praised by the ancestors. The red aura erupted again, like a sun amidst the darkness. The corruption of dark energy slowed, but more dark energy flooded towards Callahan. No matter how much he resisted, he could no longer see anything outside. So, they were just putting on a show for me from the start, Callahan cried out, but realizing it now was useless. Susan took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Removing her mask revealed Xavion's face, pale beyond normal. I didn't expect these dragon scales also have their limits, Xavion gritted his teeth, swallowing a healing pill. With hands forming seals, he opened the dark energy vortex within his dantian. Nearby, Callahan was completely enveloped in dark energy, while Xavion continuously channeled more into him. After about an hour, Callahan gave up resisting, screaming in agony. On the side, Susan also removed her mask, revealing her own face. Despite Callahan's screams unsettling her, knowing Xavion wasn't a ruthless killer and had saved her from Vlad somewhat alleviated her fear. Miss Chu, it seems Callahan has completed the Immortal Realm inheritance, rendering our agreement ineffective. Xavion didn't hide his intentions and opened Callahan's storage bag. There are 7 immortal spirit fruits and many usable treasures. How about I take 4 fruits, and the rest goes to Miss Chu? Susan regained her composure, smiling. Although Xavion's cultivation methods frightened her, brief interactions showed him to be less violent, especially after rescuing her from Vlad. She couldn't ignore this favor simply due to his cultivation methods. No, making friends with someone like elder brother Tobiasu is enough satisfaction. 2 fruits are sufficient for me. After all, I contributed little. Both the strategy and execution were yours, Susan sweetly smiled. I have a batch of pills my family's alchemist can't refine. Please help me when convenient. Fine, 3 then. This humble one won't take advantage of Miss Chu. I'll definitely refine that batch for you. Truly deserving of the praise, as the most gifted Wesleyster Tobiasu. Our family alchemist said only a 50% chance of success. Susan accepted the fruits without pretense. I'll leave first, as the Chu family seems to have some troubles. Brother Tobiasu, I won't tell anyone about today's events, even my courts. Don't worry. Good, we may meet again someday. Xavion waved and sought a quiet place to heal. Despite the dragon scales absorbing much of Callahan's final strike, the remaining force still rattled his internal organs. If not for his dragon blood refinement, he might not have survived Callahan's death. Chapter 233, The 3 Brothers. Xavion was not worried about Susan at all, not because he believed her explanations, but because he knew that the patriarch of the Tobiasen family would certainly come here personally to investigate the death of the Tobiasen family's monster. His appearance had already returned to a baleful form and would be recognized instantly, exposing his true identity as Xavion. Of course, Xavion was not afraid. His master had promised to come and take him back personally. He was fully aware of his master's strength, especially since his master originally came from the supreme immortal realm. How could such power not surpass that of the Tobiasen family's patriarch? After all, no power in the central domain exceeded 10,000 years in legacy. Not even some forces on the Tianyun continent could compare. As for the 2 remaining members of the Tobiasen family, Xavion had ceased to care. They probably decided to seek out Tobias Tianmin upon receiving news of the main Tobiasen force's downfall. If they couldn't find Tobias Tianmin, they would likely die at the hands of other factions. And if they did find Tobias Tianmin, Xavion couldn't hope to kill them under Tobias Tianmin's watchful eyes. 6 months passed swiftly, and the battles in the ancient region grew increasingly fierce. Even the independent cultivators left were no longer pushovers. Wesley disciples from major powers had perished, but the rewards they reaped overshadowed the deaths, causing everyone to forget about the slaughter in the ancient region. In the last few days, the ancient region fell into an unusually quiet state, as most seemed to have settled down, with only a few independent cultivators still searching for opportunities. Jace, Hale, and Leroy were among these 3 brothers. This journey to the ancient region saw them using their considerable cultivation levels to plunder many independent cultivators and defeat numerous competitors in the inheritance battle, securing their own inheritances. However, they didn't dare engage disciples of major powers, and thus did not obtain any ancient region tokens. With just 1 day left before the ancient region reopened and stripped them of the chance to return to the central domain, concerns arose. Eldest brother, what do we do? Although we've secured our inheritances and even snatched a spirit fruit, the tokens are completely protected by those major powers, giving us no opportunity. Leroy's face was filled with worry, and despite being middle-aged, he acted like a child. The other 2 understood that Leroy behaved this way only around the 3 of them. Don't worry, third brother. Eldest brother said we just need to wait. Activating the token will produce a white light that lasts half an incense stick time. The core area is crowded with major power disciples, so there's no way we can get one there. But there must be hidden independent cultivators in the outer regions, Hale replied with a wry smile, although deep down he knew this was merely a consolation. Enough, what are you worrying about? Hale, if you grab a token, leave immediately without hesitation. Leroy, straighten up. Don't always wear that sorrowful look. Haven't we agreed that we only need 1 token to send Hale out? Are you unhappy with me? Jace glared fiercely at the 2, but there was no real anger in his eyes, only profound loneliness. Eldest brother, I can't. Hale's eyes welled with tears, revealing his inner struggle. What do you mean can't? Let's see what happens if we manage to grab one, Leroy forced a smile, mimicking Jace's tone. I and eldest brother will be fine. Besides, maybe we'll grab all 3 tokens, allowing us to go back together. What do you think, eldest brother? Nonsense. Jace smacked Leroy on the head. Tobiasen up, Leroy. Don't think about going back as a trio. Just pray we get one. If your prayer mentions all 3, and heaven hears it, causing us not to find any stray cultivators, I'll skin you alive. Yes, just 1 token, just 1 cultivator. Leroy felt a pang of emotion. Though they weren't true blood brothers, having grown up and joined the same sect together, their deep bond made them closer than brothers. As the youngest, he had been taken care of by his 2 court brothers. Now, it was time for him to sacrifice himself for his brother-in-law and nieces, comforted by the thought of Jace's company through the millennia ahead. Eldest brother, third brother. Su Fan lowered his head. If there's only 1 token, I won't go. I'll stay with you. To hell with that. Jace roared. I'm fed up with people like you. Did you forget the promise you made when marrying Ruru? Inger is only 3. Do you want her without a Silas? If you keep thinking like this, consider me done with you as a brother. Jace turned away, his eyes moistening slightly. Yeah, Suair, stop this nonsense. From now on, I'm your second brother. Leroy shouted loudly. Second brother my foot. Without third brother, who'd call you second brother? Jace couldn't help but laugh at Leroy's antics, but still punched him gently. Eldest brother, easy on me. Leroy rubbed his chest, laughing awkwardly. My body is weak, yet you're always beating me. Just for acting silly and calling me second brother. Jace shot a glare at Leroy, his facial muscles twitching. How should I know? I've gotten used to calling you second brother. Leroy scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. The ancient region will open for 10 days. I'll leave on the last day. Hale watched the 2 quarrel, feeling a little less depressed. No way. You're leaving in 3 days, tops. Don't let Ruru and Inger worry about you. Jace insisted firmly. If I delay too long and can't protect you both, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Hale shouted back. Too bad. I'm the eldest. You follow my orders. Jace wouldn't argue logically. You. Hale hesitated under Jace's intense stare, remembering the unwavering resolve he'd seen only once before. Long ago, when they were all Foundation establishment cultivators, Hale and Leroy had been bullied by pampered disciples and even forced to threaten Hale's lover, Tobias and Ruru, to become someone else's concubine. At that time, Jace was a core disciple with far greater talent. Upon hearing about it, he rushed over without hesitation, killing the perpetrators and leading all 4 of them out of the sect. When pursuit arrived, including 3 core formation and 10 pseudo-core formation cultivators, Jace didn't waver, drawing all pursuers away alone. Before leaving, he gave each of them a look that none could refuse, leading them all into silence. Later, though Jace somehow survived and never mentioned how, Hale and Leroy never doubted him. He remained their eldest brother. That night, they were silent. They knew they needed to prepare for the coming battle, but couldn't help but contemplate the looming uncertainties. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the ancient region, and white lights began appearing around them. These lights were blinding, attracting everyone's attention, signaling someone's departure after half an incense stick time. Look there. Jace roused Hale and Leroy, pointing to the western white light not far away. They could reach it within 100 breaths. Without hesitation, the 3 raced toward it. ###Chapter 234, Xavion's Troubles. At the same time, in a secluded cave dwelling, a Kirk emerged. His eyes betrayed a hint of weariness, but his expression was one of excitement. In just half a year, I've reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. The Netherworld scripture truly lives up to its reputation. This Dale was none other than Xavion. The purpose of his journey to the ancient realm had been fulfilled, and with a peaceful mind, he began to seclude himself for cultivation. I told you before, it's because of your constitution. However, this kind of secluded cultivation is not beneficial for your eternal Dao foundation. Only through battles can you familiarize yourself with each realm better. Each step must be steady and solid to reach higher levels. America seemed to have been silent for quite some time, and as soon as Xavion came out, she followed him. But there seems to be no one I can fight? Xavion scratched his head, though his eyes were filled with self-satisfaction. Crossing stages? Do you really think you're invincible at your level? America sneered. This place only has 10,000 years of history. What geniuses have they seen? A mere Dao pattern foundation is nothing remarkable. Below the Eternal Dao Foundation, there are still the 5 Elements Dao Foundation and the Immortal Spirit Foundation. Based on your current combat power, excluding the properties of Nether Chi, you would only rank mid-tier among those I've met. Such combat power insults the name of the Eternal Dao Foundation. So that's how it is. I was short-sighted, Xavion said, his fighting spirit growing even more intense. Humph, but don't undervalue yourself either. After all, the properties of Nether Chi are unique. Until the Immortal Realm, relying solely on Nether Chi can help you contend with many geniuses. America cleared her throat twice. By the way, Miss America, do you know any good spells? When I cultivated the Frost Condensation scripture, there were many spells I could use. But now, I can only employ basic techniques. Apart from spells like the Phantom Body Scroll and invisibility techniques that don't require essence energy, I cannot use any other spells, nor can I invoke the Nether Chi within my body for sorcery, Xavion asked America humbly. You'll learn them when you reach the Immortal Realm, rest assured. America patted Xavion on the shoulder. With your insight, you'll surely create your own by then. I believe in you. Xavion looked grim, unsure of what to say. Miss America says my combat strength is weak. You're not comparing me to those who can casually conjure spells, right? Of course, when you fight others, I've observed your technique. It's very good, comparable to those dedicated to physical cultivation. However, since you can't use spells, your combat power is merely average. Remember, true geniuses cultivate body, gas, and soul simultaneously, with deadly techniques in each. Combined, they can easily kill above their level as easily as having a meal. America explained clearly. As for you, your physical cultivation has improved through Tobias clan training, and although your soul cultivation requires much preparation, it barely qualifies as a killing move. But gas cultivation is virtually non-existent. You rely entirely on Nether Chi's characteristics. If an opponent uses long-range attacks, preventing you from getting close or preparing, you'd be helpless, wouldn't you? I know, which is why I'm asking if you know any spells, Xavion said irritably. Himph, if you know, why ask me? America glanced at Xavion, seeming somewhat guilty. No spells at all? Xavion sighed. Well, America's eyes flickered. Since it's Nether Chi, without the profundity of the Netherworld scripture, you couldn't cultivate at all. Understand? There are no spells below the Immortal Realm for you, and even if there were, you wouldn't be able to use them. Is there no solution at all? Xavion asked hopefully. Not entirely. After all, rules can be simplified into momentum, so naturally, spells are simpler. Remember how you learned Miles's 7 celestial steps? If you spend enough time studying, understanding the differences between using Nether Chi and essence energy in spells, you'd naturally master them. You can also study spells specific to Nether Chi, but given its high level, even if you specialized in Nether Chi, you need to reach at least the Immortal Realm. Therefore, to boost your combat strength, focus on getting closer to enemies. That's like saying nothing at all. Xavion shook his head. Thunder Nether Sword. I can only rely on you. But why can't you channel Nether Chi? Because it's only a mortal realm magical treasure, America explained. Honestly, you can cultivate the Netherworld scripture due to your constitution. Haven't you killed many with Nether Chi? You know what happens when others touch it. Moreover, even immortal Chi can only suppress, not cultivate, for those at the mortal or spirit realm. Currently, once my Nether Chi leaves my body, it loses control. Physical cultivation can only absorb dragon bloodline, in which marks require extended build-up. Is my combat power reaching its limit? Even if I enter the nascent soul stage, it won't improve much. Do you realize that without Nether Chi, your combat strength isn't much different from others? America said seriously. Though you can't use spells, the variations of nether chi can still be explored. For instance, nether chi can protect you better than essence energy. It can also be attached to your body, enhancing speed and strength. Pseudo-physical cultivation. Before the immortal realm, you should focus on this. Xavion's eyes lit up. He remembered Sima Ru and Sima Evander, whose chi could extend beyond their bodies. Thank you for your advice, Miss America. Xavion smiled. Have you met someone like this? America asked curiously. Yes. Learning their methods would prevent being bullied. Otherwise, after soul transformation, I wouldn't know how to fight others. Xavion's eyes sparkled with vitality. Phew, work hard then. I finished reading books. Remember to find me some more. America breathed deeply, remembering her goal. All done already? Xavion found it hard to believe. Wesley's weren't interesting, neither the story nor the writing. I lost interest after a few lines. Mr. Chester's books are far more engaging, America shrugged. All right, I'll meet him again at Smoky Rain Pavilion. I'll bring you along next time. Xavion sighed, remembering the trouble he would face finding such people. He shouldn't have let America read Chester's books, raising her standards so high. Westlake sure to keep your promise, no lying. America laughed, looking like a teenage Nadine. Definitely. Xavion replied softly. America nodded and disappeared before him, appearing quite pleased. Staying by Xavion's side seemed to be a pleasant choice for her. Chapter 235. Hand over the token. Giles laughed bitterly a few times, then took out his token and activated the teleportation array within. A white light enveloped him, but it also radiated outward, blindingly bright. With this much commotion, no one will try to rob me before the array fully forms. Seeing the dazzling white light, Giles was momentarily stunned. He finally understood why his master had given him 3 tokens before leaving. If this attracted people without tokens, they would likely risk their lives to seize his, and he would have to use the tokens as bait to escape. Sure enough, just as Giles thought this, a sword thrust toward him at an extremely tricky angle and with incredible speed. Giles had no choice but to retract his token and draw the Justin Ming sword to block it. Hand over the token, or die. A man in black appeared before Giles. Surprised by how easily Giles deflected the attack, the man paused. If I hand it over, won't I still die? Giles shook his head. This person gave him a similar feeling to Bo back then, but Giles himself had progressed from early Golden Core to full perfection. Though advancement didn't significantly increase his combat strength, his divine sense had improved considerably, and his physical body had naturally been tempered with deeper cultivation. The slight improvement meant that now facing such opponents, he wouldn't have to go all out like last time. Humph. At least you could live another 1,000 years in this ancient domain. Killian in black snorted coldly, then fished a slender vial from his storage bag, a stark contrast to his dark attire. Since you're not willing to give up the token, don't blame me for being merciless. Killian injected considerable spiritual energy into the vial. It immediately swelled, spitting out a stream of silver liquid that shot straight towards Giles. Wait, I'll give it to you. Sensing several people lurking nearby, Giles realized there was no point fighting the man. Seeing Giles capitulate, the man glanced around, realizing he wasn't alone either. Hand it over. Killian did not put away the vial, but instead retracted the silver liquid with a seal. Here you go. Giles smiled slightly, took out the token, and tossed it towards the man. Everyone in the Tobiason family carried tokens, and Callahan even had several extra ones. In other words, the tokens Giles possessed were enough to help a small faction return to the central domain. Instantly, many auras erupted, rushing towards the token. Killian in black, being closest, naturally wouldn't let it slip away and rushed forward. More, don't rush. Giles threw out 3 more tokens. Hidden figures could no longer hide. They emerged to vie for the tokens, creating chaos with threats and skirmishes breaking out everywhere, turning it into a free-for-all where anyone who dared to grab a token faced attacks from others. Amidst the confusion, Giles slipped away unnoticed. However, a few sharp-eyed individuals followed, knowing Giles still had more tokens. Ignoring these pursuers, Giles activated another token, luring more people, only to repeat the process of throwing out tokens and escaping. This happened 3 times, and even those following Giles dared not continue. Tokens weren't something solitary cultivators could obtain easily. Despite Giles being merely Golden Core, he had already scattered over 10 tokens. Unless he had conquered an entire faction single-handedly, how could he possess so many? It seems I've lost my tail. Giles sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Fortunately, tokens weren't crucial to him, especially since the Smoky Rain Pavilion members had gathered, likely suffering minimal casualties. Giles took out another token, ready to activate it, but frowned when he saw someone else activating a token nearby. Bad luck again. Giles laughed bitterly, recalling that earlier, although there were conflicts, most would back off if the opponent seemed formidable. Now, despite knowing their opponents, they would still charge for survival's sake. The white light lasted only about 100 breaths before dimming. Giles pondered that too many solitary cultivators awaited their chance on the first day. Waiting a few days might be better. Even if someone tried to rob him later, they'd likely be weakened. 3 days passed quickly. 2 hours had elapsed without any white light appearing. The air was thick with a heavy scent of blood, even reaching Giles despite no battles near him. It's time. Giles climbed a tree to observe. There were no signs of conflict anymore. If he activated the token now, only a few raiders might come, which Giles could handle alone. Hale, why are you so hesitant? Jace glared at Hale reproachfully. Elder brother, we already have 1 token. We can find 2 more, and the 3 of us can return together. Hale didn't understand Jace's reluctance. I'm not stupid. If I encounter someone, I'll take their token. You should go back first. Don't worry Sister Ro and Sister Yen. Besides, I'm much stronger than you, so your presence won't make much difference. Jace smiled. Okay, hurry up and activate it. I'll make sure no one interrupts. Beside them, Leroy looked despondent. Who wouldn't want to return? But for the sake of his brothers, he had to give up this chance. Third brother, maybe I should? Hale turned to Leroy, guilt etched on his face. That's enough, second brother. Please go. Tears streamed down Leroy's face. How much longer do you plan to torment us? We want to return too, but can we leave? If I leave, I'll be less than an animal. Second brother, live well with sister-in-law. Elder brother, and I won't be lonely. Hale froze, looking at Jace, who surprisingly did not stop Leroy. Tears filled Hale's eyes. Who wouldn't want to return? Who wanted to stay here? No one. All right, I'll go. Hale wiped away his tears and prepared to activate the token. Suddenly, he noticed bright white light ahead. Elder brother, third brother, another one. Hurry, it's not far from us. Hale quickly withdrew his token and shouted. Jace stood stunned, the dejection in his eyes replaced by determination. Come on, second brother, third brother, follow me. We're going to rob that kid? Jace bellowed, filled with excitement. Leroy shed tears of joy. They could really go home together. Chapter 236, The Bond Among Three. Xavion felt extremely awkward. Not long after he activated the token, he saw three people, and it was evident that these three were together. He could only retract his token and look at the trio. Brat, hand over your token or my brothers, and I will make sure you die a very painful death. Leroy's mood was excellent. In his view, a late-stage golden core cultivator, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeve, would never be a match for them three brothers. Therefore, Leroy stepped forward first and loudly shouted. Before Xavion could respond, Jace frowned on the side. Leroy, come back here. This fellow, apologies for disturbing you. My youngest brother is ignorant. Please forgive him. Seeing Leroy return with a puzzled expression, Jace gave a slight bow and smiled at Xavion. Not going to snatch the token? Xavion looked at Jace, somewhat confused as to why this person, who seemed dangerous, suddenly backed down upon seeing him. Yet, this person did not appear to be the kind who feared death. No, we need 2 more tokens, so we won't trouble brother any further on your journey back to the central region. Jace took half a step back and gave Leroy and Hale, who were completely dumbfounded, a signal to retreat. This person might have sensed something, Xavion pondered. The witch seal, dragon bloodline, or perhaps the spirit slave seal? Hold on. Xavion took a step forward, his expression now gentle. I actually have 2 tokens on me. Jace froze for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Leroy and Hale, pushing them backward while shouting, run fast, don't worry about me. Leroy and Hale didn't quite understand, but seeing the fear in Jace's eyes, they realized this person before them was not someone easy to deal with. Since we're all going to die anyway, you go ahead, second brother. I'll stay with eldest brother. Leroy remained, finally understanding Jace's earlier feelings. Sometimes sacrifice wasn't just for brotherly love, but also for the bravery on the path of no return. Hale looked at Leroy and Jace. Although he still couldn't fully comprehend why Jace wanted him to leave immediately upon seeing this Kirk, he decided to trust Jace. Since the decision was made, Hale felt no need to stay further, yet he was the most pained in his heart. Hale left with tears in his eyes, carrying pain and inner turmoil. Sometimes, the one who survives is the most tormented, always plagued by their unresolved obsessions. You 3 seem deeply bound, which is rare in the cultivation world. Xavion naturally noticed Hale's expression as he left. Having no enmity with them, he didn't intend to stop him. Humph, deep bond? Didn't see that coward run away just now? Jace glanced at Leroy, shaking his head helplessly. Resigning himself to his fate, he sat on the ground. Aren't you going to make your move? If possible, spare my brother, granting my last wish. You truly speak insincerely. Your eyes show relief, yet you slander others. Xavion smiled slightly. But I'm curious, why are you so certain I will make my move? This time it was Jace's turn to be stunned. He couldn't understand why Xavion wouldn't act. The mark in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously in Xavion's presence, and even without absorbing such marks, instinct told him how greatly beneficial one would be. Why ask such a question? Eldest brother, I still don't understand. Why did you feel you couldn't fight when you saw him? He's just a golden core. Leroy, seeing Jace's daze, voiced his confusion. You don't understand. This is fate, an unstoppable force. Jace shook his head with a bitter smile. Give me a token, let my brother leave, and I won't flee, saving you effort. No, eldest brother, I'm not leaving. Leroy interrupted Xavion before he could respond. I don't have much time left either. Do you remember when I saved you both the first time? I wasn't a match for those people, but somehow I survived. Jace's expression turned nostalgic. An Cord appeared, whose strength I couldn't gauge. He told me that if I wanted to save you 3, I must pay with everything I had. In that situation, even if I disagreed, they would have killed me and endangered you all. So I didn't hesitate. After agreeing, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, everyone was dead, and the old man had entered my sea of consciousness, telling me he'd take my life in 5 years. Jace sighed. Now, it's the 4th year, and the old man has taken root in my sea of consciousness. Originally, I intended to snatch this brother's mark and tell you the truth, urging you to leave. Brother, you didn't lie to me? Leroy bit his lips tightly. Jace ignored Leroy and instead looked at Xavion. A dying man speaks truly. You know what I mean. Let my foolish brother go. Xavion looked at Leroy, finding Jace's words peculiar. However, considering the sea of consciousness involvement, the possibility of a spirit slave seal was high. Show me your cultivation techniques. I want to see your full strength. If you hide anything, he won't leave. Jace paused, his eyes lighting up. All right. As Jace spoke, a black aura enveloped his entire body, terrifyingly powerful. Just by looking at it, one could sense the immense danger it posed. Gradually, the black aura condensed like armor but only as a shadow. This doesn't seem to be nether chi. It lacks the mercilessness and doesn't repel surrounding spirit chi as nether chi does. A strand of black aura appeared at Xavion's fingertips. It appeared normal but under spiritual perception, the surrounding spirit chi began to withdraw from the nether chi. Seeing the nether chi at Xavion's fingertips, Jace froze. He clearly felt the black aura on his body become less fluid, seemingly afraid of the nether chi, just like the mark in his sea of consciousness. Xavion retracted the nether chi. He had some questions but felt Leroy was unnecessary for now. Take it, your brother can leave. Xavion tossed a token to Jace, who instantly became emotional. He merely intended for Xavion to let Leroy go, never expecting Xavion to simply give him a token. I'm not leaving. Leroy firmly shook his head, his gaze towards Jace becoming determined. Hashtag chapter 237, Jace's experience. Go first. I still have several tokens. If your court brother gives me a satisfactory answer, it's not impossible for me to take him out as well. Xavion lightly shook his head upon seeing the scene and then took out 2 more tokens, casually placing them down. This time, not only was Jace stunned, but Leroy was completely taken aback too. He clearly understood how terrifying this person in front of him was. 3 tokens. It meant killing 3 disciples from major forces who were alone. Furthermore, he knew that only the strongest disciples would carry tokens on their person. Regular disciples could only seek help from the main force, and only after the ancient domain ended would they receive their own tokens. Wesley, many thanks, Senior. Leroy stuttered. He didn't know what to call Xavion anymore, so he addressed him as Senior, even though Xavion was only at the golden core stage. Jace smiled and shook his head, adding a bit of admiration to his expression as he looked at Xavion. Third brother, let's go. Elder brother hasn't lied to you. Indeed, I can only live for 1 more year, but it seems we can still meet outside. I can also hold my little niece, making my life complete. Let's talk once we're out. Leroy looked at Xavion, bowing directly to him. Thank you, Senior, for fulfilling Elder Brother's wish. If Senior allows me to see Elder Brother again, I will definitely follow you faithfully and never betray you. Alright, go now. I have many things to ask your court brother. If anyone tries to kill you outside, just shout that you are a friend of Adair from Yen Chevy Pavilion, and someone will come to your rescue. Xavion waved his hand. He had no interest in Leroy, but there were still many mysteries surrounding Jace's identity. Even if Jace used the illusion body technique, the information obtained would not be as thorough as someone willing to tell everything. Yen Chevy Pavilion, Adair? Leroy's eyes suddenly lit up. He naturally heard of that master alchemist, and Yen Chevy Pavilion was the only one of the 3 major sects known for treating wandering cultivators very politely. However, before Leroy could fully react, Jace glared at him. I'm leaving now. Leroy awkwardly laughed, realizing his indiscretion. He immediately activated the token. The half-incense stick weight did not diminish Xavion's patience. After Leroy left, he slowly turned to look at Jace. The calmness in his eyes made Jace increasingly nervous. If I lie, my 2 brothers probably won't live long either. Jace wasn't stupid. Xavion's earlier statement had 2 meanings, protection and hostages. When you first saw me, you showed some fear. The mark on your forehead doesn't seem like what you said. It was probably there since birth, right? Xavion didn't respond to Jace's implication. While he knew little about the underworld slave Wesleyster, Jace's story about in court giving it to him seemed too far-fetched. Wesleyster Tobiasu, rest assured, I will tell you everything I know. Jace bowed to Xavion. I believe Wesleyster Tobiasu understands my identity, but isn't eager to absorb the black mark. Boldly, I request Wesleyster Tobiasu to escort my brothers and their families to Yen Chevy Pavilion and give them a place. Once I've seen them, I will willingly allow Wesleyster Tobiasu to absorb it. As long as you don't hide anything, I agree. Xavion looked at Jace and smiled. I may not be a good person, but I value promises. Thank you, Wesleyster Tobiasu. Jace knelt down and bowed deeply. I actually have memories from 2 lifetimes. After bowing, Jace walked to Xavion's side and quietly began narrating his story. In his first life, Jace led an ordinary existence with ordinary parents, an ordinary wife, and an ordinary child. Toby asked millions of other ordinary people. He lived a simple life. However, Jace was happy, filled with anticipation for life. At the age of 42, he fell seriously ill, feeling extremely tired every day. His family spent a lot of money trying to save him, even selling the house they worked hard to buy. But within half a year, he passed away, his body decaying rapidly, yet he felt no pain. When he left, Jace didn't have many attachments. His child was grown, and the money from selling the house covered the expenses without leaving any debts. With his memories, Jace began his second life, coincidentally retaining the name Jace. This time, he thought he had become the protagonist, just like in those novels and movies he read and watched, traversing through a new world with past knowledge. Using his memories, Jace became the top scholar at the tender age of 7, praised by the Emperor as the smartest genius in history. He befriended 2 companions, Hale and Leroy, who grew up with him and were born around the same time. Though they weren't particularly intelligent, Jace valued their brotherhood, which was more precious than any intelligence. Therefore, even after becoming a top scholar, the 2 remained close to him. The wisdom from his previous life made Jace excel in his official career, effortlessly implementing populist policies from his former life, earning unanimous approval and imperial favor. By the time he was barely 10, Jace had climbed higher in rank and became a unique figure outside the 2 major political factions. One day, by chance, Jace heard about the existence of immortal masters, and a blazing flame ignited in his heart. He resigned from office, bringing his 2 brothers along. The Emperor's rewards over the years ensured their parents' well-being, giving them no worries. Together, they embarked on a journey to find immortality. After 3 years of arduous travel, they arrived at a sect called Qing Min, which was not famous in the central domain, with its sect leader merely at the golden core stage and much smaller than Green Cloud sect. Nevertheless, Jace and his friends believed they would rise quickly and become legends in the cultivation world. Reality soon taught them otherwise. Even Jace felt somewhat disillusioned. The tedious cultivation practices and arrogant senior disciples made their days difficult. Fortunately, Jace had an earth's spiritual root, allowing him to cultivate faster than others. Upon reaching Foundation establishment, Jace awakened his divine sense and discovered a black mark on his forehead. He naturally associated it with his death in the previous life, wondering if it was connected. The looming threat of death spurred Jace to work harder. He became a core disciple as desired, while his two brothers, due to his connections, thrived in the outer disciples' ranks. Hale even met Tobias and Rower, a Nadine with similar talent and decent looks. Due to Jace's concern, Hale helped Tobias and Rower through many difficulties. Tobias and Rower gradually understood Hale's character and decided to entrust her life to him. With no background, she planned to become Hale's Dao partner soon. Chapter 238. The Transformation of Darkness Art and the Ghostly Dark Armor. By a twist of fate, during one mission, Jace encountered the youngest son of the Kinney. Strangely enough, this Kirk took a liking to Tobias and Ruru and wished to make her his concubine. Hale, of course, did not agree and stood up for her, but his cultivation was far inferior to the Kirk's, and he was easily defeated in just a few moves. Upon hearing about this incident, Jace immediately rushed over from his intense practice. Though he easily defeated the Kirk, the latter remained unrepentant, even threatening to kill everyone present and force Tobias and Ruru to be a furnace dingle. In the end, Jace resolved himself and killed the Kirk, then left the Qing Shui sect with 3 others. News of Jace's killing spread quickly and reached the Kinney within half a day. Immediately, 3 golden core courts were dispatched to pursue Jace and his group. At that time, Jace had barely reached the false core stage and was naturally no match for these courts. He decided to stay behind to cover their escape. Fortunately, though these 3 people were powerful, they were quite arrogant and only sent their subordinates to engage Jace. Gradually, Jace became exhausted, but at that moment, an old man appeared beside him and, with just one move, exterminated everyone. Jace survived, and initially, he intended to thank the old man. However, the old man had not saved him out of kindness, but because of the black mark within him. It turned out that this old man also had a black mark between his brows. His talent was extraordinary, and he advanced to the nascent soul stage in less than 30 years. However, shortly after reaching nascent soul, he experienced an outbreak of dark energy devouring his body. Despite spending a great deal of effort, he barely managed to survive. Realizing his days were numbered, he abandoned cultivation and began researching body-snatching techniques. With each outbreak of dark energy, the old man's life edged closer to its end. Before dying, he found another person with a dark slave mark and attempted body snatching. Surprisingly, it succeeded on his first try. However, as soon as the transfer was successful, another outbreak occurred. The old man's genius lay in his relentless battles against the dark energy, enduring each outbreak until he finally ascended to the spiritual realm and developed a method to neutralize dark energy with spirit chi. He could even cultivate using dark energy. By the time he met Jace, the old man had successfully performed body snatching 12 times. He thought the 13th attempt would succeed, but his consciousness could no longer endure. His cultivation dissipated, his soul shattered, and only the unconscious dark slave mark was absorbed by Jace. Jace thus inherited the old man's knowledge and began cultivating the transformation of darkness art and the ghostly dark armor. After mastering these techniques, Jace's strength surpassed that of most disciples from major sections. However, where could he find another person with a dark slave mark? The dark energy within Jace had erupted twice, and if it happened once more, he would surely die. Indeed, your experiences have been quite tumultuous. Xavion looked at Jace, finding no inconsistencies in his story, especially given the threat posed by Jace's brothers. But there's one thing I'm still unclear about. Why are you so certain I will take action? Because that black mark instinctively wants to absorb others like itself. When I saw the old man, I clearly felt that yearning. After absorbing his black mark, my divine sense significantly increased. Jace chuckled bitterly. You wouldn't be asking this if your black mark didn't intend to absorb mine, right? Of course, I'm different from you. Xavion shook his head. I can control it. Didn't you feel the aura earlier? There should be a vortex in your Danteon too. Yes, it seems your black mark is much more advanced than mine, showing no interest in absorbing mine. Jace sighed. Let me see the transformation of darkness art and the ghostly dark armor, Xavion said, looking at Jace. We have no grudges between us, and whether I absorb your black mark or not isn't particularly important. Thank you, Westleister Tobiasu. Jace stepped back and bowed again, aware that his lifespan was limited despite Xavion's benevolence. Taking the jade slip from Jace, Xavion began reading while Jace quietly waited nearby. Although his cultivation was superior, the unsettling sensation from the black mark prevented him from acting rashly. Moreover, much of his abilities stemmed from that dark aura, and just a hint of dark energy from Xavion had already caused his ghostly dark armor to dissipate slightly. The transformation of darkness art primarily used spirit chi to generate unique dark aura from 1/3 of dark energy. This dark aura could be controlled and was significantly stronger than regular spirit chi. However, this technique only went up to the spirit stage. Presumably, the old man proceeded step by step. As for the ghostly dark armor, it seemed similar to what Simaru experienced. It offered good defensive and short-range offensive capabilities, but lacked any functions to enhance physical power. These two techniques are quite useful to me, and sufficiently valuable for the 2 tokens. Xavion looked at Jace, feeling more satisfied. His physique differed from Jace's, and he wouldn't cultivate exactly as described but would explore the path like the old man. Thank you, Westleister Tobiasu. Jace's eyes glistened with gratitude, appreciating Xavion's help for his 2 brothers even more than sparing him. Think nothing of it. Here, I have 10 myriad ant heart-devouring pills. Taking them can suppress the dark energy in your body for a year, though it comes with immense pain. If you're willing, you might try it. Xavion handed Jace a bottle of pills. Even though the dark slave mark was suppressed, it continuously drained his vitality. The pills would address this issue. Patty had also told him that when his witch mark fully transforms into a human form, corresponding to reaching the immortal realm, it would completely absorb the dark slave mark. At that point, he would no longer be bound by vitality, and even death wouldn't repeat the fate of a dark slave. Therefore, before reaching the immortal realm, Xavion still relied on myriad ant heart devouring pills to suppress the drain on his vitality. Though the ingredients were rare in the market, with effort, they weren't overly precious. I will remember your kindness, Westleister Tobiasu. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I will obey your every command. Jace bowed deeply, understanding Xavion's intentions. There's no need for that. It's just that our shared fate has stirred some feelings in me. Xavion waved his hand. Since there's likely no one around, I'll leave now. If someone disturbs me, you may handle it on my behalf as repayment for the medicine. I won't fail you. Jace nodded vigorously. Chapter 239. The Tobiasan Family's Patriarch. With one day left before the ancient domain reopened, the once peaceful central region began to stir again. At the residence of Beg from the Tobiasan family, quite a number of people had gathered, but sitting in the main seat was not Beg as the head of the family, but an courtly man. This court had a ruddy complexion and his eyes were slightly closed, exuding an aura that made people hesitate to look straight at him. Time has come. Let's go. The court opened his eyes. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of anger deep within his gaze, suggesting he could burst into rage at any moment. Yes, ancestor, came the chorus of replies from the 20 individuals seated below. Each one was a pillar of the Tobiasan family. Excluding those secluded in seclusion who would only appear during life or death crises for the Tobiasan family, these 20 people represented the family's strongest fighting force. Even the weakest among them had already reached the Tobiaswa realm. It was extremely difficult for someone in the Fanshan realm to transform their spirit, and after transforming it, it took considerable time to cultivate Tobiasanjian. Tobiasanjian was not ordinary flame but rather a flame-shaped spirit energy unique to the Tobiasang realm. Although the transformation from the Huashan realm to the Tobiaswa realm only differed by a slight margin, their combat strength was incomparable. There had never been a recorded instance in the central region where anyone from the Huashan realm had defeated someone from the Tobiaswa realm. The transition between the Tobiaswa and Huashan realms required even the most talented geniuses to undergo rigorous cultivation for a century within top-grade spirit veins. If interrupted during this period, they risked being consumed by the Tobiaswa flame. Even if they survived, they would lose the possibility of ever reaching the Tobiaswa realm. In the central region, most Tobiasan cultivators were Huashan. Those at the Tobiaswa stage often hid in quiet seclusion, while those who advanced further to Zhanfan re-entered the secular world for recultivation. For some like Wenxin cultivators, they would also choose solitude. Only after enduring heavenly tribulations would they reappear, representing the highest combat power of the Tobias state. It had been 10,000 years since any transcendent beings emerged beyond this level. To muster 20 Tobiaswa realm cultivators was a show of complete disregard for consequences by the Tobiasan family. Leading the team was a Wenxin realm ancestor. Few forces besides the 10 great families and the 3 sects could resist such a formidable group. Finally, the teams guarding the Twin Peaks Valley received relief. They had diligently guarded for a year to prevent accidents. Now that the valley remained peaceful, they could return to their sects with disciples who had gained abundant rewards from the ancient domain. Leading the way out was the contingent from the 10,000 Sword sect, a powerful entity that frequently contended with the Tobiastian Gate. Their formidable strength was evident from the expressions on their returning disciples' faces, radiating richness of gain. As soon as the courts greeted the young talents, the sky suddenly darkened. No one here is allowed to leave. A senior slowly descended from the sky, followed by 20 terrifying figures emitting fearsome auras. Grant. The court from the 10,000 Swords sect instantly changed expression. He hurriedly blocked all the sect's disciples, knowing that Grant had long been the head of the Tobiasan family back when he himself was still in the Fanshan realm. Now, Grant's power was unfathomable, and his mere presence sent shivers down the court's spine. Who gave you permission to call me by my name? Grant coldly glared at the court. I will spare your arm for the sake of the 10,000 Swords sect. Instantly, the court's entire arm turned to powder, his face turning deathly pale. Without time to stop the bleeding, he hastily knelt. Thank you, predecessor, for your mercy. Himph, little ones of the 10,000 Swords sect, tell me, did you see any of the Tobiasan family's children in the ancient domain? Grant's gaze seemed indifferent, as if these promising dales meant nothing to him. The 10,000 Swords sect disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Only a few quick-thinking members hurriedly bowed and began explaining. The Tobiasan family and the 10,000 Swords sect have always been on good terms. I'm sure you wouldn't have any reason to harm the Tobiasan family. Grant glanced around and soon noticed the Selen family and Chu family attempting to hide. But things are different for you too. I won't kill you now. If your deaths alarmed the old immortals, my efforts would be in vain. As Grant spoke, 10 of the 20 behind him immediately rushed forward, seizing the courts of the Selen and Chu families, restraining their Chevy and Ing to prevent self-destruction. For a moment, everyone in the Twin Peaks Valley felt a lump in their throats. Among them, the strongest were merely Tobiaswa realm courts from the 3 sects. Yet no one expected the court to so easily disable another Tobiaswa realm court. Naturally, none dared to make a move. There were also many other powerful factions courts present. Knowing they bore no grudges against the Tobiasan family, and their own disciples should have had no reason to provoke the Tobiasan family, especially since the Tobiasan family's patriarch was now active. They feared that either a Tobiasan family prodigy died or all the disciples were annihilated. To be cautious, each crushed their communication tokens, but the signal barely appeared before disappearing as if nullified. You shouldn't entertain thoughts of escaping. We've already surrounded this place with formations, preventing any information from getting out. Truthfully, only 2 Tobiasan family disciples survived entering the ancient domain. If we can't find the culprits, no one leaves here today. Grant laughed bitterly, his smile cruel and horrifying. But rest assured, I target only enemies. If your involvement is unrelated to our family's disciples, I won't bully the weak. In fact, useful information will be rewarded. But if you dare deceive me, whether you belong to the 10 great families or the 3 sects, I will show no mercy. Grant's voice wasn't loud, but the Twin Peaks Valley fell completely silent, the echo lingering, shaking every heart, including the powerful courts who silently prayed their disciples hadn't encountered the Tobiasan family. Meanwhile, Uncourt was heading toward the Twin Peaks Valley. Clad in blue robes, each step he took was slow, but strangely, he vanished from sight almost immediately, leaving only a breeze in his wake. Near the Misty Rain Pavilion, the Tobias clan had settled without the threat of spirit beasts. The ordinary clan members lived alongside the 9 tribes, with French becoming the clan leader, recognized by all. His first action was to open the clan gates, allowing those with talent to begin cultivating chi, while herb enthusiasts started their alchemy journey under Ian's guidance. Nephew, your clan has finally returned to normal life, so I won't linger. The ancient domain is now open, and my disciple has a major enemy. I fear the courts can't handle it, Ian sighed, a helpless smile on his face. Moreover, my mischievous disciple must have caused trouble in the ancient domain. I'll leave first. If anything happens, you can find Kieran. I've already informed him. Thank you, predecessor. French bowed. He shared Giles's story with Ian without malice, just casual conversation. Nephew, there's no need for formalities. Your clan joining the Misty Rain Pavilion benefits us both. Ian waved off, recognizing French's growth from an inexperienced child to a wise leader in just a year, showing gratitude and respect instead of fear. The text is translated while maintaining its original style, tone, and structure. The paragraphs and line breaks are consistent with the original Chinese text. Names are transcribed according to pinyin standards. Senior, please don't decline. If I have promised something, I will certainly do it. According to what Remy said, if I want to follow in the footsteps of my master, I must go to the supreme immortal realm. Senior only asked me to deliver a message, and I will definitely fulfill that promise. French's gaze was extremely resolute. Over this year of interaction, he had formed an excellent impression of Ian. As the leader of a sect, Ian treated him, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, with such respect. If it were someone else, they might have already subjected him to a soul search. Thank you, young nephew. Ian smiled slightly and waved his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind the remaining half-sentence, I will depart first. The translation preserves the original tone, style, and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph and line breaks remain consistent with the original text. Names are transcribed according to pinyin standards. Chapter 240, Ian's arrival. Sure enough, that Nadine Chevy probably encountered some significant trouble. The courtly man in blue stood suspended in the air, his expression heavy as he gazed at the array before him. She actually managed to draw out in court from the Askhart realm. This array isn't something that can be dismantled in a short time. We can only pray that Chevy and Britt come out later. The courtly man in blue was about to act when he suddenly grew wary and quickly retreated 10 steps. Amiel? Is it your sea clan trying to ambush human cultivators here? Ian frowned as he sensed the Peaks Valley surrounded by an array upon arrival. It wasn't a small-scale effort either. Greetings, Elder Ian. Though Amiel looked older than Ian, he didn't hesitate and bowed deeply, lowering his posture. My granddaughter Edna and grandson Jerome developed an interest in this ancient domain and ventured in. Unbeknownst to them, they used up the sea spirit patterns bestowed by their Silas and must have encountered formidable foes. Worried for their safety, my Silas sent me to escort them back. Do you dare come to the central domain alone without fear of never returning? Ian glanced coldly at Amiel, all traces of friendliness gone. I don't have much time left. Once a great war begins, I will likely be sacrificed in blood. Amiel said with a bitter laugh. If Elder Ian moves against me, my Silas will surely know. He is quite advanced in years and might do something irrational, which even the central domain's young talents might not withstand. Don't try to intimidate me with your Silas. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? Ian snorted. Elder Ian and my Silas are evenly matched, so naturally, you wouldn't fear him. However, word of Elder Ian attacking juniors won't look good, Amiel replied calmly, well aware of his Silas's prowess. Although they were of the same realm, sea clans generally had higher combat power, especially after entering the spirit realm. Few human clans could defeat sea clans one-on-one, which gave them the courage to start wars. Forget it. Since we're both here for our juniors, let's work together to break the array first. After all, killing you won't stop the war. Ian shook his head. Killing Amiel wouldn't serve much purpose, but could enrage the other side. If the latter only targeted human descendants, no one in the central domain could possibly stop him. Despite their immense power, these fully enlightened existents still needed each other for balance. They dared not provoke actions that would make the other go berserk, since neither acted alone. Agreed. I've been worried about breaking the array alone. With Elder Ian's help, I can take my grandchildren home. Amiel smiled, though surprised to see Ian here. He knew the Sea Clan had their own grand descendant, and while his life mattered little, he couldn't tolerate being bullied by Ian or else he'd retaliate similarly on Ian's juniors. Grant within the array also felt the outside presence. Initially confident when Amiel arrived, Grant immediately sensed doom upon Ian's appearance. Ian was terrifyingly talented compared to other courts who had nearly exhausted their lifespan, resorting to slumber to slow death. But Ian faced no such threat. An infant stage lasting 1,000 years, to the spirit stage of 2,000, fiery spirit stage of 5,000, and so on, reaching the transcendent stage in half the lifespan others expended. Wesley believed Ian would reach immortal realm and ascend, yet he gradually faded away. Greetings, Elder Ian, Grant sighed, realizing any plan was futile now. Did you set this array? Ian immediately suspected his disciple's involvement in the ancient domain's misdeeds. Yes, sir, Grant nodded. I had no intention to harm your sect. Our family suffered heavy casualties. Please consider my Silas's relationship. Do not destroy the array. If I am correct, it was the Selen and Chu families who hunted ours. I ask you not to intervene until this matter concludes, and I'll personally offer substantial gifts. You're mistaken, Ian shook his head, glancing meaningfully at Amiel. You heard just now, this person came to rescue his grandchildren. That sea spirit pattern injects the protector's strength to shield beloved offspring, making it easy for someone to kill 2 spirit stage cultivators, let alone ordinary mortals. Elder Ian, Please don't accuse me falsely. My grandchildren aren't prone to troublemaking. They only use sea spirit patterns for protection. Emiel explained hastily. Brother, if your monsters died, it might be my grandchildren's doing, but mass casualties offer no reason for their actions. Grant's face darkened, realizing Ian hesitated to strike, perhaps fearing repercussions, expecting Grant to do it. But did he have the upper hand? Ian, however, was instinctively thinking about whether this was Finley's doing, given how Finley caused chaos among the Tobias clan and might have targeted Grant's family members in retaliation for forcing them to change names. Additionally, Finley's trip to the Tobias continent enabled him to pass through Thunder Tribulation, significantly increasing his lifespan in Dale, recognizable by Tobias and family members. I cannot confront Elder Ian openly. This ancient domain journey is for inheritance and immortal spirit fruit. Attacking disciples covertly undermines prestigious factions' integrity, especially for someone at the Ask Heart realm, Grant sighed, retracting the array. If I find the true culprit, please support me. Certainly, Ian responded uneasily, knowing he might need to handle his disciples' deeds, risking the Tobias clan allying with the Sea clans, jeopardizing humans' position. After deactivating the array, everyone activated distress signals. Not knowing what happened, calling their respective sect courts seemed the safest option. Families Selen and Chu were equally constrained, hoping their courts sensed disturbances and came over. Note: properly maintained paragraph structure and line breaks from original text, ensuring the translation remains faithful and coherent with the previous content. Chapter 241. Grant's frustration. As Ian and Amiel arrived, many people in the Twin Peaks Valley heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know exactly what these three individuals had discussed, Westleister Ian's reputation was well known, and there had never been any rumors of him oppressing younger generations. Moreover, the news had already been relayed to their respective sects, so even if anything unexpected occurred, with the help of their sex courts, no major issues would arise. Soon, another ray of white light appeared at the junction between Twin Peaks Valley and the ancient realm. Everyone turned their gaze towards that spot. This time, it was Brett who emerged. He didn't need the immortal spirit fruit and, after accepting the inheritance from the immortal realm, went to find some isolated disciples and stole tokens from them. Once the time came, he left the ancient realm. Seeing the situation around him, he immediately realized something was amiss. Boy, who are you? Which sect do you belong to? Grant walked over immediately. Though he did not exert pressure, his eyes were filled with threats. Brett naturally saw Grant as well. Even though there was no emission of aura, the sense of danger remained. I am Devin, founder of Shadow in Eugene City. Brett bowed slightly and said gently. Have you heard of the disciples of the Tobiasan family? Despite Shadow being widely known among independent cultivators, the court had not heard of it before. But upon seeing Brett's cultivation, he understood this was not from a major force. The Tobiasan family? Brett paused, thoughts swirling in his mind. The fact that such a level of person was drawn here indicated that the Tobiasan family disciples had faced devastating blows within the ancient realm. You've seen the Tobiasan family's disciples? Grant's expression immediately became agitated. Indeed, I encountered them. Fortunately, I obtained an inheritance but was attacked by Tobiasan family disciples. Thankfully, I managed to escape. Otherwise, I would have died in the ancient realm. Brett laughed bitterly. Grant faltered for a moment, his expression turning sour. Such occurrences were common in the ancient realm, but speaking about it publicly made things difficult for him. This cunning Kirk clearly knew there were restraints preventing Grant from acting rashly. Who attacked you? Grant looked coldly at Brett. I luckily obtained an array formation which blocked the Tobiasan family disciples outside. First, someone named Callahan led a group to surround me. Later, another person joined, and after they argued, this other person chased me. That person had a companion, referring to each other as Brother Tobiasan and Brother Yi. When they come out, you can question them. After saying this, Brett looked around and soon spotted Ian. Although he did not know Ian's strength, he knew that everyone respected Ian, regardless of their sect. It was clear why the Tobiasan family court dared not act directly. Nonsense. You can resist Callahan leading the main force? Don't think you can deceive an old man like me. Grant roared, glancing at Ian. Brett immediately raised his guard, shouting quickly, I am a friend of Westleister Adair from the Misty Rain Pavilion. Not only did Grant pause in shock, but Ian also froze. With his face stiff, Grant could not lash out and instead softened his expression. Those around gradually understood that this Zhou family court obviously dared not harm someone from the Misty Rain Pavilion. You speak truly? If the person surnamed Yi comes out, can you identify him? If your stories don't match up, I'm sure Westleister Ian won't let you off without investigation. Grant glanced at Ian, who stood up to join the conversation. Even if you know my disciple, if you lie, I won't protect you. But if what you say is true, no one will dare touch you, Ian said slowly. Of course, I do not intend to deceive any senior. When that person comes out, I can confront him. Brett moved a few steps closer to Ian, his tone firm. Very well, this time I believe you. If what you say is true and helps us uncover the truth, a reward is not impossible. Grant turned away, unable to press further. His actions were forced by necessity. If not for Ian, he would have subjected this Dale to a soul search. Thank you, senior. Brett hid completely behind Ian, who could only shake his head with a bitter smile. The white light increased gradually, and more people emerged from the ancient realm. Wesley's large sect disciples came out in groups, each face glowing with excitement from surviving the ancient realm. Even those who followed the main forces gained significant benefits. Who among you has seen anyone from the Tobiasan family? Once the white light faded, Grant shouted loudly. My son once swore brotherhood with Westleister Tobiasu. Please, Westleister Ian, settle this matter. Before the returning young talents could react, the courts rushed forward, shouting loudly. Except for a few sects allied with the Tobiasan family, everyone did the same. Grant's face turned purplish red, while Ian could only offer a helpless smile. Knowing he couldn't avoid the situation, he had to stand up for justice. Since all of you are friends with my naughty disciple, listen to my words and reveal everything about the Tobiasen family. Fine, Wang Nan. If you indeed killed someone from the Tobiasen family, tell us now and hide nothing. The first Braxton yelled at his son, and others chimed in similarly, urging honesty. Grant's expression eased as he questioned each individual one by one. Other emerging disciples faced similar treatment, with courts insisting they speak the truth. The questioning proceeded smoothly, revealing a few who admitted to killing Tobiasen family members. However, Grant had to restrain himself from acting due to the rules of the ancient realm. While the Tobiasen family court could rely on his strength to act arrogantly, seeking revenge for a couple of disciples would invite similar treatment from other courts. Despite the Tobiasen family's great power, they were not the strongest. The white light was glaring against the night sky, and by evening, no one else emerged from the ancient realm. Wesley's smaller sect members had already returned, and the Tobiasen family didn't bother restraining them. The focus shifted to Bolivar, whom many had seen. He seemed indifferent, focusing only on sparring, then leaving gracefully after winning. The quiet night passed silently, and the first rays of dawn shone into Twin Peaks Valley. Grant looked again at the opening to the ancient realm. White light flickered soon afterward, and questioning resumed. This time, the people emerging were quieter, facing Grant's demands calmly, indicating the brutal battles in the ancient realm had changed them. Elders from major families arrived, and Grant's face grew darker. The Tobiasen family's plan was to catch everyone off guard, but Ian's arrival shattered that plan. There was no need to continue questioning, only waiting for Bolivar to emerge and hear his story. Time ticked away, and the Selen and Chu families realized something was amiss. They first sent scouts and, upon receiving news, awakened their sleeping courts. This foiled the Tobiasen family's plans entirely. All courts stayed behind, wanting to know who nearly wiped out the Tobiasen family within the ancient realm. Chapter 242. West leaking a grand entrance. Another day passed, and those who emerged were still insignificant figures. Many independent cultivators appeared this day too. They didn't provide much information either, only that someone seemed to have raided a major sect and widely distributed tokens in the ancient realm. This instantly piqued the interest of everyone remaining in Twin Peaks Valley. Whether it was Bolivar or the person distributing these tokens, they clearly had significant ties to the annihilation of the Tobiasen family disciples. Leroy stepped out of the ancient realm with excitement, but after a brief dizziness, he saw not the original landscape of Twin Peaks Valley, but throngs of people occupying almost the entire valley. Each group seemed to be led by an court in deep meditation. Boy, have you seen anyone from the Tobiasen family? Grant looked at Leroy as he came out, his expression unfriendly. Even just a slight display of aura made Leroy tremble. And no, I haven't. Leroy replied nervously. What about Bolivar? Grant asked again. No. Seeing Grant's expression soften, Leroy suddenly remembered Wesley Steradair's words and immediately shouted, I'm a friend of Wesley Steradair of Misty Rain Pavilion, save me. Grant's face turned grim. Leroy's claim reminded him of the first day's scene. Did Wesley Steradair have so many friends? However, since Leroy spoke on his own accord, it did seem somewhat genuine. If you're Wesley Tobiasu's friend, then speak truthfully. Do you recognize the person who's been widely distributing tokens among independent cultivators? Grant fixed his gaze on Leroy. Startled, Leroy took a few steps back. He, of course, had heard of the man distributing tokens, especially combined with the token Xavion casually tossed to Jace, confirming that Xavion must be the distributor. You know, don't you? Grant rushed over, but was halted halfway by Ian. If you know something, say it. As Wesley Steradair's mentor, Ian, I won't let you get into trouble as long as you don't lie. Ian smiled at Leroy. Leroy pondered for a moment, then nodded and gave a vague answer. To be honest, I'm not sure if the one distributing tokens is him, but my token came from him. Leroy looked at Ian, tense yet serious. Wesley Steradair can confirm, the tokens I received were from him. At that time, he had 2 more, though I'm not sure if he's the one distributing them. Ian smiled and pulled Leroy behind him. Before entering the ancient realm, I gave my disciple 3 tokens, just in case any emergency arose. This way, if necessary, he could pass them on to others to ensure survival. Tobiasong Xie. Grant bowed slightly before returning to his position. White light flashed again, and this time, a graceful young Kelly emerged, followed by a somewhat older Dale. Her movements were elegant, her green dress swaying as she walked, her hair casually tied up, exuding an enchanting charm. Almost all eyes were on her. Even some courts opened their eyes. Chevier Larry, come quickly. Emiel rushed forward, shielding them from behind. Brother Lon, why are you doing this? I haven't even asked any questions yet. Grant's expression was hostile. Grand Silas, why are you here? Edna frowned, looking at the old man before her. Your great-grand Silas will arrive in another quarter hour. The situation here is beyond my control now. Think of a way to deal with it or we'll all die, Emiel conveyed telepathically. He knew their dire circumstances. If only Ian were present, things might be better. But now there were already a dozen or so courts present. Any reason to kill would leave no hesitation. Edna slowly stepped forward, well aware of Xavion's character. He wouldn't hesitate if he had the chance. It seemed the Tobiasen family members were indeed killed by him, drawing so many courts. Senior, what do you wish to ask? Chevier will answer fully. Edna bent gracefully and bowed to Grant. Good, you're far braver than your Grand Silas. Grant's eyes closed briefly. He hadn't forgotten Ian's words. This Nadine must have slain a demonic being within the ancient realm, possibly even Beck. Grand Silas was simply too concerned for Chevier's safety. If not for Larry's protection, Grand Silas wouldn't have let Chevier enter the ancient realm. Edna smiled warmly. I imagine Senior came here for the sake of your own descendants. Grant's expression darkened. This Nadine resolved Amiel's awkwardness in just 2 sentences. She wouldn't be easy to handle. I think I should ask the Dale behind you instead. Grant waved his hand. Fine, but I believe Senior may not get any useful answers from him. Edna took half a step back, revealing Jerome. Have you seen anyone from the Tobiasen family? Grant looked at Jerome, but he acted as if he didn't hear, ignoring Grant entirely. Silence ensued briefly before Grant lunged forward. However, Emiel only shielded Edna, letting Grant grab Jerome effortlessly. Though taller than Grant, Jerome was easily lifted. Did you see anyone from the Tobiasen family? Edna closed her eyes, 2 streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Do you want me to perform a soul search? Grant roared, veins popping out on his forehead, looking quite terrifying. A member of the sea race, defiant even now, Grant gripped Jerome's head tightly, while Emiel stepped back further, fully protecting Edna. Just as Grant prepared to conduct a soul search, he saw a familiar figure emerge from the white light. Xavion? Grant's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the person the Tobiasen family had been hunting for so long really walk out openly from the ancient realm? Without hesitation, Grant lunged towards Xavion. Conducting a soul search would take time, but this man was far more important than an abandoned sea race member. If my disciple has done anything to the Tobiasen family, please show mercy for my sake. After all, he's still young and impetuous. Ian smiled, blocking Grant completely. Grant's expression turned incredulous. He couldn't understand how Xavion had become Ian's disciple. Seeing Grant's stunned look, Xavion laughed wildly, his voice echoing through everyone's ears. Tobiasuyan is Xavion, surprised? Chapter 243, Daring Not to Seek Revenge. Grant's eyes widened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. He stumbled backward several steps. Beg, you told me that Adair is Dion, and he is hiding? Grant abruptly turned around, glaring at Beg behind him, his eyes almost popping out. He had already realized that with Dion possessing this identity, he couldn't make a move. Revenge would always be a powerful force against a weaker one. Dion killing Tobias and Orin could only be considered a pure rivalry, leaving no room for retaliation. Beg lowered his head, not daring to look up at Grant. Nearby, Ian quickly shouted at Dion. Disciple, don't be impolite. Wesleyster, I treat everyone with courtesy, but when it comes to the Tobiasens who killed Christie, I have never been lenient. Dion bowed respectfully to Ian, and then took a few steps forward. Brother Joe, you needn't worry. I won't harm you. Dion turned to Brett, who was standing angrily behind him, speaking softly. Brett hesitated, nodded, and hid completely behind Dion. Dion looked back at Grant again, but felt something amiss just as he was about to speak. He glanced at Edna and the old man beside her, tilting his head slightly before shouting towards the sky. Predecessor of the Sea Clan, since you've come, continuing to hide would surely damage your reputation. Everyone immediately looked up into the sky, even Ian froze in place. I didn't expect that a mere mortal like you could detect my presence, said a Seymour suddenly appearing from midair, wearing a blue robe that emitted soft light but was hard to look directly at. Austin. Emiel clasped his fists in salute, and hurriedly led Edna and Jerome towards the man. How could someone like me find you, predecessor? It's just that the gaze of Tobiasel Chevy and that predecessor was too calm. Given that they are surrounded now, with the great battle of the Sea Clan imminent, I believe no human would willingly let them go. Dion looked at the 4 members of the Sea Clan and shook his head gently. To be so capable at such a young age, surely you will grow into someone remarkable. Ian, you've truly taken on an excellent disciple. The Seymour looked at Ian with a teasing glance. Nameless, I didn't think you hadn't only survived but also improved your cultivation. Ian's expression wasn't very pleasant. He knew that even he could only hold back this person. I'm not a member of the human race, so I can't die of old age, though my cultivation can only progress so far. Nameless sighed, I have no interest in Tobias Prefecture, but I can't stand idly by while my descendants suffer in the East Sea. Why don't you negotiate with those old men and cede the Eastern Domain and a third of the Central Domain? This battle can end peacefully, sparing many lives on both sides. What do you think? Ian seemed taken aback for a moment before responding. In my hearing, there are many treasures within the Sea Clan. If the predecessors are willing to abandon these and compensate various factions, perhaps the factions would be willing to give equivalent land for the Sea Clan to inhabit. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement, shouldn't it be considered? Such a junior dares to talk back? Nameless coldly looked at Dion, but Dion did not retreat, only lowering his head slightly. Although I am but a junior, juniors have their own thoughts. Furthermore, aren't all of you here for your juniors today? Dion smiled. And if the Sea Clan's war is fought by us juniors, letting seniors fight it out might not be fitting. You're just a child with smooth words. None of the ones who spoke similarly before you lived long enough. Nameless glanced at Dion. If predecessor kills me over some petty grievances, wouldn't it be rash, especially considering the connection between Lady Edna and myself? Dion bowed his head once more, feigning humility. You, what does that mean? Nameless turned to look at Edna, then back at Dion. Since leaving Qingyun's sect, I was falsely accused and became a fugitive. Grateful for my master recognizing my mediocre alchemy talent, I dared to show myself. Dion stepped forward, standing before Ian. If it were any other master, they might have silenced Dion, but Ian wanted to see how he would handle the situation. But unfortunately, in the ancient domain, I encountered members of the Tobiasen family. I had no choice but to ally with Edna and kill Beck. Dion sighed. Back in the training grounds, Tobias and Orin caused chaos everywhere, eventually falling at my hands. Later, I heard that Tobias and Orin was the hidden prodigy of the Tobiasen family, which made me feel somewhat embarrassed. Dion bowed 3 times to Grant, ignoring the murderous intent in his eyes. I had no intention of conflict, but somehow became a target of the Tobiasen family. I'm genuinely confused. Can predecessor help me understand why? Nameless looked at Dion strangely. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed the first time they spoke. However, protected by Ian, Nameless hesitated. Moreover, Dion was the first to detect his presence. The world is one of survival of the fittest. Someone coveted what you possess. Nameless answered lightly. Survival of the fittest, envy over treasure. Then it seems my killings of the Tobiasen family were justified. Dion chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, you're an interesting lad. Nameless laughed loudly. You're worried that your master can't handle that little Tobiasen brat. So you came to ask this court? Of course not. Wesleyanly because the combatants included predecessors juniors. I have admired Lady Edna for a long time, and being able to fight alongside her has filled me with joy and pride. Dion bowed again, retreating behind Ian as if none of those words were his. Grant was seething but dared not touch Dion. Chevy, is this true? Nameless asked Edna. Yes, Grand Silas, replied Edna simply, not intending to explain further, still confused by Dion's words. Toby Asselboy, are you still going to seek revenge on Chevy, or that lad? Junior dare not. Grant lowered his head, realizing he had no recourse left. Saying you dare not now probably won't stop you from harboring ill will. Dion stood up again, softly saying, I remember 2 members of the Tobiason family remain. Let me and Lady Edna join forces with them. If we win, the grudge is settled. If we lose, we'll die honorably, and your vendetta will be avenged. Can you ensure these 2 courts won't interfere? Grant stared at Dion. If not for their terrifying strength, he would have crushed the detestable Dion long ago. Hashtag chapter 244. A conclusion that isn't. Even if I die, Wesleyster, there's no need for you to intervene. Xavion looked at Ian, his resolve evident in his eyes. Ian nodded, and beside him, Edna also stepped forward. Great Grand Silas, there's no need for you to act either. Chevier, are you confident? Alan asked softly. The remaining 2 are siblings, slightly weaker than Callahan but still formidable when they fight together. Perhaps even comparable to a prodigy, Edna smiled gently. Chevier has no chance of winning, but I believe Mr. Guy wouldn't want to risk his life here, so I will accompany him. This kid isn't bad. With such a disciple, it's no wonder Ian came here personally. Alan glanced at Ian. How about we have your disciple compete against my granddaughter, staking the fate of Tobias Zhou on this? Edna was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. She had always held Xavion in high regard, but if he had deduced that her great-grand Silas would say this from the very first sentence, it was truly terrifying. Great-grand Silas, no? Wesleyster, no? Edna and Xavion interrupted simultaneously, then exchanged looks. Edna breathed a sigh of relief but remained puzzled, while Xavion simply smiled easily. Why not? Alan asked. Chevier is not a match for Mr. Guy, so great-grand Silas shouldn't stake the fate of our clan on this. Edna lowered her head. And what about you? Alan turned to Xavion. If I lose, I'm afraid I'll be drowned by the spittle of 10,000 cultivators in Tobias Zhou. Xavion chuckled. It seems neither of you dares. Alan shook his head. Forget it, after all this time. Seeing a duel between younger generations is worth the trip. Ian, how do you think your disciple and my great-granddaughter would fare? Hard to say. I only know my disciple excels in alchemy, but his martial prowess is unknown. Ian chuckled ambiguously. Coincidentally, I only think my granddaughter is wise and beautiful. Whether she can defeat a prodigy like yours remains uncertain. Alan laughed as well. Meanwhile, Grant felt secretly pleased. Before entering the ancient domain, Tobiason Ji and Tobiason Fong were already at peak nascent soul realm. They grew up together with complementary personalities and had even defeated Beck together. In contrast, Xavion and Edna were only at late golden core and mid-nascent soul respectively. Even if these 2 were prodigies, they stood no chance against the siblings. The only worry Grant had was whether those 2 powerful figures would intervene if Xavion and Edna died. None of the courts dared respond, fearing any mistake could provoke one of the formidable figures, especially concerning Ian and the C-clan court whose aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. While Xavion spoke with them, each court worried he might anger the person. If that happened, a battle between him and Grandmaster Ian could obliterate them all with mere aftershocks. Fortunately, the conclusion was relatively favorable. Though the Tobiason family seemed pitiful, these courts cared little for others' affairs. Not only did Alan show interest in Xavion, but they all admired his courage, displaying boldness before in court unafraid of tribulation stage cultivators. Time passed quickly, and disciples of major factions returned, including Bolivar who no longer held initial hopes. There was still no news about the Tobiason family duo, and other prodigies emerged from the ancient domain. Hearing about Twin Peaks Valley, they all became interested, while some lesser sects rushed away, fearing entanglement. The main characters often appear last, but more than just the protagonists made a grand entrance. The Tobiason family courts had almost given up hope until they saw the final white light, signaling the arrival of Tobias Timmons' core group. Among them were 2 familiar figures. Just as Grant was about to greet them, their auras revealed themselves, sending shivers through everyone in Twin Peaks Valley. Only Ian and Alan appeared puzzled. Senior Alan, Senior Ian, Senior Tobias Song, my Silas is ill and unable to attend. He sends me to greet you 3. A Seymour approached, his aura nearly matching theirs, only slightly weaker. Who would have thought Jian Tobias wasn't dead yet, and you've already reached this level? Won't the 10,000 sword sect become the top sect in the central region? Uncourt leaned on a cane, floating down slowly. I dare not compare. Though I narrowly survived heavenly tribulation, how could I match any of you? A sect's strength lies in its disciples. Otherwise, wouldn't the C-clan have dominated the central region long ago? Don't you agree, Senior Alan? The Seymour bowed slightly. Unbelievable. You've reached such heights in merely 10,000 years. Your talent surpasses even young Ian. Alan smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned with the many arrivals. I dare not compare to Senior Ian. Not only is his cultivation unmatched, but his alchemy skills are unparalleled. Killian remained humble. Jin Shun, stop saying meaningless things. Tobias Zone glared at Jin Shun, clearly dissatisfied. Alan, why are you here? Where I go is none of your concern, Alan scoffed, clearly disregarding Tobias Zone. Alan, don't take advantage of your cultivation. Remember our human stance. Do you think they would stand idly by? Tobias Zone sneered. Forget it, Tobias Zone. Ian waved his hand. We're all here for our younger generations. A battle here would harm innocence, which we don't wish to see. Agreed, but your disciple surely stands out. Without him, we wouldn't be gathered here. Jianshin smiled. Humph. Tobias Zong turned away, looking at Grant. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him. Grant was visibly touched and thanked Tobias Zong gratefully. With Tobias Zong backing him, he felt more confident. How do you want to fight? Grant said coldly. A 2-on-2 match should suffice. Xavion stepped forward again, showing no hesitation. Here. Grant was surprised. Certainly, but a life or death match should have boundaries. Without array restrictions, it might be improper. Xavion smiled, looking at Ian. Could you arrange it, seniors? Easy. Ian waved his hand, creating a square arena in the center of Twin Peaks Valley. Other courts approached, planting an array flag in the center, forming a circular barrier visible to all except a few Tribulation transcenders. Instantly, the eyes of all widened. They couldn't sense the arena with their divine senses, but could see it clearly with their naked eyes. Chapter 245. The Grand Finale, the Great War of the Sea Clans. Xavion had devised a plan to force Grant to agree to fight Tobias and Jillian and Tobias and Fong at a specially arranged formation site. After completely releasing the Inchi Vortex, Xavion secured victory and returned to Yin Chevy Pavilion alongside Brett. Meanwhile, Taj's meeting with Xavion was deliberately spread by someone, leaving Taj no choice but to become a sacrifice for the Tobiasan family and Tobias Tian Gate. However, she wasn't killed. Instead, her cultivation was nullified, and her legs were chopped off. Xavion also revealed Jace's cultivation techniques to Brett. Due to the conspicuous nature of Yin Chi, Brett cultivated a second Yuan Ing. Thereafter, they swapped places again, and Xavion began his secluded practice and search. At the same time, the Great War of the Sea Clans began. Following Edna's strategy, the Sea Clans swiftly occupied the eastern domain and successfully blocked news of its fall. However, during their offensive, they discovered numerous hidden traps laid by Xavion at the precipice between the eastern and central domains. The soul-shattering arrows inflicted heavy casualties on the Sea Clans, forcing them to halt and set up camp in the eastern domain. A year passed. The Sea Clans and human clans fought each other to a stalemate, relying on the precipice between the eastern and central domains as a defensive line. Brett, playing Xavion's role, became increasingly renowned due to his dual identity as Shadow and Yin Chevy Pavilion's representative. On other fronts, the 3 major sects and 10 families easily resisted the attacks. On another front, Edna proposed her winning strategy, suggesting that only battles in the Tobiasing would secure victory. However, the other Sea Clan courts unanimously rejected it. Alan didn't seem interested in continuing the fight and went into seclusion. Xavion rediscovered the old battlefield from years ago at a secret location on Tobias Zhou. He rearranged the battlefield and left behind the little black thing he had obtained earlier. Xavion had planned a grand scheme, which remained unknown to outsiders. 2 years quickly passed. The Sea Clans and human clans ceased hostilities, entering a brief period of peace. Xavion and Louis joined Bolivar in the Tianyun continent. Xavion found descendants of the ancients and passed on their forebears' cultivation techniques. Edna unexpectedly encountered Xavion. Without the master-slave mark, she quickly realized that the person wasn't the real Xavion. She then disguised herself and infiltrated the human side, spreading rumors that Xavion was an imposter. Brett was thrown into turmoil. Despite his foundation in alchemy, he was still far inferior to Xavion, who possessed the Sumeru illusory sky scroll. Yin Chevy Pavilion reacted furiously. Even alchemist Ian couldn't suppress the outrage. News of Xavion's defection spread, and Ian could only choose to go into seclusion. Brett's situation grew dire. He hid again but was soon discovered. Tobias Tian Gate dispatched a realm existence to capture him and brought him before the one who had once deceived him. It turned out to be the ancestor of the Zhou family, an entity from 10,000 years ago. Even when Brett was young, he had admired this figure. Upon learning the truth, Brett felt aggrieved but powerless. However, with the Great War approaching, this entity only absorbed Brett's life force and cultivation, entering tribulation, while using precious elixirs to preserve Brett's life. Although Brett survived, his constitution could no longer cultivate. Nevertheless, with the ancestor's protection and his outstanding contributions during the Great War, he became another existence like Taj within Tobias Tian Gate and married Sherry. Edna's strategy succeeded. She knew that Xavion had provided this opportunity. To convince Xavion to join the Sea Clans, she continued her infiltration of the central domain to find him. Having reached the Chevian Ing stage, Xavion wreaked havoc at the Tianyun conference, even returning the sword cultivator lineage to Howran sect, earning their respect. He secured first place and imparted Miles's 3 moves to the Yi family. With a token, he returned to Tobias Zhou and the Snow Plain. He reopened the sacred mountain and indeed received a message from Miles, warning him never to trust the supreme immortal realm and giving him a guide artifact. If Xavion transcended, he would only go to Demon Mountain, where Miles had made a friend during the Ing prison war. This information confirmed Xavion's suspicions. Xavion also learned about Brett's fate. He took away Susie, and Aslan returned to Yin Chevy Pavilion with Lois. Following Xavion's instructions, Aslan informed Ian, who emerged from seclusion to meet Xavion. When questioned by Ian, Xavion did not answer directly, but told him about the concealed area he had prepared. Ian found Xavion's attitude strange, but recognized the place. They went there together, only to find it already concealed by the Sumeru illusory sky scroll. A painting soul transformed into the appearance of the Yin prison lord, threatening to destroy Tobias Zhou again. It launched an attack on Xavion, catching even Ian off guard. Though Xavion was injured, it was part of his ruse. He shared Miles's information with Ian, emphasizing that Tianyun continent was the only safe place in the Tobias Zhou realm. After much contemplation, Ian believed the illusion. He convened the leaders of major powers privately, discussing the matter. Though many families hadn't experienced the previous war, those in such positions knew something about Tobias Zhou's history. They asked about the likelihood of the situation and fell silent. Xavion became the focus again. He proposed using the black soil to bargain with the Sea Clans, securing a promise for all Tobias Zhou inhabitants to relocate to Tianyun continent. They would have to pretend to resist until the Sea clans gained dominance, then leave Tobias Zhou legitimately. Xavion effectively seized these people's minds. At such a level of cultivation, they didn't want to die. Realizing the power of the Ing clans that numerous immortals couldn't resist, they agreed hesitantly. Xavion demanded the elimination of the Tobiasan family's entire heritage. With gratitude, everyone looked at Xavion, and Ian's resolve crumbled. Knowing he wouldn't survive if he didn't give Xavion an out, he gave him his boundary-breaking pearl. Xavion's objective was exactly that. With Susie, Xavion found Edna. After long discussions, both sides obtained satisfactory answers. Returning to the Sea clans, Edna relayed Xavion's 3 conditions. 1. Wesley marry her and obtain an immunity badge. No one could kill him unless he betrayed the Sea clans. 2. Eliminate every member of the Tobiasan family, including ordinary humans. 3. Spare the non-resistant human clans. Those willing to leave Tobias Zhou mustn't be harmed. Alan thought deeply. Remembering Xavion's Yin Qi, and influenced by Edna, he agreed. News of Xavion's defection spread in the central domain. As a Sea clan court, Xavion led the clan to attack the Tobiasan family. Susie knew Xavion's plan and wore a mask, silently following him without speaking or taking initiative. Initially, Xavion had left 3 weaknesses in the defenses. Using these, the Sea clans tore through the defenses. Ellie, the Shadow Wesleyster, prepared to ally with Xavion. Ellie, loyal to Xavion, tried to connect with him. However, Brett intercepted her party. Although Ellie showed no signs of betrayal, the Shadow's lack of action upon her departure revealed her loyalty to Xavion alone. Captured, Ellie became leverage against Xavion. Yet, without hesitation, Xavion ordered a Spirit Realm court to kill Ellie, whose cultivation had been nullified. Tobias Schwanger cursed Xavion, hating him for the loyalty her master showed towards such a person. Brett naturally also realized this. He spared Tobias Schwanger, but she did not listen to him. Instead, while the two were alone, she decapitated him and presented his head to Xavion. Tobias Schwanger was fully aware of her own strength and clearly understood that Xavion's current position made it impossible for her to seek revenge. All she wanted was an answer. After Ellie's death, her heart had died with her. Tobias Schwanger met Xavion, but he did not give her the true answer. Nevertheless, he did grant her a chance to challenge him one-on-one. Tobias Schwanger's talent was exceptional, comparable even to elite disciples of major sections. Yet, with his eternal Tao foundation, Xavion was no longer at the mortal realm level. Even the Spirit Realm court guarding him could not match him. The geniuses of the younger generation from the major sects stepped forward, their involvement halting the human clan's defeat. Wesley had already become famous, calling out to kill Xavion, the traitor to the human clans. However, Xavion remained calm, instead organizing his wedding with Edna. The bride was breathtakingly beautiful, while the groom appeared quite ordinary. Wesley members of the Sea clan spat on Xavion, believing he didn't deserve such a beautiful Kelly. But Xavion did not mind. He greeted them with a smile. Edna, however, ignored these remarks, believing only Xavion could match her. Disappointingly for her, after the marriage, Xavion never touched Edna, claiming he still couldn't forget Harmony. Despite this, their bridal chamber was built on the original site of the Azure Cloud sect, covering an entire mountain peak, gifted to Edna and Xavion by the Sea clans. Returning to his old residence, Xavion found Giguizi alive. This time, he immediately entered and used Justin Ming's sword to slay him. This place became Xavion's secluded practice area. Instead of absorbing the Yin Qi here, he continuously refined it. Though Edna did not receive Xavion's affection, she obtained his strategy for victory. In the northern snowfield, without Lois's presence, the Sea clans easily infiltrated. Simultaneously, they dispatched 4 teams in secret, aiming to establish a teleportation array. For another 3 years, everything seemed peaceful, and the Sea clan's 6 teams were caught. However, no one noticed the team advancing from the snowfield. The teleportation array was set up next to the Tobiasan family's territory. In just one night, the Tobiasan family was obliterated without any news spreading. Because of this, Edna's status publicly ranked second only to her Silas, the patriarch, even surpassing members of the other 3 branches. Even those at the departed fire stage had to submit to her. Using the teleportation array, the human clans were caught off guard, despite quickly re-establishing their defenses. Being attacked from both sides, the human clans faced imminent defeat. Xavion stepped forward at this moment, revealing the 3rd promise he made when joining the Sea clans. Meanwhile, the ancestral courts of the major powers secretly gathered their followers, preparing to evacuate. Publicly denouncing Xavion, many chose compromise as death approached. Under Edna's restraint, the Sea clan's massacre did not occur. Alan also emerged appropriately, forcing those attempting the tribulation to leave. The top-tier forces of Tobias Zhou knew the truth. Though collectively stronger than the Sea clans, they cowardly abandoned Tobias Zhou. Edna led the Sea clan's army to slaughter those unwilling to leave, becoming a hero among the Sea clans. Apart from ordinary humans, all cultivators on the Tobias Zhou continent vanished, leaving the Sea clans as rulers, revered by the common folk. Xavion entered seclusion, using Chase's method to seal the Yin Qi vortex in his dantian. The lord of the Yin prison was enraged, ordering immediate action, but ultimately, it was too late. Xavion advanced to the spirit realm. After transformation, he left Tobias Zhou with Susie using the boundary-breaking pearl. The lord of the Yin prison arrived too late, and the Sea clans were massacred. The supreme immortal realm intervened again, forcing the lord of the Yin prison to hastily kill those marked by the Yin slave Weslirk before departing. Those who left Tobias Zhou suddenly recognized Xavion's greatness. In their eyes, Xavion had died under the lord of the Yin prison's blade. Only Ian knew that Xavion had gone to another realm, silently praying for his safety. Chapter 246, the final chapter, Edna's death. The Qingyun sect had become a sacred place for the mermaid saintess Edna, despite the richer resources on Tobias Zhou Island. Yet, Edna chose to build her and Xavion's bridal chamber here. But at this moment, the mermaids were in disarray. What used to be a bustling Qingyun sect now had only a few people left. Facing the invaders from Netherworld, they were powerless, even Xuanhuan, who was instantly beaten to death. Tell me, did you know about this? Edna looked at Xavion. At this moment, she finally understood why Xavion betrayed the humans to join the mermaids, and why the mermaids left Tobias Joe without resistance, but she didn't want to believe it. She prayed that Xavion knew nothing about it. Yes, if not for this, would I have joined the mermaids? Xavion glanced at Edna and gently shook his head. Now that you know, you can leave. Why are you doing this to me? Edna's body trembled. The master-servant mark between her and Xavion made her unable to resist. This was always part of my plan, and I am originally human, said Xavion, showing no emotional fluctuations. Kylag stood beside him, wearing a mask, her expression unreadable. Tears fell down Edna's face instantly. Her screams echoed as the backlash from the master-servant mark caused blood to drip from her mouth. Yet no one could understand the pain in her heart. Do you know why I did not resist when you made me your servant? Do you know how much I grieved after Billy left? Do you know that I dared not participate in any battle because you were involved? Do you know how happy I was when you proposed to me? Why are you treating me like this? Billy is already gone. Edna collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, staining her light green gown. She remembered Tobiasuing. This was Tobiasuing's favorite dress. For 3 years, she wore this dress. You should have known. I've been using you all along. Xavion shook his head. I thought you were like me, but it seems I overestimated you. Edna's heart ached more. For years, Xavion never touched her and always pretended outside. Their marriage seemed like a joke, but she couldn't let go. Initially, she just wanted to borrow his intelligence, but deeper interaction made her fall deeply in love with him. Gradually, she began enjoying resting in Xavion's embrace, appreciating the way he stood up for her, and she even felt the happiness Tobiasuing once experienced at the Qingyun sect. Edna considered herself Tobiasuing now. She wore light makeup, donned the long gown, and called him brother, hoping Xavion would look at her more often, calling her Chevier. I'm just an ordinary Kelly, Edna lay down, not looking at Xavion's calm face but upwards, her eyes empty. This was their room, yet she entered it less frequently than Kylag did. You have such a cruel heart, Edna laughed bitterly. If every Kelly openly expressed love, would I be expected to respond each time? Xavion shook his head. He had never felt anything for Edna, or saw her actions differently from his own purposes. Our master-servant bond should end here. Xavion slowly walked towards Edna. Don't. Edna knew what resisting Xavion's will would bring, yet she didn't hesitate. Kill me. You know I won't hold back, Xavion sighed. If you go to Tianyun continent now, there's still time. Just do it. Edna shook her head. At least, this was home. Xavion closed his eyes slowly, and upon opening them, pointed. Instantly, the life left Edna's eyes. Xavion gently picked her up, placing her on the bed and wiping away her tears and blood. Even Xavion had to admit Edna was beautiful, even as her body stiffened. Xavion turned to face Kylag, who stood masked beside him. Kylag's body shivered slightly, pointing to her heart, then asked, Doesn't it hurt? It doesn't, Xavion shook his head, a smile appearing, peaceful and somehow relieved. But Kylag felt nothing familiar in his demeanor. Why does my heart hurt so much? Kylag threw off the mask, tear-streaked, falling to the floor and breaking the silence. Xavion paused, sighing. Who can truly remain emotionless? It's just that some things must be chosen. Are you lying to yourself? Kylag suddenly asked. Perhaps. Xavion took out the boundary-breaking pearl from his storage bag, crushed it, creating a black hole before him. He grabbed Kylag's trembling hand tightly. Kylag transformed into a small fox, slipping into Xavion's clothes, while he stepped into the black hole. The flowers and plants at Qingyun sect remained untouched, yet one person was missing. The Netherworld army passed by swiftly, noticing nothing odd. Edna's body lay quietly on the bed, gradually hardening. Chapter 247. The grand finale, Outcheven's step into immortality. Xavion used the boundary-breaking pearl to reach the Outcheven realm. He immersed himself in cultivation, eventually entering the Tobias Hua, Heavenly Fire, realm. The Outcheven realm had no immortal lands but differed from the Tobias Joe realm. There were quite a few great powers in the Tribulation Transcending stage, and even some failed Tribulation Transcenders who hadn't perished, remaining as dispersed immortals. Xavion sealed the Netherworld Chi Vortex within his Danteon entirely to prevent the Lord of the Underworld from finding them. Consequently, cultivation became his greatest challenge. Fortunately, Xavion knew how to refine pills. On the battlefield, he had gathered numerous spirit herbs containing nether chi, which he cultivated slowly over time. By earning money and purchasing other herbs, he began living a life where pills were like sweets, together with Kyla. That farewell made Kyla gradually understand Xavion's choice. She comprehended him more deeply and grew even more convinced by his resolve. Over time, Kyla fell deeply in love with Xavion, feeling immense joy every day just by watching him. Xavion slowly noticed her feelings, but couldn't reciprocate fully. His heart still held the memory of Harmony, unable to forget her, which made him hesitant to accept Kyla's love. Despite this, they developed an intimate bond after spending so much time together, though Xavion never took that final step forward. Their relationship became increasingly close. The commercial empire Xavion established steadily grew larger, and nearby families began to covet it. Not having witnessed Xavion's true strength, they were deceived by his Tobias Hua realm. They attacked, only to suffer a miserable defeat. Even a city lord at the mortal severing stage couldn't match Xavion's onslaught. However, an unexpected turn occurred when the Eugene family, one of those clans, had their ancestor return. This person had left the Eugene family long ago and had been gone for 1,000 years. This ancestor was extremely powerful, having reached the Seeking Heart realm, aiming to enhance his cultivation further. But upon returning, he found that his entire clan had been annihilated by a mere Dale at the Tobias Hua realm. Furious, he quickly tracked down Xavion and engaged in battle. Xavion was no match for him and fled desperately, yet couldn't escape the relentless pursuit. Unable to bear seeing Xavion in such peril, Kyla burned all her bloodlines to injure Xavion, allowing him to escape while transforming into his likeness using a magical artifact to continue battling. Kyla died, self-detonating before her death, leaving the ancestor believing Xavion was dead. When Xavion awoke again, he understood everything. The connection between master and servant had severed. His heart ached as if he'd lost something irreplaceable. He drank night and day, abandoning cultivation. Recalling both Harmony and Kyla, he became unhinged. He regretted not marrying Harmony and ignoring what might come. He also regretted not acknowledging his feelings for Kyla. 2 women loved him dearly, yet died protecting him. Xavion's heart wouldn't open easily, yet these 2 women had entered it completely. Despite facing someone as beautiful as Edna, he remained unmoved, yet he couldn't stop his tears. Time could dilute everything, a phrase he once told Harmony, who returned it to him. He wished for death, but was saved by Kyla. Gradually, he understood. Severing worldly emotions only deepened his longing. The images of the 2 women would flash before his eyes every time he closed them. With ease, Xavion advanced to the mortal severing stage because he had achieved enlightenment. Xavion threw himself into intense cultivation, refining pills, consuming them, digesting their essence, even resorting to theft. He killed countless people until the acts no longer fazed him. People gradually learned this demonic figure's nature. He wanted only herbs. If one didn't resist him, they lived. After a century, Xavion reached the Seeking Heart stage. He sought vengeance, determined to kill Ailbe and interrogate his true self. A century later, Ailbe was still at the Seeking Heart stage when Xavion found him. Yet, instead of engaging in battle, Ailbe immediately fled. Understanding that the terrifying individual who escaped from under his hands at the Tobias Hua stage was now on equal footing, Ailbe lacked the courage to fight, despite being at mid-stage and slightly superior to Xavion. Xavion didn't kill him immediately but played cat and mouse. When Ailbe sped up, so did Xavion. When Ailbe slowed, so did Xavion. Ailbe pleaded for help from countless others. Initially, people aided him, but no one stood a chance against Xavion. Eventually, former friends would actively help Xavion catch Ailbe upon seeing him. A year of relentless pursuit made both Xavion and Ailbe infamous. Ailbe gained notoriety for provoking such a demon, while Xavion became known for his combat prowess. Both Tribulation Transcenders and Dispersed Immortals fell to Xavion, making him the top-ranking power in the Out-Cheven realm despite being only at the Seeking Heart stage. This pursuit lasted a decade, during which Ailbe was prevented from committing suicide, driving him to madness. In his insanity, he kept attacking Xavion, who let him do so without defending or retaliating. Eventually, Ailbe died from exhaustion, dying with a foolish grin on his face. The legend of a mad Seeking Heart cultivator and another exhausted to death spread throughout the Out-Cheven realm, whose residents didn't know Xavion's name but marveled at how anyone could drive a Seeking Heart cultivator to madness and death by exhaustion. Ailbe's death marked Xavion's awakening. With a shake of his head, he stepped into the Tribulation Transcending stage. There were 3 stages of tribulation: Human Tribulation, Heavenly Tribulation, and Immortal Tribulation. Xavion's tribulations were terrifying, visible to everyone in the Out-Cheven realm. His Human Tribulation lasted a year, second longest in the Out-Cheven realm, yet completed in a single day. After an unknown period, during which the Out-Cheven realm nearly forgot about Xavion, the tribulation clouds reappeared. It felt like the end of days. Almost everyone thought the Out-Cheven realm was doomed. However, someone suddenly recalled Xavion's year-long human tribulation. For 10 years, the central region of the Out-Cheven realm was shrouded in tribulation clouds, turning into a sea of lightning, refusing to dissipate. Others dared not look, unsure if the transcending cultivator survived. After 10,000 years, the tribulation clouds descended once more. This time, the Out-Cheven realm faced destruction as Xavion ascended to immortality. Chapter 248. The Great Conclusion of the Dallas and the Outer Realms. The news of the destruction of Outcloud World shocked the Supreme Immortal Realm. They dispatched powerful beings at the Dao boundary to thoroughly investigate the matter. Although Outcloud World was a minor realm, its annihilation was too shocking. Despite all efforts, these great powers couldn't uncover anything. It was as if everything had been shielded, leaving the investigation unresolved. While Dion ascended to Demon Mountain through an artifact. Demon Mountain, Demon World, and Netherworld are the 3 major realms, while the Supreme Immortal Realm is the Supreme Realm. These realms exist within a place called Crystallization Domain. This domain has 3,000 minor realms like Outcloud World, which lack immortal chi but allow ascension to one of the 3 major realms, or the Supreme Immortal Realm upon successfully passing the Immortal Tribulation. The destination depends on guidance and cultivation methods. There are also 600 intermediate realms similar to Tobias Prefecture before its destruction, which have moderate immortal chi but do not lead to ascension. Instead, they require guidance for advancement. At the top are the 3 major realms and the Supreme Realm, with Demon Mountain filled with demonic energy, Demon World with malevolent energy, Netherworld with nether energy, and the Supreme Immortal Realm brimming with dense immortal chi. When Dion stepped into Demon Mountain, he encountered Kylag's parents. Initially, they thought Dion had killed Kylag, but during their confrontation, they discovered that Kylag's remnant soul still clung to Dion, protecting him. The Azure Black Fox's Heavenly Destiny art can only be used once in a lifetime and requires deep-seated emotions to activate. Items needed for Kylag's revival included Essence Blood of a complete Azure Black Fox from Demon Mountain, Fruit of the Vast Tree from Demon Mountain, Demonic Heart Fruit from the Demon World, 5-colored Golden Phoenix in the River of Netherworld and Wheel Flower from Netherworld, Yin Yang Flower in the main trunk of the Bodhi Tree from the Supreme Immortal Realm, and a Dao Fruit from a Dao Boundary Cultivator. These treasures are prized even by those at the Dao Boundary. Moreover, a Dao Boundary Cultivator's Dao Fruit can only be obtained after killing them. The Wheel Flower requires facing the Dallas directly. Dion smiled as he left quietly, leaving behind a message. I will return, and by then, Toby Asinger will be revived. Dion entered the peering nirvana boundary, and Kylag was resurrected. However, while obtaining the wheel flower, Dion caught the attention of the Dallas. Dion was no longer the same person. The true form of the Dallas could not leave the Nether Palace, allowing Dion to escape. Nevertheless, the Dallas offered a substantial bounty even Dao boundary cultivators would covet, putting a price on Dion's head. The resurrected Kylag lacked her previous memories, so Dion didn't take her with him. He began his solitary life on the run. A century of evasion saw the mark placed by the Dallas gradually fade away. Helpless, the Dallas revoked the bounty. Dion gained notoriety, having evaded capture from a half-step supreme being. Returning to Demon Mountain, Dion lived with Kylag. Though she lacked memory, she trusted Dion unconditionally. They planned to marry during an auspicious time. Despite this, the Dallas proceeded with his plan. Over 100,000 years ago, he acquired the Nether secret scripture and deliberately placed the Nether Palace in Tobias Prefecture to destroy it. This time, he intended to refine the entire Tobias Prefecture realm to search for the Dao lineage of the Crystallization Supreme. This lineage contained information on how to become a supreme being. Despite hoping for mediation from the supreme immortal realm, the arrival of myriad immortals sect left everyone in disbelief. Tobias Prefecture was refined into a lamp wick pointing directly towards the supreme immortal realm. The magnitude of this action caused upheaval throughout Crystallization domain. French thrived, ascending to the supreme immortal realm before Tobias Prefecture's destruction, shielded by Elder Crystal. Though aware of Tobias Prefecture's fate, he was safe. French hated myriad immortal sect and the Dallas. Silently, he gathered strength, seeking the legacy of heavenly deity, Crystallization Supreme, reserved for French. With this inheritance, French became a target but steadily advanced in cultivation, awakening constitution post-Dao boundary with precognitive abilities. Despite numerous enemies, he avoided fatal traps. At this point, the Dallas drew attention again. Over 100,000 years, he accumulated 10 million underworld slaves, each equivalent to a Dao boundary cultivator, albeit slightly weaker than genuine ones. Despite fewer Dao boundary cultivators in Crystallization domain, their numbers overwhelmed it. The Dallas's madness became apparent as he aimed to refine the entire Crystallization domain and transcend it. Myriad Immortal sect realized the danger. Long-term dealings with the Dallas made their position awkward. A war threatening all of Crystallization domain ensued. Despite being from one realm, the underworld slaves gave Netherworld the upper hand. Cultivators resisted barely through formations as realm after realm fell under Netherworld control. Dion and Kylag had long lived in the demon world. With Kylag lacking memories, Dion cared for her meticulously, gaining her parents' approval for marriage. Dion soon discovered underworld slaves wouldn't attack him and learned how to control them. Crystallization domain offered immense resources for Dion's ascension to Dao boundary. Meanwhile, the bounty on French was withdrawn, and the two joined forces, causing Netherworld's power to weaken. Years of battle culminated in the failure of the Dallas's plan. Refusing defeat, he unleashed all underworld slave resentments, affecting both himself and Dion. Suffering intense mental impact, Dion's consciousness grew chaotic, nearly turning him insane. Yet, the witch seal maintained clarity, preventing complete loss of self-control. Dion and French became heroes. French prepared for ascension, receiving the final inheritance. However, Dion remained isolated in the Nether Palace of Netherworld, accompanied only by Kylag. Crystallization domain regained peace. The Dallas faded from people's memory. Upon reaching Dao boundary, Kylag felt fragmented, realizing she might be a clone created by a great being destined to revert to her origin upon achieving Dao boundary or death. Determined, she ventured into the Nether Palace beside Dion. The Wesleriana appeared, sensing the causal connection as a primal spiritual treasure. "Will you save him?" asked the Wesleriana softly. "Yes," Kylag answered without hesitation, despite seeing the Wesleriana for the first time. "It will cost your original self," explained the Wesleriana. "Yes," Kylag replied firmly. The world beyond heaven scroll appeared before Kylag and ignited. "Very well, may you both be blessed." The Wesleriana gradually faded, forming a bridge connecting Dion and Kylag's minds. Dion's eyes were vacant, as if he had remained in the same posture for millennia. Kylag approached him, feeling immense heartache. She opened her mind fully, merging with Dion's consciousness. Understanding the implications, Kylag knew this meant her destruction and her original self absorbing Dion's suffering. Suddenly, Dion woke up, inexplicably becoming a half-step supreme, instantly condensing two Dao fruits, one for soul and one for destruction. Chapter 249. The Secrets Unveiled. Dion couldn't remember what he had experienced. He vaguely recalled being ambushed by the Dallas, but couldn't piece together the details. He dismissed these thoughts, focusing only on seeing Kylag again. He knew no one in the crystallization domain dared to harm her. Everyone feared him, fearing he might become another Dallas. Dion went to Demon Mountain, where Kylag's parents still lived, but they didn't know Kylag's whereabouts. He searched every corner of the crystallization domain, but found no trace of her. Meanwhile, French absorbed the inheritance of Crystallization Supreme, and was now preparing for his final ascension tribulation to follow in his master's footsteps. However, a figure emerged from the demon world. It turned out that the Dallas was merely an incarnation of someone named Stuart, who was once a servant boy under Crystallization Supreme. After Crystallization Supreme ascended, his hometown was destroyed by the Ascension Tribulation. Yet, he spent immense time and energy constructing the Crystallization domain, forcibly reclaiming surrounding lands to rebuild Tobias Prefecture and redistributing energies among realms. Stuart witnessed all this and longed for such power. However, he knew the Crystallization domain could nurture only one Supreme, and that person would be a descendant of Crystallization Supreme. Stuart cultivated a second soul and separated it, forming a second personality with erased memories to practice the Nether secret scripture while hiding himself entirely within the demon world. This second personality grew, eventually ruling the Netherworld and becoming aware of Crystallization Supreme's existence as his cultivation advanced. to break through the limitations of the crystallization domain, and with Stuart's subtle guidance, the Dallas focused on the Nether Palace. The Nether Palace emitted nether imprints, which behaved like parasitic worms, attaching to powerful souls. Only the strongest would gather all nether imprints and complete the final step of the nether secret scripture. The Dallas spread the nether imprints, attaching them to strong souls. Once those souls died, the imprints would return to the Nether Palace. However, this action drew the attention of the Heavenly Tao. Yet, having reached the supreme level, even the Heavenly Tao couldn't probe the crystallization domain, created with Crystallization Supreme's effort. Stuart had watched his master transcend the Tao boundary and felt significant fear towards the Heavenly Tao. He understood the Heavenly Tao governed not just the crystallization domain but the entire universe, and he never intended to resist it. Stuart discreetly spread information about the Supreme Realm to several great Tao boundary cultivators, but kept silent about the Ascension Tribulation. Such tribulations violated Heavenly Tao's will, and were nearly impossible to survive. Even invoking Heavenly Tao to send lightning wasn't easy. Seeing French about to transcend the Tao boundary, Stuart inwardly rejoiced. His plan, despite many variables, had succeeded. If anyone transcended first, subsequent tribulations would weaken, especially when stealing the Tao of reincarnation from a realm. Stuart also noticed Dion. After Kylag and the Wesleriana vanished, they left an image for Dion, but Stuart stole it. Thus, Dion remained unaware. This information became leverage against Dion. News of French's imminent tribulation spread across the crystallization domain, attracting many powerful beings to observe. However, Stuart distanced himself from the supreme immortal realm. As expected, during the third of 9 Ascension tribulations, French couldn't resist, turning the entire supreme immortal realm into nothingness. The crystallization domain began to crumble, leaving only Tao boundary cultivators alive. Seizing the opportunity, Stuart embarked on his path to supremacy. Dion coldly watched him, knowing that Dallas's soul was incomplete. His true self was elsewhere. This revelation made Dion think deeply after awakening. He set his sights on the demon world because a particular place remained peaceful during the crystallization domain's collapse, where he once sought the demonic heart fruit. Unaware of much, Dion pretended to search for Kylag, but secretly targeted the demon world. Stuart's unusual behavior didn't escape his notice. Facing Dion, Stuart remained calm. He handed over Kylag's information, asking Dion not to interfere with his tribulation. Dion did not act, as he had no grudge against Stuart. Although Stuart had stolen Kylag's message, he hadn't demanded anything. Moreover, Dion admired Stuart's patience. Leaving the crystallization domain, Dion embarked on his quest for Kylag, guided only by a faint sensation left by the Wesleriana. This sensation led him to a Kelly standing motionless, gazing at the sea, her beauty almost art-like. Dion laughed joyfully, genuinely happy to have found her. Despite being petrified, Dion remained calm. Causal connections revealed Kylag's significance and the identity of this Kelly. Mushy Kylag, the 3-origin supreme of the 10,000 worlds domain, wanted to advance further, creating an unprecedented technique, the incarnation-reincarnation scripture. She transformed into countless incarnations, slowly recovering each until she comprehended the origin of causality, achieving 4-origin supreme. However, her origin of causality was incomplete due to unrecovered incarnations. Forcing their recovery, the Kylag beside her immersed her consciousness in Dion's mind to save him. Mushy Kylag reclaimed Kylag, but Dion's curse befell her. Enduring immense pain, she stole the treasure of a 9-origin supreme to lift the curse, but it was destroyed in the process. The 9-origin supreme planned to kill Mushy Kylag, but a lingering essence of the Wesleriana revealed a painting. Recalling past events, the 9-origin supreme remembered a wanderer daring to marry his sister, who was ultimately taken away after breaking the first power in the 10,000 worlds domain. Causes and effects cycle eternally. With a smile, the 9-origin supreme left the 10,000 worlds domain, petrifying her and condemning her to reincarnate for hundreds of lives to resolve the karmic debt. Billions of years passed. Dion felt the presence of the 9-origin diminish, as if ascending or moving to higher realms. Feeling the 9-origin's power, Dion sensed the statue's newfound connection to him, gaining some sentience. You share a bond with the sea. I will stay with you. Instead of immediately freeing her, Dion sat beside her, watching the sea together. Through countless lifetimes, Dion accompanied Mushy Kylag, finally awakening her memories. Meanwhile, he too ascended to 9-origin supreme. Chapter 249. The end of the Heavenly Tao. Chaos swept across the entire universe, an immense darkness swallowing everything like a black hole. The boundless domain, the most powerful place in the cosmos, now resembled a fragile boat amidst a storm. The primordial infinite Tobiasning seemed to be the spark struck between chaos and the universe. Typically, even the supreme calamity would only manifest in 9 waves, yet they were now ubiquitous. In the universe, those below the supreme rank were instantly annihilated, and many supremes with lesser strength also disintegrated into dust before long. Supreme Ret, give up, sighed a courtly man nearby as he gazed at Dion. At this moment, Dion still appeared baleful, his face only slightly more weathered. His long hair floated without any wind, and his black robe exuded an air of dominance. If not for her, I might as well die, Dion gently shook his head. But in this time of Heavenly Tao's end, you still wish to protect an ordinary plant? Though you are the strongest, how can you? The old man's expression was urgent, seemingly worried for Dion's sake. There's no need to say more. You should leave. With White Robe Supreme's help, your chances of survival will increase. Dion smiled faintly, showing little concern. Sigh, Ret, why do this? At our level of cultivation, finding anyone we desire is not difficult. Why sacrifice your hope of survival for her? Another nearly dying court sighed, his hand trembling on his cane. My decision is made. Further words would only waste your time. Dion's gaze was fixed entirely on the small grass planted in the soil, ignoring anything else anyone said. The others exchanged glances and eventually left with a helpless shake of their heads. Dion waved his hand, and a black light curtain immediately enveloped himself and the grass. Proactive defense invited proactive attack, and within moments, tens of thousands of primordial infinite Tobiasning bolts struck the black curtain, but it remained unmoved. The essence of chaos, if comprehended, one could survive. Blood trickled from the corner of Dion's mouth, but he reactivated the black curtain. Terrifying attacks surged towards him, yet inside the black curtain, Dion focused intently on his comprehension. A white light emanated from the center of the universe, illuminating the whole cosmos instantly. This white light seemed to carry deeper Daoic principles, completely ignoring distance and space, even reaching through sealed areas. Dion's breath had become extremely weak. Although he comprehended the essence of chaos, the final annihilation still filled him with dread. He vaguely sensed the realm beyond the supreme when he saw that white light, and a chill ran through his body. Yet Dion paid no mind to all this, just staring intently at the grass beneath him, which had already turned yellow. As the white light illuminated it, a wisp of soul emerged from the grass. The soul gradually solidified into the form of a Kelly, with the grass embedded deep within her soul. Dion's expression grew increasingly odd. He looked at the white light, but it vanished suddenly. He shook his head in resignation, showing no sign of regret. The previous white light was a primal essence, seemingly more profound than the 9 primal essences, pointing towards an even deeper layer. Yet in that fleeting moment, he chose not to comprehend it, giving up that opportunity. But Dion felt no remorse, merely gazing at the Kelly's figure with excitement and a touch of redness on his cheeks. The Kelly's body had solidified, and Dion swallowed softly before removing his cloak to cover her body. He stared foolishly at her face, waiting for her to awaken. The Kelly woke up, her flawless features bringing light into the dim universe. Her eyes opened, filling the darkened cosmos with brightness. She looked at Dion first, her pale face brimming with excitement. I remember you. Your name is Dion. There was a lifetime when you watched the sea with me for 100 years. There was a lifetime when you accompanied me in the mountains for 1,000 years. There was a lifetime when you let me be your disciple. There was a lifetime when we were husband and wife. There was a lifetime when you slaughtered a nation for me because I was wrong there. There was a lifetime when you couldn't find me and almost turned the entire universe upside down in search of me. There was a lifetime when I was a spirit grass, unable to cultivate for 100 lifetimes. You prevented the heavenly Tao from aiding my transformation. There was a lifetime when I was an ironwood tree, and you guarded me for 10,000 years until I withered. There was a lifetime when civilization ended, and you resisted fate to save me. That was the first time you were wounded. You could have abandoned me, as death could be considered an end. In the last lifetime, the heavenly Tao was chaotic, treating my past lives as insignificant ants. To save me, you almost depleted all your cultivation. Finally, I repaid all the causes and effects. You accompanied me through 100 lifetimes, unwilling to see me suffer even the slightest harm. Afterwards, I knew, the feeling of someone protecting me, guiding me so I wouldn't get lost or hurt. Musi Tobiasing looked at the man before her, smiling sweetly, though tears streamed down her face. So, you'll always be with me, never leaving me. Dion affectionately pinched Musi Tobiasing's cheek. Wiping away her tears, his face filled with longing. Yes, Westleister, but you must also listen to me. You actually remember, you truly remember. Dion's face showed shock. Of course, because that's who I am. Musi Tobiasing slowly leaned close to Dion's ear and lightly nibbled it. But what about Elder Billy? Dion fell silent. Perhaps I am selfish. My heart can only hold one person. I can find her reincarnation and awaken her memories, but I don't want to. For me? It doesn't matter to me. Musi Tobiasing bit harder, realizing her bites didn't seem to hurt him. Not just for you, but for myself too. Dion shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. I feel guilty toward her, but I cannot betray you either. If my heart had been stronger and I had known Billy could be revived from the start, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen in love with you and would only seek Billy now. Poor Elder Billy, meeting such a heartless man. Musi Tobiasing released Dion's ear, noticing her bites had no effect. But I can tell you a secret. Musi Tobiasing softly moved behind Dion, hugging him from behind and whispering into his ear. Suddenly, Dion's calm expression couldn't hide his disbelief. Really? Guess. Musi Tobiasing smiled mischievously.